Family, just now I punched a rock taller than me and a thick naval steel plate, and it felt amazing. This all started a year ago when I crossed over into this world of the grand age of Sail Plus. I became a naval crewman, training hard every day, and today I finally created my own martial art called Black Tiger Pouncing on the Heart. Let me tell you, just moments ago, I punched a rock taller than me, along with that heavy naval steel plate on top of it, and sent them flying. With a crack, it flew away like a cannonball. Family, you understand, in that moment, I felt like I was way ahead of everyone. Hey, are you confused? Don't worry, this story starts a year ago. My name is TangGe, and I'm a time traveler. Let me tell you how miserable it was when I first arrived in this world. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself lying in the cargo hold of a broken ship, surrounded by thunder and cannon fire. I had just died, still clutching a fancy piece of fruit. The next second, my heart suddenly started beating again, and before I could figure out what was happening, the ship was split in half with a bang, and I fell straight into the dark sea, passing out on the spot. When I woke up again, I was already at a naval base called Iron Skin Island, number G8. I stayed there for a whole year. Every night, I dreamt of that suffocating feeling of falling into the sea. It was a nightmare that wouldn't leave me alone. Now I'm just a crewman, which basically means I'm the janitor of the Navy. Every day before dawn, I have to get up, strap 10 kilograms of weights to my legs, sneak out of the dormitory, and start my devilish morning training. You have no idea how absurd my daily work is. I have to clean a martial arts arena of 1,000 square meters, which is turned into a garbage dump by a group of muscle-bound gorillas shouting Spirit of the Gale every day, with a mix of sweat, foot odor, and blood. It's just unbearable. While cleaning, I ponder. This world is like a plus version of the Age of Sail, with pirates everywhere and the Navy chasing them down. And there's even a world government above it all. The most ridiculous part is that there are these things called devil fruits, which grant various superpowers when eaten. As a hardcore fan of martial arts and fantasy, I was completely dumbfounded when I got here. No internal energy, no flying swords. What can I train? All I can do is honestly build muscle. After cleaning the arena, I started my Ironman decathlon, climbing cliffs, jumping into lakes, pushing myself to the limit every day. Why work so hard? Because I have a cheat. A gray plus sign that only I can see. On the day I crossed over, I touched that devil fruit. It absorbed some energy, and the plus sign turned red. I was on the brink of death, so I thought, why not give it a try? And hey, I lived. The function of this cheat is simple and brutal. It enhances my physique. In other words, it makes my stamina as strong as an ox, seemingly inexhaustible. But just having stamina isn't enough. Strength has to be built through sweat. That morning, as usual, I was swimming in the inner lake, planning to do 20 laps. Halfway through, suddenly, I felt something explode inside me. It wasn't pain, but a tingling, itchy, and exhilarating feeling, as if every cell was having a party. I sank in the water, tried to punch forward, and boom, a circle of bubbles exploded in the water, splashing everywhere. I felt like I had become stronger, but not fully. My strength hadn't increased, but my punches felt smoother, and fatigue vanished instantly. I felt like I could keep going all day. While I was floating in the water, savoring the moment, a small boat floated over, and a mustached uncle in a Navy hat was fishing. He opened his mouth and teased me. "Oh, I thought you'd fallen again and needed rescuing." I looked over and recognized him as our base commander, Jonathan. I immediately joked, "Commander, are you skipping work to fish again? Miss Jessica won't let you off the hook if she finds out." Upon hearing Jessica's name, his face twisted, but he still insisted, "Cough, I told you to call me Commander." TangGe, a crewman with the strength of an elite officer. What are you doing sweeping floors every day? What can I say? I can't just admit I thought I'd return home. Now that I can't go back, my mind has become more agile. I stood at attention and saluted, showering him with compliments. "Report, Commander. It's my honor to serve the fortress." He laughed and, crossing his legs, asked me, "Then let me ask you, if a tiger sneaks into a flock of sheep and keeps bullying them, what should we do?" I understood right away he was hinting at me. I quickly replied, "Report, Commander. The tiger must be released back into the sea. That's where it belongs." Jonathan was clearly taken aback by my answer. Just as he was about to say something, a blonde beauty poked her head out from the tower and shouted, "Commander, hurry up and come eat breakfast." That was Jessica. The commander jumped in fright, paddled away in the boat, muttering about not liking carrots. Watching his panicked retreat, I knew the truth. Don't be fooled by his fishing persona. This guy is definitely a hidden big shot. He was the one who pulled me out of the sea. Back in the crew class, my two lively little brothers, Penny, who was built like a bear, and Sheldon, who was as skinny as a stick, were bickering again. These two are my subordinates. Known as the Trouble Duo, they can't go a day without arguing. The three of us went to the mess hall for lunch, and halfway there, we bumped into the muscle gorillas from the Gale Force. The leader, a man with a dark face, glared at me viciously before huffing and stepping aside. I quietly complained to my little brothers. I've only beaten them a few times. Why are they holding such a grudge? Sheldon whispered from behind. Boss, it's not just a few times including the day before yesterday. It's been many times. One time, you sent them all to the infirmary and blocked the door as soon as they came out. You beat them up again. Really? I scratched my head. No wonder they look so weak. The two little brothers were left speechless. There was no point in discussing it further. Sheldon quickly changed the subject. Boss, I heard Gale Force is preparing to mobilize against you. Penny grabbed him. Why didn't you say such an important piece of news earlier? I just heard about IT. I couldn't be bothered with the two of them and pushed open the mess hall door. About 100 people? Perfect. I've been itching to change up who I beat up. Inside the mess hall, those two lively characters couldn't find their beloved chef Jessica and were wailing like ghosts. I grabbed 2 mountain-high plates and found a window seat to dig in. Over the past year, my appetite has skyrocketed. My height has shot up from 1.7 meters to nearly 2 meters, and my muscles make me look like I'm in my late 20s, even though I'm only 17 or 18. Just then, suddenly, the entire fortress alarm blared. It sounded like the end of the world. The announcement urgently called for action, saying there was an emergency situation. The informed Sheldon immediately found out, boss. Bad news. Colonel Joseph's 3 warships were severely damaged in the Gaia Sea, with heavy casualties. My expression hardened. 3 warships damaged? This was definitely the biggest loss for Fortress G8 in recent times. The whole fortress sprang into action, and our crew was dispatched to the dock to help. The 2 lively characters chatted about the battle while I focused on extreme stretching. Since I can't go back, I can only look forward. Deep down, I have a fire. The hatred for the pirates who killed the original owner of this body, the longing for this beautiful world, and the fear of the endless deep sea. All of this is because I'm too weak. In this world, there are no martial arts manuals. Becoming stronger depends solely on oneself. How to become strong? Create it myself. I walked to the corner of the dock, where my exclusive sandbag was Placida 20-centimeter pure steel armor piece, removed from a decommissioned warship. I got into a horse stance, took a deep breath, and with my waist and legs united, I threw a punch. Bang! A dull sound echoed. This was my first move, a modified version of the Navy's basic boxing technique combined with the horse stance, which I called. Well, I haven't thought a name yet. I practice like this every day, starting from 10,000 punches a day, now up to today's 30,000 punches. The center of the steel plate had already been dented into a large pit, with dried bloodstains left from long ago. Today, after a breakthrough in my physical condition, I felt incredibly energetic, launching punches with both hands, like raindrops hitting the steel plate. Gradually, I felt different. Every punch seemed to have GPS installed, hitting exactly where I aimed, with power easily controlled. Whoosh! As I threw a punch, it surprisingly created a slight whooshing sound. A shallow imprint appeared on the steel plate immediately. In the world of martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. I shouted excitedly, my punching speed increasing. Finally, crack! A loud sound erupted. Under the astonished gaze of my 2 lackeys, the massive rock that secured the steel plate was shattered by my punch, and the whole piece was blasted away. What a wonderful feeling. I looked at my fist, grinning widely. My self-created martial art had succeeded. This move definitely needed a powerful name. After thinking for a moment, an ordinary yet fitting name popped into my head: Black Tiger Heart Extraction. Yes, that's it. Just as I was feeling triumphant, suddenly the world spun around me, and I nearly fell over. Wow. I had pushed myself too hard during the breakthrough, and my stamina was instantly drained. I finally understood why experts don't like to unleash their big moves. Right away, turns out the energy bar isn't enough. Penny and Sheldon rushed over. Penny, usually a rough guy, showed rare gentleness and patted my shoulder. Boss, just do what you want, don't worry about us. Sheldon, who usually talked the most, suddenly lowered his head and fell silent. I felt a jolt in my heart. He actually understood. What does he understand? This guy is just afraid that if we really split up, he won't have me backing him up anymore. Let me tell you, just as I was pondering this. At that moment, Penny, who usually slouched like a lazy lump, surprisingly straightened up and clapped his hands loudly, saying, "Don't worry, boss is gone. I've got your back. Our duty squad 8 will still walk tall." Goodness, I almost laughed out loud at that. Just you? You got his back. You two are lucky if you don't end up in a sack. But I felt warm inside. I spoke up directly. Who said I was leaving? You all have to separate from me. That kid Sheldon, quick on the uptake, his eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. His expectant little gaze like a golden retriever waiting for food. Penny was still there in confusion. Huh? Boss, what did you say? I laughed. Wherever I go, I'll apply to the commander to take you two along. Without you two nagging me about international affairs every day, reading the newspaper by myself is so tiring. In a word, the two clowns are back to life, shoulder to shoulder, laughing foolishly again. To be honest, I've thought it through. If I want to make a name for myself in this world, I have to get stronger. Otherwise, it's just death. The fastest way to get stronger is to join a combat unit, fight with people every day, and hone my skills in real combat. Besides, only the combat units have the chance to get devil fruits, which is the only way for me to power up. We haven't even started working here when a messenger rushed over, shouting urgently, "Special order! Soldier TangGe, report to Commander Number 1 for a meeting immediately." After saying that, he disappeared. I rubbed my forehead. Well, here comes the attention from Jonathan, and his sense of revenge is delivered at light speed. Upon entering the command room, wow, it was pitch black, making it look like some kind of mob transaction scene. In the middle was a long table where Major General Jonathan sat at the head, with a dozen or so colonels seated on either side. As a big soldier walked in, all eyes in the room suddenly fixed on me, creating quite a stir. But seeing Jonathan's expressionless face, everyone swallowed their words back. "TangGe is my special approval," Jonathan said, his tone suddenly serious, completely different from usual. He had that authority. Then he gestured to a big bearded man beside him. "Lieutenant Drake, start." Lieutenant Drake immediately stood up, walked to a table at the back, and pressed on something that looked like a giant snail. Let me tell you, that snail's eyes lit up in an instant, projecting a screen on the wall. People, who understands, this is just our version of a projector, only it's biological. The technological tree in this world has really grown crooked. The screen was filled with bounty notices. I straightened up in my seat. Thanks to Sheldon's usual explanations, I knew this thing was called a phone worm, equipped with all kinds of functions. The bounty amount basically equated to this person's combat power value. Drake began reading the PPT. From the time Pirate King Roger started the age of exploration to now, it has been 7 years, and pirates have been harvested like chives time and time again. Below are a few new individuals that the headquarters has recently put on the wanted list and require special attention. Treasure Hunter from the West Sea, bounty of 10,000 berries. Rockstar, also from the West Sea, bounty of 10,000. Mafia, Godfather Capone Becky, bounty of 800,000 berries. Mountain Bandit Sig, bounty of 1,000 berries. I was yawning while listening, wondering what this was, just small fish and shrimp. But then the tone suddenly changed. Red-haired Shanks, with a bounty of 880 million. I almost dropped my pen in shock. Over 800 million. What kind of concept is this? This would definitely be at the level of the 5 greats in a martial arts drama. I was in the back row, writing furiously, feeling like I was back in my senior year of high school, just short of shouting knowledge changes fate. Sand alligator, crocodile, user of the sand fruit. Don Quixote da Flamingo, a family-style pirate crew. I listened with great interest. This meeting was definitely worth it, full of valuable information. The intel on devil fruits, the information on powerful individuals. It's much more exciting than reading the newspaper. These fruits are divided into 3 categories: Paramecia, Zoan, and the rarest and most overpowered, Logia. But once you eat one, you become a sitting duck. Just a touch of seawater can render you useless, like having a cheat, but forgetting to pay for the subscription. Just as I was furiously taking notes, Drake suddenly excitedly revealed the next bounty poster. When I saw the face on it, I swear my head buzzed. And I couldn't hear anything. My eyes narrowed into a slit, and killing intent just oozed out. "It's you, Spade. That thin-faced man with the octopus hairstyle. The one who led the attack on the merchant ship when I crossed over, causing the original owner of this body to kick the bucket. The most critical part is that he stole the devil fruit I had back then. I have always remembered this face, just waiting for the day when I can personally take him down and reclaim my fruits. It would be best if you haven't eaten that thing yet, because it's worth a lot of money. No, it's a huge amount of energy. The Sea Walker, Spade Water, with a bounty of 1 million berries. A water spider user." Drake's voice pulled me back to reality. This guy had previously escaped from Admiral Jonathan, and half a year ago entered the second half of the Grand Line, known as the New World. But a few days ago, our people found him on Gaia Island. PS back. The conference room instantly erupted. Someone who could survive from a hellish place like the New World must have undergone a qualitative leap in strength. Silence. Jonathan stood up, and the room fell silent. He explained that Spade had been wiped out in the New World, and he was the only one to escape. So he was not to be feared. This time, we must stake the reputation of our barren fortress and ensure he doesn't get away again. Jonathan unfolded a map and began to deploy the operational plan. I listened amazed, surrounding him with 3 and missing 1, fainting and hitting the target. This old brother really knows his military strategy, emphasizing speed and precision in strikes. He sent the main forces to launch a frontal assault while he took a team to block the only gap to the north. Once everyone had received their orders and left, Jonathan turned around and smiled at me slightly. "Soldier TangGe, come with me to meet your old enemy." Meanwhile, in a small dark room on Gaia Island, a man as strong as a bear was reporting to a transponder snail. "Doflamingo, the fruit is in hand. How should we deal with Spade?" A flamboyant laughter came from the transponder snail. "Fufufu, Virgo, it's worthless. Our Don Quixote family doesn't need it." On the other side, our brilliant Spade was holding a wine glass, looking down at the revelers he had just recruited, with a disdainful expression. "A bunch of fools. It's so much more comfortable in paradise." He thought he had traded a devil fruit for freedom, unaware that he had already become a pawn. The moment the deal was sealed, death had already come knocking. The Navy fleet set sail, and the battle erupted instantly. The pirates on Gaia Island were partying one moment and fighting the next. Cannonballs rained down like they were free, turning pirate ships into splinters on the sea. Those who surrendered, surrendered, and those who were captured were captured. The scene was completely one-sided. The plan was proceeding very smoothly. Just as Jonathan predicted, in the jungle to the north of Gaia Island, two figures were desperately sprinting towards the coastline. Suddenly, with two hissing sounds, two blue energy blades appeared out of thin air, tearing through the air and heading straight for the two. The muscular man on the left, who was talking to Doflamingo, Virgo, dodged with an extreme sidestep. But Spade on the right was not so lucky. As he transformed into a giant spider form, he was hit head-on by the energy blade, crashing into the ground with a boom, creating a large pit, and with a scream, he fell silent. As the dust settled, Spade reverted to human form, a deep wound visible on his chest, and it looked like he was done for. Jonathan, draped in a cloak of justice, emerged from the forest, his aura fully unleashed, and looked gravely at the muscular man. "Virgo, state your name. Someone with this level of strength should not be unknown." The muscular man didn't waste words. His muscles tensed as he charged forward with a steel rod. With a loud clang, Jonathan blocked the steel rod with his foot, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Let me tell you, I was hiding behind a nearby tree and was dumbfounded. This is the top combat power of this world. What followed was a battle of gods. Jonathan moved as swiftly as a ghost, using shave to instantly appear behind Virgo and thrusting his finger gun forward, but only leaving a white mark on his back. Instead, Virgo seized the opportunity to kick him away, crashing through a row of large trees. Virgo's strength was terrifying when he swung his rod down. It created a large pit in the ground. The two exchanged blows, shaking the heavens and the earth, a pure physical clash, with shockwaves scattering through the surrounding forest. My self-taught skills were like kindergarten exercises in front of them. I was exhilarated and sweating profusely. Just as the two masters were locked in a fierce battle, I suddenly sensed something. The pretending to be dead Spade was secretly crawling towards the sea. He spat out spider silk, simply securing his severed arm, then like a frightened rabbit. He was intent on escaping. He had already been scared out of his wits by the new world and didn't dare to get involved in such high-level combat. Surviving a great disaster brings great fortune. Haha, this guy thought he could escape with his powers. Once he reached the sea, he could run on the water, and no one could catch him. With the ocean just a step away, a smug smile appeared on his face. Now's the time. Before he could react, I suddenly lunged from behind, grabbing tightly onto his 3-meter-long spider body. I didn't care that his spider legs were slicing me open or that his sharp hairs were stabbing into my chest. I only had one thought in my mind, to shove him into the sea. I stomped my feet hard on the ground, using all my strength like a mad bull, pushing him with all my might towards the sea. Bang! We were like a cannonball, plunging directly into the sea, creating a wake of more than 10 meters long on the surface. In no time, I surfaced with Spidey, who was completely limp and had been choked unconscious by me. Jonathan on the shore was dumbfounded. I couldn't care less about the excitement of victory in battle, because an unprecedented, immense surge of heat was wildly pouring into my body from the hand I gripped on Spade. The plus sign in my mind, which had been gray for 800 years, suddenly lit up. It was burning red. Does anyone in my family understand this? It's the ecstasy of winning 100 million in the lottery. Only then did the intense pain throughout my body surge up like a tide, making me grit my teeth. Pirate Spade, you have been captured. The grudge from a year ago has finally been avenged. Back at the fortress, thanks to Jonathan's special care, I was sent to the medical room and enjoyed top-notch treatment that pirates could never have. My upper body was wrapped in bandages. and I borrowed a bunch of books on body defense from Penny and the others. After watching that celestial battle, I finally understood that in this world, if your defense isn't high enough, even if someone stands there and lets you hit them, you won't break through their defense. But I flipped through all the books. My brows almost twisted into a knot. What kind of nonsense is written in these books? The importance of body defense? Of course, I know it's important. But why don't you tell me how to train? There isn't even a secret manual for iron cloth. How am I supposed to live like this? Just as I was feeling frustrated, I heard a few nurses discussing at the door. Is he TangGe? I heard he took down a pirate with a bounty over $1 million. I've heard about it too. He seems so young. To have such strength at such a young age. So impressive. Impressive, my foot. Let me tell you, these nurses have no idea about the inside story. Just a week ago, TangGe was still a petty officer, which is basically just a gopher. My two lively brothers, Penny and Sheldon, are now strutting around like they own the place, grabbing anyone who passes by to brag about how I single-handedly took down the bounty of that pirate, Spade. Goodness, in their mouths. I'm practically the 5th emperor of the seas. This news is spreading throughout the entire fortress, and those two are practically the top contributors. But who understands the family? I know in my heart, like a clear mirror, that I only have a few tricks up my sleeve. Going head-to-head, I'd be using my head to meet the blade of that old fox who licks blood. So, I really don't pay any attention to those rumors. Bragging doesn't increase strength. Once the crowd of onlookers left, I was finally alone in the medical room. In the dead of night, my heart was burning with excitement. Let me tell you, the opportunity has come. As soon as I thought of it, my external power appeared in my mind. That red plus sign was practically beckoning me. No more waiting. I clicked directly. With a bang, my mind went blank in an instant, and I felt an energy bomb detonating inside my body. Immediately after, it was as if I had activated a god-esque perspective, allowing me to see the changes occurring within my body. Countless streams of energy, some boiling hot and others cool, charged wildly through me like a construction crew, crazily upgrading and transforming me. My bones became denser. A layer of shiny, protective fluid formed in my joints. My muscles felt like they had been tempered 1,000 times, and even my organs became incredibly resilient. After a long time, my consciousness slowly returned. Goodness, my ears were sensitive enough to hear the sound of waves crashing against the rocks in the distance. And my nose could pick up all sorts of mixed scents in the air. My eyes itched, and a bunch of dark mud flowed out. This wave was a cleansing of my marrow and channels. I stood up from the bed and felt light as a feather, my body filled with explosive energy. I looked in the mirror. My face was still the same ordinary handsome face, but all the wounds on my body had disappeared, leaving only shallow scars. My body was full of muscle, with not a trace of excess fat, simply a walking dopamine. I couldn't help but hum. Bow like a bow, stand like a pine. Training the muscles and skin externally, cultivating one's breath internally. Training the muscles and skin externally? A light bulb went off in my head, and I got it. I would create my own version of the iron shirt and golden bell shield. However, the next day, Commander Jonathan insisted that I stay in the hospital for a full 7 days for reasons unknown. He even personally escorted the pirates to Judicial Island, leaving me with no way to appeal. Fine, I could sneak out anyway. At noon, I was in the hospital room practicing horse dance, while Penny and Shelton each took a wooden stick and swung it hard at my back. Hit harder. I gritted my teeth and shouted. They were almost exhausted, but I still felt the force wasn't enough. Who understands the joy of actively seeking out punishment? After more than 10 days, my daily routine consisted of practicing punches, reading, and taking hits, focusing on a 3-point line, even more fulfilling than my senior year in high school. Although this external training progressed slowly, I had plenty of perseverance. Then one day, that bearded Lieutenant Drake came with his men and interrupted my rhythm of taking hits. He pulled out a letter and began to read. Soldier TangGe, brave in battle, promoted to the rank of 2nd lieutenant, and appointed as the squad leader. My two brothers jumped up on the spot, happier than if they had been promoted themselves. I was still murmuring to myself, wondering why I had to go to that Gale Force unit instead of any other. That old guy, Jonathan, was definitely doing it on purpose. Drake pulled out another piece of paper. Quartermaster Penny, Shelton, outstanding contribution, specially transferred to the Gale Force unit. The faces of my two brothers immediately went from ecstatic to as dark as the bottom of a pot. Haha, this twist. All I can say is that it's a classic case of misfortune and fortune intertwined, and I was directly bundled into this. Drake handed me the appointment letter and said something about not tarnishing the reputation of the Gale Force spirit. Reputation? I thought of that group of muscle men I had beaten up, their faces swollen and bruised, and wondered what kind of reputation they had. But I still stood at attention and saluted. I promised not to disappoint the commander's trust. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in training room number 1, over 100 muscle-bound men stood like two walls, their eyes wide open like copper bells, staring at the three of us. That imposing presence almost made my brother's calves cramp, but they still forced themselves to hold their heads high. They couldn't let me lose face. Me? I don't feel anything at all. More than 100 weaklings. No matter how many there are, they won't become strong. As I walked to the center, 2 squad leaders stepped forward, one named Grinner, as dark as a gorilla. The other named Johnson, a chubby white guy. They saluted me, and I returned the gesture, then scanned the crowd and directly fired back. Some say you are the most elite troops of the fortress, but I think you are just a bunch of weaklings. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. My 2 brothers were so scared they were swallowing hard. I continued to stoke the fire. Now I give you a chance. All of you together. Either you defeat me, and I'll leave, or I defeat all of you, and you will obediently follow orders. What? Is the soul of the Gale just a bunch of worthless cowards? If you're afraid, go home and cry. Who can stand this? Take him down. Let him know our strength. More than 100 people charged forward, shouting loudly. I sneered inwardly. What else with the mix of kindness and power? It's too troublesome. Here, having a strong fist is the only rule. Half an hour later, bang! With one hand, I pressed Grinner's head into the floor. The entire training ground fell silent in an instant, leaving only a bunch of muscular men groaning on the ground. I stood up straight, looked around, and smiled. It seems I have one. The first command, tomorrow is a day off. The second command, gather for training at 8 the day after tomorrow. The training content, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, a 10,000-meter long run, and 1,000 repetitions of basic boxing techniques. Enjoy your last happy days, weaklings. 2 days later, on the fortress bridge. From morning to night, the bridge was filled with wailing and howling. As soon as the whistle blew, over 100 muscular men instantly collapsed on the ground, exhausted like dead dogs. I walked over with a huge steel column on my shoulder, continuing to taunt. Weaklings, is this all you can do? And you call yourselves an elite force? But the looks they gave me were no longer filled with anger, only awe. Why? They did 200 push-ups while I did 2,000 with a ton of weight on my back. They carried a wooden beam among 4 of them, while I ran with a steel column by myself. They could take breaks when they were tired, but I didn't stop except to eat. This guy's a monster. That was the only thought in their minds. In the Navy, only the strong can earn respect. Once they all left, I finally saw someone sitting by the bridge, Jonathan. That old guy had disappeared for over 10 days and finally came back. He looked at me, smiling, and said, "Oh, your strength has increased again? You really have a freakish physique, Lieutenant Tang." I curled my lips and said, "Commander, where have you been? Do you really need to personally handle escorting a few little thieves?" He didn't answer directly, but instead asked me, "What do you think of the strength of our barren fortress?" I am clear in my mind that this base's high-end combat power relies solely on him. The rest are just numerous personnel. Even to catch a spade, he has to personally take action. It's simply an empty shell. He sighed and said that he had recently visited the Navy headquarters because Admiral Zephyr proposed a suggestion to change the dire situation of heavy casualties among Navy soldiers. He suggested opening the learning of the 6 styles to all officers. The 6 styles. My eyes lit up immediately. Those divine techniques used by Jonathan on Gaia Island, like teleportation, air slashes, and the technique that hardens the body like steel, made my mouth water. Yes, it's the 6 styles. Jonathan said that the world government was afraid that pirates would find it harder to deal with if they learned it, so they rejected the proposal. Later, after protests from the higher-ups at the headquarters, the world government relented and agreed to establish a 6 styles training camp to select grassroots officers to learn. Can I learn it? That's what I care about the most. This old fellow suddenly chuckled. I just got back from headquarters and haven't eaten yet, so I don't have the energy to answer. Damn, this is clearly blackmailing me. For the sake of the martial arts manual, I'll endure it. It's on me. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. It's just a bit bland in my mouth. I bit my back molars. I'm going to get the best wine. The good wine I painstakingly brought from Magic Valley Town. My heart is bleeding. After a hearty meal and drink, this old fox finally started to get down to business. He explained to me the 6 styles of the Navy. Iron block, which turns the body into steel. Finger gun, where the fingers act as bullets. Storm kick, which kicks out air slashes. Paper drawing, a god-level dodge. Shave, for high-speed movement. And moonwalk for walking in the air. I was so amazed that my eyes lit up. Isn't this the martial arts package I've been dreaming of? So, can I learn it? I asked again. The headquarters said my strength was too weak. So no, of course not. When he saw me getting ready to flip the table, he quickly changed his tone. However, if you comprehend it yourself, then it's fine. This bastard, he must be doing it on purpose. After that, he started to demonstrate for me. Shave. With a whoosh, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Moon step. He was flying through the air, stepping on nothing. Storm kick. A blue energy blade shot out, cutting a thick steel plate with a gash over 10 centimeters deep. What I envy the most is still the iron block. He asked me to hit him with all my strength. I unleashed a black TangGe's heart, and with a clang, it felt like hitting an iron pillar. He didn't budge at all. By the time he demonstrated all 6 forms, I had already taken out my notebook and was frantically jotting down notes. When I finished writing, he pulled out a notebook from his pocket and tossed it to me. This is what my teacher gave me, and now I'm giving it to you. I opened it, and my heart raced. The first page boldly stated, "Those who rely on the power of fruits cannot become true strong warriors. Zephyr." Wow, Black Arm Zephyr. This isn't just a notebook. It's practically a VIP ticket to the path of a strong person. Looking at the martial arts manual in my hands and feeling the cheat code in my mind, I said nothing. A life with cheats is truly different. But I never expected that this cheat manual would be encrypted. I told you I was so excited that my hand was shaking. When I opened it, I was dumbfounded. This is not some 6 styles from beginner to mastery. Good heavens, this is Zephyr's personal training diary. It's filled with today's insights and training reflections, showcasing a riddle-like style that requires me to do a full comprehension exercise just to extract some useful information. However, after reading it, I understood why the Navy can suppress pirates. They have a system. The Navy's 6 styles is a standardized production line for strong individuals. If you practice according to it, even if you can't become a general, you can steadily break through the limits of the human body. As for the pirates, they rely solely on wild methods, figuring things out on their own, and no one cares if they practice to death or injury. It's purely a gamble. But this diary is too rough. No way. I have to take matters into my own hands and reap the rewards. I took out my notebook and started creating my own martial arts. The first move, Black Tiger Heart Extraction. Training method, horse stance punch, 30,000 times a day. I even specially drew a few squiggly stick figures beside it. Truly an abstract art master. Early the next morning, I marched into the training ground with a bunch of new gear. My subordinates saw me and stood straight like mice in front of cat, not daring to breathe. I directly called out names. Penny, Shelton, you two come out. I threw each of them a wooden stick as thick as a fist, and that thing was wrapped in iron on top with sharp spikes. This isn't just a wooden stick, it's a mace, brother. They were both stunned, holding the sticks with trembling hands. I told them, come on, hit me with all your might. Huh? Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Huh, what? Hit. That's an order. This kid, Panny, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, even spat on his hand. Boss, he said this. If it gets messed up, don't blame me. I steadied my stance, took a deep breath, and began. Bang, bang. Wow, that Wolfong club hit me hard, hissing. Damn, that hurts. But what's a little pain? Why am I pushing myself so hard? Because I discovered a huge flaw in the Navy's 6 styles iron block. As soon as you use the skill, you have to stand still, completely immobile, a pure live target. Isn't that just the Achilles heel of the Golden Bell Shield? What I want is a kind of 360-degree passive defense, you get it. Indestructible. The two of us were panting, swinging our sticks, so hard they were almost smoking. I thought it was about time, waved my hand, and said, no way, Haven to you, Eden? Swap out for 4. After 4 were done, I switched to 8. It's a will battle, you know? At first, they held back a bit, but when they realized I was fighting back, their eyes turned red, and they thought, here's our chance to settle scores. They hit me everywhere except the head and groin, and I took it all. By the time they broke all the sticks, and a dozen of them were exhausted, I had just started to feel something. I opened my eyes, looked at this bunch of weaklings, and my anger flared up. Come on, you can't even hit me standing still? Just then, my 2 strongest guys, Gennari and Johnson, came up snorting white steam, grabbed the thickest 2 sticks, and said, let us go. In the end, the last 2 sticks snapped with a crack. I looked down and saw my body was all red with bruises. The effect was pretty good. I tried to mobilize my blood and muscles. Hey, the muscles in my right arm tightened instantly, as hard as old tree bark. I did it. Iron block initiation. But it only lasted for a moment. As soon as I thought of moving, that feeling was gone. I sighed. This iron block was still an active skill, far from the passive divine skill I wanted. As I looked up, I saw my subordinates, each one beaming with joy. Ah, family, who understands? The joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with one another. Since they don't resonate, then Fizz can. After a round of beating them up, seeing their bruised faces, I nodded in satisfaction. My mood improved a lot. Everyone, line up. Now I'm going to teach you boxing. Do you want to get stronger? Then practice while singing. That night, I brought 2 bottles of top-quality wine to find Jonathan for a private session. His dog-like nose picked up the scent of the wine from 800 meters away, and his eyes turned green. After a few rounds of drinks, I casually mentioned, "Oh, I've finished reading that diary. I've already grasped the iron block." Jonathan spat out the wine in his mouth, his expression like he had seen a ghost, eyes wide as saucers. "What did you say?" "The iron block. You grasped it." "Yeah, it's not hard," I replied innocently. He was completely stunned, staring at me without saying a word, then suddenly lunged at me, throwing a punch in my face. I didn't hold back either and met his punch with one of my own. Clang! A dull sound echoed, like metal hitting a tree. After exchanging punches, Jonathan's eyes were filled with disbelief. It was real. "You monster, you have to know." It took him over 10 days to learn the simplest technique. He had originally planned to continue letting me take a beating, but now everything was thrown into chaos. He hurriedly ran out and returned 10 minutes later carrying 2 silver-white large boxes, breathing steadily as he said, "For today's training." I pulled some strings to get these treasures from headquarters. Opening one, I saw a set of gray-black weighted gear. I casually picked up a wrist guard and wow, it was heavy. This one probably weighed 50 kilograms. Jonathan was still boasting. "This is made from secret materials by the Navy Science Department, with a density 10 times that of gold." I ignored him and quickly put on the entire half-ton load, even bouncing a couple of times to see how it felt. What to do next? Jonathan looked dumbfounded. He originally wanted me to wear some wrist guards to get used to it first. He said blankly, "Real combat practice." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. That's the 6-style shave, wearing half a ton of weight. My reactions were a beat slow, and he zipped around to my side like a ghost, delivering a whip kick that sent me flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into the wall. "The enemy 1T go head-to-head with you." He stood there, looking like he wanted to help, but really just wanted to see me get beaten up. "Come again." I pulled myself out of the wall and charged forward again. There was a loop. I was like a punching bag kicked from the east to the west, and then from the west to the south. But he didn't realize that I was someone who focused on secretly leveling up, then stunning everyone. Every second I was sent flying. My eyes were glued to his footwork. I don't know how many times I was kicked away, but suddenly I felt like I grasped something. My feet stomped the ground repeatedly, and whoosh, I vanished too. The air was torn apart. Then bang, I crashed headfirst into the wall on the opposite side. I forgot to install the brake system. Jonathan was completely broken. Seriously, I watched him go from shock to numb, and finally just shut down. He raised his hands in surrender, picked up a bottle of liquor, and sat down, gulping it down while muttering, "Whoever wants to do this can do it. I'm not teaching anymore." Ha, weakling. While drinking away his sorrows, he told me that this weight was made of sea prism stone, which can restrain devil fruit users. As we chatted, he mentioned that scientists wanted to install sea prism stone on the bottom of ships to merge warships with the sea to evade sea kings. Merge with the sea. My mind buzzed, and a flash of lightning struck. I understood. I understood it all. He also mentioned that there's something called paper drawing in the 6 styles, which, when practiced to perfection, allows one to master life return, meaning being able to control every cell in the body with consciousness. Isn't that the solution? The iron block can't move because the muscles need to actively exert force. So I can just give my body a death command, brainwash it into believing I am the iron block, turning defense into an instinct, a passive skill. Doesn't that perfectly solve the problem? I let out an excited howl and immediately immersed myself in new training. Time flew by, and before I knew it, 6 months had passed. During these 6 months, the Grand Line had been turned upside down with battles like the Whitebeard War against the new generation, Shanks challenging Big Mom, and Kaido taking on the Navy fleet alone. It was all about epic battles. As for me, I was in a fortress, completely oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on practicing my golden bell. 6 months later, in dock number 8, I sparred with Jonathan again, and the scene was completely different. He leaped high into the air, executing a gale kick, and a torrent of blue blade energy surged toward me like a school of fish. In the past, I would have dodged, but now, I stood my ground, tensed my upper body muscles, my skin gleaming with a steel-like cold light, and my fists roared like a Gatling gun, smashing all of his attacks to pieces. As the explosive shockwaves dissipated, Jonathan's eyes nearly bulged out, his voice trembling. "You just used a block of iron while attacking freely?" I calmly replied to him, "Oh, this? I learned a month ago." I see his dark circles, TSK. Ever since he started dating Jessica 6 months ago, his health has been deteriorating day by day. Sigh. Family. Remember, women only affect the speed of my punches. Sure enough, He spoke up and asked me how to practice that move of getting hit while moving like a block of iron. I wanted to reply to him, "It's just a bit of practice and you'll get it." But seeing how exhausted he looked, I decided to use a way that his love-struck brain could understand. "It's simple," I said. "First max out the iron block, then max out the paper drawing, and then tell your body, you are now both the iron block and the paper drawing, Duong. They will merge, got it?" Goodness, Jonathan's expression at that moment was something else. His face turned a shade of liver color, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. He must have been thinking, "Listening to you wasted 10 minutes. He shouted at me, "I'm asking how to make them merge." Hey, what a temper. I could only continue to explain in simple terms. The ultimate secret of the paper drawing is to make every corner of your body have its own thoughts, right? Just instill a thought stamp in them. My fists are iron, my legs are steel, and believe it wholeheartedly. Strong effort brings miracles. Now you understand, right? Jonathan went silent again, staring blankly. Probably his CPU was overheating again. I tell you, he definitely understood, but his body just couldn't keep up with his brain. Sigh, "Jessica, you've caused quite a mess." I was pondering whether I should buy him something from that little ladybug mail order to help him out. Just then, while we were engaged in this metaphysical exchange, that Sheldon kid came rolling in, waving a newspaper, and from 800 meters away, he started shouting, "Boss, big trouble." A world-class, trending topic just exploded. As soon as I saw Jonathan still down, I quickly moved over and grabbed the newspaper. Wow, the front page headline. Bold and in black, St. Mary Joa attacked. The accompanying image showed the celestial dragon's hometown engulfed in flames. My pupils. A guy named Fisher Tiger, a merman, wow, what a real man. He climbed up the red earth continent with his bare hands, set fire to the palaces of the world's nobility, and conveniently liberated thousands of slaves. Then he vanished. The bounty skyrocketed to 230 million. I handed the newspaper to the still recovering Jonathan and said solemnly, "Old Chong, the world is about to change." After saying this, I felt like a prophet. What happened next was even more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. Newspapers around the world were reporting on this event. But within a couple of days, news about the celestial dragons keeping slaves vanished overnight, as if it had been wiped clean by AI. Then the public opinion shifted dramatically, turning to attack the fishmen. The people in the world government didn't even care about their faces anymore. Their actions were incredibly swift. Admiral Candidate Kizaru, that lecherous old man, was directly dispatched to capture Tiger. Soon after, a jaw-dropping system was introduced, the 7 warlords of the sea. Can you believe it? The government openly recruited the 7 most powerful pirates, granting them legal robbery licenses to go after other pirates. I was just like an old man on the subway, looking at my phone, thinking, what the heck? ISNT this just officially sanctioned gangsters? Now everything was in chaos. The entire sea was in turmoil. The pirates, fueled with excitement, burned, killed, and plundered, acting lawlessly, all wanting to compete for the position. The Navy was in disarray, especially Admiral Zephyr, who reportedly charged into Mariejoa to confront the Gorosei. What happened? The arm couldn't twist the thigh. The Navy headquarters backed down. Admiral Zephyr was covertly demoted and reassigned as the chief instructor. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was promoted, becoming the acting fleet admiral. Then, 2 new admirals emerged, Akainu and Akiji. The Navy underwent a major overhaul, and the entire world was thrown into chaos. But to be honest, no matter how tumultuous the outside world was, I shut myself away to train. In the end, isn't it the one with the biggest fist who gets to call the shots? I spend every day in the rapids outside Balong, practicing my punches against the gigantic waves. What pride and arrogance to laugh at the mighty waves. What passion to outshine the red sun, singing and punching at the same time. After more than 7 months, my strength has surged by over 30 tons. And now, with one punch, I could deliver nearly 40 tons of force. But my move, the Black Tiger Prowling Heart, can no longer keep up with my upgrade speed. I need to create something even more powerful. It's the same monotonous practice of tens of thousands of punches every day, and suddenly one day, boom, I felt my fist break through an invisible barrier, and the resistance of the entire sea seemed to vanish. I concentrated all my energy and unleashed a thrusting punch. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but guess what? The seawater in front of me was forcefully pushed back by my punch, forming a vacuum circular passage. The sea was pushed back by me. I told you at that moment I understood. This second move of mine is called overwhelming force. But what's even more outrageous is yet to come. The moment the move was perfected, I felt a sudden surge of heat erupting from my skin, darting around like a little loach. Who understands this, my family? Did I cultivate internal energy? No, in martial arts novels, internal energy is within the body, and mine is swirling on the surface. Could it be external energy? Whatever, let's test its power. I concentrated that energy at the tip of my fist and unleashed an overwhelming force against the nearby rock wall. Wow, that feeling was like a hot knife cutting through butter. My arm instantly sank into the hard rock wall. Then with a loud bang, the entire interior of the rock wall seemed to explode like a bomb, creating a huge hemispherical pit. This destructive power was at least double that of just punching. I truly mastered my martial arts. Just as I was excitedly jumping around, a weary voice came through the waves. Oh no. If you keep hitting like this, the whole island will be torn apart. I turned around and, wow, Jonathan was there without me noticing when he arrived. I jumped onto the rock wall in a flash. And seeing him like that, I was shocked. His eye sockets were deeply sunken. He was so thin he was almost unrecognizable. And he looked scruffy, like a homeless man. Over the past month, in order to suppress those bloodthirsty pirates, he must have put his life on the line. He looked at me with a complex expression, probably finding it difficult to ask me, a newcomer, for help. I understand. I immediately saluted, my voice booming. Commander Jonathan, Lieutenant TangGe, ready to strike at any time. This guy clearly froze for a moment. Then, Lieutenant TangGe, I order you to immediately support Maya Island. Maya Island? For that 7-star sword? I was a bit surprised. That broken island is a dead end. The only gimmick is the legendary magic sword. It seems some pirates want to take shortcuts and have set their sights on that. That's right. Jonathan's expression was serious. According to intelligence, the Horn Pirate Group and the Outlaw Pirate Group, the combined bounty of their 2 captains is nearly 100 million, and they're preparing to join forces to attack Maya Island again. Colonel Mumba can hardly hold on. All right, a small problem. I thought to myself, it's just try to test my new move on them. What about you? I asked. I'm going to Wolf Island, where Elephant Tafilade is causing trouble over there. That guy has a bounty of 83 million. Jonathan's tone carried a sense of determination. Good guy, splitting into 2 routes. Both are tough battles. Understood. I answered decisively. Just before I left, Jonathan suddenly called out to me. TangGe, here. He stared at me, saying each word slowly. Come back alive. I stood on the deck of the warship heading to Maya Island, watching his departing battleship, unable to help but mutter. This guy should be worrying about himself. I don't know why, but I feel like the aura of strength around him has diminished quite a bit. However, I'm a bit looking forward to it. In my first real battle with the martial arts I created, what kind of opponent will I encounter? Let me tell you, my mouth is like a magic charm. Whatever I say comes true. Just as I was thinking about finding an opponent to practice against, a heavyweight challenger just showed up. Here's what happened. Our Navy G8 branch suddenly received an urgent call. It said that the 2 groups of pirates, the Horn Gang and the Lawbreakers, who had been wreaking havoc near Maya Island, were annihilated overnight. Bodies and ship debris covered the entire sea. I was wondering who was so fierce. Then the name came over the phone. And let me tell you, our usually steady commander Jonathan jumped up from his chair, flipping it over. The ones who came were the Krieg brothers pirate crew. Wow, these 2 are heavyweight among heavyweights. The older brother, Reginald, has a bounty of 120 million. The younger brother, Ronald, has 86 million. The key point is that this bounty was set while they were still in the West Sea, before entering the Grand Line. Who understands? This is practically the reserve force of the 7 warlords. These 2 brothers are notorious for their brutality. Just last month, they wiped out a Navy branch in the West Sea, even taking down a brigadier general. Commander Jonathan turned pale, knowing I was also at Maya Island, and he was so anxious that he wanted to mobilize the fleet for support immediately, yelling for TangGe to retreat. But the problem was, it was too late. By the time his message got through, the situation at Maya Island had already turned chaotic. Cut to the Navy base at Maya Island. It was a scene of devastation. The pirates took advantage of the night to sneak in, led by the older brother, Reginald. A giant over 3 meters tall, he was like a moving fortress. Our base's Colonel Mamba, carrying a big steel cannon, fired a shot at him. The shell could slice through battleship armor like cutting tofu. But guess what? That guy walked out of the explosion smoke, patted his chest, and casually asked, "Are you scratching my back?" Colonel Mamba was dumbfounded and fired a few more rounds. All to no effect. He instantly realized this was a devil fruit user. Despairing, he shouted for his soldiers to run. It was an order. But none of our Navy brothers ran. They all surrounded him, using their bodies to build the last line of defense. The giant named Reginald was simply a freak. He wasn't in a hurry to kill. He enjoyed watching others despair. He laughed maniacally, saying he wanted to get the 7-star sword on the island and become one of the 7 warlords. Who would dare to touch him then? Colonel Mamba, covered in blood, stood up, muttering about justice, only to be crushed to death by that monster's foot, turning him into a pancake. Meanwhile, in the Maya village, things weren't any better. The younger brother, Ronald, was a Zoan-type hyena fruit user, a complete lunatic setting fire to the village. The tribal chief, named Zorkinma, was wielding a long sword glowing green, which was the 7-star sword, fighting Ronald fiercely. But that sword was a cursed sword. Whoever used it would go mad. As the chief fought, he was nearly controlled by the sword. On a high platform, a woman named Loya was using 3 gems to support a purple shield to protect the elderly and children. Seeing the chief about to lose control, she had to drop the shield and use the gem's power to suppress the cursed sword. Wasn't that just opening the door for the other side? The lunatic Ronald's eyes lit up, and he lunged toward the defenseless elders and children, claws bared. Just at this critical moment, I make my grand entrance. When I first arrived on the island and saw this situation, without saying a word, I charged straight in with a powerful strike. I used my self-created technique, Overwhelming Collapse, which hit that hyena man squarely. His whole body bent into a U shape, and he flew back like a cannonball, crashing through countless large trees along the way, finally plowing a trench over 10 meters long in the ground. The entire scene fell silent, and everyone was stunned. I stood on the high platform, aiming to give you all a little naval shock. But I knew very well that animal-type ability users have ridiculously thick health bars, so this punch definitely wouldn't kill him. Seizing the opportunity to take his life, I rushed up and unleashed a flurry of attacks, hitting him hard and making him howl in pain. Just then, I suddenly realized that these two were usually inseparable. If the younger brother was here, then his older brother must be at the naval base. I had to end this quickly, but that Ronald was slippery like an eel, relying on his speed to avoid a direct fight, and was intent on fleeing. Just as I was about to chase, an even bigger problem arose. The Maya chief, completely controlled by the magic sword, went insane. He started hacking wildly without distinguishing between friend and foe. What can I do? When something is not cut off, it brings chaos. I swiftly moved past him, knocked him out with a knife hand, snatched the magic sword, and immediately revved up to chase after Ronald's fleeing direction. In just a few breaths, I reached the naval base. I saw that grandson Ronald's face just lit up with joy, and with a whip kick, I sent him flying right into his brother Reginald. A buy one, get one free. When I landed steadily on the wall and got a clear view of the situation in the base, I froze. The ground was covered with the bodies of our naval brothers, and Colonel Mumba lay there all alone in the center of the square, his body crushed beyond recognition. At that moment, I felt all the blood rush to my head. I glared at the pirates, still torturing the survivors, and squeezed out 4 words through my teeth. You all deserve to die. The wall beneath my feet suddenly exploded, and countless fragments shot out like bullets, instantly clearing a large area of minions. The giant Reginald roared and swung his spike club at me, which I braced against with a piece of iron. But just then, the sneaky Ronald emerged from behind me, clawing straight for my groin. I was attacked from all sides and was sent flying by Reginald's powerful blow, crashing through the surrounding wall and plowing a deep groove in the forest. The 2 brothers laughed arrogantly as they watched me disappear. The next moment, I emerged from the woods, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, and tore off my tattered navy jacket, revealing muscles as hard as iron. What are you 2 laughing at? I coldly stared at them. Are you celebrating your last moments of life? Fools. That Reginald, it turns out, had consumed a hard fruit, claiming that his body was harder than steel. I tried hitting him with my regular punches, but they only made a clanging sound, and even my one yang finger, infused with internal energy, could only leave a white mark on his throat. One was a meat shield, the other an assassin. Their teamwork was indeed seamless. Since brute force wouldn't work, I decided to change my approach. I turned and ran deeper into the woods. Those 2 thought I was scared and chased after me, frantically mocking me. Reginald even invoked Colonel Mumba's bravery to provoke me, saying he had never taken a step back. Those words truly broke my defenses. I led them to the edge of a cliff and stopped. Behind me were pursuers, and in front of me was a bottomless abyss. They laughed, thinking I was seeking my own death. But let me tell you, sometimes a dead end can also be a way out. I stopped using flashy tricks and took a deep breath, like a cannonball fired from a gun, charging straight at Reginald. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. He indeed laughed maniacally as he approached. Just as we were about to collide, I shifted my body and used a flash step to get in front of him, delivering 2 heavy punches left and right, knocking him back and causing him to lose his balance. My goal was never this iron lump from the very beginning. Just as his brother Ronald lunged in to rescue him, I activated Shave again, appearing like a ghost above his head. At this moment, behind him was a cliff, leaving no room for any detours or sneak attacks. Storm foot, broken door, a massive blue vacuum slash, accompanied by a buzzing that tore through the air, descended from above, striking Ronald squarely in the back. With a loud bang, the ground exploded, and he was deeply embedded into it, his body almost split in two. The vitality of animal-type beings is truly resilient. Even in this state, he was still not completely dead, writhing in pain and emitting an unpleasant, strange laugh. I'm a kind person at heart and cannot bear to see this. I walked over and lifted him up with one hand. In the distance, his brother Reginald let out a heart-wrenching roar. I ignored him and gently applied pressure to the Ronald in my hand. A crisp cracking sound of broken neck bones echoed. All right, now he can rest in peace. The only relative was killed right in front of him, and Reginald went completely berserk, throwing away his weapon and charging at me with bloodshot eyes, roaring that he would tear me to pieces. The howling of the powerless. I charged at him this time. I didn't dodge or avoid. The strongest path is to break through the enemy's defenses. In an instant, two fists collided violently. Amidst the roar, I clearly heard a crisp crack. Damn, it was my own bones that broke. Let me tell you, the feeling at that moment was just like biting into a crispy sea shark, so crunchy. A sharp pain shot through my right arm. Wow, a slight bone fracture. This guy's hard fruit really is no joke. I almost wrecked my iron block training on him. But this actually got me excited. My blood started to boil. It had been so long since I felt this good. My body suddenly twisted, dodging his slow turtle punch. My left hand clenched into a fist, all my strength, along with that indescribable power within me, was poured into it, delivering a black tiger's heart-piercing strike straight to his chest. Bang! My punch felt like it landed on a centuries-old clock, numbing my hand. That guy had just a white mark on his chest, and it didn't faze him at all. But the impact still knocked him down, plowing 2 furrows over 3 meters long in the ground. He was still shouting, "It's useless, Navy. You can't break my strongest defense at all. You're just giving me a scraping, and you say you want to tear me to pieces to avenge your brother." I laughed at that moment. This guy clearly has some issues. I could easily outsmart him, yet he insisted on confronting me head-on. Isn't that just giving me an opportunity? Moreover, it was obvious to me that while he was shouting for revenge, he was really just thinking about exhausting the Navy's stamina as quickly as possible. If he couldn't do that, he would run away. Revenge for his little brother? How could that be more important than his own life? It's ridiculous. I directly started a rant. Frog at the bottom of the well. And you think you're the strongest? Your little abilities don't even count as a fart in my presence. As soon as I finished speaking, I shot out like a cannonball. He was quite stubborn, relying on his toughness and completely ignoring defense, swinging his fists like a whirlwind to meet me head-on. Bring it on. I was much faster than him. With my left hand, I executed the Black Tiger's heart-picking move, while my right hand unleashed the mountain-toppling force. My 2 fists danced like a storm, each punch accompanied by a piercing howl that tore through the air. We collided head-on, the sounds of our strikes echoing like the ringing of iron, densely packed and frightening. The surrounding trees and stones were shattered by the shockwaves from our punches. After just a few hundred blows, his stamina couldn't keep up, and his offense collapsed in an instant, leaving him overwhelmed and at my mercy. I mocked him while I punched. Weakling, is this it? I thought you were supposed to be the strongest? I've only thrown 2 punches, and you're already intimidated? His face turned green with anger. He looked like he wanted to spit blood. He hit me once, but I could return 2 punches. And each of my punches landed precisely on the same spot on his chest. Family, who understands? Even if you're made of iron, if you keep smashing the same spot with a big hammer, you'll fall apart. His once proud fruit ability couldn't withstand it either. His skin and ribs hurt so much that he was twitching, and his internal organs were probably displaced. With both his momentum and stamina crushed, this guy's mindset completely collapsed. The anger for revenge? It was long gone. Now there was only one word in his mind: run. As a pirate, thoughts and actions are highly unified. The moment the thought arose, he turned around and tried to escape. Can I let him run away? I just got started, and my fighting spirit is high. And you tell me you want to run? Not only are you insulting your brother, but you are also insulting me. You want to run? You trash. What about your brother's vengeance? Isn't the 7-star sword on the island appealing anymore? I was furious, my body like a dragon, and in an instant, I crashed into his embrace, unleashing boiling power and anger from my fists. Black Tiger digs the heart, a torrent of punches, dozens of punches in a second, all aimed at a single point on his chest. He was stunned, probably still wondering why I was so angry. Isn't it natural to run away if you can't win? But he didn't have the chance to figure it out. My continuous barrage sent him soaring over a meter off the ground, sliding backwards in midair. His devil fruit ability was barely holding up, and the intense pain in his chest filled his face with fear and despair. Is this your confidence? Is this what you call the strongest? I chased him in the air, my fists raining down like raindrops. Weakling. Today, let me show you what true strength really is. All the strength, and momentum in my body fused into one at that moment. The black inner power surged more than 10 times, all concentrated in my right fist. The air was distorted by my punch, and even a tiny black the size of a grain of rice formed at the tip of my fist. Prajna, Vajra, crack. With this punch, his hard fruit ability was instantly shattered. His ribs were broken, and a violent force burst through his back, creating a large hole in his shirt with a bang. He flew through the air like a broken sack for quite a while, and finally crashed back into the ruins of the naval base with a loud bang. His chest was completely caved in, fragments of internal organs spilling from his mouth, and his head tilted, perfectly aligned with the Colonel Mamba he had previously crushed underfoot. His last words before losing consciousness were mine. What a weakling. I still have a falling punch that I haven't used yet, and you went down. The entire place fell silent. The pirate lackeys who were still fighting the Navy, initially quite arrogant and thinking their boss would win, suddenly saw their leader being struck down from the sky like a meteor, crashing in front of them, dead beyond measure. Then they looked at me, standing in the center of the arena like a god of death. The pirates turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to move a step to escape. I don't have time to waste with them. With a quick flick of my fingers, I fired a few shots, and the remaining pirates' heads exploded like watermelons, one after another. The Cray Brothers pirate group was completely wiped out. The sky turned gloomy, and it looked like a heavy rain was about to fall. The remaining Navy brothers silently walked behind me. No one cheered, only the weight of surviving the disaster lingered. I walked over to Colonel Mamba's body, crouched down, and gently closed his eyes. To be honest, I wasn't unscathed either. The bones in both my arms had cracks, and my muscles were strained. But it wasn't a big deal. With my physique, a glass of milk and a good sleep would fix me up. However, looking at the devastated base, with less than a quarter of the people alive and half of them injured, I couldn't feel optimistic at all. In the darkness, there were oppressive cries everywhere. At that moment, a gust of wind blew a photo to my feet. I picked it up and wiped it clean. It was a group photo of everyone at the base, with Colonel Mamba in the center, carrying a little boy on his shoulder, his son, Duma. My heart sank for a moment, and I hurriedly searched through the ruins. Finally, underneath a pirate's corpse, I found the bloodied little Duma. The little guy was still trembling, but he was clutching a short knife tightly in his hand, the blade completely embedded in the pirate's body. He was still alive. I held him in my arms. The little guy seemed to feel safe and gradually fell asleep. Looking at him, and then at the corpses scattered all around, I suddenly felt a bit lost. This was the first time in my 2 lifetimes that I had personally killed so many people. But it wasn't confusion. It was anger and fear. I was angry at the cruelty of this world and afraid that what happened today might one day happen to the people I care about. Ultimately, it was because I was too weak. Who understands my family? At that moment, I wasn't just breaking down. My perspective had completely shifted in the past. I wanted to become stronger to protect myself and those around me. But now I understand that just that is not enough. This damn era needs to be ended, and the one who ends it must be the strongest. The next day, the rain stopped, and I became the temporary commander of this base. I had the craftsmen of the Maya tribe use Reginald's wolf fawn club, which had been soaked in fruit abilities, to make me 2 knives, one long and one short. I gave the short one to little Duma. I told him that if he wanted to comfort his father's spirit in heaven, he needed to work hard to become strong enough for the whole world to hear his name. The little guy's eyes reignited with fire, and he began to chop at a straw man with a knife taller than him. I kept the long one for myself. The blade was pitch black, unsharpened, resembling an iron ruler, so I called it the black knife. After handling all this, I went directly to the Maya tribe's settlement and found their leader, Zorjinkma. I got straight to the point. Those pirates from yesterday were after the 7-star sword, right? I wanted to see it. Zorjinkma, seeing my strength, didn't waste any words and had someone bring out the sword. An old woman started telling me stories, rambling on about how this sword was originally a divine sword. But later 3 princes fought over a witch with it, absorbing too much resentment and turning it into a cursed sword, which led to the downfall of their country. The story was pretty kitsch, and I was yawning while listening. At that moment, a female priestess came over holding a box, and when she opened it, inside lay an ancient long sword. I reached out and took it. As soon as I grasped it, a wave of killing intent and twisted desire surged into my mind, and visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood filled my eyes. But this thing was as useless to me as a gentle breeze. My willpower had long been forged. How could I be fooled by a broken sword? That sword saw I wasn't falling for its trick and buzzed in my hand, trying to increase the intensity. I'm annoyed. I flicked my fingers on the sword's blade, and with a low shout, I said, "Behave." Goodness, the sword instantly became still, like a well-behaved baby. The Mayans present were dumbfounded, probably thinking that this person is the real monster. I asked them, "This thing is a disaster if kept. Haven't you thought about destroying it?" The old woman started shaking her head again. "It can't be destroyed. It can't be destroyed. This demon sword will resurrect on the next red moon night, and there are only 13 years left." Before she could finish her sentence, I gripped the sword tightly with both hands, channeling my inner strength into it, and with a powerful twist of my waist, I suddenly snapped it. Crack! In the astonished gaze of everyone, the legendary indestructible 7-star sword was forcibly broken into 2 pieces by me. The sword body turned into rust powder, and a ball of light representing the evil core attempted to escape. I hit it with a backhand, and with a loud smack, I shattered it completely, leaving not a trace of glow behind. I dusted off the ash on my hands and looked at the old lady who was so frightened that her back was straightened. I innocently said, "It doesn't seem that difficult, does it?" This sentence of mine left those Maya villagers across from me completely speechless. Goodness. The old chief's jaw almost hit the ground, and he couldn't find it, while his wife, the priestess, was even more petrified on the spot. I thought what I said was reasonable, so I shrugged my shoulders and sincerely said to the clan leader, Jinma clan leader, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect your family heirloom, the 7-star sword, to be so fragile. I just used a little force and it broke. I told you. I'm really not showing off. I genuinely think the legend is being blown out of proportion." But the next second, the priest looked down at the 3 pieces of jade she was holding and burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face as if they were free, covering her mouth and crying like a weeping pear blossom. Immediately after, the old clan leader couldn't hold back either. He hugged his wife tightly, both of them shaking their shoulders, looking like they were in a soap opera. Who understands family? I was just standing there, completely bewildered. What's going on? I broke your divine artifact. Shouldn't you come at me with everything you've got? Why are you all so moved? As a result, all the Maya people started cheering loudly, and the scene was like winning the lottery. Only then did I realize, it turns out the 7-star sword is a curse. Whoever uses it shortens their life. This old clan leader, despite being young, has a face full of wrinkles, all because of this cursed sword. Now that the sword is gone, the curse is lifted, and they're all free. Goodness, after these people calmed down, the old clan leader and the priest came over, expressing their immense gratitude to me. I waved my hand, humbly keeping my achievements to myself, and with a cool smile said, "No need to be polite. Just call me the Righteous Navy. I mean, although I mainly did this to gain experience, doing a good deed on the side feels pretty nice." I told them I would spread the news about the sword being destroyed, so no pirates would come to bother your broken island again. Then I refused their enthusiastic invitation to stay for dinner and turned to leave, walking alone on the way back to the Navy base. I quickly pulled up my external cheat to take a look. Previously, after taking down a fruit user, the red plus sign was completely filled. Now having defeated the Clay brothers, guess what? The progress bar had only moved halfway. It showed that it could not be upgraded. Oh my gosh. This KPI is getting harder and harder to achieve. The next physical level actually requires 4 devil fruit users as sacrifices. Where can I reason this out? But the harder it is, the greater the rewards will be. If I want to be the strongest, I have to keep grinding. More devil fruits, here I come. But my support, Commander Jonathan, was 3 whole days late. By the time he arrived with his fleet, everything was already cold. For what he said, he encountered storms and seen monsters on the way. It was all about an adventure. As soon as he got to the base, he headed straight for me. I was practicing my sword techniques at the time. Although I was a bit rusty, I was serious about it. He just stood there like a lovesick fool. Watching me practice without saying a word, his expression was so complicated, a mix of admiration and jealousy. I had noticed him a long time ago, but he didn't say anything, and I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. When I finally put away my knife, he walked over and asked me when I started using a knife. I completely ignored his stupid question and said with a pained expression, "Commander, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect more people." He waved his hand, saying there was no need to blame myself, that it was fate's arrangement, and that dying gloriously in battle was an honor for the Navy. Listening to him made my teeth ache. I knew he was hurting more than anyone else. After a busy day, paying respects to the deceased and comforting the injured, We strolled along a small path on the island at night, under the moonlight. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and neither of us spoke first. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and said that headquarters had confirmed the death of the Clay brothers, and that the bounty of over 200 million would be credited to my account. Without thinking, I directly replied, I don't need that much money. Just give it to the families of those who sacrificed. And also, I hope the fortress can take good care of Colonel Mamba's son. Jonathan nodded and then changed the subject, finally asking the question he had been holding all along. Headquarters is a bit curious. How did you do it? I was taken aback. What do you mean? He could see that I really didn't know. So he bluntly said, that younger brother Ronald can be ignored. He's just a half-baked one. But that older brother Reginald is a genuine hard-fruit ability user. Even General Feynman from the West Sea couldn't break through his defense. How did you manage to penetrate it? Oh, so that's what it is. I got excited at that moment, gesturing as I spoke. That guy's indeed tough. Let me tell you, I first used a black tiger heart-piercing move, then followed it up with a landslide move. Duong, duong, duong. I hit him with hundreds of punches. And he was like an iron turtle. But in the end, I used my ultimate secret move, the Vajra Prajna, to take him down in an instant. I was speaking animatedly, while Jonathan looked completely confused, his face showing that he had no idea what I was talking about. He took a deep breath, as if trying to calm his blood pressure, and said, I'm not asking about the names of the moves. I'm asking if there is something different about your body. Who understand my family? I was internally complaining. You're the one whose body is different. Ever since you fell in love, your brain hasn't been working properly. How can you not understand something so simple? I had no choice but to patiently explain again. There's nothing different, just the black tiger prying heart, the overwhelming waves, and finally, the diamond of wisdom. To help this dim-witted man understand, I faced a 3-meter-wide marble column, and with a bang, I unleashed the diamond of wisdom infused with internal power. There was a loud crash. The column shattered like it was being hit by dumplings. I clapped my hands and pointed at the flying debris, saying, and then Reginald flew out like that stone and died. Got now? I turned my head and, wow, Jonathan was completely frozen. His mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist inside, trembling as he stammered out 2 words with an accent. Nanny, so cool. I thought to myself that it wasn't that great, but my punch was quite impressive. As a result, he looked like he had seen a ghost and said that only hockey could break through the defense of the tough fruit. He said that I was a monster for awakening hockey at just 17 or 18 years old, just like the legendary Marine Vice Admiral Garp, who also awakened at 17. I was completely confused. What is? It sounds pretty impressive. Anyway, my internal strength is indeed useful. So if he says it's, then let it be. Jonathan was feeling frustrated for a while and then told me that the headquarters has approved it, and next month I'll go to the headquarters for further training. Without thinking, I blurted out, I refuse. Are you kidding me? I haven't even figured out this newbie village yet, and I don't have enough devil fruit users. Am I supposed to run to the divine outfit and seek death? That barren is my blessed land. I'm not leaving. Jonathan was anxious. Why refuse? You have already awakened your hockey. The headquarters is where you should go. I stared into his eyes, my tone resolute. Jonathan, this sea area needs me, and that barren needs me too. As soon as I said this, Jonathan fell completely silent. He was probably cursing in his heart, thinking I was showing off. As if without me that barren would be doomed. But he couldn't beat me, so he had to endure it. I have to tell you, I just made the commander speechless over here. On the other end of the phone, the naval headquarters was in an uproar. That old Jonathan, unable to persuade me himself, immediately reported the matter to his teacher, the chief instructor of the Navy, Zephyr. At that time, there was also a big shot in Zephyr's office, the naval hero Garp, who was busy munching on rice crackers. When Jonathan called, he first said, I didn't want to go to headquarters. And Garp laughed so hard he almost spat out his rice crackers, probably thinking Zephyr would lose face. But then Jonathan's next sentence left both old men in complete silence. He said, TangGe has already mastered hockey. And that is not all. He dropped a bombshell. He has also improved the 6 powers, merging iron blocks and paper drawings into one. And when I tried it, I felt like I was just a step away from awakening hockey. On the other end of the phone, there was dead silence. Jonathan must have been ecstatic on his end, finally finding someone to share his shock with. Zephyr and Garp, the 2 top brass of the Navy, immediately stood up, their expressions serious enough to drip water. In the end, Zephyr cautiously told Jonathan not to say too much on the phone and let me stay in Navarone for now. After hanging up, old Garp started shouting that he wanted to go back to the East Sea to see his grandson, and directly asked the marshal for leave. I estimate that this old man is probably planning to swing by and run into me. After finishing up the matters on the island, I followed Jonathan's warship back to Navarone. On the way back, That old Jonathan, trying to regain his face, kept challenging me to chess every day, and I was getting crushed with no way to fight back. He even proudly called me Major TangGe. That's right, I got promoted again. Before I could even seek revenge, the warship suddenly jolted violently, almost throwing me into the sea. The soldier in the lookout tower screamed, as if he had seen a ghost. Watch out. It's a giant sea king-type island turtle. I took a look, and oh my, what a huge turtle. No, it's a sea turtle. That thing was floating on the water, much larger than our warship, and its head alone was bigger than our boat. Jonathan helplessly said, "Ah, it's him, really a vengeful guy." It turns out that when he came here, he hit it a few times, and as a result, this big fellow followed him all the way. He was even there explaining to me, saying this is just a juvenile, the adults are more than 10 times bigger, a true moving island. At that moment, I laughed out loud on the surface. This world is so interesting. But inside, I was sweating coldly. Little brat, good thing my acting skills are great, I almost couldn't hold it together. This world is just too ridiculous. That big turtle didn't attack us. It just followed us all the way, staring at us with its expressionless big eyes, making everyone on the boat feel uneasy, forcing us to paddle hard and speed back to the Baron. When the warship finally managed to enter the fortress, the Navy brothers on the shore went crazy, cheering loudly. The Black Tiger of the soul of the gale. The Iron Fist of the Baron. Well done. Who understands what family means? Listening to these nicknames made me feel uncomfortable all over. Black Tiger? Just because my move is called Black Tiger Heart Extraction, they call me Black Tiger? This nickname is so tacky, it could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of my toes. Those big shots at the naval headquarters, Akainu and Akiji. It's a complete zoo. I don't want to join. As soon as the ship docked, I looked up and saw a huge banner stretched across the dock. Congratulations to Lieutenant TangGe, the Black Tiger of the Baron Gale troops, on his triumphant return. I felt even more frustrated. Do I really have to take on this title? Meanwhile, the more than 100 people under my command were excitedly singing the team song I taught them. Their enthusiasm was even greater than if they had won a battle themselves. I tell you, those guys have gone crazy, shouting at the top of their lungs about that Baron elite and the soul of the Gale. Goodness, their voices were so loud, they almost sent that old guy, Jonathan, away. Jonathan's face looked both shocked and terrified, like he had been constipated for half a month. When I saw him like that, the little bit of annoyance, I had immediately found an outlet, and I even specifically signaled to my subordinates, "Shout louder. If we're going down, let's go down together." Just then, that guy Johnson came rushing over like he was possessed by Sheldon, the first to flatter me. "Boss, you're incredible. You've taken down a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. I stared at his honest round face, momentarily taken aback. When did this guy become so clever? Later I found out that ever since Penny and Sheldon, those two clowns, joined his team, he had been seeking advice from them every day, researching how to avoid getting beaten up by me. Today's banner and team song were all put together by the three of them. I patted him on the shoulder, feeling quite pleased, and then asked with a smile, "What does the banner say? Why is it called Black Tiger?" That kid Johnson is now as clever as a monkey. As soon as he sensed something was off, he immediately shifted the blame. "Report, Major. This is the commander's intention." He said that's how it's written in the newspaper. As soon as I turned my head, I saw Jonathan over there making faces, mouthing words, and giving a thumbs up. The meaning was crystal clear. He had given me a catchy nickname. No need to thank him. "Thank you, you big-headed ghost." I was furious at the time. Am I really going to have to go around with a bandit named Black Tiger for the rest of my life? Luckily, Sheldon and Penny, those two clowns, quickly came over to save the day. "Boss, the commander is just joking with you. The newspaper says you are the fierce tiger of the Baron Fortress Storm Brigade." "The fierce tiger of the Storm Brigade. Well, that's not bad. Sounds somewhat impressive." I'm saved. My mood was like a roller coaster. I had only one thought. A gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. I, TangGe, will take my revenge from dawn to dusk. That old guy Jonathan still wanted to struggle a bit. "I think Black Tiger is pretty good. It matches your weird move names perfectly." I couldn't be bothered with him and directly turned to Penny, saying, "Has the gift I bought for the commander arrived?" It just arrived today. The delivery guy, Leslie, is still here." "That's great. Call him over and give our commander a proper introduction. Professional matters should be handled by professionals." I smiled brightly. Upon hearing about the gift, Jonathan pretended to be modest, saying, "Oh, this is too much. I feel so embarrassed. One shouldn't accept rewards without merit." But I guess he was already calculating what vintage of fine wine it could be. I enthusiastically pushed him into the pit. "Commander, you've been working so hard lately. Please accept this little token of appreciation." Before long, Penny brought over a man whose face was all about shrewdness. His name was Leslie, a top salesman from Ladybug Mail Order, and it said that he has never lost the title of sales champion since he started in the business. His sales pitch was as smooth as if he had eaten sales fruits. As soon as he saw me, he floated over like a gust of wind, his smile carrying a humble yet enchanting charm that made you unconsciously reach for your wallet. "Dear Mr. TangGe, it is truly an honor to see you again." I directly pointed at the excited Jonathan beside me and said, "Mr. Leslie, where are the things I bought? They are all for His Excellency the Commander. So you must introduce them well. If he is satisfied, I will buy from you again in the future." As soon as these words were spoken, Leslie's eyes lit up, looking as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. He quickly pulled out a bunch of flashy boxes from a large snail shell and laid them all out in front of Jonathan. "Honorable Commander, I am your dedicated Ladybug mail order salesperson, Leslie. These are all our company's top-tier products, guaranteed to satisfy you." Jonathan had already caught a whiff of the alcohol and was grinning from ear to ear. "Introduce them to me." What started as a welcoming party instantly turned into a TV shopping show. Leslie opened the first package and began his performance with great enthusiasm. "First, let me introduce you to our company's NL. One product, Sea Cucumber Kidney Treasure Pills. Just one bottle will ensure your body returns to its peak, full of energy." Jonathan perked up at the mention of replenishing energy. He thought to himself that chasing pirates had been quite exhausting lately, and this sounded good. He would take it. "Next up, this is our best product, a brain-boosting kidney tonic made using the highest technology from the New World. It refreshes your mind and replenishes energy for your tired brain. Brain-boosting kidney tonic." The name was a bit odd, but since it could refresh his mind, Jonathan thought it was appropriate. After all, reviewing documents was quite taxing on the brain, so he would take it. He even gave me a thumbs up, as if to say, "Kid, you're on the right path." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Was this guy really praising it? Then Leslie completely let loose, talking about top-tier, supreme, royal customizations, hyping up a bunch of health supplements to the skies. Jonathan was already confused, so he opened a bottle of wine to try it on the spot. "What kind of wine is this? The taste is really intense." He exhaled a breath of hot air, feeling a surge of strength throughout his body, along with a strange impulse. Seeing that the fish had bitten, Leslie immediately followed up, "Your Excellency, what you have in hand is our company's most proud and highest-grade medicinal wine. It is brewed with precious herbs like ginseng, deer antler, tiger penis, and goji berries. Not only can it replenish your declining stamina, but can also help you regain your manly vigor." No one understood the atmosphere at the scene. It instantly froze. The once lively dock became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Leslie continued to ramble on. "All of the aforementioned health products can be purchased in bulk, and today we also have a special sweet set as a gift, along with a fun set that will definitely come in handy." Jonathan's expression changed from intoxicated to dazed, then to terrified. Tiger penis? Manly vigor? Sweet set? Fun set? These words were bouncing around wildly in his mind. Suddenly, with a crash, the bottle of medicinal wine was crushed in his grip, glass shards scattered everywhere, and a soft, limp stick-like object fell to the ground. The looks from all the naval brothers around him were something else, filled with a mix of pity and curiosity, and just a hint of gossip. I could almost hear their thoughts. "So the Commander's health is already this poor. Poor Jessica." Jonathan felt that the medicinal wine he had just swallowed was turning into a volcano in his stomach, culminating in a roar that echoed through the skies. "TangGe, I'm going to kill you, you bastard." So, this is my current situation. On a warship named the Fiery Soul, in front of the captain, with a group of the loudest laughing brothers from the Gale Force penalized to accompany me, chasing pirates across the sea every day. This is Jonathan's revenge for my large-scale social death public lecture. To help me, he even specially assigned a first mate named Leonard. Let me tell you, this guy is like a living naval code. His professional skills are top-notch. No matter the weather, he can keep the ship steady. But his obsessive-compulsive disorder and preaching habit can drive anyone crazy. The warship is so clean you could use it as a mirror, and the shells must be arranged by size and color depth. The most ridiculous part is that he can steer the ship in a perfectly straight line. If anyone slightly breaks the rules, he can lecture them for hours. I was blocking out his Tang Sing's chanting, pondering my own matters, when this guy started again. "Captain, what I just asked was whether we should return a ballon. You were clearly distracted just now. Being distracted during the voyage is a big no-no." I resisted the impulse to kick him into the sea and forced myself to explain. "Mr. Leonard, the scum on the ocean hasn't been cleared yet. We can't go back." As a result, he seriously opened a small notebook and said, "In fact, there are fewer pirates with bounties in this sea area than there are sea kings. Your title of Fiery Tiger has turned this sea into a graveyard for pirates. I'm completely speechless. I have been working my ass off for the past 3 months to eliminate pirates, all to find a devil fruit user. In the end, I cleared out all the pirates but didn't encounter a single user. And my own strength is still stuck at a bottleneck. What is this all about? Just when I was about to give up and order a return, Penny and Sheldon rushed over in a panic. Boss, the commander has a new order. What order? Pirates have appeared on Grand Island, and the commander is worried there might be a user, so he ordered us to verify. As soon as I heard this, my eyes lit up. Pirates, ability users. ISNT, this just what I wanted. I immediately revived on the spot. Did you hear that, Leonard? Hurry up and adjust the course towards Grand Island. Leonard's eternally expressionless face seemed to twitch a bit, and after acknowledging the order, he immediately turned his spear towards Penny and Shelton. Soldier Penny, Soldier Shelton. The two of them quickly shot me a pleading look. Brothers, good luck to you. I'm scared of him too. Without looking back, I jumped into the sea, started training, and pretended I hadn't seen anything. 7 days later, the warship approached a massive island covered in ice and snow. Ever since I gathered all my consciousness back last time and developed a kind of introspective ability, my perception has become particularly sharp. The closer we got to the island, the more uneasy I felt, as if there was an unspeakable pain and anger suppressed on this island. I exhaled a puff of white air and asked Leonard beside me, "Have you been to Grand Island?" He maintained his usual rigid demeanor. "I've been there twice. Once to deliver supplies, and once to congratulate the new Lord on his appointment." Lord? That was the first time I had heard that term in this world. Yes, Grand Island hadn't established a kingdom. It only had a town. And the highest official was the Lord, appointed by the world government. This was puzzling, so I casually asked, the world government is so high and mighty. Why would they appoint a lord for such a small, run-down island? Leonard, who usually answered every question, hesitated this time. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "The lord of this island is said to be a servant to the world aristocracy." Good heavens! I immediately thought, no wonder. The world aristocracy. The celestial dragons. Those are two heavy burdens on the shoulders of the entire world. Anything connected to them can't be good news. No wonder that old man Jonathan repeatedly warned me not to act impulsively here. I told you, as soon as our warship approached, I understood. This island is essentially an iceberg. From a distance, it looks like a giant whale. The slopes are dotted with dome-shaped houses made of ice, resembling big white buns. And this is Whale Peak Town. But what about the port area? The scene changes dramatically. It's filled with luxury villas and high-end clubs, bustling like two different worlds. Why? Because this place produces a fish called the giant ice sturgeon, a top-tier ingredient specifically for the nobility. The fish roe is even provided exclusively for the celestial dragons. Now it all makes sense. Sending a lackey to watch over the place is quite reasonable. But the more I looked, the more something fell off. I asked Leonard, "Where's the naval base?" With my eyesight, I scanned the area 800 times and didn't see a naval flag. Instead, I saw the world government's emblem on the top of the most impressive palace in the center. Isn't that ridiculous? Shouldn't the naval base be built in the most strategic location to protect civilians? As a result, Leonard pointed to the map and said, "It's actually over there. Now, it's been moved to the far right of the port." I looked in the direction he pointed, and there it was, just a broken lighthouse standing there all alone. This base is so remote that pirates would just bypass it without even seeing it, and they expect it to provide defense? Ridiculous. As soon as the ship docked, even more absurdity followed. Just a few little Navy soldiers came over to greet us, and the leader saluted. "Major TangGe, I am Sergeant AG." I asked him where Colonel Bell was, and he said the colonel went to handle some trouble at the dock. I thought to myself, a disturbance? Pirates have come knocking? But he stammered and said it probably wasn't. Just then, the base gate was slammed open, and a group of Navy soldiers rushed in carrying several seriously injured personnel, shouting for a doctor. Ike cursed, saying it was those beasts under violence again, and quickly went to help. Who understands? As soon as they entered, another group came after them. This time it was even more outrageous. They directly kicked the base door down, looking fierce and menacing, all holding guns. The leader, a chubby guy with a cigarette in his mouth, was carrying a large shotgun and came straight at us. He didn't take us seriously at all. Seeing that we weren't local Navy, deliberately came over to show off his power and puff smoke right in my face. His eyes filled with 7 parts provocation and 3 parts recklessness. I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Really, I was so mad I laughed. I've seen arrogance before, but I've never seen anyone so arrogant as to break into a naval base and dare to act so brazenly. He saw me laughing, and his anger flared up instantly. He raised his gun and was about to point at my forehead. But what happened? Before he could even lift his gun, That fluffy hand of Granary's came down and grabbed his arm like a steel clamp. My gorilla brother snorted out white mist from his nostrils and roared, "You scum! What do you want with our captain?" That fat guy was still being tough. "Gorilla, we are the—" Before he could finish his sentence, there was a series of thuds, and his little minions all fell down like dumplings, blood everywhere. My people were quick and decisive. Granary grinned, showing his big white teeth, and smiled like he was about to eat someone. Your subordinates broke into a naval base with guns, intending to attack the captain. Killing them on the spot is completely legal, right? The fat guy immediately wet himself, his teeth chattering, realizing he had kicked his steel plate. I waved my hand, signaling Granary to take this guy back to the ship for a good chat. Then I had Johnson go get a few sets of local Navy uniforms while I took my men to check out the coast. He would change into civilian clothes and go to the island to find out what kind of lore that was. Once they all left, I stood in this broken base, looking at the distant lights and festivities, and suddenly it clicked. This was all too coincidental. First, someone spread the word about pirates, luring us here. Then the local Navy acted all pitiful but didn't say a word, and next, a bunch of thugs showed up to deliver heads. ISNT, this a classic setup. First, they give you some clues to pique your curiosity, then send a few cannon fodder to build up hatred, and then the protagonist, filled with a sense of justice, goes to uncover the truth, ultimately revealing a huge conspiracy. Isn't this just borrowing a knife? The script is already written. If I, the protagonist, don't cooperate and play along, that would be too disrespectful. Besides, I was also very curious about that inexplicable restlessness in my heart since approaching this island. I waved to Leonard. "Come on, let's go out and take a look. It seems like a big show is about to start." As we walked down the street, I realized how distorted this island was. The streets were lined with luxury villas, yet there wasn't a single fish stall in sight. The naval base was surrounded by these tall buildings, resembling a basin, where people standing on the upper floors could clearly see the color of your underwear. Ronald had told me that in the past, the palace in the middle was the naval base, and the surrounding area was where fishermen set up their stalls. Now everything has changed. The pedestrians on the street were divided into two types. One group dressed lavishly and strutting confidently, while the other was ragged and cowering. Just then, there were several gunshots. What was interesting was that the wealthy people walked towards the sound of the gunfire, as if they were watching a spectacle, while the poor had expressions of pain and panic on their faces. As soon as I saw it, I knew the main act had started. I laughed and said, "Let's go. No matter what monsters or demons, it's time for them to make their appearance. And we, the righteous Navy, must also take the stage." I tell you, I thought the plot was great at that moment. Justice must prevail. When we arrived at the location, we found it was the former site of the naval base, now transformed into a vast, luxurious palace. In the square in front of the palace, a family of all ages was tied to wooden stakes. A group of guards, armed with guns, had just fired shots, deliberately missing to scare people and attract an audience. As the crowd gathered, a guard leader announced loudly, "In accordance with the will of the great Lord Violence, the Mocha family is hereby sentenced guilty and will be executed immediately." The wealthy people next to me were actually commenting, "Wow, that's quite a punishment. Anyone who dares to oppose Lord Violence deserves this fate. The whole family is going to the gallows." At that moment, a fire ignited in my heart. I knew this was a setup, that someone had deliberately lured me here to watch, but I couldn't help myself. As I saw the guards raising their guns again, this time it was for real. Leonard quickly reminded me that the island had autonomy and the Navy couldn't interfere. I patted him and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Then I stepped out of the crowd. The local residents saw the Navy and thought Colonel Bell had returned, believing they were saved. Meanwhile, the guard captain in charge of the execution was probably puzzled, thinking that the main Navy force was held up, wondering where we had come from. He shouted at me, "Navy, stop." As he spoke, he fired 2 shots right by my feet. Around 20 guards also raised their guns at the same time, as they usually did to intimidate the local Navy. I stopped, turned back, and asked Leonard, "Hey, according to the Naval Code, what is the crime for firing at the Navy?" Leonard's lips twitched, probably thinking, "You should know this." But he still answered professionally. "The Naval Code states that attacking the Navy is equivalent to declaring war, and the Navy has the right to retaliate." Sure enough, as soon as I finished speaking, the fierce Tiger Brigade behind me raised their guns without hesitation and pulled the trigger. After a flurry of gunfire, the more than 20 guards who had just been so arrogant fell instantly. The entire square erupted in chaos. Those who had been leisurely watching the show scrambled for cover. They never expected the Navy would dare to shoot and kill. At this moment, a man in a butler's uniform rushed down the palace steps, pointing at us and screaming, "Idiotic Navy. Do you know what you've done? Get ready for a military tribunal. In response, there was the sound of a gunshot. I directly shot the guard captain who was lying on the ground. I even patted away non-existent bloodstains on my clothes and cursed. Hey, don't you know how to use a regular gun? It splatters everywhere. It's so dirty. Now, the group that had come out of the palace was completely dumbfounded. The butler screamed even louder. Ah, you actually killed him. Someone come. Shoot them dead. The result was silence. None of the palace guards moved. They were all waiting for their true master to speak. At that moment, a man in a suit, holding a glass of red wine, leisurely walked out of the palace, stood on the steps, and looked at us with a scrutinizing gaze, starting with a triple question. Who are your subordinates? Who ordered you to fire? Don't you know this place is under the protection of the world government? The tone was high and mighty, as if he were untouchable. As for the dead bodies, he didn't even bat an eyelid. But me? I stood there with my man pretending to dust off my clothes, completely ignoring him. Who gave the celestial dragon's lackey the audacity? This lord named Violence turned green with anger. He was probably used to being a local emperor on this island and had never been treated with such disregard. He angrily called out, "You're from Baron, right? How does Jonathan manage you?" Still, no one paid him any attention. Finally, Leonard sighed, stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, and began his performance with dignity. Lord Violence, we received reports of pirates here. Someone just attacked us with a gun, and we have reason to suspect he is a pirate, so we shot him dead, which is the Navy's legal right. The weeping butler jumped out again, pointing at us and cursing, accusing us of wanting to betray the world government and demanding we kneel and beg for mercy. Let me tell you, this butler is really servile. Even Leonard is too lazy to talk to him. After being ignored twice in a row, the butler couldn't hold his face anymore and directly fell to Violent's feet, crying and sniffling, making anyone who heard him feel sorrow and anyone who saw him shed tears. Those who didn't know would think we were the villains. At that moment, I thought of giving him a background music. I'm trying my best to perform for you. Villains just happened to take this opportunity to shout at us, saying he would report us to the Navy headquarters, claiming we had infringed upon the powers granted to him by the world government. Huh, talking big? My Don Leonard is not someone to be trifled with. Leonard cleared his throat and directly entered the mode of overwhelming argumentation. Lord Villains, according to Article 7 of the Treaty of Membership in the World Government, Gran has no military autonomy. According to Article 19 of the Navy Military Operations Regulations, the Navy possesses all powers to deal with pirates, according to the original charter of the World Conference. He rattled off a series of legal clauses, leaving Villains and his subordinates stunned, their mouths trembling, unable to refute a single word. As soon as I saw it, I realized the opportunity had come. I drew my knife and pointed it at the butler, who was still crying on the ground. The one who attacked us just now is a pirate, and anyone speaking for him is undoubtedly his accomplice. Take him away for interrogation. This is the sacred power granted to us by the world government. Anyone who dares to speak for pirate accomplices is a traitor to the world government and deserves to die. Violence, intimidated by my aura, kicked the butler away. Get lost. Don't dirty my clothes. My man directly dragged away the still-dazed butler. As I walked, I shouted orders. There must be more pirates on this island. Leonard, notify the warship and seal off the port. Oh, and take away the civilian who was almost killed by the pirates. That's a witness. Leonard's mouth twitched. This wasn't just offending someone, this was going to get Violence killed. If the Lord's guard is a pirate, then what does that make the Lord? The pirate chief? As I walked, I muttered to myself, what a ridiculous Lord, just a dog of the world's nobility, right, Leonard? Leonard. Watching us leave, Violence was so angry that he smashed a large vase at the entrance. He yelled at a burly man wearing sunglasses next to him. Osley, why didn't you take action just now? You bunch of useless fools. The one called Osley first shouted away the merchants who were watching the commotion, and then flattered Violence, saying, respected Lord, it's not that I didn't take action, it's just that the Navy guy was not simple. He informed Violence that I was TangGe, the fierce tiger of Barren Fortress, who had wiped out over 100 pirate crews in more than 3 months, with total bounties exceeding 200 million berries. Violence was stunned and asked if I was a natural ability user. Osley must have been cursing internally. Is this really the time to be concerned about that? They're going to seal off the port to check for pirates, and we, hiding here as pirates, are about to be exposed. Just then, another guy with a flamethrower rushed in, saying a little brat named Dorn was rescued by the Navy. Upon hearing this, Violence exploded, completely forgetting my prowess, and directly ordered them to go to the Navy base to rescue the person. Anyone who obstructed them would be killed. Osley and the others were too scared to move. Violence was furious, cursing that he had originally made arrangements with Spandane from Judicial Island, stating that as long as their bounty increased a bit more, he would recommend them to become Warlords of the Sea. Warlords of the Sea. As soon as those 3 words came out, the 2 fools' eyes instantly turned red. Their faces filled with fervor. Seeing that the time was right, Violins added fuel to the fire. Just in case, I brought in an assassin from the dark world, who will come in handy. Osley and the others were shocked. An assassin? It's the White Killer. I tell you, that Violin was so confident at the time. It was as if he had steady carved on his face. He thought that the White Killer he had hired was simply a godsend, specifically designed to deal with people like us. Goodness, an 80 million bounty, having taken down over 100 million big pirates in this icy cold weather. It was practically home turf for him, like he had environmental hacks. The way he looked at those 2 useless pirate captains, Osley and Warren, was no different from looking at dead men. He probably planned to use them and then throw them away. Osley, Warren, gather everyone and come with me to the naval base. If they dare to move even a bit, shoot them on the spot. I tell you, as soon as those 2 heard it, their eyes lit up. The way they painted the picture of the 7 warlords was so vivid. And with the title of the White Killer added, they instantly felt that I was capable again, and they hurried off to gather people. On our side, however, the atmosphere in the lighthouse was extremely tense. After investigating the background of the group from the afternoon, Gennari's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he reported to me, "Captain, I've found out. They're all pirates." He pointed at the butler we had captured, saying that the captain was the bounty of 70 million, Violent Hammer Osley. I took a glance at Leonard. Ever since he returned from the Lord's Manor, he's been acting strangely. When I asked him about it, he pulled out a bounty notice from his folder and slapped it on the table. That's right, it's him. Leonard's electronic eye is no joke. He would recognize the guy even if he turned to ash. He disappeared 3 years ago after causing trouble in the Barren Sea when Commander Jonathan took office. The person standing next to Virians today is him. Everything adds up now, Nayeri continued, saying that the captured pirate has confessed everything. 3 years ago, Osley and another pirate crew, called the Arsonists, were both sheltered by the lord of this island. Virians helped them evade the Navy, and in return, they acted as his enforcers, suppressing the disobedient residents on the island, with their hands stained with the blood of hundreds over the years. I tell you, when Nayeri said this, a tough-as-nails man, his hand were trembling. This kind of thing is a devastating blow to our faith in the Navy. I was quite calm. Where there is light, there is darkness. I'm familiar with this script. I asked directly, who was in charge of the naval base here at that time? Leonard answered immediately, Colonel Nick, who was promoted to Brigadier General a year ago and transferred to the East Sea. It wasn't doubt, it was certainty. I pointed to the butler who was still pretending to be dead. We discovered this within a day, so he must know after being here for 2 years, right? Why not just ask him? The butler, under the gaze of our group filled with murderous intent, immediately peed himself, his psychological defenses collapsing in an instant. What loyalty? What fear? Everything is worthless in the face of death. He stammered, Can I exchange my life? Let's see if what you say is worth it. Good heavens. This guy spilled everything just to save his life, like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Wilson not only supported pirates, but also gathered all the thugs on the island. As for Colonel Nick, he had long been bribed by Wilson with money and promises of promotion. The two were in cahoots, even teaming up to kill civilians who wanted to report them. Just then, a sigh came from outside the lighthouse. It really is like this. Looking back, there stood a tall and heavy-set man at the entrance, dressed in a justice coat, resembling a polar bear. As soon as I saw him, I thought, Colonel Bell, you must have known by now. This guy is the base commander here, Bora Bell. His expression was complex, filled with anger, disappointment, guilt, and a mix of emotions. I didn't expect to meet Tiger Tonga under such circumstances. He admitted that 3 years ago, someone reported the presence of pirates on the island, and the next day, Nick framed the reporting mayor and his family as colluding with the pirates, leading to their execution, a case confirmed by Judicial Island. It turns out that the ones killed were the innocent mayor and his family. Bell said that since he arrived, the residents not only hated violence, but also the Navy as a whole. The butler, upon seeing Bell, was so scared that he revealed all of Violent's secrets. It turned out that the mayor back then was elected by the residents, respected and admired, who led the resistance against Violent's excessive sturgeon fishing plans, blocking his financial interests. In retaliation, Violence colluded with the pirates, enlisted Nick, and directly eliminated the mayor, framing him for a crime. With the mayor dead, the residents were left leaderless, allowing Violence and the pirates to slaughter them at will. Anyone who failed to complete their fishing tasks would face death, just like the Mocha family did today. The truth was laid bare. I waved my hand to have the butler taken away and watched over, then fixed my gaze on Bell. Colonel Bell. This was all designed for me to see, wasn't it? The expressions of my people around me instantly turned cold. How dare he scheme against our captain? Bell, caught in my accusation, instead sighed in relief, looking earnest. I just want to ask you to save the people here, Major TangGe. He said that Commander Jonathan sent him because he sensed a problem, but Violent's identity was sensitive and hard to act against. His original plan was to wait until I arrived. Then the two of us would join forces to capture the pirates, obtain evidence, and report back to headquarters. At that moment, when I looked into his eyes, it was like looking at naive sweetie. Is that it? Your plan is too childish. Just when it was awkward, someone outside reported, Captain, Johnson and the others are back, and someone is injured. I rushed into the medical room, and a strong smell of blood hit me. More than a dozen people were injured, but the most serious was Penny. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, his lips pale, lying there moaning. At that moment, my heart sank. In this world, Penny and Sheldon were my closest brothers. I stared at the military doctor, and that intimidating aura probably scared him quite a bit. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, the injury is not life-threatening, and he has already passed the danger period. I breathed a sigh of relief, but the fire in my heart burned even stronger, and the killing intent couldn't be suppressed. Who did this? Why didn't they fire a signal flare? Johnson stammered. It was Veron's men, the pirates. We didn't even have the chance to fire a signal flare. They withdrew on their own, otherwise. Penny, weak on the hospital bed. Apologize, boss. It's my fault I've caused you trouble. I calmed him down and looked at Sheldon. With Penny's timid nature, how could she be the one hurt the most? Sheldon wiped his tears and brought over a silver-haired little boy. Boss, this is Dawn. We came to save him. It turned out they had reached the dock and found Dawn rummaging through garbage for rotten fish. After asking around, they learned how tragic this child's situation was. The two of them were overwhelmed with sympathy, and while trying to save him, they were discovered by pirates. Colonel Bell added from the side, Dawn is the grandson of the former mayor. Because he is young, he wasn't executed. Wilson deliberately kept him and often sent people to bully him. Since he was convicted by Judicial Island, we in the Navy can't help directly. Who understands the families? He is also an orphan. My two foolish subordinates, usually so cowardly, became reckless when it came to someone like him. I squatted down and looked into Dawn's hollow eyes. My heart twisted. The child pulled out a snow-white fish from his tattered clothes and handed it to me. I ruffled his hair and took the fish. Dawn, we will eat this fish together tomorrow. I stood up, my eyes filled with fire. The wrath had finally come to me, and revenge wouldn't wait until night. I grinned savagely as I walked out. Whether evil or justice, there are no useless beings. Only the victors are kings. Just as I finished speaking, boom, boom, boom. The base was bombarded. That bastard Violins actually surrounded us with his men, and the cannon was still smoking. He smugly shouted at Bell, claiming that we were harboring the criminal Dorn, and that he had the right to deal with us, demanding we kneel and beg for mercy. Bell spat on the ground. Delusional. Violins turned green with anger and waved his hand. Kill. Execute all the Navy. The pirates, hearing they could legitimately kill the Navy, charged in like crazy. Colonel Bell also got furious, roaring loudly as his body suddenly swelled, transforming into a massive 4-meter-tall polar bear. Good heavens, an animal-type ability user. With one slap, he sent Osley flying. Then using the 6 powers, he charged forward like a tank on the battlefield. But that Warren was no pushover either. A fire dragon shot over, igniting Bell's fur instantly, forcing him to halt in pain. Violins sneered from above. Did you think I didn't know your trump card? Whoosh! A cannonball flew in from afar, exploding above Bell's head, showering him with countless small bullets like rain. Bell activated his iron block. But the next second he screamed in agony. It's Sea Prism Stone. He instantly lost strength, reverting to his human form, and countless bullets pierced his body, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Just then, a 20-meter-tall giant appeared amidst the flames, holding a rifle over 10 meters long. It's over. Bell's face turned pale. How could the White Killer be here? Violins laughed maniacally. Idiot, how do you feel now? This is the fate of opposing me. The giant raised his arms in AV sign, roaring, roar. Yeah, it's so cool to send so many Navy to hell personally. At this point, everyone recognized him. It was the bounty of 80 million, the White Killer Yeti Rocky. The Navy's morale collapsed instantly. Bell fell, the main force was lost, and our men were being chased and slaughtered by the pirates. Our defeat as swift as a landslide. Just then, the main cannon on our warship fired. Boom, boom. Several cannonballs fell, exploding right in the midst of the pirates, effectively cutting off the pursuing squad. Gennari led my fierce Tiger Brigade forward, and that momentum instantly stabilized the crumbling situation. Seeing this, Violins angrily shouted at Rocky, "Rocky, take down that warship." The giant grinned, lifting the rifle thicker than a ship's cannon, aiming at the Navy's ship on the surface. "What pity it's within my range. Another big firework. How cool." He pulled the trigger, and a bullet the size of a cannonball whistled out. Bang! The bullet exploded in midair. A blue light flashed, slicing through the explosion smoke, and I stepped on the air, shooting towards that giant like a lightning bolt. My troops erupted with a thunderous roar as they saw me take action. "It's the captain. Eliminate that long-haired monster. I tell you, I've been waiting for him for a long time. This guy has been hiding in the shadows." And that sense of threat made me hesitant to move. Now, he's getting carried away, stepping out from the darkness into the light, taking advice, and creating a perfect opportunity for me to assassinate him. By the time he reacts, I'm already almost right in front of him. "Idiot. Now you're within my range too." The giant's face changed drastically as he crazily tried to run back while aiming his gun at me. "Godi." He pulled the trigger. In that instant, let me tell you, it was something else. That guy TangGe exploded with black energy. His speed doubled in an instant, and he vanished right where he stood. The next second, there was a loud bang, and an explosion of sound waves erupted in the air. He appeared in front of the sniper, Yeti Rocky, as if he had teleported. With a swift move, the knife struck, buzzing like black lightning. I watched in disbelief as that steel gun barrel, thicker than my arm, was sliced in half like a cucumber. Even more astonishing, the bullet was just about to leave the chamber when it got split in two, causing the gun to explode. With a flash of flames, the sniper's arm holding the gun flew into the air. But that wasn't the end. Before that guy could even register the pain, TangGe pulled back his right hand, drew the bow full, and executed a move called Black Tiger Digging Hard. With a muffled sound, the air exploded. Rocky's massive chest instantly caved in. His bones shattered like dumpling filling. Then came a seemingly ordinary straight punch, overwhelming. That giant was directly sent flying off the ground. Blood spewing from his mouth mixed with bits of his internal organs, and even while in midair, the light in his eyes went out. From the moment he stepped out of the darkness, trying to look cool, this outcome was destined. A sniper engaging in close combat? Isn't that just a pure technical adjustment of his life? And guess what? TangGe one-punched this 80 million expert, and instead of being pleased, he broke down right there, howling about how weak the opponent was, complaining that he had all this strength with nowhere to use it. Family, who understands? This isn't a fight. It's like a top-tier character returning to the novice village to catch fish, only to find the pond dried up. He angrily glanced at the battlefield, directly locking onto the other two pirate captains, Osley and Warren. The air beneath his feet exploded with several white circles, and he charged forward like a cannonball. Just as those two captains rushed into our Navy-esque position, ready to start a massacre, they turned back and were shocked to see our biggest trump card. That 80 million sniper had turned into a corpse. 1 second in heaven, the next in hell. This emotional roller coaster was just too thrilling. The only thought in their minds was, run. Unfortunately, it was too late. TangGe, filled with pent-up frustration, had already arrived. He faced the one called Osley and threw a punch. Boom! Osley tried to block with both arms, but his arms twisted like a pretzel and broke on the spot. Then he was sent crashing into the barracks behind him like a baseball hit for a home run. The building exploded into pieces. Bricks and with chips mixed with blood flying everywhere. He was definitely dead. Unbearable. TangGe, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, scanned the entire scene. The pirates he looked at felt their legs weaken, hair standing on end in fear, each one scared like they had seen a ghost. The other captain, Warren, went completely crazy at this sight. He knew he couldn't escape, so he clutched his big flamethrower, cranked the valve to maximum, and shouted at everyone, "Let's die together." A massive fire dragon erupted, and the scene instantly spiraled out of control. At that moment, TangGe moved again. Buzz! Another swift strike, seemingly ordinary but incredibly fast. A blue blade flashed, and that dozens of meters long fire dragon was cut in half like a ribbon snipped with scissors, exploding into sparks. Warren was also severed in two. I saw it with my own eyes. His upper body and lower body separated, yet he didn't even register it. His eyes still filled with the last bit of madness before everything went dark. With that, all the pirates couldn't hold it together anymore. One captain was smashed to bits with a punch, the other cut in half. What was there left to fight about? I don't know who threw down their weapon first, but then the entire pirate crew collapsed like an avalanche. Our Navy saw this situation and instantly had their morale boosted. changing from passive defense to actively pursuing and cutting them down. It was exhilarating. At this moment, TangGe stepped up to the high platform, where the mastermind Wyland still stood, his expression a mix of shock, disbelief, and fear, like a rainbow of emotions. TangGe leisurely said to him, "In stories, when the villain is about to succeed, the protagonist flips the script. Isn't that satisfying? But what I love the most is the entrance. Because at the moment of entrance, anyone could become the protagonist." Wyland finally snapped back to reality, adjusting his bow tie, trying to act cool, looking down at TangGe with disdain. "Idiot, do you think you won? Behind me are the world nobles. If you dare lay a finger on me, not just you, the entire Ballon fortress will be finished." He hadn't finished speaking when he let out a scream, because the finger he pointed at TangGe was suddenly chopped off. TangGe, finding his scream unpleasant, casually knocked his jaw off, leaving him only able to whimper. "After talking nonsense for so long, I just wanted to see if you had any backup plans." TangGe shook his head, looking disappointed. "So, you only know how to rely on your connections? I initially just wanted to capture you, but since you nearly killed my brother, this debt is on your head." Wyland was completely cowed, all his noble demeanor gone, kneeling on the ground, banging his head and begging for mercy. TangGe couldn't even be bothered to look at him and shouted to his subordinate, "Leonard, notify everyone that Lord Wyland of Gran is a pirate imposter attempting to attack the Navy base. His conspiracy has been exposed. At dawn, he will be publicly executed in the square for everyone to see." When Leonard came over, he quietly asked him, "Captain, did you plan to kill him from the start?" TangGe laughed upon hearing this. "Haha, Leonard, now you finally count as one of my people." This incident was too big. His boss Jonathan received a report from the snail phone, his head buzzing, nearly pulling his hair out. He knew TangGe's temper. He had repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble, but this kid had directly poked a hole in the sky. Killing an ordinary lord was already troublesome, but Wyland had the backing of the world nobles. There was no choice. Jonathan could only brace himself and dial a phone number he dared not call easily. "Sakazuki. It's me." Early the next morning, all the island residents and merchants gathered in the square. They saw rows of pirates tied to wooden stakes, with Wyland in the center. Even more ruthless, a cannon was set up in front of him, the fuse already lit, hissing with sparks. And he could only watch helplessly as his life entered the countdown. A Navy officer held a loudspeaker snail announcing Wyland's crimes, then gave the order, "Line up, raise your guns, fire." Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire shook the heavens, and rows of pirates fell in response. Finally, with a loud boom, the cannon fired, and Wyland was reduced to ashes right before everyone's eyes. The entire square fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the Navy's ruthlessness. And what about the instigator TangGe? He didn't even bother to watch the execution. He was by the lighthouse, practicing his knife skills madly against a large iron post, completely bare-chested. Colonel Bell, who had been beaten half to death, was wrapped up like a mummy, lying nearby weakly saying, Hey, the battle is over. Can you at least have some fun in life?" TangGe, without turning around, shot back at him. "Shut up, you weakling. You're really embarrassing the devil fruit users." He finally understood that aside from that one moment of looking cool as a bear, Bell spent the rest of the time getting beaten up, solidifying his resolve not to eat the fruit. While we were causing a storm over here, the headlines around the world were completely unrelated to us. The newspapers were filled with a major news story. The warlord system has officially come into effect. 2 of the initial members were announced. One is Don Quixote Moria with a bounty of 320 million. The other is Crocodile with a bounty of 81 million. The whole world was discussing this matter, and compared to the death of a fake lord on our small island, it was hardly worth mentioning. Jonathan saw the newspaper and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his friend, Sakazuki, really came through, managing to suppress the incident. And the world government directly labeled Vinsmoke as a pirate, with TangGe not only having no faults, but actually contributing positively. He quickly made a call to TangGe's assistant, Leonard, and instructed him to inform TangGe. The people from Judicial Island will arrive in 3 days, so he should behave and host them properly, without causing any more trouble. However, at that moment, TangGe was completely oblivious to all of this. He was so engrossed in practicing his sword that he felt as if the entire world had changed. He seemed to hear the breathing of everything around him, trees, stones, and even the black sword in his hand. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind, and the entire world around him became silent and pale in an instant. Yet in this world, everything had a breath of life. He could even see a stone about to remain still and a leg about to start running. He closed his eyes, and a number automatically emerged in his mind. Within a radius of 10 meters, there were 37 people, 14 of whom were looking at him with no hostility. He suddenly opened his eyes, pulled himself out of that state, and instinctively began counting heads. Not one more, not one less, exactly 37 people. And the 14 watching him were just right. Goodness, TangGe was stunned himself. What the heck was going on? Had his consciousness training reached its peak, awakening some kind of clairvoyance? I haven't had the chance to fully understand what this power is, but I felt a surge of energy inside me that instantly connected with my black knife. That feeling was incredibly wonderful, as if the knife had become an extension of my arm. With just a thought, my internal energy surged and filled the entire knife. It's still the same knife, but it feels completely different now. I have a strong sense that this thing is now indestructible and can break through anything. I was feeling impulsive at that moment, and with a casual wave of my hand towards the big iron block beside me, which was over 2 meters in diameter. Let me tell you, the blade didn't even touch that iron block. It was just a hair's breadth away when I stopped the knife. What happened next? The internal energy wrapped around the blade burst out into the air. With a whoosh, that big iron block was like it had been flicked by a line of ink. The next second, boom, the entire ground seemed to fold in half, sinking in the middle and rising on both sides, with debris and dust exploding everywhere, making it feel like a small-scale earthquake. Then I looked at the iron block, and it had cracked in half along that fine line with a snap. The cut was so smooth, it could be used as a mirror. Goodness, I was stunned myself. My self-created first move of the knife technique had succeeded. I'm feeling great. Leonard, that guy, came over adjusting his glasses, looking at the East African rift I just dug out, his mouth twitching, saying, "Captain, Commander Jonathan is on the phone. In 3 days, someone from Justice Island will come to verify the situation, so we need to be careful." Justice Island? What is that? It doesn't sound like a good place. As soon as I finished speaking, that fat Colonel Bell limped over, his expression shocked as if he had seen a ghost. Probably startled out of bed by the commotion from my digging. He looked at the mess everywhere and immediately started a rant. "Hey, you, aside from fighting, you just train. You're like the cyber Dingjun of 2025, so naive that you don't know anything. You don't even know about Justice Island." As soon as I heard this, I licked my lips and noticed something off about his gaze. Let me tell you, at that moment, I was already calculating in my mind. I still needed 2 fruit abilities to upgrade my cheat, and this guy was just a ready-made zone-type ability user, right? I hadn't even knocked him down yet. As soon as my dangerous little gaze landed on Bell, he immediately got flustered, bouncing back a good distance and stammering, Hey, what are you looking at me for? I'm a Navy colonel, your superior." This actually worked to snap me back to reality. Oh right, this guy is in the Navy. I can't just casually take advantage of him. Besides, I still don't even know what that thing I was absorbing is. What if I ended up ruining someone? I immediately put on a smile. Ahem, what did you just say? This guy looked at my change of expression faster than flipping a book, and he took 2 steps back in fear. Leonard reminded him from the side, Judicial Island. Right? Judicial Island. Only then did Bell remember and started to educate me, saying that the world government has 3 major institutions. The Navy headquarters is in charge of fighting. Impel Down is a super prison for holding criminals. And Judicial Island is for conducting trials. The most impressive part is that they also have a group of intelligence agencies under them, called Cypherpol, wielding immense power. I wonder what this has to do with us. That guy Wyrens is dead. Are they trying to overturn the case? Leonard is like a fortune teller. Behind his glasses, a light flashed, and he pointed out directly. They are here to convict Admiral Nick and investigate the cause of the former mayor's death. But the real purpose is not that simple. Colonel Bell, the target of Wyrens, was originally you. We are just an accident. The real force behind him is Judicial Island. Upon hearing this, Bell turned pale, clearly in disbelief. Leonard continued to analyze, saying that Judicial Island came this time to destroy any evidence that Wyrens might have left that could be detrimental to them, and they are also coming for me. After all, I messed up their plans and killed someone. Sheldon, who had been eavesdropping, was so scared that his legs went weak. What should we do? Isn't messing with Judicial Island a dead end? What are you afraid of? I hadn't spoken yet, but Bell, the fat guy, came back to his senses. They wouldn't dare to confront us openly. After all, we are the Navy. But there will definitely be some covert actions. Those people are best at doing such things. He also said that the agents from Judicial Island are all crazy, believing in some dark justice, thinking that being weak is original sin. He gave an example, saying that 2 years ago, a 13-year-old little brat agent personally killed all the soldiers captured by pirates during a mission, reasoning that they were too weak to be captured, and then wiped out the entire pirate crew. Who understands of families? How ruthless can a 13-year-old be? He specifically emphasized that the top-notch CP9 among those people are all proficient in the 6 styles. I couldn't help but laugh and shrugged. 6 styles? It's just okay. At that moment, Bell was speechless, probably cursing me for showing off in his heart, while he had only learned 2 styles himself. I couldn't be bothered with him. Anyway, my principle is that no matter what schemes and tricks you have, sheer strength can overcome 10 skills. If they dare to reach out, I'll chop off their claws. Seeing that I wasn't paying attention, Bell changed the subject and said mysteriously, "While you're busy cultivating, you don't even know that the outside world has changed." As he spoke, Sheldon handed over a newspaper. Goodness, the headline nearly blinded me. The 7 Warlord system is officially in effect. Crocodile and Gecko Moria. Those 2 pirates who had been in the New World have become the first batch of legalized pirates under the new regime. I was having a heated discussion with Bell about the newspaper. Isn't this nonsense? Giving a business license to pirates and letting them manage other pirates? The world government must have gotten kicked in the head by a donkey. Bell even advised me to go to the Navy headquarters, saying that's where my stage is and I could learn stronger powers. I just smiled and didn't say anything. Of course I want to go, but not now. My level isn't maxed out yet. 3 days passed in a flash. During these days, I discovered a good prospect, a kid named Dorn. His grandfather's wrongful case was cleared by us. This kid practices with me every day, doing horse stances and my self-created black tiger heart-pulling technique. The intensity he brings is incredible. I thought to myself, could he be my future first disciple? That fat guy Bell said, I found a treasure, and told me not to waste his time. I shot back at him, saying he should first work on losing that belly of his, Comrade Colonel. Just as we were bickering, a ship bearing the world government's emblem docked. Then with a bang, our newly repaired gate was kicked down again. A young man with slicked back purple hair, looking like he was asking for a fight, swaggered in with a group of men in black suits, cursing as he walked in. What a dump this place is, like a garbage heap. The Navy here is trash too. They don't even know to come welcome me. I glared coldly. These bastards finally showed up. I stepped forward, and the purple-haired one immediately put on a smile, coming up to treat me as if I were Colonel Bell, even introducing himself. You must be Colonel Bell, right? I am CP-5 Commander Spandam. Oh, by the way, the highest official at Judicial Island is my father. He looked so smug, as if afraid others wouldn't know he was well-connected. I gave him a glance, and with a sense of my mental power, I realized that his combat ability was even weaker than that of an ordinary Navy soldier, purely a useless second-generation official. He got straight to the point and said that his main purpose for coming this time was to hope that I would hand over the former mayor's grandson, Don, to him for cooperation in the investigation. I was so amused at the time. Leonard and the others really thought too highly of these people, to the point that they didn't even spare a child. I shrugged my shoulders and sighed, well, you saw it too. The fire on Grand Island was too fierce. As for the child you mentioned, the Navy hasn't found anything, so he might have been turned to ashes a long time ago. The scene fell silent in an instant. That guy named Spandam lost his composure right then and there, his face turning red as he pointed a finger at me and yelled, "You bastard! How dare you play tricks on me? I've already investigated thoroughly. That kid was rescued into the base by your people. Hand him over quickly, or I'll arrest you on the charge of obstructing official duties." I found it funny at the time. This guy was making a fuss. I slowly dug into my ear and blew at his face, which was spitting water. "Don't get so close. You're really making me want to slap you. Also, do you have the authority to search a naval base on Judicial Island?" Bah. He was disgusted by me and was still threatening to complain, saying he would make sure our commander would have a hard time. I'm directly annoyed. Complaint? I'll formally arrest you first. The reason is the destruction of naval public property, plus threatening naval officers. In a flash, I appeared in front of him, grabbing him by the neck like picking up a little chicken. His subordinates nearby were howling, "Stop! You're going against Justice Island." But none of them dared to come forward. I grabbed Spandam by the neck and lifted him up to my face, sneering as I said, "With this little strength, you think you can scratch an itch? Don't you know that this world speaks through power?" I released my killing intent, and this guy's eyes rolled back, nearly passing out. I casually tossed him aside like trash, sending him flying several meters through the mud, finally crashing into a pile of rubble. He had just been dug out of the ground by his subordinates when a fearless guy in a white suit pointed at me and threatened to make me leave the Navy. Before he could finish his sentence, I was already in front of him, and I kicked him into the exposed foundation next to us, where he was directly buried by the collapsing stones. I pointed at those useless Judicial Island guards and cursed them, saying, "You weaklings! How dare you guard the gateway to the world's hub? This is simply disrespectful to us pirates. To us Navy." The remaining guys didn't dare to utter a word. They were fuming with anger, frantically digging their captain out from the pile of stones, and scurried back to their ship in disgrace. After that incident, I stayed on the island for another half-month. That guy Jonathan forwarded me a letter from the Navy headquarters. Let me tell you, the outcome was just as I expected. The headquarters said I had wiped out V. Lunds and the pirates, saving Grand Island, which was a great achievement. However, I had executed V. Lunds without authorization and severely injured Spandam from Judicial Island, which was a major offense. In the end, guess what? The merits and demerits canceled each other out, and I received neither reward nor punishment. Goodness. I was left standing still. Then an order came down, telling us to immediately return the Flame Soul to Barren Fortress. On the way back, I couldn't sit still, so I used a modified version of Moonwalk to run on the sea, and it felt way better than walking on air. That kid Bell had healed from his injuries and was chatting with me on the deck. He had the latest intelligence and was fuming, saying that the mastermind, nicknamed Fat Pig, Nick, had gotten away scot-free. I was panting while running and shouted at him, "What's so strange about this? Officials protect each other. Once Wei Lunds is dead, there won't be any evidence against him, so of course he can clear himself. I even suspect that the last time those people from Judicial Island came, they were actually helping him destroy evidence." Bell got even angrier upon hearing this, pounding on the railing, saying that good people never get rewarded, while bad people live for 1,000 years. This world is really effed up. I took a deep breath and said to him, "That's exactly why the justice we uphold seems so impressive. If one day we waver ourselves, wouldn't everything we're doing now just become a joke?" Just then, Granary on the ship suddenly shouted while holding a newspaper, "Captain, the latest news about the 7 warlords." I stomped my foot on the surface of the sea, and in an instant, I flew back onto the deck. That guy Bell was also curious. Sticking his big butt over to take a look, I flipped open the newspaper, and the front page headline read about the movements of the 7 warlords of the sea. One named Moonlight Moria had hidden himself in the Devil's Triangle, where the death rate of pirate ships entering had doubled. The other, Crocodile, was guarding the entrance to the Grand Line, and the number of new pirates coming in had noticeably decreased. I handed the newspaper to Bell and said, "Look, these people can be chosen by the government. They must have some brains. Unlike those pirates who go wild as soon as they gain power, they still know how to hold back." Bell snorted, looking skeptical. "They're just afraid that if they act recklessly right after taking office, they'll be targeted. I bet these guys are up to no good. They'll show their true colors sooner or later." While he was analyzing this, he suddenly changed the subject and started to sound profound, saying that the world government thought that by killing Roger, they could scare the pirates, but Roger's last words directly opened up this great pirate era. Now, they're setting up the 7 warlords, trying to kill 2 birds with one stone, weakening the pirates while suppressing the Navy. I couldn't help but laugh a little. This guy was really going for it. The more he talked, the more into it he got, and he even started reciting the words of Roger. "The Pirate King. Do you want my treasure? Then go and find it. I left everything in this world there." After finishing, he looked all sentimental and said that the footsteps of pirates chasing their dreams will never stop. I thought to myself, how can you, a Navy officer, empathize with the Pirate King like that? So I asked him, that was something the Pirate King said before he died, right? Quite stirring, isn't it? Then, unexpectedly, this guy Bell calmly said something that left everyone on the ship in silence. He said, to be precise, Roger wasn't executed by the Navy. He chose to go to his death willingly. At that moment, my mind was buzzing. What the hell is this? Surrendering? Didn't the headquarters boast every day about capturing Roger? Bell looked at our shocked faces, particularly pleased, and intentionally kept us in suspense, saying it was a secret, then kept glancing at the chilled fruit juice nearby. I understood right away and had Gennari get him a cup. He gulped it down and shivered with pleasure before he started telling the story. He said that when he first joined the Navy, it was still the era of monsters like Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion battling for supremacy at sea. Later, the Roger pirates first took down Gold Lion and then announced they had completed their voyage around the world, finding the great treasure One Piece, and were crowned kings. He said that when the world government and the Navy headquarters heard this news, their reaction was simply 2 words: fear. However, after Roger became king, he didn't do anything, and the entire pirate crew just vanished. It wasn't until more than a year later that he appeared all alone at Navy headquarters in Marineford. And even when he was arrested, he didn't resist at all. The rest is well known. Roger was publicly executed in his hometown of Logtown, and before dying, he shouted out that line that sparked an era. I couldn't help but laugh and said, so, the Navy was played by him, huh? Huh. They originally wanted to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys and promote national power with a global live broadcast, but they ended up turning it into a dream mobilization conference. I tell you, The Navy's operation is simply the ancestor of reverse marketing. Bell also laughed gleefully, saying that at the scene back then were now impressive figures like Shanks, Mihawk, Crocodile, and Doflamingo. One pirate king died, and it resulted in a whole batch of even stronger newcomers. The others on the ship were stunned, and when they came to their senses, they erupted with questions, surrounding Bell and asking, why did the pirate king surrender? What was he after? In the end, Bell himself got stuck, stammering and unable to explain. It was only when Sheldon and the others cheered him on to tell the story of how Navy hero Garp cornered Roger that he managed to get out of the situation and started boasting again. Just as he was passionately telling his story, our ship finally returned to Balan Fortress. As soon as we docked, Bell went to say goodbye to Jonathan, as he was going to the headquarters for further training. Meanwhile, without saying a word, I headed straight to the base canteen with my subordinates and the dozen or so rescued kids. I've been thinking for a while that these kids need someone reliable to take care of them. Jessica, the cafeteria lady, who is also Jonathan's girlfriend, is the best choice. A group of us rushed in and found Jessica, who had just come out of the kitchen. I took the lead, and with a swoosh, we all bowed at 90 degrees. Sister Jessica, please. These kids have lost their families. Please take good care of them. Jessica was momentarily stunned, looking dumbfounded, and said, what are you guys doing? How can I take care of the kids? Her face turned red with anger, and she was about to explode. I quickly gave a signal to my subordinates. The next moment, the dozen or so children were brought in front of her, and, as we had taught them beforehand, they all burst into tears at once. The scene was incredible. Jessica couldn't handle it. Her anger instantly subsided, and her eyes turned red. She quickly crouched down and hugged all the children tightly, her heart aching for them. As soon as I saw it, I succeeded, although it feels a bit unorthodox. Who understands the family dynamics? I'm doing this for Jonathan's sake. Let him be in a relationship every day. His IQ has already dropped, and now it's just right for his girlfriend to take care of the kids, leaving him no time to be distracted. Maybe it will alleviate his decline in intelligence. Sure enough, as soon as Jessica's maternal instincts kicked in, she immediately turned and yelled at me. What kind of rags are you guys making the kids wear? Then she gently asked the kids what their names were and if they were hungry. The speed of her mood change was like having a split personality. With this sorted out, a huge weight lifted off my chest, and I felt justified as I led my subordinates to the other side of the cafeteria. Waving my hand, brothers, eat freely. Tonight's expenses are on me. However, just as I was enjoying myself, a huge surprise unexpectedly dropped right at the barren fortress. That night, Jonathan was in his office worrying, feeling that my fierce presence was too much for the small baron's domain, pondering how to persuade me to move to headquarters. Suddenly, he felt as if someone had appeared out of nowhere in his office. A terrifying aura filled the entire room, making his hair stand on end. Just as he was about to take action, he heard a booming voice, loud as thunder, coming from behind his desk. Oh ho, I didn't expect you really awakened your observation hockey. Now I'm even more eager to meet that fierce tiger. Haha. Upon hearing that voice, Jonathan's legs went weak, as if he had seen a ghost, stammering. Why you are. Vice Admiral Garp. That's right. The person was none other than the legendary Navy hero, Garp. Garp put down his doghead hat and said irritably, isn't it because of that matter you reported last time? To avoid the ears and eyes of the world government, I flew around for half a day just to meet that kid named TangGe. Only then did Jonathan realize that Garp had come from my training method that could help people awaken their hockey. Garp said that very few people in the Navy could awaken hockey, and if my method was indeed effective, it would greatly enhance the Navy's combat power. All right, enough chit-chat. Take me to meet that kid now. Soon, Jonathan brought Garp to my training ground. At that time, I was teaching Door how to punch. The door was pushed open with a bang, and an old man wearing a doghead hat strode in, his voice booming. I heard there's a fierce tiger in the barren fortress, and a man wants to meet him. As soon as I saw Jonathan's respectful demeanor, I knew this old man was not simple, so I quickly lowered my posture. After Jonathan finished the introduction, I was stunned. Garp, the ceiling of the Navy's combat power. He took off his hood, revealing an ordinary square-shaped face, but his gaze was sharp enough to see right through me. He smiled and said I had guts, which suited his temperament, but then warned me that the world nobles are vengeful and told me to be careful. After chatting for a while, Garp's expression turned serious. He threw his cloak to Jonathan, and his entire aura instantly changed. Let me tell you, he was clearly just standing there, doing nothing, but the entire training ground felt like a 12-level typhoon had swept through. That pressure almost made it hard for me to breathe. He stared at me like a ferocious beast from ancient times, his voice booming like rolling thunder. Now, come at me. Let me see your strength. I was not scared at all. Instead, my whole body was on fire. Wow, is this the strongest in the world? This is what I've been waiting for. My internal power erupted instantly, and a black-purple glow enveloped my entire body as I grinned at him and laughed maniacally. Vice Admiral Karp, I won't hold back. If I defeat you, I'll be quite disappointed. Ha ha ha, so arrogant. Come on, use all your strength. Karp laughed heartily, his beard shaking. Let me see the world's strongest. I shouted loudly, suddenly stomping my foot, and my whole body shot out like a cannonball. I didn't bother with any flashy moves to deal with such a strong opponent. I had to unleash the strongest punch. Bodhivajra. I burst through the air with a thunderous explosion, instantly appearing in front of him. The force, powerful enough to flip a small warship, combined with all my belief and momentum, slammed solidly into Karp's chest. And guess what happened? Duong. There was a muffled thud, and I felt like my punch had hit a block of vibranium, without even an echo. Let me tell you, the feeling could be summed up in 2 words. Ridiculous. My full force strike landed on him, and what did he do? He just slid a little under his feet, barely moving less than a meter, like he was moonwalking, completely unscathed. Does anyone understand? He didn't even use an iron block. He just took it with pure flesh. Is this the kind of defense a carbon-based life form should have? I was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Is this the ceiling of naval combat power? It's far ahead of us by more than one version. Then Karp, that old man, chuckled, his eyes beast-like, his aura exploding once again, and said, "Kid, your strength is decent, but unfortunately, it's useless. It's my turn. Damn, no martial ethics at all. We agreed that I would throw a punch, but I didn't say you could fight back." He kept mumbling something about how this sea is broader than you can imagine, getting more and more excited. And then that fist the size of a sandpot suddenly turned pitch black and shiny, so black it was reflecting light. I felt a full alert in my heart. If that thing hit me, I'd probably have to report to the King of Hell directly. Without saying a word, I immediately started to sprint around the training ground, pushing my six-style shave to the limit, desperately pulling and tugging. Just kidding, I still have some confidence in my speed. As a result, that old man grinned and said, "You can't escape," and then the ground beneath us exploded with a bang, and he just vanished. He really disappeared right in front of me, and I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Jonathan beside me panicked and shouted, "Get down." But just as he finished speaking, I felt a devastating aura locking onto me from behind. It was over. I didn't even have time to react. That old guy seemed to have aimbot and instantly teleported behind me, delivering a punch straight down on my head. Boom! I felt like a nail, hammered into the ground by his punch. The entire ground shook, and a giant spider web of cracks spread out from me. The pain was unbearable. A piercing pain that felt like my soul was about to be jolted out of my body. The martial arts I prided myself on crumbled before him like a soda cracker, shattering with just a touch. The gap in strength was on a completely different level. Lying in the pit, I could only think one thing. That old man must have held back, or else I would already be a two-dimensional being. The sense of despair was simply overwhelming. I lay in the pit for half a day, but luckily my recovery ability is strong. Otherwise, I would have really been done for. Then Karp's loud voice rang out again. Speed, strength, and mastery of the 6 forms are all pretty good. And you've awakened your hockey. In this area of Balong, no one can threaten you. I believe you, what a joke. After being knocked out by your punch, how can I still have the face to feel proud? I was just trying to ignore him when he laughed like a villain. Oh dear, it seems I might have gone a bit too hard. How about we pretend I never hit you and do it again? Do it again. Dude, do I still want to keep my life? I stood up straight from the pit in an instant. My attitude was extremely respectful. Vice Admiral Garp, you flatter me. I still need to work harder. This old guy saw how quickly I recovered, and his eyes lit up, muttering something about how my strength seemed to have dropped significantly lately. My face darkened. This old bastard had quite the morbid sense of humor. I quickly changed the subject and asked him what he meant by hockey. As a result, Jonathan was even more excited than I was, saying it was the first time he had seen me use hockey and that he couldn't figure it out either. Upon hearing this, Garp suddenly became irritable, asking if we planned to let him starve through the night. Goodness, the topic jumped around so much that I almost couldn't keep up. In the end, we didn't go to the cafeteria and headed straight to Jonathan's office instead. That old man Garp was sitting there like a bottomless pit, as the chefs kept bringing in plates, and he could eat while dozing off, even blowing bubble from his nose. I considered myself to have a good appetite, but in front of him, I felt like a little brother. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the bubble burst, and he woke up, looking at us both in confusion before bursting into laughter. Oh dear, I fell asleep again. Old people really shouldn't stay up late. What were we talking about? I exchanged a glance with Jonathan, both of us silently complaining. Is this what you call an elderly person? I quickly reminded him. It's hockey, Vice Admiral Karp. Only then did he put away his nonchalant demeanor and started teaching us. It turned out that the so-called hockey is a latent power that everyone has within their body, divided into 3 types. The first type, observation hockey, allows one to sense the enemy's position and even predict their next move. I instantly understood. No wonder he was able to predict my movements like he had hacks. The second type, armament hockey, can form an invisible armor that can both attack and defend, and can even hit those with devil fruit powers. The thing in my body that felt like internal energy was actually this. The last type is conqueror's hockey, which is extremely rare, a quality of a king. This cannot be trained. It purely depends on one's personal charisma. Karp said that not only had I awakened armament hockey, but I had also awakened observation hockey, though I was still unskilled at it. As soon as he said this, Jonathan immediately broke down, shouting louder than I did. He had worked hard for a long time to awaken his observation hockey, while I managed to develop both types of hockey in just 3 months. His expression was incredibly complicated. I was just about to ask how to train, and strong Jonathan asked it for me. But guess what? Old Karp fell asleep again at a critical moment. The snoring was deafening, and he started blowing bubbles with his snot again. Damn, this old guy is definitely doing it on purpose. When he wakes up again, he leisurely says that there are 2 ways to cultivate. One is like the pirates, fighting for their lives in real combat, honing their skills between life and death. The other is the scientific training method within the Navy, but that's a top secret that can only be learned by those who have made significant contributions. As soon as I heard it, I understood. Jonathan immediately chimed in, saying that he had improved the flaws of the iron block. So does that count as a great achievement? Karp slapped his thigh and said, of course it does. He also mentioned that this useless Jonathan had trained at headquarters for 3 years without awakening his hockey. But after practicing my method for a while, he finally manifested observation hockey. Wow. I realized that these 2 old guys were putting on a show for me. It turned out that Karp had come to this remote corner in the middle of the night, both to show off and to beat me up, all because of my self-created martial arts. Although I felt 1,000 grievances in my heart, this deal was not a loss. I exchanged a half-finished martial arts technique for the hockey cultivation secrets that the Navy had summarized over hundreds of years, and I even got promoted 2 ranks, directly becoming a colonel at headquarters. Only a fool wouldn't take the deal. I agreed on the spot. But I made a condition to resolve the matter of the child I saved, Dawn. When I mentioned the incident of the Dawn family being framed, Karp exploded on the spot, slamming his fist on the table and roaring at those scumbags, his presence resembling that of an enraged lion. But he quickly sighed and promised me that he would seek out Admiral Sengoku to bring justice for the child. Once the deal was struck, I handed him the notebook containing all my martial arts skills, and he tossed me a booklet marked with the Navy's insignia. As soon as I received the secret manual, I eagerly asked him what to do since I felt my strength had hit a bottleneck. Karp flipped through my manual without looking up and said, "You've reached your talent limit. Your physique isn't sufficient." Human physiques are divided into 4 levels: soldier level, commander level, admiral level, and emperor level. You and someone like Jonathan are at the commander level, with the upper limit being vice admiral, a maximum of 5,000 in combat power. Beyond that, your body becomes locked, and you can't break through. So that's how it is. In simple terms, it's like your genes have put a lock on you. No wonder so many people can only rely on devil fruits. I was processing this information when Karp pointed at the boxing techniques in my secret manual and said, "You kid have a good head on your shoulders. These few boxing moves are quite interesting. How about we make a deal?" As he spoke, he patted me on the back with his big, friendly hand, almost shattering my hockey, making a clanging sound. This wasn't a negotiation. It felt like outright robbery. He said he wanted to go back to the EC to see his grandson and wanted to use my boxing techniques as a gift for them. In exchange, he would personally teach me for a whole night. Could I say no? Did I dare to say no? I could only squeeze out a smile and say, "It is my honor to receive your guidance." Although he mentioned that my boxing techniques were only suitable for beginners, which made me quite unhappy, I still thought about how I would be personally instructed by one of the world's top powerhouses, which felt like a huge win. However, I emphasized that my boxing techniques were the fist of justice, and if his grandson did anything bad, I would have to clean up the mess. Just as I finished speaking, he punched me down to the ground again. He was blowing on his fist and glaring at me, saying, "My grandson is going to be the strongest Marine in the future. How could he possibly do anything bad? All right then, your fists are big. You get to call the shots." So, in the middle of the night, under the cliffs of Balong, Karp's devil training camp began. The student was me. Crashing the class were Jonathan and Dorn. I was still pondering life when that old man Karp suddenly appeared beside me like a ghost and punched me on the forehead, yelling, "Idiot! How can you be so unguarded?" Instantly, a big bump formed on my head, and I was rolling on the ground in pain. Damn it. That old man used hockey to sneak attack. My observation, hockey didn't T-react at all. Just as I got back up, I saw him wildly hitting the laughing Jonathan with a wooden stick. After finishing off Jonathan, he grinned and raised the wooden stick covered in hockey, saying, "Listen up, kids. Tonight you will either get beaten to death by this or break it. This is your lesson, focusing on getting beaten while having company." As soon as I heard that, I got angry. It's just a broken wooden stick. I decided to strike first. Charging forward with a burst of energy, my hockey activated to the maximum, and I unleashed my strongest punch, the Brahma Vajra, directly toward that wooden stick. Useless. Karp let out a light chuckle, and the seemingly ordinary wooden stick in his hand instantly turned pitch black, swinging down toward my fist. The two collided, producing a dull sound. The wooden stick was unaffected, but my fist felt fiery pain, as if my bones were about to crack. In that moment of difference, I completely understood that there was an insurmountable chasm between him and me. Just as I was stunned, Karp's voice rang out again. "Are you trying to die by losing focus in a fight?" Then, that wooden stick accurately struck the bump that had just formed on my forehead. It hurt even more. I was in so much pain that tears were about to come out. This old bastard is definitely doing it on purpose. Karp looked at our miserable state, his mouth curling up in a crazy grin. Finally, he put away his playful thoughts and said seriously, "Listen up, time is limited. There are ways to improve the intensity and quantity of hockey in the book. Tonight, I will teach you two rookies the advanced application of armament hockey. Let me tell you, using hockey like you guys do now is just so outdated. It's like wearing the Emperor's new clothes, all covered up. It looks good, but is utterly useless and heavy. It's pure physical assassin style. A true master plays with flow. Do you understand? In the Wano country over in the New World, they call it flowing cherry blossoms because hockey can flow through your body like water. When you fight, you gather all your hockey in one go and concentrate it in your fist. That's what real output is." Goodness, I still haven't fully grasped what he said. And that old man with the wooden stick suddenly made a hum sound, and a dark light swirled on it like ripples on water. He grinned at us and said, "Watch closely." Then, facing that 100-meter-high cliff with just a few centimeters of distance, he simply pointed. Bang. Let me tell you, that scene was like using a laser cannon to hit tofu. The wooden stick clearly didn't touch the stone, but that black force just whoosh shot right in. Then, the entire fortress with a puff was pierced right through. On the other side of the cliff, lime dust erupted like a volcanic explosion. I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. Really? I had the expression of an old person on the subway looking at their phone. Who understands this, family? This isn't just domineering. This is like cultivating immortality. I felt like my worldview was shattered to pieces by Karp's blow. The commander, Jonathan, next to me, looked like his jaw was about to drop to the floor, his mouth making clacking sounds, probably because his faith in that iron fortress collapsed. And then this old man scratched his head and pretended to be embarrassed. "Oh dear, that's not good. I used too much force." "Bah, just keep pretending. At this level, you can dominate the seas." Just that one sentence made my little heart race wildly. All sense of self-satisfaction and pride vanished. I had only one thought in my mind. I want to learn this. I want to become the strongest. Without a second thought, I shouted out loud, "I want to become the strongest, Admiral Karp." And then I charged forward wrapped in my domineering spirit. My recently inflated confidence was shattered by him in an instant, leaving only a burning desire to seek the truth. When Karp saw me like this, he burst out laughing. "Having dreams is good. Come on, let me see your resolve." With a bang, my fist collided with his wooden stick, sending a shock through my arm. Jonathan also snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth and lunging forward. From his stance, it seemed he wasn't looking to learn. He wanted to take down the old man who had destroyed his family's fortress. Both of us were going all out against Karp, using the 6 powers to the point of almost creating sparks. But what happened? It was useless. That old man was closing his eyes, floating around like a drunken butterfly in the storm of our punches, and we couldn't even touch him. He even started snoring, blowing out a snot bubble. Let me tell you the most outrageous part. Our punches were so powerful that with a slap, we burst that snot bubble. The next second, that old guy suddenly woke up, and his glare was like he wanted to eat someone. He had morning rage. Can you believe it? "You two brats. How dare you disturb an old man asleep?" And then Jonathan and I got beaten up like sugar-coated haws on a stick, each with a swollen head, sitting on the ground, questioning our lives. That old bastard. The whole night just went by like that. The next morning, we were as exhausted as dead dogs. Jonathan just lay flat while I could still stand. That old man Carp, on the other hand, was full of energy. He kicked me into the mud and commented while stroking his stubble, "You've got decent stamina, but your talent is really average. After training under me for a night, your intimidation level only improved a tiny bit." Huh, I got a mouthful of dirt, and I made a note of it in my little notebook. "Just wait. Don't you have 2 grandsons? I'll put all this on their heads." As a result, the old man accidentally let it slip. He looked at the stubborn Dorn beside him and sighed. If only my 2 grandsons were as obedient as Dorn. Good heavens, my brain's CPU nearly fried at that moment. The opportunity had come. I immediately leaned in and pretended to chat casually. "How old are your grandsons?" "The older one is Ace, 8 years old, and the younger one is Luffy, 4. They're both cut out to be great commanders." When Carp talked about his grandsons, he smiled so kindly, but unfortunately, the 2 little rascals don't want to be Navy. Don't want to be Navy? That's great. I was almost bursting with laughter inside. I immediately put on a very understanding expression and sincerely said, "The child is still young. You need to teach him well." Then I took out my martial arts manual and handed it over. "Admiral Garp, keep this note safe. Let your grandson practice with it. If they don't excel in their skills in the future, I won't let them off the hook." Hee, I was calculating in my mind. "Didn't you say your grandson is a born king? All right, I'll put this debt on your grandson's head. Just wait, little brats." Garp actually took it, patting my shoulder generously. Just you? It's only a matter of time before my grandson surpasses you. When you come to headquarters, I'll have your back." After chatting, the old man just left, pulling out a small piece of tattered paper, placing it in his hand, and it moved on its own. Jonathan was still in a daze when he heard a series of explosions, and Garp took off from the spot, disappearing. All that was left was a hole. What the hell? Is this ascension in broad daylight? Dorn and I were both stunned. It's still Jonathan who is knowledgeable. That's a life card, a technology only available in the New World, which can locate directions. He's in a hurry to get back to the warship in the EC. I was even more confused. "But that Baron is far from the doldrums," Jonathan said proudly. "What do you think the Navy relies on to deter the sea? It relies on this unmatched strength. Admiral Carp often supports from 1,000 miles away like this." I looked at the sky disappearing with Carp, and the fire in my heart burned even brighter. With a flip of my hand, I could crush mountains and walk through the air. This is what a true man is. Carp is my goal. I told Jonathan that I was going into seclusion to cultivate. He didn't stop me. After all, I've pretty much cleared this sea area, and the pirates are avoiding it. As a result, this guy hesitantly came over to borrow money from me, saying he wanted to marry Jessica, and even shyly held out 3 fingers. As soon as I saw his anxious expression, I got angry and said directly, 300 million, right? Fine, I'll transfer 400 million to you. The extra 100 million is for your wife. She knows what's going on." Good grief, he exploded at that moment. His eyes turned red, his fists clenched, and he questioned me about what I was hiding from Jessica. Seeing his stance, I thought he was going to hit me. So I quickly made a run for it, shouting while running, "I really have nothing with your wife. Just go to the cafeteria and see for yourself." Nonsense. How could I not feel guilty? Although I didn't put a green hat on him, it was pretty close. I had stuffed a dozen kids as light bulbs between the 2 of them. I only realized something was wrong after I ran far away. I was played by that old guy. He didn't believe me at all. He just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. This guy really is a great actor. But whatever, I went straight back to the Fierce Soul, explained to my brothers that I would be in seclusion, transferred some money to Jonathan, and then went straight to sleep. Being tormented by Carp all night left me more mentally exhausted than physically. When I woke up the next day from my dream of punching the 7 warlords and kicking the old tyrant, I was well fed and directly headed to the bottom of that Pierce cliff. Wow, this place is now my exclusive gym. To shield myself from the wind and rain, I fiddled a bit with the entrance. In the days to come, I would be in seclusion here. I would be cultivating. Let me tell you, the book I have in my hands, the Handbook of Hockey Basics, is a limited edition from the Navy headquarters, and you can't buy it anywhere on the market. The editor is former Admiral Zephyr, who is known for training monsters like Akainu and Akiji. The book divides hockey into 3 types: armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. In simple terms, observation hockey is like your Sixth Sense Pro Max version, allowing you to sense danger in advance, like having a map overlay. Armament hockey is a combination of momentum and physical strength, forming an invisible armor on your body that can both attack and defend, specifically countering those flashy devil fruit users. As for conqueror's hockey, that's even more mysterious. It's said to be a king's qualification, something you're born with and cannot be trained for. With just a glance, you can take out small fry, focusing on bloodline suppression. I flipped through it and set aside the observation color. I directly went for the armed color. Zeph. That old guy is also a genius. He knows that most of the Navy doesn't have the same daily fighting opportunities as pirates. So he developed a training method with a core idea summed up in 10 words. Iron is forged into steel. Confidence is strength. What does this mean? It means making you do something you think is completely impossible. For example, the book gives the example of a Navy officer who punches a mountain flat. The first time it took a month, the second time half a month, and the more he punched, the faster he got, because with each punch, his body was being tempered by the recoil, and his confidence skyrocketed. In the end, he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, this is tailor-made for me. But using my fists, that's too small a scale. I went all in and used my whole body to create. The main idea was to crush you with my full strength. Anyway, my body is tough, and using my whole body to crash into something increases the impact area, resulting in a more powerful recoil, doubling the effect. So, the barren fortress became lively. The booming sounds never stopped, like a constant demolition site. At first, the naval personnel in the base thought I had gone crazy, saying I wanted to manually open a new shipping lane for warships to enter and exit, and they secretly laughed at me behind my back, calling me a dreamer. What happened next? 2 days later, when someone came to check again, they were completely stunned. A massive gash had been smashed into the cliff, which was solid enough to withstand cannonballs. No one dared to laugh anymore. My family understood. Their gazes towards me changed from seeing a clueless young man to seeing a human-shaped pangolin that had come to life. A saying started circulating in the base, claiming that I had already taken down Commander Jonathan. Otherwise, how could he allow me to act so recklessly? While these people were gossiping about me, the outside world was not idle. It was New Year's Eve again, and the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar arrived. The people in the base were listening to the New Year's bells from the naval headquarters while gossiping. They talked about how the world government was about to recruit a notorious pirate as a warlord of the sea named Snow Disaster Dallas, with a bounty of over 200 million, who was also a scum that slaughtered civilians. The naval personnel were infuriated, but what good did it do? Their voices couldn't reach the ears of those big shots in the world government. I really don't have time to deal with these trivial matters. At the very moment the New Year's bell rang, I was still crashing against the mountain. I had been crashing for 3 months straight, and I felt that the time had come. I took a deep breath, pushed off hard with my legs, and the ground instantly exploded. I shot out like a round from an electromagnetic cannon, charging towards a final thick rock wall, along the straight path I had created. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire mountain trembled. The several-meter-thick rock wall in front of me was as fragile as paper, and I broke through it in an instant. With tremendous inertia, I flew out directly, tracing a parabolic arc, and with a splash I fell into the deep sea. At that very moment, I felt something explode within my body. It was an indescribable agony, my blood boiling as if it were about to ignite, and even my armament hockey instinctively emerged to protect me. Then, I watched as the scalding blood transformed into countless fine threads, intertwining and merging with my hockey. When I regained consciousness from the seabed and swam back to the surface, I felt that the entire world had changed. This extreme breakthrough brought an absurdly great reward. The strength of my armament hockey doubled instantly. But that is not the main point. The main point is that my armament hockey mutated. I raised my hand to take a look, and wow, that originally purple-black has now turned into a gray-black color. A very textured gray-black. Let me tell you, that color, that aura, is exactly the same as Hailu stone. What does this mean? It means that from now on, I will be the father of all ability users. Their proud fruit abilities will be rendered useless in front of my Hailu stone. Are you angry or what? In the future, when I encounter ability users, they will just be my walking experience bags. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. That scene must be amazing. However, while it feels great, problems have arisen. I can clearly feel that I've hit a ceiling again. My top-tier physique has already been exhausted of its potential. My strength can no longer increase. Carp was right. Physique is indeed a ceiling. If I want to become stronger, I must break through this ceiling. The next level is the Wuhai level physique. That's the level that can awaken the conqueror's hockey. It seems it's time to leave this novice village of Balong and go to a bigger stage. Having realized this, I went straight to find Jonathan. This guy has probably been quite affected by me lately and has been avoiding me every day. When I arrived at his office, he was venting about that rookie, the wannabe Wuhai. When he saw me, he snorted coldly. "Oh, the training fanatic has time to come here. Don't tell me you've hurt your body." I shot him a glance and picked up his newspaper to read. "Even if your body has problems, I won't have any. I came just to let you know, the mountain I've already drilled through it, and it can be navigated by boat at any time. Jonathan was instantly stunned. His expression was like he had just heard that a sow could climb a tree, with a face full of doubt, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" He quickly disappeared from the office, definitely to verify the situation on site. In less than 10 minutes, as I was almost done with the newspaper, he dashed back in a daze. "How did you do it?" He stared at me blankly, completely bewildered. What else can I say? I put down the newspaper, shrugged my shoulders, and said in the most innocent tone, "Well, I just used my arm color to protect myself," and charged right through. Family. You didn't see the look on his face. It was like an AI-generated meme, filled with the philosophical 3 questions of who am I? Where am I? Is this reasonable? It was simply incredible. It was simply incredible. The next moment, he lunged at me like a madman, insisting that I let him copy my cultivation method. The way he acted, you would think I was about to blow up his base. At that time, I had no time to pay attention to him. I tell you, my eyes were almost glued to that newspaper on the table. In a corner, I saw a piece of news that, good heavens, exploded like a nuclear bomb in my brain. The Revolutionary Army, led by someone named Dorag. Who understands, as soon as this name came out, my DNA reacted. This is a major event for the future. The storm of the entire world is about to start from this man named Dorag. I couldn't help but exclaim, saying that the wind is finally going to pick up. Then Jonathan, that old buddy, quietly said, "Dorag? That kid is the son of Admiral Cap. Who doesn't know this among our senior officials?" I was just an old man on the subway, looking at my phone, my face full of disbelief. What is this? The son of that old man Carp? The old rascal who used to pick his nose and chase me around every day? Can he really give birth to such a revolutionary with high ideological awareness? This is not scientific, and the high-ranking officials of the Navy all know, and they still don't handle it? I had to drink several cups of water to calm myself down, and I suddenly understood that the waters of the Navy headquarters are much deeper than I imagined. All right, I have to lay low. I must lay low. I just got myself mentally prepared when Jonathan assigned me a task. He said that several warships had been damaged by something called the Gods of Water and needed to be taken for major repairs. He was supposed to go himself, but ended up going to accompany Jessica to some food festival, focusing on companionship. So the task landed on my shoulders. What can I say? I can only feel sympathy for his post-marriage status and then take on this tough job. The destination, the City of Water. Goodness. More than a dozen warships set off in grand style, with our brand new ship, the Flame of Fury, leading the way, and the brothers were all in high spirits. On board, the know-it-all Sheldon started his stand-up routine, praising the City of Water to the skies, talking about it being a water city, the world's shipbuilding center, and the mass carnival. Everyone on the ship was so pumped up they couldn't wait to arrive. Just as we were getting into it, suddenly, battle alarms went off. The sound was sharp enough to pierce eardrums. The lookout shouted that there was fighting up ahead. Let me tell you, the reaction speed of our fierce Tiger Brigade is incredible. The Flame of Fury instantly shot out like an arrow, breaking away from the main fleet and heading straight towards the sound of cannon fire. I was still playing chess with Jonathan on the flagship when I heard the cannon fire and smelled that familiar gunpowder scent, which made my blood rush. Jonathan shook his head at my ecstatic expression, calling me a battle fanatic. Of course, training to become stronger is exhilarating, but nothing beats the thrill of a real fight. When we got closer, the scene was quite intense. A large merchant ship was being fiercely attacked by a pirate ship, with hooks already latched on, and the pirates were swarming up. As soon as we appeared, a few cannonballs flew out, directly sending the pirate ship into a puff of smoke. Our acting captain, Leonard, commanded exceptionally well, using the warship's speed advantage to dodge cannonballs while harassing the pirates, keeping them occupied until the main force arrived. Just as it looked like we were about to encircle the pirates, I was praising Leonard's skills when Jonathan suddenly made a noise, his brow furrowing as if he could crush a fly. I asked him what was wrong, and he held up the binoculars, sighed for a long time, and said he had encountered the last thing he wanted to face. Following his gaze, I also noticed something was off. Our 2 warships had blocked the pirate ship, but they just wouldn't attack. The main mast of the pirate ship had been broken, and it had completely turned into a target, yet we weren't making a move. It was then that Jonathan told me, that ship belongs to one of the 7 warlords. As soon as I heard it, the 7 warlords? I quickly took a closer look. Goodness, that tattered pirate flag had a skull wearing a snowflake crown. It was highly recognizable. Jonathan gritted his teeth and said, "This is a crew under the Snow Disaster Dallas. These bastards relied on their identity as 7 warlords and had a legitimate robbery permit issued by the world government. The Navy had no authority to capture them. Sure enough, when those pirates saw we had stopped, they instantly became arrogant, standing on the deck and cursing at us. and it was quite unpleasant to hear. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Looking at Jonathan, I said, "See, fate has come, hasn't it? This is a great opportunity to test the Navy's attitude towards the 7 warlords." When Jonathan heard this, the hair on his neck stood up. He knew me too well and understood that I wasn't thinking about probing, but rather about seeing if these 7 warlords could take a beating. Just as he was about to advise me, I asked the crucial question, "Is that Dallas a devil fruit user?" "Yes, a Logia type." Jonathan panicked and said the world government would not allow us to touch a newly appointed 7 warlord. A Logia type? As soon as I heard those 3 words, my lips went dry. Let me tell you, I was just in need of a devil fruit user to recharge my abilities. An experience package delivered right to my door. How could I pass that up? As for the title of 7 warlords, it might scare the small fry, but do they think it could intimidate me? Dream on. I gently rested my hand on the knife handle. In the next second, with a soft click, a blue flash of the blade flew across the sea surface like a swallow skimming the water, instantly slicing through the pirate ship. The ship, along with the shouting from those on board, shook violently, and then it was cleanly split in half, sinking into the sea with a splash. The entire world fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the pirates who had fallen into the water and were still flailing about. The way they looked at me was as if they had seen a ghost. I removed my hand from the knife and said calmly, "Even the 7 warlords of the sea cannot attack the Navy. Bring up all the survivors and send them all to Impel Down." After dealing with these small fry, I turned to ask Jonathan about the situation in this sea area. I said, "How come such a prosperous place doesn't even have a Navy base? Merchant ships have been getting robbed for so long, and not a single distress signal has been sent." Jonathan then educated me, saying that from here to Mary Geos, it's all directly governed territory of the world government. They feel that having the Navy headquarters at Marineford is enough, and other places are not needed. He earnestly told me a lot, with one core idea. The world government has been powerful for 800 years, and the waters are deep. Don't cause trouble recklessly. I smiled and said I understood, but what I really thought was something only I knew. At that moment, the owner of the merchant ship we rescued came over. He was a balding, middle-aged man named Obden. He came up and thanked me profusely, but his eyes never left our damaged warships in the fleet. This guy was the owner of the shipyard in Water City, and he immediately saw a big business opportunity with us. I couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and directly asked him about repairing the ships. When he heard this, his eyes lit up, and he pounded his chest to guarantee that the ship repairs and accommodations would be fully taken care of, ensuring everything would be arranged clearly. Great. That saved us some trouble. After finalizing the deal, the fleet continued to move forward. Before long, it was time for Jonathan to disembark. He changed out of his military uniform into casual attire, looking rather dapper, but ended up being directed by Jessica to carry luggage. With bags piled up like a small mountain, definitely a henpecked husband. I stifled a laugh, bid him farewell, and watched him hop onto the ship bound for Gourmet Town, lugging his luggage. After sending off this couple on their honeymoon, I stood at the bow of the ship and gave the order. Set sail, change course, destination, Water City. After sailing for another hour, let me tell you, a city I would never forget in my lifetime appeared on the horizon. The roaring sound of water was deafening, and the entire city was like an incredibly massive super fountain. Water gushed out from the top of the city and flowed into the sea through 7 ridiculously wide waterways. With the city built between these waterways, the scene was simply miraculous. Everyone on the ship was dumbstruck, each one with their mouths agape, unable to utter a word for a long time. I was so shocked at the time that I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply a gigantic fountain." The proud Obden leaned over and said, "Colonel, this is not just a fountain. It is the power source of our Water City, one of the greatest wonders in the world." I thought to myself, why don't you go ahead and tell me, what kind of miracle is this? The man immediately started talking as if a switch had been flipped, explaining to me that this grand fountain is the main engine of the entire Water City, drawing water back to the sea through 7 huge waterways and branching out into countless smaller channels. The entire transportation of the city relies on it. I was really getting into it when I suddenly caught a glimpse of something strange out of the corner of my eye. Goodness, there was something on the sea that looked like a centipede, rushing towards us in segments. Right after that, there was the sound of a loud whistle. I was completely stunned at that moment. This thing was steaming, looked just like a train, but it was running on the sea. Next to me, Obden's eyes were wide open like copper bells, and he couldn't even speak properly. What is that thing? Let me tell you, this scene shocked me as much as when I first learned that mobile phones could be used for QR code payments. It's black technology, absolutely black technology in this world. I steadied myself and looked underwater, and there really were tracks. The train rushed past our fleet, and the people on it were still shouting at us. When the train had gone far away, Obdin finally came to his senses, trembling with excitement. He really succeeded. The city of water is saved. I heard someone in the car shout a name, Tom. I asked Obdin who this Tom was so impressive. Obdin cleared his throat, his expression quite complicated. He said, "This guy named Tom is the world's #1 shipwright." And what happened? Because he built a ship for the pirate king Roger, he was sentenced to death. But he pulled out a design for a sea train on the spot, and the judge looked at it and said, "Fine, I'll give you 10 years probation. If you really build it, we can talk about it then." To everyone's surprise, he actually made it happen. The pirate king Roger? Judicial Island? At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Wow, these people are everywhere. The warship soon entered Water City, but to be honest, the city looked a bit bleak. It was run down. The streets were filled with unemployed workers and drunks, giving off a vibe of a dying patient suddenly sitting up. It hardly looked like the world's #1 shipbuilding center. As soon as we entered the shipyard, all the workers looked at us like we were saviors. That old guy, Obdin, immediately took on an air of authority, issuing orders like a general, and the whole shipyard instantly transformed from an ICU into a KTV, bustling with energy. They knew the Navy had money, and if they repaired our ships, the yard would survive. Obdin, being quite the character, immediately said he would treat us. When I saw his nearly bankrupt shipyard, I had a good idea of what was going on. I waved my hand and said, "All right, you provide the drinks. I'll bring the meat, and we won't stop until we're drunk." As a result, that old fellow's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands and saying there would be plenty of wine. I later found out he had just gotten stuck with a shipment of unsellable wine and was worried about where to store it. Ah, the merchant's heart is indeed dirty. Before long, the damage report came out, and a foreman named Oblon's handed over a stack of papers. When Obdin saw the total price, 170 million Baileys, his heart must have been racing, and he forced himself to remain calm as he handed the report to me. I didn't have time to look at that thing, so I directly called Leonard over. "Let me tell you, Leonard is my god. I handed it over to you," and the person just slipped away, ready to go check out the scenery by that big fountain. Then I heard that Leonard was outputting a ton of critiques on that report, pointing out all the unreasonable parts, wiping the smile off Obdin's face. Poor Leonard. He must be missing Commander Jonathan again. While I was wandering around the city, on the other side, on Judicial Island, a conspiracy against me was quietly unfolding. The main characters were that Spandam, whom I had beaten into a pig's head, and his even more sinister father, Spandane. The son was howling for revenge, and his father, like an old fox, said that since I was a rising star in the Navy, they couldn't just act directly. Then they called out 2 subordinates, one named Lucci, who had a pigeon on his shoulder and played ventriloquism every day, the other named Foz, who was like a person with a manic disorder. These 2 were geniuses of CP9 and also sworn enemies. They almost ended up fighting as soon as they met, like elementary school kids arguing. What was Spanden's old cunning plan? It was in 3 steps. First, find a pirate called Snow Disaster Dallas to cause trouble for me as cannon fodder. Second, send Lucci to sneak into Water City to find evidence of me harboring criminals, namely Tom. Third, once the evidence was in hand, they could rightfully take me down, and the Navy headquarters wouldn't be able to say a word. Who understands my family? This workplace palace intrigue has come down on me. The most outrageous part is that this old man clearly has a pardon for one of my subordinates, but he just won't issue it, planning to make Lucci take the blame later. Let me tell you, a person like this wouldn't survive more than 3 episodes in a TV show. Enough about those clowns. I was up in the air over Water City, enjoying the moonwalk. That feeling was exhilarating. The wind was blowing in my ears, and the whole city was beneath my feet. I couldn't help but shout out. The entire city came alive because of the sea train, filled with hope. But everyone was also worried about Mr. Tom's trial. As I was flying, I saw 2 young people arguing over by the ghost ship island. One looked quite composed, while the other had a pompadour, clearly a rebellious type. The one with the pompadour had built a broken ship to provoke the Sea King, but it ended up getting smashed, and the 2 started to bicker. "What are you doing? Frankie, you're so annoying. This has nothing to do with you, you idiot. You're so childish." They were arguing happily when the Sea King quietly approached, opening its huge mouth to swallow them whole. Just at that critical moment, a loud shout pierced the sky. Woo! Let me tell you, the crying was truly heartbreaking. I sat up abruptly from that giant centipede's head and saw 2 kids having survived a disaster. Instead of crying and hugging each other, they pointed fingers at each other and started arguing. Goodness, one had purple hair and the other had blue hair, making more noise than a vegetable market. "It's all your fault, you idiot. Always getting into trouble with those sea kings. When will you grow up?" Mind your own business. Sooner or later, I'll build the strongest battleship and knock you down. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. What a divine combination. Purple hair and blue hair. I had a sudden impulse and gave him a nickname, the Cumin Brothers. As a result, the blue-haired guy, who had quite a temper, looked up and saw me wearing a navy cloak. He immediately exploded, pointing at my nose and asking, "Who are you? A navy? What are you doing here?" He even took a stance as if he wanted to fight. The purple-haired big guy quickly pulled him back and said, "Idiot, stop. He's our savior." He said that, but his body was tense like a steel plate, and his eyes were extremely wary, clearly afraid that I was here to cause trouble. I grinned and introduced myself. "I am TangGe, a just Navy officer." As soon as my name came out, the purple-haired guy, Iceberg, widened his eyes in shock. "TangGe, you're the fierce tiger of that ballon." "Oh, I thought my reputation had reached Water City? That's quite impressive." But little did my family know, the next moment I faced social death. That blue-haired kid, Frankie, suddenly clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. "Ha ha, Iceberg, is he really that big fool? Ha ha ha." I was green with envy. What kind of situation is this? It turns out that last night, I treated the guys from dock number 4 to dinner, and the boss named Obden got a bit too tipsy and started running his mouth. He boasted everywhere, saying that I, TangGe, praised his company's technology to no end, claiming it was the best in the Water City. He also said that I was particularly optimistic about them and would shower them with immense wealth. This news spread overnight, and soon everyone in the Water City knew that there was a naval officer named TangGe, who was foolish and rich, a top-tier sucker. I tell you, my face at that time was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and Frankie was still there laughing, looking like a 300-pound fool. Can this be tolerated? I dodged and jumped down from the Sea King's head, and with Carp Sensei's love fist, I replicated it right on the spot. With a bang, the bump on his head was directly smashed into a candied hawthorn skewer. "Wow, that hurts. You bastard." Frankie held his head, rolling on the ground in pain. Huh. After beating him up, I felt much better inside. Just then, the ground rumbled, and a man with an upper body as strong as a bear walked over, carrying a 3-masted sailing ship on his shoulder. You heard that right. He was carrying a ship. With a heave, he threw that several-meter-long ship into the sea, and the splash went up high. "This guy is their master, Tom." He had also heard about my glorious deeds, looked at me with a glint of mockery in his eyes, and chuckled, saying, "Oh, so you were the one who treated us to a meal, the fierce tiger. Huh? What an interesting navy you are." I was so embarrassed that I could have scratched out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. But who are we? The best way to diffuse awkwardness is to make everyone awkward together. I immediately started some mutual flattery. "Oh, it's nothing. To have the world's #1 shipbuilder and designer of the sea train, Mr. Tom, know my name, this little money spent is worth it." Goodness, this tactic really worked. Tom, a muscular guy over 2 meters tall, actually blushed when I complimented him. A hint of red appeared on his greenish skin, and he struck a shy pose. The scene was simply surreal. The sense of incongruity was off the charts. The 4 of us were sitting on a barrel on the ghost ship island, chatting. Tom is truly a legend. He is carrying a death sentence for building ships for the pirate king Roger, and today is the day that will decide his fate. But what does he do? He acts like nothing is wrong, laughing and joking. Frankie is so anxious that he jumps up and shouts at him. "How can you still be laughing? If you don't cancel your crimes, you'll be executed." Instead, Tom laughs even more happily, saying that a man must face his future boldly. Frankie, infuriated, turns around and walks away. I looked at Tom and couldn't help but ask him, "Do you regret building ships for the Pirate King?" He laughed his iconic laugh, and after he finished, he said seriously, "The ships I create have no distinction between good and evil. No matter who they harm or how they destroy the world. As their creator, I must love them. A man must face boldly the ships he has built." His words were powerful and resonant. Although I, as a Navy officer, did not agree with the era he pioneered, I felt a bit more curious about Roger as a person. Tom said that a man like Roger was a privilege for him to assist. Different paths lead to different conversations. I stood up and said goodbye to him. Just as I returned to dock number 4, Jonathan's call came in. That old guy was having a blast with Jessica and the others. The noise was unbearable. I asked him irritably, "What good news? Jessica is pregnant?" The furious shout from the other end was immediate. "Idiot. Not that. Not. After so long, there's still no movement. You're not saying you can't do it, are you?" I casually remarked, already thinking about arranging some supplements for him. Jonathan on the other end was so mad he was nearly having a stroke, gritting his teeth and saying, Marshal Sengoku has already issued a pardon to Don on Judicial Island. His Navy identity is resolved. This was indeed good news. I told him to hurry up and send the documents over, then hung up the phone with a snap. In a short while, the facts arrived. Penny and Sheldon were so excited they jumped up and danced, and Don's face also showed a long-lost smile. Once the three of them happily went out shopping, I looked at Leonard, who had been silent all along. My strategist was absolutely reliable. His expression said it all. "Captain, there is a problem with this pardon." He pointed out sharply, "The pardon from headquarters needs to be announced by the Court of Judicial Island to take effect. The Admiral Sengoku issued the order yesterday, but we still haven't received formal notification from Judicial Island. The problem lies with Judicial Island." At 2 p.m., the Municipal Hall of Water City was packed to capacity. The judge struck the gavel and announced the verdict for Tom. Because he promised to spend another 4 years laying more sea train tracks, he was given a 4-year reprieve. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. I watched all of this and gave Leonard a nod. "It's your turn." He nodded, dressed sharply in his Navy uniform, and walked straight to the stand. But just as the whole city cheered for Tom, a chill suddenly swept over Water City. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and on the sea, dozens of pirate ships flying the skeletal flag crowned with ice and snow came sailing in. It was a pirate fleet. The warlord of the sea, Snow Disaster Dallas. The crowd instantly panicked and scattered in all directions. This newly appointed warlord was a huge guy over 3 meters tall, with a square head, and was extremely arrogant. As soon as he arrived on the island, he greedily surveyed the city, boasting with his sycophantic subordinates about taking over Water City as their base. This guy was riding high on flattery, dreaming of dominating the Grand Line. Suddenly, his transponder snail rang, a voice even more arrogant than his came from the other end. "Dallas, right? Your Navy subordinates are at the town hall. You idiot. Hurry over." After saying that, the call ended abruptly. Goodness, Dallas exploded on the spot, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll turn you into a snow sculpture." Meanwhile, another group was secretly taking action. In a hotel, CP9's leader Spandam was laughing triumphantly over his perfect plan. He sent that fool Dallas to intercept us while they prepared to capture people at dock number 4. The guy next to him, named Rob Lucci, probably cursed this idiotic boss 1,000 times in his mind but maintained a calm exterior. This CP9 team was quite a bunch of oddballs. Some spoke as if they were performing, some wanted to commit seppuku at the drop of a hat. And there was even a big mouth spreading gossip about colleagues everywhere. Let me tell you, their group was too chaotic, like a makeshift troop, fueled by hatred. Spandam kicked the coffee table aside and set off with this group of hidden talents. On the other side, Dallas's pirate army had already begun to burn, kill, and plunder in the city. This small amount of money was simply not enough to satisfy Dallas and his subordinates. So Dallas exploded at the scene. I tell you, his lower body turned into a whirlwind of blizzard, wreaking havoc while shouting, "Coming to Water City, such a golden nest. How can I go back empty-handed? The richest must be those shipyard owners." Goodness, the scene was such that bullets and cannonballs hitting him felt like mud hitting the sea, utterly useless. Anyone who dared to resist would be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, some even shattered by a slap. It was outrageous. At this moment, a naive newcomer, a new pirate captain, asked foolishly, "Admiral Dallas, aren't we going to deal with the Navy?" I tell you, Dallas's gaze instantly pierced like a knife. The tornado swept in and surrounded that guy, ominously saying, "You teach me how to do things? Who gave you the guts to interrupt me? Here, only I can give orders." That guy didn't even let out a peep before being frozen into an ice sculpture, his face still wearing an expression of sheer terror. Dallas looked at him appreciatively and asked the guy named Brack beside him, "See? Nice expression, right?" Brack, I tell you, was quite clever, cold sweat dripping down, and he forced a smile, saying, "Your taste is always so extraordinary. I know this guy. The one who was frozen to death had a bounty of over 60 million. Probably looked down on Dallas for being lucky." This Brack immediately seized the opportunity and shouted at the remaining pirates, "Did you all hear that? That idiot just got what he deserved. In the Dallas pirate crew, there's only one captain, and that's Captain Dallas. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. This tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey really worked, as the ragtag group was instantly subdued, nodding like little chicks pecking at rice." Seeing this, Dallas was satisfied and waved his hand. "Boys, target shipyard number 1, the richest one. Let us go." As for the orders from the phone earlier, he was already cursing inside. What kind of brainless thing is this? Does he really think I'm a obedient dog? I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. On the other side, at shipyard number 4, TangGe had taken a few people away, leaving most of the Navy behind. As a result, the news of Dallas attacking Water City swept in like a hurricane, and the Navy side exploded. Who understands? Just yesterday, they had captured Dallas's men, sank their ships, and today the main guy came knocking with their backbone TangGe not present. This is a disaster. However, their worries were both unnecessary and necessary. Unnecessary because Dallas didn't come to them, but headed straight for shipyard number 1. Necessary because another even more ruthless group kicked open their big door. That solid steel door crashed to the ground with a loud bang, sending dust flying. The station Ganari trembled in fear. Who is it? From the dust, a laugh filled with arrogance echoed. Haha. Finally waited for today? Damn Navy. As the wind blew, the figure emerged. Leading the group was Gabra. I tell you, those people were all fierce-looking, and the leader, Spandam, was the one who had been beaten into a pig's head by TangGe last time. Although his face was covered with armor, that arrogance was unmistakable. Ganari's heart sank. It was over. They were here for revenge. Spandam jumped onto the fallen steel door and shouted like a clown. Navy inside, listen up. I'm CP-5 Chief Spandam. Under the orders of the world government, capture the fugitives. Anyone who dares to block the way dies. The name of Judicial Island was too notorious, and some young Navy soldiers hesitated. Ganari and Johnson quickly stepped forward to stabilize the morale. Don't be afraid. Where would our Navy have fugitives? This is slander. Judicial Island has no right to storm our territory. They had learned some rules from following TangGe. Colonel Wild Tiger will be back soon. When he returns, these guys won't dare to make a sound. As soon as these words were spoken, the morale of the Navy indeed rose significantly. But Spandam was laughing wildly. Wild Tiger? He won't be coming back. Ha ha ha. In his eyes, TangGe had provoked a natural type like Dallas, and he was doomed. He looked at the Navy below who still dared to point their guns at him. His gaze was cruel. Gabra, Wei Chiao, take care of this troublesome bunch. The CP9 members instinctively glanced at their real boss, Rob Lucci. Lucci's expression was as flat as ever, showing no emotion. In his eyes, killing these Navy soldiers was no different from killing pirates. Once given the green light, the three immediately moved. Soru. 3 shadows dashed into the Navy formation. Is that the 6 styles? Ganari and Johnson turned pale. Such speed was impossible to block. But years of battle instincts made them shout. Open fire. In an instant, bullets and cannon fire erupted, launching a full-scale assault. Weichi and Owl weren't as fast. They couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on, using iron block. Bullets hit them with a clanging sound, bouncing off. But using iron block meant they couldn't team move, turning into live targets. Just as Ganari breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking he could suppress them with firepower, Gabra took to the air, performing moonwalks like a circus act, dodging the rain of bullets without a single thread of his clothing being touched. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ganari. Not good. Ganari's mind went blank as he watched Gabra press down with both hands. He raised his arms to block, but with a crack, he was slammed hard onto the ground. A good reaction, but unfortunately too weak. Gabra stepped on him and unleashed a few kicks of raging wind. Pack of wolves of the main Navy forces, sending 4 wolf-shaped, slashing waves crashing in, instantly toppling them and completely disrupting their formation. Ganari spat blood wildly, while Gabra stood on him, showing off. Navy, give up resistance. Defying Judicial Island leads to a dead end. Ganari forced out a sentence. We are the soul of the Wild Tiger. How can we do such spineless things? The blasted Johnson also stood up, swaying, and shouted, We are the soul of the Wild Tiger. Goodness. The brothers of the Wild Tiger troops all stood up again, raising their guns once more. What a bunch of boring weaklings. Rob Lucci, who had been inactive, finally grew impatient. He flashed his body, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Johnson, holding a bloody arm. It was Johnson's. Johnson hadn't even finished giving the fire command before he was directly disarmed, fainting from the pain. This time, the Wild Tiger troops were completely enraged. Bastards. Fight these scumbags. Open fire. Open fire. Bullets and cannonballs rained down on Lucci like crazy, but he moved as if taking a stroll, sidestepping here and there. Not a hair on him harmed. Lucci's eyes were icy, his killing intent rising. He lifted his leg and executed Raging Wind, Bird of Prey. A giant bird slash over 10 meters long, carrying terrifying wind pressure towards the Navy crowd. If this hit, it wouldn't just be an injury. Just at that critical moment. Ziz. That earth-shattering slash was actually caught firmly in one hand. A phantom of a tiger roared briefly in his palm, and with a pop, the slash was crushed, turning into countless specks of light. TangGe had returned. As soon as he landed, his gaze swept across the scene. landing on Johnson, who lay in a pool of blood with a severed arm, his eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. Gabra was dumbfounded. He knew how powerful Lucci's move was, capable of splitting a warship, yet was caught by someone with one hand? What kind of monster is this? He barely shouted a warning, and an extreme sense of danger enveloped him. Gabra, be careful. But his companion's warnings were a beat too late. Gabra desperately used Soru, leaving behind dozens of afterimages, speeding to the limit. But that deathly crisis still followed him closely. He couldn't see where TangGe was, only hearing the sound of air being torn getting closer. Then a steel fist appeared out of nowhere, smashing straight towards his chest. Black Tiger's hard extraction. With no way to retreat, Gabra could only use his strongest defense, iron block, steel, hoping to withstand it until help arrived. But he thought too much. TangGe's fist. Clang. A single sound shattered his defenses, broke his arms, and struck hard against his chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was enough to make anyone's teeth ache. Gabra flew backward like a cannonball, colliding with the owl that came to save him. The two of them spurted blood and crashed through several walls before coming to a stop. Gabra, the owl. The remaining ones trembled in fear and quickly sought safety by Lucci's side. TangGe didn't even glance at the two who had flown out. He gently helped up Gannery. Captain, I've embarrassed you. Johnson, Gannery's tears fell. You are the pride of the soul of the fierce tiger, my brothers. No one can hurt my brothers and remain unscathed. Leave the rest to me. TangGe patted his shoulder. Gannery, with red eyes, led all the Navy to retreat from the battlefield. TangGe slowly approached the CP-9 members, who looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The aura he exuded was like the calm before a storm. I admit I was wrong. He began, I underestimated your resolve on Judicial Island. And this underestimation has cost my subordinates dearly. This lesson, I will remember for a lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a roaring tiger appeared behind him, suffocating Lucci's breath. Meanwhile, Spandam, the old fool, was still fanning the flames. Idiot. This is what happens when you anger Judicial Island. Lucci, go. Show him the might of CP-9's strongest. At that moment, I thought to myself, this guy really isn't afraid of death. TangGe let out a cold laugh. What a clueless fool. He bent his legs, and the ground beneath him cracked inch by inch as he shot toward Spandam. Lucci reacted quickly, instantly blocking the way, storm foot, chaotic feather. Countless slashes rained down on TangGe like a storm. Beside him, Kaku also activated life return, his hair growing wildly and forming a large net to try to trap TangGe. So flashy. A circle of black air erupted from TangGe's body. Haki, armament. The overwhelming power directly dispersed all the attacks. His speed not only didn't decrease, but increased as he broke through the defense line in the blink of an eye and grabbed Spandam by the neck. Spandam panicked instantly, wetting his pants as he begged for mercy. And no, you can't kill me. I'm Spandam. Please. TangGe expressionlessly lifted him up to his eye level. I told you on Giran Island, your identity and status won't save you. Unfortunately, you didn't understand. You will never have the chance to understand again. Crack. With a crisp sound, Spandam's neck was instantly snapped. TangGe casually tossed him aside, and the body slammed against the steel door, turning into a puddle of mush. Then, he grinned and looked at the remaining CP-9 now. Who can tell me who dislocated my brother's arm? Just then, a series of explosions sounded from a distance. Dallas and his crew had also arrived at shipyard number 4. Leonard, who had just arrived, was taken aback by the scene. Johnson's severed arm, Spandam's tragic death, this was getting out of hand. Lucci's brows furrowed tightly. He felt an unprecedented fear, but still stood up bravely. Navy, do you know what you're doing? You're against the world government. TangGe squinted at him. So, you did it? You got guts. He directly spoke into the mic. It's you who are against the world government, right? Attacking the Navy base without cause. Severely injuring my subordinates. And now I'm going to kill you one by one. That seems reasonable, right? Leonard beside him was almost clapping. Impressive, truly impressive. Now, the Navy had the upper hand. The injured Gabra roared. You're sheltering fugitives and dare to kill Commander Spandam. The world government won't listen to your one-sided story. TangGe looked surprised. Oh, you're pretty strong, being able to speak after taking a punch from me. You're the first. Puffed. Gabra spat out another mouthful of blood in anger. There's no point in talking. Attack. At Lucci's command, Kaku and Owl simultaneously launched their strongest attacks. One using hair as a spear, and the other using Iron Head, flanking TangGe from both sides. TangGe treated it like a stroll in his backyard, taunting the whole time. Is this it? Is this it? You should rename Judicial Island to Waste Island, a waste leading a group of wastes. Put in some effort, trash. I'm almost falling asleep. Kaku was furious. He launched a spear attack, only to hear a crack as his finger broke off. I'll charge from the side. And TangGe countered with a knife hand, using Haki to break through the iron block on his neck, causing him to roll his eyes and faint on the spot. Then, with a whip kick, he sent the fleeing Kaku flying as well. In just a few seconds, the two CP9 were out of commission. The gap was too large. Kaku, ow. Gabra could only howl in despair. Lucci knew he couldn't hold back any longer. He flew into the air, spinning rapidly, Stormfoot. Phoenix. Countless slashes came crashing down heavily. Good. Finally, something decent. TangGe didn't retreat, but advanced, executing Stormfoot. Broken door, sending a fierce slash upwards to meet the attack. And the two forces collided in midair, exploding. Lucci landed and executed spear. Yellow Lotus, a torrential rain of finger strikes, all hitting TangGe. TangGe forcefully took it with his iron block, sliding several meters on the ground. Gabra looked on, reigniting hope. Good. Lucci is indeed the strongest. But Lucci knew in his heart that every blow felt like hitting steel. His fingers were about to split. He took a deep breath, brought his fists together, and unleashed the ultimate move. Six King Spear. Boom. A powerful shockwave sent TangGe flying, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. This move was good, but still too light. TangGe patted the imprint on his chest, instantly disappearing from his spot. His speed was faster than Lucci's shave. Iron block, Black Tiger's heart. The two fists clashed furiously, moving so fast that only after images could be seen, and the ground beneath them shattered inch by inch. Lucci gritted his teeth, but found himself completely suppressed, stepping back step by step. Bang! Dozens of fist shadows exploded, and Lucci flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the ruins and spewing blood. TangGe stood there, slowly speaking. The 6 styles? It's the Navy's 6 styles. Your Judicial Island's 6 styles are too weak. This was clearly a battle to vindicate the 6 styles. The outcome was evident. Not over. Lucci struggled to get up. TangGe looked at him with disdain. With your level, you dare to claim to be the strongest genius of CP9 in 800 years? You're as weak as can be. Is your 800 years calculated by dog years? We carry the justice of the world government. Lucci still stubbornly resisted, blood dripping down his arm. Gabra was dumbfounded, shouting at Lucci to stop, or he would really be finished. But Lucci, that stubborn guy, I tell you, his pride was sky high, refusing to admit he was weak. Does anyone understand? Clearly, he was being pressed down and rubbed into the ground, but he insisted on putting up a fight, forcing out what he called life return. His upper body muscles bulged like a fitness coach. Then he roared and unleashed his ultimate move, the 6 King Spear. Good guy. Was he planning to trade 1 for 1? Fine, he had guts. Seeing him so reckless, I got serious too. My self-created fist technique, the 2nd style, overwhelming mountain and sea. I clashed head-on. The impact was like a battleship's main cannon firing, and a shockwave plowed the surrounding ground. And the result? His so-called strongest ultimate move was a joke in front of me. He was directly punched into a cannonball, crashing back into the ground at 3 times the speed he came in, stuck in the ground so deep that he couldn't be pulled out. At that moment, I thought, what is CP9's intelligence department doing? Sending you a bunch of rookies to die? I had no time to waste with you. I raised my hand and unleashed several Stormfoot techniques, preparing to pack these guys up and send them away. But then, just when I was about to collect the heads, a glowing door suddenly appeared beside me. I was left with a big question mark. A guy with horns reached out from the door, frantically dragging the half-dead Lucci inside. Gabra, who had a broken arm, bit onto another teammate's clothes and crawled in as well. I realized at that moment, damn, there was still a devil fruit user hiding in CP9. They had been lurking without showing their hand, just waiting for this life-saving moment. Just as they were about to escape, suddenly a group of people charged in from another direction. One arrogant guy was cackling maniacally, whipping up a blizzard and throwing it right in my face. Isn't this a waste of time? I swung my knife and cleaved through the snow, but in just that 1 second, the door slammed shut, and everyone had escaped. I was so furious that I swung my knife at the spot where the door had vanished. With a thud, an arm fell from midair, blood splattering everywhere. I turned my head and saw the culprit, the newly appointed warlord, Snow Disaster Dallas. I was so furious at that moment that my anger was through the roof. The cooked duck had flown away, and this debt must be settled with you. I pointed at his nose and said, your spirit of self-sacrifice is quite touching. I hope your ability to escape is just as strong. As a result, this guy, let me tell you, was just a pure show-off. He brought a group of little minions, all pointing their guns at me, laughing loudly. Escape? Kid, are you scared, silly? Kneel down. Bow to Admiral Dallas and admit your mistake. I was so angry that I almost laughed, signaling my subordinates not to move and stepping forward alone. My Lieutenant Leonard turned pale. He knew I was truly ready to kill. The 7 warlords were still there, chattering. With a fiery tiger, right? Let my people go, and then kneel and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. I really couldn't hold it in, took a step back, and pinched my nose with a disgusted look on my face. Dude, can you stay away from me? Did you stuff something awful in your mouth? Why does it smell so bad? I even turned to ask his lackeys, how do you guys usually tolerate this? Pile of green poop. Goodness. Some of his subordinates actually showed expressions that said, you said what I've been thinking. Dallas's face instantly turned green, trembling with anger. You bastard Navy. I'm going to kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. I dug at my ears, looking surprised. What? You want to apologize to me? And beg for mercy on your knees? You're actually quite nice. How embarrassing. After all, you're a warlord of the sea. At that moment, his CPU completely overheated. With a sharp scream, he transformed into a torrent of blizzard, instantly surrounding me. The temperature dropped sharply, the ground froze over, and the scene was like stepping into the Ice Age. This is the nature system. It really has some power. Blizzard's snow wolf. His voice echoed from all directions, and a bunch of snow wolves leaped out from the snow wall, baring their fangs and claws as they charged at me. What a show. A phantom of a fierce tiger flashed behind me, and several slashes of light instantly shattered those snow wolves along with the snow wall. I quickly jumped over to a large iron gate, casually pulling out my frozen deputy Leonard from the snow pile, and asked him, Leonard, what should we do if pirates attack the Navy and kill people, according to the rules? Dallas over there didn't understand at all and thought I was holding some unfortunate soul's corpse, shouting madly. Not only am I going to kill him, but I'm going to wipe out all of you Navy as well. I've been waiting for this sentence. I smirked, and my voice instantly turned cold. Just admit it. Warlord of the Sea, Doras, you attacked the Navy and caused the death of Admiral Spandam of Judicial Island. Now, I announce the revocation of your warlord title and sentence you to death. I directly framed that useless Spandam for his death. Dallas didn't even realize who Spandam was and kept crazily summoning soldiers. The snow in the entire square came to life, turning into a sea of snow, trying to drag me in and drown me. I stand on the snow, as steady as an old dog, my mouth not stopping. Is that it? It's such a waste to use a natural-type fruit on you. You're simply a jumping clown. Is the threshold for the 7 warlords so low now? Anyone useless can become one? Every word is like a knife stabbing into his heart. This guy is just a glass heart relying purely on the fruit's abilities, completely broken down by a few of my words. He gathered all the snow together and built me a snow house several dozen stories high, each layer as hard as steel, trying to crush me to death. Useless waste. I stroll leisurely inside, dodging the ice spears he shoots down from the roof, even deliberately yawning. I'm almost falling asleep. Can you be any more useless? Sure enough, he lost it. Damn Navy. Avalanche Snow Wolf King. All the snow instantly coalesced into a giant snow wolf taller than the building, opening its massive mouth to bite down on me. Finally, something decent. I simply didn't dodge and let the snow bind me. The giant wolf swallowed me whole, and an endless blizzard instantly engulfed me. Regret in hell. Dallas's voice was filled with resentment. But what he didn't know was that at the moment of being swallowed, a layer of pitch-black hockey covered my entire body. The wolf's teeth, harder than steel, instantly turned to snow upon touching my hockey, then became water, and finally evaporated. How is this possible? Dallas's voice was filled with fear and confusion. His worldview probably shattered. My heart was steady, and my guess was confirmed. The awakened armament hockey is the nemesis of devil fruit abilities. I can feel that this snow wolf is his true form. Want to run? It's too late. The real weakling is you, idiot. I infuse the armament hockey into my sword. Hockey. 1 slash to ascend, 10,000 cuts to enlightenment. A fierce tiger's blade, accompanied by black lightning, shot up from the snow wolf's body. With a loud bang, the gigantic snow wolf exploded into countless snowflakes from head to toe. Dallas's physical form fell out, with a thin red line in the center of his body. This time, his elemental form couldn't save him. As his body split in half and fell into the snow, a warm current surged into my body, and the plus sign on my external enhancement was full. I clicked on it without hesitation. I tell you, as soon as I clicked, a live broadcast popped up on the screen. Wow, the fight in the arena was intense. These 2 guys are traditional talents of our fierce Tiger Brigade. One is called Johnson, and the other is called Ganari. Every year, We select the two strongest fighters to practice. The winner handles combat, while the loser goes to logistics. In the past, Ganari, that gorilla, always won, but this time, hey, it's different. Johnson had broken an arm recently, but guess what? There was a blue-haired kid in the crowd, dressed like he came from another dimension, who equipped him with a full metal mechanical arm. I know that kid. He's called Frankie, and he's the apprentice of Old Man Tom. I tell you, that mechanical arm has a big iron hammer on top, pure violence aesthetics. With this treasure, Johnson became so arrogant, grinning widely, and he rained down punches on Ganari. The most impressive part was that the fist of that mechanical arm could actually shoot out with a whoosh, trailing an iron chain. Ganari was directly knocked down by that flying punch, collapsing on the spot. After winning, Johnson was so smug, holding up his new arm, babbling away and mocking the other side until their faces turned purple. Family, who understands? When I saw this scene, my mind went ding. My serious-looking deputy, Leonard, was still complaining about Frankie's overly avant-garde outfit. I told him, that kid is a talent. Just think about it. If we could get one of those for each member of our Fierce Tiger Brigade, wouldn't our combat power soar? Our brothers have average physical fitness, and learning high-end techniques like the 6 styles is tough, but if we could leverage technology, wouldn't we just take off? I immediately made the decision to have Leonard talk to Frankie. Money was not an issue. I had to get this technology. As for myself, I needed to keep a low profile. After all, with the chaos in Water City this time, I definitely couldn't stay in Ballon. I had to pave the way for that kid Leonard to take over my position. While I was contemplating how to upgrade my equipment, let me tell you, the real heavyweight showdown had already begun in Mary Geos. The scene shifted to the 5 old men of the world government, who were confronting the big shots of the Navy across a lake. The reason? It was all because of that useless Spandam, who went to report me, claiming I was harboring criminals, obstructing law enforcement, and even killed the warlord Doflamingo, turning black into white. The 5 old men asked Admiral Sengoku if he had anything to say. Let me tell you, Admiral Sengoku was so domineering with his hands in his pockets. Not even raising an eyebrow, he directly called Spandam a clown and dismissed him as nonsense. He made it clear that the person I protected had signed a pardon 3 days ago, and the documents had already been sent to Judicial Island. Spandam was dumbfounded on the spot, still stubbornly saying the procedure was completed and the pardon was effective. Anyone who understands could see. Spandam's expression was like a 2025 live-action version of I'm so emo, just short of opening a depression account right there. As a result, Admiral Sengoku ignored him completely, flicked his hand, and a piece of paper flew over to the hands of the 5 elders. On it, the seal of Judicial Island was clearly stamped. At that moment, I just wanted to say, is that it? Just this? The slap on the face was loud. Spandam collapsed right there. Admiral Sengoku unleashed his aura and directly challenged the 5 elders, saying that even if the Navy was weak, it was still the Navy, and Judicial Island had no authority to touch our people. Just as it seemed about to escalate, the former Admiral Zephyr, with his bad temper, directly started cursing, pointing at the 5 elders and calling them a bunch of idiots. In the end, it was still Sengoku who brought the topic back. He threw out a bombshell, saying, "What the hell does Doflamingo count as? He attacked a Navy base and killed so many of our brothers. Even CP9 members died at his hands. Killing him is acting on behalf of justice, maintaining the face of the world government." Then, the explosive moment came. Sengoku practically shouted, "Abolish the warlord system." At that moment, all the big shots of the Navy, Sengoku, Akiji, Akainu, Zephyr, and Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, all unleashed their presence. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. The two sides' auras clashed directly. The calm lake's surface boiled like water, reaching a boiling point, and the air was crackling with sparks. Spandam, with his eyes rolling back, fainted right there, hitting the ground hard. The 5 elders, of course, were not having it, refusing to abolish it at all. In the end, it was Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, that old veteran, who set the tone for the matter with a single sentence. He said that abolition was unrealistic, but the legal robbery rights of the warlords must be abolished. This was the real goal of the Navy. The 5 elders were forced into a corner and had no choice but to concede. But they also wanted to save face, saying that this guy who had repeatedly opposed the world government must be severely punished. Admiral Sengoku was also straightforward, directly stating that the Navy headquarters had issued documents to strip me of all my positions and transfer me from Ballon Fortress. This matter was thus settled. The Navy big shots left in high spirits, leaving the 5 elders there mumbling about needing to give me a stronger devil fruit and trimming the Navy. TCH, a bunch of old schemers. The next day, the headlines of newspapers around the world exploded. The snow disaster Doflamingo was killed by the Navy. and the legal robbery rights of the warlords were restricted. Once this news broke, the world was in an uproar. Ordinary citizens and those allied nations were overjoyed. But some big pirates turned green with anger. That flamboyant Doflamingo in his pink feather coat was jumping up and down in anger, saying that Doflamingo's uselessness dragged everyone down. Crocodile was also furious, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, as his plans were all disrupted. Only Shanks, let me tell you, this guy had a big perspective. He thought it was a good thing, saying a new era was about to begin and was preparing to head to the East Blue. The world was in turmoil. And what about me? The center of this storm? Guess what? My cheat master, Garp, was on vacation in the East Blue. Admiral Sengoku made a phone call, asking him to come to Water City to escort me back. When Garp heard that I had killed a warlord, he was so happy that he was laughing to the point of tears, repeatedly saying I was indeed his disciple. On the other end of the line, Admiral Sengoku was about to have a brain hemorrhage, roaring that the 5 elders had murderous intentions and sent CP0 to get me, telling him to hurry up and come over. Garp hung up the phone and turned to see his grandson Luffy listening to someone tell pirate stories. And he got so angry that he roared, "You're going to be the king of the Navy," and directly tied the kid to a bunch of balloons and let him fly. Anyone who understands knows that this way of raising kids is all about cyber releasing them, emphasizing leaving it to fate. After messing with his grandson, the old man finally carried the sleeping Luffy and boarded the warship sent to pick him up. Over here in Water City, my subordinates were cheering madly upon seeing the newspaper, feeling like they participated in a world-changing event. I sent them all out to play, letting them spend freely. I would reimburse them. Then I kept Leonard behind, and he told me that I had been dismissed. I was not surprised at all, patting his shoulder, officially handing over the Fierce Tiger unit to him, telling him, "You fool, living is more important than anything." After sending everyone off, when I was the only one left, that kid Don came out from the corner. He was now a full-fledged Navy member, but couldn't understand why I, having made such great contributions, was instead dismissed. I smiled and patted his head, saying there was no particular reason, just that I had to leave. Looking at his disappointed expression, I laughed heartily, saying, "Come on, don't think too much. Let's go around the island 10 times to warm up." I never expected that as a small former Navy member, my transfer would cause such a big stir. The next day, a seemingly endless line of Navy troops marched straight into the shipyard. Leading them was a guy wearing a dog head mask, with a build as strong as a bear, walking with the wind. I was doing weighted exercises while being upside down, and when I looked up and saw him, let me tell you, I was startled, and the sweat on my back just came pouring down. Damn it, it's that old Tyrannosaurus again. As soon as he opens his mouth, it's the same old tired lines, talking about how the Baroness Fierce Tiger has 2 tough guys who want to see me. Let me tell you, as soon as my nickname got out, this old thing was definitely the first to hear it. At that moment, my expression was probably filled with disdain. He wasn't pleased either. I could feel him glaring at me through the dog head mask. Is that the attitude one should have toward the teacher? Oof. What attitude I have towards him doesn't really matter, does it? That old guy is just a pure troublemaker, always looking for a fight, even when there's none. Forget it. It's pointless to say more. Let's just get started. Besides, I want to test the strength of my new body. Without saying a word, I cover myself with armed color hockey, my gaze 3 parts provocation and 7 parts defiance, almost writing "come at me" on my face, still so unaware of the world. The corner of the old Tyrannosaurus's mouth under that dog head mask was almost grinning up to the sky. The next second, he disappeared. Whoosh, gone in an instant. Wow, what speed. Bang, a loud crash. Our fists collided, armed color hockey rubbing against each other fiercely. And what was the result? 1 second, just 1 second, and the winner was decided. Ouch, it hurts so much. Damn, it feels like I'm dying from the pain. I flew back like a cannonball, flailing my arms wildly. Let me tell you, it felt like my fist was made of tofu, slamming straight onto a red-hot iron plate. My little bit of armed color hockey was nothing in front of him. It shattered like paper at the slightest touch. Before I could recover, that old guy's voice actually came from above my head. "Not done yet, little tiger. I'm sweating all over. This speed is at least twice as fast as last time at that ballong." Boom! I was still in midair when he executed a reverse hook kick. A solid whip kick hit me squarely. My vision went black, and I crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a large, human-shaped pit, with 3 meters of earth exploding outward. TangGe, the commander Jonathan, who came with me, was dumbfounded, probably afraid that this old Tyrannosaurus would kick me to death. It was only then that Carp took off his dog head mask and laughed wildly. "Huh, you kid or something? Your name is so famous now." "Huh." I'm lying in the pit, feeling like my bones are about to snap in half. I've figured it out. My physique compared to that old Tyrannosaurus is not even in the same league. He's way ahead. Want to get revenge? I guess I'll have to wait until later to beat up his grandson. At least Jonathan has a bit of conscience. He came over and dug me out of the pit, but this old guy was laughing the whole time, his shoulders shaking. Just you wait. I spat out 2 mouthfuls of dirt-laden saliva, completely changing my attitude by 180 degrees. A real man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. I immediately put on a flattering smile. Oh, not at all. Compared to your title of naval hero and legendary goalkeeper, I'm nothing but a speck, really not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Hey, would you look at that? This trick really works. The old man ate it up, feeling quite comfortable with my flattery. Then, that clueless Jonathan laughed out loud. Goodness, Carp shot him a look as sharp as a knife. He pulled Jonathan in by the shoulders and gave him 2 hard pats with his big hand. I heard you were leaving, and Jonathan here couldn't even take a day off, insisting on coming to see you off. The ground beneath Jonathan cracked, and he was practically hammered into it like a nail, his face turning purple, struggling not to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Family, who understands? He didn't want to come at all. He was just forcibly conscripted by the old tyrant. After finishing with Jonathan, the old tyrant patted his behind and left, tossing out a final remark. You have 10 minutes to say goodbye, and don't be crying like little babies, you big guys. I took a good look at Jonathan. Goodness, it hasn't been long since we last met. And this guy not only lost weight, but is also balding. This is a typical middle-aged crisis hairstyle. Jessica is too ruthless. She really drained him dry. The atmosphere of our farewell was actually quite awkward. We stared at each other in silence, and in the end, he spoke first, nagging like an old woman, telling me not to cause any more trouble in Marinvondo. If it weren't for the distant roar of the old Tyrannosaurus, he probably could have gone on until dark. After that, I had to say goodbye to my soldiers. When I arrived at the temporary base with Jonathan, wow, my soldiers had completely upgraded. Johnson had a mechanical iron arm, Gannery was carrying a Gatling gun, and each one of them looked like Terminators. This was all thanks to that blue-haired genius, Flam. It's incredible. I quietly slipped back to my ship, the Fierce Tiger, and sat down in the captain's chair. The nautical charts on the table were still spread out. Everything was just as it was when I left. In an instant, the scenes from the past 2 years on the ship flashed through my mind like a movie. When I rubbed my eyes and pushed the door open, I froze. On the deck, all the brothers of my Fierce Tiger unit stood straight, silent as the grave. Upon seeing me emerge, they immediately formed up, doing punches while singing the team song I had carelessly taught them. These fools. I thought they didn't know I was leaving and hoped to slip away unnoticed. But it turned out they were well aware. Leonard stepped forward, looking like a little adult, and shouted, Captain Tang, please give a speech. I stand at the door, shouting at the top of my lungs. Idiots. I'm not going to the city to serve time in prison. Look at the newspapers more often. My name, Fiery Tiger, will resonate throughout the entire sea. You all practice well. Don't be lazy. Wait for me to come back and check. I called out their names one by one, grumbling and giving a long list of instructions. As I walked down from the ship, Jonathan stood alone at the edge. I bowed deeply to this man and said, Commander, thank you for taking care of me these past 2 years. His eyes turned red instantly, and he waved his hand, saying, Fool, hurry up and go. Vice Admiral Carp is waiting for you. Take care, and please say goodbye to Jessica and the kids for me. Next time I come back, I'll bring you some good wine. Go, go, go. With you, the troublemaker, gone. We can celebrate tonight. He said this, but his voice was already choked with tears. I turned around and walked away. After just a couple of steps, he suddenly called out to me, TangGe. I turned back. I must live. Of course. After I yelled this, I couldn't hold back any longer and ran forward without looking back. The scene changed. And let's take a look at my defeated subordinates. The unfortunate CP9 was hiding on a broken island to recover. To save face, the world government shifted all the blame onto Dallas, even counting the idiot Spandam's death against him. Ironically, this saved CP9, causing them to feel a complex sense of gratitude toward Spandam. But their ace, Rob Lucci, was left completely dazed. The physical injuries were manageable, but the psychological blow was devastating. His pride was shattered after being pinned down and humiliated by a Navy colonel of the same age. Just as they were collectively feeling emo, a more impressive character made an appearance. A few guys wearing white masks, CP0. They were there to deliver an upgrade to Lucci. When the box opened, it revealed a flashy devil fruit. With only one arm left, Lucci looked at the fruit, his eyes reigniting with fire, and he gritted his teeth to shout 2 words, Flame Tiger. Meanwhile, I was on Carp's warship, heading towards Navy headquarters. As soon as we entered the comm belt, I foolishly said something to test if my sword could cut through a giant sea king. No sooner had I spoken than the old tyrant kicked me into the sea. I crashed directly into a sea creature as big as a mountain, instantly stirring up a hornet's nest. Within 100 miles, countless gigantic beings surfaced from the water, surrounding our boat tightly. My two little brothers, Panny and Sheldon, whom I brought out from Nabaron, fainted on the spot from fear. I fought with these giant beasts in the sea, like an ant shaking a big tree. No matter how hard I tried, I could only make a small cut on them like scratching an itch, and then I would be swatted away. Carp stood at the bow of the ship watching the show, casually saying, "At this level, you can't become the strongest." As more and more sea kings appeared, and the warship was about to be overturned, he finally stopped pretending. I saw him lower his hands, his eyes suddenly wide open, and a terrifying aura that made it hard to breathe erupted. "Get lost." Just those two words made the entire sea fall silent in an instant. The waves calmed, and the giant beasts submitted, each one retreating into the water like frightened little kittens. Wow, this is the power of conqueror's hockey. Is this the true strength of the Navy? Back on the ship, I had only one thought in my mind. Are those people in the world government out of their minds? They still want to balance the Navy with the 7 warlords? Even 7 Doflamingos tied together wouldn't be enough for this old Tyrannosaurus to punch. The old Tyrannosaurus saw my shocked expression and, for once, acted like a good teacher, explaining to me, "Conqueror's hockey is a natural king's qualification, 1 in a million. I don't know what happened to your body, but you actually reached the warlord level of physical threshold. However, you're still far from awakening conqueror's hockey." His eyes were sharp. He could see through the changes in my body at a glance. I could only laugh awkwardly. I couldn't admit I had to cheat. As we spoke, a massive steel door appeared ahead, the gate of justice. Passing through the gate, we arrive at the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Goodness, this isn't just a headquarters. It's a war temple. In Moon Bay, countless ships set sail, and the square was bustling with people, officers everywhere, and soldiers as numerous as dogs. There were giants, long-armed tribe members, and all kinds of people, each exuding a fierce aura honed on the battlefield. I first took Penny and Sheldon to the Ox Grand Clock to pay tribute to their fallen parents with flowers. Just then, a familiar voice came. Sure enough, "It's you 3. It was Bell, my former comrade. After a few months apart, this guy had bulked up a lot under Chief Instructor Zephyr. As soon as we met, we started teasing each other. He mocked me for being the only ordinary soldier in the entire Navy with a title, Baron S. Fierce Tiger, which indeed sounds impressive. I was just about to practice with him when I realized a serious problem. The old T-Rex threw me down and ran away. And now I don't even know where to report. Luckily, Bell was kind enough to take us to his house. As soon as I walked in, I was amazed. His house was huge. When I met his parents, I understood why. His family is heavyweight. His dad, General Bora Pompey, is built like a small mountain. This was no coincidence. General Pompey specifically had Bell come to pick me up. He got straight to the point, saying that although what I did in Water City brought honor to the Navy, it also offended some big shots above, so I had to be punished. He advised me that even fierce beasts need to learn to retract their claws. I nodded to indicate that I understood. "So, what is the specific arrangement from headquarters for me?" I asked directly. Admiral Pompey gave me an approving glance, and then said, "Headquarters intends to revoke your position, but you will still be in the Navy. With this Marine training, you will be placed under my command, belonging to Headquarters 3rd Base." He stared into my eyes and said seriously, "I know that with your strength, being a soldier is indeed a bit of a waste. So, this person in front of me is my future superior. I am very satisfied to continue being in the Navy. The position is not important to me, and it is my honor to work under you." TangGe was not surprised by this arrangement. One can only say that the senior management at headquarters is indeed thoughtful. Bell and the duo were also happy. This is the best outcome. It's time to eat, and today's meal is particularly sumptuous. Bell's mother brought the dishes to the table, calling everyone to eat. Coming. Originally, TangGe was worried about not having enough to eat, but upon seeing the plate of food from Bell's family, which had a diameter of at least 1 meter, he felt relieved. For a moment, everyone was joyful. At this time, the lights were still on in the office of the acting marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku. A group of people were discussing a pile of documents. Among those who participated in the confrontation at Mariehua, aside from Admiral Akainu, who had to return to guard G1, the others were present. Sigh, I didn't realize until now that since Roger's death, the Navy hasn't produced any capable soldiers for a long time. Zephyr sighed heavily, took off his glasses, and gently wiped them with his sleeve. After he proposed the training plan for the Navy, the headquarters selected elite officers and soldiers for bases around the world to come for training. This was already the second round. The purpose, of course, was to enhance the overall strength of the Navy, but the results were not satisfactory. The quality of the Navy coming for training was declining with each round. Really strict, Teacher Zephyr. Among the newcomers this time, there are a few with abilities, including a natural type. If we focus on their training, they could become excellent commanders guarding a region. Unexpectedly, the laziest of them all, Admiral Akiji, was the second to speak. He had natural curly hair and a tall, thin frame, looking as if he could fall asleep at any moment. We can't rely too much on the devil fruit abilities, Kazan. True strength is fundamental. The few ability users you mentioned can't carry the Navy's next generation on their shoulders. Zephyr placed his glasses on the table, dissatisfied with Akiji's comments. Speaking of which, didn't that Baroque guy pop out a decent Marine? Garp. Garp. Sengoku's voice suddenly rose several octaves, waking the dozing Garp, who had a bubble of snot burst, and an unknown liquid smeared across his face, looking extremely confused. Oh dear. Fell asleep again. Has the meeting ended? Let's go. Hurry up to eat. I'm already hungry. The more he spoke, the faster the veins on Sengoku's forehead throbbed, and finally, he could no longer hold back. You bastard. Sleeping during meetings, all you think about is eating. His roaring voice seemed to lift the roof, and the drool almost drowned Garp. Garp had a look of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, and even made a face at Admiral Akiji. Here we go again. The others, out of sight, were out of mind, all lost in thought. After a while, the topic finally returned to the beginning of the discussion. You say TangGe? Creek. That kid has average talent. Just a physical type at the Wu-Hai level. If it weren't for his good brain, coming up with ways to solve the drawbacks of iron and increase the probability of Haki awakening, I wouldn't even want to take him as a disciple. Garp mumbled, pulling out a bag of sunbae from somewhere, crunching as he ate, his bravado scattering crumbs everywhere. This old man, a physical type at the Wu-Hai level. There are not many in the vast Navy. He takes advantage and acts coy. Besides, you took others as students. Isn't it because that troublesome guy is just like you when you were young? If you find it too much of a hassle, you can hand him over to someone with better teaching skills, like me. Zephyr pointed to himself, provoking Garp's fury. Who are you saying is not as good as you? You. Another round of noise erupted, with the main character still the same, while the supporting roles changed. Today's young people are truly frightening. Kizaru, dressed in a yellow striped suit, looked at TangGe's information and sighed. Although Kizaru is still a rear admiral now, everyone knows that it's only a matter of time before he becomes an admiral, so it's understandable for him to be sitting here now. Sengoku, sitting behind the desk, ignored the two old men who were arguing and even seemed ready to fight. He wrote down a few names on a list with a pen. Smoker, Tina, Virgo, TangGe, Sai. Zephyr didn't say anything wrong. The Navy really is getting weaker with each generation. At 4 in the morning, before dawn, TangGe woke up from a deep sleep, quietly dressed, opened the window, and disappeared around the headquarters building in a few jumps. After his physical condition reached the Wu-Hai level, TangGe's stamina was now seemingly limitless. However, he never neglected his daily training. Today, TangGe had a great idea. At the turret at the head of Moon Bay, he jumped into the sea, the cold seawater stimulating TangGe's senses. First, let us swim around the island 10 times to warm up. He jumped into action. Marineford is not a large island, and the large sea beasts in the surrounding waters do not dare to approach. 10 laps were quickly completed. Returning to the front of Moon Bay, TangGe chose a direction and sprinted with all his strength, a white line barely visible. Marineford, this war fortress armed to the teeth, has at least 3 admiral-level power stationed inside. Under their observation, let alone a person swimming around Marineford, even a bird making a slight commotion would not escape their perception. At this time, there were just a few people in Marineford who could fully sense TangGe's movements. When TangGe was swimming around the island for 10 laps, they only thought 10 laps? Easy. Who didn't do that when they were young? After 10 laps, they simply sighed, what an energetic man. In an instant, they sensed TangGe heading straight in one direction. Then, he quickly exceeded everyone's perception range. What does he want to do? Everyone secretly got out of bed, either going to the monitoring room of all the visual phone bugs in Marineford under the pretense of checking or getting closer to the direction TangGe was heading. In the monitoring room, the high-ranking officials who came here in the name of inspection exchanged glances without feeling embarrassed. Everyone had skin thick enough to withstand cannonballs. Who cared about such things? The colonel on duty in the monitoring room was anxiously watching these big shots in their pajamas, not knowing what they were up to, and could only carefully accompany them. Report. Someone is approaching the Justice Gate. shouted the soldier who was intently staring at the monitoring screen. What? At this time, there shouldn't be any ships passing through the Justice Gate. The duty officer hurried over to confirm. Report. It's not a ship, it's a person. Someone is swimming towards the Justice Gate. The soldier on duty looked tremblingly as several high-ranking Navy officials stood up, and he stuttered while speaking. What did you say? Fool. How is that possible? The duty officer gradually lost his voice, staring wide-eyed at a figure on the screen, swimming behind the Gate of Justice. Then leaping from the sea's surface, quickly jumping in the air step by step. Ha! As expected of my student, what an idea. The others ignored this show-off old bastard and focused on the screen. Where did Kazan go? Sengoku asked. He's near the Gate of Justice, Zifa replied. He asked Akiji to keep an eye on things nearby to avoid any issues with TangGe. Before long, a transmission from the image snail located at the top of the Gate of Justice came through, showing a figure at the top. After a moment, everyone suddenly widened their eyes. I admit, you thought of a brilliant idea that I didn't even think of back in the day. TangGe, using moonwalk, rapidly jumped upwards and finally reached the top of the Gate of Justice. The orange-red sun had just risen from the horizon, heralding dawn. TangGe looked around and stomped hard on the steel gate beneath him, feeling no vibrations at all. The Gate of Justice was not connected to the heavens. It merely had a large section above the clouds, giving an illusion of infinity. The red Earth continent not far away was truly boundless. The height of the red Earth continent was unknown, even standing at the top of the Gate of Justice. One could only see the top of the continent covered by a layer of dark clouds, with constant flashes of lightning within and waves crashing below, vast and endless. Without climbing to a high place, one cannot see the universe. A surge of lofty ambitions suddenly arose. It was this ambition that led TangGe to make a decision. He jumped off the top of the Gate of Justice, allowing gravity to accelerate his body continuously, crashing through the thin mist with a terrifying whistle. Bang! His body hit the sea, producing a huge sound, splashing water and forming small waves, leaving a human-shaped imprint on the surface. As TangGe plunged into the deep sea, it felt like being struck head-on by a mountain. His consciousness blanked out for a moment. Fortunately, he had activated his haki in time, or he would have been knocked out. TangGe secretly felt lucky. However, he felt the armament haki, which had not strengthened beyond 2 standard intensities, become slightly more solid. This works. TangGe felt invigorated. The slight discomfort in his body immediately vanished, and he swam back from the deep sea, climbed back up the Gate of Justice, and jumped down again. Boom! It solidified a bit more this time, probably around 1,000th of an intensity. Does this mean that jumping 1,000 times would increase one intensity? Moreover, his strength also saw a slight increase. TangGe found a new goal, became excited, and was endlessly enthusiastic. The people in the monitoring room squinted their eyes wide open, calming their shocked expressions. Cough, Carp. Are you sure he has the physique of a marine level? Sengoku coughed twice, his tone extremely doubtful. Exercising by jumping off the Gate of Justice. He could have done that in his youth, but he had a disaster-level physique. The speed at which he plunged into the sea and being hit by a punch at the same speed are not the same concept. The others also turned their gaze to Carp. Is this what you call a marine-level physique? Don't bully us for not having seen the world. Cough, cough. From his strength growth curve is indeed a marine-level physique without a doubt. You all know how abnormal disaster and royal-level physiques are. Carp's mouth felt a bit dry. TangGe refreshing his perception in this way was indeed shocking. However, the strength growth curves of disaster and royal-level physiques are completely beyond common sense. TangGe merely had extraordinary stamina, and his strength did not display monstrous talent. Regardless, this guy has the potential to become a strong person. Taking him as my student truly shows my discerning eye. Carp smiled increasingly proudly. How terrifying. These young people today are strong like monsters. If they ate the right devil fruit, their power would be even more frightening, the naturally curly-haired Kazuru said. Devil fruit abilities shouldn't be overly relied upon. True strength comes from oneself. If you weren't too dependent on fruit abilities, you would have become a vice admiral long ago, Zifa immediately retorted. Ha! That kid said before. Those with abilities are all flawed weaklings. Carp dared to say anything, not afraid of drawing hatred towards TangGe. Indeed, what a cocky little guy. Sengoku glared at Carp. Aren't you also an ability user? He sternly warned the people in the monitoring room. Listen up, today's events must be kept strictly confidential. Violators will face military law. Understood. When a satisfied TangGe returned, he just in time for breakfast. After eating several large bowls of noodles, he left behind the now sweating Belle's mother, accompanied by Belle, and set out with Penny and Shelton to explore. Marineford is vast, with various functional buildings besides the headquarters and behind the headquarters building. There's a small town for Navy soldiers and their families to relax. Growing up in Marineford, Belle temporarily took on the role of a tour guide, detailing the situation in Marineford to the three of them. TangGe was not very interested in leisure. He asked the most important questions. Where can I train? Where are the places to eat? The duo. This guy only has muscles in his brain. Belle twitched his mouth. For training, there are two places. One is the Six Styles base on the right side of the headquarters building where the officers train. The second is the training ground inside the sub-base, which can accommodate over 10,000 people. As for eating, there are also two options if you want something better. Go to the Marineford town, where there are delicacies from all over the world. Otherwise, you can only eat at the large cafeteria of your respective base. Speaking of food, the duo swallowed their saliva, looking at TangGe with eager expressions. They hadn't eaten much for breakfast just for this moment. Your mother's cooking is great. Just a bit less in quantity, not filling at all. Let's go get more. TangGe rubbed his stomach, with the life return ability activated. The noodles he had just eaten disappeared immediately, making a series of gurgling sounds. You glutton. Belle thought of the food his mother made last night and this morning, which was equivalent to a week's worth of food, and couldn't help but curse. After exiting the officer's residence area, the number of people increased significantly. Marineford is bustling with people except for late at night. There are Navy personnel in justice uniforms coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, giant from a giant clan passed by, causing the duo to gasp in surprise. Marineford has a permanent population of 100,000, with 60,000 Navy personnel and 40,000 family members. During this period, some elite Navy personnel were selected from various bases around the world to train at the headquarters, making the number of people here even more. Upon entering the headquarters building, a commercial town built on elevated terrain next to the sea appeared before them. The number of people here was so great that it could be described as a tide. The Navy had training at this time, while the families had free time. Bars, restaurants, pastry shops, fruit stalls, barbecue stalls. Everything could be found here, stretching to the horizon. Even TangGe couldn't help but blurt out a familiar phrase. Let's eat. I'll cover all the expenses. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Moon Bay, ships set sail. TangGe was saying goodbye to Penny and Shelton. The two of them came to the naval headquarters to pay tribute to their parents, and now that their wish has been fulfilled, they are heading back. TangGe considered keeping them, but the duo did not agree. This place does not belong to them. Joining an elite team like the Fierce Tiger Brigade in Nabaron was already taxing their bodies. Most importantly, they did not want to be a burden to their leader. This warship is headed near the Water City, which conveniently allows them to take the two back there to meet up with Jonathan and the others, returning to Nabaron together. Although it felt like a long time since they set out, it had actually been less than 10 days, and the changes were monumental. TangGe placed several large bags of Marin Fando's specialty bought in the morning into the duo's cabin, giving instructions one by one. Penny, take these to the brothers. Shelton, these are for the kids and Jessica. Oh, and these bottles of wine are for Admiral Jonathan and Mr. Makawa. Finally, TangGe took out a katana and handed it to Penny. This is for Dorn. Let him not slack off. I hope he lives up to the name of this sword. This was a swift blade bought from the Marin Fando weapon shop, named Break Army. TangGe kept talking until the ship's departure bell rang, suddenly stopping. Boss, don't worry, we've noted everything. Farewells are always sad. Penny forced a slight smile, then nudged Shelton, who was wiping his eyes. Right? Boss, I will keep following the news. You have to do your best. So everyone knows you're not just TangGe of the Fierce Tiger in Nabaron. When the name Fierce Tiger spreads across the world, we will all be proud of you. Shelton looked at this man who was already much taller and stronger than them. He remembered when the two first saw TangGe, brought back by Admiral Jonathan. He was still a thin, silent boy, like a lonely, desperate outcast. In less than 3 years, he had become a renowned naval superstar and would surely become the Fierce Tiger, dominating the seas in the future. He firmly believed this. I will, TangGe replied firmly. It turns out all farewells are the same. There will always be someone playing the sentimental role. Because of this reluctance, even farewells hold the promise of reunions. TangGe embraced the two, softly saying, "Thank you both for taking care of me all this time." At over 3 meters tall, he had to bend down to hold them tightly. Penny and Shelton were not strong fighters. They couldn't help much in battle. However, they always did their best not to hold back, not to embarrass themselves. They were companions, and even deeper than that, they were the strongest bond in this other world. The bell rang again, short and urgent. Then goodbye, brothers. Boss, it's a promise. TangGe waved to the two still on the deck until they disappeared from view along with the warship. I have to go back too. Belle, who had been at the bay, was now heading back to the naval training base. Get lost. What are we hugging for? We might see each other soon. As Bell attempted to hug him, TangGe dodged. This guy treated him to a lavish meal, eating and drinking excessively, claiming he would make up for what he ate at his house. When leaving, he also brought a few bottles of wine and a set of skincare products, saying it was a little gesture for his parents. This is ridiculous. If it weren't for the fact that he was a decent friend, TangGe would have knocked him out already, adding to the enhancements on his physical abilities. Haha, then it's a promise. There are many strong ones at the training base who can match you. Bell laughed, then ran off and disappeared. Penny and Shelton left, and so did Bell. TangGe turned and walked away. This was a new beginning. In the afternoon, the sky began to show hues of sunset. TangGe walked leisurely to a Chinese-style courtyard located at the base of the lookout tower. This was an elite barracks overseen by Admiral Pompey, where several naval officers trained and lived. The courtyard was large, with stone walls topped with glazed tiles. Directly ahead, wooden buildings formed a cluster, with red windows and black roofs, connected by covered walkways, giving it a retro feel. Next to the walls, a circle of ornamental black pines was planted, adding a unique style. There was a small bridge and flowing water at the entrance of the courtyard. Next to the wooden bridge was a bamboo tube dripping water. When the water filled the tube, it tilted and spilled out. In the middle of the courtyard was a wide area covered with fine white sand. At this moment, many sailors in uniforms were exercising, with a few soldiers climbing thick ropes overhead. A dark-skinned, stern-looking man stood next to the field with a loudspeaker, shouting new recruits. 2,000 push-ups. Rope climbing group, 100 back and forth. Long-distance running group, 200 laps. If you can't finish in an hour, an additional 100 laps as punishment. Sparring practice group, you can't stop until you faint. You are all elites from headquarters. You must withstand the test. Well, such training intensity is fitting for elite soldiers of the naval headquarters, TangGe silently commented. From a row of connected, low houses came the familiar sounds of wooden sticks clashing. What a familiar scene. The training ground in Nabarron had the same atmosphere, where everyone was squeezed for their last bit of strength. TangGe found a place that looked like the reception area. Inside sat an old man with gray hair, flipping through today's newspaper. Old man, is this the number 3 barracks? The old man seemed quite old, but he was sharp and immediately raised his head to ask, yes. Are you here to report? Why did you come so late? I was delayed by something. May I ask what I need to do to register here? Here. Fill in your name on this form, and I'll verify it. The old man handed him a form, watching TangGe fill in his name. TangGe, you're the fierce tiger for Nabarron, right? Admiral Pompey informed me. You can go directly to the officers' area. Here, that's the key to your room. The officers' area is behind this field, where the environment is nice, right by the sea. Here, that's this for you too. The old man seemed to know TangGe, handing over a key and a piece of paper. Admiral Pompey was considerate, knowing that someone with TangGe's level of combat strength going to the soldiers' area would be like a tiger entering a sheep pen. Something would inevitably happen. So he made an exception, allowing TangGe, who was technically a soldier, to stay in the officers' area. Thank you, then I'll take my leave. Room 103. A small tag was attached to the key, indicating the room number, and the paper had a simple map of the barracks. TangGe didn't bring much. His black knife was casually strapped to his waist, and a few changes of clothes were folded into a simple bundle on his back. He followed a slightly upward wooden corridor all the way to a more refined and quiet living area. The terrain here was relatively high, with an unobstructed view of the surroundings. The entire barracks was surrounded by stone walls, with 4 sections separated by white walls. In the front of the left section was a large playground for the entire barracks to assemble. Behind it were wooden, ancient-style buildings with flying eaves and brackets, connected to the officers' area by a covered bridge, serving as office spaces. The back of the right section was where TangGe was now, the officers' residence. The officers' area had 4 rows of brick and wood longhouses, resembling dormitories from his previous life, built against the mountain, with white walls and black roofs. Next to it, a river flows into the sea, with willow trees planted along its banks. Across the river is the courtyard they just passed, where ordinary soldiers train and rest. The closest area to the river is a row of 4-story dormitories, as there needs to be accommodation for everyone. The centerpiece of the barracks is the towering lookout tower. This is the overall layout of barracks number 3. There are 4 such barracks in Marlin Vanto, distributed at the foot of 4 lookout towers, each staffed by 2 elite Navy vice admirals. At the confluence of the river and the sea, there's a small dock. The dock has an open space and several large warehouses with green roofs, where many people are unloading supplies needed by Marlin Vanto from the boats. TangGe is quite satisfied with this living environment. However, an unpleasant voice came from nearby. Who are you, big guy? Can't you see this is the officers' area? What are ordinary soldiers doing here? An officer, thin and wiry with a ponytail, spoke arrogantly. Shop Pat, let it go. Maybe he just took a wrong turn, his companion advised. As TangGe's imposing figure with bulging muscles and his thin soldier's uniform could easily intimidate others. TangGe ignored the provocation. Such people are everywhere, and there are many ways to deal with them. But after thinking about it, as a newcomer, it's best not to be too high profile, so he simply left. Hey, you rude guy. Didn't you see I was talking to you? Stop right there. Shop Hat relentlessly chased after him. Idiot, didn't your superior teach you manners? Slap. Before he could finish a sentence, a slap sent him flying far away, landing in a pine tree pit with only his feet left outside, twitching. TangGe retracted his hand and smiled at the other officers, asking, Do you know where room 103 is? The few of them were clearly stunned, mechanically pointing in one direction, their faces pale and speechless. Oh, thank you. This is the simplest and most effective way to deal with such people. With someone pointing the way, it became much easier to find. Soon, TangGe opened his room. It was a small single room, simply decorated, with a bed by the window from which he could see the sea. Next to it was a desk and wardrobe combined, completely empty. After putting his clothes in the wardrobe, he took out a photo taken on the fierce wind with everyone from the Baron and placed it on the desk. Looking at the familiar figures in the photo, TangGe fell into deep thought. Since Gran and to Water City, he needed others' protection to escape retribution. Even if what he did was right, it was of no use. Silent anger built up in his chest as he put the photo away. Strength. Everything is due to being too weak. The high-ranking officials at the Navy headquarters flipped through a pile of documents, thinking they understood TangGe well. While far away in Water City, Jonathan on the road back to the Baron could only mutter, If anyone truly understood, it would probably be Jonathan. That guy. The other issues are just surface level. The biggest problem is that he has no innate fear of power, especially after taking the first step. How could a fierce beast confine itself to a cage? Understanding this, the high-ranking officials would know just how much trouble TangGe could stir up. The next day, after finishing routine training, TangGe had breakfast and was digesting afterward. He strolled into the area where the officers worked. In a long corridor, TangGe stopped and looked closely. One side of the corridor wall was plastered with the latest pirate bounty notices, with a big red cross over those who had been captured or killed. Knight Rider, Doma, bounty of 80 million berries. Lord Ray, Markagai, bounty of 80,000 berries. Moon Hunter, Katrina Dapeng, bounty of 130 million berries. Barefoot, Zep, bounty of 72 million berries. Most of those posted here are the latest and most prominent pirate newcomers in the Grand Line, whose bounties fluctuate greatly. Therefore, they need to be frequently publicized to keep the Navy informed. Those with bounties over 100 million berries are referred to as supernovas. Among these bounty notices, there is one that TangGe pays particular attention to. Fisher Tiger, bounty of 300 million berries. This man, who started the storm, formed a pirate crew named the Sun with some slaves he rescued from Mariewa. In the photo, Fisher Tiger has a slightly reddish complexion, jagged teeth, dense curly hair, and a bushy beard. TangGe studied the photo seriously. This is an impressive person, and he really wants to meet him if he gets the chance. You are the fierce tiger of the Baron. TangGe? A man and a woman approached in the corridor, blocking TangGe's path. Both were smoking, around 20 years old, and looked very arrogant. What's up? TangGe looked at the handsome man who had just spoken. He had silver hair slicked back, his hair waxed to a shine. Wearing a white denim jacket with the word justice printed on it, with no shirt underneath, exposing his strong muscles, and a cigar in his mouth. Quite a flashy style. TangGe glanced at his own very ordinary appearance. His standard soldier's uniform was stretched tight, making him look like a stronger lackey. It seems he needs to create a more impressive image in the future. This is a busy corridor, and other officers were passing by. Upon seeing the two who had just appeared, they hurriedly walked away in fear. Quick, it's Smoker in them. They're causing trouble again. Who is that? So strong. Do we have such a strong soldier in barracks number 3? I heard the most prominent new Navy star recently, the fierce tiger of the Baron, has been assigned to our barracks. It wouldn't be him, would it? Really? Who do you think is stronger between the two of them? Idiot, of course it's Smoker. He is a Logia user. That fierce tiger of the Baron is not to be underestimated either. He took down a Logia user in Water City. And he was a warlord. This is going to be interesting. More and more people gathered around, discussing and watching the excitement. Smoker? TangGe was confused. But the information about the Logia user piqued his interest a bit. Tina was very angry. She hated it the most when people talked about others behind their backs. Iron bars. The woman who came with Smoker extended her hands, transforming them into two iron bars that twisted in the air. Clang! The two iron bars closed in, surrounding the crowd watching nearby. Anyone who touched the bars would be imprisoned. Hurry up and leave before Tina gets angry. Her people and words were both aggressive. The iron bars rolled up everyone, tossing them aside like dumplings on the ground. Those who were farther away quickly ran off, fearing getting pricked by this thorny rose. Only 3 people remained on the scene. Oh, another ability user. TangGe squinted his eyes, sizing up the beautiful woman who had just made her move. She had rare pink hair down to her waist, blue eyes with a calm gaze, a slim waist, and curvy hips, fiery red lips, and was dressed in a striking rose-colored military uniform. She wore sunglasses in her hair and held a cigarette in her mouth. Quite a cool style. The Navy headquarters is indeed a blessed place. It's only been a few days, and 2 ability users have already come to his doorstep. The royal physique is not a dream. TangGe felt that he had wronged General Pompey. The ones he referred to as a bit strong and arrogant were probably these 2, and of course himself as well. With his thoughts racing, TangGe couldn't stand to see any capable individuals standing in front of him. All ability users are flawed weaklings. He recalled that Smoka had said this with a displeased expression. Ever since he consumed the devil fruit, he had never faced defeat, and even upon arriving at headquarters, he was dominating in this military camp. Ordinary officers would try to avoid him whenever they saw him. They were Zephyr students, and often heard Bell remark that it was Baroness Fierce Tiger who said this. This made him very unhappy. Knowing that TangGe had arrived at barracks number 3, he searched around with the equally displeased Tina before finally finding this unfamiliar face. Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. If you're not weak, why would you think about eating the devil fruit? TangGe was afraid that things weren't chaotic enough, so he simply added fuel to the fire. He had said this to quite a few people, and he didn't know which big mouth had spread it around. Now it seemed it wasn't a bad thing. The cool and tough guys didn't have strong emotional control. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come knocking. A small hashtag appeared on his forehead. You bastard. Asking for a beating. They rolled up their sleeves, their cigarette tips chewed up, thinking that defeating a waste like Dallas was nothing. What are you 3 doing here? Private fights are not allowed in the military camp. Just as TangGe's provocation plan was going smoothly, General Pompey's voice came over, deliberately lingering on TangGe. He had long heard Bell emphasize multiple times that this little guy was not to be underestimated, as he had a habit of subduing others with strength. General Pompey, I haven't done anything. They insisted on coming over. TangGe quickly raised his hands, not forgetting to add fuel to the fire. You got guts. Smoka and Tina were experiencing such provocation for the first time, hopping mad. Still so young and impulsive. General Pompey knew he could only stop them for a moment. Not for a lifetime. Private fights are prohibited in the military camp. He reiterated firmly before turning to head to the headquarters for a meeting. Consider yourself lucky. General Pompey still held a strong presence as he left that remark, walking off with Tina. The faint traces of smoke left behind by the 2 made the ordinary officers nearby look like they had encountered trouble with them, and they dared not move until they passed. You're the lucky ones. TangGe scoffed as he walked toward the soldier training area. The barracks of a single person could be described in 4 words, bustling with noise, especially with the loudest being Vice Admiral John Giando. He was a legend, not because of how strong he was, but simply because he had lived long enough. His naval service exceeded the ages of most sailors. Over time, his fame naturally grew, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that most Navy personnel had heard his name, because he belonged to the Giant Clan, a race with a lifespan of around 3 years, standing 30 meters tall. He was also tall among giants, and he was the first giant in history to join the Navy. As a recognition, the world government and the Navy awarded him a plethora of medals to hang on his uniform, clinking as he moved. He had a hobby of giving speeches, especially to new recruits. If you want to run away, now's your chance. There is no room for weakness here. This is a fortress of peace in the age of pirates. The weakness of the people is not their fault. Justice is here. As long as there is a powerful evil force at sea, our Navy will do everything to drive it away. In the name of absolute justice. His passionate speech was inspiring. The countless Navy officers and soldiers below stood in neat rows, responding in unison. Vice Admiral John Giando nodded in satisfaction. But when his gaze swept over the soldiers watching, he noticed a few who clearly didn't take his words to heart. His tone shifted to a stern one. However, this is also a place with strict discipline. No violations of military law are allowed. No matter how powerful one was, they must adhere to Navy discipline and remember justice. TangGe, watching the speech from the bottom of the corridor, murmured to himself. Give a speech, but why keep looking at me? He had long admired this iron-faced, selfless vice admiral. Strong Nelson had suffered under him before. His speeches were not ordinary. They were daily occurrences, and the content was the same few points repeated over decades. At first, they were inspiring, but later it felt like standing in punishment, and he could recite the lines. After listening for a while, TangGe found it uninteresting and turned to the soldier training area. This was the most lively place in the entire barracks. Thousands of elite Navy soldiers were honing their strength here, and the scene was simply spectacular. Even the fierce Tiger Brigade would struggle to hold on here. The training intensity at headquarters far exceeded that of Baron, but it was just that. At this level, for TangGe now, it was like chickens pecking at each other. Sigh. I miss Leonard, Penny, and Shelton's first day. Shelton could gather intelligence and scout for information. Leonard could organize this information, and with the two of them around, they could know which strong individuals and ability users were at Navy headquarters. And Penny, that guy could stir up trouble. Just right for him to find a legitimate reason to approach and replicate Baroness' story. Thinking this way was mainly because TangGe was simply too bored. Carp, the mouthy teacher, had disappeared on the day they arrived at Marineford, and last night, when he came with a pile of carefully selected gifts, he was also told he wasn't available. This left TangGe unable to find a sparring partner. After upgrading to the Marine physique, his potential for strength had greatly increased. However, the effective training methods had become fewer. Ordinary training equipment couldn't withstand much use before breaking, and the Ironman decathlon had seen minimal results. Ever since awakening his hockey, he hadn't formally fought against any strong individuals who could use hockey, and it had been a long time since he created any new moves for his self-developed martial arts. Nelson was right. Real combat was the best way to improve strength, as one could identify shortcomings in battle. Hey, fierce Tiger of Baron, dare to have a sparring match. Just as TangGe's thoughts grew more nonsensical, he bumped into Smoka again, who looked at him provocatively. The icy Tina chimed in at the right moment. If you're scared, just admit in front of everyone that you were wrong, and Tina will forgive you. TangGe was touched. This fearless spirit of offering oneself up was admirable, worthy of praise and encouragement. For this, he decided not to go too hard on them later. You two weaklings, what gives you the courage? He aimed his words directly at them. Sure enough, this sentence instantly ignited the already intense atmosphere, and the cool and tough individuals exploded, quickly agreeing on a venue for a big fight. The crisp and pleasant sound of metals clinking against each other as Vice Admiral John Giando concluded a day of speeches and leisurely made his way back to his office. On the way, he encountered some Navy personnel who were slinging their arms over each other and would stop to reprimand them. A strong sense of principle, and an eye that wouldn't tolerate sand, was another one of his characteristics. Remembering the recent addition of a few troublemakers to the barracks, John Giando frowned deeply. Smoker and Tina were already giving him a headache, being incredibly arrogant due to their status as devil fruit users. Now, there was an even more unruly and outrageous character. The Baroque Works Tiger, TangGe, who on his first day at the barracks had someone complain about him beating up an officer, showing a complete lack of discipline. No matter how free-spirited Baroque Works might be, once he was at the Navy headquarters in Barracks Number 3, he had to follow the Navy's rules. Vice Admiral John Giando. Vice Admiral, this is bad. Behind him, a panicked voice called out, causing John Giando to stop and look down. It was the officer who had complained to him yesterday, apparently named Shopat. Looking so flustered, what was the matter? This is the Navy headquarters. The sky isn't falling. So what is it? Shopat, with his frail physique, was out of breath after just a few steps, which made John Giando's expression even less pleasant. How did someone like him get into the Navy? It's that Baroque Works Tiger. He got into a fight with Smoker. Shopat had been acting like an officer in the soldiers area, but when he saw TangGe and Smoker about to go at it, he immediately rushed over to report. Given his lack of training, it was commendable that he could keep up with John Giando, who was more than 10 meters away. How outrageous! Just as he was thinking about those troublemakers, such an incident occurred. It was his responsibility to teach these people, who had no idea what Navy justice was about, a lesson and make them understand what it meant to be a disciplined member of the Navy. John Giando clenched his fists, grabbed Shopat, and strode back. On the training ground, a patch of white sand was left empty as three young men stood there. The area was crowded with spectators. People stood on the walls, on the rooftops of small houses, and even on ropes in the air. This was all because the three individuals in the center were too famous. Smoker, the Smoke Man, needed no introduction. A natural-type devil fruit user, he attracted a lot of attention upon arriving at headquarters. Tina, the Black Prison, a beautiful devil fruit user, with her cold and frosty demeanor, had captured a large number of male admirers in no time. Lastly, TangGe, the tiger of Baroque works, a supernova in the Navy, a figure of great renown. With such three individuals clashing together, the competition was bound to be a hot topic. Two pathetic weaklings come at me together. If you can make me leave this spot, you win. Feeling that enough people had gathered, TangGe began his pre-battle psychological attack. Come at me together? With so many people here, just don't embarrass yourselves too much. That would tarnish your loud name. Smoker pulled out a lighter, lit 3 cigars, and put them in his mouth, feeling quite displeased with being underestimated. Tina was not happy either. Feeling looked down upon, her expression darkened. You idiots! If you two were really strong, you would have already recognized the gap in our strengths before we even started. Is it commendable that you dare to provoke me? Or is it just ignorance? TangGe's words sounded arrogant, but they were indeed true. Damn it! Smoker, provoked, roared. A large amount of white smoke erupted from his body, his fists leaving his body and rapidly flying towards TangGe, propelled by the white smoke. But TangGe merely sidestepped. Not done yet. Shave. White snake. Smoker quickly closed the distance, kicking towards TangGe's front, while his fists curved like snakes in the air, flying back towards the back of TangGe's head. The combination of the 6 powers with the natural type didn't yield much effect. TangGe again sidestepped, evading the front and back attacks, and raised his palm, covered in armament hockey, to strike Smoker's face, which was about to turn into smoke. Smack! This application of the natural type was even inferior to Dallas. As the white smoke dissipated, Smoker revealed his physical form, lying on the ground with one side of his face swollen. Tina, be careful. This guy has learned armament hockey. Having been trained under Zephyr for a while, he had experienced the counteracting effects of hockey against natural types. Tina felt a bit heavy-hearted. Her arms transformed into iron bars, forming a circle surrounding TangGe from all sides. Iron cage. She was a paramecia-type user, and anyone who passed through her iron bars would be firmly bound, unable to escape, no matter how powerful they were. Using the same trick on me, the second time 1T work, TangGe said, gripping one side of the iron bars and pulling hard. Tina's strength was minimal. Her body lost control and was dragged over. Not good. Smack. Even if she was a woman, she received a slap to the face, landing beside Smoker. Is that it? Who gave you such a strong delusion? Is it the weaklings here? TangGe glanced around the crowd and mockingly pointed at the swollen-faced duo. Damn it. Come at me together. I'll cover for you. Smoker's cigar was knocked away, his hair in disarray. His natural type abilities were suppressed by armament hockey, leaving him relying on Tina's abilities. Tina understands, she said, her face also swelling, her voice sounding muffled. White Gale. A much larger wave of white smoke erupted from Smoker's body, making visibility extremely low across the entire area. Under the cover of the smoke, Tina's iron bars extended from the ground like shadows. A good idea, but unfortunately, your strength is just too weak. I have no desire to even throw a punch. TangGe grabbed the flowing white smoke with one hand and the iron bars with the other, yanking hard. Smoker and Tina were sent flying again. Boom! Both of their bodies became uncontrollable, crashing into each other, their faces colliding. Aside from their appearance being commendable, you two are just two weaklings. By the way, smoking is bad for your health. That was the last sentence they heard before their consciousness fell into darkness. TangGe retracted his hand from their necks, letting them slide down to the ground and sighed lightly. Easily defeated. Both of these individuals had decent abilities. It was just that their inherent strength was lacking. With TangGe's current strength, dealing with them was like hitting children. He only acted because they were devil fruit users. The situation in the training ground unfolded quickly. Many people didn't have time to react. Seeing Smoker and Tina, who were usually invincible, being taken down by TangGe in a matter of moments left the Navy personnel in disbelief. Was the natural type too weak? Or was the man known as the Baroque Works Tiger just too strong? After a pause, there was an even louder uproar. What the hell are you doing? A change occurred again, as Vice Admiral John Giando's loud voice roared with anger. Soldier TangGe, private fights are prohibited in the barracks. Do you realize your crime? He immediately slapped the hat down on him. We were just having a competition. Competitions aren't banned in the barracks, right? TangGe looked up, unafraid. So high. It must be 10 stories tall. This was his first close encounter with a giant. Standing at his feet, he truly felt a tremendous sense of oppression. In proportion to his size, the spit flying from John Giando's mouth was also substantial, requiring careful dodging. A competition? It's hard to distinguish between a competition and a private fight. But John Giando had already made up his mind to teach TangGe a lesson. Excuse yourself. You even assaulted the officer without cause. Who can testify? TangGe's voice was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. This attitude pushed John Jan due to the brink of fury. His eyes, larger than a person's, wide open with anger. This is the evidence. The thin and frail shop hat fell from his palm, feeling dizzy from the rush. However, the powerful obsession for revenge quickly revived him, pointing at his swollen face and looking at the surrounding navy. Look everyone, this is the result of TangGe's attack. There were several witnesses at the time. The surrounding navy saw that they didn't even need other witnesses. There were two people with identical swellings right there. Same area, same handprint. It must be TangGe, truly a ferocious tiger. Soldier TangGe, do you know your crime? According to Article 6 of the Navy Regulations, officers must not insult soldiers at will. I was just acting in self-defense. TangGe still maintained a calm demeanor, clearly embodying Leonard. Damn TangGe, when did I, In front of Vice Admiral John Jandu, shop hat, filled with bravado, jumped up to scold TangGe loudly. Slap. A figure shot towards shop hat like lightning, and the loud slap sounded painful. Shop hat was sent flying again, bloodied teeth flying into the crowd of onlookers, and he fainted. A deeper handprint appeared on the side of his already swollen face. This is what you heard with your own ears. He just insulted me again. I was forced to defend myself. TangGe raised his palm and sighed helplessly. This was a blatant slap in the face. Zhon Yan Do. The surrounding navy. What a perfunctory excuse. Who? Hot air burst from his nostrils, and John Jandu, already furious, completely lost it. His angry voice could no longer be suppressed. So arrogant. The Navy does not need lawless individuals. It is my duty to teach you to abide by the Navy's rules. Boom. He raised his right arm and brought it down towards TangGe, the massive fist creating a slight explosive sound as it moved through the air. TangGe twisted his neck, looking at the fist that was almost like a house coming down, his knuckles cracking. Justice is not just talk. Defeat me first, Vice Admiral. Finally, someone worth watching. Whether it's Gran or Water City, I haven't had a satisfying fight yet. This first battle in Marin Vondo is against a giant Vice Admiral. What a great start. Vice Admiral John Jandu's face darkened. Damn thing. Giant's fist. The fist came down with even more force, like a small mountain crashing down. Right on TangGe. Boom. The training ground shook violently. A cloud of dust exploded, and countless white sands shot out from beneath the fist, hitting the surrounding area. The entire training ground echoed with the sound of this strike. Who beneath the enormous fist, a massive fist imprint formed. TangGe's arm muscles bulged as he lifted the opponent's fist with all his might, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on his forehead. The giant's massive body was already heavy, and with the explosive force of the punch, that blow nearly knocked him senseless. He had been careless. But what a thrill! His veins writhed like worms, and the ground beneath TangGe's feet sank as the black flow of armed color rapidly spread throughout his body. He kicked back with his right heel, sending dirt flying from the sandpit, creating a path for retreat behind him. Shave! TangGe disappeared from his spot, and Jandu's fist smashed into the ground. Boom! The ground shook again. Is this your arrogant capital? Not enough. Jandu straightened his back, looking at the armed colors swirling around TangGe, his voice slightly grave. Still the same words? Justice is not just talk, Vice Admiral. Bang bang. After TangGe retreated from the sandpit, he leaped up, suspended in midair, the air beneath his feet crackling with sound, and thus he faced Jandu from a distance. Arrogant brat. Giant spear. Jandu roared, throwing another punch, his fist covered in armed color, the momentum several times greater than before. As an elite Vice Admiral from headquarters and a member of the long-lived giant race, it would be unreasonable not to have a commanding presence. Bring it on. I hope your punch is as powerful as your reprimands. Black Tiger, heart extraction, TangGe shouted, the air around his feet expanding, his body shooting forward like electricity. Bang! The two disproportionately sized fists collided. A spherical shockwave radiated outward, the dull sound of the clash of armed colors echoing around. Jandu remained unharmed, but TangGe was knocked back, flipping several times in the air. Bang bang! The air exploded. TangGe used moonwalk to stabilize himself, accelerating in the air, charging back with a move like an avalanche. Clang! The two black fists collided, sounding like two metal columns crashing together, causing the hearts of the surrounding navy to feel as if they were being gripped, making it hard to breathe. As expected, TangGe was sent flying again, but in an instant, he charged back even faster. Again, they met fist to fist. At this height, the entire Free Barak could see everything clearly, and no one spoke. Because even they understood TangGe's intention, to face off head-on, to defeat Vice Admiral Jandu, to conquer this legendary giant Vice Admiral. So crazy. Smoker and Tina, who had been awakened by who knows what, looked at the two clashing in midair, shocked and powerless. This freak, how'd he train? They are both young. Why is he so outstanding? The two in fierce battle had ignited genuine flames. Their armed colors condensed to the extreme, even sparks flying during their collisions. Jandu no longer treated TangGe with a teaching attitude. The force coming from their fists clearly told him that this was a battle power on the same level. Kid, your strength has earned my recognition. You are qualified to witness the strongest ultimate move of the giant race. Elbaf Spear, Kingdom of Might. Feeling the overwhelming body of the opponent radiating golden light, a powerful aura twisted the air. Blood boiled within TangGe. He howled to the sky, a fierce tiger's roar echoing like thunder. Prajna Adamantine. A giant golden fist illusion collided with a black tiger illusion. Bang! The air exploded, the illusions dispersing into golden and black fluorescence. TangGe was sent flying backward, a white ring appearing in the air, generated by the speed exceeding the sound barrier. Jandu lost control of his body, rebounding from the immense force, staggering backward a few steps. Again, Prajna Adamantine. Before he could catch his breath, another black tiger lunged at him. A massive sense of crisis stimulated Jandu, forcing him to take a deep breath. Despite his cracking bones, all his strength concentrated in his right fist for one final roar. Kingdom of Might, let us settle this. Fierce tiger. The black and gold light flashed again. This time, the result was completely different. TangGe was knocked back not far, staying suspended in midair, and did not launch another attack. Boom! Pushed the golden mountain and toppled the jade pillar. Jardan's massive body first swayed unsteadily, and finally his eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, having smashed a large part of the white wall. He lost. General John Jardorn actually lost. The officers and soldiers of the 3rd Barracks were in disbelief, falling into a brief silence. The giant race is a long-lived species, with ordinary giants having lifespans of over 300 years, and Jardorn was already considered elderly among the giants. Yet, he was a genuine giant general, and he was defeated in a direct contest of strength. Everyone looked at the man in midair, who still showed no signs of defeat, with complex expressions. They finally understood why this guy could take down a warlord, and why General Pompey treated him so specially. Because he deserved such treatment. He was not just a baron, but a fierce tiger. He was the fierce tiger, a true ferocious beast, fully deserving of that title. Is that all? TangGe was exhilarated, sweating profusely, his blood surging with excitement. He felt a restless urge to go wild, unable to contain a roar. Is it the extent of the general's combat power? Does the Navy headquarters have no one who can fight apart from the admirals? A bunch of weaklings. The top of the headquarters building belonged to the Navy's acting marshal, Admiral Sengoku's office. Several people were discussing matters. If there was one place in Marineford that was the loudest, it would undoubtedly be here. Other places had 1 or 2 barracks nearby, but this was surrounded by 4 barracks in the middle. Without exceptional concentration, it was impossible to focus on work here. Moreover, the noise in the office was no less than that outside. Thanks to Karp, the only man who could make Admiral Sengoku explode with rage countless times in a day. After a wave of roars, Sengoku finally calmed down, pushed up his glasses, and gestured for the others to continue speaking. Well, that's the situation. I think we should have Karp take TangGe away, or at least put him in the training base. Anyway, we can't have another troublemaker in the 3rd Barracks. General Pompey is exhausted. It was initially agreed that TangGe would only be temporarily placed in his barracks, not as his direct subordinate. The real leader was Karp. With the proximity to Mariejois, the Navy headquarters had gathered the most vice admirals in the world, nearly 20, making it a very powerful force. The 3rd Barracks was a Navy garrison, with Pompey and Jardorn as the managers, but it didn't mean everyone in the barracks was their subordinate. Each vice admiral had a cap of 3,000 troops, and the rest of the Navy in the barracks were the subordinates of other vice admirals. Once war broke out or pirates were pursued, the vice admirals would take their own troops away. So TangGe was actually Karp's subordinate. But Karp seemed oblivious to what was going on, leaving his only student neglected in the 3rd Barracks. I know Karp. Sengoku, who had only calmed down for a few seconds, immediately became furious. Karp had fallen asleep right under his nose, munching on senbei, not a bit idle. Another wave of roars. In such a noisy place, Pompey just wanted to leave. He didn't have Kizaru's blindness to ignore it like trimming nails on the side. Nor did he have Akiji's deafness to doze off in such a noisy environment. After a while, Carp finally woke up, dug in his ears, and nonchalantly said to Pompey, "In the end, your strength is just too weak, Pompey. If it were me, I'd see who would dare act up. You." Pompey was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that he had never been able to beat this guy, he would have punched him long ago. Ha! Carp laughed triumphantly, leaving the others speechless. Unfortunately, his smugness didn't last long. Just as Sengoku was about to comfort Pompey, the wooden door to the office was pushed open, and Colonel Franu from headquarters rushed in, slightly anxious. There's a fight in the third barracks. It's General Jardorn against that Baron S. Fierce Tiger, TangGe, and General Jardorn is losing. Nanny. Everyone present couldn't help but exclaim in a universal dialect. This audacious guy had only been at headquarters for a few days and already dared to go against a general. Moreover, as they hurried out of the office and onto the wooden corridor at the top, they heard a roar filled with 3 parts frustration and 7 parts anger, which nearly drowned out all the noise in Marineford. Is that the extent of the general's combat power? Does the Navy headquarters have no one who can fight apart from the admirals? A bunch of weaklings. Silence fell, and a large area of Marineford experienced a brief moment of quiet, as everyone was stunned by such bold and grandiose words. It was truly terrifying. Do young people today really dare to say such things? Kizaru's wrinkled face became even more contorted, and something different appeared in his otherwise indifferent eyes. He was also a vice admiral, even if he had the combat power of an admiral. That last line struck a chord with him. Someone was angrier and more explosive. Listen to what he's saying. If you don't take him away, I'll resign, Carp. Carp. Pompey looked at the spot where Carp had just been standing, and it was now empty. Sengoku, Akiji, and Kizaru all looked helplessly toward the third barracks. Sigh. Let it be noisy as long as no one gets killed. After that shout, TangGe felt much better, having vented his recent anger and pent-up frustration. Feeling countless gazes focused on him, he thought to himself that he was too ostentatious and was about to leave discreetly when he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It was as if he were being stared at by an indescribably powerful beast, and his life was in critical danger. He couldn't open the distance with Moonwalk. He could only raise his arms to shield his chest when he saw a fist the size of a sandbag coming into view. Whoosh! Bang! His body was struck with a sound almost startling enough to cause sonic booms as he crashed into the ground, producing a violent roar. And 2 layers of ground soil folded inward, sending a wave of white sand and dirt soaring high. TangGe, you bastard is my disciple. You dare to be so arrogant. This is simply outrageous. Carp's furious roar finally reached him. At the bottom of the deep pit, the heavily hit TangGe chuckled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Old tyrant, this time I was prepared. Carp did not expect to be provoked instead, instantly transforming into a furious gorilla. His speech rate astonishing, his roar even louder than before. What are you saying? Is this your attitude towards accepting someone else's lesson? Moreover, you have repeatedly spoken disrespectfully to your teacher. Faster than his speech was his body speed, so fast that even observation Haki struggled to perceive it. The armament Haki on his fist glowing darkly. Whoosh! TangGe shot out of the pit and continued to speak unabashedly. The same trick won't work on me, Teacher Carp. What met him was even faster speed, heavier force, and louder roars. Boom! I'll show you how to be arrogant to your teacher. Boom! I'll show you that generals are weaklings. I'll show you disrespect. Boom! 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 Just now, the imposing wild tiger TangGe was being relentlessly beaten by Carp, barely able to defend himself, his body slammed to the ground countless times, practically plowing the training ground. This batch of officers and soldiers who had just arrived at headquarters for training realized that there are differences even among legendary generals, compared to the long-lived legend John Gando. Carp's reputation as a legend was entirely earned through strength, and the title of the strongest navy was well-deserved. The Wild Tiger's tough demeanor showed admiration. Despite receiving such a series of heavy blows, he didn't even cry out. TangGe. His mouth was so swollen he couldn't make a sound, and he could only mentally note down a hefty score against Carp's grandson. Just wait. Carp's grandson, named Ace, is that little brat Luffy. When Akiji, who had come to watch the excitement from Carp's office, saw how swollen TangGe's head was and the many colors on his face, he couldn't help but be amazed. His head was wrapped in a series of bandages, making it hard to discern its original shape. His face had shades of red, blue, and purple, and with a severe swelling, it looked like an abstract painting. Even so, TangGe still wore a rebellious expression, and the meaning in his narrowed eyes was probably, "If you have the ability, don't stop." It shouldn't have been this bad. Karp hadn't anticipated that TangGe would grow so quickly in battle, and his overconfidence led him to be caught off guard. In a flurry of punches from TangGe, Karp was struck by the move Black Tiger, digging hard, and didn't manage to block it. All of this made someone like Aokiji feel a bit of respect and exclamation. This is a real, fierce tiger. He dares to say and dare to do. After all, this is Karp, even if he is careless. It is a luxury for an ordinary person to land hit on him. This seems a bit serious. Admiral Aokiji is someone who doesn't carry himself like an admiral at all. Yawning and standing asleep are common sights for him. In terms of relationships, he could be considered Karp's first true disciple, though Karp doesn't acknowledge it. Out of kindness, Aokiji used his powers to create a large ice block and placed it on TangGe's head to relieve the pain. Rest, rest. TangGe managed to mumble a thank you through his swollen mouth, still quite curious about this admiral. He had no air of a top-tier warrior, casually lounging on the sofa, and the ice block from earlier proved that he was a power user, an ice-type Logia user. Too bad he can't win. You brat, aren't you still owing me an apology? It's been a few days, and you haven't thought to come see your teacher. Karp spoke casually without a hint of guilt about beating TangGe. Can you still open your eyes and talk nonsense? I went to your place last night, only to be told you weren't there. Oof. TangGe could only let out a vague, cold snort, and even Aokiji couldn't take it anymore, muttering a comment. This was all because you weren't around, right? Such righteous words only earned him a fierce glare from Karp. Shut up. I'm sick of you, you little brat. Keep talking, and pretend I'm not here. Aokiji decisively feigned defeat, lying on the sofa and pretending to nap. Sigh. After his outburst, Karp very rarely sighed. Originally, I put you in the third barracks just to let Gando, who is very principled, temper your impetuousness, but unexpectedly, on the second day, you ended up beating him too. Really, it changed so quickly without noticing. Is there anything wrong with Gando? Aokiji's ice block had some effect. At least TangGe could speak fluently now, and he shyly asked. He was afraid that the big guy might do something rash, like seeking revenge or reporting it, which would be troublesome. What good or bad is there? You publicly defeated him and said such things. What else do you want? During this time, he has no face left to lecture. Gando is a person who is otherwise unremarkable, but he has lived a long time, and now many people in the Navy have been under his care. Karp made a slight clarification about the stakes. It's just about beating the old man and dragging out the young one, endlessly annoying. TangGe understood this. Just now, Karp seemed extremely angry and hit hard, but only he knew that the seemingly serious bruises were all superficial injuries. In other words, Karp had held back, mostly to show that he was the one who won. Are there any experts? Are there any power users? If they only have that level, I could take on as many as they send. TangGe's eyes lit up, and he casually blurted it out. Aokiji, who was pretending to nap, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This guy really likes to stir up trouble, completely unafraid of escalating things. Ha, ha, Karp laughed heartily, as if he had heard something particularly amusing, which made TangGe feel a bit creeped out. You really are arrogant. Strong? The Navy can dominate the world, not just because of numerical superiority. When those Navy generals come, do you have confidence? Karp increasingly liked this student of his. His temperament suited him well. The belief of moving forward without hesitation, the wildness of rampaging freely, and the relentless drive for progress. What he was most satisfied with was that defiant spirit against heaven and earth. As for offending people, what does that matter? Only the weak are timid. The strong demand dominance. Kazan has been learning from him for a long time, but never learned this point, so he has always been suppressed by that red dog. I will go against millions. As Karp's disciple, does he need to fear others' numbers? Ridiculous. Confidence. I was born with it. TangGe's shamelessness increasingly resembled that of some old violent dragon. Haha, well said. You brat awakened your haki in a short time, and there were no decent opponents at Balon, so you are really weak in understanding battles among haki users. The essence of the clash of haki is simply that whoever is more confident is stronger. When encountering someone stronger, don't be afraid of getting hurt. Even if you take 10 punches, you must have the momentum to strike back with all your might. The two like-minded teacher and student continued chatting, and Karp truly took on the role of teacher, while TangGe pulled out a notebook, ignoring Karp's self-praise and diligently noted down the key points he mentioned. This attitude towards learning made Karp even more satisfied. This child can be taught. He shot a glance at the lazy Aokiji. A rottenwood cannot be carved. Lying beside them, Aokiji's brow twitched, revealing his inner unrest. Just having Carp was already giving the higher-ups at headquarters headaches, and now there was a young version of Carp, seemingly even bolder. Wouldn't the skies of Marineford be turned upside down in the future? But what does that have to do with him? The current acting marshal of the Navy is Sengoku, and he is the one suffering. The conversation continued until nightfall, and TangGe finally left Carp's office. His almost unrecognizable head, now somewhat discernible. Along the way, the gazes of the Navy personnel were extremely complex, filled with admiration and curiosity. TangGe had no time to care. His conversation with Carp had sparked inspiration for creating a fourth boxing technique. At this moment, he just wanted to find a quiet place to turn that inspiration into reality. After all the commotion settled, the topics left behind were enough to stir up the entire Marineford, and the Navy personnel had their gossiping fire, like a flame burning ever more fiercely in a sealed box. The box couldn't contain it anymore. Once it spreads out, it will instantly cause a sensation. The news of the legendary Vice Admiral John Gando being defeated by the fierce tiger from Nabalin spread like wildfire. Initially, it was only circulated within the 3rd Barracks. Within just a day, the entire Marineford was discussing it. It even spread at an exaggerated speed to naval bases around the world. As for Smoker and Tina, they became typical examples of overconfidence. Whenever people talked about this incident, they always mentioned how the fierce tiger from Nabalin had also taken care of 2 arrogant newcomers. No one cared about the reason behind the conflict between Vice Admiral Gando and the fierce tiger from Nabalin. What people cared about was how much trouble the tiger could cause. In just 3 days at Marineford, he had already defeated a Vice Admiral. What would he do next? What would the other naval leaders' reactions be? The phrase that belittled anyone outside the headquarters admiral ranks as weaklings was heard by many at the time, and it only became more exaggerated as it spread. By today, it had turned into a declaration of war from TangGe to all the generals. Vice Admiral Carp had already proven himself to be no weakling. But what about the others? Those vice admirals, those rear admirals, the naval soldiers, including officers below the admiral rank, were all waiting for the situation to develop, and their gazes towards their superiors became subtle. The atmosphere in Marineford entered a strange quietness. Like the calm before storm, the generals met each other with grim faces. Although the soldiers didn't dare to speak openly, they inevitably pointed fingers and gossiped behind backs. The ensigns, enjoying the spectacle, didn't shy away from the chaos. Some even formed groups to go to the 3rd Barracks to see what this incredibly arrogant, fierce tiger from Nabalin looked like, and whether he would say something even more sensational. Soon, he did not disappoint the expectations of the Marineford Navy. If Vice Admiral Gando is at that level, I could take on 10 of him. This statement spread from the 3rd Barracks like wildfire, reaching the entire naval headquarters. One person's claim might be a mistake, 2 people might be spreading rumors. But when everyone is saying it, it becomes undeniable. The atmosphere in Marineford ignited. Those who had seen arrogance had never seen such arrogance. The fierce tiger from Nabalin didn't fear the situation escalating or the comments becoming more outrageous. In every street, tavern, and dining hall where people gathered, this incident was being discussed. The fierce tiger from Nabalin made it clear. Apart from the admirals, the other generals were weaklings he often mentioned, and even 10 together wouldn't be his match. This was blatant contempt. Moreover, this statement was transmitted via the Din Mushi to various branches around the world. People were completely stunned by the level of arrogance and provocation, which had not happened for many years. The situation became uncontrollable, and no one was in a position to control it. The generals could no longer remain silent, and, with the support of a certain vice admiral in a yellow striped uniform, completely exploded. Even at the naval headquarters, gathering 10 vice admirals was no easy task. But gathering rear admirals was much easier. Boom! People rushed out from all directions, converging into streams of people that ultimately flowed into Ola Square, becoming a sea of humanity. A great battle was imminent. At sea, a fleet of warships was returning. In the flagship's command room, the news of the incident that had just occurred in Marineford reached the warships drifting in the ocean. Jonathan, upon hearing that TangGe had defeated John Gando, habitually ran his hand through his thinning hair, instinctively feeling a headache. Something feels off. That guy is no longer the same person as before. It should be the high-ranking officials at headquarters who were worried. Realizing this, Jonathan felt that sharing the joy was better than keeping it to himself. So he announced the news to the entire fleet. Instantly, the entire Navy on the fleet erupted with excitement. They didn't care about John Gando's legendary status. They only knew that TangGe was from that faction, and now performing such a feat was bringing honor to everyone from that faction. Penny and Sheldon exchanged glances. They clearly remembered that they had left Marineford just 2 days ago, and now such a big commotion had occurred. Truly worthy of the boss, making headlines wherever he goes. Leonard looked at his shouting subordinates, clamoring for drinks to celebrate, and, unusually, did not stop them. Truly your style, Captain. While the subordinates were overjoyed, Jonathan suddenly realized that he still had to worry. With such a big incident happening at headquarters, he wondered how TangGe was doing. Just now, his friend had hurriedly hung up the phone without clarifying anything, as if something urgent had occurred. No, I need to find out for sure. Really? He just knows how to create trouble. Jonathan mumbled to himself and called his peer, the Weasel, who was stationed at headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered the din-din mushy. Jonathan tried calling another person, but still no one answered. Beep, beep, beep. In the end, he even called a casual acquaintance at headquarters, but again, no one picked up. What's going on? Has headquarters been attacked? Who in the world would be so bold? Finally, out of options, Jonathan dialed a number of someone he usually didn't contact. Moshi, it's Jonathan. Why are you calling me? The din-din mushy projected a wrinkled face, and the voice sounded weak, giving off a troublesome vibe. Hey, Borisolino, is everything all right at headquarters? Why is no one answering the phone? Jonathan would rather be friends with the cold-blooded Sakazuki than deal with this unpredictable guy. No one knew what was going on in his mind. They're busy fighting for their reputation. The din-din mushy on the other end conveyed the events happening in Marineford to Jonathan. Nanny. Jonathan dropped the din-din mushy in his hand again, and his voice was so loud that many people around noticed. As night fell, the naval headquarters was brightly lit, and Ola's square was crowded with people, the noise unbearable as everyone awaited the outcome. The sea breeze blew into Moon Bay, brushing past the few people in confrontation. When the crowd clearly saw the formation of the rear admirals on this side of headquarters, they gasped and counted off their names. It was them, the rear admirals. Weasel Doberman, Stalaberg Dalmesia, Ghost Spider, the fierce tiger from Nabalin was in danger. Their combat power was all at the elite vice admiral level. They had undergone training from Admiral Zifa, and their strength should be extraordinary now. It would be interesting to see Zifa's students face off against Carp students. It's them, TangGe observed quietly. He had only seen their photos in the news, and now he was interacting with them for the first time. Unexpectedly, in this manner. Through his observation hockey, he sensed that each one emanated a powerful aura like fierce beasts. Very strong. Jonathan had become familiar with their details, knowing they were all stronger than him. This was evident from Jonathan being assigned to a branch while they remained at headquarters. The vice admirals of the Pompeii generation had experienced the Roger era, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they were getting old. Now the rear admiral is the new generation that has grown up. Their strength is not inferior to the elite vice admirals, and they're the backbone of the Navy headquarters, with impressive battle achievements and a reputation that is spread around the world. Even Carp has said that the Flying Squirrel is the ceiling for the strongest battle power below the vice admiral rank, which shows his strength. TangGe pretended to look around, and then sighed, "What is this?" I said I want to fight 10 people. I won't even have enough for a warm-up. You won't use this as an excuse if you lose, right? Enough nonsense. You brought this upon yourselves. If you lose, just shave your heads in shame. And don't say we're bullying you with numbers. The Flying Squirrel remained calm, knowing that just saying one more word to TangGe would worsen his mood. Lose? After arriving at Navy headquarters, you're the third person to say that to me. Unfortunately, the previous ones were useless and have already fallen. To fulfill your grand words, bring out your full strength. Do your best. TangGe would not miss any opportunity to strike the enemy. Damn it, bastard. The more irritable Doberman and Ghost Spider could no longer contain themselves and started cursing. Draw your swords, TangGe. Stoloberry even drew his dual swords with pink handles. A man using 2 pink swords, how effeminate. My sword only cuts pirates. You're not worthy. Hold this for me. Thanks. After glancing at Stoloberry's appearance, TangGe continued to unleash his fury. He tossed the black sword to Smoker, who was watching from the side, then took off his soldier's uniform, revealing a well-proportioned, muscular body. Smoker received the black sword silently. If you keep provoking them, you might not see the sun tomorrow. Stoloberry's hands gripping the sword hilt started to tremble, but in the end, he sheathed his sword. I want to hit him until he never dares to talk nonsense again. He nearly bit that sentence out. Me too. Definitely. The rest of the group, already filled with rage, echoed in unison. Don't underestimate him. This guy is not weak. The Flying Squirrel said sternly. You can use swords. What are weaklings trying to look cool for? Make your move. The Flying Squirrel shouted angrily, no longer wanting to hear such infuriating nonsense. His fists were coated in hockey, and he just wanted to vent the endless fury in his chest. Soru. The hockey manifested, covering his entire body. and his observation haki was fully activated without any flaws. TangGe took a heavy step forward, suddenly accelerating, breaking through the air ahead, and vanished from his original spot. Black Tiger strikes hard. Bang bang. The six seemingly disappearing figures collided in an instant. Fists met fists, and legs struck bodies. The sounds of haki clashing echoed continuously in Aura's square. TangGe could only clash with one person at a time, but he was hit by the combined efforts of the other four. His body was sent flying backward, creating a whistling sound in the air. Before he could fly far, he stepped in midair to accelerate, quickly closing in again, and they struck together once more. Boom! TangGe was heavily slammed to the ground, his body bouncing up violently. Using this brief moment to leverage, he advanced instead of retreating, adjusting his center of gravity before charging at the rear admiral. As TangGe attacked one, the other four showed no mercy, striking him with all their might. Even with the strength they exerted, they had barely unleashed 70 to 80% of their full power before he was sent flying. If it weren't for the integrated offense and defense of haki, he would have already collapsed. From the very beginning of the battle, he was caught in a tough fight. What a thrill. This is the kind of battle I wanted. You guys are qualified to witness my self-created martial arts. Mountain crushing, sea toppling, wisdom diamond. Actively rushing toward the center of the rear admirals, TangGe let out a long howl, even as his body was repeatedly sent flying. This was the most exhilarating battle he had experienced so far. The rear admirals were indeed the backbone of the next generation of the Navy. Not only were they all masters who had perfected the six forms, but at least one color of haki had been cultivated to the peak of physical condition. The rear admirals coordinated exceptionally well, and their momentum trained into a cohesive force. Their attacks were relentless and seamless. Their defenses were impeccable, advancing and retreating with ease. If TangGe hadn't improved to the level of Marine powerhouse, facing two such opponents would have already been his limit. Boom! The solid marble ground of Aura's square was smashed to pieces, creating a spiderweb-like crack over 10 meters wide. And at the center was a human-shaped pit where TangGe lay, injured, with several fist marks appearing on the surface of his body. The defensive strength of haki was not infinite, and the rear admiral's strength was not much different from his own. After being targeted countless times, the black aura that had been lingering around his body was finally dispersed. Weaklings, is this all you've got? You were so close. You were just a little away from defeating me. Now you have no chance. Rising from the pit, TangGe laughed maniacally, feeling invincible. The fourth move of his self-created fist technique was activated. Aura's square was crowded, yet silent, with only the booming sounds like muffled thunder rolling out. As everyone held their breath and focused intently on the fight, a few stronger officers were maintaining order to ensure that the aftermath of the battle wouldn't affect the ordinary people. Being in Marineford, a place where the Navy's top-tier strength gathered, few had personally experienced battles of this caliber. From the very start, the fight escalated to a fever pitch. The six figures on Aura's square flickered continuously, and the movements of the six were extremely fast, with only occasional still figures visible. The sounds of haki clashing in the air were incessant. Bang, bang, bang. The booming sounds of Soru erupted continuously, with the ground pockmarked from the destruction caused by the six. The dust hadn't even risen before being blown away. Although the situation so far was still TangGe, the Baroness Fierce Tiger, being beaten up by the group, his fearless and unyielding spirit of fighting multiple opponents without retreating truly complicated the feelings of the onlookers. This guy may not say much, is arrogant and reckless, but his strength is indeed formidable. If it were one-on-one, the rear admiral would probably not be his match. The battle situation changed again. The Baroness Fierce Tiger was heavily slammed to the ground, spitting blood. Yet, his arrogant demeanor seemed as if he was not the one at a disadvantage. You have no chance. Today, I will show you that you are a bunch of weaklings. With a loud shout of fist technique, 7 injuries, TangGe's haki turned dark purple as he charged directly towards the rear admirals, perfectly merging the six forms with his self-created fist technique, unleashed like a river flowing. During his conversation with Karp, he had already recognized his current weaknesses, while his haki could bully the weaker foes of the first half of the Grand Line. Against other haki users, the advantage was not so clear-cut. Just like now, the rear admiral was the strongest among the Flying Squirrel, with the other four not far behind. All top-notch masters proficient in the six forms and awakened haki, except for Dalmesia, who was an Inu fruit dog model ability user. The others were pure physical combat experts. TangGe simply could not achieve a crushing victory. The fourth move of the fist technique was created precisely to deal with such situations. To injure others, one must also injure oneself. Even if injured, one must still hurt others. Wounding 10 fingers is not as good as breaking one finger. This is a mutually damaging fist technique that tests who is more confident and whose willpower is stronger. TangGe was in a frenzy, relying on the strength of his armed color, which was slightly higher than that of the rear admirals of the Navy headquarters, enduring the damage from the other four while focusing solely on the strongest flying squirrel, launching relentless attacks. The shadows of his fists filled the sky, a tremendous pressure bearing down. The flying squirrel, who had been facing him head-on, was the first to feel the strain. Each punch from TangGe felt like the roar of a battleship's cannon, and he was being relentlessly pursued and battered, while also dealing with the attacks from the other four. The pressure on the flying squirrel was immense. His fists trembled uncontrollably, and sweat soaked his back. The other four were not faring any better, despite the ground being utterly destroyed and TangGe appearing severely injured. They knew that most of their attacks on that fierce tiger were mitigated by his abnormal physique and astonishing armed color, resulting in only minor wounds that healed quickly. They could feel that the new wounds were merely covering up the previous ones. After such intense fighting, their momentum and attack power had peaked, and as time passed, their stamina would falter, leading to a decrease in attack output. And that fierce tiger? He showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he grew fiercer, constantly shouting provocative words that incited anger, as if he were surrounded by everyone. This couldn't go on. He would break them one by one. They had to swap out to sustain against a single person's stamina. The thought of mutual understanding arose simultaneously in their minds. Boom! TangGe was once again sent flying. But instead of pursuing, he took advantage of the moment to switch the most durable Dalmatia to the front line, since he was a zone-type fruit user. Ha ha ha! Is that all you've got? The flying squirrel spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed wildly at the sky, declaring this as true power, weaklings. He slowly stretched his body, his bones cracking, and then glared fiercely at Strawberry. Bastard, I remember you for specifically attacking my mouth. The air exploded again, and TangGe disappeared once more, actively attacking Dalmatia. As you wish, I'll make you acknowledge me. 7 wounds fist, like a dragon. Get your all. Don't hold back any longer. The flying squirrel became serious, uncertain if it was just his imagination, but that guy seemed to be moving faster. Understood the other four dared not be careless. Bang! The clash of armed colors ignited fiercely again, a chaotic battle unfolding. Dalmatia, transformed into his Barleytown form, felt a drastically different sensation, as if he were caught by a rampaging tiger, relentlessly pursued, with every punch and kick causing his armed color to tremble. And the flying squirrel, being the strongest, could originally withstand attacks from the other four for half an hour, but under his lead, his armed color was on the verge of collapse in just moments. Boom! TangGe's armed color was once again shattered, and he received a solid hit from the flying squirrel, creating a massive pit in the ground that echoed with an explosive sound, sending debris and dirt flying. It's over. Fierce tiger TangGe, repent for your arrogance. Even they had to admit that the opponent was no mere Baron's fierce tiger. He was the fierce tiger. As the dust settled, TangGe half squatted on the ground, blood dripping from his arm onto the dirt. But the fierce light in his eyes was stronger than ever, and he laughed maniacally. Idiot, you don't think this is over, do you? Far from enough. With that, he slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Let's continue, weaklings. 7 wounds. His form was like a tiger, his momentum like thunder, charging again. I can't hold on any longer. Someone else take over. Dalmatia, with trembling hands, urgently shouted. He had taken the brunt of the attacks earlier, exhausting himself, unable to maintain the Barleytown form any longer. If he kept this up, he would be the first to collapse. TangGe's mutated armed color struck the others with less lethality, but when it hit him, the damage increased exponentially. You're too slow. TangGe appeared beside him in an instant, delivering a sweeping kick that struck him in the waist. Dalmatia was instantly sent flying, barely stabilizing himself in midair. But a sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? His instincts were correct. TangGe's strength had increased, and his speed had also quickened. Dalmatia, the flying squirrel shouted, intercepting TangGe. Life return. 8-headed demon spider, hair standing on end, attached with armed color, soft yet hard. Bound towards TangGe. Too slow. With his observation hockey fully activated, TangGe dodged again and countered with a punch against the enraged Doberman. It's your turn, Doberman. TangGe grew more spirited, his stamina seemingly infinite, unleashing both observation hockey and armed color to full effect. 7 wounds, infinite firepower. The 6 had already bled, no longer merely sparring. This was a clash of beliefs and willpower. TangGe launched a full-scale attack, no longer targeting just one person to beat down. His moves grand and sweeping, one man like 1,000 troops, swift as thunder, fierce as fire. He had become a fierce tiger unleashed. The battlefield expanded. The air continued to explode with sound, the noise of breaking air ringing out. The people of Marineford were stunned. Now, they could see that TangGe had begun to take the initiative. He seemed like an indomitable beast, even when slammed to the ground. He would immediately get back up and return fire with a punch. When his body was sent flying, he would come back with even more ferocity, delivering a kick in retaliation. Tireless, pain-free. The night was deep, and the battle had been going on for a long time. It was not over yet. But everyone in Marineford was unwilling to miss this scene. A new legend was about to be born. Boom! The newly arrived Doberman, after only trading a dozen punches with TangGe, was overwhelmed and sent flying backward. Seeing this, the flying squirrel gritted his teeth and charged again. Bang! The two fists collided, and the sparks of armed color clashed again. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of their clashes echoed, while the movements of the others slowed down. Unable to keep up. No, it wasn't he that they were slowing down. TangGe was getting faster, and his power felt vastly amplified. The flying squirrel's heart raced with panic. This monster, his strength had actually increased. What are you thinking about, weak mouse? TangGe's voice echoed in the flying squirrel's ear. Before the flying squirrel could react, a hand clamped down on his face and slammed him hard into the ground. At some point, TangGe had taken a liking to this move. It felt particularly satisfying. Boom! The flying squirrel's head sank into the ground, unable to rise for a moment. Flying squirrel. The demon spider's hair bound again. Take care of yourself first. TangGe left an afterimage, circling behind him, and mercilessly struck his back of the head, making him see stars and stagger. This guy is too annoying, always attacking from behind. You're the last one left, Strawberry. TangGe fixed his gaze on a bearded man, his momentum surging as he charged forward. At the beginning, Strawberry had conserved his battle power the best, but his observation hockey sensed a strong danger, and he intended to dodge and create distance, but unfortunately, he was only halfway through. A tremendous force slammed into him head-on. His body was heavily thrown backward. With a loud bang, the head that was still flying in midair was pressed down by a hand, face first, smashing into the ground and fracturing both the floor and his nasal bone, letting you keep getting slapped, letting you get slapped, holding down the head that was trying to struggle and rise. Fists rained down continuously, accompanied by curses, until Strawberry lay there motionless. TangGe slowly got up, surveying the entire scene, revealing an unmatched aura. Is this all you have? How disappointing. Where's your faith? Where's your will? So close. Just a little bit more. You could have defeated me. The gradually demoralized majors looked at TangGe, who began to speak again, and their inner resentment flared up once more. Betting on their masculine persistence, they were determined to crush him. Although their physical strength had significantly declined, their fighting spirit grew braver and purer. The battle began again. Dawn arrived, the sun rose. It was uncertain if the new day brought a new sun. However, a new strawman was born in Marineford. The square of Alice was silent. Everyone had not slept all night, just to witness the moment of this legend's birth. Everyone was watching a man. The golden red sunlight illuminated his head, as if crowning him with glory. After a whole night of fierce fighting, the contest finally determined a victor. Surrounding this man lay the completely unconscious naval rear admirals. Wombat, Ghost Spider, Dalmesia, Strawberry, Doberman. Their past records had become history, and their former glory became the stepping stones for another person's crowning. You're not weak, but you are still weaklings. Leaving this phrase behind, the man with the tiger-like aura walked away slowly. The crowd automatically parted a path, their gazes following him. Raging Tiger. Someone shouted first. Raging Tiger. Everyone echoed, having witnessed the birth of a strongman with their own eyes. It turned out they called him TangGe of the Baroque works. Now they shouted his name. Raging Tiger TangGe. The first ray of sunlight shone down, and a message spread from Marineford to naval branches around the world, consisting of just 4 words. The Raging Tiger has won. The title of Raging Tiger was officially recognized by the Navy, renowned across the seas, representing just one person from this day forward, TangGe. On the way back to Baroque Works, Jonathan picked up the phone, and the already exhausted soldiers perked up, straining to listen to the stiff voice on the other end. They hadn't slept all night. Since the news broke that the naval rear admiral had battled the Raging Tiger, TangGe at Alice Square. The people of Baroque Works had been waiting by the phone for the result. The person on the other end didn't speak, but the shouts echoing from Alice Square came through. What was the result? Jonathan had a premonition in his heart, but he still couldn't believe it and anxiously asked, "Isn't it obvious, Jonathan? You brought out an incredible guy." Someone on the other end sighed lightly. He won. With the last three words falling, the people of Baroque Works were the first to cheer, embracing each other while shouting the name of the raging tiger. Jonathan felt as if he were dreaming, completely unaware that the other side had already hung up. Changes come so fast. He remembered the words that man had started with. Heroes have always emerged from youth, beginning as an ordinary boy and gradually growing stronger. Until today, even the Navy's elite rear admirals could not stop his path to strength. All of this felt like a dream. Go ahead, carve out your own world. Times are changing, and strong men will always emerge. Raging Tiger, TangGe. The aftermath of the battle at Alice Square had not yet dissipated, and people were still discussing the victorious side. The Raging Tiger. All his past achievements were dug up and studied in detail, from defeating Spade when he first emerged to later beating the Billion Bounty Clay brothers, and then causing chaos in Water City. The many officers and soldiers of the 3rd Barracks often gathered to watch TangGe, sometimes looking at him as if he were a natural disaster. Soon they discovered that the Raging Tiger, who was extraordinarily fierce in battle, seemed rather peaceful in daily life. Aside from his penchant for cursing, his usual words were not filled with the same hatred as in battle. In fact, he was somewhat humorous. The key was that he did not act superior as a strong man and was very willing to converse with ordinary soldiers. Gradually, they had come to accept such an extraordinarily strong, ordinary soldier living among them. In Karp's office, haha, as expected of my disciple. Did you see? Your disciples combined can't even beat my one disciple. Karp's mouth twisted into a grin as he sat in the office, picking up the din mushy to boast to Zephyr. The image of Zephyr projected by the din mushy looked extremely displeased. This lucky guy, a Wuhai-level physique, is hard to come by, and this is just the beginning. The strength gap determined by physique will only widen as time goes on. Shut up, Karp. You not only let your subordinates run wild, but are also so smug about it. Listening to this old man bragging was as unpleasant as eating flies. He didn't only have one disciple. He should be able to compare with those freaks. Ahaha! Karp's little tongue wagged wildly. All along, his strength was strong, but he was completely overshadowed by Zephyr when it came to teaching students. Idiot. With Raging Tiger's physique, it would be strange if he couldn't win. What's there to be proud of? Besides, he does have weaknesses, and they're very obvious. Zephyr couldn't hold back his anger, his voice crashing like waves. He wasn't on site, but watched the battle at Alice Square through the din mushy. With his perspective, he naturally knew that TangGe's victory was largely due to his physical advantage. A Wuhai-level physique allowed him to grow stronger in battle. Wombat's attack intensity did not have an overwhelming advantage. In the end, he was dragged into a war of attrition, a prolonged battle. I think you're just jealous. I'm the strongest instructor at Navy headquarters. Ha! Karp continued to laugh. Bastard. Then tell me, where are that kid's weaknesses? As the strongest instructor, you would not know this, right? Zephyr, furious to the point of laughing, spoke with a hint of mockery. TCH. It's just Kinbunchaku, how could I, as the strongest instructor, not know? Karp replied smugly, sticking his pinky finger in his nose. If you know, then why don't you train him? The importance of Kinbunchaku is no less than that of Busashoku. Once he encounters a strong enemy, this weakness could be fatal. Zephyr was truly choked up, and after a while, he finally spoke. TangGe's Busashoku is okay, but his Kinbunchaku is very average. When he faces skilled opponents, he will only get beaten. That being said, let me, the strongest Navy, personally train him. Karp said energetically. But where did that kid go? I didn't see him at the gate of justice either. Has he become complacent after winning such a small battle and given up training? The most arrogant and self-satisfied is precisely you. Zephyr could no longer listen, and with a snap, he hung up the phone. Of course, TangGe could not slack off. He was on the sea near Marineford, in a place Karp would never have thought of. Gently stepping on the surface of the sea, floating unpredictably with the waves, TangGe smiled brightly, facing a major general. Kizaru Borsellino. One has to say, TangGe is floating. After the battle against the major general at Alice Square, he took a short break and then blocked Kizaru's office, demanding to have a match with him. Are you ready? I brewed a good pot of tea in my office, so I need to get back soon. Kizaru, dressed in a yellow striped suit and wearing brown sunglasses, spoke lazily. I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy that hot tea, Major General Kizaru. Let me witness the power of the highest combat strength. As he spoke, TangGe took an offensive stance, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. For a powerhouse of this level, there's no need for verbal provocation. Kizaru is very strong. In his observation haki, he seemed like an unapproachable light, with an intense aura, indescribably powerful. The headquarters has always maintained 3 admiral positions, neither increasing nor decreasing. If it weren't for Sengoku still being the acting fleet admiral, Kizaru would have long been a genuine admiral. A cold gleam reflected off Kizaru's lenses as he slowly said, "Today's young people are really frightening. If I'm underestimated like this, I have no choice but to step up." Whoosh! Just moments ago, Kizaru was leisurely standing there, but then he transformed into a streak of yellow light. After a blinding flash, he disappeared from his original position. "Have you ever been kicked by light?" Well, he reappeared. His voice rang in TangGe's ears, and a side kick was already in front of him. Speed is power. Light speed kick. Buzz. An extreme force struck TangGe directly. His body shot off like a meteor, the air bursting in successive shockwaves, finally carving a long line of rolling white waves on the surface of the water. It's Kizaru. How could he be so fast? It was like real light speed. TangGe rolled on the surface of the water far away, his heart surging with waves. Just as his observation haki caught the aura of the attack, he barely managed to cover himself with armament haki before being kicked. Here it comes again. The yellow light flashed again, and Kizaru was already in the air. A powerhouse like him would never give anyone a chance to catch their breath. His unique tone sounded as he formed a small hole with his thumb and index finger. "Oh ho, what's the matter? No problem." As expected of a fierce tiger, Yada no Kagami TangGe, gasping heavily on the surface of the sea, had no time to complain. The armament haki on his body was shattered in an instant, and the spot where he was kicked throbbed with a pain that shot straight to his brain, probably even breaking bones. How ruthless! If it weren't for the unique resistance against the attacks of ability users awakened by his armament haki, he probably wouldn't be able to get up from that last kick. Looking up, TangGe's pupils constricted. In the sky, a torrential downpour of yellow light beads, denser than raindrops, poured down, impossible to dodge or escape from his coverage. He could only brace himself. The armament haki condensed again. Bang, bang, bang. The yellow light beads hit the surface of the sea, causing violent explosions all around, and the seawater completely boiled. Endless light beads washed over him, creating a friction effect like a grinding wheel, with yellow sparks shooting down. The consumption of haki and physical strength was rapid. Even a major general who fought all night wouldn't be able to match even half of what was being consumed now. One can only imagine how astonishing Kizaru's attack intensity is. This guy's ability can't be that, right? For the first time, TangGe felt the perversion of a devil fruit user. Light. Kizaru's fruit ability is light. The seawater turned into a golden glow, incredibly beautiful. Only TangGe struggled under the endless attack of light beads. Just as he suspected, Kizaru's ability was indeed a natural type, light. Even with just a high school level of physics knowledge, one knows what light is. It is nearly everywhere and signifies brightness. But that's not the point. The point is the speed of light, the known limit speed for humans, 300,000 meters per second, its speed in a vacuum. Even in the atmosphere, where the density of air reduces its speed to 1/10, that is still not something humans can reach. What a terrifying ability. Similarly, as a natural type, Dallas is simply weak, with a power like light. And in the hands of someone as strong as Kizaru, its power is exponentially enhanced. TangGe struggled desperately and ultimately endured this wave of attacks. It seemed Kizaru's light was limited. How could that be? Light is everywhere, unless an even more terrifying attack is coming. What a scary armament haki. This move can't even take effect. Kizaru's voice was omnipresent, and the light beads halted. The armament haki on TangGe's body caught his slight attention. However, at his feet, the yellow light was condensed to the extreme, exceptionally bright, as if another sun had appeared in the sky. This is bad. Cold sweat poured down TangGe's forehead. He clearly felt the power contained in that light, and his physical strength was simply not enough to amount to a fraction of it. Whoosh, a beam of light shot down. Boom! Centered on the spot where the light struck the sea, a massive amount of seawater was blown away, and the towering waves rose to a height of 100 meters, resembling a blooming white lotus. The shock wave from the explosion tossed TangGe into the air, and in this immensely strong impact, his body was completely out of control. The yellow light flashed again, and Kizaru vanished from his spot. The alert from his observation haki had reached its peak. Although he could sense Kizaru's movements, his speed could not keep up at all. This is the final strike. The yellow glowing right leg kicked TangGe in the abdomen from above. like a meteor falling into the sea. At first, there was no splash on the surface, as if he had sunk into a block of jelly, a straight passage piercing through the seabed, the seawater seemingly frozen. The next moment, the waves surged into the sky, the sea completely exploded open, revealing the ocean floor. And TangGe, like that meteor, exhausted his energy and sank into the rocks of the seabed. Blood gushed from his mouth, and although his consciousness remained, his body felt like it had fallen apart, and his stamina was entirely depleted. Looking at Kizaru in the sky, his gaze was not defeated, but held the heat of an underwater volcano on the verge of eruption. So strong, really strong, with no strength left to resist. The intensity of this attack and its destructive power made it so that even his awakened armament haki could not defend, and he hadn't even been able to unleash any of his self-created martial arts. As expected, he was known as a natural disaster. This is the highest combat strength. The surrounding seawater began to flood in, and his vision started to darken. But TangGe was not in a hurry at all. The yellow light flickered, and Kizaru stood at the seabed, reaching out to grab his arm. Whoosh! In an instant, both of them were in midair. TangGe felt as if his vision was infinitely stretched, and the desire to vomit in his heart hadn't even had a chance to release. Whoosh! The next second, they had already reached the naval headquarters building. This is not fantasy. This is the limit of speed. Throwing the completely exhausted TangGe onto the sofa, Kizaru picked up the cup of tea he had just been drinking and poured a cup of steaming tea. How terrifying. I'm so exhausted. I need to replenish some fluids. Seeing his calm demeanor, it seemed he had only lost a bit of sweat. This is a blatant mockery. For moves. Can it tire out a natural disaster-level physique? Ha ha. What an interesting world, Major General Kizaru. In just that little time, his body had already recovered some stamina, and TangGe moved his body on the sofa. However, the act of laughing involved fractured bones and intense pain, forcing him to stop talking and stop saving face. The pain was bearable. What didn't break him would ultimately make him stronger. There was no trace of defeat in his eyes as TangGe gazed eagerly at Admiral Kizaru. Truly powerful. Admiral Kizaru, I must thank you for showing me just how vast this world is. Perhaps his gaze was too eager, or perhaps his attitude seemed a bit abnormal, which made Kizaru feel a sense of unease. Something felt like it was about to happen. What is this guy's thought process? Shouldn't the normal response be to learn from shame and work harder after going back? To be humble and not impatient? But here, it felt almost like he had been abused, and instead, there was a strange pleasure. What also caught Kizaru's attention was this guy's incredible recovery ability. Just by talking for a few moments, he had gone from being completely out of energy to being able to say a few odd phrases. This reminded him of a certain monster. A creature that could not be killed no matter how hard you tried. One that dared to take on the entire Navy headquarters. With endless stamina and astonishing recovery capabilities. After leaving the headquarters building, TangGe could no longer maintain that relentless demeanor. He opened his legs and began to run unsteadily toward the nearest food outlet, guided by his sense of smell. Boss, I want everything you have in your store. Feeling like his stomach acid was about to overflow, he didn't wait for the boss to respond. He grabbed a loaf of bread from the counter and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing. Even a marine-level physique was not infinite. Being washed by the intensity of Kizaru's light, orbs consumed an incredible amount of haki, which had exhausted his already boosted stamina. Ah, it's you, Lord Fierce Tiger. Please eat as much as you want. I'll give you an 80 discount. This was a small shop without waitstaff, but fortunately, it was stocked with plenty of pastries and bread. The boss, wearing a chef's hat, recognized TangGe. Thanks, he mumbled, still unclear. But upon hearing about the discount, TangGe found a moment to express his thanks. Take your time. There is plenty more. The boss, unable to bear the sight of TangGe's hungry, glowing eyes, quickly ran to the back kitchen and brought out a pile of freshly baked bread. However, as soon as he brought it out, he felt his hands empty. It all went into TangGe's mouth. Soon, everything edible in the bakery was devoured, leaving not even crumbs, but his walking stamina was sufficient. After leaving a thick stack of belly, TangGe followed the scent to the next place. Fortunately, the commercial area of Marineford was developed, as tens of thousands of people lived there, with plenty of restaurants. An hour later, at the last restaurant on this street, TangGe slowed his eating pace, taking some time to reflect on what had just happened. Defeated, thoroughly defeated. With his observation haki, he could sense Kizaru's attack intentions. But his speed couldn't keep up. That guy was a beam of light. How could a person's speed compare to the speed of light? This was the first question. Kizaru definitely hadn't used his full strength. That seemingly destructive move caused most of the damage to miss him. If his ability was light, Based on TangGe's understanding of light, Kizaru probably hadn't even used half of his power. How strong was an Admiral-level combat power? This was the second question. He couldn't slack off. A Marine-level physique was only slightly above the ordinary range. The real monsters were those natural disasters, the Emperors. After finishing the last of the food at the last restaurant, TangGe let out a satisfied burp. With the help of life return, his depleted stamina had recovered. He had a bold idea. He turned around and jogged back toward the Navy headquarters. 10 minutes later, the same result. The next day, TangGe opened his eyes from a deep sleep. 2 consecutive stamina depletions were a burden for him, especially on a mental level, leaving a slight negative shadow. The destructive power of devil fruit abilities was too great. When powerful abilities fell into the hands of the strong, the resulting destruction was off the charts. A casual strike from Kizaru was several times, even dozens of times, the strength of his pure physical power. How could he resist it? And how could he surpass it? He had previously underestimated the abilities of devil fruit users. No, he needed to quickly find his confidence. He accessed the long-unseen external panel, and the red plus button in Water City dimmed again. Defeating Smoker, Tina, and Dalmatia, 3 ability users, only resulted in a shallow layer of red appearing in the plus section, still a quarter short. In other words, to elevate to disaster-level physique, he needed a full 16 devil fruits. 1, 4, 16. No wonder Carp said that the Marine and disaster levels were 2 completely different tiers, requiring 4 times the number of devil fruit abilities. Thinking of this terrifying number and the amount needed to reach the next level made TangGe's scalp tingle. The other data on the external panel had no evaluation standards, relying solely on his estimates. The strength of his hockey had indeed improved significantly during these days at headquarters. By estimation, it should have reached the strength Carp had when he covered his stickback in Baroque works, which was about 5 standard strengths. As for quantity, it was not worth considering. Stamina was quantity. With his stamina, he could endure for days and nights against attacks of Kizaru's intensity. And even the elite rear admirals would be worn out one after another, which was quite telling. His physical strength had increased by 1/3 during these days of high-intensity training and combat, already approaching 80 tons. A Marine-level physique was indeed formidable, almost getting stronger the more he fought. However, this was still far from enough. Bang! The door to the dormitory was pushed open, and Carp barged in, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Get up, you idiot! As my student, how can you be so lazy? This is outrageous. Today, I will personally supervise your training. Sigh. Is there no such thing as manners in front of this guy?" TangGe sighed and then brightened up. "Carp-sensei, what are we doing today? Training? That sounds great." He loved the feeling of getting stronger through training, and since reaching Marine-level physique, he hadn't really settled down to train properly. Carp, the strongest Marine, should bring him significant progress. Doing what? Kid, from today on, you need to be prepared to die at any moment. Otherwise, you won't survive my hellish training. Carp grinned as he said this, already envisioning TangGe struggling in the hellish training. "Just what I want," TangGe exclaimed loudly. "If the difficulty isn't high, I wouldn't even be interested. Even if it's hell, I will break through." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a massive fist slammed into his face, sending his body flying heavily. The wall of the dormitory was smashed through, shaking the entire building and waking a bunch of officers still lost in their dreams. "Heh, I am hell. Try to break through me." Carp puffed on his fist, rolled up his sleeves, and grinned. "Here we go again. This old dinosaur is attacking again." Sitting up amidst a pile of rubble, TangGe felt powerless to complain. The speed of Kizaru, enhanced by the devil fruit, was one thing, but this old dinosaur's speed purely stemmed from the explosive power of his physical body, equally fast enough to leave him unable to react. "What's wrong? You don't seem to be in the zone today?" Carp's voice appeared beside him, and he had no idea how he got there. This kid used to attack with claws and fangs, but today he seemed filled with doubt. "Teacher Carp, can a hockey practitioner really crush a devil fruit user?" Carp asked, and TangGe could only speak the truth. It had to be said that after witnessing the kind of world-destroying destructive power that Kizaru possessed, which was simply beyond human capability, TangGe felt some confusion in his heart. If Carp could reach that level, then that blow from Baron and the overwhelming deterrence over the sea all indicated that hockey also had a very high ceiling. But that was because he was Carp, the strongest Marine. TangGe's confusion was, if someone like Carp were to eat a powerful devil fruit, how could a pure hockey practitioner counter that? Even with sea prism stone, even with seawater, and even with the ability to nullify the abilities of users through armament hockey. "Ha! So that's it. You want to find Borsellino, right?" His ability indeed counters a hockey novice like you, so it's no surprise you're feeling this doubt. Carp looked down from the side. You originally underestimated devil fruit users because you hadn't seen a real user. Similarly, your current doubts stem from not having witnessed true hockey. There are many people in the Marines who share your doubts. They have no answers, and neither do I. This is a path you must walk yourself. Whether you become a dragon or a worm depends on this. Saying this, Carp revealed a chilling smile. What I need to do is make you fight to the death to grow stronger, leaving you no time to ponder these questions. Once you become powerful, the ability to seek answers will naturally follow. Boom! Another punch landed on TangGe's head, who was still in a state of contemplation, causing a bump to swell. Who do you think you're looking down on? How dare you slack off in front of me? Will the enemy give you this time? Carp erupted in anger, his hands hammering together in a thunderous roar, causing the nearby Marines who had come to watch the commotion to scatter in a hurry, fearing to provoke a furious Carp. It was proven that Carp was a man of his word. For a while afterward, TangGe truly had no time to feel doubt. Not only that, but even during meals, he had to be on guard against sudden attacks. Otherwise, he would have to train on an empty stomach. As for sleeping, Carp the old dinosaur would never let such a good teaching moment go to waste. So don't even think about having a good sleep or a moment to catch your breath. Mercy? Compassion? Rest? Not a chance. In Carp's words, those things I will express at your memorial service when you get killed by pirates due to your weakness. Everything was being practiced more intensely. Everything was being strengthened. Swimming, weight training, 6 powers training, hockey intensity combat, and even a method of jumping through the gates of justice was enhanced by Carp. It truly was hellish training, and Carp was not wrong at all. Just as TangGe's hellish training began, after the battle at the medical room of Marineford's Alice Plaza, the heavily injured major who had been in a coma for a long time finally woke up. The first clear thought that returned was, I lost. He had been completely defeated by that guy, the fierce tiger. What a terrifying fellow. Looking around, the other 4 were also there, wrapped up like mummies, especially Stockberry, whose head was completely wrapped, leaving only his face exposed. That bastard fierce tiger even landed a few more punches on me at the end, and I lost several teeth. His injuries weren't too severe. It wasn't a life-and-death fight, and neither side had gone all out. The long coma was purely due to excessive exhaustion, requiring a long sleep to recover. Did you hear? Fierce Tiger fought with Admiral Kizaru recently. Really? Admiral Kizaru is said to be a monster of a presence. What was the outcome? Unclear, but I heard Fierce Tiger was taken to barracks number 3 by Kizaru. I heard it was because he lost that Admiral Carp is training him very seriously. It's a real nightmare. The conversation of the medics nearby attracted their attention. So soon faced with the top combat power, Doberman's scarred face twisted in frustration. It seemed increasingly impossible to defeat that guy. This was inevitable. That guy had the qualifications to become a strong person. It was a path he had to walk. The untransformed Dalmatia still looked like a handsome, middle-aged man, and he felt helpless at the moment. Fierce Tiger was tougher than him, a zone-type user. Regardless of what the others thought, he himself was convinced. Sigh, sigh. Hearing Dalmatia's words, Ghost Spider and Stolo Berry both sighed, sharing their woes. One was constantly attacked from behind and received special attention from Fierce Tiger. The other had initially received special attention for Fierce Tiger's mouth, only to be hit back doubly hard in the end. Weasel, what are you doing? Dalmatia, slightly recovered, saw Weasel struggling to get up from the bed and head towards the washroom and quickly chased after him. When Weasel came out, his punk hairstyle was gone, replaced by a shiny bald head, which paired with his thin face created an oddly humorous sight. When Dalmatia came out, his buzz cut had also turned into a bald head, which didn't affect him much. The other 3 then remembered that before the battle, Weasel had said he would shave his head in shame if he lost. Now that they had lost, Weasel was a man with a strong sense of pride, reminding himself of the shame of losing in this way. At that moment, Doberman stood up and limped into the washroom. Ghost Spider touched his long hair, while Stolo Berry stroked his long beard, both reluctant. Finally, the 2 sighed and went in as well. When someone came to visit them, they found the 2 bald heads lying side by side. In the future, the renowned Tiger General was beginning to take shape today. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. At the top of the gates of justice, Carp had to admit that the scenery here was indeed beautiful. Sitting on a beach chair, he leisurely read today's newspaper. TangGe was kicking a ball, a solid iron ball, about 4 meters in diameter, weighing over 2 tons. With his current physical strength exceeding 4,000 tons, it was somewhat strenuous. The iron ball bounced between his feet and the gates of justice. Its surface was pockmarked with impressions from fists, legs, palms, and fingers, resembling a canvas. What a mess. After reading an unpleasant news article in the newspaper, Carp angrily threw it down, letting the sea breeze carry it away. Boom! Almost without any warning, two similarly sized fists suddenly collided, armament hockey clashing and canceling each other out, with waves of tangible shockwaves spreading out. Hey, your reaction today is pretty good. Carp had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He and T held back, and the speed just now was his normal fastest speed. It's you who has slowed down. TangGe revealed a long-lost smile, showing no signs of letting up in his attacks. Each punch was a fierce assault, each move like a dragon emerging from the sea. In just a moment, the two had exchanged blows no less than 20 times, each impact sounding like thunder, giving the impression of two iron mountains colliding. One arrogant guy, Carp couldn't help but smirk. This time he surprisingly didn't knock TangGe down with a punch and tell him he was far from it. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but doing so was no easy feat for him. This kid was right under his nose, enduring a hellish training regimen that he didn't even know if anyone could withstand, growing stronger at an incomprehensible pace. It seems you have no doubts left. Seeing TangGe's increasingly determined gaze, Carp felt a sense of gratification. A true strong person is not one who has it easy. It's someone who can remain confident and steadfast after going through trials. Without a doubt, TangGe was already such a strong person. I'm just convinced that all power users are weaklings. TangGe provocatively raised an eyebrow, having shed the name of a reckless genius, now exuding a kind of unwavering resilience that came from within. What did you say? Fistbone meteor. Carp's fist, covered in armament hockey, struck like a falling meteor. That's the truth. Unnamed fist technique. It was unnamed because he felt this move was not complete. However, it had an imposing presence, with layers of armament hockey swirling around TangGe's fist, forming a fiery red, gaseous garment. Boom, bang, a clash far more intense than before occurred. As the two fists collided mid-air, completely shattering the air between them, with faint sparks of electricity flickering. This was air compressed to its limit. This move is useless against me now, TangGe shouted excitedly. The force in his fist not only didn't diminish, but increased. An unending surge of high-intensity armament hockey erupting from his body, condensing towards his fist. Bang! The clash of armament hockey was even more intense. The airflow pulled Carp's cape back into a straight white line, feeling the force transmitted from the fist. This kid is much stronger than I imagined. However, you're still far from it. Fistbone meteor. Another force far exceeding the armament hockey struck TangGe's fist, as if he were truly hit by a meteor. The power completely overwhelming him, sending his body uncontrollably flying backward, creating a series of white, explosive rings. Nanny, TangGe, who had been sent flying out of the Justice Gate, felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. What was that just now? It felt like the entire space was pressing down on him, simply overwhelmingly powerful. What kind of power was that? Dazed and confused, he was in a state of shock. What was that power? A more advanced use of armament hockey? Or something else? TangGe looked around. He had been knocked from one door of the Justice Gate to the edge of another. Thankfully, he was in mid-air, with no obstacles behind him. Otherwise, he would have definitely been injured. This power is definitely extraordinary. With many questions in his mind, TangGe forced out a somewhat flattering smile and quickly returned to the training spot, just in time to see Carp with a smug expression, his nostrils nearly pointing to the sky. Carp-sensei, you truly live up to the title of the strongest in the Navy, able to chase the Pirate King around. Just now, I had no strength to fight back at all. In the face of that power, TangGe couldn't care less about being rebellious or resilient, shamelessly flattering him. Carp, clearly not one to be magnanimous, ignored him. When there's something going on, he asked the brilliant and mighty Carp-sensei. When there's nothing, he asked just a weakling with powers. How can that be fair? TangGe knew well that Carp was a power user, although he didn't know what kind. It must have something to do with the iron ball he had just pulled out of nowhere. Your wisdom and might are as vast as the ocean, endlessly flowing. Scraping his brain for classic lines he had seen in his previous life, just to make this old dragon change his mind. Perhaps this kind of flattery was rare and satisfying. Carp laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to have this side to you. Let us go. Let us eat something first. We'll talk after that. No problem. It's on me. Let us go to the most expensive one, the most luxurious restaurant in Marineford. At this moment, the kitchen was unusually lively, with all the chefs cooking, a heap of ingredients being brought in, turned into food, and shortly after, ending up in the stomachs of the two gluttons. They were simply bottomless pits. The chef's hands holding the spatulas were already trembling, and the restaurant owner stood nervously beside them, cold sweat continuously oozing from his forehead, wiping it endlessly. He was scared. These two were not to be trifled with. If they dined and dashed, no one at Navy headquarters would dare to uphold justice for him. Clattering dishes echoed as diners made noises while eating. It's unclear how much time passed or how much food went into the two stomachs. In any case, they had already exceeded the restaurant owner's psychological tolerance for losses. Bang! On the last plate, a piece of sea king bone landed heavily. Burp! Carp had a unique way of eating. Often, he would start snoring mid-meal, with bubbles forming at his nose, while his mouth never paused. You couldn't tell if he was eating or sleeping. How does he manage to eat and sleep at the same time? This question left TangGe deeply puzzled, but seeing the old dragon satisfied after a hearty meal, he felt assured. Ha ha! This restaurant's food is not bad. We can come here often in the future. Carp was the first to speak, casually picking his teeth with a toothpick. This meant one meal wasn't enough. He wanted to eat more times? As long as you like it. You can eat as many times as you want, Carp-sensei. That power you used earlier can. TangGe suppressed the impulse to beat up this old man and patiently smiled. Earlier? What did I say earlier? Carp turned his head around, wearing a confused expression. Not acting well at all. You little brat. You think you can get me to teach you the strongest secret after one meal? Dream on. You said earlier that after eating, you would tell me about the power you used. TangGe held onto his last shred of patience and said, that? I forgot. Just pretend I never said it. Ha! Carp was brazen, turning around to leave. Damn it. TangGe almost lost his temper and wanted to take down his mentor right there, but the arrival of a bald man held back that thought. Carp, Admiral Sengoku wants you to go to the big conference room. There has been unusual activity from the pirates in the New World. Ha ha, Weasel, that hairstyle really suits you. Carp laughed heartily, patting TangGe on the shoulder. He had only heard that a certain admiral had appeared at headquarters recently, not expecting one of them to be Weasel. No wonder this bald guy looked so familiar. It turned out to be Weasel. TangGe almost didn't recognize him. His original punk hairstyle was quite cool, but now this bald head looked particularly ridiculous. Perhaps his gaze was too eager. Mole glanced over, and his expression was also quite unnatural. This bald head was all thanks to that bastard. Carp's laughter made his old face even redder, and he stammered, Admiral Sengoku. Please go quickly. After saying that, he turned and slipped away. If he could beat Carp, he would probably have thoughts of beating Carp every day. This was not surprising. Too many people in the headquarters had similar thoughts. Let's go to the main conference room. Huh? What qualifications do I, a regular soldier, have to attend such a high-level meeting? TangGe didn't want to go. He didn't want to waste a moment and just wanted to get stronger. Do I need anyone's permission to attend a meeting as Carp student? If someone has something to say, let them come find me. I'll let you see the monsters of the new world and prevent you from getting too complacent. When Carp got domineering, no one dared to say much in front of him. He and Sengoku were close allies, and together they could beat the entire Navy headquarters. They were the two naval heroes who blocked the invincible pirates during the Roger era. Who would dare to disobey? The New World, huh? TangGe was persuaded. It wasn't a good thing to work in isolation. It was also good to see what level the future enemies were at. Carp had said that his current armament color strength had reached 3 standard levels, and if he wanted to enhance it further, just practicing hard wouldn't be enough. He needed real combat. The New World would be his battlefield in the future. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Soon, they arrived at a conference room with a very large screen. In the Navy, well-known generals were sitting on sofas, with a small table in front of them holding a fish and a bottle of liquor. The generals had fierce expressions, many with terrifying scars on their faces. They didn't look like Navy officers, but more like villains of the sea. Lanyu, you introduce everyone. Upon seeing Carp, Sengoku, who was sitting in the middle, said in a deep voice. The other said nothing about TangGe's arrival, because there were also more than 10 junior officers standing in the corner of the conference room, like little minions. For example, the cool guys were all students of admirals. Yes, a green-haired guy wearing sunglasses stood in front of screen. The friction in the New World, this time, involved 2 Emperor-level pirate crews. A day ago, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. The green-haired guy was the newly appointed staff officer of the headquarters, Blanyu. As soon as he mentioned the names of the 2 pirate crews, the conference room became noisy. Silence. Sengoku had to step in to maintain order. This was not surprising. The names of these 2 pirate crews didn't evoke much feeling for those in the first half of the Grand Line or those in the 4 Seas. As they were too far away, they only knew that these were 2 very powerful pirate crews, known as Emperors. The further one got into Grand Line, the more one understood what the Emperor pirate crews represented. They were the emperors of the New World, the emperors of the pirate world, the strongest among pirates. The former pirate king, Joel D. Roger, was one of them. He became the only king by accomplishing what the other emperors could not. Even a minor conflict between these two pirate crews could stir up enough waves to cause a massive storm. Once the conference room quieted down, Blanyu continued. The location of the conflict was Gakana Island, where the influence data preserved by the transponder snail was collected. The cause of the battle was the appearance of a rare zoan-type devil fruit. The big screen in the conference room showed an island engulfed in flames. Countless buildings collapsing into ruins amidst the clash of swords and powerful shockwaves, and one could imagine the fate of the people living there. Both sides had mobilized nearly all their combat power, excluding the captains, to seize this zoan-type fruit, which was rarer than a Logia type. Currently, this fruit had fallen into the hands of the beast pirates. As the footage ended, they displayed the bounty posters of the pirates arranged into two factions. A list of members from the Emperor pirate crews involved in this incident, along with their basic information and detailed ability information. Currently? Are you implying this matter isn't over yet? Some of the vice admirals sitting in their chairs spoke up. This is the main reason for calling this meeting. According to intelligence, Big Mom has already left the Tato land area, and what is likely to happen next is a full-scale war between the two Emperor-level pirate crews. Sengoku, sitting at the head of the table, was extremely serious. Given the special nature of these two captains, we must do everything we can to prevent them from making contact. And I demand that the Navy, especially the Navy in the New World, enter a state of highest alert. Understood. The people present were all reasonable. The situation was very serious. Even Carp, who usually dozed off during meetings, stared at the big screen, seemingly lost in thought, before finally muttering, "Rocks." While others only needed to bring someone to meetings, TangGe was different. He brought a notebook recording all his martial arts and a pen. He had not stopped taking notes throughout the entire meeting. What was this guy writing? Tina didn't know. The cool guys standing in the corner like little minions paid the most attention to TangGe because they were about the same age, and he was the only one so outstanding. They knew that such high-level meetings were purely for their knowledge growth, but what was the fierce tiger doing there? While others were nervous and serious, he alone was getting more and more excited, filling his notebook with information and mumbling continuously. Ability user. Another ability user. Could it be that this was the special reason for his strength? If TangGe knew what the cool guys were thinking, he would definitely give them a thumbs up. They guessed correctly. Ever since he learned that the next level of physique required 16 devil fruits to fill, TangGe felt pressure. After all, in these 2 years, he had only encountered 6 devil fruits. Where have all the ability users gone? It turns out they've all come here. It's simply a nest of them. Just now, Blanyu had shown on the screen that there were more than 10 ability users among these two Emperor pirate crews, truly worthy of the Navy headquarters. Their intelligence capabilities were strong. Among them, the beast pirates mostly had Zoan-type ability users, and there were also some formidable sounding types, ancient types. Alright, there were also newly acquired mythical Zoan types. The Big Mom pirates mostly had Paramecia-type ability users, and they were all related to food. TangGe's eyes grew brighter, and he secretly vowed, "I will take you all down sooner or later. You're all mine." Finally, the meeting concluded, and everyone stood up to prepare to leave. They needed to return to mobilize for war, as the future developments were related to the balance of the entire world. Upon seeing a familiar figure in the conference room stand up, TangGe quickly stepped in front of his path, staring straight at him. "Long time no see, Admiral Kazuru." His voice was loud, echoing in the conference room. "What is this? Oh, what a relentless guy." Those who had not yet left turned their gazes toward him. Even Sengoku squinted his eyes to observe. On the opposite side stood Kazuru, peering seriously at the man who had caused such a commotion at headquarters beneath his brown glasses. How terrifying the aura is now. TangGe, standing casually there, seemed to command the winds around him, exuding a slightly different demeanor. "Those that cannot kill me will ultimately make me stronger. You can only stay in place, while I will eventually surpass you." TangGe spoke calmly, his previously fierce aura now tranquil like an abyss. "Oh, can you block my lightspeed kick now?" Kizaru felt troubled. They say a new generation replaces the old. But why did this new one have to pick on him? Let's see. The old place. Their voices were not concealed or lowered, and those around heard them clearly. Is this a challenge to Kizaru? Has the fierce tiger gone mad? The vice admirals understood that although Kazuru was also a vice admiral, their strengths were not the same. It was like how Garp was also a vice admiral, but who would dare treat him as just a vice admiral? Meetings had to wait for him to arrive before they could start. Kizaru, who joined the Navy even earlier than Akainu and Akiji, was not an admiral not because he was weak, but because Sengoku was still acting as fleet admiral. He was also one of the highest combat powers. It was simply unreasonable for a young, fierce tiger to challenge the highest combat power. However, when they saw Garp sitting there with a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned for his disciple, a thought arose in their minds that they themselves found hard to believe. Could it be that the fierce tiger really has the ability to contend with the highest combat power? This world must be crazy. Regardless of whether the world was crazy or not, they indeed had a spectacle to watch. The crowd moved from the conference room, following the two to a stretch of sea. On the surface of the sea, Kizaru did not rush to attack. His usually nonchalant eyes became unusually serious. The moment he saw this man jump down from the gate of justice, he knew it was only a matter of time before the fierce tiger reached this level. He just didn't expect that day to come so soon, and that it would be him who was first to be targeted. Why? Just because he looked the weakest? On the opposite side, TangGe's feet were on the water's surface, his body bobbing with the waves. What? After 3 months, you can't even lift your sword? The fearless fierce tiger is back, his voice booming, competing with the sound of the waves. Well, it seems this won't be so easy, Kizaru said leisurely. Lightspeed kick. Before the words fell, a flash of yellow light disappeared from the spot, and his leg, gathering strong light, side-kicked towards TangGe's waist. Bang! The unstoppable lightspeed kick was blocked by a scarlet gaseous robe, the yellow light rapidly dissipating and splashing on the sea surface. Hey, that same move won't work on me. It's my turn now. With a stooped waist, he raised his arm to block Kizaru's attack. TangGe smiled like a full moon. He blocked it. Times have changed. His haki already granted him immunity against ability attacks, and as his strength reached the 3 standard level, this immunity increased as well. This was a stacking enhancement. Black Tiger, Heart Extraction, another piercing punch, still the earliest move from his self-created martial arts, now covered with an enormous amount of haki and combined with over 4,000 tons of physical strength. When he threw a punch, the power and momentum were incomparable. Bang! The two fists collided in midair, the sea water in between suppressed by the shockwave, creating a fissure. Kizaru, of course, was not one of those useless folks who relied solely on their abilities. His haki mastery was top-notch, and his physical strength was among the strongest. He stood still. However, TangGe slid back, leaving a white line behind. Feeling the force from the punch, TangGe shouted, "Your strength is much weaker than I imagined." Vice Admiral Kizaru, this does not do justice to your reputation as one of the highest combat powers. Are you too reliant on that devil fruit of yours? He stomped heavily on the water's surface, leveraging the tension of the water to accelerate to a speed invisible to the naked eye, charging back with his fist raised. This remark dealt a significant blow to Kizaru, who had been relaxed. His expression changed, and his words became slow and cold. Shaka mirror, Amaterasu sword. Yellow light gathered in his hand, stretching, and a cross-shaped sword emanating a sharp aura appeared in his grasp. Are we going to compare sword techniques this time? A blade becomes steps, 10,000 carvings become Buddha. The black blade was drawn, resembling a swimming dragon. The momentum stored in the sheath surged forth. Bang! The sword and blade clashed. Scarlet haki and yellow sparks flew apart upon collision. Boom! The haki on the blade suddenly surged. TangGe's haki was shattered and dispersed, and his body was sent tumbling backward by the impact. Laser beam! A strong light with an arrowhead shot out from Kizaru's fingertip, piercing through TangGe's shoulder. Boom! A violent explosion accompanied by intense heat erupted behind him. This attack, it's even stronger than the first time I saw it. Kizaru is serious now. This is getting interesting. TangGe quickly rose from the water, watching the densely packed light beads shooting toward him, licking his lips. Horizontal training, second layer, golden body, fierce tiger. The blade was covered in scarlet haki, like an unquenchable flame amidst the yellow light rain. A fierce tiger roared to the sky, scattering all the light beads along its path. Boom! The sword and blade clashed again. The sea could not withstand such impact, sending up a wave over 20 meters high. Ugh! The yellow light flashed, forcing Kizaru to retreat. He was a Logia user and could not touch the seawater. Logia users really are weaklings with vulnerabilities. The giant wave crashed down, and TangGe was flung away again, but he showed no mercy with his words. Amaterasu sword, fierce tiger. The two fought in a melee, swords and blades clashing, sparks flying continuously. The naval commanders watching not far away felt their mouths dry, the bitter taste lingering. Are the young people today so fearless? So strong? Everyone could see that Kizaru was enraged, unleashing his true power. Even though he held an absolute advantage, the fierce tiger was still being sent flying. But he would quickly come back unharmed. Between the vice admirals and the admirals, there was an insurmountable chasm. There was no doubt that the fierce tiger was already walking on the edge of that chasm. Smoker and Tina, barely keeping up, exchanged glances, both sharing the same thought. Do we still have hope for revenge? Maybe we should just give up. It's not shameful to get beaten by someone like this. This guy's a monster. The two nodded simultaneously. Sengoku, Garp, and Akiji stood together. I didn't expect him to reach this level so quickly. Your training has been invaluable, Mr. Garp. Akiji remarked with a hint of admiration. Having a physical constitution at the level of the warlords and having combat power at that level are two different concepts. He still has a long way to go. Garp struck a proud pose, his mouth grinning widely, showing no signs of humility. At least he has made some achievements. It wasn't in vain that I spent 6 months wiping your butts for you two. In the past few months, TangGe has been going through hellish training, while Sengoku has been dealing with endless complaints. Most of them are about Garp and TangGe, who have demolished 4 dormitories and destroyed most of the cafeteria in Barak number 3, with countless people being affected by the massive impacts while they were asleep or enjoying their meals. What's worse, an entire warship was used for physical training, and the gate of justice frequently malfunctioned, among other issues. He was still quite far from his goal. Garp remained the same, using the same words and the same posture. Indeed, such observation hockey is not enough. Encountering a powerful opponent would be very dangerous. Akiji also noticed the problem. TangGe has been in a state of being beaten up. If it weren't for his somewhat special armament hockey, he would have been knocked out by Borsellino long ago. Send him to Zifa. You don't have time. We absolutely cannot let the remnants of rocks have dangerous contact. You know that, Garp. Sengoku shot a glance at Garp, who was about to say something foolish. Got it, you arrogant guy. I don't know what makes you so cocky in front of me. The strongest Marine and the strongest instructor. Garp inserted his pinky into his nostril and spoke in a strange voice. What did you say? Bastard. Who admits you're the strongest Marine and the strongest instructor? Who needs to admit it? The facts are clear. You're neither the strongest, nor do you have any disciples. So you have no say. Bastard, do you want to try my shockwave? Come on, who is afraid of who, weakling? Akiji. Why should a devil fruit user make things difficult for another devil fruit user? The match between Akiji and Borsellino ultimately did not reach the end. TangGe lost without being defeated, while Borsellino won without truly winning. It wasn't a life-and-death duel. It was a stop when necessary. Otherwise, Garp would punch each of them. Under Garp's overwhelming presence, the two had to stop. How terrifying the young people are now. Borsellino returned to his harmless, lazy demeanor, showing no signs of anger or joy, as if it wasn't him who was about to unleash real power moments ago. What a deeply hidden guy. TangGe felt extremely vigilant. No wonder Jonathan said that a Kainu and Borsellino must not be offended. If one had to offend someone, then choose a Kainu. At least it would be a quicker death. He hoped his previous words hadn't offended them too much and politely expressed the same, as surface etiquette must be in place. Through the previous battle, he also realized his weakness. His observation hockey's mastery was lagging behind. Observation hockey can stand alongside armament hockey, and it certainly has its unique aspects, but TangGe preferred the offensive and defensive integration of armament hockey and didn't spend time cultivating it. All right, Borsellino. Sengoku is looking for you for something. Garp impatiently interrupted their false pleasantries and watched as Borsellino transformed into a yellow light and flashed back to Marineford. Borsellino is not just what you perceive. There are many areas where you need to become stronger. I understand, Teacher Garp. I think I can endure another round of hellish training and improve my observation hockey as well. Getting stronger is addictive. TangGe couldn't help himself. Hockey is just too enticing. With just armament hockey, the enhancement effect is so strong. If he could cultivate observation hockey and conqueror's hockey, wouldn't he be able to crush devil fruit users? That can't happen. I've been assigned by Sengoku to the new world, that arrogant guy. Garp had a reluctant expression. Isn't that, because you called him a weakling devil fruit user? Akiji returned and brought 2 familiar faces. Perfectly. These 2 had been at headquarters long enough, and their strength had dropped significantly. Let us send them to train with Teacher Zifa. The cool guy and girl felt a bit intimidated when they saw Garp and TangGe. They were only 7 and 1, 8 meters tall. Standing next to these 2 muscle men made them look like chicks that hadn't grown up. So scary. Mr. Zifa, are we going to the training base? TangGe turned to Garp. For the next while, Mr. Carp will be stationed in the New World, and won't he have time for special training for you? Mr. Zifa is more suitable for teaching observation hockey, Akiji added. Sigh, it's all your fault for being useless. If you were stronger, how would he have to work so hard? Those idiots should pay me double. Carp was frustrated. Alala, that makes me very sad. Akiji's ability is cold, but his personality is very sunny, completely unaffected by Carp's words. Let us go, hurry up. If we're late to the New World, that arrogant guy will have something to say. A large warship with a doghead biting a bone was sailing on the fast current from Marine headquarters to impel down. Teacher Carp, are you going to stop them from fighting? Why? TangGe asked in surprise. Isn't it better for two Emperor-level pirate crews to wear each other down? The Marines can take advantage of the situation. Carp rarely did not refute or speak, his expression filled with memories of the past, even nostalgia. Is it because of the Rocks pirates? Tina's timid voice came from beside them. She and Smoker had not met TangGe before, so her interjection was not abrupt. Rocks. TangGe was puzzled. He had never heard of this name, not a famous pirate crew in the world. You must be Tina. I didn't expect someone your age to have heard of the Rocks pirates. Their existence was erased from history by the world government long ago. Carp turned to look at Tina and smiled, resembling a storyteller with a past. I also heard about them from my father. After all, the Rocks pirates are the fundamental reason you are known as Hero Carp. Tina lit a cigarette and bit it. The mysterious existence of the Rocks pirates, which the world government valued so highly, drew everyone's attention. Even Akiji, who was lying on a beach chair asleep, perked up his ears. Carp was not a pretentious person. He took over the conversation and said, before the era of Roger, without a doubt, it was the era of Rocks. Rocks D. Zebek was incredibly powerful, ambitious, and sought to become the king of the world. His ship gathered a large number of legendary pirates, including the current 3 emperors of the sea, Beast Kaido, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki, Silver Axe. As long as their goals aligned, they could unite. And that was the Rocks pirates. Are you joking? 3 emperors. All were crew members of the Rocks pirates. This is probably the most terrifying pirate crew. In the Battle of God Valley, Rocks ultimately fell to Roger. His surviving crew members scattered, and Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are among the most dangerous. They both have the potential to inherit Rocks' will. Why was it Roger who defeated Rocks? The Navy's report said you defeated Rocks. That's why you earned the title Hero Carp, Tina asked. But Carp didn't speak. He had his own past he was reluctant to mention. Pirate King Gold. Roger. So, the Marines are stopping these 2 emperors from fighting to prevent them from merging? TangGe found it unbelievable that such a terrifying pirate crew was actually defeated by Gold. Roger. No wonder he was the only king in pirate history. Gold. Roger? No, he's called Gold. Roger. The former Rocks brought too much disaster to the world, so they must not be allowed to revive. Carp corrected, saying that mentioning this name made him feel as if he were transported back to those glorious days of sailing the seas. How nostalgic, old friend. Isn't the pronunciation different? Gold. Roger. Rocks D. Zebek, and it seems Carp's full name is Monkey D. Carp with a D in their names? TangGe repeated the name, feeling that Carp still had many things left unsaid. However, they had arrived at their destination. The rapid current was swift, and the warship departed from headquarters, reaching an island standing in the doldrums within an hour. They had arrived at Ternasty Island. Regarding this training base, TangGe had heard many people speak of it, all saying it was the cradle of naval powerhouses, a hymn to the future of the Navy. When he truly saw the full view of the island, the world's wonders still exceeded his imagination. Above the sea level, a completely dark island appeared, with the sky overcast and lightning spreading through it, with purple lightning continuously descending from the clouds, striking the island like rain. This was the Navy's training base, Ternasty, meaning unyielding stronghold, a special island in the Summer Islands, Thunderstorm Island. Tina and Smoker were not newcomers to this place, yet they were still drawn to that overwhelming thunderous atmosphere. The entire island had a metal content of up to 90%. Therefore, it attracted lightning to strike continuously, day and night. This could generate electricity. Isn't it better than a nuclear power plant? Looking at such a spectacular sight, TangGe had only 2 thoughts, one of which he voiced. I wonder what it feels like to be struck by that lightning. A scene flashed in his mind of a body being struck by lightning and then mutated. Smoker and Tina. This guy's head is filled with perverted thoughts. They were just ordinary people who had gained devil fruit abilities. The thoughts of monsters were different from theirs. Only monsters could understand the thoughts of monsters. It feels tingly like a massage. If it weren't so hard on clothes, Getting hit a few times every day would actually be quite pleasant. Carp is such a monster. Alala. A twitch appeared at Akiji's mouth. He didn't have Carp's thick skin to remain calm in any situation. Recalling the scene when he competed with Akainu, standing there to be struck by lightning, whoever couldn't endure first would lose. In the end, neither of them won, and they were both beaten up by Zephyr for being indecent and naked. Fortunately, their bodies were charred black at the time, and no one could see them clearly. Otherwise, it would have been a stain on the lives of the two admirals that they could never wash away. Hey, can you guys speak in human language? Smoker and Tina had grown numb, and the key point was that Ryakuji even nodded and said seriously, "That feeling should be nice. We can give it a try." Teacher Zephyr, hurry up and pick us up. We want to get off the ship. Staying here, we have no dignity, two humble ability users drawing circles in the corner. Soon, the warship sailed into a military port beneath a huge black mushroom, and the barracks of the training base were on the shore. Contrary to what Smoker and Tina wished, Zephyr was sitting in his office chair, his brows furrowed behind his glasses, looking worried. Sigh. The Navy is really getting worse with each generation. Just now, he had sent off the best among this batch of officers. Even the best still did not meet his standards. Since Peach Rabbit and T-Pig left here, this training base hasn't seen any decent strong individuals. Sigh. The sound of arrogant footsteps echoed outside the corridor as Carp, with an unmistakable swagger, pushed open the office door. Is Zephyr in? The strongest in the Navy and the strongest instructor. Carp wanted to have a chat with him. Haha. This is the most typical case of asking a question he already knows the answer to. It's also the most obvious show-off. What part of you can compare to the instructor? Bastard. Looking at Carp's exaggerated smile, Zephyr ignored him. This guy's skin was thick enough to be used for armament hockey. His gaze skimmed over Akiji, who was groggily greeting him, and finally settled on the last man who entered. Very young. He even had a hint of shyness on his face, but his eyes were purely filled with unwavering will. Very strong. His height and build weren't exaggerated here, but the achievement from headquarters had already reached here, and the aura of a powerhouse was almost overflowing. This was a young raging tiger. Even more rare was his wisdom. He actually thought of such a method, not only solving the shortcomings of the iron block, but also increasing the chances of awakening hockey. This is the new generation of the Navy he hoped to see. It's been a long wait. Raging tiger, TangGe. Zephyr smiled. If he had to say what he regretted the most, it was letting that guy Carp get ahead and snatch away such a Navy with potential. Fortunately, he had finally come here. Hey, Zephyr, didn't you hear me talking to you? Carp's face was almost pressed against Zephyr's, just short of telling him directly to look here. Look here, the strongest instructor is here. Idiot, why don't you teach the kids like this? Is it just shamelessness mixed with armament hockey? Zephyr had no good tone towards this guy who only taught 1.5 students, yet dared to call himself the strongest instructor. I produced 3 of the strongest combat powers, trained the entire naval general team. Which idiot would be blind enough to put the title of strongest instructor on someone else? What did you say? Bastard, if you have the ability, come and fight, you blackhand. Carp came to show off, and, at this moment, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils. I called it the black arm. Zephyr's forehead throbbed with a star-shaped vein. Being able to endure until now was already a sign of his good temperament. If it were Sengoku, he definitely wouldn't have made it to the second sentence. You arrogant bastard, in front of me, the strongest instructor, you're still so arrogant. Look at your students. Even if you gather them all together, they couldn't beat my disciple. While speaking, Carp pulled TangGe over and gave a big slap on his shoulder. See that? This is my disciple, Raging Tiger, TangGe. Under my hellish training, he mastered the advanced use of armament hockey in just 6 months. Can you do that? This is the teaching method of the strongest instructor, with a look of arrogance. TangGe could only cautiously smile, looking at this purple-haired, bespectacled commandant, and said kindly, Old Tyrannosaurus, don't start off by drawing hatred. Didn't you see Zephyr's eyes are almost on fire? Commandant Zephyr, hello. I've heard so much about you. Jonathan has been talking about you. A smile doesn't hit a person who extends a hand, and Zephyr's anger subsided a bit, but he couldn't stand it when someone poured gasoline on the fire. Blackhand Zephyr, just teach a little. If you can't teach well with your abilities when I come back from the New World, I'll let you see the methods of the strongest instructor. Bastard, why haven't you taken this old bastard away? Zephyr shouted loudly at his half-disciple, Akiji. If he could beat him, he would definitely be the first to smash Carp. Hey, you're just jealous of my teaching talent. The second-ranked instructor is too arrogant in front of me. The first-ranked instructor, Carp was half-dragged, half-willingly being taken outside by Akiji, and his voice still echoed from the corridor. Looking at Karp's disappearing figure with red eyes, Zephyr turned his head, his expression twisted. In the next 6 months, you will undergo training that is harder than hell. If you fail to master the advanced techniques of Kinbunchika Haki, you might as well die to atone for it. Huh, that old thief Karp is ruining me. Compared to Karp, Zifa is even more ruthless. He immediately starts counting from now, saying there are only 6 months left. TangGe didn't even have time to familiarize himself with the situation on Ternasti Island before he was thrown straight into the training for Kinbunchiku. Holding a teaching whip, Zifa menacingly circled around the blindfolded TangGe, occasionally striking him with the whip, causing TangGe to scream in pain. It hurts. This whip is made of some unknown material. It seems to absorb Busashoka Haki, amplifying the pain numerous times when it strikes. Moreover, it makes no sound when swung in the air, and TangGe receives no intuitive feedback through Kinbunchiku. Fool! Kinbunchiku is not as simple as you imagine. You haven't even grasped its essence. After awakening Kinbunchiku, you haven't explored its capabilities, and your application methods are still very rough. When Zifa enters teaching mode, he becomes particularly serious and stern. Even a slight distraction or mistake from TangGe earns him a merciless strike, no less violent than Karp's iron fists. Listen up. In the next 6 months, even sleeping will become a luxury, so get your act together. Zifa speaks again, this time getting to the main topic. We are starting the first phase of training now. You need to master the first phase of Kinbunchiku application, sensing the breath, or, in other words, tangible intuition, in the shortest time possible. Wow! A silent whip strikes precisely on the soft flesh of TangGe's waist. This old man is venting his anger on me. TangGe rubs the painful spot, revealing a fierce expression. Bring it on. Let the storm get even fiercer. In response, Zifa delivers an even fiercer strike. Fool! Activating Kinbunchiku requires you to remain calm and rational. Everything has its unique breath. You can already perceive simple breath flows within a certain range and generate tangible intuition. But that is not enough. You need to achieve broader and more precise perception. In terms of teaching ability, Zifa indeed surpasses Karp by several streets. He is also unyielding. However, he clearly explains the problems to you, and complex issues can be clarified quickly. Karp, he never explained anything, just beat you up, believing that as long as you don't die, you'll eventually understand. One whip after another. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe an entire day? Anyway, with TangGe and Zifa's physiques, going without eating, drinking, or sleeping for a whole day is completely fine. With his eyes covered, TangGe couldn't hear the sounds of incoming attacks, nor could he see Zifa's movements. He could only rely on the intuition of Kinbunchiku. Whoosh! Suddenly, in a world devoid of sound and light, tangible intuition flashed like a white light, and the image of Zifa swinging the whip down from the upper right appeared in his mind. Slightly sidestepping, TangGe allowed the whip to pass by his ear. He dodged it. Fool! Don't get distracted. Treat Kinbunchiku as your instinct. Zifa's voice sounded again, followed by another whip striking his head. This time, TangGe didn't manage to dodge and took the hit squarely. Fortunately, Zifa isn't like that bastard Karp, who always hits the same spot. Rubbing the struck area, TangGe shouted, "Come on, those who can't knock me down will ultimately make me stronger. After the first time, there'll be a second, third, and countless times." Even with his eyes covered, Zifa's whip could no longer hit TangGe. Is that all? I feel like Kinbunchiku is just like this. It's far inferior to Busashoku. Kinbunchiku only bullies the weak. For a head-on fight, you still have to rely on Busashoku. TangGe's simple provocation method drew another ruthless strike from Zifa. A flash of white light, and Zifa struck again. Bang! Even with Kinbunchiku's super strong intuition sensing Zifa's attack trajectory, he still couldn't dodge it. Because the speed was too fast, like Kizaru's attack, it was impossible to evade. He could only take it head-on. Idiot! If Kinbunchika Haki could merely bully the weak, then it wouldn't deserve to be mentioned alongside Busashoku. Zifa shouted at TangGe, clearly unhappy with his underestimation of Kinbunchiku. Listen, the most miraculous ability of Kinbunchiku is not perception, it's speed. A skilled user of Kinbunchiku can attach it internally to their body, greatly enhancing both reaction and movement speed. That hurt. TangGe was crouching on the ground, holding his head as he listened to this. Busashoku and Kinbunchiku each attach to the body externally and internally, respectively enhancing strength and speed, plus the mental power of Conqueror's Haki. Finally, he had a relatively comprehensive understanding of this magical energy called Haki. You fought against Borsellino before, right? His Pika Pika no Mi ability is most effective against those who underestimate Kin Bunchaku Haki. When developed to its peak, Kin Bunchaku can surpass the speed of light. If you want to truly defeat him, you must awaken Kin Bunchaku. What are you doing? Who allowed you to take off the blindfold? Zifa saw TangGe suddenly pull out a notebook from his clothes and quickly jot down notes. When he walked over to take a look, it was all the things he had just said, especially highlighting the method to defeat Kizuru. This kid, he holds a grudge. Awakened state? Can Haki really awaken again? TangGe thought only he could awaken Haki again and couldn't he help but ask for clarification. What exactly did that guy Carp teach you? How could he be so confident in calling himself the strongest instructor without explaining this at all? Of course, Haki can awaken again. Zifa's face turned pale, and he began to explain the basics of Haki to TangGe, knowledge that was not recorded in that basic Haki training manual. Both Kin Bunchaku and Busashoku have two forms. The awakened state is the highest level. Taking Kin Bunchaku as an example, it exists as a sensory perception in your imagination. The basic form is sensing breath or tangible intuition, while the awakened state allows you to see a brief glimpse of the future. A brief glimpse of the future. Amazing Haki. Swish, swish. TangGe continued writing, this time noting his understanding of Zifa's previous words. Even light speed cannot be surpassed in this world. However, when Kin Bunchaku is cultivated to the extreme, it can see a brief glimpse of the future, and the internal attachment of Kin Bunchaku grants the body sufficient reaction speed, dodging Kizuru's attacks, and even attacking his incredibly fast-moving body becomes entirely possible. Finally, TangGe wrote a question on the page. If the awakened state of Kin Bunchaku is seeing a brief future, then what about Busashoku? All Carp taught was the advanced application of Busashoku, which is to condense Busashoku over a large area. He never said that was the awakened state. Did he use the awakened state of Busashoku at the Gate of Justice? You should ask Carp about that question. Zifa also noticed this question. Ask him. He would only use his fists to make you understand. Don't ask, just comprehend through real combat. Thinking of this, TangGe became angry. That old dragon wasted a huge meal on him, costing several million berries. Yet he got nothing in return, acting as if nothing had happened. You wouldn't be unaware of this, would you? Zifa is a scholarly strongman, much more refined than Carp. Yet he is still provoked by this enhanced version of young Carp. This time, the attack isn't a teaching stick but a fully swung fist, equally fast and impossible to dodge. Crack! A grinding sound of teeth came from the training ground floor as TangGe slid over 10 meters. Feeling the Haki of this admiral from Carp's era, it lacked the unmatched and unstoppable aura that Carp had. Its intensity was just slightly stronger than 3 standard levels. This led TangGe to a guess. It seems that teacher Zifa's true strength lies not in armament Haki, but in observation Haki. That old bastard Carp is the real master of armament Haki. Some people openly call him Black Arm, and those who don't know might think his armament Haki is very impressive. Who knew he actually excels in observation Haki? You bastard! How dare you speak to me like this? It's time for you to experience training difficulty more terrifying than hell, even from over 10 meters away. Zifa's spit nearly flew over. Armament Haki is his sore spot. Otherwise, would that old tyrant flaunt his prowess in front of him? He would have smashed him with a punch long ago. Does he really think that not killing an admiral is a joke? So come on, what are you waiting for? Don't make it like that earlier training that was neither painful nor itchy. I'll be very disappointed. TangGe was never afraid of Carp. So would he be afraid of the slightly weaker Zifa? Seeing TangGe's fearless demeanor, a smile appeared at the corner of Zifa's mouth, eventually turning into a grimace. You got guts. How long has it been since he felt this way? 10 years? 20 years? Ever since those 3 guys graduated, he hasn't felt this way again. The boiling blood, combined with a sense of gritting his teeth at the sight of Carp, reignited the flame in his heart. Temporarily suppressing this excitement, Zifa looked outside the training ground. It was already the next morning. You go eat first and arrange a place to stay. That little guy Bell has been waiting for you for a long time. Yeah, eating and accommodation are big issues. They must be resolved first. However, TangGe was still mumbling. It can't be that bad. His stamina is far worse than my teacher Carp. That guy can last for days and nights. Zifa really wanted to take back the foot. He stepped out of the training base and turned around to properly educate this ignorant guy. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and take that idiot to his accommodation. Bell, waiting outside the door, suffered an undeserved disaster and was met with a scolding from Zifa. Bell, in this day and age, whoever is the strongest is the boss. That guy TangGe is really impressive, always showing a demeanor of bring it on wherever he goes. The key is up to now, no one has really done anything to him. Who can explain this logic? Hey, what's going on with you? Is the food here that nourishing? As soon as TangGe stepped out, he saw a larger Bell, where the seemingly unrelated descriptors of fat and strong perfectly combined on him, although his already small eyes appeared even smaller. Pressing a fist gently against his belly, the layers of fat rolled like waves, dissipating the force throughout his body, and it was also highly elastic, somewhat resembling a national treasure from a certain animated film. I don't want this either, but teacher Zifa wants me to maintain this physique. Touching his belly, which completely obscured his feet, Bell wasn't sure whether to boast or feel aggrieved. Since he said so, there must be a reason, but just make sure not to neglect the training for the 6 powers. Otherwise, your clumsy body will end up on the ground being stepped on by others. Just after coming into contact with Zifa, the renowned Navy instructor, TangGe already knew that Zifa's teaching level was truly commendable, especially in terms of tailoring teaching to individuals. Of course, his version of the 6 Powers diary was the only place TangGe could find fault with him. Idiot. If you can't speak, don't say anything. Being rubbed against the ground during that incident on Grand Island is a stain on Bell's honor, and he shouted angrily. Ha, got it, weakling ability user. It's really nice to have a friend who can speak freely, and TangGe smiled happily. Let us go. Instructor Zifa wants you to lead the way for me and introduce me to whether there are really experts here. Bell was momentarily speechless. He originally thought that TangGe was at most a peak vice admiral level, and the training base could still find a few officers of similar strength. However, after the result of the battle at Olis Square came out, it truly shocked his eyes. Those who graduated couldn't even compete. And wouldn't those who Haven T graduated just be delivering food? There can't be none, right? A place this weak can still be called a cradle for Navy strongmen. It's simply a case of the tiger not being around and the monkeys ruling. What about ability users? There must be a few here, right? You mean you're that tiger, right? But don't count the others as monkeys. Bell already had a premonition of what was to come. This guy always had a habit of violently dealing with anyone who defies him. There are indeed a few ability users, and with me, there are 2 you've already seen, Smoker and Tina. The other 2 are Ein and Binz. With the Navy S base of over 1 million, picking out a few ability users isn't too difficult, but isn't that too few? Subtracting 3 leaves 2, well, mosquito meat is still meat. TangGe sighed and continued. Is anyone bullying you here? If someone bullies you, tell me, and I'll help you out. Are you trying to help me out? Or are you looking for an excuse to go beat someone up? Don't make me the bad guy. Bell sighed as well. Also, you go tell them that I, the fierce tiger, have arrived, and they better behave. If they don't believe it, let them come find me one by one. I don't have that much time. Fine. Even without a reason, you want to create one to beat others up. It's easy to imagine that those young and impulsive guys swallow their anger. And as for the consequences, Bell already saw some fragments of the future. Sigh. I hope they won't go too hard. The Ternasty training base is divided into 2 parts. The living and working areas are all under this giant mushroom. It acts like a huge lightning rod, channeling away all the lightning that falls on it. In other words, under the mushroom is the only absolutely safe place on the entire island. Outside the big mushroom are the training zones, which are also divided into 3 levels. And the Navy personnel training here are classified into 3 levels. The first area is for those selected to practice the 6 powers, consisting of elite officers and ability users from various bases and headquarters who train here. The second area is for awakening and training hockey, where at least commanders are present. If one of the 2-color hockey reaches its limit, they can graduate. The final area has no boundaries. The entire island is within the training range. The first and second areas are located inside artificial buildings adjacent to the big mushroom, utilizing the weakened electric currents on the island to assist in training. The last area is in the wild. However, ever since Majors Peach Rabbit and T-Pig left, no one dares to go train in the wild anymore. But today, another one has come, facing the endless baptism of thunder. Unlike the feeling from outside the island, the surface of the wild is all dark brown. And with dark clouds overhead, the overall environment appears very dim, illuminated only by the constantly flickering lightning. The thunder falling from the sky is denser than what can be seen from outside the island. A single lightning bolt covers at least a dozen meters of ground around it, with almost no dead angles, and there is no pattern to be found. It truly is an environment worse than hell. Walking on the ground, a strong sensation of being electrocuted immediately rushes up, a tingling pain mixed with a prickling sensation. In my previous life, such intensity would have been enough to light up a bulb. What is this? Weren't you full of bravado yesterday? Why are you scared now? Zifa couldn't help but laugh as he saw TangGe suddenly stop. Scared? You must be seeing things. This is just excitement. Once I adapt to this place, I'll become even stronger. Haha. The purple lightning flashed by, illuminating the crazed expression on TangGe's face. This brat, has he always been like this? Zifa rolled his eyes, and he somewhat understood why Karp had taken this guy as a student. They both liked to show off, and their minds were solely focused on getting stronger. Remembering Karp's smug face, Zifa couldn't hold back. With a lightning-fast kick, he kicked TangGe's butt, sending his body flying into the air. The special thing about the turn nasty was what happened next. Just as TangGe had time to curse old bastard Zifa, he caught the attention of the dense, rolling lightning in the clouds. The dark clouds were like an ocean, and the purple lightning was like dragons. Boom! Crack! In a matter of milliseconds, 6 bolts of lightning, each thicker than the last, crashed down, hitting their target directly. The speed of light is almost the same as that of lightning. The difference is that light is common. However, for lightning and thunder, humans have an inherent fear and respect ingrained in their bones. Damn it. TangGe's clothes became tattered, and several charred marks appeared along the capillaries on his body. In an instant, his second layer of horizontal cultivation was shattered by the immense energy of the lightning, and the clothes on his body were burned and carbonized by the high temperature brought by the powerful current. If it weren't for the strong defensive capability of armament hockey that countered a significant portion of the force, he would have been knocked down by that strike alone. The smell of charred flesh wafted through the air, but TangGe had no time to care about what injuries his body had sustained. Another round of lightning struck down, thunderous and powerful, as if it were precision-guided. The bright, tree-like branches of lightning clung to him, unleashing the might of heaven and earth, giving him no respite whatsoever. There's no escape. The speed is too fast. TangGe tried to move his feet, but the lightning followed everything that could conduct electricity like a shadow. The electricity grew thicker, and the armament hockey that had been shattered began to recoalesce, igniting a flame under the dimly lit sky. Horizontal practice, golden body. Boom! The electricity tingled. It's about to roast me. Didn't you say you wanted to surpass Borsalino? His light is just like the thunder here. If you can't defeat them, you'll never be able to defeat him. The lightning continued to fall from the sky, while Zifa strolled leisurely, as if he were shopping, accurately avoiding every strike of thunder. Old bastard. TangGe spat out those 3 words through a mouth emitting black smoke, gritting his teeth in anger. This old man was definitely doing it on purpose, because he already knew the reason why the lightning was chasing after him. It was the black knife at his waist, the island beneath his feet, almost entirely made of metal, and the lightning from the clouds above are naturally formed. They create a balance of electromagnetic interaction. Anything that doesn't belong here will break that balance, attracting lightning attacks, especially objects made of metal, which are the best outlets for the thunder in the sky. The more he moves, the larger the area of disturbance, and the greater the energy of the lightning strike. Zifa must have known this, but he wouldn't say it. I said I would make you feel something deeper than hell. I'm just fulfilling my promise. Zifa laughed, and in this environment, it seemed particularly eerie and annoying. As for you, the strongest navy and the strongest instructor's disciple, to only show this kind of performance is truly disappointing. Shaking his head, TangGe was disturbed by him and was struck by another wave of lightning, his body flickering with strands of electric light, his flesh and blood becoming mangled and then charred, only to become mangled again. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique at the level of a Marine admiral, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to train in this area. Seeing TangGe remain silent, choosing to continuously resist the heavenly thunder with armament hockey, stubbornly even refusing to discard his conductive weapon, Zifa began to speak about serious matters, which was different from Karp. Karp would only stand by and mock, saying things like, "You're still far from it." Back in my day, including the Navy, there are many strong individuals who blindly believe in the super strong defensive capability of armament hockey, but they all died. True strong individuals have no weaknesses. The strength of observation hockey lies in its ability to evade damage that doesn't need to be endured. Focus your mind to sense their aura. All attacks have will. Zifa's voice drowned out the sound of the storm, reaching TangGe's ears. Will? At that moment, TangGe couldn't take out his notebook to record. He could only remember these 2 keywords. The more it was at this moment, the more his mind emptied. His arrogance was just a facade, and his true nature was one of perseverance. As Zifa explained, TangGe practiced amidst the lightning strikes, and time flew by quickly. A day later, TangGe looked like a person covered in mottled cracks, still enduring the lightning strikes. Compared to a day ago, he had made some progress. several bolts of lightning fell, and he was able to evade one using the super strong intuition of observation hockey combined with the 6-power shave. However, maintaining high-intensity armament hockey and observation hockey for an extended period was wearing him out, even with his strong physique. The small-scale execution of 6-power shave became slightly slower, and he immediately suffered the full brunt of the lightning strikes. A wave of intense pain surged through his body, and TangGe seemed to close his eyes unknowingly. Vision was completely ineffective against the speed of lightning. Standing in place, his intuition from observation hockey had reached its limit, and Zifa's words echoed in his mind for a long time. All attacks have will. Buzz. At a certain moment, under the repeated reverberation of that sentence, TangGe entered the world he had sensed when he had just awakened observation hockey, a black and white painting, silent and still, with everything around him emanating a lifelike aura. The difference was that everything around him had slowed down immensely. The world was not silent, for sound was far too slow in this world. Even the swiftest lightning and light could be clearly perceived in motion. This is the true first layer of observation hockey. Under the condition where everything became slow, the essence of all objects emanating aura was exposed. That was motion. Motion is everywhere. Even in mountains that have not moved for 10,000 years and trees that stand silently, their insides are undergoing extremely microscopic movements every moment. In terms of the previous world, it is the movement of cells, molecules, atoms, and even electrons. The so-called aura, the so-called will, is the manifestation of these microscopic movements reflected in tangible perception. There's an idiom that describes it well. Seeing the small reveals the large. The awakened state of observation hockey should be akin to the cicada sensing the autumn wind before it stirs. The essence of observation hockey became crystal clear at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 4 bolts of lightning appeared in his mind, attacking simultaneously. He could see their trajectories and the order in which they would strike, even how to avoid them. The feedback came instantly to his consciousness. TangGe realized he could move without needing to use the 6 styles of shave. He just swayed back and forth slightly within a small range, neither hurried nor slow. This is easy. The lightning struck the ground, and a strong current surged through his feet. A tingling, numbing sensation flooding his body. He finally dodged it. Who knows how many times he had been hit. Buzz. With his mind relaxed, he exited the previous state, and the lightning in the sky immediately gave him a lesson for his complacency. Not bad, being able to achieve this so quickly. He was only half a day behind Akainu and the others. Zephyr, who hadn't appeared for a long time, looked in a good mood, refreshed and beaming. The key point was that I was still a significant distance behind them. The difference between a Marine's physique and a natural disaster's physique is still huge. But this little setback can't defeat me. With the corners of his cracked, dark lips curling up, TangGe began to boast. I am a man with admirable potential. Can such a small matter defeat me? Ignoring the scars that were now indistinguishable, Zephyr gained a deeper understanding of this guy's shamelessness. Not just Carp, but even better than Carp. By the way, how long has my strongest Navy teacher been here? If his results are a bit embarrassing, that's fine. After all, with me as his disciple, he has some face, catching up to the natural disaster physique with a Marine's physique. Haha, without being in that state, TangGe was already able to dodge 3 bolts of lightning. The damage from the last one that hit him wasn't as severe, leaving him free to boast. I heard that Borisolino fought this guy for real. It should be true, Zephyr couldn't help it. Half a day and a day, in his mouth, became catching up, and this shamelessness was increasingly resembling Carp, even showing signs of surpassing him. One day, Carp also spent a whole day here. Zephyr gave a time that left TangGe dumbfounded. That old dragon kept bragging about how talented he was when he was young, how the admirals back then were shocked to see him, and how the chief instructor scrambled to take him as a disciple. And this is the result. TangGe thought he could swagger in front of Carp in the future. A sinister smile flashed behind Zephyr's glasses. Carp indeed spent a whole day here. That part was true. However, what TangGe didn't know was that during training at this base, Carp only took an hour to reach the level TangGe was at now, and the rest of the time was spent sleeping, standing up while sleeping. According to him, getting struck by lightning felt tingly and quite comfortable, so he fell asleep. Carp was not at the admiral level. He was the only one in Navy history with a king-level physique. This point would be deeply understood when this little guy went to show off in front of Carp. Chief Instructor Zephyr, what are we going to do next? The advanced application method of observation hockey ISNT this, right? TangGe glanced over. causing the veins on Zephyr's forehead to bulge, secretly vowing to himself while maintaining a calm exterior. If I can't train you in a submission, I'm not Zephyr. Your progress is quite good. Take a half-day break, and we'll start the next stage of training tomorrow. What is this old man scheming again? The last time he showed this expression was yesterday, and as a result, he got struck by lightning all day. Since he was going to suffer a beating anyway, it might as well be a bit more intense. That was TangGe's thought. You won't back down. Get lost. Zephyr only had this one sentence. Tenacity, as TangGe wished, led Bell to convey his provocative words to others, and the youthful vigor combined with youthful recklessness became the best catalyst. There was no need to push it intentionally, and TangGe became the public enemy of the entire training base. Of course, excluding 3 people. Smoker and Tina didn't want to be humiliated anymore, and Bell just wanted to watch the show. At the entrance of the big mushroom, a large crowd was gathered, all to take down the arrogant flame tiger. Zephyr entered first, but he said nothing and walked straight in, which reassured everyone. The chief instructor couldn't stand that guy's arrogance. Soon, a person who looked quite miserable walked out. Aside from his bright, normal eyes, the rest of him looked like a severely injured person. This made many in the crowd have second thoughts. Bullying an injured person wasn't honorable. However, some were unwilling to let go of this opportunity that had come knocking. After being struck by lightning all day, how much anger was pent up inside? They had to find a place to vent, right? What are you monkeys waiting for? Just to welcome your king? Is that how we were provoked back then? The cool guy Smoker dropped the cigar from his mouth, staring blankly at this familiar scene, bad memories flooding back. Tina didn't want to hear it. The cool girl Tina quickly interrupted Smoker, her body involuntarily shivering. That was the beginning of a nightmare. Now, when mentioning those two, the World's Navy knows that accompanying them is a saying. That is Flame Tiger. TangGe casually defeated 2 overconfident newcomers at Marineford. A standard background character, and one that can't be washed away, will only be mentioned repeatedly as the fame of the Flame Tiger rises. On that background, Jandor could find reasons for being old and weak, saying he did his best, but only they would be branded with the label of being unaware of their own strength. However, now, they felt a little warmer in their hearts, because more people were about to join and become part of the overconfident crowd. At that time, the 2 of them wouldn't stand out as much anymore. This round of tenacity had about 100 elite Navy officers, aside from the slightly self-aware commanders. The elite Navy officers blocking the door instantly exploded in anger after TangGe said that sentence, with curses rising like waves. The righteous indignation and the urge to rush up and fight made TangGe feel like he was back in that moment, very satisfied. What's wrong? You monkeys only have the courage to shout, huh? You're a really embarrassing Chief Instructor Zephyr. Just knowing how to curse without knowing how to fight is worse than those from Bignar. With you bunch of useless cowards. No wonder my teacher Carp is the strongest Navy instructor. If you don't dare to fight, then get lost. In the future, when you see me, just hide in the dark corners and cry about your incompetence, monkeys. 1 fire wasn't enough, so he added 3 more, finally igniting these elite Navy officers from all over the world, provoking them into action. Take down this arrogant black monkey. Smash his mouth for daring to insult Chief Instructor Zephyr. Chief Instructor Zephyr is the strongest instructor. A few people using the 6 styles produced a spectacular effect, let alone over 100. Those still learning here were naturally not learning all 6 styles. However, even if everyone knew just 1 style, they could still produce more than 10 complete 6 styles. The air blades kicked out by the Galefoot were quite dense, and there were many shapes, all developed by themselves. TangGe suspected that if he dodged slightly, those around him would get hurt by the shave. This speed was far from enough. Standing in the crowd, TangGe crushed 1 airblade after another with both hands, casually knocking out and sending flying those who got close to him, particularly focusing on the Navy who had just threatened to smash his mouth, breaking several of their teeth with a single slap. His eyes were fixed on 2 figures in the crowd that appeared to be leaders, 1 male and 1 female. The girl had a melancholic expression, with a hint of anxiety in her wine-red eyes. The boy had pink hair styled upwards and a smug smile on his lips. This was the proud boy and melancholic girl duo. The boy's fingers tapped on the ground, and thick green vines began to emerge, writhing towards TangGe. Is there an ability user among the monkeys? Or is he a rare plant type? But you want to succeed. They're too thin. What can they possibly bind? Allowing the vines to wrap around him, TangGe looked at the melancholic girl. She must be the other ability user. What ability does she possess? Seeing TangGe bound, the girl must have felt a sense of urgency. Shave. As she flickered, her palm ignited with peach-colored flames, aiming to touch TangGe. Grabbing her white lotus-like arm, TangGe enveloped his body in hockey. He felt a slight sense of danger from the flames on her palm. What a dangerous ability. Unfortunately, it seems she needs to make contact to activate it. The plant vines tightened, attempting to force TangGe to release the hostage he held. Their abilities were all quite powerful, but too bad you're all weaklings. This generation of ability users is truly disappointing, causing TangGe to lose patience. Smoker's Logia, Tina's superhuman toughness and hardness, this rare plant type, and that ability that even gave TangGe a sense of danger, and lastly Belle's Zoan type. Their abilities had great potential, but their inherent strength was too lacking. The abilities they developed were insufficient. With the strength of someone like Garp, even a most ordinary fruit could be developed to catastrophic levels. Devil fruit abilities are not the issue. It's the reliance on them that leads to downfall. Twisting his body, the vines instantly snapped, causing the ground beneath him to collapse with a bang. TangGe was already in front of the plant-controlling boy. Grabbing his slender face, he slammed it into the ground, creating a shallow pit, with hot air flowing along his arm to the external panel. Ignoring the unconscious ability user, TangGe turned to the girl he held. Your name is Ein? Can you tell me what your ability is? Reversal. I ate the reversal fruit, which can reverse the age of everything I touch. The girl named Ein was pressured by his aura, her already melancholic expression now resembling that of a frightened deer, evoking a sense of pity and protective instinct in any average man. Too bad. TangGe is not an average person. His mind was filled with muscle. You should really train hard. This fruit ability can compensate for the regrets in your heart. With a slight squeeze, he knocked the melancholic girl unconscious. Reversing time. What an outrageous ability. More effective than any regret medicine, if she could develop it to that extent. Releasing her, he tossed the girl aside and glanced at the elite navy who dared not advance, letting out a long sigh. Is this really the navy of this generation? They lack even this bit of blood and courage. How will they conquer pirates and uphold justice in the future? They are hopeless. TangGe's purpose is not simply to gather ability users. Assessing the strength level of the navy of his age is also one of his goals. It was precisely for this reason that Zephyr did not intervene. Among a group of navy who had never experienced the true age of pirates, a fierce tiger might inspire them to strive for progress. Finally, they felt at ease. Smoker and Tina felt relieved. They were no longer alone, and only they knew how they had managed these past few days. Belle felt relieved too. This guy is incredibly strong. They might really have to rely on him in the future. In the office, Zephyr watched all this unfold through the image phone worm, silently sighing. Who could understand his worries? The next morning, TangGe, who had finally managed to sleep in, found both his bed and blanket thrown into the wild by Zephyr. From now on, you will spend all your time here until you fully master the advanced use of observation hockey. Zephyr's expression was cold. What? As expected, this old man was up to no good. This place was constantly struck by lightning. Unless he could sleep while dodging the lightning, he was definitely finished. Even Garp had a bit of humanity, letting him sleep for a while and allowing for some sneak attacks. This old man was simply trying to take his life. But the bad news didn't stop there. To further improve your training efficiency, I will personally supervise you. Pulling out a black teaching rod from somewhere, Zephyr held it in his hand, slapping it against his palm with a cruel smile on his face. Boom! The lightning above the clouds was attracted by two things that didn't belong there, instantly striking down multiple bolts of punishment. Moving along with the lightning, Zephyr infused his body with observation hockey, increasing his speed to a level that seemed almost equal to lightning itself. He intended to say something heroic to express his determination. But before he could speak, TangGe was struck by two simultaneous attacks. The teaching rod hit him first. It was a substance that even hockey couldn't defend against, instantly maximizing his pain. Then the lightning struck him, elevating the already intense pain to a new level. TangGe cried. If that thing were made of pain, the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes could drown this island. What is wrong? Can't take it anymore? You should know your teacher Garp resisted for a long time. If you truly have the resolve to become strong, then surpass yourself in this short time. Whether you become a hero or a coward depends on yourself. Just then, Zephyr timely sent a gust of wind, even if it was just a wind of cold words. It revived TangGe's already numb feelings. Old man, hit harder. Have you not eaten? I'm here to be a hero. This is also why TangGe's remarkable recovery ability after multiple enhancements allowed him to recover from the injuries he sustained yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the strength to shout. Hero, ha ha. Those two words made Zephyr overlook the provocation that stirred his anger. As he threw his head back and laughed heartily, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. How many years has it been? This is the first Navy to say those two words in front of him. Has this old man's mind been struck by lightning? Without Zephyr's interference, TangGe found it much easier to deal with the lightning and the clouds. If at first, Zephyr used only 10% of his strength to train this rare genius, now he would use 12% of his passion to cultivate this Navy who shared his ideals. Of course, the force behind his strikes would also increase by 2 points. Zephyr took out a spray can from his pocket, sprayed it in front of his nose, then stepped on his glasses, his purple hair standing wild in the wind, revealing a feral smile. Kid, what comes next is truly hellish difficulty. Are you ready? The admiral known as the Black Arm had returned. Ha! It's a rare opportunity. Don't let yourself fall due to lack of stamina. In the matter of madness, TangGe has never lost. The two instantly disappeared from their original positions, their bodies covered in armed color hockey, appearing as two beams of red and purple light moving toward each other. Crackle! The clouds in the sky erupted, and the two began to disturb the ground's balance extensively, causing an increase in lightning strikes. Boom! A bright flash flickered, illuminating the collision of two fists exerting their full strength. Bang! The powerful shockwave distorted the surrounding space, emptying out the air as a conductive medium. Zzz. Lightning struck the ground, and fine purple currents spread from the ground to the two fiercely clashing figures. Just like the measurement system of arm color, the observation color also has its own measurement system. However, it is based on sensitivity as the standard. To master the advanced applications of observation color, which allows it to be attached internally to the body, the sensitivity must reach 3. Zephyr's boxing style is grand and powerful, with an overwhelming momentum like a roaring thunder. And the key is his punch speed, which is incredibly fast and smooth, without a hint of unnecessary movement. The myriad of fist shadows loomed like a moving mountain, accompanied by a wild, teaching voice. Once the observation color is attached internally, the body's reaction speed and movement speed increase exponentially. The stronger the observation color, the greater the speed enhancement. Boom! Countless white air circles exploded, only to be scattered by new shock waves. After all, Zephyr is a former admiral. He may not be as strong as Sengoku, Aokiji, and Akainu, nor can he contend with TangGe for long periods. In the continuous and rapid exchanges of punches, TangGe's body slowly began to slide backward. This situation ignited TangGe's fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth, and the force behind his punches seemed capable of shattering the air, with over 4,000 tons of physical strength slowly increasing amidst the fierce confrontation. Black Arm justice of not killing. Zephyr began to unleash his big moves, the armed color on his fist turning a rich purple and swelling outward. 7 injuries, Kong Tong Seal. The armed color on the surface of his body quickly condensed, layer by layer gathering toward his fist, making TangGe feel as if he was holding 2 balls of flame. A purple and a red fist imprint collided. Crack! A current that did not belong here was generated, causing the clouds in the sky to stir again, like sharks that smelled blood, directly chasing after the 2 bodies that were retreating. Just taking a step back, Zephyr allowed the lightning to strike his armed color, with only the purple strands of his short hair standing upright. TangGe was sent flying over 10 meters, his armed color shattered, only to be caught up by the lightning. A truly miserable sight. Not enough. Is this hell? There's still too much distance to cover. Compared to the fierce tiger, TangGe should be called the mad demon. Regardless of the tree-like scars appearing on the surface of his body, he charged forward with a howl. This kid, he really has strength. Zephyr did not hold back much. TangGe was not one of those students who could be easily overwhelmed. He was a true tiger on the path of the strong. Do you know that knife can summon lightning, and you wear it intentionally to train it into a black knife? In a new round of exchanges, Zephyr glanced at the rough, blunt blade. Black knife? It's normal if you don't know. That is a knife rarer than famous swords, forged through countless tempering with armed color hockey. Once perfected, a black knife can be harder than diamond and occasionally produce special effects. Zephyr is truly a treasure trove, far better than some old tyrant. Just like my teaching rod, it was forged through the trials of several generations of Navy instructors to become a black whip. That SY can absorb armed color, and its trajectory is hard to perceive even with observation color. As TangGe was throwing punches, he suddenly stopped, standing there dazed. But fortunately, Zephyr suddenly halted and dispersed the falling lightning. Kid, what are you doing? Distracting yourself in battle. TangGe had a lot of thoughts in his head just now. and in the end, only 2 words remained. Horizontal training. Swish. The notebook placed at the door was grabbed, reflecting the light from the sky, and TangGe quickly wrote down the thoughts that had just flashed through his mind. Since that time during the long, he had been wanting to create a martial art that could enhance physical defense. The feeling of standing there, immovable even under enemy attacks, was enticing to think about. Unfortunately, the iron block of the 6 styles only produced a half-finished product. While the armed color hockey's attack and defense integration is an active skill, there had been no ideas for a passive horizontal training martial art until just now when Zephyr mentioned the black knife, which is forged through metal and tempered with armed color hockey, that opened TangGe's mind. Just like the carbon element in the previous life, it can be one of the main elements that make up the human body, or it could be the incredibly hard diamond. The only difference is their environments of birth. Diamonds undergo immense pressure from nature, which can also be considered a form of tempering. So in this world, the composition of the body's surface is carbohydrates, which also contain trace amounts of metal elements. If they could all be trained into the kind of substance that is a black knife, wouldn't that mean having skin harder than diamond? This is exactly the kind of passive horizontal training martial art he had always wanted. Moreover, there are bones. If, after undergoing the tempering of armed color, it ultimately succeeds, then this would be an enhanced version of copper skin and iron bones. A genuine horizontal training martial art. A must-have for muscle maniacs, the foundational skill for beating everything. And don't forget, there's also observation color. It acts on the muscles and nerves. Once it is proven that armed color can achieve this, then could it serve as the foundational skill for an enhanced version of the Jing? The light in TangGe's eyes shone brightly. His thoughts completely opened up, and he recorded all the flashes of wisdom that had just crossed his mind with a pen on paper. Cultivating both internal and external is what makes a qualified muscle maniac, combined with the insights from just seeing Zephyr disperse the lightning with a punch. The paths of swordsmanship and boxing became clear. At that moment, starting from the foundational boxing and horse stance he had been practicing and creating since then, his martial arts finally reached a point of integration, faintly achieving a path to heaven. Your idea is very bold. Zephyr did not interrupt TangGe's thoughts. As the two stood inside the artificial structure, upon seeing the ideas written in TangGe's notebook, he couldn't help but speak. This world doesn't lack monsters with naturally hard skin, impervious to blades and guns, known as steel balloons. To obtain such power, the world government scientists have conducted experiments. But the final result was failure. The strength of the steel balloon is a rare occurrence among millions, and none with such power lack the physique of a king. Scientific power cannot stabilize its production. After pausing for a moment, Zephyr continued, to train your skin into the state you desire, 3 conditions are required. First, the amount of armed color must be sufficient. The armed color needed to forge a black knife is vast. To train such a large area of skin requires even more armed color. Second, the intensity of the armed color. If the intensity is insufficient, it can only move on the surface and cannot reach deep enough into the skin, let alone the bones. Third, an extreme determination and belief. The forging of a black knife requires countless temperings of armed color and the infusion of determination and belief. Transforming the skin and bones into that state is the same, and allowing armed color to enter the body is a very dangerous matter. No one knows whether it can achieve that effect. Without the determination to face death and rebirth, it is difficult to persist through to the end. Zephyr is truly a scholarly type of strongman, immediately identifying the key issues that TangGe had not considered. With an unwavering determination, TangGe stepped into the thunderstorm, a faint aura of a king's dominance swirling around him. This thunderous roar is a celebration for me. This earth-shaking force is due to my strength. Boom, boom, boom. As if to accompany these 2 statements, lightning erupted once more. Watching the calm and laughing TangGe, Zephyr felt a sense that this kid's future achievements would likely be unprecedented, with no one to follow. Since you have such determination and faith, then I will accompany you to the end and see if you can accomplish something unprecedented. Zephyr's heart surged with ambition, and his body suddenly accelerated forward. Bang! 2 invisible lines collided once again. In this world, who else but me? In the blink of an eye, the 6-month upheaval of the new world finally calmed down. The conflict between 2 major pirate crews over a rare phantom beast type, devil fruit, led to dozens of skirmishes among their subordinate forces, nearly sparking a full-scale war. Ultimately, both sides halted their disputes under the watchful eye of the Navy. The devil fruit was ultimately taken by the beast pirates, and within the sea area between the two, 3 islands were completely destroyed, with the inhabitants either dead, injured, or displaced, becoming commodities in certain special markets. This was merely the damage caused without the participation of the captains, as if 2 colossal entities had accidentally rolled over and then returned to calm. However, this conflict marked the beginning of a future watershed moment. The Navy issued its strongest warning in this sea area, which originally belonged to pirates. And the momentum accumulated after executing Roger in the East Sea reached its peak. The pirates also gained something. The Phantom Beast type would enhance their combat power to that of a vice admiral, and they were quietly gathering strength. The 2 top forces dominating the seas would definitely clash again, more violently than now. On a piece of dark brown flat ground in Ternasti, TangGe sat cross-legged, seemingly meditating. His powerful and violent body exuded an indescribable invisible deterrent, with his skin shimmering faintly under the obscure light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body shifted through the air as several bolts of lightning struck where he had just been sitting. In the same 6 months, after undergoing training that was more challenging than hell itself, his observation haki had reached a sensitivity of 3. With observation haki attached within his body, the flow of time around him slowed. The previously fast-moving electricity and light now seemed slow enough to evade with simple movements. This scene felt like something seen in a classic movie. His speed and reaction had reached a point where it seemed he could instantly arrive wherever his thoughts took him. This feeling was too wonderful. Looking up at the sky, it seemed to sense something momentarily calming down as purple lightning brewed within the clouds. Drawing his black blade, TangGe rose from the ground, his armament haki manifesting on his surface like a fiery, gaseous robe igniting, declaring war upon the sky. After being struck for so many days, today I will make you understand what it means for man to conquer heaven. Whoosh! With his body imbued with observation haki, he executed the 6 powers shave, accelerating to a terrifying speed, pulling everything around him into a tunnel of color. TangGe ran in a large circle in the shortest time possible, stirring the largest magnetic field, before quietly standing at the center, with circles of purple electricity flowing over his black blade. This was a blatant provocation, and the clouds were enraged. Countless purple lightning bolts flickered like dragon serpents, converging toward the center, unleashing an unprecedented burst of light and electricity. Ever since TangGe had single-handedly crushed the training base, the more than 100 elite Navy personnel had been training harder and more earnestly, exchanging blows with great fervor. The artificial structure's ceiling, walls, and floor were coursing with purple static electricity, and all the hanging light bulbs went out. Why did the thunder stop? Just moments ago, the Navy had been puzzled, as the long continuous thunder had unexpectedly taken a longer pause, and after the lights went out, they heard someone screaming. Look at the sky. From a training base's perspective, the eternally unchanging clouds were now swirling madly in a spiral, the thunderstorm converging toward the center, forming a bright light sphere with a diameter of several hundred meters, dazzling and blinding. This scene was simply like divine punishment. The might of it was suffocating. All the Navy personnel felt their hearts clenched, blood rushing to their heads, and a single thought flashed beneath their tingling scalps. Within this island, the only one bold enough to do such a thing was probably that man. The long gestating thundercloud finally accumulated enough power, and the intense light sphere, with a diameter of several hundred meters, burst open like an egg, shooting out a purple beam several dozen meters wide, resembling a giant dragon. Strong electricity conducted through the surrounding air, creating numerous electrical tendrils, like the claws and tentacles of the dragon. Gazing up at this manifestation of earthly power, TangGe laughed, leaping high and shooting toward the sky. Deep within his mind, the fear engraved in his genes was erased, and a powerful aura demanding the submission of heaven and earth burst forth, vast and boundless. With a long tether in hand, dared to bind the azure dragon. An invisible shockwave radiated from TangGe's body, expanding outward in a spherical form, echoing his words across the entire island. The crimson armament haki surged toward the black blade, condensing into a thin, gaseous ripple. With observation haki attached within his body, he dragged the black blade upward with his hands, moving at lightning speed. Buzz! Everything fell silent. The clash of blade light, representing human power, collided with the thunder dragon, representing heavenly might, and the two met in an instant. A black fissure appeared, slicing upwards through the purple beam of light into the depths of the clouds, as if even space had been severed. The treasure blade slayed the dragon. A comparison with the heavens. Crackle. Like the lament of the thunder dragon, The brilliant light flashed and vanished, and the entire sky returned to calm. Tap! His feet landed on the ground as the black blade slowly returned to its sheath. A golden ray of sunlight shone upon TangGe's face. A crack appearing in the sky. The second sword technique. Heaven's Gap. Man conquers heaven. On the warship outside the island. Karp and Akiji's Justice capes were blown backward by the shockwave, spreading from the island. The sea surface rippled restlessly, transmitting waves outward from the island's center. Hey, not bad. After a journey through the new world, Karp's face bore signs of wear, while Akiji had one arm in a sling, having been injured. Ah, really? Hidden within his body was a tremendous power. For Akiji, not to mention slicing through a thunder dragon, even cutting a gap in the clouds, or splitting the entire layer of clouds, wasn't a big deal. He could freeze vast stretches of ocean in an instant. Yet, it was the aura of kingship emanating from that kid that moved him deeply. After all, he was injured this time due to being unable to match that muscle beast empowered by Conqueror's Haki. After 3 days and nights of fighting, that monster was still as lively as ever, while he had his bones cracked by a mace. If it weren't for Karp being nearby, he wouldn't have made it back. Ha ha! As my disciple, not having this level of skill is really embarrassing for me. Karp's hand slapped on his shoulder, and Akiji endured the pain, unable to dodge. If he dodged, that old dragon would definitely chase him down and beat him up. Who told him he hadn't awakened the Conqueror's Haki? Awakening the Conqueror's Haki requires the courage to want to become a king, which would definitely make him an oddity in the Navy. The legendary sword slaying dragons, soaring higher than the heavens. Alas, I just don't know what that kid wants to become a king of. If it's the king of the world or something like that, then it wouldn't be good. Karp just wants to be the king of the Navy. Let's go. Just thinking about Zifa's expression is hilarious. Ha ha. The sound of thunder returned to normal, and the Navy at the training base had not yet recovered from the shock just now. Only Zifa sighed heavily by the window. Who could say otherwise? He truly regretted it in his heart. Clearly, he was the one who discovered it first, but in a moment of confusion. He let that old guy Karp take advantage of it, and now he comes to flaunt it every day. It's really annoying. Bang! Zifa frowned, looking at the office door that was violently pushed open. The door could withstand that kind of force to be pushed open. One could only say its quality was good. Ahaha! Where's the second instructor? Zifa, the strongest Navy and the strongest Navy instructor has returned. Still the familiar tone. Still the deliberately provocative casualness. Still that arrogant and domineering flavor. Karp swaggered in with his bow-legged walk. The admiral-level attendant, Akiji, listlessly followed behind. The monsters of the new world are causing quite a ruckus. Even Kuzan got hurt. Sigh, Kaido's power has increased again. Ignoring the opening remarks that would make an old dragon angry, Zifa immediately turned his gaze to Akiji, especially that arm suspended in bandages. Akiji said nothing. He wanted a certain ignored person to finish speaking first. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. That young kid got injured not because you didn't teach well from the start. If he had gone through my hellish training from the beginning, he would have surpassed that long worm long ago. It's all your fault, you second-ranked Navy instructor. Karp stood in front of Zifa, forcing him to confront that remarkably thick old face while dodging the spit flying out. You still boast every day about being the strongest Navy, but why have you never defeated that longworm? Is it because you're old and weak, your body can't take it? Bastard, who are you calling old and weak? You blackhand, second instructor. Karp, furious, rolled up his sleeves, flexing the biceps on his arm, looking all strong and tough. Some people could win against both of them alone over 20 years ago, and now can't beat even one. If that's not old and weak, what is it? Zifa glanced at Karp, who was showing off his muscles, his words like knives. He had been paying attention to the developments in the new world, and the reason he hadn't heard news of Kaido being captured was naturally because the Navy hadn't fought him. Bastard. This guy specializes in poking people's wounds. That longworm is now tough-skinned and strong, getting more powerful every day at its peak. And although he only looks like his hair has turned white, his body is still as strong as a Tyrannosaurus. However, his strength is already in decline, having fought for days and nights without defeating that monster. Just as Karp was about to escalate the situation from a verbal spat to physical confrontation. Tap, tap, tap. A slow, unhurried sound of footsteps approached. After listening to so much nonsense, I almost doubt whether I came to the wrong place. Hearing this impolite voice, Karp and Zifa's faces immediately darkened, and Akiji's mouth twitched. That fearless guy was about to start again. Bang! The well-built door that Karp had inspected could no longer withstand the force and was violently pushed down to the ground. TangGe burst in. exuding an uncontrollable aura of conqueror's hockey with an arrogant expression. You two old geezers who need to take 3 breaks just to have a meal. Don't say anything to each other. You're all old, weak, sick, and disabled. If you can't defeat the pirates, I will. If you can't kill the pirates, I'll kill them. A new era has arrived, and I am destined to be the man at the very top of the wave. Whether it's the Navy or the pirates, I will be the strongest. When it comes to boasting, TangGe has never lost so far. As he spoke, the conqueror's hockey he hadn't yet fully mastered seemed to be infected by his own words, surging wildly. Crackle. All words were superfluous. The red, fierce light in Carp's eyes was somewhat frightening. His ferocious expression completely transformed. The centipede scar on his forehead had vanished into the wrinkles. 10 times, 100 times stronger than TangGe, the conqueror's hockey instantly spread from his body to the entire room. 2 hemispherical auras of conqueror's hockey, one big and one small, collided, yellow sparks splattering between them. Bang! Like a balloon bursting, TangGe's conqueror's hockey was forcefully crushed, turning into golden specks dancing in the air. The furious Carp had no intention of holding back. The armament hockey on his fist had already distorted the space. To try out his boxing technique. All martial arts are invincible. Only speed is unbreakable. Fist technique. TangGe's expression remained unchanged. After practicing for so long, his muscles had long been itching for a fight. The same armament hockey over 3 levels was attached to his fist, and with observation hockey internally attached, the speed of his punch created countless phantoms. Like a crimson river surging fiercely. Fire cloud, evil god, a powerful momentum appeared behind him, conjuring an illusion of a red, 1,000-handed evil god. Bang! Power is not something that increases just by talking a lot. Instead, the more fierce words you say, the more you might have to endure a beating. Victory and defeat are decided in an instant. Carp's fist contained power beyond imagination. That feeling of the entire space pressing down on him reappeared, instantly shattering TangGe's fist along with the red evil god illusion. Boom! Inside the training base. The Navy was still shocked by the earlier lightning strike that severed the sky. Suddenly, a few weaker individuals collapsed to the ground for no reason, losing consciousness. Then, the entire training base trembled, with numerous human-shaped holes appearing on the walls, until a muffled sound came from the base of the big mushroom. Today was the day they encountered the most unimaginable events, leaving them shocked and numb. The same move, and once again, TangGe couldn't withstand it, rebounding onto the ground. If it weren't for his martial arts progress, he would have been done just now. You say you want to become the strongest? Carp exuded a terrifying momentum. The entire space was filled with the howling winds of his powerful aura. Old dragon, I will definitely surpass you. Getting up from the ground, TangGe fearlessly declared. Next, it would be the same formula. Boom, boom. By the time Zifa and Akiji arrived, Carp was already on top of TangGe, his fist as big as a sand bowl pounding down, and this time even Zifa felt it was quite enjoyable. What did that brat just say? An old guy who needs to take 3 breaks just to have a meal? Carp, hit him harder. If you can't, let me do it. Boom. Let me show you arrogance, boom. Let you take 3 breaks. Boom. Let you be the strongest. I am strongest. In a certain power palace, Morgan's was being too brazen. He was told not to write, but still made a big fuss about it. On a coffee table, the headline of a newspaper read the Navy becomes the ruler of the New World. The Navy's momentum was too strong. This does not align with our intentions. The 2 monarchs of the New World, under the Navy's intervention, abandoned the fight, as reported in the news. This newspaper has the largest circulation in the world, and this headline, along with its content, greatly invigorated the global public. The Navy's might and fame reached their peak, and many people gained confidence that the Navy could eradicate all the pirates of the New World. The balance of the 3 major powers has not yet truly been established. The Navy being too powerful is not a good thing. What we need is balance. Therefore, we must accelerate the recruitment of the 7 warlords. Among the recent new pirates, there are 2 notable ones with both strength and fame, and they are worlds apart from someone like Dallas. We should consider sending them recruitment orders. The 2 bounties were passed around, and the names on the wanted posters were Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, and Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. There was also the great swordsman, Hawkeye, my hawk, whose strength is beyond doubt. His ability to battle with a man like Shanks speaks for itself. Okay, that guy Doflamingo has always been obsessed with the position of warlord and even attacked the transport fleet of Heavenly Gold. Why not just give him a warlord title? Speaking of which, that man who has been opposing the world nobles has recently fallen silent. No, the Navy won't agree, especially Sengoku, and the higher-ups haven't expressed their stance. The key now is the Navy. We cannot allow them to continue expanding their influence. We must suppress their momentum. That's right. Then let's initiate the plan. The Navy is too strong, which is not good for us. Thus, opinions were highly unified. Just in time, the higher-ups were very dissatisfied with that person's attempt to break away from Mariewa. This is his last use to this world. Good. Thus, a secret order was transmitted in the dark world. After being beaten up, TangGe was envious of Karp's overwhelming strength, even being forced by Karp to hammer mountains. He willingly complied. The mountains here are not rocky hills. They are real iron mountains, even though TangGe's physical strength has doubled since his time at the Navy headquarters, exceeding 8,000 tons. When he hammered on this compressed and refined iron mountain, it only left a shallow pit with a diameter of less than 10 meters. If it were a rocky mountain, the diameter would be several times larger. As for how TangGe knows his physical strength, it's simple. Karp placed an iron ball on him, and its volume kept increasing until he couldn't bear it anymore. And with a bit of calculation, he figured it out. The strength of armament hockey becomes increasingly difficult to enhance as you progress. If you want greater power, the intensity must exceed even more powerful strength. TangGe's eyes lit up. He was yearning for even greater power. The old tyrant's demonstration at Ballon was not just about the advanced techniques of armament hockey he currently mastered. He had tried it during this time. The so-called advanced application means that the attack range of armament hockey increased, its power became greater, and it even had some rebound effect. One could only say that was the true attack form of armament hockey. However, it was nothing compared to Karp's domineering strike that pierced the cliff back then. This iron mountain is your test. Don't rest until you flatten it. Karp is particularly diligent now, personally supervising every day. He pointed to a small hill over 100 meters high and said, "Do you see that hill? There are 8 in total. If you want to surpass me, you must at least reach that level." While practicing, Karp no longer had the habit of getting physical at a moment's notice. The fine, crystalline light in TangGe's skin could not escape his notice. This little freak. Not only did he come up with such brilliant methods, but he also achieved some success. I need to learn from him. He was worried. Karp originally did not think much of TangGe's talent. It was merely a physique of the warlords. How could it compare to his 2 grandsons who were born with kingly qualities and were material for admirals? But now, Karp felt uncertain. This student's mind is sharp. If he truly succeeds, how strong will the skin and bones tempered by armament hockey be? Karp could not know, but it certainly wouldn't be worse than a disaster physique. Alas, Ace, Luffy, you 2 little rascals, if you don't train hard, you'll be in for a rough time when you fall into this kid's hands. Thinking of that scene, Karp's mind turned, and he decided on something. Fully covered in armament hockey and observation hockey, TangGe, focusing on hammering the mountain while bracing against the lightning strikes, suddenly had a dangerous instinct flash through his mind. He looked up and just happened to meet Karp's fierce gaze. Boom! Lying on the ground, TangGe felt incredibly stifled. That old tyrant. For no reason. He wants to hit people. Just wait, you 2 grandsons, the little rascals named Ace and Luffy. Karp began his rage mode again, muttering to himself. Thinking about how his 2 grandsons might be beaten by this guy in the future, he might as well help hit back now. It wouldn't be a loss at all. Does that old tyrant understand mind reading? TangGe was completely bewildered. 10 days later, while everyone was immersed in a brief period of peaceful life, the alarm at the training base suddenly rang out, urgent and piercing, like a prelude to impending disaster. This is the Navy's training base. The trainees here do not always stay to cultivate. During major incidents, they must follow the vice admirals and even the admirals into action. After all, closed-door training does not make one a true, strong person. True strength requires the tempering of blood and fire, including Aokiji, Karp, and TangGe. Everyone gathered under the big mushroom in the shortest time possible. This is discipline. As the host here, Zephyr stepped forward to speak without hesitation. Emergency, major event. War has broken out. A headline published in the World Economic Journal on November 5th, 1508 of the Sea Calendar sparked the recently settled global public opinion. The monarch of the New World, Big Mom pirates, under the command of Sweet Commander had, on November 4th, breached the famous gourmet island of Nebunus, resulting in the complete annihilation of the celestial dragon, Saint Charlerine's family. The world nobles were extremely enraged, ordering the Navy headquarters to dispatch a fleet to conquer the Totland Kingdom. On the 5th, a large naval warship and 20 vice admirals gathered at the New World G1 base. The Navy headquarters announced that Admiral Akainu would lead the naval fleet to deal with the Big Mom pirates. This is an all-out war. The might and prestige of the Navy headquarters are pitted against the Big Mom pirates, who have established their own nation in the Totland waters. regardless of who wins or loses. The world's structure will be altered as a result. Above a nameless island in the New World, a checkered hot air balloon floated unsteadily, with a ship-shaped house dangling below it. In the middle of the house, an albatross wearing a top hat and a tailcoat was passionately giving a speech. This is big news. The naval admiral is facing off against the ruler of the New World. This message must be on the front page, closely monitored, and immediately communicated to the world as soon as there is news. However, boss, if we prematurely reveal the Navy's movements, the world government and the naval headquarters won't let it go easily, a reporter, dressed as a journalist, said with concern. Fool, we are reporters. We must adhere to the ethics of this profession. Indeed, we occasionally use lies to amuse people and attract attention. But this is happening right now. If we don't dare to publish real news, then what kind of reporters are we? The albatross screamed hysterically. For him, being able to report major news is the greatest joy. The room was piled high with papers documenting the various events happening around the world today. Moreover, the keen instinct of a news professional tells me that things will not be so simple. That guy, Lingling, might end up in big trouble. Huh? According to the information we have, the Navy's numbers and combat power do not hold the advantage. The editors who were busy typing raised their heads to ask their enthusiastic boss, Fool, how could the naval headquarters mobilize so many troops just to appease the world nobles? There must be things we don't know lurking beneath the surface. The albatross said with increasing excitement, dancing around. On an island in the New World, the sky was dark with clouds, and purple lightning flashed continuously within the layers of clouds, with sunlight rarely seen. A gigantic fossil of a bull's horn skull stood in the center of the island, and flames erupted from the eyes and mouth of the skull. The entire island echoed with wails and howls. A bullhorn man, as robust as a mountain, was drinking from a gourd and crying at the same time. Whoa, damn it, why doesn't the Navy come and kill me? I can't even die. This boring world. It would be better to just destroy it. The liquor dripped from the man's beard, resembling two carp whiskers, and on his left arm, golden dragon scale tattoos seemed alive. Lord Kaido, the Navy is led by a Kainu. Things probably won't be so simple, a man dressed entirely in black with a pair of flesh wings on his back said. If that guy Lingling gets killed, it will be her own fault for being too weak. The robust bullhorn man continued to cry and drink, his emotions heightened, and his pupils turned vertical. Damn it, why doesn't that group of Navy guys come and kill me first? That old man Whitebeard is getting older. How dare these small fries from the Navy come to run wild in the New World? He began to roar loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of sound waves rippled outward, causing a series of explosions. After a while, the burly bullhorn man stopped his drunken rampage and propped his chin on one hand, saying, That magma bastard is not Lingling's opponent, but he's not a reckless and impulsive person. He must be plotting something. Are you suggesting that? A cluster of unquenchable flames flickered above the black-clad man's head as he gently inquired. Just right, I didn't get enough excitement last time. I need to stretch my limbs. As he spoke, the lightning in the sky intensified, illuminating the island. A monstrous creature with horns flew out from the skull's eyes, its body winding like a dragon, with flames igniting beneath its 4 feet. Seeing this, the black-clad man shook his head and sighed. Here we go again. Someone is going to challenge alone. On the vast blue sea of the New World, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, sat in the middle of the deck of his enormous whalehead pirate ship, while the crew divided the treasure they had just plundered. Old man, that bastard Akainu, seems to be attacking Tato land. Should we do something? A man with a pineapple head and squinty eyes pointed to the headline of a freshly printed newspaper and asked, Good wine. No wonder it's the wine offered to the world nobles. Whitebeard drank a bottle of wine in one go, leaving not a single drop, while listening to his subordinate's question. Pull one hair and the whole body moves. That magma kid isn't all that strong, but his appetite is big. Their open strength won't be Lingling's opponent. Are you saying the Navy still has a backup plan? Asked a muscular man, standing next to the pineapple-headed one. Goo. Whitebeard downed another bottle of good wine. Both subordinates frowned. Gulalala, don't be so stingy, Marco. Sengoku wouldn't send a naval fleet to the New World just to die. From what I know of him, even if this is just to vent the frustrations of those idiot world nobles, he will make sure it's foolproof. I fear there will be more than one admiral coming. What should we do then? The muscular man who had spoken earlier continued to ask. Goo. Another bottle of wine went down. Gulalala, we don't need to do anything. Someone will naturally stir things up. A big War 1T breakout. Once we act, a full-scale war affecting the entire New World will begin. Old man, are you out of money again? You just divided the treasure. The pineapple-headed man grew anxious when he saw their wine was running out. Of course, the treasure should be saved for you fools, my sons. Saying this, he picked up another bottle of wine and drank it down. Then he satisfiedly burped. News spread, not only in the New World. People all over the world reading newspapers were paying attention to this impending war. In the East Blue, on a drifting pirate ship, a man with red hair held the newspaper in both hands, reading it carefully. He took a sip from the bottle in his hand and then spoke to his first mate. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Drink up. This is the last stop. His ponytail first mate, with a thin cigarette in his mouth, clinked glasses with him. He had already read this newspaper and had some questions he couldn't figure out. Even if the Navy has a backup plan, why must they initiate this war? Is it really just because a few world nobles died and they have to retaliate? The first mate speculated. The people at the naval headquarters are not short-sighted. Big Mom is not so easy to deal with. Something must have happened. The red-haired man asserted. A big war is about to start. Should we go back now or continue searching? The first mate wanted to return amidst the stirring winds of the New World. A full-scale War 1T breakout. We must find that thing. It's the captain's order. All right, where to next? Let us find a place to dock. I want to meet someone. The naval fleet, led by Admiral Akainu, was set to attack the Big Mom pirates. This news was published in the World News newspaper and spread throughout the New World. The sea pirates who were dominating the New World all stopped their fighting upon hearing this news. As the protagonists of the event, the Big Mom pirates naturally received this news as well. Mama, attacking me? What is Sengoku thinking by sending that inexperienced fool Akainu with a large fleet to Tato Land? In the center of Cake Island, in the castle, a queen wearing a horn hat and a pink, oversized dress, heavily made up, was furious. Various cadres, looking like monsters, gathered together, casting shadowy figures. They completely disregarded the Navy's reckless, suicidal behavior. Mom, no matter what ideas the Navy has, we don't need to wait for them to come. We can gather the fleet right now and sink them in the sea. They call themselves pirate crew officers, but most of them are actually the Queen's children. The one speaking is the eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, a lisping man holding a giant lollipop. He is one of the Sweet Four commanders. The notorious Emperor pirate, Charlotte Linlin, is a standard inspirational heroine, the daughter of destiny. Abandoned by her parents at a young age, she joined the then most powerful group in the world, the Rocks Pirates, through her own strength and effort. After the group's collapse, she created a kingdom by her own ability and dominated a territory in the New World. She is also the protagonist of some themes unsuitable for children, having nearly 40 husbands and over 70 children, single-handedly giving birth to the backbone of the kingdom, a true legend. These ignorant nobodies, as long as they dare to come, will all be sunk. The New World is not a place for the Navy to act recklessly. Let's teach them a lesson, Mom. The family officers roared, seemingly undaunted by the approaching Navy. They were infuriated by what had been reported in the newspapers recently. The Navy is the overlord of the New World? Nonsense. Among the four standing at the forefront, only one remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grave as he listened to his siblings' arrogant shouts. Mama, Katakuri. What are you thinking? Charlotte Linlin, towering at 8 meters tall, looked at the only man who seemed less optimistic and asked. The man's mouth was covered by a scarf, and his fierce presence stood out even among the family pirates. He was Charlotte Katakuri, the leader of the Sweet Four commanders and the strongest. Unlike the others, he did not fear Charlotte Linlin's might and spoke calmly. The Navy isn't foolish. There has never been an incident of the Navy invading the territory of the emperors in the New World before. This time with such a grand display. It probably isn't simple. The admirals are not just any nobodies. Even the officers of the New World emperors had heard of the Navy admirals' reputations. Many had been defeated by them before, and they quieted down to listen to the man continue his analysis. The admiral leading this invasion is definitely not just one. If Akiji is also here, it would be extremely unwise to engage them at sea. Charlotte Linlin, domineering yet not foolish, instantly grasped the situation. With Akiji's power combined with Akainu's, fighting them at sea would be tantamount to seeking death. We need to concentrate our forces and confront the Navy at Cake Island. Even if all the Navy admirals are mobilized, with your strength, Mama, and the sufficient soul control here, there's no need to worry. Manga. Let's do it this way. Transfer all unrelated personnel from the kingdom to the islands in the rear. Also, have them submit next year's lifespan in advance. Mama. Charlotte Linlin's eyes shone with fierce light as she let out her final scream. In the castle, everything began to move. Chairs, tables, food, mirrors, all emitted human voices and started singing around them. On the opposing side, the mighty Navy fleet, shortly after departing from G1 base, charged into a sea filled with dark clouds. What is going on with the weather here? I want to go home. The Navy recruits, who had only sailed in the first half of the Grand Line or the Four Seas, began to scream as they entered this sea area. The extreme weather of storms, lightning, and thunder common in the first half of the Grand Line seemed gentle compared to this area. The sky rumbled with dark clouds, yellow lightning connected in a sheet, occasionally striking the sea surface, illuminating the terrified faces of the Navy soldiers who were stepping into the new world for the first time. The sea was tumultuous, and even sitting on a large warship felt like riding a roller coaster, with undercurrents surging like giant deep-sea pythons, constantly churning. Tornadoes roared through the air, and seawater flowed upward against the wind. Remnants of shipwrecks could be seen floating within. Even the elite Navy, upon first encountering this terrifying weather in the New World, could not help but shout in fear. Stop shouting, you useless bunch. This is the New World. Is a little wind and rain enough to scare you? The name of justice will never be defeated by such trivial matters. Stand at attention, hold steady. The officers on the ship began to maintain order and boost morale. Sigh. You fools, this is just the beginning. Vice Admiral Pum could not help but sigh. Huh? TangGe turned to look at him, and then immediately looked up at the sky, where raindrops the size of half a warship were continuously falling, each drop capable of filling a small lake and splashing water onto the ship's deck. What the hell is going on? Yes, TangGe had left Turnast and arrived in the New World. Karp and Akiji had other missions, so he was assigned to Vice Admiral Pum's ship. Aside from him, no one from Turnast was participating in the battle. Zifa's attitude was very firm, not allowing this batch of still-growing elite navy to engage in such a level of war. Half of the ships that entered the New World sunk due to insufficient preparation as soon as they entered this sea area. Even with enough preparation, many were unable to cope with the unpredictable weather. Lighting a cigarette, Vice Admiral Pum was already used to it and continued. The sea area we have entered in the New World is called the Mobijimaru Sea due to its unique weather, also known as the Sea of Unhappiness. This weather indeed seems like the heavens are throwing a tantrum. Just moments ago, it was pouring rain, but suddenly faced with a cold wind. It turned into large hailstones that fell down with a crash. Kicking out blue energy blades, TangGe sliced the falling icebergs into pieces and glanced at the other warships. Fortunately, every ship had experts. Blue light flashed continuously, breaking the hailstones that fell towards the warships, so it was somewhat safe. Aside from new recruits continuously screaming in the fleet, there were no casualties. But it wasn't over. After the hail ceased, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Almost instantly, the snow turned into an impenetrable wall, cascading down like a waterfall. With a roar like a tiger, the snow waterfall was split apart by a blue light, falling to either side of the warship. TangGe, feeling annoyed, said this bizarre weather seems never-ending. Haha, it's really reliable. However, the biggest test is coming. Vice Admiral Pum still managed to laugh. Suddenly, the entire sea surface began to tilt and quickly became vertical. The warships fell from the air, and the sudden feeling of weightlessness made a bunch of already tense Navy soldiers scream again. Fortunately, the Navy often sailed in this sea area and had already built ships capable of adapting to such situations. The ship's center of gravity automatically adjusted in midair, and it finally crashed down steadily onto the sea surface, continuing its journey. Some new recruits with poor psychological qualities fainted. Not everyone could adapt to this sea. Sigh. Many people in the Navy were worried about this sudden, massive war, including Vice Admiral Pum. Rushed into battle, even the newly enlisted recruits were pulled in. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. In response, TangGe remained silent. A grand, epic palace complex flashed through his mind from not long ago when he passed by Mariewa. The Navy needs the strongest. All vice admirals, gather on the flagship for a meeting. The entire fleet received this message. Let us go. Thinking too much is useless. Let us hear what Akainu has planned. Pompey patted his clothes and looked at TangGe. TangGe also wanted to meet the only admiral he had never seen before. The man whose swordsmanship was as explosive as a volcanic eruption. On the highest level of the flagship, a stern man wearing a naval cap sat in the main seat of the conference room with his arms crossed. In front of him was a projection screen. The man was around 40, dressed in a dark red suit, his skin tanned from years of exposure to the elements, with cold eyes devoid of emotion, giving off a very severe aura. He was not the type to be imposing. Standing about 3 meters tall, he was not particularly outstanding, with a large colorful rose tattoo visible on the left side of his collar. He was Sakazuki, known as Akainu, an admiral of the Navy, who had always been stationed in the New World with an aggressive style. This massive fleet embarking on the campaign against the Big Mom pirates was under his command, and without this top combat force in place, sending any number of naval ships would be futile. In the conference room, besides Akainu, there were more than 20 vice admirals present. Belinyu, start, Akainu said, his voice cold and hoarse, his expression hidden beneath the brim of his hat. Yes, Belinyu, the dedicated intelligence officer of the headquarters, had compiled detailed reports from intelligence gathered across the New World. He activated the image-transmitting snail, and a bounty poster of a woman appeared on the screen. Charlotte Linlin, captain of the Big Mom pirates. Known as Big Mom and the queen of the Tato land she established, the ruler of the New World, with a bounty of 3 billion berries. She has a penchant for desserts, and the primary reason for this campaign is because her subordinates invaded the famous gourmet island of Nabubius, resulting in the death of world nobles. I want to go into detail about her intelligence. I believe everyone understands her power. The only point to note is to avoid entering the combat zone between her and Admiral Akainu. Everyone knew that this long-established ruler, Charlotte Linlin, will be confronted by the highest combat power of the headquarters, and the real victory or defeat would occur here. Therefore, they listened intently to the upcoming intelligence. In a recent friction incident, the suite commanders performed outstandingly, and their bounties had been adjusted. Here are the latest bounty posters. 4 bounty posters appeared side by side on the screen. Charlotte Karakuri, the leader among the suite commanders, second only in strength to the captain. A special paramecia-type Machi fruit user, with a bounty of 760 million berries. Charlotte Smoothie, a powerful swordswoman, the only woman among the suite commanders. A paramecia-type squeeze fruit user, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Charlotte Cracker, suspected that the photo on the bounty poster is not of him. Always fighting from the shadows, the mastermind behind the invasion of Nabubius, a paramecia-type biscuit fruit user, with a bounty of 480 million berries. Charlotte Snack, ability unknown, with a bounty of 210 million berries. In addition to the suite commanders, Belinyu displayed many more bounty posters, with all others exceeding a bounty of 10 million. Besides the suite commanders, there were many other powerful officers. Everyone must pay attention. No wonder this pirate crew is at the pinnacle of the New World. Besides the terrifyingly strong captain, they have numerous powerful officers, with over 20 pirates on the big screen boasting bounties exceeding 100 million berries. However, for TangGe, this was paradise. He licked his dry lips, staring at those bounty posters like a predator eyeing its prey. They're all devil fruit users. After the intelligence on combat power was finished, the conference room fell into a heavy silence. They all had their thoughts. Whether it was due to a significant disparity in power or because the power levels were similar, everyone was grave. This was the acknowledged weakest among the current rulers of the New World, yet their combat power was already this strong. Justice will prevail. To achieve this goal, no matter how many lives must be sacrificed, it is worth it. Akainu's voice rang out from the center, exuding an undeniable momentum. Belinyu, continue. Yes. Belinyu then displayed a map showing the location of a nearby archipelago. This is Tato land, with Cake Island at the center, surrounded by 34 small islands, each guarded by a powerful officer. So what is our battle plan? Vice Admiral Pompey bluntly interrupted Belinyu, who was still trying to continue his introduction. The fleet cannot withstand a war of attrition. It must be a quick resolution. This is not the same as the last deterrent action. This is direct war. And war requires a plan. News of our expedition cannot be contained. The enemy will not be foolish enough to divide their forces and be picked off by us one by one. They may even confront us head-on at sea. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain spoke in a serious tone. The other officers began to express their opinions, and the conference room became chaotic with everyone voicing their views. In fact, they were all very opposed to this expedition. Recklessly charging into the territory of a ruler in the New World was inherently disadvantageous. There were still many new recruits in the fleet. Sending them into such a battlefield was simply sending them to their deaths. One could say the outlook was bleak. However, under the strict orders of the world government and the world nobles, they had no choice but to rush into battle. All of this was because that group of fools among the world nobles were wandering around in the New World. Boom! Akainu's fist slammed down on the table, erupting with dark red flames and thick black smoke. Shut up! With a furious roar, the conference room fell silent as he bellowed in an iron-fisted, ruthless voice. Since you have become a Navy soldier, you must be prepared to die in battle. Anyone who shakes the morale of the army will be severely punished. I will now arrange the battle tasks. There's only one task. Concentrate all the warships and eliminate each island one by one, leaving not a single one behind. But there are still civilians on the island. Belenyu had not finished speaking when Akainu shot him a glare filled with red light. There are no buts. Since they sought refuge under pirates, they're no longer civilians. They are also pirates, and not a single one will be spared. TangGe understood that a considerable number of civilians sought refuge in Tato land for safety, and now Akainu's intention was to treat them as pirates and erase them as well. Truly cold-blooded. Among this part, the attitudes of the other generals were unanimous. Since they were fighting on someone else's home turf, there was no need to be so meticulous. Akainu issued specific battle instructions. Each pirate officer with a bounty exceeding 100 million had corresponding naval commanders, and this style was in line with Jonathan's approach. Fist Fighter, Galba, and Cracker will be entrusted to you. Weasel and Stagna will be entrusted to you. The outcome lies in defeating their family officers. Understood. There were 2 sweet commanders that Akainu did not assign. Their bounties far exceeded what any vice admiral level strength could handle. He glanced at a certain vice admiral leisurely trimming his nails in the first position below Akainu, then at a Navy soldier standing in the corner. Everyone understood. Meeting dismissed. With a cold snort, Akainu walked past TangGe with a serious face. TangGe was filled with question marks. It was his first time meeting him. So where did such strong opinions come from? Akainu certainly had his opinions. Though it was their first meeting, the name was like thunder in his ears. Jonathan had always sought his help, treating him like a professional cleanup crew. How outrageous! A few days later, the Navy's Grand Fleet sailed smoothly into a sea area dotted with dozens of small islands, the Totland Sea. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle, the Totland Sea was scattered with islands of various sizes. On the nearest island, huge peanut-shaped rocks lined up in a row, and the houses resembled enlarged versions of various nuts. Fire. The warships arranged their formation, and the massive cannons roared, firing black projectiles into the buildings. Sparks flew, and thick smoke billowed. Aside from kicking up some dust, there was no other commotion. TangGe sensed carefully and said no one. It seems the pirates were well prepared and have retreated to the main island. It had been surprisingly quiet along the way. The pirates had no intention of engaging the Navy in a battle at sea, allowing the fleet to approach the Totland Sea without any issues. Hidden forces were of no significance. Under the observation of Haki, nothing could escape detection. Vice Admiral Pompey frowned heavily and said, "It seems so. The pirates have made a wise decision. This will be a tough battle." The fleet sailed past the wrecked Nut Island and entered the inland sea of the archipelago, heading straight for the largest island in the center. Soon, from the warship, they could see a massive island with a cake-like castle standing in the middle, directly opposite a vast forest that exuded a dense, beastly aura. Just as the fleet was about to get closer, a pirate ship, about the same size as the flagship, approached, facing Akainu's flagship from a distance. The pirate ship swayed and emitted human-like cries, with a face on the bow. A woman standing on white clouds was flying in mid-air, with a small yellow sun floating beside her. Her voice boomed like thunder, filled with overwhelming momentum, and the sea rippled beneath her feet. Mama, foolish Navy, you really dared to come here to die. Today, this will be your burial ground. I am a maritime king of the New World, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Roar! All the pirates erupted in a frenzy, their momentum soaring to the heavens. Old hag, you're so loud. It's not about having more people. If you can beat me, then talk, Akainu said, his voice not loud, but everyone present could hear it. And an equally astonishing momentum surged upwards. Bang! The two's momentum clashed on the sea. The air let out mournful wails, and sparks flew everywhere. A strong wind ravaged outwards from the two of them. The sea began to churn, waves rolling. Thud thud, whether on the warship or the pirate ship. Many weaker individuals could not withstand the clash of the two's momentum and lost consciousness. The Navy was not here to argue, and the pirates would not treat the Navy, armed with such a large force, kindly. A war broke out as soon as the two sides met. Elbath's gun, Wagwa. The horned hat on Charlotte Linlin's head transformed into a giant sword, which she gripped with both hands and swung fiercely at the fleet. The almost endless blade light overlapped, creating invisible pressure that flattened the waves of the entire sea, bending downwards and darkening the sky. Great fire. Boom! The crimson, shining light dispelled the darkness as Akainu's fist erupted with rolling lava, forming a massive magma fist that spanned half the sea, blocking the strike. The collision between the two generated an even greater shockwave that radiated outwards. Whoosh whoosh! The magma fist exploded, sending fiery rocks raining down with a whistling sound toward the pirate fleet and the nearby forest. Wherever the rocks landed, fires ignited, and the sea began to boil. We blocked it. TangGe looked around. Many people were frightened and crouched on the deck. He had seen that move from Vice Admiral Jandor at headquarters, but its power was incomparable. If that strike had landed, the fleet would likely have lost a third of its forces. That kind of power could truly split the sky and sea in half. Under the aftermath of the battle between the Navy's strongest forces and the pirate emperor, no fleet was anything more than a larger ant. Mama, Magma Boy, your flames are only worthy of lighting candles at my tea party. Big Mom was not surprised that a Kainu could block her attack. They had clashed multiple times before. Save your bravado for the depths of hell, old hag. A Kainu stood firm at the front of the flagship. The shockwaves from their greeting-style attacks swept down, cutting the visible sea in half, destroying everything in their path, whether pirate ships or warships. At this distance and height, if they continued to fight without determining a winner, both their subordinates would suffer heavy casualties, and the island would not withstand the impact of their battle and sink to the bottom of the sea. Thus, an unspoken understanding was born. Ha ha, Zeus. Take me up. Big Mom laughed, her eyes gleaming with ferocity. The white clouds beneath her feet violently expanded, turning as dark as ink, stopping at over 20 meters in size, constantly flickering with lightning and carrying its master high into the sky. The war had begun. A Kainu leaped from the warship, using the six-style moonwalk to step through the air, reaching the same height as Big Mom. Boom! The battle in the sky instantly reached a level beyond ordinary comprehension, with continuous massive clashes echoing, rocks and flames raining down like a storm, creating an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire battlefield. For beings of that caliber, numbers held little significance, as the strongest forces from both sides clashed. The total military strength of over 100,000 on both sides also began its battle. The war had begun. Regardless of what tomorrow would bring, regardless of the state of the world, today, everyone present would fight with everything they had, until death. The strong would win and continue to control the world, while the weak would perish and lose everything. Don't be afraid, we have the highest power from headquarters, Admiral Akainu. Victory will surely belong to the Navy. It will surely belong to justice. The fleet, having just withstood a tremendous shock, began to operate frantically as the officers witnessed the apocalyptic scene. But thankfully, there was still hope, so they continuously raised morale and organized their formation. Fire! The ship cannons roared, launching black projectiles in a covering assault on the pirate fleet. Boom! 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 The shells hit their targets, the explosions resonating, continually sinking small pirate ships and leaving behind burning wreckage. Counterattack! Quick, counterattack! The pirates roared, the main ship's artillery firing relentlessly, and countless small boats emerged from hiding, bound with explosives, rushing into the fleet like a school of fish. The war had begun, entering an extremely intense state right from the start. Boom, 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 the continuous explosions erupted around the warships, thick smoke billowed, and flames flashed. The strong wind quickly dispersed the smoke, and aside from one or two vessels, the remaining warships were largely unharmed, with only a few suffering injuries from explosives coming from the water. The generals blocked the cannonballs that were about to fall onto the ship. Among the generals who set out with the fleet, besides the most famous vice admirals and rear admirals, there were many strong rear admirals and commodores, each capable of standing alone. After Akainu left, the temporarily appointed commander of the fleet, Vice Admiral Gumi, issued orders to the fleet through a den mushy. The fleet separated, being cautious of attacks from the seafloor. Damaged warships moved closer to the main ships, maintaining artillery cover. All maneuverable warships began to take action, while the less mobile ships slowly moved towards the central main ships to maintain bombardment. The intact warships formed 3 lines, with a curved line in the front made up of 10 large warships, pressing forward towards the pirate fleet. Buzz! A purple laser shot out from the main ship of Big Mom, streaking across the sky, extending over a kilometer in length, and coincidentally charging straight towards TangGe's warship. Is it rushing here to seek death? Weak ability user. TangGe felt the blood in his veins boiling, his whole body slightly trembling, filled with desire. The desire to fight, to become stronger, to cut through everything. The muscles he had trained for over half a year had made the battle factor hidden in his blood crave to the extreme. Crack! The black blade slashed down, a single strike carving out 1,000 marks. The blue blade light collided with the purple laser, exploding in midair. Gazing at a long-legged woman standing on the pirate ship, TangGe licked his slightly dry lips, his eyes deep, like a hunter entering a field full of prey. An eye for an eye. The blade light, shaped like a tiger charging, shot towards different parts of the pirate ship. Unmatched rice cake blade shot. A man standing at the bow of the pirate ship transformed his right hand into a Gatling gun, white bullets rapidly pouring out, blasting apart the blade light in midair. It's Katakuri, a small character who doesn't know the limits, dares to swing his sword at us. Charlotte Oven, standing beside Katakuri, shouted, dressed in yellow like a loaf of bread, but he didn't have the ability to transmit his voiceover. But TangGe could hear him. He could no longer hold back and jumped onto the main cannon, those firing shells. If it were Garp, Zephyr, or Akiji here, they would all know this kid was about to cause trouble again. That's because you Haven T encountered me. Damn Emperor Pirates. The invisible ripple amplified the sound infinitely, spreading across the airspace of the two fleets engaged in the distant cannon battle, causing some with poor mental resilience to fall down. The naval generals. This guy really knows how to stir up trouble. To have his voice heard on a battlefield of this level is truly a terrifying man. Katakuri's forehead was covered in black lines. He already knew what the Navy on the opposite side was about to say. Listen well, worthless snack stars on the opposite side. I am the fierce tiger, TangGe, destined to become the strongest man. The black blade pointed directly at the flagship of the Emperor Pirates. And TangGe felt that his debut in the New World should be more imposing, something he had thought about for a long time. Whether it's the strongest female pirate, the strongest male pirate, or the strongest creature, they're all old guys who have one foot in the coffin, and I will trample them all underfoot. I am the ultimate being. Even the two major forces locked in battle were momentarily stunned into silence by such grandiose declarations. Countless jaws dropped to the ground. Can't you just stop bragging? On the Navy side, everyone who knew TangGe turned pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. This guy seemed to have eaten a devil fruit that made him feel he would die if he didn't brag. Wanted to show his presence wherever he went. Afraid that others wouldn't kill him. That fierce in his title was certainly not wrong. Damn it, who was that arrogant guy? Fierce Tiger? On the flagship of the pirates, the cadres of Big Mom's crew looked dumbfounded at the Navy striking a pose on the naval ship, especially since the Navy was only wearing soldier uniforms, which was very eye-catching. He really dares to say it. The strongest female pirate goes without saying. The strongest man is Whitebeard, and the title of the strongest creature currently belongs to Kaido. He has offended all three of the Emperor-level pirate crews. Even if he doesn't die in this war, he'll never live again. Boom! The cute little yellow sun floating beside Big absorbed the large magma flames falling from the sky, becoming enormous, with a fiery face appearing in the flame that spanned nearly 200 meters. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to speak ill of my mother will die. Stolen fire. The massive flames expanded again, unleashing endless heat and light, pressing down towards the naval fleet. That old lady turned out to be a weak ability user. I thought she would have some pride of an emperor. TangGe's face was lit up red by the gigantic fireball pressing down, his palm resting on the hilt of his sword. Sky deficiency 1, line, shoot the sun. Buzz. The blade light, imbued with his mutated armed hockey, flashed and vanished, splitting the enormous fireball in half, with incredible lethality. The gigantic fireball emitted a piercing cry of pain. Its flames extinguished, and its body rapidly shrank, breaking into two halves and plummeting towards the coast, catching the pirates who had just been cheering off guard. Prometheus? Was that the Navy's doing? Armed hockey shouldn't have any effect on it. Why did Prometheus hurt so much? They all saw that blade light. It was emitted by that very arrogant Navy. Katakuri's eyes lit up with a red glow, and he then issued the order to retreat. Worthless snack stars. Are you just going to tuck your tails and run away? Are you going home to cry to your mommy? Ability users are indeed all weaklings, unable to withstand a single blow. The Navy behind was still shouting. If it weren't for their plans being set in stone, no one would be able to resist turning back to take down that suicidal guy. Whereas that ignorant fool from earlier. Why isn't talking? TangGe wanted to continue his verbal assault. Boom! On the sea, a medium-sized pirate ship was hit, erupting into a fierce explosion, flames shooting up into the sky amidst thick smoke. Its explosion declared the outcome of the battle on the sea, revealing gaps in the formation of the frontal pirate ships, which began to retreat in defeat, falling back to the inland. In naval battles, the Navy is undoubtedly the ruler of the seas. So coincidental? The timing of the pirate retreat was just right, disengaging from the battle range before pressing forward with the warships to avoid greater losses. The decision-maker was undoubtedly Katakuri. I hope it's not that ability, otherwise, there will truly be something to watch. The enemy is strong, and TangGe is instead a bit excited. He knows the headquarters plan. Akainu is stalling Big Mom. And for the time being, no victor can be determined. Quietly moving into action, Kazuru will swiftly defeat the sweet commander Katakuri, and then join in to besiege Big Mom's two top combat powers, which should lead to victory. But now, TangGe felt that there was a slight change in the headquarters plan. Big Mom's crew also had a simple plan: abandon all peripheral islands and lure the Navy fleet to Cake Island, forcing the Navy to engage in land battles. Cake Island is large, with enough strategic depth. If they can't win at sea, they have the home advantage on land. Time is also an advantage for them. Akainu cannot stop Big Mom for long. TangGe glanced at the sea area where they had just entered. Battles were also breaking out there, with a large group of pirate ships under Big Mom frantically attacking the rear defense line. On both sides, pirate ships were harassing, and the Navy fleet was surrounded by enemies. If the Navy wanted to win, they had to crush the pirates head-on. Long-range bombardment was useless. Landing battle. Orders came from the main ship again. The Navy's formation changed once more, with the first row of ships forming a crescent shape pushing forward. Boom, boom, boom. After the pirate fleet in front retreated, the unblocked warships transformed into sea artillery, launching a carpet bombing towards Cake Island, with a series of explosions lasting for a long time. The nearby forest was already ablaze, and some long-range artillery even hit the main buildings of Cake Island, leaving craters on the cake-shaped castle, making it look very unsightly. They were close to the coast, preparing to land. Lower the gangway. Kill all the pirates. Justice will prevail. The 10 warships pressing forward lowered their thick landing ramps, and a large number of Navy soldiers surged out, forming a white tide, rushing into the burning forest. The naval artillery continued to roar, covering the landing troops, with bombs constantly dropping in the distance, creating large craters with each explosion. Soon, the landing vanguard encountered a well-prepared pirate force, and both sides quickly shifted from gunfire to a more intense close-quarters battle. Lives were dissipating in this moment like grass. The resistance faced by the Navy landing troops was fierce, and under the leadership of Big Mom's cadre, they were even pushed back. Splash! Another 10 warships pressed up. More Navy landing. I'll go first. Let us drink together after the battle. Vice Admiral Pompey stared ahead, smiling as he spoke, not waiting for TangGe to respond. He leapt from the warship, joining a few other figures at the front of the line to engage in battle. Owen, be careful. They're the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. More warships approached the coast, landing more Navy soldiers, mixing with an equal number of pirates in a chaotic brawl. The battlefield was vast, with no end in sight. The most intense fighting was at the center of the engagement line, where the battle was particularly brutal. The sound of explosions rose higher and higher. For a moment, the air was filled with smoke, and apart from the smell of gunpowder, nothing else could be detected. The artillery roared, and apart from the sounds of explosions and fighting, no other sounds could be heard. In the center of the battlefield, the vice admirals of the Navy were mixed in combat with pirate cadres, and there it was the core of the chaos. Others simply couldn't intervene. Getting too close would result in being blown away by the shockwaves created by collisions, as massive explosions continued to erupt there. Only Cracker and Snack from the Sweet Commanders were present, but he had already been caught up by the vice admirals, and both sides were engaged in battle. The other two commanders had not shown themselves. They were also on guard against the powerful Navy experts who had yet to appear, such as the arrogant Navy who had just sliced Prometheus in half and had yet to recover. The battle turned heated as soon as it began, and no turning point had yet emerged. The battle in the sky was no less fierce than that on the sea. The clash of two true powerhouses caused a change in the weather of the entire area, with fire and lightning flashing continuously. They were two moving human disasters. TangGe searched around on the warship, looking for any unusual attacks. This level of war was what he should be involved in. After the war, if the higher-ups at headquarters wanted him to return to the first half of the Grand Line to play small games, he would tear down the headquarters building. A fierce tiger cannot be confined to a doghouse. Finally, his eyes brightened as he quickly flew toward a certain area. Stupid Navy, how dare you come to our Emperor's territory to seek death? You deserve it. A man, short and dwarf-like, had a huge tornado spewing from his hat, sweeping away all the Navy in front of him. Accompanying him was another man, also short, with hair like flames and a potato-like physique, spewing flames from his hands and mouth, roasting everything in his path. Don't underestimate our Big Mom pirates. The combination of their wind and fire abilities defeated a rearguard rear admiral in that area. Under their leadership, the pirate minions launched a counterattack. causing a small-scale collapse in the Navy S formation. Invincible wind fire wheel. The tornado, swirling with flames, swept towards the Navy camp. The soldiers without their commanders were like lambs ready for slaughter, their eyes filled with despair. One slash becomes a staircase. 10,000 cuts become a Buddha. A figure landed, moving as fast as a phantom, directly colliding with the fiery tornado. Boom! The flash of the blade cut through, and the tornado exploded, sending countless air currents swirling and dispersing the smoke in the area. The situation reversed in an instant. The two short pirates looked in terror at the figure emerging unscathed from the gusts. It was that arrogant Navy. TangGe was in a bad mood, seeing the distant battlefield with wind and fire swirling. Making a huge commotion, he ran closer to take a look. You two aren't even devil fruit users. In a battlefield filled with such ability users, he had misjudged his first hunting target. Mistakes come with a price. This is all your fault. These two pirates were also cadres of their family, but not among the stronger ones. When they saw TangGe appear, they already wanted to retreat. But it was too late. The black blade flashed, and a figure instantly dashed between them. Thud! The two screamed as they were thrown away, crashing heavily to the ground, a gash on their chests nearly slicing them in half. Lord Charlotte! The surrounding pirates exclaimed in shock. Before they could finish their cries, they too were cut down. A horizontal wound across their chests, clearly not surviving. Wasting my time. There's no use looking for these weaklings. I need to find pirates with bounties over 100 million. The total strength of nearly 70,000 soldiers from both the Navy and pirates was in chaos, with people everywhere, and the number of those above the captain level was less than 1/10 of the total. Only about 20 people were qualified to determine the outcome of this battle. The real deciders of the entire war were those few individuals. TangGe was one of them. Realizing this, he felt a sense of accomplishment. 3 years ago, he was just a minion on such a battlefield, easily swept away by shockwaves coming from who knows where. Whoosh! His body sped through the battlefield, wielding his black blade, slashing down large numbers of chess soldiers and ordinary pirates, leaving a straight line of emptiness wherever he went. No wonder they're the emperor pirates of the New World. The chess soldiers were created by Big Mom's powers and were cannon fodder. The combat power of the ordinary pirates mixed in among the chess soldiers was still quite strong, with an average level exceeding that of the elite soldiers at headquarters. In an instant, he reached his destination. The vice admirals at the center of the battlefield were being pressured and struggling to breathe, all because of a tall man wearing a horned helmet and surrounded by armor, Charlotte Cracker, the third of the suite commanders. The two vice admirals assigned to deal with him were already injured, with several wounds on their chests, oozing blood. How could he be so powerful? Damn it! The vice admiral and Klitschko were unable to hold their ground, and their all-out attacks could not break the shields held by each other. Instead, they were given the opportunity and almost ended up with several holes in their bodies. The bounty on Charlotte Klitschko was only over 400 million, which was a gross underestimate. This was not an enemy that a vice admiral could deal with. The other vice admirals also fell into a passive state due to Klitschko's overwhelming power that far exceeded his bounty, increasing the pressure on them. You Navy can only show off in the first half of the Grand Line. The New World is the realm of kings. You will pay for your arrogance. Roll. Pretzel. Klitschko's giant sword, which he held in both hands, was covered in hockey and began to spin rapidly, leaving white marks on the blade, ready to end the lives of the two vice admirals. However, urgent shouts from his comrades reached his ears. Be careful. Bang. The clash of swords in midair was like a tangible force colliding together, causing the ground beneath Klitschko to collapse, with countless stones and dirt flying out, his legs slightly bending under the powerful impact. What force? Who is it? Where's the tiger, leaving you, this monkey, to claim kingship? The kings of your new world are all a bunch of weaklings. This tone, it's that Navy guy from earlier. Klitschko's body manifested two heads, one in front and one behind, and 4 arms, as he widened his eyes not at the endless empty battlefield behind the Navy, but at the cracks spreading across the long sword he had created with his powers, and his armor had also loosened during the earlier clash of forces. How is that possible? There's hockey on it as well. I'm tired of seeing your panicked expressions, you bunch of weakling power users. Come out. Cowards hiding their heads and exposing their tails. TangGe raised his left hand, his fist covered in crimson hockey, seemingly ready to explode everything ahead, moving like thunder. Brahmavajra. The shields that the two vice admirals had struggled to defend against were pierced by a single punch, producing a crisp sound like breaking cookies. The force of the punch unyielding as it continued to smash into Klitschko's head. Boom! The ground first sank into a hemispherical pit, followed by a large-scale collapse and tremor, with hurricane-like violent airflow sweeping through. Just like the shock in everyone's hearts. Come again. TangGe always adhered to a fighting style of taking advantage of the enemy's weakness, not giving them a chance to breathe. Anyway, his stamina was sufficient, and he didn't need to rest at all. The black blade slashed down, cutting through the air with no resistance. Clang! A purple laser shot from afar, blocking TangGe's strike, the two forces clashing in midair, sparks flying from the center. Seizing this opportunity, a figure quickly emerged from the bottom of the pit, standing in the pirate camp, looking extremely grim. This was Klitsch's true form, standing just over 2 meters tall, dressed in flamboyant clothing, with purple hair styled into a single braid that sparkled at the end, and a clear fist mark on his cone-shaped face. Useless, you finally came out of your shell. TangGe revealed a bloodthirsty smile, feeling inexplicably excited and elated as he looked at the suddenly appearing long-legged woman with gray-white long hair. Another monkey has arrived. TangGe had imagined more than once what a large-scale war would be like in a world where individual strength was particularly powerful. And how would he fight if he had extraordinary strength? Today's battle fulfilled all his imaginations. The fight fell into a brief, quiet state due to the sudden intervention of the two individuals. On the Navy side, there was no need to say much. The two injured vice admirals retreated as they had lost their fighting capacity, while the other vice admirals had a brief chance to rest. On the pirate side, however, the appearance of the woman greatly boosted morale, making their momentum even stronger than before. Everything was due to the woman who had just appeared, Charlotte Smuggy, ranked second among the suite commanders. With her, there were already 3 commanders present. We really underestimated you. I will hang you up as a warning to others, Navy. Smuggy drew her long sword from its spiral sheath, her expression calm. The majesty of a king is not something a character like you can infringe upon. Whoosh! Smuggy instantly vanished from her spot, her speed faster than that of the Navy Vice Admiral using the 6-power shave. Flashing in mere moments to stand right in front of TangGe, her arms swelling several times in size, resembling a giant's arm. Waterblade, a gigantic purple sword aura soared to the heavens, slashing down from above, exuding an extremely refined, sharp aura. Her first move was a powerful attack mixed with her abilities, aiming to eliminate this Navy man who had little reputation in the New World in the shortest time possible. Who do you think you're looking down on? In my first battle in the New World, what can a waste like you do? Bang! The rocks beneath her feet cracked, and TangGe did not retreat but advanced, his body charging forward like a rampaging T-Rex, his right arm with the blade raised, muscles bulging, swinging upward with force. He had always faced things head-on. Clash! The sound of a dull, extreme impact echoed as their weapons collided, and the ground beneath them collapsed simultaneously, spreading out in a circular shape. Boom! The already collapsed ground exploded again, with 2-colored hockey covering his body inside and out, TangGe's speed drastically increasing. A series of white air rings blasting behind him as he quickly charged into the pirate camp, reappearing right in front of Klitsch, who had retreated into his armor. You weakling think you can escape? You are insulting me. The black blade swung with extreme speed, instantly cleaving down dozens of strikes. He had always fought against many at once. You are the one insulting me. Charging into their camp alone, Klitsch suppressed his inner anger, as 6 more arms extended from his shoulders, resembling a 1,000-handed general. I'm Klitsch, the 1,000 hands. Roll, pretzel. The swords on the 6 arms spun rapidly, swirling white air whistling, instantly colliding with a multitude of blade lights. Meanwhile, the pirates beside him quickly formed a circle during this brief moment, surrounding this Navy man. Whether he was bold or ignorant, Flaming Tiger, the vice admirals at the Navy headquarters wanted to rescue TangGe, but they were blocked one by the pirate officers. This guy's too reckless. Pompey was engaged in battle with a pirate of similar build, both of them being martial arts masters with speed and strength on par. This was just the 8th son of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Cavalet, whose bounty was not particularly outstanding. One could imagine TangGe's predicament. Moreover, a sense of unease flashed through his heart. Why hasn't T. Kizaru made a move yet? This ignorant little character thinks that having a bit of power allows him to run rampant in the realm of the king's pirate crew. Charlotte Owen, dressed in a fire-yellow cloak, always started with the same line. Closely following him, Charlotte Daifuku frowned, looking at the man they had surrounded, whose expression seemed even more excited than theirs. What is he mumbling about? 1, 2, 6, it's happening. TangGe couldn't help but burst into laughter, scanning the battlefield where 6 members of the Big Mom Pirates power users had appeared. What are you looking at? I'm going to take you down, you bastard. Charlotte Mondor, with a fiery temper, was unnerved by that predatory gaze and took the initiative to attack. Flame gun. The gun in his hand spewed flames towards TangGe. You better step it up. In an instant, TangGe shifted to the side, dodging the scorching flames, his eyes flashing with fierce intent. Today is your only chance in this lifetime. A wave of invisible ripples suddenly expanded, countless blade lights radiating from his body like a blooming lotus. His attack encompassed all 6 of them. Arrogant. Attack. Smuggy was the first to strike, his legs swelling up, moving even faster than before. Demon Slash. The moment Smuggy finished speaking, a flying muscular demon with a long knife came crashing down, the clash of blades creating a series of explosive sounds like crashing waves. Boom! As he stomped forward, the air around him exploded with a deafening sound. Taking advantage of the other's distraction, in less than a breath, he had already reached Mondor, pressing his palm against the knife's hilt. Don't even think about it. Smuggy, with his long legs, was not slow either and raised his long sword to block the slash. Boom! Before the shockwave could dissipate, TangGe had vanished again. Behind him was one of the 4 stars, Snag, wielding dual knives. Mondor, don't act recklessly. This guy is not someone you can handle. Go deal with those vice admirals. With that, Smuggy disappeared from the spot, among the pirate officers present. Only her speed could barely keep up with TangGe. Ping! Ping! In an instant, the sound of dense armed color clashes came like a torrential downpour, the purple sword energy and red blade light colliding, producing continuous shockwaves that suddenly exploded. The dreamy light and shadow effect vanishing in an instant. Among everyone present, Kleka understood the fierce power of this navy the best. His strength was not inferior to the expandable Smuggy, and his speed was suffocatingly fast. This kind of powerful strength and speed had no weaknesses. He had only seen it in one person. Whoosh! With a speed almost synchronized with sound, a visual image appeared in Kleka's observation. His heart tightened, and all 8 arms were raised. What are you doing, you weakling? Are you despairing over your tragic future? After trading dozens of blows with Smuggy, TangGe brutally charged towards Kleka before being surrounded by the muscular demon and Snag. Damn bastard. D. Exploding salted pretzel. Kleka was furious. This guy treated him like a soft persimmon. The sword in his arm ignited with flames and thrust out fiercely. Weakling ability, user S incompetent roar. You just said you're Kleka of the 1,000 hands? TangGe's blade moved as fast as lightning, the blade light flickering, leaving overlapping afterimages like a peacock spreading its tail. Not just 1,000 hands. This might was enough to make Kleka break into a cold sweat. His strength was not weak, absolutely at the level of a super bounty. Aside from being slightly slower in movement speed, his attack speed was definitely not slow. And his dual-color hockey had no shortcomings, just a bit short of the threshold of 3 in strength. But these ability users' methods were completely suppressed by his hockey. The strength of arm color was close to or even stronger than his own, and he could hold on relying on arm color. However, Kleka, being a superhuman type, was different. The sword created by his ability could not withstand the impact of the armed color clash, breaking repeatedly, exposing his midsection. TangGe's fist was like iron, smashing out. The same result, Kleka inside the armor was sent flying, crashing into a tree that had not been affected by the battle. A plume of dust rising like a dragon. Got it. Behind him, Smuggy and the others quickly attacked, their swords striking solidly against TangGe's body. Bang! Under the tremendous force, TangGe was sent crashing backward along the ground, a series of trees with faces smashed to pieces. He.S. dead. What an ignorant little character. The slower Owen couldn't help but laugh when he saw that navy being sent flying. Owen, be careful. Before the laughter could spread, Smuggy's shout made his pupils shrink, his body suddenly turning crimson, waves of heat rising, and the others rushed to support him. But it was too late. In a split second, TangGe had already lunged to within a meter of him, slashing out. The terrifying sound of the sonic boom erupted, like an electromagnetic cannon shaking. Bang! The knife and fist collided together. In just an instant, the infinitely hot fist and the heat above were dispersed, and his body was thrown into the air. Another fist imprinted on his chest. The hard-armed color along with his sternum was crushed. A chaotic circle of airflow exploded from his back, and his body flew back, crashing into the wall of the cake castle. First one, spitting out a mouthful of blood, TangGe felt a surge of heat in his hand. His clothes were cut with 3 slashes, 2 white marks on his skin quickly fading. Only a streak of blood remained from top to bottom. You who hide under the banner of the king are nothing but a group of ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well. tearing off the tattered military uniform. TangGe's armed color surged again, his fighting spirit ablaze, a sinister smile on his face. Smuggy's teeth were almost ground to dust. This navy, relying on speed far exceeding others, was pulling and scattering them within their encirclement. Finally seizing the opportunity, he caught the slower Owen. And that skin! A very ominous thought appeared in her mind, buried deep like a nightmare, unable to shake off. He actually blocked it. Meanwhile, General Pompey, in another battlefield, was constantly watching TangGe, who was in the enemy camp, and his shock was no less than Smuggy's. Being in the enemy camp without any issues, instead, he had brutally killed the powerful Charlotte Owen, simply too fierce and dominant. Moreover, the way he jumped around, attacking from both sides, was as if he surrounded a group of others by himself. There was no hint of being at a disadvantage in being surrounded. Furthermore, as TangGe held back a large number of strong officers, a fierce battle broke out within the pirate ranks. The aftermath of the battle, sending all pirates caught in the area flying, coupled with the clear line of fire created by that guy earlier. The situation quietly shifted in a direction favorable to the Navy, something no one had anticipated. The pirates experienced a small-scale rout, a sudden change. In TangGe's observation, a chilling sense of danger suddenly arose. A streak of light seemed to rush at him from outside of time. Earth Dragon boom! The ground beneath him collapsed directly. The rock layers lifting towards the center, and in an instant, were crushed into powder by the ensuing shockwave, swept away in the chaotic airflow. The crimson armed color on the black blade trembled continuously. A heavy trident spun at super high speed above it, the two clashing like grinding wheels, producing a piercing friction sound. It was Katakuri, monster strength Machi. His red pupils reflected the future scenes, his fists instantly swelling to the size of a giant's fist. The armed color atop, as black as ink. Boom! The two fists collided, the chaotic airflow friction producing dark red currents darting about. Whoosh! Like being struck by a mountain. TangGe was smashed backward, his body pushed horizontally along the ground, a 1-meter-deep pit extending all the way to the coast, the momentum unabated, crashing into a warship. Bang! The middle of the warship caved in, a humanoid pit appearing on the outer steel armor. It wasn't over yet. Lie Tiger! The surrounding Navy generals shouted anxiously. TangGe, who had just displayed invincible prowess among the big pirate crew, was knocked back to his original spot, almost rubbed into the ground. Liu Bing grilled rice cake, Katakuri's feet cracked open, releasing many white clumps, which then ignited and accelerated towards the Navy generals. Yasukani no Magatama suddenly. Another sun appeared in the sky, an extremely bright sphere shooting out countless yellow light beads. Bang, 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 bang. Dense and intense explosions erupted, each impact equivalent to the explosive power of a naval cannon, mutually exhausting each other. It's Kizaru, a pirate shouted. Kizaru's reputation in the New World was formidable. Many pirates entering the New World had barely survived under his pursuit, known as the quality inspector of the New World. Your opponent is me. Ama no Murakumo without unnecessary words. Kizaru transformed into a yellow flash, shooting forward, drawing a cross-shaped light sword, slicing down at light speed. Here! His attacks showcased the sharpness of light speed. Each strike was as heavy as light speed. With dark red light exploding in his eyes, Katakuri's arms bulged. The trident in his hand thrusting forward. Light speed was just normal speed for him. Only that power needed serious attention. Bang! The ground became the best outlet for power. The soil within a radius of several dozen meters sank by 1 meter, yellow light and dark red electricity ravaging the air. Katakuri, furious and stern due to the unknown fate of his brother, said no more, waving his trident like lightning, clashing with Kizaru's light-speed sword. The battlefield where they had just fought could no longer accommodate anyone. All those who got too close, even a vice admiral hit by the dispersed shockwave, could only die on the spot. This was a battle between two admiral-level fighters. The decisive moment of the war finally arrived. Both sides putting all their remaining strength into the fray. Remember this. Kizaru, a deep roar squeezed from his throat. Having been played by this guy, TangGe wasn't angry. After all, it was his own strength that was lacking, so he couldn't blame others for not coming to his aid. A war like this, without a few twists and turns, couldn't be considered historic at all. Just now, this guy passed by him and said something. What a terrifying young man. That really made him unhappy. Katakuri was strong. This was a fierce man who had reached this level relying on the Paramecia type, with one punch. Both power and speed overwhelming him. That observation Haki absolutely reached the level Zephas spoke of, able to foresee the brief future. Being able to keep up with Kizaru's speed and fight back vividly said everything. The awakened state of observation Haki and light speed seemed like destined enemies that must collide. Today, they would settle their differences here. Feeling the state of his body, aside from a muddled head, there were no major issues. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. After enduring those months of lightning strikes and tenacity, his mind had made some progress. His skin had taken on some qualities of steel balloons, and even his bones had hardened a bit. Otherwise, just now, one punch would have left him severely injured. The huge fist power was no joke. And now Katakuri had appeared. The sword of Damocles hanging over his head had vanished, and he could hunt freely. Whoosh! Whoosh! TangGe's body sprinted again at high speed, crossing the battlefield, and in an instant found that group of ability user officers from before. It's that Navy. How come he's unharmed? After Katakuri appeared, he instantly crushed the entire scene, sending a Navy officer who had been holding them back, flying. From the impact, it seemed he wouldn't be able to get up again. At this moment, the man, bloodied all over his face, reappeared before them, truly shocking them beyond measure. That was Katakuri's attack. Just this little damage. Have you forgotten something? There's not just Kizaru here. An uncontrollable chill spread from everyone's hearts. This Navy is too resilient. What to do? Step aside. I'll handle this Navy. Smuggy stepped out from the crowd, gripping the sword hilt with one hand, her expression extremely cold. She had already realized. This Navy is not simple. Even Katakuri's powerful attack couldn't inflict serious injury. That skin wasn't a steel balloon, but had a similar extraordinary talent. As for the others, there was a reason they were not the stars of the battle. They were too focused on their fruit abilities. Unable to keep up with that Navy speed, no matter how many of them there were, they could only drag each other down, and it would be better for her to fight alone. Not only had she seen the problem, but Korea, who had suffered 2 heavy hits in a row, nodded and was about to lead the others away from this battlefield filled with too many high-tier fighters. As a fellow star of battle, he had to admit that Smuggy was much stronger than him, and Katakuri was on another level altogether. Want to escape? The face of the Emperor Pirates has been completely humiliated by you all. Hiss! Bang! The sound of air being shattered came first, followed by the sound of the ground exploding. TangGe's speed was even faster than before, the spatial distance seemingly non-existent, instantly crossing Smuggy's interception. This speed, he didn't even use his full strength just now. Smuggy's scalp tingled as she desperately sent out a warning. Careful! Korea, he's coming for you. Unknowingly, Korea's mindset facing TangGe had changed. It was a cautious and fearful attitude. He was a Paramecia-type cookie user, able to infinitely create hard-as-steel cookie warriors. But now, rows and rows of cookie warriors surrounded him, failing to provide him with any psychological safety. That Navy's armed Haki is problematic. The incredibly hard cookie warriors crumbled under that armed Haki's attack like paper, and even his cookie shield covered in armed Haki couldn't withstand it. That kind of suppression had only been seen on Mama and Katakuri. Demons slice in midair. A floating muscular demon slashed down with a long knife. The ferocious strike aimed to cut the Navy who harmed their brother in 2. And the 4th star, Snag, happened to be right next to Korea, his body disappearing along with him. Aside from Smuggy, he was the only one able to sense TangGe's correct position. Bang! Heavy footsteps stomped down, shaking the ground. Both inside and outside TangGe's body, the intensity exceeding 3, dual-color Haki fully unleashed, increasing his speed further. That extra bit was a qualitative change. The sound behind him stretched into fragmented syllables, and in front of him, light flowed and changed. TangGe's direction twisted sharply, and in an instant, he was in front of the ability user releasing the demon's attack. Weak ability user. My target has always been you. It was as if the flow of time between the two was different. TangGe finished his sentence, while the pirate's eyes were still turning. A warm current surged from the knife that struck him. Great fortune. The intermittent bites behind indicate this person's name. You're distracted. Whoosh. A laser beam pierced through, burning a hole in Katakuri's chest. The continuous bad news made it hard for him to stay calm. His observation Haki in awakened state couldn't be maintained, and Kizaru seized the opportunity. Unforgivable. The words spat out from behind the scarf changed Katakuri's entire aura, turning incredibly violent. A circle of dark red conqueror's Haki spreading outward, pulling Kizaru's cloak backward. The ground beneath him began to writhe like ocean waves. A large hole appeared in the void, and a giant's arm reached out from within, the arm's Haki black as night. Unmatched sweet donut, Hydra. Monster strength rice cake. A flash of red light appeared in Katakuri's eyes. The manifestation of his observation haki operating at its peak, locking onto Kizaru's position. What a terrifying monster. He actually awakened the Devil Fruit's ability. Lightspeed kick. Kizaru saw that even the air was being assimilated by that paramecia, the seriousness in his eyes unshakable. Boom! A foot glowing with intense yellow light collided with the giant fist, an endless wave of light and heat spreading out in a hemispherical shape, shattering rocks, trees, soil, and the people caught in it. Even the sky trembled under this strike. Whoosh! A yellow beam shot into a warship parked on the sea, and with a bang, the entire ship exploded into a fireball. At the same time, the battle in the sky had to quickly determine a victor due to the changes below. Soul Harvest. With a sound echoing through heaven and earth, countless soul creations on Cake Island emitted light, gathering into Big Mom, who stood atop the thunderclouds. Her hair transformed into real flames rising upward, her eyes filled with a fierce and boundless light. Emperor, Sword Overlord. The Conqueror's haki covering the entire island radiated power, the haki on the long sword exuding a pressure that distorted space. Boom! This was a decisive move. Heavenly disaster catastrophe. Akainu's lower body connected to the island. Layers of magma flowed, a volcano forming on Cake Island, and two enormous fists, emitting thick smoke, swung toward the sky. Boom! The shockwave was compressed to the extreme, spreading across a plain in midair, leaving everyone's ears ringing with silence and their eyes blinded by the intense light. Bang! A figure fell from the sky, smashing the newly formed volcano, an endless spray of fiery rocks scattering in all directions. It was Akainu. At this moment, it coincided with Kizaru crashing into the warship. The two highest powers fell almost simultaneously. Again, Destruction Blade Overlord. The long sword slashed down from the sky, over 100 meters long. The arc of lightning and thunder aimed at Akainu. She was cutting down the entire Navy fleet together. What the hell? TangGe was truly enraged. How dare these two call themselves the highest powers? Besides, after Kizaru was sent flying, he was in danger. Katakuri was coming at him in a rage. Fortune is always sought in danger. Let us do this. With a resolute heart, a circle of airflow rose around TangGe, transforming into a roaring tiger. The sword returning to its sheath. Time and space seemed to freeze, with only a few people moving on the battlefield, their bodies slightly swelling under the effect of life returning, their power and speed reaching their peak, a beam of aurora piercing through the pirate camp, releasing the momentum built up from fighting among the pirates, transforming into ultimate power. Everything along the way shattered and sliced through. Heaven's Gap, fierce tiger. TangGe didn't dare to stop for a moment. Feeling two waves of heat coming from his arms, he shot toward the sea. He didn't believe the Navy had no backup. Behind him was the furious Katakuri and three generals who were simultaneously struck. The giant-sized smoker's sword shattered, and Snack and Kureha sprayed massive amounts of blood from their chests, their eyes rolling back as they fell. The world-destroying blade light descended from the sky, pressuring the world. If the Navy had no backup, they would be wiped out. TangGe, who was dodging Katakuri's pursuit, absolutely didn't believe that the High Command had no backup. Did they not know Akainu's level? Facing a sovereign alone was impossible. He was not disappointed. Boom, boom. The world lost its sound, leaving only the grand ringing of a Buddha bell echoing endlessly. The world lost its color, a dazzling golden light shining forth, everything bathed in a golden halo. The sea rippled, resembling a sea of golden lotuses. All objects endowed with souls came to a halt, losing consciousness completely in this resounding Buddha sound, returning to their original forms. A 30-meter-tall golden Buddha stood on the beach, looking up at the sky, a Buddha palm raised. Bang! The giant blade light entwined with thunder collided with an invisible wall, unable to advance an inch, massive lightning exploding. The explosion roared, the intense light overshadowing the sky, blinding all vision. Another powerful figure entered the scene, and his identity quickly revealed itself. Everyone could hear it. Sengoku, you bastard. Does the Navy want to start a full-scale war? Looking at the golden Buddha standing on the coast, the Navy and pirates caught in a melee paused. Both sides were retreating like a tide. Now it was no longer up to them to decide. It was Sengoku. He actually came to the territory of the sovereigns in the New World. TangGe didn't expect that. When he returned to a safe area, he was surprised to see Kizaru there, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth indicating he hadn't fared well under that last strike either. The highest powers? Huh. Sengoku, Akenu, Kazuru, three of the so-called highest powers from the headquarters arrived all at once, their auras merging in the air, confronting Big Mom from a distance. Big, your subordinates attacked the world nobles of the Nobunaga first. The Navy only came to punish the culprit. Sengoku no longer remained silent, his voice solemn and loud. Let us cease fire. Both sides have already paid a heavy price, and the culprit has been punished. Big Mom only then noticed Kureha and Snack, who had already been knocked down, their heads erupting in flames, the clouds beneath them turning dark again, countless arcs of electricity flickering within. Everyone could hear her sharp roar. Kureha, who did this? Katakuri's red eyes fixed on TangGe, as if to engrave that face in his observation hockey, disappearing in an instant. He had more important matters to attend to. By now, everyone knew that continuing the war was unnecessary. With the three highest powers from Navy headquarters present, if both sides did not want to fight to mutual destruction, then a ceasefire was the best option. It didn't matter. If you want to keep making a fuss, we'll accompany you to the end. Sengoku's voice rang out again, unyielding. Big Mom, the pirate queen, with flames for hair billowing in anger, did not act impulsively, staring at the three Navy highest powers for a long time. Sengoku was an old rival, his strength well known, and coupled with an injured Akainu. She did not have absolute confidence in victory. Moreover, Akiji and Garp had not appeared. If the battle continued, it would likely become uncontrollable. Even if the remaining monarchs join in, it's hard to say whether they will come to support or to kick us when we're down. Mama, Sengoku. Remember this, the matter will definitely not be settled just like that. The big one jumped from the sky to the ground and only said this before standing still. She did not get angry again and accepted Sengoku's request for ceasefire. The incredibly powerful dark clouds and the sun from earlier shrank to the size of a basketball. Floating beside her, ceasefire. The ceasefire marshal, Sengoku's commanding voice echoed throughout the area. The Navy did not cheer, but rather let out a sigh of relief, beginning to clean up the battlefield with heavy hearts. Countless wounded soldiers were carried to the medical ships for treatment, and the fallen soldiers were also lifted and taken back to the warships. It's over. TangGe, who also felt somewhat exhausted, walked dazedly on the battlefield, helping the soldiers carry the stretchers. This war began hastily and ended just as hastily. The continuous high-intensity battles were not the reason for his fatigue, but rather the white figure collapsed on the long front line. The ones who basically determined the course of the entire war were just a few people who didn't even have the qualifications to approach the strong battlefield. To put it nicely, they came to participate in the battle. To put it less nicely, they were purely there to add to the casualty count. Human life is as humble as ants, easily extinguished, which is perhaps the best description of those Navy soldiers. Still not strong enough. He even gained further understanding of the two colossal entities, the world government and the world nobles, that have been colliding since Grand Island. That is the highest power hidden in the clouds of the world. Just one of the world nobles died, and under the orders of the world government, the Navy's highest combat power nearly came out in full force to launch a war against the Sea Emperor. Countless lives were lost. Countless families were shattered. TangGe somewhat understood why Jonathan repeatedly reminded him not to underestimate the world nobles and the world government. They hold absolute authority in this world. Just as the battle at Cake Island ended, in a strange sea area, Admiral Akiji stood panting in front of a lifelike giant dragon eye sculpture, his expression extremely serious. Cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture, and the ice broke apart. A real azure dragon soared into the sky, its body twisting and coiling, exuding sheer power and muscle, with immense high-temperature flames gathering in its mouth. Before he could unleash the fire column, a giant iron ball with a diameter of over 100 meters fell from the sky, striking the body of the dragon. The flames had yet to be released, trapped in its mouth, and exploded with a roar, sending the white-haired carp crashing down. The azure dragon's body contracted, transforming into a brawny giant covered in dense dragon scales with a bull horn jutting upwards, a long dragon tail sweeping over the ice, causing countless cracks to spread. The earlier attack didn't cause him much harm. The giant's voice roared like a dragon as he charged forward. You're done for. Carp. Insufficient ability cannot compare. Only Haki can surpass everything. Boom. The massive thick ice layer couldn't withstand the immense impact and completely collapsed. Both Carp and Akiji felt increasingly uncertain. This monster truly cannot be killed. An image of someone who should not have appeared before flashed simultaneously in their minds, along with his words. You can't defeat the pirates, so I'll fight them. The pirates you can't kill, I'll kill. A new era has arrived, and I am destined to be the man at the very top of the tide. Whether Navy or pirate, I will be the strongest. One cannot be killed. This one cannot be killed either. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, on the day the battle in the Totland Sea concluded, news of the battle's outcome spread across the world. The newspapers described it this way. The Navy headquarters deployed 3 of their highest combat powers, but still failed to take down a sea emperor's territory, which can be considered a victory for the pirates. Once the news spread, public opinion erupted. The situation became very unfavorable for the Navy, and they were widely criticized for their incompetence. There were even loud calls for severe punishment for the main leader of this operation, the Admiral Akainu. The Navy fleet had not yet returned when they encountered the worst situation. The historically famous Totland War concluded hastily like this. The Navy's final statistics showed over 4,000 officers and soldiers had died, with varying degrees of injuries, and many generals had died. 8 large warships were completely destroyed, and another 8 suffered varying degrees of damage. In terms of personnel and warships, the area hardest hit was the landing combat zone. The pirates did not keep track of casualty data. For them, the casualties of ordinary soldiers were not important. Only a navy named Fiery Tiger was firmly remembered by them. 2 of the 4 emperors, along with 2 pairs of twins, were all defeated by him. It seemed that neither side had sustained significant injuries. In fact, this incident had far-reaching consequences. For quite a long time afterward, the Navy's large-scale fleets would no longer appear in the seas of the New World. This incident was regarded as the beginning of the formation of the 3 major powers. Navy Fleet, Main Warship Conference Room. Sengoku, we are very disappointed. The headquarters deployed all their strong combat powers, yet still could not defeat Charlotte Linlin. Failure is failure. This is the Navy's failure, ultimately causing a negative impact. The public no longer trusts the Navy. The elder on the big screen, each person spoke up, directly stabbing at the hearts of those sitting at the table. The other generals were also present, but they did not dare to speak, nor did they dare to sit down. The hot-tempered Carp, out of sight, out of mind, simply fell asleep, his loud snoring sounding like a protest. Akainu, with his arm wrapped in bandages, and Akiji, sitting in the shadows, could not be seen clearly. Only the steam rising and the white frost forming beside them indicated their extreme displeasure. Who was the idiot who ordered the Navy to hastily attack? The 2 most indifferent in the room were probably Kizaru and TangGe, one leisurely trimming his nails, the other hiding in the darkness, observing the highest power on the surface of the world government, Starseeker. Very strong. Even through the screen, one could feel that they were not inferior to the Navy admirals. As Sengoku faced Starseeker's questioning, his expression darkened, and he forcefully interrupted the last one's incessant chatter. Enough. I will take full responsibility. His voice boomed like thunder, waking Carp, who looked around in confusion, mumbling, Huh? Did the meeting end? Those bastards have been chattering for so long. Wasn't he at their own orders to begin with? Then, as if suddenly looking at the still active screen, he smiled awkwardly. You're still here? Then just pretend I never said anything. Seamlessly switching back to sleep mode, a bubble of mucus formed. However, it was impossible. The backstage was tough, with significant contributions and strong power. To touch him would basically mean breaking with the Navy. To not touch him, this guy is particularly good at causing trouble. And his offspring can cause trouble too. Just don't know how the grandchildren are doing. After Carp voiced what everyone wanted to say, Starseeker's momentum was interrupted, and the long-bearded Starseeker coldly stated, the official appointment of the Navy Marshal is postponed. After saying this, the screen darkened, and this time he truly left. The lights in the conference room lit up. Carp's bubble of snot burst just in time, waking him up again. Donga had given Carp, this old Tyrannosaurus, a million thumbs up. In other areas, he had shortcomings, but in front of the stars, damn it, he's truly a talent. Sengoku, why don't you retire and stop putting up with this nonsense? Shut up, you bastard. Sengoku snatched the sunbae from Carp's hand and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching away. They bickered and fussed, but no one doubted their determination to protect each other. The Navy had taken a big tumble this time. They were very clear about what the world government was planning and had made all the necessary preparations. Originally, they intended for Kizaru to defeat Katakuri. Then the 3 of them would besiege Big Mom, quickly killing her before the other emperors could come to her aid. Sengoku initially held back from intervening for this reason. His identity was different, and the other emperors would certainly not miss the chance to kill him in the New World, nor would they allow Big Mom to be killed. However, changes occurred. No one expected that Big Mom, who had the home advantage, would be so different on the sea. Akainu, Who could withstand her last time? Couldn't he even last half a day this time? Another change almost sent the war into a rout. Katakuri not only awakened his observation haki, but also awakened his abilities, firmly suppressing Kizuru. If it weren't for the explosive variable on their side, the outcome of the war might have been uncertain. Speaking of that variable, just now, Blaneu brought in a few newspapers with content that made those who were unaware of the situation widen their eyes. The rising Navy supernova, Flame Tiger Donga, defeated the culprit behind the attack on Nebunus, one of the Sweet Commanders, Charlotte Cracker. Not only that, but Flame Tiger officially issued a challenge declaration to the emperors of the New World. Whether it's the strongest female pirate, the strongest male pirate, or the strongest creature, they're all old geezers with one foot in the coffin, and I will trample them all underfoot. I'm the strongest. The news from the Essence Book Pavilion not only reported Donga's words verbatim, but also featured a photo of Donga standing proudly at the bow of a warship, truly imposing. Doesn't this guy fear death? Everyone who saw this news had the same first reaction. The public opinion had always been manipulated by the news media, with the newspaper mogul, Morgan, being a standout in this regard. After breaking the unfavorable news for the Navy, he threw out another highly sensational piece. To him, regardless of how the Navy and Big Mom viewed him, he was the biggest winner, with newspapers selling out. The news quickly spread throughout the world, and the boiling public opinion seemed to hush. This Navy really dares to speak. He truly isn't afraid of death. Those are the emperors who dominate the pirate world. For a time, some were furious and wanted to kill Flame Tiger. Some mocked his overconfidence, and others wanted to present his head as a tribute to the emperors. In short, the name Flame Tiger had gained notoriety in the New World, even if it was a notoriety for not fearing death. Yes, he truly doesn't fear death. For this point, Carp and Akiji had the most say. Their lips twitched violently, as there was a guy they really disliked. Ever since he learned the content of the newspaper, just now, he and settled down for a moment, waving a copy of the paper in front of him, afraid others wouldn't see the close-up photo at the center. At this time, not all the participants had left the meeting, and that guy jumped even higher, completely ignoring the increasingly dark expressions of the others. Marshal Sengoku, when are you going to settle my bounty? Also, can you help me correct the newspaper? It wrote that I only defeated Cracker. Looking at this newspaper that only showed the photo, Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins, and he silently repeated 10,000 times, I am Sengoku the Buddha. Also, the Navy headquarters can't just ignore me, the man who restored the Navy's dignity. A reward of 10 or 20 devil fruits would suffice. Even the Buddha has his limits. Sengoku could no longer control himself, spitting out furious words. Shut up, you bastard. When did the Navy's dignity depend on you to restore it? Do you think devil fruits are cabbages? This shamelessness is just like Carp. What attitude? What qualifications does someone without any military achievements have to speak to me, the only victor? Donga's murmuring was too loud, and Akiji saw Akainu, and Kizuru's eyes turned dangerous. They were also people without any military achievements. Seeing Akainu's defeated expression slightly eased Akiji's discomfort, but he quickly changed his mind. Donga seemed to have just noticed Carp and Akiji, and with a flash, he rushed in front of them, concerned. Teacher Carp, what happened to your hand? Carp knew full well that this trick had been learned from him and had been perfected. Oh, Admiral Kazan, what happened to your hands? I heard you and Teacher Carp fought Kaido. Could it be that the two of you couldn't even defeat one? After saying that, he turned back to Carp, sighing. Alas, time is a ruthless knife. My hair has turned white, and my fists have softened. Then he looked at Akiji, shaking his head. As expected, ability users are all weaklings. If you didn't eat a devil fruit, you might have some hope. Ignoring the murderous glares and the shocked expressions of the others, Donga struck the pose from the photo, thumping his chest loudly, completely embodying the stance of a good student avenging his master. As your disciple, I promise to defeat Kaido. Whoever you can't defeat, I'll take down, and whoever you can't kill, I'll kill. No matter what ability Kaido has, to me, he is just a weakling. The entire venue fell silent. The temperature dropped suddenly, and those standing with Carp, including Vice Admiral Pompey, instantly distanced themselves, fearing being innocently implicated. They even looked with horror at Donga, who seemed unbothered by the danger. This guy really dares to say it. Sengoku, Akainu, and Kizuru looked over with unfriendly expressions. They were all ability users, all weaklings in Donga's mouth. No one could accept being called a weakling in front of others. They had just cursed him for a long time, but it was nothing compared to how angry they were now. They wanted to beat this clueless kid hard. But they couldn't do it, because a humanoid Tyrannosaurus had stepped in first and completely lost his temper. Carp's face was terrifyingly contorted. His eyes filled with a red, murderous light. The deck beneath his feet shattered as he instantly disappeared from his spot. DestroysSteel had long been on guard, unleashing his two-color hockey, ready to dodge. But just as he did, a wave of icy air shot towards him, freezing him in place for a moment. It was just that little time. Boom, boom, boom. The upper structure of the main battleship exploded, wood and iron flying everywhere. A humanoid hole pierced straight through the bottom of the warship, and DestroysSteel lay there with a large bump on his head, mentally noting Aokiji down. Next, the same formula repeated. Aokiji watched DestroysSteel being beaten by the now furious Carp, feeling pleased. Akainu saw this scene and fell into thought. Alas, what a fearless guy. The colonels sighed silently. Outside, he had offended the pirate emperors completely. Here, he had also labeled the top brass of the navy, who represented the highest combat power, as weaklings without exception. If he can survive in this situation, how strong must he be? The noise lasted only a moment, and once Carp vented his anger, calm returned. Only Akainu was on the brink of rage, wanted to unleash a fiery blast to take out those two bastards. His flagship had suffered no damage during the Battle of Torlent, but Carp and DestroysSteel had teamed up to create a big hole in it. The cigar on his finger ignited spontaneously, and Akainu took a deep breath, breaking the silence of the conference room, his voice neither sad nor happy. Fistfighter Gubra had both suffered serious injuries and were unfit to stay in the New World. The G1 branch of the New World needed strong support. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone understood who he meant by strong. In this battle, the Admiral was defeated with no achievements. The other commanders were either injured or dead. If it weren't for the fierce tiger cutting down several big pirate group cadres amidst 1,000 troops, the Navy's reputation would truly be lost. This man deserves the title of strong. This time the other branches must have suffered even more casualties. They also need support. Aokiji was lazy, but he and Akainu were naturally incompatible. Akainu didn't speak, just quietly shot a glance at Aokiji's injured hands. Then, he took down a cigarette, but with one good hand. The meaning was clear. Both of you fought against the Emperor and ended up injuring both arms, while I only had one hand injured from solo challenge. Aokiji frowned deeply. This was what he disliked the most. Kazan had a point. Just one person wasn't enough. After this incident, the Navy's deterrent power would decline, and pirates would be restless. It was indeed necessary to have some strong people stationed in the New World. I will discuss with Chavel and Peach Rabbit to have them stationed at the Navy base in the New World. Sengoku stroked his beard, stopping the argument between the two admirals, and saw Dango over there, bruised but with shining eyes, and added, "The Fierce Tiger will also be transferred to the New World branch base." On the deck of Vice Admiral Pompey's warship, Carp and Dango each had a Sea King type in their stomachs, along with a bit of alcohol. Seeing this made Vice Admiral Pompey tremble inside, fearing the two would get drunk and cause a ruckus, destroying his warship as well. Didn't he see Akainu's face turn black and purple from anger when the two made several big holes in his flagship? This icy snow flower wine is still enjoyable. You kid, better stir up a little less. The New World is not like the first half of the Grand Line here. Ferocious beasts abound. Aokiji was also present, reminding him. He had wanted to say this earlier. Now sending Dango to the New World was not a good choice. Having just laid down such grandiose words, it was impossible for no one to come knocking to maintain the dignity of the Emperor. Admiral Kazan, life only happens once. Some people die in the retreat, some die in shallow waters, and some die in floods. And I will carve out a way to live amidst these towering waves. Those who cannot defeat me will ultimately contribute to my strength. Dango spoke calmly, rarely being serious. He understood that the more harshly one speaks, the more beatings one receives. And those beatings were not like Carp's, which could be stopped at any time. They were fights to the death. Isn't this exactly what he needed? Staying in the Navy headquarters wouldn't make him the strongest. After hearing this, Aokiji didn't say anything more, took a few sips of wine, and lay back on a beach chair, staring at the moon, lost in thought. Decay cannot be sculpted. Carp shot Aokiji a look of disdain, thinking if this lazy fool had Dango's determination, could he still be ridden on by that red dog? However, seeing Dango, who had just been serious, now come over with a shameless grin, made him feel a wave of nausea. This little brat has truly perfected the art of being two-faced. When there's something to gain, he puts on a smile, and when there's nothing, it's Carp-sensei, you're not capable. Sure enough, Carp was seasoned and his predictions were spot on. Dango was very direct this time, sliding a card over. It was half of the bounty that Sengoku had sent over. Carp-sensei, this is a small token of appreciation. The enemies I encounter in the new world will be very strong. I don't know if I'll have a chance to dine with you again. Oh, now with the tragic card. Carp remained unmoved, but his hands moved quickly, and the card disappeared in an instant. He didn't know where he put it. Don't worry. You're already very strong now. If you encounter an enemy you truly cannot defeat, just call out my name, and I promise you will be safe. Seeing this old tyrant looking like a rogue again, Dango felt a surge of hatred. Calling out your name will only attract more enemies, right? Sigh, Vice Admiral Pompey. If I get killed in the new world, due to my weakness, please don't tell anyone that my teacher hid his abilities from me. It's just that I'm not as skilled. Vice Admiral Pompey immediately broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, can you not involve me? And please don't cause trouble on the warship. Not just you, I will tell everyone on this warship, including Marshal Sengoku and others, to make sure they don't think my teacher Carp couldn't teach me. It's just that I couldn't learn. Chief Instructor Zifa was right. Observation Haki is indeed more powerful than armament Haki. The awakened state can actually foresee a brief future. That's the future. Old tyrant, if you act like a rogue, I'll make you sick. The provocative gaze met Carp's furious eyes, and needless to say, another beating ensued. After a while, perhaps Carp felt guilty or realized that the enemies Dango would face later were indeed not ordinary. The old tyrant finally lifted the veil on the awakened state of armament Haki. Kid, after awakening observation Haki, you can foresee time. How could the power after awakening armament Haki be weak? Watch closely. Carp stood on the deck, raised his right arm, and a faint red ripple shone on his fist, striking lightly. The air at the front of his fist dented into a semicircle, accompanied by a subtle cracking sound, as the atmosphere was split. Not only that, but a hole instantly appeared on the outer armor of the warship about 2 meters away from his fist, and then the nearly 10 square meter steel plate shattered like a mirror, collapsing down onto the deck. What the hell? This is even more ridiculous than that time with Baron. The air was split. The air has resistance. The farther you are, the more the force will diminish. However, Carp's attack just now, from his fist to the steel plate, showed no reduction in power. It seemed as if the strike and the impact on the steel plate happened simultaneously, and the shape of the steel plate shattering was also abnormal. Dango's thoughts were still caught up in that shocking scene. Armament Haki, as the main means to resist devil fruit abilities, has awakened to this extent, completely crushing those with abilities. Ignoring the laughing Carp, Dango rushed to the severely damaged steel plate, picked up a piece of debris, and began to examine it. The pure steel plate seemed to have lost its internal cohesive strength, though its hardness remained. However, it had become very brittle at the moment of impact. This is the result of acting from the inside out. The awakened armament Haki not only increases power, but also achieves an unprecedented level of destructive force. Akiji's voice came from the side as he ended his contemplation. From inside, Dango was puzzled. What kind of power could act from within an object? Sigh, Carp sighed at this moment, filled with an iron will disappointment. Hopeless idiot. It is the transmission, the armed color Haki after awakening, which can transmit power without loss to the interior of an object. In order for TangGe to better experience this power, the furious Carp, after being despised, began personal teaching again. Boom! The fists collided, and TangGe once again felt that force pressing down from the entire space, this time even clearer. Carp's strength surpassed the armed color defense on his fist and erupted within it. Pain! Pain! So that soul-piercing pain comes from this. TangGe's fist felt as if it were swollen all over. In the new world, there are many who have mastered this power. This is the true world of the strong. Carp looked towards the distant depths of the new world, where there are not only those stronger than TangGe, but also those even stronger than him. Only those who truly master the power of Haki can be called the strongest in these seas. You're still far from that. TangGe suddenly burst into laughter. Sure enough, those with abilities are weaklings. Haki can override everything. Useless Carp has once again become a weakling with abilities. Alas, looking at the new holes on the warship, Rear Admiral Pompey felt bitter in his heart. He just wanted that troublemaker to hurry up and take office, so he wouldn't cause him any more trouble. The Totland War is over, but its significance is extremely far-reaching. Since the execution of Pirate King Roger, the Navy's power has been increasing step by step, finally reaching its peak in the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar. However, the Totland War also revealed the hollowness of this behemoth. For a period afterward, the Navy headquarters began to shrink its sphere of influence. While the kings of a new world were accumulating power, the world government officially issued recruitment orders for the Shichibukai to several rising pirates. Of course, Changes are not limited to this. The surging New World will stir up new waves because of the arrival of one person. On the azure waters of the New World, a Navy warship is cruising. Help! You bunch of bastards! A mast protrudes from the side of the warship, and several pirates are tightly bound and hung in midair, their blood dripping into the sea. Below, groups of sharks are swimming, attracted by the smell of blood. The pirates are not seriously injured. They just have a cut on their arms from a stray bullet. However, the sharks that often leap from the surface and snap their jaws are scaring them half to death. The screams just now were from them. The Navy on the warship, controlling the mast direction to avoid the sharks' attacks, is having a blast, laughing and joking. Stop it. I'll do whatever you want. I'll listen to whatever you say. On the deck of the warship, a triangular support is set up, and a pirate is suspended in midair, while several soldiers not wearing Navy uniforms are holding torches, preparing to ignite the flammable material under the pirate's feet. Then let's burn it. Despite the pirates' pleas for mercy, the soldiers still use the torches to burn their feet. So hot. Beast! The captain of the warship, sitting on the second deck leisurely sipping coffee, is accustomed to such things, even adopting a permissive attitude. There are countless violent elements in the Navy, as well as some problematic Navy personnel. The most serious case is at the G5 Navy base in the New World, using pirates to catch sharks and burning pirates with fire. Similar malicious incidents at this base are rampant. Even though the Navy headquarters has repeatedly issued strict prohibitions, they have ignored them. Colonel Guatu, a soldier on lookout, reported loudly that a merchant ship had been spotted ahead. Since it's a merchant ship, let it go. The colonel named Guatu has a fierce appearance, dressed very fashionably, with shorts and gold-plated boots on the lower half, and a denim jacket with a Navy emblem on the upper half. This sea area is frequented by pirates. From the first half of the Grand Line to the New World, pirate ships pop up here daily. Merchant ships usually do not pass through here, but recently, for some unknown reason, the frequency of merchant ships passing has greatly increased. Remembering his superior's instructions, Colonel Guatu did not pursue, but instead changed direction to continue cruising. However, he had not gone far. Boom, boom. Two loud explosions rang out, waking all the Navy personnel on board. Their combat readiness is quite good, and they quickly formed a battle formation in a very short time. What happened? Where did the explosion come from? Colonel Guatu shouted towards the lookout tower. Report. It was the merchant ship from earlier. It exploded. The lookout soldier saw a huge fireball rising into the sky not far away. Ordinary merchant ships do not have such explosive effects unless they're loaded with gunpowder. Let's go take a look. Everyone be on guard. Colonel Guatu ordered the warship to turn towards the site of the explosion of the merchant ship. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm bells rang on the warship, quickly turning. The intense explosion left only a pile of wreckage, planks scattered on the sea, with thick smoke and flames soaring into the sky. It should have been an arms smuggling ship. If it weren't for the gunpowder inside, it wouldn't have such a strong explosion effect, a Navy soldier made a judgment. Smuggling ships usually take protective measures, and there are no other ships nearby, nor have we seen any signs of attack. How did it explode? Another Navy soldier wearing a cowboy hat raised a question. The Navy soldiers began to whisper and discuss among themselves. Colonel Guato's face turned ugly as he shouted loudly. Shut up, you bastards. Turn around and see if there are any survivors. How could he not know that this ship was a smuggling weapons vessel? But he just let it go right under his nose. The lookout soldier, holding a monocular telescope, carefully searched the wreckage. Suddenly, the front of his telescope went dark, and a deep voice rang out. What are you looking for, soldier? A burly man stood on the lookout tower, his strong body casting a large shadow. Enemy attack. The lookout soldier shouted without even seeing clearly. The Navy personnel on the deck of the warship looked up and saw someone appear on the lookout tower, and they all raised their guns at him. Who are you? Did you destroy the merchant ship? Colonel Guatu asked sternly, looking up. What do you want to do with such weak weapons against me, Navy? The man who had just been on the lookout tower instantly disappeared, and his voice spread across the deck. The Navy at the G5 base in the New World is not made up of ordinary personnel. They have encountered strong opponents. At this moment, each of them stiffly turned their direction, their Adam's apples quickly moving. They watched as the man walked step by step towards Colonel Guato's designated seat, picked up the coffee pot on the table, sniffed it, and then set it aside. Sure enough, I still prefer tea. Do you have tea on your warship? Bring me a pot of tea. The man was not at all polite, sitting in the main seat with his legs crossed and loudly instructing the Navy. His voice was gentle yet authoritative. The Navy soldiers were not all fools. Soon someone recognized the identity of the visitor. It's the fierce tiger. It's fierce tiger TangGe. Idiot. You can't be mistaken, right? No, he looks exactly like the photo. The crowd stirred, and many people lowered their guns. The name Fierce Tiger TangGe has already gained a deterrent power. Originally, they had no connection to this name. But not long ago, an order circulated throughout the G5 base. Fierce Tiger TangGe has been promoted to Rear Admiral and appointed as the Deputy Commander of the G5 base. This is a ruthless person who is not afraid of death. Some bold and reckless fellows, accustomed to their daring ways, specifically remembered the appearance of the commander, Siehu, to avoid running into him. Now it finally came in handy, and unexpectedly, they met in such a situation. Colonel Guitu also reacted quickly, striding up to TangGe and saluting. Commander Siehu, I am Colonel Guitu from the G5 base's 06 patrol fleet. What brings you here? General Rommel has been waiting for you at the base for quite some time. You guys, hurry up and brew a good pot of tea to bring over. TangGe assessed Colonel Guito's avant-garde attire, glanced at the still smoking wreckage of the merchant ship, and asked, why didn't you search that merchant ship just now? Report. Commander Siehu, the base's regulations generally do not allow searches of merchant ships. Colonel Guitu had anticipated this question and had already prepared his answer. There is also a deputy base commander at G5, and the order not to search merchant ships was issued by him, to reduce conflicts between the Navy and merchants, and to avoid Navy soldiers extorting merchants. Interesting. TangGe took a sip of the hot tea that had just been served and swallowed it down with a gulp, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. It seemed that since he had just taken on his new position, there was no time to relax. Ironically, the new world under pirate rule was more prosperous and advanced than other seas, and those capable of trading in these perilous waters were either ships of the world government or involved in smuggling, or had ties to pirates and dark forces. Now, a merchant ship not flying a pirate flag was allowed to pass without any inspection. It was impossible for there to be no problems. After drinking another large pot of tea, he felt a bit sentimental about what had just happened. Due to his significant contributions in the Battle of Totland, Sengoku not only restored his previous position, but also promoted him 2 ranks, transferring him to G5 in the New World base. After Sengoku issued the formal appointment, TangGe did not return to Marineford with the main force, but instead traveled along the Red Line, taking over 10 days to reach the sea area. Shortly after arriving, he discovered a ship that didn't fly a pirate flag surfacing, hoping for a lift, only to find it loaded with military arms and ammunition. The captain of a smuggling ship recognized his appearance and pressed the self-destruct button without a second thought. What a ruthless person. Being 2 famous isn't necessarily a good thing. What are those people doing? TangGe asked, looking at the individuals hanging from the mast and tied to the supports. They are evil pirates, Colonel Guitu replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, forced to answer. This group of idiots. Haven't they been dealt with yet? He glanced at the burning pile of wood beneath the pirates, who had already passed out. Take them down, either kill them or imprison them together and send them to impel down. The Navy does not have the right to mistreat pirates. TangGe had long heard that the G5 base was filled with problematic Navy personnel who were said to resemble pirates more than the Navy itself. Enjoying the abuse of captured pirates and repeated punishment from headquarters had little effect. He didn't expect these guys to be so vile, taking pleasure in tormenting prisoners. Understood. You guys, hurry up and let the pirates down. Colonel Guitu retreated, urging the sailors on the warship not to act recklessly. A few soldiers, not even dressed in uniforms, were forced to release the pirates, intimidated by Siehu's reputation, though they complained incessantly. Damn Siehu, actually pleading for pirates, right? I don't think he has anything special, not even as tall as me, said a fat man over 3 meters tall, flexing his muscles. Ha ha, keep it down. Wait until he leaves, then we can play. What are you laughing about? Let me hear it. Unbeknownst to them, TangGe stood behind them, his hands resting on the shoulders of 2 of them, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. The few who had just been complaining were clearly habitual abusers of pirates, now trembling all over, unable to speak. A person's name carries weight, and Siehu's great reputation was not just for show. With a thud, TangGe pressed the over 3-meter-tall fat man down onto the deck, smashing a large hole. I don't care what kind of problematic Navy you are, but in front of me, you're far from it. Do you understand, idiots? A beastly aura erupted on the deck, the Conqueror's haki radiating out, causing the nearby Navy soldiers to tremble and even faint. The remaining conscious Navy personnel finally realized that compared to this individual before them, their little acts of abusing pirates were nothing at all. Siehu, TangGe, universally recognized by all Navy personnel as the one least afraid of trouble. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Now, this most problematic Navy officer had come to the problematic Navy base, and the people at headquarters highlighted a few words: know people and use them well. The warship ceased its patrol and turned towards the G5 fortress. The Navy personnel no longer dared to chatter or approach this newly appointed deputy base commander, only daring to wait cautiously from a distance. TangGe sat in the main seat, pondering issues. The Conqueror's haki, a power representing the spirit, had not significantly increased his combat ability since awakening. The only known effect was to intimidate weaker individuals, causing them to lose consciousness or fall into a stiff state, even fainting. Even for someone as strong as Garp, his Conqueror's haki had only this effect, albeit with a wider range of intimidation. As the rarest and most difficult haki to awaken among the three types, it surely had more than just this little effect. What was its true ability? And what was its awakened state? Garp was tight-lipped about the Conqueror's haki, and no method could pry any words from him, only stating that it could be honed in battle. Thinking of this, TangGe looked into the distance, where it was one of the most chaotic seas, even in the New World, with battles never ceasing. There would certainly be no shortage of combat here. Commander Siehu. The base has arrived, Colonel Guatu reminded quietly from the side. Not only were the soldiers fearful, but he too felt like he was walking on thin ice. This new superior was not only powerful, but also audacious. Receiving a beating from him meant there would be nowhere to complain, as he had offended far too many people to care about a few more minor soldiers. Ahead of the warship, TangGe saw an island with several cake-like buildings standing tall. The cake buildings were riddled with holes and mounted cannons, resembling a beehive, all bearing the G5 insignia. The warship sailed smoothly and docked directly at the pier. At the dock, General Rommel, the highest commander of the G5 base, had already received Colonel Guado's report and was now leading all the base's officers in warmly welcoming the new deputy base commander. Welcome, Major General Siehu. General Rommel appeared to be around 40 years old, of medium build, with a gentle smile and squinting eyes. Hello, General Rommel. TangGe nodded slightly. Information about this general flashed through his mind. Beneath his harmless exterior lay a combat strength that ranked among the top in the headquarters. This is Deputy Base Commander Virgo. Rommel introduced a strong man standing to his right. Welcome, Major General Siehu. A smile appeared on Virgo's dark face as he wore a long coat, but his bulging muscles made the clothes look tight, his inverted triangle physique exuding great strength. Hello, Deputy Base Commander Virgo. The G5 base is truly a place of hidden talents, not only having a seasoned predecessor like General Rommel, but also a concealed powerhouse like Major General Virgo. Looking at this somewhat wooden man, TangGe felt a slight shock in his heart and spoke a few more words. What a small world it is. I never expected to see this man again in such a setting. I dare not. I dare not. General Rommel's reputation is well known, and I am just an unknown individual, unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. Virgo's expression froze, and he hurriedly explained, resembling a dull-witted honest man. Virgo had only recently arrived at the G5 base, and with the addition of the two of you, the pressure on the base is greatly reduced. Rommel smiled and continued to introduce the remaining officers one by one. He spoke a few more words about Virgo, while his greetings to the other officers were brief. During the introductions, TangGe gained a simple understanding of the personnel at the base. The G5 base is located in the New World, so its combat structure is different from that of the G8 base. There are 6 combat fleets and 6 patrol fleets. Each fleet is configured the same: 1 large warship and 2 small warships. The combat fleets are numbered 1 to 6, and the patrol fleets are numbered 7 to 12. After gauging the strength of those fleet commanders, TangGe could only sigh. Just like in the G8, there wasn't a capable officer among the junior officers below. The welcome ceremony was simple, with no overconfident individuals trying to make things difficult, nor any traps set by superiors. After all, the strength of the fierce tiger has long been proven. His truly recognized battle by the world's navies was against the elite rear admiral in Marineford. General Rommel's working style is far more decisive than his appearance suggests, and TangGe's first meeting upon arriving here was a combat deployment meeting. The headquarters transmitted a message that a large number of coded ships had departed from the Chambordi archipelago and would soon arrive in the New World, urging us to be prepared. Among them, 3 had bounties exceeding 100 million. Captain Hold'em of the Lion Pirates, with a bounty of 170 million berries. Captain Katarina Devon of the Crescent Moon Pirates, with a bounty of 330 million berries. Captain Atmos of the Buffalo Pirates, with a bounty of 140 million berries. Lieutenant Oman, the intelligence officer at the G5 base, was conveying the messages from headquarters. So many pirates with bounties over 100 million, especially the Crescent Hunter Katarina Devon, whose bounty exceeded 300 million, making her the strongest among the new pirate supernovas. She has never left anyone alive, and her strength is particularly formidable. The officers below whispered among themselves, expressing their panic. The height of the bounty indicates the strength of the individual. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line is certainly not weak, even in the New World. Shut up, you useless bunch. Since you're in the Navy, you must face powerful pirates. Rommel slammed the table, very dissatisfied with the cowardice of his subordinates. These idiots, they take bullying the weak and fearing the strong to the extreme. They only bully the weak, who are merely cannon fodder in the New World. Once the headquarters sends news that a strong pirate is coming through, they hide in the base and don't come out. General, you can't blame the subordinates for feeling fear. There are just too many powerful pirates. Right now, only the position of the ruler of our shipping lane is vacant. Powerful newcomers have all come over. However, with the arrival of Deputy Base Commander TangGe, this problem will be resolved. Virgo, sitting in the first position on the right side of the conference table, showed a smile on his dull face, and his speech relieved most of the officers. He then turned his gaze to TangGe, who was sitting in the first position on the left side. Rommel also looked over. Fierce Tiger, the original ruler of our shipping lane, was Roger. Since his death, this place has fallen into prolonged chaos, and no pirate has risen to the throne with overwhelming power. The new pirates have witnessed Roger's legendary experience of being crowned king. Therefore, the influx of pirates in this lane is the largest. After observing for a long time, TangGe finally understood why the headquarters sent him here. The situation of G5 is one where the tail does not wag the dog. There is no absolute powerhouse among the pirates on the front line. Rommel also lacks the ability to command the Navy here for his own use. Especially this seemingly gentle Virgo, who is considerate of his subordinates, will likely completely undermine Rommel in no time. With this in mind, TangGe stood up and began to speak while walking in the conference room. The strength of the enemy is not a reason for the righteous Navy to feel fear. Well, have pirate forces ever been weak? Even a mighty pirate King Roger was executed by the Navy. The Navy should make pirates fear us. Of course, putting you against overly powerful pirates is irresponsible to your weak lives. But if you disobey commands on the battlefield, fear your enemies, and shy away from battle, then you do not deserve the name of the Navy. His voice grew louder and harsher, and his momentum became stronger, silencing any whispers. Boom! A dominating aura spread throughout the room, and TangGe's fierce eyes swept across, finally resting on Virgo's face. I don't expect any significant contribution from you useless people. Just obey orders. Right, Deputy Base Commander Virgo? With a face as somber as water, Virgo did not expect the fierce tiger to be so domineering. His intuition told him that if he said no, this guy might turn hostile on the spot, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Of course, Navy personnel who do not obey orders must be severely punished. The overwhelming aura that had just intimidated everyone suddenly dissipated as TangGe took the lead in applauding. Deputy Base Commander Virgo spoke well. Remember his words. If anyone fears the enemy and disobeys orders in the future, they will be executed on the spot. Do you understand? Understood. Only a few people responded with a sparse echo, while the overall mood was very negative, expressing their protest in this way. This was a tight rein. Life would probably not be easy from now on. Virgo's face twitched. His words were distorted into a threat of execution for disobedience. Useless. Haven't you eaten? Answer louder. Bang. The two big guys sitting in the corner, who had just quietly grumbled, were immediately slammed against the wall. Dust from the ceiling fell down, and the two big guys were embedded in the wall, losing consciousness instantly. Understood. Everyone shouted loudly in unison, powerful and resonant. What did they remember? To obey orders and not fear strong enemies. General Rommel was taken aback, gaining a more intuitive understanding of this renowned subordinate. Dominant and powerful, the problematic Navy at G5, in front of the fierce tiger, was submissive like chicks. Some were envious. Virgo struggled to maintain a smile, but the eyes hidden behind his sunglasses were icy cold. The Navy here fears the enemy. Rommel has strength but cannot command the Navy beneath him, and forcing the Navy to hunt pirates would also yield no results. He saw through this. As long as he stirs the pot, the Navy's resistance to Rommel's orders would grow stronger. Before long, the G5 base would be his. He just didn't expect that the headquarters would send this troublesome guy, the Fierce Tiger. The Fierce Tiger is different. This guy is entirely about dominating through strength. This might not work elsewhere, but at this base, the Navy just happens to respond to this approach. Amidst the storm, the loud popping sounds of huge bubbles bursting echoed as 3 pirate ships wrapped in colorful bubbles surfaced from sea. These are the pirate crews that passed through Fishman Island, facing countless hardships to finally reach the New World. Just when the pirates on the ship were about to excitedly celebrate their arrival in the New World, the test from this strongest sea struck. Bang! Bang! The sound of continuous cannon fire and whistling shells echoed around them as a fleet of naval ships appeared from the shadows of the rain. The heavily armed warships mercilessly unleashed their firepower upon them. A hapless pirate ship was the first to be targeted, hit by several cannonballs simultaneously. Boom! A violente explosion érupted. The scorching shockwave hit the flagship, where TangGe, dressed in a raincoat, stood on the deck, watching the pirate ship engulfed in flames floating on the sea. Too weak. Pirates of this level didn't even evoke a desire to fight. It was already the 3rd day since his appointment. After a meeting on the 1st day, Rommel decisively placed all combat troops under TangGe's command, while he himself led 3 patrol fleets, dividing the area with Virgo into 2 halves for net-style patrols. As soon as a pirate ship was spotted, he would fire a signal flare and wait for TangGe to lead the combat fleet to swiftly eliminate it. 6 combat fleets, a total of 18 warships. This was the first time TangGe commanded so many ships. He had no experience in commanding a large number of warships. Jonathan was the expert in this regard. However, TangGe naturally had his own methods. Under his powerful military deterrence, the Navy at G5 base was incredibly obedient, no longer slacking off as they did under Rommel. In fact, Rommel's limited strength had prevented him from finding the right way to utilize these guys. They were like hyenas on the prairie. Together, they couldn't defeat a lion and could only bully weak zebras. In the face of a strong opponent capable of destroying their entire fleet single-handedly, they were not a match and could only avoid combat, which happened to be plentiful along this route. Over time, avoiding battle became the norm. Now, TangGe had arrived. The strongest among the pirate crew was to be dealt with by him, while the remaining pirates fully utilized their strengths. Using their advantage in firepower, they constantly harassed and exhausted the enemy from a distance, preventing any escape, maintaining a tight grip. The battle became a simple, procedural affair. In the following 2 days, he led the 6 combat fleets, cruising in nearby waters. As soon as they received a signal, they would immediately surround the target and unleash a barrage of cannon fire. Those ships that managed to withstand the bombardment without sinking would be dealt with by him. Every day, weak pirate crews emerged from the sea in groups. However, they were all mere cannon fodder, with the captain's bounties pitifully low. Advancing to the city was their only destination. Occasionally, slightly stronger pirate crews would surface. For TangGe, it was just a matter of adding another knife to the mix. Today's pirates, who directly collided with them, could only be said to have exceptionally bad luck. Luck is also part strength. Seeing that the remaining 2 pirate ships had no desire to fight back, TangGe waved his hand. Fetterman, issue the order to cease fire and let them surrender. Brigadier General Fetterman, the captain of the flagship and leader of the 01 combat fleet, a towering man over 4 meters tall, wielding a heavy axe known as the Fierce Axe, responded, "Yes. Signal the other warships to stop firing and let them surrender." Contrary to his height and nickname, this guy had a bit of a rogue air about him. However, he conveyed the new boss's orders without delay. Although only 2 days had passed, the number of pirates who had perished under this fierce tiger's hand exceeded what they usually captured in a month. Previously, when they encountered pirates of this level, unless General Rommel was present, they would generally let them pass. After all, defeating them would require cost. The situation had changed. Almost at the moment the order was given, all warships ceased firing, truly adhering to orders. Those who disobeyed and executed the fierce tiger's commands half-heartedly found themselves in the hospital, and it would likely take them 6 months to get out of bed. Soon, the remaining 2 pirate ships raised white flags, and all the pirates, including their captain, stood on deck with guns raised. Several naval ships moved closer, and the pirates, having no thoughts of deception, obediently gave up resistance, were all shackled by the Navy and lined up to be taken aboard the prison ship. What a boring day. He had thought he would experience continuous bloodbaths, but instead, he became a quality inspector in the New World, and one who missed nothing at that. This was different from what he had imagined. Fetterman, have the 06 fleet escort the pirates back to base, and the rest of the ships continue patrolling. A calm little battle. The pirates emerged like weeds in a field, surging into the New World despite their extreme weakness. Back in the captain's room, he hung his soaked raincoat on a hook and checked the fax nail. Just in time, The headquarters sent over the information he needed. Under the cover, marked top secret, there was all the information about Vice Admiral Virgo, complete with his photo. Virgo enlisted in the North Sea's 24th Division in March of the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. In May, he displayed exceptional strength in the battle against the brothers' pirate crew, single-handedly defeating the main force of the pirate crew, capturing their captain, and was promoted to Navy lieutenant. In December, after receiving reliable intelligence, he killed the notorious arms dealer Ayman Zawahiri in the North Sea, confiscating a large amount of weapons, and was promoted to Navy captain. From January 1508 to October 1509, he furthered his studies at Tenacity, performing exceptionally well, and his strength was recognized by Navy Chief Instructor Zephyr. Upon his return from Tenacity, he was directly promoted to colonel. In April 1509, at Minion Island, he played a significant role in the extermination of the Bearless pirate crew, leading to his direct promotion to Rear Admiral and transfer to the G5 Navy base as Deputy Base Commander. This was Virgo's entire record since joining the Navy. However, there was a blank before he joined the Navy. In this regard, the Navy's system has its flaws, as long as one is not a wanted criminal. Anyone can join the Navy regardless of their past experiences, allowing many individuals of unknown origin to mix into the naval ranks. He crumpled the paper that could write this record into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket. This speed of promotion is truly like riding a rocket. Enlisting in the North Sea and then having several combat experiences, all received in advance. Moreover, the forces involved in the extermination were opposed to the Don Quixote pirate crew. Once could be coincidence, but every time, the probability is too low. Indeed, it's you, Mr. Redheart. The moment TangGe laid eyes on Virgo, he recognized the man. In his first battle, he witnessed a cadre named Redheart from the Don Quixote family pirate crew battling with Jonathan. That battle gave him a true understanding of the high-end combat power in this world. It left a deep impression. Redheart and the present Virgo are merely different in hairstyle. Redheart had a bowl cut, while Virgo sports a sharp buzz cut. Their appearance hasn't changed. They are the same person. A core cadre of a pirate crew running to become a Navy officer, and in just 2 years, he became a deputy of a fortress. Being promoted to full rank is just a matter of time. This has to be a kind of irony. It also reflects how serious the issue of the Navy headquarters being short-staffed really is. Whether it's the mysterious Virgo or the troublemaking Doflamingo, the attitude of the higher-ups at headquarters is to ignore it. In some ways, Doflamingo and Virgo are no different. Neither is a legitimate member of the Navy. One thing is certain. Virgo is an undercover agent sent by the Don Quixote family pirate crew to the Navy. Now the problem arises. This guy has unknowingly been promoted to Navy Rear Admiral, just based on his word alone claiming he is an executive of the Don Quixote family. Headquarters won't completely trust him. There are only 2 witnesses. Jonathan is far away at G8 Fortress, and Spade is in Impel Down. Jonathan is in cahoots with him. So headquarters won't fully trust his testimony, and Spade, who is in that hellhole of Impel Down, is uncertain about his fate. Moreover, the confidence he has to come here as an undercover agent likely means that other clues have already been cut off. This means that the evidence currently in hand is not enough to directly prove that Virgo is the pirate undercover agent. Interesting. Thinking about this undercover plot, Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh. He decided not to expose Virgo's identity for the time being, opting to play the long game and see what big fish he could reel in. After all, dealing with some cannon fodder pirates all day is not much of a challenge. A red signal flare shone brightly in the sky. It was a marker. From a high vantage point, one could see that all the nearby Navy fleets were converging towards the direction of the signal flare. On the sea, few pirates are willing to engage in naval battles with the Navy because the Navy can summon endless reinforcements at any time. Once surrounded, it can be very troublesome. However, this time, the pirates did not fear the Navy's group attacks and engaged in fierce artillery battles with the Navy, taking advantage of their small size and speed, making it difficult for the Navy fleet to handle them. On the deck of the flagship of Patrol Fleet No. 1, Rear Admiral Rommel was in combat. From the battlefield, he was clearly at a disadvantage. The Navy soldiers had all taken cover on the other side to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the 2 fighters. Top, tap. Blood dripped from his arm onto the deck, a penetrating wound on his left shoulder, and Rommel gasped in pain, staring at a Navy colonel across from him, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Bastard, you're not Colonel Odin. What have you done to him?" The Navy officer across had a man's face, but emitted a woman's laugh. She looked at Rommel's wound and said, "Muru, what a pity you actually dodged it." As expected of Rear Admiral Rommel. "You're asking what happened to the owner of this face? Isn't it obvious? He's dead." Despite having anticipated this, Rommel could not hide his grief. That was a rare tough guy from G5 base. He looked at the pirate who had transformed into Odin's likeness and shouted in anger. "You are Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina Devon. How dare you kill Colonel Odin? This is unforgivable. You won't leave here today." Once the signal flare was fired, the surrounding warships would converge, especially the Fierce Tiger. Only that guy could subdue Katarina Devon. Rommel drew his long knife from his waist and instantly disappeared from his spot. "Soru, Moru, if you can do it, then give it a try." Katarina Devon had a disdainful expression on her face. Everyone knows that the G5 base Navy only bullies weak pirates. She didn't think anyone at this base could hold her, who possesses the mythical Zoan fruit ability. Clang! Katarina Devon twisted her body, transforming into a human with a fox head, swinging her knife to block Rommel's blue arc slash. Her claw-like hands passed through the space between the two like a phantom, leaving a blood mark on Rommel. The Navy headquarters rear admiral is nothing more than this. You're already heavily injured, and swinging a knife must be very difficult for you now. With your current strength, what can you do to stop me, Moru? Clang, clang, clang. Rommel's attacks were fierce, his eyes blood red, flames igniting on his knife, and he unleashed a flurry of slashes around Katarina Devon. However, he had already been injured from the sneak attack on his shoulder, his strength diminished, and the blood continually flowing took away a lot of his stamina. His wild slashes were blocked one by one, and he received many claw marks in return. Katarina Devon was called the Crescent Moon Hunter for a reason. She patiently consumed Rommel's stamina like a hunter trapping prey, always waiting until it was exhausted before striking. Moreover, her methods were far from just that. This was a Navy warship, and there were many Navy soldiers on board. Blazing fire slash. Rommel swung his burning long knife, hacking down continuously. Boom! A slight explosion sounded, accompanied by pink smoke spreading. When Rommel dispersed the pink smoke, Katarina Devon had already vanished without a trace. Continuous screams echoed on the warship. The worst thing Rommel feared had happened, and he rushed toward the source of the screams. Katarina Devon had actually attacked ordinary Navy soldiers. Bastard! Stop! Rommel was furious, his usually squinting eyes nearly bursting open. By the time he arrived, over 10 corpses lay in a pool of blood, and Katarina Devon had disappeared again. The surrounding Navy soldiers were powerless against the previous sneak attack, and now nervously clustered around Rommel. Don't be afraid. Everyone gather at one end of the warship and wait for Fierce Tiger to come to our aid. Rommel loudly reassured these soldiers, who usually only dared to bully the weak. He could only say he was unlucky. The Navy headquarters had sent word that 3 newcomers worth over $1 billion had entered the New World, and the most dangerous and brutal among them was Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina Devon, and he happened to run into her. Suddenly, without any warning, among the approaching Navy soldiers, an ordinary Navy soldier with a knife swung it at the unguarded Rommel's back. Blood splattered, the wound deep enough to see bone, and Rommel immediately felt dizzy, staggering forward and falling to the ground. The surrounding Navy soldiers were stunned, unable to react to this sudden situation, staring in disbelief at the knife-wielding soldier. Moru really disappointing. Navy Rear Admiral. A hand brushed across the soldier's face, and the Navy soldier transformed into a woman dressed flamboyantly, with heavy makeup and a prominent nose. It was Katarina Devon, who was looking at the G5 Navy with a cold smile. What a bunch of incompetent fools. You can only bully weak Navy soldiers. Now it's you who are weak and helpless. How does it feel, Moru? The patrol fleet, as the name suggests, is primarily responsible for patrolling and summoning battle fleets upon discovering pirates. That is their task. The soldiers on the warship are not as battle-hardened as those in the combat fleet. Usually they don't engage in combat, only responsible for capturing a few straggling fish on the periphery. Now, being attacked by such a ruthless pirate on their warship had severely dampened morale, and many Navy soldiers had already stealthily taken a few steps back. If it weren't for Doflamingo establishing his authority in the past few days, they would likely have already collapsed and fled. Don't be afraid. Fierce Tiger has already come to our aid. We must hold out until he arrives. As Navy soldiers, as long as we still carry the name of justice, we must never succumb to pirates. As an elite rear admiral of the headquarters, capable of commanding a fortress in the New World, Rommel's strength was naturally top-notch. The 2 sneak attacks had not completely robbed him of his fighting capability. He stood up and rallied the Navy soldiers. In the past, Rommel's words would have had little effect. The enemy was too strong, and the survival strategy of the G5 base Navy was not to engage such foes head-on. But now, the Fierce Tiger has arrived. This man, whether you call him violent or capricious, has many Navy soldiers secretly dissatisfied with his harsh suppression of those who merely complain. However, one thing nobody can deny is his strength, undoubtedly powerful, just like those three monsters who emerged back then, bringing a sense of security to many Navy soldiers. The fierce tigers' might now instills a glimmer of hope in the Navy members who are in danger. Moreover, once that violent guy finds out they're escaping in the heat of battle, it might be worse than dying on the battlefield. The morale that had just hit rock bottom surged instantly after Rommel inadvertently mentioned a name. This was something even Rommel did not anticipate. He saw the Navy members encouraging each other, their guns aimed at Katerina de Palm. Fire! Bang, bang, bang! Katerina de Palm's agile body flashed in place, and all the bullets aimed at her fell into empty space. As a pirate supernova, she had already awakened her dual-color hockey in the first half of the Grand Line, and she was also a powerful ability user. Even without a sneak attack, Rommel was no match for her, let alone these ordinary bullets. Just as she was about to unleash a massacre, boom, 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 more than 10 cannonballs whistled and struck the sea, splashing high water. The first batch of Navy reinforcements arrived and began to besiege the pirate ship. The increasing number of warships reduced the pirate ship's maneuvering space. No matter how agile, they were hit, and flames and thick smoke billowed from the ship. Muru, the fierce tiger, this arrogant man has actually been sent here. How interesting. Watching the Navy not scatter, but instead rally and shoot at her, and seeing more and more Navy warships on the surface, Katerina de Palm's triangular eyes sparkled with interest, and her lips dried up with excitement. She was naturally aware of the fierce tiger's boastful words spreading across the world. In her view, it was nothing but arrogant self-destruction. Originally, she just wanted to use the head of a vice admiral from headquarters to announce the arrival of the Crescent Moon Hunter to the New World, believing it would yield great results. Now, the unexpected appearance of this man in these waters changed her plans. Useless Navy. This time, I'll let you off the hook. Don't let me run into you in the New World, or next time you won TB, so lucky. Bang! Another burst of pink smoke spread, and Katerina de Palm disappeared into the thick smoke. The pirate ship no longer lingered in battle, breaking free from the encirclement of warships and speeding away into the distance. Seeing the pirate ship flee, Rommel could no longer hold on and slumped onto the ship, while the surrounding Navy shouted urgently, "Base Commander! Base Commander! Quickly, get the medic, the base commander is injured." As the Navy on the warship busily dealt with post-battle matters, no one noticed that a figure stealthily returned to the warship. After a barely audible muffled groan, a Navy soldier with a sinister smile appeared from the darkness. Katerina de Palm had returned. She was a Zoan-type mythical beast user with the Inu no Mi model, Nine Tails, one of her abilities being the power to transform into others. The head of a vice admiral from the Navy was still not enough. Transforming into a Navy soldier, Katerina de Palm looked at the Navy fleet that had appeared on the sea surface and licked her lips. If you're going to do it big. The fierce tiger, this overly famous Navy, just happens to be the best stepping stone to announce the arrival of the Crescent Moon Hunter to the New World. Muru, she didn't take care about failing. She was a natural pirate queen, as the most famous diviner in the South Sea personally said. By the time TangGe led the fleet to arrive, Vice Admiral Rommel had done a simple bandaging and was directing the Navy soldiers to handle the battlefield. As the injured Navy needed treatment, and the fallen Navy needed to be counted. Looking at the severely damaged warship, TangGe walked over to Rommel, offered him a cigar, and quietly asked who did this. After all, Rommel was a vice admiral guarding a base, ranking among the top 10 in strength within the headquarters. Yet he was injured like this during a patrol mission. TangGe's arrival eased Rommel's tension. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, looking at the covered Navy with pain in his eyes. He had been stationed at G5, where the death rate was always high. He hadn't felt much before. But today those Navy soldiers died because of him. It was Katerina de Palm. Her strength was formidable, having already mastered dual-color hockey. And she was also an ability user who could change her appearance. The soldiers did not retreat. They fought to the death because I was too weak. The abilities of devil fruits in this world are varied and bizarre, with several that can change appearance, all difficult to detect with observation hockey. I will report the compensation for the casualties to headquarters and ensure they follow the highest standards. The reputation of the G5 Navy is well known. Even headquarters treats them differently. The compensation for casualties is lower than that of the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line. It must be noted that this is a base in the New World where the death rate is very high, which is one of the reasons why G5 Navy soldiers are increasingly reluctant to fight to the death. That would be good. The Navy should treat everyone equally. as they are all maintaining justice, with no distinction between high and low. After this incident, Rommel seemed to have gained some insight. The fierce aura he once had softened and became more restrained, yet he appeared somewhat guilty. Your Excellency, Base Commander, you have done your best. With a bounty of over 300 million in the first half, it indicates that she is also a dominant figure in the New World. Comforting Rommel softly, TangGe's mind flashed with the information of Crescent Moon Hunter. Katerina de Palm, born into a merchant family in the South Sea, had a fondness for star divination. However, brutal and vicious, after personally killing her brother, she became a pirate. She had a penchant for bizarre clothing and destroyed a town for some pretty clothes in the South Sea. Strong in power, she had a notorious record of attacking Navy branches even before entering the Grand Line. You should go rest in the medical room. I'll handle things here. If anything comes up, just have someone find me. TangGe took over the remaining matters. Rommel nodded. After the fierce battle, he was already exhausted in both spirit and energy. TangGe stood alone at the bow of the ship as all the warships headed back toward the base. This time the damage was severe. A large warship was severely damaged. The base commander was gravely injured. Over 40 Navy personnel had perished, and there were still injured who had not been accounted for. After returning, the wariness among the base's Navy would surely rise again. Previously, pirates were let go, but at least no one died. Just then, a messenger officer beside Rommel hurried over, interrupting TangGe's contemplation. Report to Lord Fierce Tiger. Headquarters has sent an order. The base commander wants you to go over. Turning around, he saw the messenger officer, named Ronag, salute him with a look of admiration in his eyes. Headquarters? I'll go right now. Upon hearing it was an order from headquarters, TangGe felt a bad premonition and walked away quickly. It wouldn't be that someone reported him right after the defeat, would it? Suddenly, a blade covered in armament hockey pierced his chest, and a cruel and satisfied smile appeared on Ronag's face. Bang! The muffled sound of the armed color blade tip, not piercing the flesh, was accompanied by the clashing sound of metal against iron on a mountain of steel. Crisp and heavy. What do you want to do with this fragile toy? Unaware of your own death, you fool. The voice was cold and chilling, and TangGe's eyes glinted with ferocity as he stared at the Navy that had been sizing him up since he boarded the warship. His strong body resembled an indestructible mountain, completely overshadowing the figure of Katerina de Palm, who had transformed into the appearance of the Navy. A strong sense of crisis caused her to break out in cold sweat, her scalp tingling as if it were exploding, and the smile on her face had not yet fully formed before it turned into fear. A flash of black light passed by. It was actually a Zoan type. TangGe looked at the figure that flashed out from his blade, his eyes filled with eagerness. As a quality inspector in this new world, he had only just arrived and had already encountered a devil fruit user. Among the 3 types of devil fruit users, he most wanted to meet a Zoan type user, tough and exhilarating. What is going on? Would I slip up? Katerina de Palm had absolute confidence in her transformation ability. It was a special ability that even observation hockey couldn't detect. But just now, the blade had pierced through her armed color body that had already been prepared for it. She completely lost the casualness she had when dealing with General Rommel, transforming into the human beast form of a Zoan-type user. Her slender, agile body was dragging behind 9 tails, resembling a standing fox, with a wound bleeding near her shoulder. The intense pain there constantly reminded her that the enemy before her was definitely not just some arrogant fool. That speed of drawing the blade, just now, if it weren't for her ability having some special effects, that blade would have taken her life. Hiss! TangGe disappeared from her sight again, as if even the sound was left behind by his speed, causing Katerina de Palm's heart to constrict suddenly, her pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. This moving speed, bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the bow of the warship was completely shattered. Wooden planks mixed with iron fragments shooting out in all directions. A cloud of pink smoke erupted. A piece of the warship wreckage floated on the sea, with de Palm squatting on it, still shaken. What kind of speed and power is this? In the previous clash, her armed color was instantly shattered. Her once proud speed was completely inadequate, and she had suffered another wound on her body. It's Crescent Moon Hunter de Palm. She's back. The warship exploded with a tremendous noise, not only catching the attention of the Navy on this warship, but also drawing nearby warships closer. The Navy that had been ambushed by de Palm recognized her, gasping loudly, their voices trembling with fear echoing throughout the fleet. Moluhuhu, as expected of the fierce tiger, truly lives up to the name. I want to know how you discovered me. Hearing the terrified screams of the Navy soldiers, de Palm proudly glanced at the Navy on the surrounding ships, finally focusing her gaze on the fierce tiger standing tall on the warship. And seeing that he showed no intention of attacking immediately, she asked. TangGe placed his hand on the hilt of his black blade, staring at it like a fierce tiger eyeing its prey, his voice deep. Fool! The Navy here wouldn't dare to look me in the eye, let alone come so close. Katarina Dapeng was very familiar with this kind of gaze. She used to look at others like this, but now she had become the prey. This humiliation made her sharp claws dig into her palm. Molohoho, so that's how it is, then see you next time. Dapeng laughed, a look of disdain appearing on her furry face again. Fool, you don't even realize I'm stalling for time. What a conceited idiot. Where she stood, the pink smoke exploded again with a bang, enveloping a nearby area of the sea. The mythical beast type doesn't only have the ability to change appearances. The instant release of the alluring pink smoke that obstructs the enemy's vision and perception is also one of the abilities of the mythical beast type. With her current speed, it was enough for her to run far away during this time. At the moment the pink smoke rose, Rommel, who was observing, thought to himself that it was bad. He had been deceived by this smoke just now, which allowed Dapeng to disappear right under his nose. A futile struggle. Bang! The soles of his feet stomped heavily on the deck, creating a violent gust of wind, and the warship was pushed back, almost tipping over by a tremendous force. TangGe vanished like a dragon emerging from the sea, disappearing from his original spot in an instant. Then, what are you laughing at? Fool, what gave you the courage to ambush me? Is it this ridiculous devil fruit ability? A voice that made Dapeng's heart tremble suddenly rang out from just nearby. How is that possible? Dapeng's smile froze on her face as she suddenly looked up. The fierce tiger in naval uniform was standing right above her, coldly staring down at her. Bang! Only then did the sound of the explosive gust arrive. TangGe stood in midair, coldly observing the still, stunned Dapeng, continuously stepping on the air beneath him. If it weren't for the consideration of the already half-destroyed warship, he could have killed this foolish and arrogant woman just now. Buzz! Another black flash of the blade cut through the sky like black lightning, slashing through the air without a sound. Poochie! In an empty space, Dapeng, who had attempted to escape by releasing the pink smoke, was struck by the blade light, exposing herself from the smoke. She stood on the sea, fresh red blood splattering into the water as a mournful, beastly roar erupted from her mouth. Standing on the sea, TangGe's expression shifted slightly. This was the third time his blade had missed a vital point. Dapeng's power and speed had surged 3 times in a short period, undergoing a dramatic transformation compared to just now. Moreover, after each surge in power, one of the tails behind her would disappear. This ability piqued his interest. Sixth tail. Dapeng bared her sharp teeth, her body expanding significantly, a powerful aura pressing down on the sea surface, causing waves to rise and spread out. Fool! If you're looking for death, don't blame me. The continuous injuries ignited her ferocity and the strongest ability of the Zoan-type mythical beast. The Inu no Mi, 9-tailed fox form, was activated. 6 of the 9 tails behind her instantly vanished, an endless surge of power flooding into her body. And the wounds she had just sustained healed under this force. Her power and speed were 6 times what they were at the start, a full 6 times. As she raised her hand and clenched it, a burst of energy exploded in her palm, and a sense of overwhelming power surged in Dapeng's heart. Let your arrogant head announce the arrival of the Crescent Moon Hunter to the New World. 6 Tails Phantom Claw. Whoosh! The sea parted, leaving a trail of water. Moving so fast that it created an illusion, she intended to torment that Navy who looked down on her to death. Crack! The armed, color-covered claws felt like they were grasping a piece of incredibly hard diamond, breaking inch by inch. The excruciating pain, mixed with fear, surged toward her brain like a tide. What kind of monster are you? That was the only question she had. Ding, ding, ding. The Navy warships, under the flagship's command, rearranged themselves into a semicircular formation, facing the pirate ship that had returned. All the Navy who could move freely rushed to the deck, their expressions complex as they gazed at the center of the encircled warship. Not long ago, the cunning and ruthless pirate Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina Devon attacked the Navy fleet as if it were an unguarded territory, her might unassailable. Rommel stood on a dilapidated warship, watching the pirate Katarina Devon, who had just defeated him through a sneak attack. Now, the momentum she exuded was like a different person. That kind of power was something he couldn't withstand even in a head-on confrontation. It was the level of power one would find in the New World. However, Lieutenant General Ryatiger remained as steady as a mountain, firmly suppressing the ever-growing aura of Devon. The stark contrast made even someone with a gentle disposition like him feel a bit stifled. There were several layers of Devon separating him and Riot Tiger. How was he supposed to operate as a superior under such circumstances? How did Jonathan manage before? The Navy personnel aboard the same ship felt differently than Rommel. Their suppressed emotions were now extremely elated. The horror they felt from Devon's earlier display of power was now replaced by exhilaration. They cheered Riot Tiger's name, wave after wave. Boom! A figure shot up from the pirate ship, causing the entire vessel to plunge heavily into the sea, almost splitting it in two. How is this possible? In the lowest cabin of the ship, lying amidst shattered wooden planks, Devon's fierce and ugly face showed disbelief. Blood foamed from her mouth, staining her vibrant clothing, and a deep fist imprint appeared on her chest, nearly breaking through. The last of her tails was already gone, meaning her power had surged eightfold since the beginning. This was the highest multiplier she had achieved since obtaining this devil fruit. Yet she was still crushed. That man was a monster. Katarina, transformed into a fox-headed humanoid, could not help but recall the scene where her claws had snapped directly. Was that a body a human should possess? Just as that thought flashed by, the shadow of death enveloped her, leaving no time for further contemplation. Ninetail's beast pearl. The danger of death stirred her last vestiges of ferocity. Her last tail vanished, and Devon transformed completely, muscles layering upon her previously slender fox body. Her claws turned black and thickened, while a tuft of white crescent-shaped fur appeared in the center of her forehead, giving her a grotesque yet powerful appearance. Boom! The pirate ship beneath her feet was crushed in two as Devon swung her now overgrown black claws towards the empty sea surface. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of dense clashes of hockey erupted as chaotic airflow burst around the flickering figures. TangGe's black blade surged with light, sending the frenzied beast flying. After the Battle of Totland, his strength and vision had greatly improved. This supernova before him, who had yet to experience the life and death trials of the New World, had already surpassed Snag among the four emperors in terms of post-multiplication strength. But that was it. You, who relied on a devil fruit for power, didn't even pique my interest in a poem. A fierce light shone in TangGe's eyes as the hockey on his black blade turned crimson. He stepped down on the surface of the sea, charging straight ahead, leaving a gash in the water. Ninetail's cross slash. The beast with a human face, Katarina Devon, unleashed her strongest power, crossing her black claws to slash at the figure charging straight toward her. Boom! One touch, and it shattered. The black blade imbued with mutated hockey was not something she could resist, instantly smashing through Devon's slash and marking her body with an inky line. Red droplets of blood seeped out, turning the ink line into a red thread. The benefit of a Zoan-type devil fruit is that it allows the user to awaken their hockey faster, making their body more resilient than an ordinary person's. On the brink of death, Devon gasped heavily, as if utterly exhausted. A palm the size of a fan suddenly grabbed her, locking around her neck. I say, did you come back here to deliver yourself to death? TangGe lifted the pirate up, his murderous intent laid bare. Gur! Devon's throat was choked. She couldn't even smile, only weakly kicking a few times. Lieutenant General Riot Tiger. Katarina Devon is suspected of impersonating a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago. The world government has issued a command to capture her alive. Moreover, she has lost her combat ability, and according to the world government's orders, we must take her to impel down for imprisonment. At that moment, a gentle voice came from behind. It was Virgo, who had just arrived on the battlefield. The world government, for reasons unknown, had issued a strict order to the Navy. The Navy is prohibited from killing pirates who have lost their ability to resist or have already surrendered, no matter how many crimes this pirate has committed. No matter the harm she has caused, these deeply sinful pirates would ultimately be imprisoned in the 6th level of Impelled Down, never to see the light of day. Virgo knew this, which is why he dared to step forward at this moment. All the Navy personnel understood this, thus lowering their heads in silence. Katarina Devon struggled to lift her head and looked at TangGe, seemingly wanting to smile. A few years ago, a famous astrologer in the South Sea predicted that she had the fate of a pirate overlord, destined to face a trial of being trapped in a cage. However, she would eventually escape, and her pirate career would ascend to new heights. It seemed that trial was now. Just wait. Riot Tiger, you bastard, wait for me to escape. I will definitely bring people to slaughter you. Crack. The sound of her neck breaking echoed. Virgo's calm face first showed shock, then uncontrollable anger. What did you just say? The world government's orders? What does that count for? Releasing the dying Devon, TangGe's cold gaze turned to Virgo, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. The barking of the incompetent. I want to test your weight for a long time. He stepped on the sea, causing it to sink like a net, and his body shot out like lightning. Arrogant fool, how dare you disregard the world government's orders? Virgo roared, his body covered in hockey, charging forward without retreat. Clang! It was like two iron mountains colliding, producing a dull noise as a wave exploded, causing the warship to sway. Floating on the sea, with barely a flicker of consciousness left, Devon felt that relentless, violent aura. To hell with the prophecy. Ultimately, her body lost all vitality, and she was swept into the depths of the ocean by the waves. Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, the ruthless pirate and a key member of the future Pirate King crew, met her demise at the hands of Riot Tiger. Clang, clang, clang. The clashes of hockey continued on the surface of the sea. No one cared about the death of a pirate. There was an even more intense battle unfolding. What many Navy personnel did not expect was that the usually gentle Lieutenant General Virgo harbored such immense power, able to withstand Riot Tiger's fierce onslaught. Being able to withstand half of my strength. You have enough to be proud, Virgo. Now I will use all my strength, if you can withstand it. You're the boss. In terms of brazen lies, TangGe was more outrageous than Garp. Virgo was at most a peak colonel who had not eaten a devil fruit. Even if his mastery of hockey was profound, it could not withstand even 1/10 of TangGe's current power. He was even inferior to Katarina Devon. How is this possible? Just half of my strength. Boom! Virgo's entire body felt like it was about to fall apart, with numerous fractures appearing in various places. Just moments ago, he was barely holding himself together, but he was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of power and speed, crashing into the side of a battleship and creating a gaping hole that pierced through the entire ship. The rapidly following TangGe landed another punch in Virgo's abdomen. Virgo's body was almost folded in half, blood spewing from his mouth like a giant cannonball hitting the sea. Boom! The ocean parted, creating a humanoid-shaped hole, with water splashing over 10 meters high. If you dare to use that group of garbage to pressure me again, I'll kill you. You overestimate yourself, foolish idiot. The seawater engulfed Virgo's body, and that was the last thing he heard. On the surrounding battleships, the Navy fell silent. There were no cheers. The body of the pirate, with a bounty exceeding 300 million, had fallen into the sea. They realized that the seemingly powerful Vice Admiral Virgo had been defeated. Now they understood. The fierce tiger is strong, and much stronger than they had imagined. Such a powerful figure was very appealing to them. On a battleship, Virgo just pulled up from the sea, lay in his captain's quarters with vacant eyes. Defeated. Completely defeated. With a similar experience and almost the same time of service. Virgo always felt a hint of resentment towards the fierce tiger, who enjoyed supreme glory and attention from headquarters. Katarina de Palm was a former partner of his family. She was able to find the weakest Rommel in this sea area, thanks to his intelligence. At a crucial moment, wanted to stop the fierce tiger from killing de Palm. He didn't know if it was out of family interests or his own sense of defiance. But the final result was the same, a complete defeat. You overestimate yourself. Foolish idiot. The words of the fierce tiger were like a knife, constantly cutting at his heart. Struggling to get up, he walked to the refrigerator and opened the door. Virgo's eyes suddenly widened, and then he gritted his teeth and smiled terrifyingly. Among a pile of ordinary apples, one was particularly unusual. It bore strange patterns. Is that all your power? You better have a backup, or this will be your end. The news that the pirate supernova, Katarina de Palm, with a bounty exceeding 300 million, was killed by the fierce tiger in the G5 jurisdiction of the New World quickly became a major headline. At that moment, the pirates of the New World realized that the fierce tiger, who had shown brilliantly in the Totland War, had actually come to the G5 base. The Totland Kingdom, devastated by the recent war, had seen its main island turned into ruins. The residents had returned, but the atmosphere was completely different from before. Katakuri memorized every word in the newspaper, his red eyes flashing with fragments of future events. Even in his daily life, he was engaged in endless training. Fierce Tiger. This name was not well known in the New World not long ago, and most limited to the renowned Vice Admiral on Ola Square. After the Totland War, these two words became something that even the family executives of the Emperor Pirates needed to remember. Not only Katakuri, but also two of his brothers. One dead and one severely injured. Snag was also dead, and his brothers Nustardy and Pascaldi had also died. Thinking of this, the pain and anger in his heart surged like a tidal wave. While his mother could disregard the casualties of her children, he cared. This kind of hatred could only be washed away with blood. The newspaper exploded in his hands as he turned and vanished into the castle. in a room with a wall covered in more than a dozen image-transmitting din mushy screens. Powerful figures hidden in the dark corners of the world were having conversations. Morgans, is what you just said true? One of the screens showed a man with a pipe asking urgently. You heard correctly, Lou Field. Lingling has really put in a lot this time, using all the income from 10 islands in her territory as a bounty in the underworld. Morgans, the owner of the World Economic News, dressed in a suit, repeated what he had just said. This time, not only Lou Field with the pipe, but also the others found it hard to stay calm and began discussing through the image-transmitting din mushy. The Big Mom Pirates' influence was not limited to the Topland Sea. The islands under their protection were numerous, especially after the Navy's influence had shrunk. Many islands sought the protection of the Big Mom Pirates to avoid harassment from other pirates. And using the total income of 10 islands to place a bounty on a Navy officer was unprecedented. Compared to the Navy's bounties, Big Mom was much more generous. The total income from 10 islands, even in a year, could amount to 1 billion berries. Wow! Such a high bounty would surely drive the strong in the killer world mad in no time. A man with a red nose, holding a bottle and drinking nonstop, had a flushed face, not sure if it was from the alcohol or from the excitement of the news. If the target is the so-called fierce tiger, the Navy genius, that man would surely take action. Moreover, he had always hoped for an opportunity to join the Emperor Pirates. After the middle-aged man with an anchor tattoo on his head spoke, the more than 10 people on the wall fell silent. He was a supernova who emerged even before red-haired Shanks. After so many years, his strength must be terrifying. That was for sure. The Navy's bounty on him was one of the rarest types, a kill order. Everyone on the screen was discussing what would happen next. Only one man with a scythe on his shoulder remained silent, like the grim reaper staring at his prey. Half a month later, on an island called Kazanonsen, which was backed by the world's second-largest active volcano and rich in hot spring resources, it was also known as Volcano Hot Spring Island. In the past, tourists flocked here, with people from all over the world enjoying the hot springs on this relatively peaceful island. However, the continuous wars in the New World had severely impacted business here. In a large hot spring pool, only a figure as strong as a mountain soaked in the rising steam. Isn't the declaration not high-profile enough? Why has anyone been sent to kill me yet? Should I scold those emperors again? Such a mad, yet reasonable thought could only come from TangGe. Since the supernova pirate Katarina de Palm, with a bounty exceeding 300 million, fell in the G5C area for those pirates about to enter the New World. The strength of the inspector guarding the first gate of the New World, the fierce tiger, had become a true reference point. The executives of the Emperor Pirates were far away, and their strength was unknown, but supernovas were different. They had all come from the four seas and had a sense of each other's strength. Katarina de Palm was a true, ruthless character. She had silenced the other supernovas of her time, and now she was dead. Pirates coming to the New World in the first half would rather take a detour than face the fierce tiger blocking their path directly. This meant that TangGe had far fewer opportunities to bully weaker opponents. We're the strong and powerful in the New World. We're the bloody battles to the death. With no fights to be had, TangGe brought a battleship to this hot spring resort built under an active volcano. Report. The one who entered was the axe-wielding Fetterman. Seeing that TangGe had no intention of speaking, he continued. According to statistics, there are 103 missing persons on this island, all of whom are young men. TangGe is not here for vacation. He even has to manage cases of missing persons. Not long ago, the G5 base received multiple reports of missing persons, all pointing to this tourist island, which piqued his interest. No matter which world, this is a big deal. So many? Why has no one reported it until now? TangGe raised his head, his gaze piercing through the mist, putting pressure on Fetterman. It turns out that all the missing persons were tourists, and after their relatives reported it, the local Navy did not take it seriously, nor did anyone want to put in the effort to handle it. In the past year, the local residents of the island began to disappear one after another, which finally attracted attention. Fetterman's tone was serious. This island is within the Navy's jurisdiction and is relatively peaceful, so the disappearance of so many young men is certainly abnormal. First, control the local Navy, and don't let them contact the outside world. TangGe stood up, steam rising from his body, making his facial expression hard to see. More than 100 people is not a small number. Even the most incompetent Navy would know the seriousness of the situation, yet no one reported it. He does not harbor prejudice. The truth of the matter is often just that. Call the intelligence department at headquarters and have them list all the forces and individuals nearby who could do this. Yes, Fetterman felt that this superior was not just a brute who solves problems with violence, but also had a clear mind. Controlling the local Navy was a bit tricky, but investigating the forces and individuals capable of this was indeed a good idea. One by one, they would surely stir up a few jumping fish. Near the volcanic hot spring island, there's an archipelago with developed water systems and numerous small islands, serving as a very hidden ship repair factory. Battles in the New World are frequent, and the Navy's warships have docks for repairs, while pirate ships have nowhere to repair their damage. Under the G5C, which is in a passive state of avoiding war, there lies a dock specifically for repairing pirate ships. However, in the past couple of days, under the guise of repairing damaged ships, many boats have appeared in the reef-laden islands, and many more people have arrived on the islands. They either travel alone or in groups, or belong to a large organization. Among them are assassins, bounty hunters, and pirates. Everyone who comes here has one common goal: to hunt the tiger. To hunt the Navy's fierce tiger, TangGe. The exorbitant bounty issued by the Emperor Big has set all the assassins in the dark world into action. The combined profits of 10 islands are enough for them to live like local emperors for a lifetime. At this moment, in an abandoned dock, the place is filled with rusty steel frames, and there is a severely damaged galleon in the water basin. The chaotic environment has not affected the people gathered here. They can adapt to even worse conditions. In the silent venue, there are about 300 people, all belonging to one organization. The number one assassin organization in the dark world, Death God. All their members wear white clown masks, with a number on their left chest. The larger the number, the higher their status in the organization. Their weapons are varied and strange, and some appear empty-handed. You would never know what kind of weapon an assassin might pull out. The organization's number one assassin, known as the Grim Reaper and the Master Undertaker, Dolag Pikluo, walked to the center of the crowd. With the number 499 marked on his left chest, indicating he is the strongest in the organization. Pikluo had just received news that the fierce tiger was nearby in the volcanic hot spring town, which made him very happy, his lion-like mane swaying in the wind. He is not the only one eyeing the fierce tiger's head. Nearly 1,000 peers are lurking here. As the king of assassins renowned in the New World, Pikluo is not a brainless brute. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bullhead, spread the news that the fierce tiger is in the volcanic hot spring town right now. The more people know, the better. Number 408 is a strong man with horns, looking honest and simple. In reality, he is also a notorious butcher in the assassin world. Understood. Bullhead understood the boss's intention, letting those idiots go first to wear down the fierce tiger's stamina and lower his defenses. The killer's secret weapon lies not in individual strength, but in being unexpected. No one understands this better than they do, especially to let the Yeti brothers know that their father was killed by the fierce tiger, with them leading the charge. Everyone will go crazy. Pikluo's strategy is spot on. His group of assassins employs various tactics, prioritizing killing efficiency even more than pirates. As long as they can kill their target, they will go to any lengths. Even the powerful fierce tiger cannot withstand their methods. In a dark and remote room at the G5 base, Virgo, who has been in a semi-retirement state since being defeated by TangGe, is hidden in the shadows. He is holding a black transponder snail and is in conversation with Don Quixote Doflamingo. The situation is like this: Doflam, Depin is dead. Ever since the fierce tiger came, the Navy's attitude has changed dramatically. Warships are frequently dispatched, and recently passing smuggling ships and pirate ships have all been intercepted. Fufufu, what an annoying guy. No matter where he goes, he has to create a big commotion. Since Depin is dead, it means she didn't have the qualifications. On the other end of the transponder snail, the veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged. The power of the 7 warlords was greatly weakened after this man caused a commotion in Water City. Now, coming to the New World and cutting off his path to wealth, he sent Virgo to the G5 base just to take care of the family's smuggling business. The Navy inside the base now strongly supports the fierce tiger, and Rommel is also vigorously recommending him to become the next base commander. Virgo's voice was cold and mechanical. Since being defeated by the fierce tiger, many Navy personnel have changed their views on him. If the fierce tiger does not leave, then he will never see a chance to rise again. Fufufu. Let him try. The situation of pirate dominance in the New World, buried in the Navy's spiritual cowardice, cannot be changed by him alone. How many men stronger than him have tried to change this, and what was the result? Virgo, head broken and bleeding. That's right. If he likes to cause trouble, let him do it. He won't be able to stir up trouble for long. The Pirate King Big has issued a bounty for him, and all the assassins in the dark world want to hunt this fierce tiger. Moreover, that man who offended the red-haired is just looking for a reason to be accepted by the Emperor pirates. He will not let go of this opportunity to be sheltered by the Emperor. Just wait. Virgo, A man who overestimates himself usually does not end well. That guy has a precedent of killing Navy supernovas. Foo-foo, foo-foo. On the transponder snail, the voice grew low and then rose. Got it, Doflam. After a brief conversation, they cut off the communication. You better find a way to break free from the endless pursuit, because even more terrifying things await you. Fierce Tiger TangGe. In the darkness, Virgo's face twisted in extreme humiliation. The humiliation of that moment torturing his proud heart at all times, accompanied by his roar. A monstrous shadow emerged in the room, clawing and dancing. In the Navy headquarters Sengoku's office, I understand. Send all the forces and individuals that meet the conditions in that area over to him. Sengoku hung up the phone. What's going on? Is that kid up to something again? Carp, who had been idly boasting and sleeping in his office, looked over, having just heard a certain key name. His first reaction was that someone was causing trouble. It must be said that only peers understand each other best. Sengoku rubbed his temples and crumpled a piece of paper on his desk, throwing it to his pet sheep. There have been a large number of missing person cases near the volcanic hot spring island by the G5 base, and he is investigating. Investigating? Carp might not have the concept of investigation in his mind. Does Carp need to investigate to get things done? Iron Fist can solve everything. Don't you want to think about it again? Sengoku changed the subject, his eyes behind the lenses filled with seriousness. The news of a high bounty issued by the Big Mom's Dark World could not have escaped him as the acting admiral of the Navy. A large number of assassins, including the one known as the Great Hand Undertaker Dracul Mihawk, have already gathered in the waters near the G5 base. Beneath the calm surface of the sea lies a turbulent undercurrent. The individual strength of the assassins isn't strong, but they will resort to any means necessary. They will use any weapon, causing significant destruction. And most critically, the pirate who enjoys killing and possesses the qualities of a strong individual will definitely also make a move. He had considered recalling TangGe to headquarters, but Carp stopped him. This is his own choice, Sengoku. That kid has long thought everything through. Behind his seemingly reckless behavior is a strong heart that moves forward relentlessly. To become the strongest, one must have the determination and strength to face all dangers without fear. Carp also no longer looked nonchalant. He stood up and gazed at the sea outside Marineford. There, dark clouds loomed, and lightning flashed continuously. A violent storm was approaching. Look, the storm is coming. Only a navy that can stand firm against the storm is what we need. He also felt uncertain. TangGe's achievements in Totland were impressive. And afterward, they learned that not only was the Crick badly injured, but several high-ranking members of the Big Mom Pirates had also died. However, the New World is not just about those emperors. The strong hidden beneath the vast seas are difficult for the Navy to fully comprehend. Just after Roger's death, countless supernovas flooded into the New World, and after undergoing high-intensity training there, their strengths are unknown. Sigh, we have been disappointed many times. Sengoku sighed and stood up, looking into the distance with Carp. Only when Carp was present could one see Sengoku, known as the Great Buddha, have such a weary side. Chopper and Peach Rabbit are referred to as the heirs of those three monsters. However, they both lack the courage to face the pirate emperors directly and the dominance required of a naval leader. TangGe has it. He possesses a trait that Sengoku particularly values. This is also the reason why he allows TangGe to act in the Navy headquarters against the elite rear admirals. The one who leads the next generation of the Navy should do so by suppressing everything with strength. The Navy does not need another Chopper or Peach Rabbit, nor another monster like a Kainu, and not even a strategist like himself, but a dominator who can surpass Carp, to accomplish what he, Carp, and Zephyr have not done. To end this era, this is their common hope. Kid, the first trial of the New World has come. Surpass him, and you will reach a whole new realm. Only then can you truly make a name for yourself in the New World. News of the Navy landing on the volcanic hot spring island from the G5 base and investigating the missing person cases quickly spread. For ordinary citizens, it was nothing. It had no impact on their lives. But for those living in darkness, it was quite a storm. What was going on with the G5 Navy? Did they discover something about Monta? A fat man in the darkness exclaimed in surprise and anger. Monta is the local Navy's leader, the one who has always provided cover for their activities. His arrest truly sends chills down one's spine. Don't worry, Monta knows the stakes. Admitting guilt is what makes him guilty. Moreover, we have been very discreet. Those we captured have long been moved away. It's just that the new idiots don't understand and actually chose to target locals. The well-dressed boss said calmly. He is the local snake in the dark side of this island, having received news before the Navy arrived, and all his subordinates stopped their activities and went into hiding. The Navy could never track them down. What are you afraid of? The Navy has no evidence. They can't find us. We are all legitimate. A woman dressed extravagantly and heavily made up shouted, but before she could finish her words, the door was pushed open and a subordinate rushed in, shouting, "The Navy is here." The Navy in white justice uniforms is rushing across the island, fully armed and exuding killing intent, forcibly taking away everyone they set their sights on. Whether tourists or local residents, they were all scared and hid in their rooms, afraid to go out due to the Navy's sudden violent actions. At the entrance of a manor at the foot of a volcano, Fetterman's mouth twitched. He never expected that the methods of the Fierce Tiger would be so direct and violent. He originally thought that the Fierce Tiger would at least investigate a bit, distinguishing between good and bad to avoid collateral damage. After all, dealing with civilians and pirates is different. Who knew? If TangGe knew what Fetterman was thinking, he would only scoff. That was in the past. Distinguishing? How troublesome would that be? So many people went missing. Ordinary people might not know. But at a certain level of power, there would be some wind. Just capturing them all and asking once would reveal everything. As for collateral damage, you could go complain. All bases in the New World are under the command of Admiral Akainu, who believes in absolute justice. In other words, it's better to wrongly kill than to let one escape. Anyone associated with injustice will be ruthlessly destroyed by him. The path of the strong is one of tyranny. If it doesn't work, it only means your strength isn't strong enough. After receiving that list at headquarters, TangGe wasted no time and directly ordered the accompanying Navy to arrest all the forces and individuals listed on the list, suppressing any resistance with cannon fire. In this simple, crude, and extremely swift action, the results were indeed effective. The heads they captured revealed all the information they knew, and ultimately, all clues pointed to this manor. It belongs to the owner of the largest travel company on this tourist island. Boom. Not bothering to waste words with the guards at the gate, TangGe kicked the iron fence, and the thick rebar emitted a screeching sound as it completely bent, flying far away and crashing into a building. Fetterman was stunned. This guy really has no taboos. This style is too enviable. As the Navy poured in, the three people who had been discussing in the room all rushed out, and the extravagantly dressed woman stood in front of TangGe. "Navy, what are you doing? Do you know who we are? We are all recognized by the world government as legitimate." Before she could finish the same words, she was interrupted again. "I really miss Leonard. Without him, even the lines have decreased significantly, turning into a brute who only knows how to fight." TangGe sighed quietly and withdrew his hand. With that guy around, he would always manage to convince her, so why resort to violence? The current group of subordinates is just a bunch of wooden dummies, particularly the kind that are very dull in speech. Regardless of whether you are serious or not, the Navy now suspects that you are not serious. So take them all away. After capturing all the rascals in the manor, TangGe immediately instructed Fetterman to send someone to separate and interrogate the three just captured. The Navy's violent methods leave no room for everyone to handle psychologically. Moreover, being interrogated separately means no one knows what the others have said. Everyone wants the lightest punishment and wants to shift the blame onto others. Thus, the interrogation proceeded smoothly, and results were quickly obtained. The three are the owner of a travel company, the brother-in-law of Manta, the naval leader on the island, and the mistress of a transportation company. They have clear divisions of labor, specifically targeting solitary tourists, but due to the frequent wars and a downturn in tourism over the past year, they began to target locals. The number of people they have knocked unconscious and sold for every 10,000 Bailey far exceeds 103, with many women and children also sold by them. Fetterman was sweating, the report in his hand soaked with sweat, as the gaze of the Fierce Tiger was too terrifying. Where did the people go? Who were they sold to? TangGe only wants to know this. Whether it's the sellers or the buyers, it's all the same. I don't know. Fetterman wiped his sweat and quickly added, "They didn't know that their subordinates, after capturing people, uniformly sent them to the nearby shipbuilding island, where there are dedicated ships and people for transportation. As for where the people went after that and who they were sold to, they had no idea. The three were at the bottom of this human trafficking profit chain, and they couldn't access more information. They also provided a useful clue. Such incidents not only happen on this island, but the demand from buyers is substantial." This was all that the three traffickers had divulged. Their original business profits could not satisfy their lavish consumption, which is why they turned to human trafficking for exorbitant profits. Make them reveal all the locations they know, and then execute everyone involved. TangGe's eyes were cold and ruthless. Human trafficking is a major crime, and before, one could only watch and offer some legal punishment. Now, with force and law on his side, why spare them and waste food? Justice cannot be lacking. Didn't you hear? Fetterman's tall body trembled immediately. He had just stiffened up, including the subordinates involved in capturing tourists, the island's law enforcement officers who shielded the criminals, and leaders at various levels. That's over 200 people. He didn't even bother to identify them, just executed them all at once. The fierce tiger is truly violent. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Fetterman felt that if he hesitated any longer, he might also be executed as an accomplice. Shipbuilding Island? TangGe fetched a nautical chart and checked the direction. He decided to go there to look for clues. He didn't know when it started or where it came from. The news about the fierce tiger, TangGe, was rapidly spreading on this shipbuilding island, quickly becoming an open secret. The enormous bounty stirred people's hearts, and several submarines disappeared from the surface of the water. Boss, someone has already quietly set off. The bull-headed man praised Picluo's scheme. It was a brilliant two-pronged approach. It not only consumed the fierce tiger's strength, but also eliminated a large number of his peers. Even if our hands are stained with blood, we cannot forget that killing is also a skilled job. Picluo slowly walked to the center of the crowd. He was about to deliver a mobilization speech, which was his favorite part. Today, we gather here to ensure our organization becomes the undisputed king of assassins in the New World. His voice was filled with emotion, and emotion has the highest infectious power. And the one who has brought us to this supreme position is. At this point, Dorag, Picluo, opened his mouth wide and gestured to all his subordinates below. It is the fierce tiger, TangGe. Everyone shouted that name together, like religious devotees holding up TangGe's photo, standing in the wind, their expressions devout and frenzied. Destiny has destined us for this honor. The fierce tiger is currently on Volcano Hot Spring Island, and tonight we will take his head as a tribute for this year's Hell Tea Party. This news made all the assassins overjoyed. This is a head delivered to our door. Creak, creak. At this moment, all the steel structures in the dock trembled. A beam placed on the ground bending to a certain arc under an invisible force, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. All the weapons hidden throughout their bodies quivered, facing one direction, as if welcoming their king. Outside the dock, a person floated in midair, his face cold, like a deity descending. Who do you say you want to kill? He is mine. An overwhelming, blood-like, invisible intimidation swept through the entire area like waves, causing half of the frenzied assassins to collapse on the spot, unconscious. Picluo felt a chill all over. His mind was filled with only one thought. What does this madman want with them? On the other side of the island, boom, an orange fireball shot into the sky, and the green trees turned yellow instantly under the scorching heat. After TangGe's expression turned speechless, a killing intent gradually boiled within him. As he approached the small island, he sensed dozens of auras no less than that of naval lieutenants gathering together. He thought it was the mastermind behind the traffickers, but as soon as he showed up, a group of men looked at the face of the person right in front of them, compared it with the photo in their hands, and, after a brief silence, their eyes turned frenzied. It's the real deal. There is no need to go to Volcano Hot Spring Island. They can claim the big bounty right now. Move. Kill him. The discipline of the assassin organization is very high. In an instant, under the command of a leading man, without any hesitation, a large pile of various weapons covered the position where TangGe was. Boom! A violent explosion completely reduced this repair yard for broken ships to ruins. The rising flames illuminating the differently colored smoke. The purple-black color exuded an ominous aura. Bastard! Who just released the gas bomb? Are you trying to kill us all? The assassins scattered in the shortest time. All the white clown masks were replaced with gas masks, fearing they would inhale the purple-black gas. The fierce tiger. In the crowd, one assassin's gaze was extremely eager. The dose of the gas bomb he released was very high, and without precaution, he had even killed hundreds of millions of pirates. Don't joke around. The voice close to his ear immobilized him, and in a flash, his vision spun and flew away, plunging into darkness. TangGe swung the black knife in his hand, the blade flickering heavily, cleaving through live lives, slightly dodging a high-speed bullet that came rushing at him, meeting a pair of astonished eyes. How is that possible? But these are specially made high-explosive bullets, traveling at the speed of sound. Snipers are the most common among killers. The bullets fired from their rifles can hardly hit the powerful beings roaming the New World. Only these specially designed bullets can ensure unexpected victories, making them invincible. What finally entered his sight was a flash of blue light. Whoosh! TangGe, frustrated by the slow killing efficiency, unleashed the six-style shave, swiftly weaving through the crowd. Every body he passed became rigid, collapsing in groups, unable to move again. The killer organization that brings death to others had hit a brick wall. The reason why killers instill fear is that they operate in the shadows. Their methods are unclear. Once they face off against well-known, powerful beings, the result is like this. Various high damage. Large-scale weapons aimed at TangGe were futile, landing in empty spaces, while their numbers dwindled rapidly. Originally surrounded by layers of killers, only a few scattered ones remained, fleeing in panic. They muttered about monsters, their hearts filled with fear and regret. Even so, they could not escape the fate of being pursued by justice. This group of killers was of decent quality, each possessing the strength of a Navy lieutenant, with an array of assassination techniques and plenty of high-tech gadgets. Gatling guns, portable missiles, high-explosive bombs, gas bombs. But in the face of TangGe's speed, they were insignificant. Slaughtering such weaklings could not satisfy his growing desire for battle. He looked towards the other side of the island, flames burning in his pupils, his black blade humming continuously. There was an overwhelming, beastly presence there. The man known as Bullhead lay powerless on the ground, his eyes filled with fear, the blood loss indicating he would not survive. Corpses like this were everywhere. Pietro never expected that this madman would come to kill them first instead of targeting the main adversary. Just moments ago, the killers who acted like zealous fanatics had been wiped out cleanly. He dare not move. The desire to survive forced him to watch his subordinates get slaughtered, just to cling to life for a few more seconds. His choice was correct. The man he referred to as a madman ignored him and looked behind, where a man in a justice cloak appeared. It had been a long time since he had seen such an outstanding Navy rising star. It was truly. The intimidating red like blood erupted, scattering the thick smoke, flames, and odors from the battlefield. The madman licked his lips. The killing intent was boiling. Clang! All the weapons on the ground floated in midair, the sound of metal clashing incessantly, gun muzzles aimed at one direction, while swords and blades swirled like a shoal of fish, coiling into a mass behind the madman, ringing loudly. Weapons as a backdrop, metal as servants. This was the might of a true boss. No need for lengthy talks. This was an enemy capable of unleashing the strongest power without the need for words. The flames in TangGe's eyes intensified. Boom! The Conqueror's haki erupted from his body as well. Two hemispherical auras of Conqueror's haki clashed fiercely in the air. Their conflict crushing, a manifestation of mental power materialized. The force of their collision was no less than that of a direct clash of armament haki, akin to a mountain meeting an abyss, indistinguishable in strength. A violent airflow surged by, and TangGe stared at the figure across from him, too lazy to even ask for the other's name. 3 words filled his mind. Ability user. An ability user with Conqueror's haki. The new world truly lives up to its title as the strongest sea, with a much higher probability of encountering ability users than the first half. Moreover, this ability user was powerful, the kind that Garp had mentioned, someone who truly understood what abilities were. Not only was his ability strong, but his personal strength was also formidable. His aura was terrifyingly strong, slightly surpassing one of the Sweet Commanders, Smoothie, having reached the limit of the Marine level. This was a formidable enemy. The 2 strong individuals with Conqueror's haki clashed fiercely, and caught in the middle was the Undertaker, Pietro, completely devoid of the aura of the #1 killer in the Dark World, squeezed between 2 ferocious beasts releasing their intimidation, feeling weak and helpless, especially since he knew all too well about the mad pirate known as the Destruction King, Magnus, a certified slaughter fanatic who left no survivors in his wake. Fate is quite peculiar. The killers lured by his scheme to the volcanic hot spring island had avoided being cleared out by the 2 strongmen. Instead, he, who wanted to hide in the shadows and reap the benefits, found himself caught in the middle, facing a life-or-death situation. As the 2 were about to fight, he found himself with only one way out, his body rapidly expanding into a lion-headed human form, about to retreat from the center of their clash of energies. No one gets to escape. The Destruction King, Magnus, with yellow hair styled into 2 sharp horns, his calm expression increasingly twisted, the bloodthirsty light in his red eyes scorching. A swarm of blades buzzed around his arms, suddenly collapsing into a massive iron fist, covered in armament haki, the fist like a mountain pressing down with overwhelming force. The ability user still wanted to run. The ground beneath exploded in a circle of shattered stones, and TangGe shot forward like a cannonball. His armament haki concentrated in his fist, Conqueror's haki swirling around him. Black Tiger, heart extraction, crackle. The even more intense pressure from the Conqueror's haki crashing into the air made Pietro unable to move, like a fly caught between glass, helplessly watching as both sides' attacks bore down on him, despairing after despair. Damn it! The two fists collided in midair. The power of armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey clashing was different. It was as if two storm clouds were grinding against each other. The intense friction generating electric sparks that spread like a web from the point of impact. A deafening roar accompanied by chaotic winds swept everything around. Ruins, corpses, stones, and soil were all lifted into the sky. Bang! Bang! Armament hockey gathered from all parts of their bodies to their fists, with hundreds of violent impacts per second. Dense electric lights formed a strong light mass in the vacuum between the two, ultimately exploding completely, causing the ground within a square meter to sink by a meter. Outside the island, the continuous waves of the sea radiated outward, centered around the island. Caught between the two, Dorag Piekro was completely crushed, collapsing to the ground, his bones, muscles, and internal organs turned to mush. Weakness, when caught in the battle of the strong, leads to such consequences. Boom! It was as if a grand and passionate war song resounded. TangGe's blood boiled like fire at this moment. This was the best enemy he had encountered so far. Not the strongest. Katakuri was much stronger than him. This was an enemy slightly stronger than him. And that was the best part. Crossing this mountain would lead to another realm. Magnetic projectile. Weight equals strength. A dark purple twisted magnetic flow flashed around the massive metal fist. And the entire fist was shot out, the power increasing, breaking the balance of their clash. Boom! TangGe truly felt as if struck by a legendary railgun. His body flying backward, the immense weight combined with speed formed kinetic energy, shattering the ground behind him, creating a trench that extended straight to the nearby hill. It wasn't over yet. A circle of dark purple, twisted magnetic flow rapidly spread across Magnus' palm. In an instant, all the metal around him was under his control. Floating in midair. Launch! The metal rained down like a torrential storm. This guy's ability is magnetism. TangGe tightly gripped the black knife, attracted by the magnetic field, dodging among the shooting metal, while the ground trembled from the accelerated metal projectiles. Struck by the iron fist's earlier force and speed, he felt a tightness in his chest. If he had to eat a devil fruit, magnetism would be the ability he desired the most. The power of this ability was vividly demonstrated by the villain in that classic movie. The strong could control the magnetic field of the planet, while the weak could, like this individual before him, control all metal. Weakness is merely relative. Rebound. The metal that had struck the ground all reflected back into the air, forming a colossal arm, larger than that of a giant, above Magnus' raised fist, collapsing down with extraordinary force. Magnus held up this massive arm, which did not hinder his speed at all, dashing forward like lightning, his fist heavy as a mountain, crashing down. Navy supernova. Go to hell and repent with your weakness. Boom! Below the fist, a small hill was flattened, a fissure appeared in the island's rock layer, and a massive amount of rubble and dust rose from the edges, obscuring the sky. Weak! TangGe stood to the side, retracting his fist that smashed into the iron fist, laughing wildly as he looked at Magnus hovering in midair. With your battered heart of a strong man. Who exactly do you want to kill? His voice echoed, filled with battle intent, his blood pulsing like a drum, rhythmically beating in his chest. The Conqueror's hockey surging like golden flames, reaching for the sky. I am destined to become the strongest man. Crack! Crack! The fissures spread outward from the fist imprint, and a huge metal arm collapsed in an instant. Boom! A chaotic gust of wind, like the changes of this era, swept through the storm. Magnus' eyes widened. The Navy's words on the ground made the images in his mind flash by like a slideshow, finally stopping at that red-haired figure. The strongest. He had once been called the strongest supernova of his generation, with abilities and strength at the very top, as long as he continued to roam the new world. Ascending to the suspended throne of kings was only a matter of time. All of this changed when that man named Red-Haired emerged, turning all his dreams into fantasies. After just 2 battles, that man challenged one of the Emperor's, Big Mom, stepping on his bounty, and ultimately escaped unscathed, leaving him to linger in the new world, haunted by the shadow of defeat, becoming a monster that only knew slaughter. Thinking of this, the painful memories served as the best motivation for revenge. And Magnus' face twisted like the most vicious beast. All geniuses must die. His greatest hatred was not killing Red-Hair before he grew stronger. Ziz! All the metal on this small island flickered with dark purple, twisted magnetic flow. Even the pipes buried deep in the ground were pulled into the sky by the magnetic field. And now, having the opportunity to eliminate a Navy genius awakened with Conqueror's hockey, that sense of accomplishment drove his hate-filled heart to madness. Kill zone. Most of the metal floating in midair was not condensed together, instead forming four pillars of flashing dark purple magnetic flow, positioned at the four corners of the island. The dark purple magnetic flow covered him like a waterfall, shooting towards him like an electromagnetic cannonball. TangGe realized the purpose of those pillars, using them as a base point. This pirate could accelerate in this space with his super strong magnetic body. This was an ability user who had completely mastered their power. And their hockey was not inferior to his own. Just what I need. Holding the slightly trembling black knife, TangGe bent slightly. The ground beneath him cracked inch by inch. With tiny grains of sand rising into the air, his three-colored hockey fully unleashed, transforming into a streak of light charging forward. Ping! Ping! His right hand, wielding the black knife, struck against a massive iron fist, while the front of his left fist created layers of white air circles as it clashed against another fist. Dark red electric arcs spread from the 2 points for over 10 meters, cracks appeared in the sky, and the ground fissured. It was as if they could not bear the aftermath of the clash between two strong fighters. Pushed back half a step by the force generated at maximum acceleration, TangGe's observation hockey flashed with a vision of a rapid attack coming from his side. How is that possible? With his hand still out, TangGe could only lower his shoulders and thrust forward. Ping! Ping! Magnus changed direction to attack from 4 different angles in an instant, his attacks relentless and fluid, with both power and speed increasing. TangGe swung his knife like lightning, throwing punches like the wind, and under the enhancement of his observation hockey. The 6 form Zaru allowed him to move swiftly through the Emperor's crew, yet he still could not keep up with Magnus' seemingly unpredictable attacks. Getting close, his body was struck multiple times, slamming into the ground, causing the already heavily damaged island's foundation to show signs of collapse. Boom! A large crater with a radius of over 10 meters appeared on the ground. TangGe half-squatted at the bottom of the pit, several blood streaks visible on his body. He glanced at the pillars standing at the 4 corners of the island. All movement attacks would have inertia. Even a powerful warrior who had cultivated the 6 form Zaru to an extremely high level could not suddenly change direction to attack without eliminating inertia, unless he was an ability user. The purpose of those 4 pillars was not just acceleration. They also provided Magnus with a pivot for sudden changes in direction. The mutated armament hockey, which could restrain other ability users, lost its magical effect against this superhuman type. This was a bitter battle. However, no wonder you were beaten to a pulp. What can your weak attacks do? Just tickle me? Weakling. TangGe's gaze was like lightning, and regarding the fragments of words, he had never feared anyone. That weakling had been jabbering just now, and he had long been holding a belly full of anger. You fool. You don't understand the gap between us. I will let you die slowly in despair. Magnus was pierced by the unwavering confidence and conviction in TangGe's eyes, and the gap in strength did not diminish his fighting spirit in the slightest. This mentality only fueled his murderous intent. With his palms slightly clenched, both arms were entwined with immense metal, becoming denser under the invisible pressure, and when his fists swung out simultaneously, they resembled 2 metal pillars, crushing everything. Gap. The dignity on our 2 fists is world apart. Fire Cloud, evil god passively taking hits, was never TangGe's style. He simply sheathed his black knife, his form spinning like a furious wind. In just a few steps, his fists, glowing with scarlet light, struck against the metal pillars covered in armament hockey, unleashing dozens of punches in a second. Each punch, exceeding 8,000 tons of physical strength, already carried the special effect of the mutated armament hockey. Clang! Clang! The dullest of impact sounds erupted. The ground and sky exploded simultaneously. The 2 men were like 2 ferocious beasts, wreaking havoc on the island, with no sense of time in their battle. Their punches were incredibly fast, colliding thousands of times in an instant. The ground could not withstand the force directed downward and completely collapsed, with seawater seeping out from the bottom. Zizz! Suddenly, a sizzling sound like sonic waves flashed by, and the entire ground was covered by a dark purple, distorted magnetic field. Magnetic energy oscillation. Magnus' fists, entwined with metal pillars, pressed down like a mountain. Under the attraction of the ground's magnetic field, both power and speed multiplied. Boom! TangGe's entire body was driven into the ground, completely piercing through the island's foundation, and a massive amount of seawater splashed up from the hole, forming a water column over 20 meters high. But it wasn't over. Magnus rose into the air, and countless metal components stacked and reorganized in front of him, forming a spiral-shaped electromagnetic cannon in his hands. Ziz! The dark purple magnetic energy operated at maximum power, and a dazzling light gathered at the cannon's mouth. Boom! The entire sky shook, and the clouds behind seemed to be shattered by the recoil. Die, idiot Navy! The dark purple light column soared into the sky, flattening the water column and pouring into the seabed. Standing on the seabed's rock layer, TangGe revealed his signature grinning laugh, and the illusion of the thousand-hand evil god appeared around him, each hand holding a knife. 1,000 knives converged into one line. The red blade light sliced through the sky like a beam, shooting upward. The evil god wielding the knife, who could rival anyone. Boom! The dark purple electromagnetic light collided with the red blade light, creating a massive amount of light and shock waves that swept outward from the point of impact. Anything above this height was crushed and flattened. Boom! The hard rock layer beneath his feet shattered, and TangGe's moonstep roared as he shot up toward the sky. The black knife buzzing in his hand, determined to strike down its natural ruler. I will surpass you. Before he even arrived, his momentum had already conveyed itself. The sea surface rolled, and the land was interrupted, unable to change the will to move forward. This feeling, memories from the past appeared again in Magnus' mind. Fixed on that head of red hair. The man left the deepest impression with his red hair. It was just like this back then. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't be killed. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and his momentum grew until it was about to defy the heavens. At that time, he was afraid. A moment's hesitation in his heart changed the course of the battle. He lost, fell into the dust, and the red-haired man won, stepping onto the path to becoming a king. And now, heaven had finally given him another chance after years of sinking into despair. This time he would not hesitate and would do his utmost. Ziz! The magnetic flow from the electromagnetic cannon flowed like water, and a long sword entered the cannon's barrel. The magnetic energy instantly accelerated it to a speed that burned in the air as hot as the blazing sun. Electromagnetic rail cannon comet. Boom! Like a comet crashing. The air along the way was violently rubbed, slicing through the sky, and the scorching light was already searing to the senses before it even approached. This offensive, which seemed to pierce through the earth, did not stir a ripple in TangGe's heart. Even if it pressed down from the heavens, he would still cut through it. Heaven lacks a line. Man is determined to conquer heaven. The black knife was infused with his unwavering belief and confidence, and the conqueror's haki suddenly solidified at this moment. Virum! The sky fell silent to the extreme, with not a sound, as the scorching metal was split like flowing water, dividing the sky in half. The figure defying the heavens surged forward, with the air circle beneath his feet exploding, not pausing for a moment, moving at an extreme speed. As if a black light had flashed by, the world returned to normal. Sounds and colors became vibrant again. Ding! This was the metallic components in the electromagnetic cannon ringing, shaking violently, with dark purple light darting everywhere, about to explode. A line penetrated the entire cannon body, along with the body holding the electromagnetic cannon. Boom! The sound of an explosion lit up the sky, echoing in all directions. TangGe, who had landed on the ground, was bleeding profusely, with a split metal piece lodged in his chest, almost touching his organs. If it weren't for the toughness of his skin, which had become somewhat like the black knife material, his injuries would have been even worse. Looking at the pirate corpses on the ground, the gap between you and me is obvious. Unfortunately, you still have fear in your heart. After saying that, he turned and left. The entire small island was soon submerged in seawater. Faster than the Navy headquarters intelligence department was the urgent news from the World Economic Journal. The fierce tiger kills magnetic destruction. King Eric Magnus, the #1 killer organization in the dark world, is annihilated. Beneath the eye-catching headline, there were photos of the whole island, showing the intense battle at the time. As the intermediary of global intelligence, Morgans always knew the developments first. Then, a flood of newsbirds spread this urgent temporary information worldwide, making curious people willingly pull out 100 berries. These two pieces of news were like an ice rain, drenching those restless killers and pirates who wanted to earn the huge bounty of the king, cooling them to the core. Who is Eric Magnus? Before the red-haired man appeared in the New World, he was touted as the most likely successor to Roger's throne. In recent years, the geniuses who died at his hands numbered 8 out of 10, and even one navy with admiral potential was killed by him. And now he was dead. Dorag Pietro and his subordinates were undoubtedly the #1 in the dark world, instilling fear in countless people, and now their entire army was annihilated. Those pirates and killers who wanted to hunt the tiger compared their strength and methods, and one by one abandoned the idea of sending themselves to death. No matter how high the bounty, one must be alive to claim it. At this moment, two people at the Navy headquarters were very pleased. One of them needed no words. Carp's smug look was already quite annoying, wanting everyone to read the newspaper to him. This shameless old guy, he himself could read. And he wasn't blind. He just wanted to show off. Their shameless tactics were truly contagious and hard to guard against. The other was actually Sengoku. This old man had been secretly laughing for a long time. While others feared that the fierce tiger would cause trouble, he did not. Sending that guy to the New World was his brilliant decision, highlighting his talent for knowing people and employing them. Don't you like causing trouble? Go to the New World, where the sea is vast and you can roam freely. Don't you like to fight? Go to the New World, where the strong are like clouds and the tyrants like rain. Look, the G5 base has been subdued, Katarina Devon, and now this Eric Magnus. This guy has a blood debt to the Navy. Besides T-Pig and Peach Rabbit, there was another Navy powerhouse that made up the new generation's highest combat power successors. Unfortunately, the Navy, named Black Horse, encountered Magnus and fought valiantly, but ultimately was killed. The Navy thus issued a kill order. Sengoku was very pleased, exchanging flattery with Carp. However, if he could travel through time and space years later, he would definitely give his smug self of his a slap. Your good days are still ahead. Similarly, on both ends of the telephone bug in that dark room, the two did not speak for a while, as they both saw the news on the newspaper at almost the same time. The fierce tiger won. The ones who went to kill him ended up dead without exception. This unexpected outcome left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha ha. What an unpredictable man. The first to speak was Doflamingo. The veins on his forehead, simulated by the Den Mushi, were bulging, indicating that he was not as calm as he appeared. The Navy on this side has now turned overwhelmingly in favor of the fierce tiger, and they have already been subdued by his strength. This place is no longer suitable for our infiltration. At this moment, Virgo also felt somewhat helpless. He had come to fully understand that the fierce tiger had not even used half of his strength at the time, nor even a tenth of it. Even if he consumed that powerful fruit, he had no confidence in defeating the fierce tiger, who could kill a pirate with an 800 million bounty. Don't lose heart, Mr. Virgo. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Doflamingo's pink lenses flashed with an unclear meaning. There's more than just our business on this shipping route, right? The existence of the fierce tiger has already touched the interests of the vast majority, and that fierce tiger will inevitably collide with those behemoths. Speaking of this, Doflamingo let out a low chuckle. Moreover, once he heads deeper into the sea route, the first obstacle in front of him will be the island known as Gorin, which is a taboo for those celestial dragons. Anyone who touches that place will die, no matter who they are. Understood. A cold smile appeared on Virgo's dark face. Now that the Navy's morale can be utilized, he can take advantage of the situation and let the fierce tiger bump into the celestial dragon's taboo on Gorn Island. On volcanic Hot Springs Island, TangGe was wrapped in thick bandages around his upper body. This was the most severe injury he had ever sustained, with half of the metal almost touching his heart. This further strengthened his determination to continue his training. Isn't it great to be an indestructible muscle monster? Even after experiencing the most perilous battle, even with scars on his body, nothing could stop him from continuing his training. On the surface of his body, a layer of crimson-colored armed haki was vibrating at high frequency, with a small amount seeping deep into his skin. Inside his body, his observation haki was entwined throughout, constantly sensing everything happening around him. In this life-and-death battle, he defeated an opponent slightly stronger than himself, resulting in significant progress for TangGe. The physique at the level of a Marine Admiral was different from before. It did not have the increasingly difficult bottleneck for improvement. The more intense the battle, the more it could enhance his strength, but it still had its limits. TangGe had already felt this limit. Pure physical strength of 10,000 tons was the threshold, and he was not far from that value. Once he reached the limit of the Marine Admiral physique, his haki would mutate again, which would provide him with the greatest surprise. Compared to the diverse and destructive means of ability users, the enhancement of his physique and the mutation of his haki were his greatest trump cards. Moreover, he had created a true form of horizontal training. As long as the strength of his armed haki reached a level where it could be transmitted undamaged into his body like Carp's awakened state, the efficiency of horizontal training would greatly increase. He still needed to fight. Defeating stronger enemies would make him stronger. Picking up the information just sent from headquarters, TangGe carefully flipped through it. At that moment, he learned that the pirate he had fought to the death with was named Eric Magnus, a man whose existence had been covered up by the Navy. In the year 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar, after being defeated by the red-haired Shanks, he underwent a drastic change in character, crazily slaughtering civilians and erasing 3 towns from the map. After that, he specifically targeted so-called genius strongmen. Even a Marine Vice Admiral Blackhorse with admiral potential fell victim to him, with a bounty of 890 million berries. Closing the information, TangGe's mind flashed with the image of Magnus, a man with both hockey and ability, whose strength was even superior to his own. That bounty of 890 million berries indicated that even among the Emperor pirates, he was among the top-tier combatants. Unfortunately, that heart had lost the completeness that a strong person should possess. Although his attacks were fierce and incredibly powerful, there was no unwavering belief, no confidence to destroy everything. He did not understand. Killing others could not help him escape the shadow of his failure. Only by surpassing that failed self could he become stronger, which was a difference in realm. Finally, he took out a bounty notice. The man in the photo had red hair, and his eyes exuded a dominating aura. Volcanic Hot Springs Town was even more prosperous than Water City, with houses densely packed against the erupting volcano. Along the main road, crowds stood silently on both sides, watching. The news that the Navy would execute all the criminals who had abducted people drew all the residents of the town to watch. In the middle, the traffickers shackled in chains wore expressions of despair mixed with profound confusion. In this world of rampant piracy, where even slavery existed, selling people was not considered an extraordinary crime. Now, they were going to execute over 200 at once. This was madness. When the fully armed Navy pointed real guns at them, there was even a glimmer of fantasy in their hearts, wondering if this was just a symbolic show of force from the Navy. Bang! Bang! A series of gunshots rang out, shattering that fantasy. The Navy truly intended to wipe them out. Meanwhile, the traffickers in the back of the line could barely stand, all being dragged to the execution ground by the Navy. Watching row after row of criminals fall, the residents felt a myriad of emotions. The news usually reported only that pirates had attacked a town, without specific casualty numbers. But seeing so many vibrant lives extinguished right before their eyes was genuinely terrifying. Pirates were killing, and the Navy was also killing. The difference was that the Navy had the name of justice. But what if someone was doing unjust things under the guise of justice? TangGe's gaze was distant. Justice is the most luxurious form of fairness, not just talk. The Navy's highly intimidating executions frightened many. At the same time, many residents who had lost loved ones came to seek answers. Navy saying, "Those bad guys have been caught. My son can come back soon, right?" The one who asked this was an old lady sitting in a wheelchair, her white hair contrasting with the hope in her eyes. Her 2 granddaughters were also there, looking at him with the same hopeful gaze, a look heavier than any conqueror's hockey. It was called a vague hope. This heavy gaze made even TangGe's steely heart waver slightly. On that shipbuilding island, he had not found any useful clues. In this chaotic and murderous era, the sea was boundless. How easy was it to find missing people? "Ferdinand, show me the photos of the missing people. I'll find them." Huh. After firmly saying this, TangGe left, feeling a painful pressure in his chest wound. Yes, Ferdinand had already seen the news in the newspaper and had now become a staunch supporter of the fierce tiger. If TangGe said to go east, he would never go west. He also understood that in this sea where disappearance equated to loss of life, a glimmer of hope was better than despair. "Thank you." The 2 little girls bowed sincerely in thanks. They truly held hope in their hearts. In the following period, capturing pirates became TangGe's side job, and finding the group of missing people became the most important task. Even he had things he couldn't achieve. The 3 of them testified about an island where people had also gone missing, but no useful clues were found. People were taken away without their knowledge. Aside from killing over 1,000 criminals involved in human trafficking, there were no gains. Moreover, the slaughter he initiated gave the Navy headquarters a reason to recall him to Mariejois, because the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar had arrived. The year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar was not a special year. It was simply the time for the World Conference to be held after 4 years. One of the themes of this World Conference was to discuss the Ishichibukai system. Therefore, more than 170 member countries almost all sent representatives. The navies worldwide had to escort the kings attending the conference in Mariejois. All the powerful navies were mobilized to prevent pirates from harassing, intercepting, or kidnapping these kings along the way. Among them, the fierce tiger of the New World, TangGe, naturally could not escape this fate. He was ordered back by Sengoku. In the headquarters building, The Navy personnel working in the Chinese-style loft could almost hear the roar of Admiral Sengoku every day, mostly directed at Vice Admiral Karp. Today was different. Sengoku was the one being yelled at. On the other end of the transponder snail, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong was almost spitting on Sengoku. "You idiot! Why did you bring him back on the New World and let him escort the fleet of the Drum Kingdom?" Those idiots. On the transponder snail side, Sengoku was holding his forehead with one hand, his head aching. Now Prince Wapple is complaining every day in Mariehua, telling that bastard to stay in Mariehua during this time. Bang! The anger did not diminish even as the transponder snail fell silent. After being scolded, Sengoku's eyes, filled with rage, scanned the office. He glanced over a large group of vice admirals who were lowering their heads to avoid his fury and locked on a Karp, who was snoring right under his nose. "Karp, you bastard, it's all your fault for raising such good disciples." Grabbing Karp by the collar, Sengoku truly wished he could shake the bastard to death. Not a single person associated with him was without trouble. Karp genuinely didn't he know? He had just fallen asleep. What a violent man. Not only did he beat pirates, but he also beat the prince of the Drum Kingdom. The only female vice admiral present, known as Peach Rabbit, spoke up. If anyone underestimated her because of her gentle voice, her famous sword Kanbaira would correct their mistake. "Excuse me, miss, just to clarify." Another guard from the Drum Kingdom was also knocked out by him. A man who looked more lewd than Kazuru spoke, wearing a wooden plaque with the character for pig around his neck, indicating his identity as Vice Admiral Chibuta. Chibuta and Peach Rabbit were the strongest among the new generation of vice admirals, both capable of taking over an admiral position, of course, provided that no one like TangGe appeared during this time, to protect the royal families of the world. Even the two who had not appeared during the Totland battle were recalled. Hey, what does this have to do with me? That kid is now under Rommel's command. Yes, not my responsibility. Karp understood, but simply inserted his pinky into his nostril, completely disregarding it. This old bastard. Everyone present gained a new understanding of Karp's shamelessness. He could really use it as an armed color. Recently, when the fierce tiger defeated Eric Magnus, this old bastard flaunted how great his disciple was, claiming he trained him all by himself. But now that the fierce tiger got into trouble, he became Rommel's subordinate, playing double standards so clearly. Others couldn't do anything about him, but Sengoku wouldn't take the scolding lying down. "Bastard. Shockwave. Come on. Armed color. Sigh." The others kept their heads down, choosing not to see. How many years had it been? Still not enough trouble. The key was that this old bastard Karp was still alive, and now there was an even crazier, younger one. When would it end? At this moment, in a bar, TangGe was drinking with Vice Admiral Pompey, along with Smoker and Tina. Vice Admiral Pompey was about to retire. The cool duo returned to Mariehua specifically to pay their respects to Vice Admiral Pompey. They could roam freely in the barracks thanks to this tough-looking, generous officer. Most of the generals from Pompey's era had already died, and the rest were mostly injured. He was all alone. The Totland War had passed for a while, and Pompey was still immersed in grief and unable to extricate himself. In that battle, nearly 100 soldiers from the number 3 barracks died, most of them new recruits. And that was still because TangGe had cleared out many minor troops. The families waiting at Oris Square for their loved ones to return. Their hopeful anticipation and despair after hope was shattered, made this seasoned veteran finally break down. Dying in battle for the Navy is an honor, there's no arguing that. But they died without worth. The 4 were just drinking, and no one spoke. Although Smoker and Tina did not participate in that war, they also witnessed the brutality of war and the pain of losing loved ones. I didn't make this decision impulsively. I'm old now. It's time to give the position to the newcomers. Under the dim light, Vice Admiral Pompey seemed to have aged a lot, lacking the spirit he once had. And he sighed heavily. The times are changing, with waves of young and powerful pirates emerging. It's unreasonable for the Navy to still be carried by us old men. The heroes of the same era are continuously aging and dying, while new powerful figures keep emerging. This sea no longer belongs to them. No matter how strong a person is, they cannot escape time. TangGe silently filled Vice Admiral Pompey's cup with liquor during the battle in Totland. Even though Vice Admiral Pompey had already prepared for death, he still used all his strength in battle and couldn't defeat Charlotte's 8th son, which greatly impacted him. As old age set in and physical strength began to decline, not everyone could maintain their peak like Karp. His retirement was inevitable. Sigh. Though the time spent together was short, TangGe still respected his former superior. He sighed and raised his cup to clink with Vice Admiral Pompey's. "You are an excellent Navy officer. I wish you could hold your grandchild soon." This is my sincerest blessing. Thank you. You need to keep an eye on Bell and make sure he finds a girl soon. Vice Admiral Pompey's face turned red, and he said excitedly. He had completely relaxed, turning to the cool duo and slurring his words. You too, don't waste your abilities. The future of a Navy still needs you to uphold it. The cool duo's playful personalities felt a bit heavy in this atmosphere. This could be seen as a parting gift. TangGe, promise me one thing. Finally, Pompey suddenly became very serious, staring intently at TangGe. What do you want? TangGe restrained his emotions, his face expressionless. The World Conference in Mariewa was in full swing, and the member countries had significant disagreements regarding the existence of the Shichibukai system, arguing incessantly. The representatives of various kingdoms are of mixed quality. The short-sighted ones agree that the 7 warlords can help suppress pirates, while those with a bit more foresight firmly oppose it, arguing that legalizing piracy would disgrace the cause of justice and add unpredictable risks. However, the final decision is not in their hands. What is called the World Conference is merely a formality. Meanwhile, a grand retirement ceremony is being held in Marineford, where several vice admirals, including Pompey, are bidding farewell to the front lines. These are older generals who once stood as a firm barrier against the peak of pirate power, accomplished and battle-scarred. Aside from the generals stationed in Mariewa, most of the Navy in Marineford participated in this retirement ceremony. With some retiring, others rise to power. A massive overhaul of the Navy is underway, and the generation of generals represented by the likes of the Weasel is officially taking over the responsibility of guarding various important bases around the world. Times are changing, and so are people. Only the strong remain strong. Afterward, Marineford fell into a period that was so calm it became boring. Carp returned to the East Blue before the retirement ceremony, and it is said that the Yellow Monkey went to hunt down Fisher Tiger. With these two absent, the headquarters lacks something attractive. During this boredom, TangGe was brought by the cool duo to the base where the officers of Marineford train in the 6 styles. Here, a combat robot developed by the Navy Science Division has arrived. In a short time, it defeated over a dozen officers skilled in the 6 styles and has yet to face a defeat. This led to voices within the Navy, which had been exhausted and shaken in morale after the Battle of Totland, suggesting that the Navy should invest more military funds into researching combat robots rather than expanding the military or increasing unnecessary casualties by teaching lower-ranking officers the 6 styles. The timing of this opinion is quite clever, and it has garnered supporters. After all, using combat robots would prevent major casualties like those in the Battle of Totland. Thus, as the combat robot continued to defeat challengers one after another, the call to shift military funding to the research division grew louder. Vice admirals are hesitant to act recklessly. If they cannot win, then things could truly head in an unpredictable direction. Standing before this building, which has a silvery white hue, TangGe noticed that the material of the base's main entrance resembled the metal used for the Gates of Justice, giving it a very high-quality appearance. After passing through a security checkpoint, the inside suddenly became very noisy, with a dense sound of air roaring coming from within, which was inaudible outside, indicating excellent soundproofing. Turning past the soundproof wall, he found himself on a high platform, overlooking the situation inside the Platinum base. The roar of air he heard earlier was coming from an area beneath the platform, where more than 10 officers were engaged in battle using the 6 styles. The sound originated from there. The 6 styles training base is divided into 2 areas. The front area is where officers practice their 6 style skills. Following a corridor that wraps around the interior of the building, he arrived at an area blocked by a high metal wall. The back area is the newly isolated challenge zone. Smoker and Tina clearly were not there for the first time, and judging by their expressions, they had failed. This piqued TangGe's curiosity. It is known that Smoker is a Logia user. How could he not defeat a combat robot? However, the moment he stepped into the challenge area, TangGe's eyes widened, and he felt a sense of joy amidst his dull mood. In the combat arena, a massive black steel giant was exceptionally agile, completely contrary to the clumsy image one might expect from a robot. Pointing at the steel giant in the combat arena, Smoker's voice carried a hint of helplessness. That was the latest combat robot developed by the Navy scientists, Peacekeeper. It is made of special metal, and its head contains a chip that can analyze attack patterns. The technology is said to be years ahead of the current era. Idiot, let alone years, it could be 1,000 years ahead. At least in the world TangGe truly comes from, it would still be 100 years before such a thing could be created. At that moment, a rear admiral was engaged in a duel with it, and many people were watching. Take it down, Menard. Dismantle it into pieces. The Peacekeeper combat robot is humanoid, standing a full 6 meters tall, covered in thick armor, casting a shadow that gives a strong sense of oppression. The rear admiral, named Menard, clearly skilled in physical combat and possessing great strength, could not budge it in the slightest. Instead, he was swept away by its mechanically agile arms, crashing into the surrounding protective devices and collapsing to the ground without the strength to continue fighting. Seeing that even the so-called pursuer, Menard, could not defeat this behemoth, the surrounding Navy officers began to boo. This giant had been standing there for nearly half a month, and no one had been able to shake it. Menard's combat prowess is among the few elite among rear admirals. If he cannot defeat the Peacekeeper, then who can? After defeating a challenger, a researcher in a white coat approached to check on the Peacekeeper and replenish its energy. At this moment, some people noticed TangGe and the others starting to whisper, "Isn't that the fierce tiger? What is he doing in Marineford? I heard he defeated the prince and guards of the Magnet Drum Kingdom, and the warlord forbade him from stepping into Mariewa. So, he's here to challenge the Peacekeeper. Huh? Idiot. How can the Peacekeeper stand against him? He just killed Magnus, who has a bounty exceeding 800 million. TangGe ignored them and leaped into the combat arena. Seeing the steel giant up close was even more shocking. Its metallic surface was a high-quality black, and the curves of its armor were smooth, showing no signs of bulkiness. Its mechanical arms looked incredibly powerful. Once the researchers replaced the energy supply, a red glow emanated from the only area on its head not covered by armor. Beep, beep, beep. After a series of scanning sounds, Rear Admiral TangGe, welcome to the 6 Styles base. Peacekeeper number 1 is ready to serve you. A voice similar to an electronic synthetic sound echoed. It even had facial recognition capabilities. One must admit that the black technology in this world is truly impressive. In some backward places, battleships still use solid projectiles, and ships are still wooden with iron plating. Yet, advanced technology has managed to create such an intelligent robot. The Peacekeeper continued to relay instructions on what to pay attention to when fighting it, but TangGe could no longer wait. His body instantly shifted, and when he reappeared, he was already standing beneath the feet of the combat robot named Peacekeeper, his right fist gathering strength like iron, striking out like a phantom. Black Tiger pounce. Boom. A powerful gust of air erupted from between the two fists, and the dull sound of metal colliding did not echo in the enclosed space, as the walls were soundproof. Neither side moved an inch. Interesting. Looking at the steel giant across from him, TangGe smirked. The force he just used was only 1% of his strength, which is about 90 tons. No wonder the vice admirals did not act. Without using hockey, they truly may not be a match for this combat robot. Moreover, the reaction speed of this combat robot is abnormally fast, seemingly able to predict movements. It's unclear whether it's due to high computational power or something else. The metal on its fists is no ordinary material. It seems to absorb more than half of the power from TangGe's punch, and it carries a faint aura reminiscent of sea prism stone. No wonder even the smoker lost. If this kind of battle robot could really be mass-produced and free from energy constraints, it would be a nightmare for those with abilities. Boom! Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, the left fist of the Peacemaker came down like a wall. It wasn't just a punching bag standing there. An attack capable of instantly defeating a major general was effortlessly blocked by a single palm, not even stirring a breeze. Oh, this metal can absorb power and then release it? TangGe once again felt the wonders of black technology in this world. It seemed like it was the first time encountering such a situation. A beeping sound echoed from the red screen inside the Peacemaker, and its heavy mechanical right arm operated rapidly like a pile driver, while the left arm, at the moment of impact, emitted a loud bang of burning gunpowder. Boom! The force of the iron fist surged, scattering the air in front. Bang! That was the sound of the battle robot, Peacemaker, being smashed against the guardrail, its arms showing abnormal twists, with 2 smoking fist-shaped black holes appearing in the middle of its door-sized steel fists, flickering with electric sparks inside. How is that possible? The researchers in white lab coats looked like their eyes were about to pop out, watching the Peacemaker's bent metal arms, their minds filled with unanswerable questions. That was the impact-resistant metal developed by Dr. Bijbank. How much force did he just punch with? Quick-reacting researchers hurriedly checked the data that appeared last on the screen, which was in red, exceeding the warning line. The force exceeded 1,000 tons. Is this the kind of power humans should possess? How is that possible? That was the latest alloy utilizing Sky Island's impact bay technology. The harder you hit, the greater the rebound force. His strength surpassed the alloy's tolerance limit. This is too incredible. The group of researchers hurriedly ran to the side of the Peacemaker, looking at the completely wrecked machine, wanting to cry without tears. But they dared not trouble the initiator of this seemingly humanoid Tyrannosaurus, even though he was still nearby, making sarcastic remarks. Your science and technology are lacking. Not durable at all. How can you achieve peace with this thing? The cool duo was completely speechless. This man, who always finds himself at the center of problems, seems to cause trouble wherever he goes. They only hoped the peacemaker would be defeated, not completely wrecked. It is said that manufacturing such a giant requires the money to build 2 large warships. It's simply burning money. The people in the Navy Science Department must be feeling the pain for a while. The group of ordinary researchers, timidly not daring to retort, left TangGe feeling powerless, repressing his feelings. Let us go. As he led the cool duo out of the 6-style base, he pondered, recalling what Strong Sun had once told him, that the peacemaker should be the technological product pushed by the world government to suppress the 6-style project. No wonder the world government is not afraid that suppressing the Navy will cause a loss of combat power. They've already considered alternatives. No one expected that the people in the science department could achieve this level. If the peacemaker can be mass-produced, it will indeed have an impact on the world. The peacemaker was wrecked, and the Navy personnel in the audience left one after another, leaving only those researchers still trying to salvage the twisted peacemaker. Moments later, the leading scientist, Musk, dialed the red phone bug in his hand, the highest security level phone bug that cannot be eavesdropped. Click. The phone bug materialized the image of a bespectacled man. Musk, why are you calling me at this time? How is the data collection from the Navy going? The voice was gentle, exuding charm. Musk stood up straight, as if he were meeting someone he admired since the call was connected. Doctor, I hope I'm not being too forward. However, the peacemaker on the Navy side has been destroyed by someone. It was done by Liu. He recalled the violent and overbearing man, still feeling a bit shaken. The man on the phone bug showed an interested expression. Even he, who doesn't he usually pay attention to the news, knew about the battle that recently occurred in the New World. The relevant data has already been escorted back. Musk continued. Doctor, I would like to apply for the usage rights of Peacemaker 2. It's intolerable that Liu looks down on your technology. The most unacceptable thing for an admirer is to see their idol being slandered. Musk's face turned red, while the man referred to as the doctor remained calm, only his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Since Peacemaker has been destroyed, the outcome of 2-1T be much better. Should I just give you the permission? That would be a modification series equipped with the latest weapons. We can't just build a car behind closed doors, Musk. I want to know what level our science and technology can reach. The doctor interrupted Musk's subsequent words, shaking his index finger near his lips. Understood. I believe your masterpiece will surely astonish that Navy who looks down on science and technology. That is not a masterpiece yet. Peacemaker will arrive at Marin Fander tomorrow. Regardless of the outcome, please represent me and invite Liu to the base. I think he shares a common ideal with us. Yes. Musk was exhilarated, eagerly anticipating Liu's reaction after seeing the Peacemaker. It will be the best remedy for them ordinary people. Then it's settled. After the doctor hung up the phone, he glanced at the experimental data from various laboratories, rubbing his brow. Now all that's missing is a perfect experimental subject. The next day at the 6-style base, boom. A hemispherical fireball emitted endless heat as it soared into the sky. The chaotic air around it was fiery hot. You see, this is the masterpiece of science and technology. We are the future of the world. Musk shouted excitedly from the side, seemingly wanting to vent all the frustration from yesterday. Poor guy. Not even a weakling. He didn't even understand what it meant that the previous attack was dodged. TangGe stood still in place, allowing this new peacemaker to accumulate energy for an attack. This peacemaker was not as tall as the previous one, only a little over 4 meters with a structure very similar to that of a human. One could say that aside from lacking thoughts and emotions, it looked just like a person. Yellow light gathered and compressed in its mouth, before finally shooting out, emitting a piercing shriek like the laser attack of the yellow ape. This was Dr. Byjabank's epic-making technology. The world would be purified with its help. Musk's excited speech was abruptly cut off, as if someone had grabbed his throat, leaving him only able to emit simple syllables, his eyes almost bursting out of his glasses. He saw the laser wave he was so proud of being caught by a pitch-black hand, which then squeezed tightly. Puff! It sounded like a damp firecracker, only emitting a little white smoke. Is this it? Useless. The Navy gives you enough funding every year to build dozens of large warships. And you only manage to research this little thing, still thinking of eradicating the evil in the world? Are you joking? TangGe said with a sneer. This technology that this guy has hyped up is just a weakened version of the yellow ape-S laser attack, with sufficient attack power and speed. But relying on this thing, who can it defeat? The first half was still a weakling. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and the peacekeeper, entirely made of metal, fell to the ground, its body destroyed beyond recognition, and the device that fired laser beams had turned into a heap of scrap metal. TangGe retracted his arm and, in the next moment, appeared in front of the stunned Musk, grabbing his collar with one hand and lifting him off the ground. With his other hand, he patted Musk's face, bringing his shocked consciousness back to reality. Idiot! The evil in this world cannot be resolved with your little science. As he spoke, armed color emerged from TangGe's body, his arm muscles bulging like steel. He growled, "Do you see this? This is muscle. This is hockey. Only hockey can surpass everything. You should focus on researching practical technology to benefit ordinary people." He tossed the silent Musk aside. "I am very disappointed, Musk." TangGe turned to leave. He now understood why the technology in this world was in such a bizarrely unbalanced state. The root cause was here. The leaders were not practical. The technology that could truly change the world was the kind created by Tom's water train. A scientist who doesn't think about technology, but about world peace, is unlikely to improve the level of science. "You know nothing." Musk, lying on the ground, stared blankly, mumbling, "You don't understand how we ordinary people struggle in the battles of strong. For us, only the power of science can counter you monsters. As long as we eliminate the evil pirates, this world will welcome peace. Everything we do is for peace." TangGe, about to leave, paused and turned to look at him. This is a deceived scientist. Whether eliminating pirates would bring peace to the world, TangGe truly did not know. However, judging by the world government's methods, it was highly likely that a new era of mountain bandits and sky pirates would emerge. They only wanted to hold absolute power and did not care about the lives of ordinary people. Holding the production of weapons in their hands without developing more meaningful foundational technology reeked of the decay of the ruling class, which was disgusting. Such a level of science and technology could not bring peace to the world, don't you think, Dr. Vegapunk? Words cannot persuade someone who has already been stamped with ideological branding. Only force can. TangGe looked at a red telephone bug that was already connected, which had fallen from Musk. The person on the other end should be the Dr. Vegapunk that Musk mentioned, a scientist praised even by Jonathan, and the Navy scientific department was given great attention due to him. Mr. TangGe, in front of scientists, the statement that hockey can surpass everything lacks solid evidence. The voice from the telephone bug had an inexplicable persuasive power. It could either be a spiritual infection after achieving excellence in some area, or the means of a capable person. TangGe showed a hint of interest and agreed to Vegapunk's invitation. The true power of science? Where's your base? Just right. He had been too bored in Marin Fander. New World. Punk Hazard, not far from the Redland. Musk knew the route, and Vegapunk on the telephone bug was very satisfied. He had learned about the past of the Fierce Tiger and knew that it shared similar ideals. New World. Punk Hazard. TangGe was certain he had never heard of this name. It was classified as a secret island on the Navy's map. Then let's go see your base. If it's only at this level, I will make you aware of the consequences of deceiving the Navy's military funds. The world government treasured this group of researchers. When passing through Mariewa, they actually had a special line, not needing to wait at the crowded bubble elevator in Redport. On the other side of the Redland, TangGe boarded a steam-powered ship, which slowly accelerated over the sea, soon surpassing the speed of sailing ships. Half a day later, a massive island with rolling mountains appeared in front of the ship. Punk Hazard had arrived. After docking at a secluded pier, the now-recovered Musk took TangGe on a rail car, following a passage through the mountains to the research center located within the mountains. In the circular space, various instruments were densely packed, and a large number of researchers in white lab coats were staring at glowing screens, the noise unbearable. "Doctor, there are new developments with Peacekeeper number 7 and number 8. The power of the laser is too high, and the test subject can't handle it." Boom! An explosion was heard from the screen, and the bright light was blinding. However, the people around were not flustered, as they were used to such situations. It seemed that due to the failure of the experiment, the people in the research center finally noticed TangGe and the others. Someone asked, "Musk, why are you back? Were you not supposed to take Peacekeeper number 1 to the headquarters for testing?" Who is this Navy person? A tall, thin man wearing round glasses and a striped t-shirt under his white coat approached, the lenses flashing with light, while the others automatically made way. "Hello, I am Vegapunk. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Fierce Tiger, TangGe." Vegapunk spoke gently, with a friendly smile, around his 40s, dressed like a typical scientist. TangGe squinted, his voice flat. "Dr. Vegapunk, I've long admired your work." As he arrived at Punk Hazard, he felt a discomfort greater than that on Granary Island. And upon entering this room, he sensed a hint of danger that was hard to articulate. It was only when Vegapunk walked out that he confirmed that the source of that dangerous aura came from this renowned scientist. This was surprising, yet also understandable. If the other party did possess scientific technology beyond this era, having some strength was quite normal. Doctor, let's skip the small talk. My time is valuable. Please allow me to witness the true power of science. TangGe glanced around the laboratory, stopping Vegapunk from introducing the lab. He emphasized the word true. The projects being experimented on here should be the enhanced versions of the Peacekeepers. No matter how strong, there were limits, and he had little interest. In that case, let's get straight to the point. Seeing that TangGe was not interested in the things in this lab, Vegapunk did not say anything further. Please follow me. He led TangGe and Musk into a train carriage, then followed the tracks laid within a mountain passage all the way up to the summit of a high mountain. Here was an ordinary bluestone platform, but as TangGe stood at the high point and gazed into the distance with his vision, he could naturally see the enormous creature soaring in the sky. Vegapunk took out a whistle and blew it. Soon, a strong wind whipped up on the platform, and the temperature suddenly became scorching hot. A dragon, which would only appear in Western myths of the previous life, glided down and landed on the platform, exhaling hot air from its nostrils, sending dust swirling around. The skin is completely red and covered in scales, exceeding 20 meters in length, with an even larger wingspan. 2 dragon horns stand upright on its head, sharp teeth interlocking, and a pair of vertical pupils that are cold and merciless. It even carries a hint of a dragon's might. This is a small research achievement of mine. I extracted the bloodline factors of a dragon from the remains excavated from ancient ruins, combined with research on a certain ancient race, which made its skin as hard as arm color. I raised it with the intention of having it responsible for the island's vigilance and security. However, this place is well protected by the Navy, and it has not been put to use, its strength remaining an unknown factor. Speaking of research achievements, Vegapunk became spirited, his tone no longer flat, as the earlier slight from TangGe ignited a spark of competitiveness in him. Bang! A loud noise interrupted his lengthy speech. Dust enveloping the platform, small stones splattering through the air. As the dust settled, a dragon's head was embedded into the solid mountain, its cheek completely caved in. Eyes losing focus, the red dragon that had just exhibited a dominant stance in the sky was clearly on the verge of collapse. Doctor, what did you just say? TangGe frowned and looked at Vegapunk, saying that the beast had emitted a hint of disdain was intolerable, even if it was just a hybrid breed with superficial traits. A real mythological giant dragon would definitely not withstand that slap. Ah, it's nothing. It seems there is still room for improvement. Vegapunk momentarily choked, took a while to react, and his eyes behind the lenses concealed an unclear meaning. By the way, Doctor, where is the true scientific power? TangGe glanced at the already unconscious red giant dragon and asked, is it really this superficial kind? He sensed the arrogance and pride hidden beneath Vegapunk's gentle surface and couldn't help but employ the tried-and-true method of provocation. Sure enough, even a top scientist like Vegapunk couldn't escape human emotions. The term superficial applied not only to that dragon. He adjusted his glasses, his calm tone tinged with a hint of anger. Of course not. This is just a small episode. The real main event is yet to come. Glancing at the state of the red dragon, he gained a more precise understanding of the data regarding the strength of the man, known as the Fierce Tiger. It was definitely beyond ordinary levels. If he could cooperate with experiments, the train carriage slid down the track once again. Musk was completely stunned. Even the proud creation of Dr. Vegapunk was slapped against the mountain by that man and was now lifeless. Can the battle robots produced by their scientific technology really contend with such an existence? This was the first time he had doubts. The carriage passed through a steel door, entering a highly secured laboratory. This is the core of Punk Hazard, Mr. TangGe. You're the first Navy to enter here. Vegapunk stood at the center of the laboratory, arms angled upwards, seemingly showcasing his proudest creation. Immersed in a light green liquid were giant humanoid figures, varying in size. Some were only 7 to 8 meters tall, while others were 30 to 40 meters tall, all with their eyes tightly shut, and a few had protruding sharp horns on their heads. Standing at the center of the laboratory, Vegapunk entered a passionate stage of speech. His words were highly infectious, and Musk, standing beside him, was completely captivated, staring at him blankly. This is my masterpiece. Devil fruits, ancient races, sea prism stone, and even hockey, I have achieved significant results. But none can compare to this achievement. Human gigantification. Seeing TangGe standing seriously in front of the petri dish, Vegapunk couldn't help but raise his voice. The first phase of the pacifist program only utilized laser technology and sea prism stone. In the second phase, I will incorporate the adaptive bloodline factors from the ancient race. And the final pacifist will be a combination of all my technologies. In his mind, the image of an endless army of steel giants appeared. They not only had skin as hard as arm color, but also the sea prism stones means against ability users and the destructive power of laser technology. Pirates occupying the New World would stand no chance against them. His ambition reached far beyond this. The thought of this vision sent shivers down Vegapunk's spine, and he struggled to contain himself, extending his right hand toward TangGe, seemingly inviting him. Mr. TangGe, join me, and together we can realize the ideal of world peace. These giants are failures. After leaving the petri dish, they will all die due to the immense pressure on their hearts, leading to ruptured blood vessels. Thus, he needed a being with extraordinary physique as a template to replicate a batch of experimental subjects. There were indeed such strong individuals within the world government. However, the experimental subjects created using them as templates were also failures. Vegapunk looked hopefully at the fierce tiger, TangGe, who had been shrouded by his powers for a long time, hoping for an affirmative response from him. You use people for experiments? TangGe's face showed no change, but the coldness in his eyes had crystallized into frost, and the liquid in the surrounding petri dishes was slightly agitated. Sure enough, it was Conqueror's hockey. Vegapunk's eyes burned with fervor as he truthfully responded to TangGe's question. Those are all pirates. Being able to contribute a bit to the cause of peace is their honor. It's not wrong in my view to use them for experiments, as pirates are targets meant to be eliminated. These are missing civilians from the New World. TangGe took a photo from his pocket. The man in the photo looked exactly like the giant man soaking in a nearby petri dish, differing only in height. This is one of the missing persons from volcanic Hot Springs Island. Since entering this laboratory, he had discovered that the giants used for human experiments included not only civilians but also pirates he had previously captured, those who should have been impelled down. This discovery ignited his anger like a chilling wind from hell, cold and bone-piercing, ready to annihilate everything. Just then, 3 men wearing white masks appeared before Vegapunk, halting his boiling murderous intent to crush the fool. They were incredibly strong, powerful enough to deter him. The 3 men formed a triangle around Vegapunk, emanating a cold and powerful aura, each one a formidable opponent comparable to Magnus, with the leader being only slightly weaker than Kizaru. So what if they are civilians? If they can contribute to the cause of world peace, that is their honor. This is a forbidden zone of the world government. It's not for you Navy to manage. Wouldn't you agree, Fierce Tiger? TangGe, the leading man, wearing only half a mask, revealed a smile. His eyes filled with 7 parts arrogance and 3 parts provocation. The 2 behind him even laughed mockingly, their naked murderous intent pressing down, causing TangGe's justice cloak to rustle behind him. As long as the fierce tiger dared to make a move, they would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation, avenging the grievances of Judicial Island. Because they were all from P9 and now members of the higher level P0, wielding immense power. The space has solidified, time has stopped, and only the heartbeat continues to throb. Different paths do not conspire is the best annotation for this moment. This moment will be forever remembered in the heart. This instant will always become the driving force for moving forward. Top. TangGe did not get angry, nor did he say any unnecessary words, as he walked step by step towards the exit of the laboratory, stopping when he stepped out the door. Looking back at the rows of petri dishes, the bodies soaked within were pale and swollen, like those seen in a documentary about human experiments played in a certain memorial hall in a past life. The vital signs of those huge bodies were gradually weakening. As failed test subjects, they could not possibly survive. Turning away from this scene also became the opportunity to release the demons in his heart. What is wrong with you? How could there be civilians appearing among the test subjects? After TangGe left, Baijibank questioned if it got out that he was using civilians for experiments. Those crazy scientists who once worked with him would be laughing their heads off. This concerned reputation and could not be taken lightly. Doctor, this was the mistake of the subordinates below. We guarantee it won't happen again. The leading P0 quickly explained. The importance of Dr. Baijibank is self-evident. Even if they all died, his safety must be ensured. This is the last time. With a cold snort, Baijibank angrily left with Musk. I thought that idiot would be unable to hold back. It's just right to kill him, leaving the naval headquarters speechless. The P0 wearing a white tiger mask said proudly, "It seems his strength is decent. He can be considered a talent in the Navy, but to us he has just a slightly bigger ant." The three red dots on the white mask made P0 laugh as well, his voice muffled. After this incident, he should be able to see the gap from the world. His humble sense of justice is insignificant. So what if he can't see it? If he dares to provoke us again, we will just kill him. The leading P0 remained silent, looking in the direction TangGe had left, still pondering why the doctor had just reached out to the fierce tiger. What special qualities did the man who retreated before them possess that required the doctor's attention? In the passage they entered, TangGe remained silent as iron. His pace not slow. Whoosh! Navy, wait a moment. A pinkish-purple gas flowed toward him, blocking the path. With a face formed on the gas that emitted a hideous laugh. I saw you just knocked that arrogant Bijabank's dragon away. So what? TangGe looked expressionlessly at the gas moving around, emitting sharp laughter, struggling to control his discomfort. This was a natural type ability user. Whoosh, that arrogant Bijabank only talks big. He boasts about the ancient race's hardened skin technology, yet that hybrid dragon was taken out with one punch, which is truly satisfying. Only idiots from the world government would believe he could successfully conduct human gionization experiments and put in great effort to let him work on the pacifist plan. If they had given me the funds to research poison gas bombs earlier, pirates would have disappeared from the world long ago. You said poison gas bombs? TangGe interrupted this guy who seemed to love boasting even more than Bijabank, coldly asking. Whoosh, that was made with my ability, a killing weapon that even gods would fear. One bomb can kill a large area. The gas man's voice was like a duck, laughing maniacally. You don't understand. TangGe looked at him, his eyes already extremely cold. Researching poison gas bombs ISN, much different from that scum who uses humans for experiments. What can I, Lord Caesar, have that is? Gah! A palm the size of a fan quickly seized his neck, stopping him from finishing his sentence, only allowing him to make squawking noises. Bang! His entire body was heavily pressed into the rocky ground, creating a dent. The gas man named Caesar revealed his true form. A tall, thin man in a researcher's white coat, with horns and purple lipstick on his mouth. His eyes widened in terror, wanting to say something but unable to, wanting to use his ability to escape but failing, restrained by the armed color. Crack! Another punch landed on his chest and abdomen, his body curling up like a shrimp and sinking into the ground, the sound of bones breaking echoing. Just a moment ago, he was mocking others, and now he was unaware of his own life and death. He was an idiot looking for a beating. Idiot! You don't even have a bodyguard by your side and dare to come out. The sound of rapid air braking came from not far away. The security forces in the base were rushing over. Spitting on the ground, TangGe took a deep breath, calming his rising anger, and quickly left the passage. This was a thorough, utterly inhumane scientist. If it weren't for this base, he would have already killed this scum. Although he didn't kill him on the spot, he would be able to stand up for the rest of his life. Punk Hazard, this island, he remembered. And just as TangGe left Punk Hazard, heading straight back to G5 along the Red Earth continent, Sengoku in Marineford was also facing disaster. Sengoku, you bastard, how do you discipline people? Huh? The Supreme Commander, Sora's furious voice, was almost going to blow the top off the headquarters building. What happened, Steelbone? Sengoku looked confused, watching Sora's expression as if he were about to burst out of the transponder snail, puzzled. It's all that bastard Fierce Tiger's doing. ISNT he at headquarters? What the hell did he go to Punk Hazard for? After venting, Sora saw that Sengoku was also unclear, and his tone softened a lot. Huh, Punk Hazard. That's the world government's territory. What is he doing there? He is not in trouble, is he? Sengoku already had a bad premonition. He had only slightly lost focus, and TangGe had run to Punk Hazard. That bastard always causes a ruckus whenever it relates to the world government. Punk Hazard, which is said to be the Navy's scientific department, is actually a direct force of the world government. And even he, the acting admiral of the Navy, could not fully take charge. What did he do? He went there, first knocked out the dragon raised by Bijabank, then had a dispute with Bijabank, and finally beat Caesar Clown half to death. The doctor said Caesar would only be able to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Just mentioning this made Sora furious again. My head hurts. Sengoku understood, holding his forehead and sighing. Is Bijabank okay? You should be thankful he is fine. P0 has been looking for a chance to take revenge on Judicial Island, and fortunately, that bastard ISNT a complete reckless fool. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to call you. That's good. If Bijabank is fine, then TangGe will be fine too, and P0 wouldn't dare act first. As for Caesar Clown, he is just a minor character. I heard he is a scientist with extremely poor character. If he gets beaten, then so be it. No one would dare to come to the headquarters for trouble. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief and asked, What did the old man say? Sigh. Started in T say anything. This is the report from the guards over at Punk Hazard. You know what that means. Sora sighed heavily. Those old men are not easy to deal with. If they aren't saying anything, it means this matter isn't over. Understood. I will tell him to be a bit more cautious. Sengoku hung up the phone heavily. His head started to hurt again. That bastard always manages to stir up trouble whenever it concerns the world government. Wait, could he also be using a pseudonym? Something like TangGe? If Jonathan, far away in Balong, knew Sengoku's situation, he would probably sympathize with him. But more likely, he would say, this is nothing. That guy hasn't even started to exert himself. If he were to add one more thing, it would definitely be a heartfelt remark. Luckily, they got rid of this troublemaker early. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to handle it all. Sengoku ultimately did not call to scold TangGe. He knew the situation at Punk Hazard, and what could he say by calling? Blame a navy that truly practices justice? He couldn't do that. The Noisy World Conference had finally concluded after nearly half a month, and a Shichibukai system was approved by the meeting. This was no longer news that could stir up a storm. People's attention was drawn to something else. That man has returned. The headline on the World Economic News reported a red-haired man landing on the Sabaody archipelago, and his next stop is the New World. This news was far more sensational than the debates at the World Conference in Mariehua, which had already been decided. The red-haired man is not some supernova. His only purpose for returning to the New World is to ascend to the throne, and he has the strength to do so. However, not long after, an urgent news bulletin added some suspense to the matter. Red-haired Shanks has lost an arm. This eye-catching headline, along with a photo of the red-haired man with only one arm left, was enough to make everyone's eyes pop without even needing to read the contents. How could such a man lose an arm while traveling the seas, sweeping into the New World like a tsunami? Who knows how many were happy and how many were worried? The tricks of selling newspapers are truly numerous. A matter that could be clarified in one newspaper must earn money twice. On the deck of a warship, TangGe's sweat dripped onto the newspaper, his expression calm. As the armed color and observation color inside and outside his inverted body trembled wildly, with the surrounding air occasionally showing abnormal distortions. It had been a few days since he returned from Punk Hazard, and he had resumed his training time at Tornadus. Aside from sleeping, he spent all his time practicing. Even so, time was still not enough. What happened at Punk Hazard made him feel powerless for the first time. The powerlessness of the weak. Barking by the incompetent is useless. Only a fist that crushes all doubts and mockery can lead to enlightenment. Report. Colonel Wutu, who had been transferred to the 06 combat unit, looked at the distorted light around TangGe and swallowed hard. After returning from Navy headquarters, Liehu had become unusually calm. Aside from training was more training. This abyss-like silence exuded a suffocating aura. Seeing no further reaction, Colonel Wutu steeled himself to continue speaking. News came from a 02 combat fleet that the wave-cutting pirate group from the West Sea was fleeing. Should we go support them? After a moment of silence, they decided to let Bastille handle it himself. Pirates entering the New World do not always maintain high quality. The pirate group reported by Colonel Wutu just now had a captain, wave-cutting knife Robert Clay, with a bounty of 90,000 berries, and a vice-captain, Peter de Goya, with a bounty of 4 million berries. Such bounties, without reaching hundreds of millions and lacking any ability users in the pirate group, could not attract TangGe's interest at all. His eyes fell on a book as the wind blew through its pages, flipping them open. The book was titled The Sovereign of the World, the 20 Kings of Creation, written in the year 1121 of the sea calendar, with an unknown author. However, the book glorified the world nobles as the destined saviors, the descendants of the 20 kings who saved the world. The rule of the world nobles was deemed sacred and noble, unquestionable, unprovocable, and unresistant. To resist the world nobles was to resist heaven, which had the right to impose any punishment. Anyone other than the world nobles was forbidden to resist punishment. The people, to repay the 20 kings for their salvation, must obey the rule of the 20 kings' descendants for generations without any defiance. The various brainwashing phrases in the book expressed one meaning. The world nobles are supreme. Whatever they do is right, and the world as populace must unconditionally comply without resistance. What complete nonsense! Suppressing his discomfort, TangGe patiently finished reading this brainwashing masterpiece comparable to a pyramid scheme. Only a die-hard fan of the world nobles could write such a book. Sadly, this book had long been at the top of the world bestseller list, essentially read by people from all over the world. However, the book also had some value. It spent some time introducing the surnames and family emblems of the 20 kings. This was to make the populace across the world obey whenever they saw these emblems. TangGe read carefully, memorizing all 20 exquisite patterns. Once he was sure he wouldn't mistake them, he crushed the book to pieces with one hand and let the wind carry it away. He was not here to obey. Boom, boom, boom. 3 warships formed a triangle, chasing after a pirate ship that had just surfaced. The ship's cannons roared continuously, raining shells down on the pirates. The pirate ship was not without experts. The cannonballs aimed at the ship were all sliced apart by a knife-wielding man standing at the stern, exploding in midair. The knife-wielding man wore a dark red swordsman outfit, with thick eyebrows and a handlebar mustache, provocatively laughing at the warship's idiot navy. Can't catch up, huh? Our pirate ship is the fastest. Ha ha! The low-ranking pirates on the ship echoed with mocking shouts, and some even whistled. They had traveled along a route where the Navy's defense forces were weak in the first half of the Grand Line, and entering the New World, they had fortuitously avoided disasters. However, luck could only take them this far. This was the New World, a sea area where pirates who relied solely on luck found it difficult to survive. Clang, clang, clang. On a large warship, 2 power-type men, both over 4 meters tall, were clashing with large sabers nearly the same length as their heights. Sparks flew, and the blades flashed, creating quite a commotion. This was the duel between Shark Cutter and Wave Cutter. Both names were impressive, but both were somewhat weak, typical weaklings pecking at each other. And it was impossible to determine a victor in a short time. The one named Shark Cutter, Bastille, was another brigadier general from the G5 base, soon to go to Tornadus for training under Zifa. To be able to exchange blows with a pirate captain with a bounty of over 90 million berries was enough to show he still had potential for further advancement. Suddenly, TangGe's inverted body flipped upright, and he turned to look at the side of the warship. There, a fleet of merchant ships boldly barged into the battlefield. Moreover, it seemed they intended to directly pass through the middle of the 2 combatants, completely disregarding the pirates and the Navy. A cross flag waved in the wind atop the mast, exuding an aura of dominance over the sea. The fierce and bloody battle was interrupted by this sudden intrusion of the merchant convoy. At this moment, both pirates and Navy stood still, and the 2 big men, swinging their large sabers, also retreated to their ships, no longer daring to continue the fight. Because of the flag hanging from the mast, there are very few people in the world who do not recognize it. On the foremost merchant ship stood a young man dressed in noble attire, looking proudly at the stunned pirates and Navy, gently adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. He was James Lancaster, a manager of the Saint Emperor Company, a super-commercial empire that spans the globe. Almost everyone has heard of the Saint Emperor Company, which has existed for over 200 years, monopolizing more than 100% of the world's lucrative industries, with a commercial network spread across the globe. Its immense power and scale come from being jointly founded by 8 world nobles, making it the undisputed #1 company in the world. Not long ago, the great battle in Totland had one clear winner, the world nobles. Just a few of them dying triggered a full-scale assault from the Navy headquarters. After all, these were 8 world nobles. Who would dare fend them? Pirates wouldn't tea, and the Navy. A cloud happened to block the sky above the warship. And under the contrast of light and shadow, Colonel Guitou nervously glanced at his superior, known as the Fierce Tiger. He could clearly see that the cracks on the ship's inner wall in front of the Fierce Tiger were increasing. The air felt as if it had solidified. Colonel Guitou feared that this violent character would recklessly attack the Saint Emperor Company's ship. However, his worries seemed unnecessary. The suffocating atmosphere lasted only a moment, and as the clouds were blown away by the wind, the intimidation that enveloped everyone on the warship quickly dissipated, and everyone regained their agility. Guitou, do you know why I'm called Fierce Tiger? A question that had nothing to do with the current situation reached Colonel Guitou's ears in the sea breeze. He looked up in slight surprise at the smiling man. Wasn't it because your methods are particularly violent? This seemed to be a widely recognized fact among the Navy. He could only think this to himself, and the Fierce Tiger's earlier smile made his heart race like a wild beast joyfully escaping from its cage. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Guitou glanced again at the merchant ship with the world government's cross emblem rushing toward them. Since it was a world government ship, let them pass. If what was written in that brainwashing book earlier was correct, apart from the cross emblem, this flag also bore 8 royal crests, representing 8 of the 20 founding royal families. This was a direct test from the world government and the world nobles after Punk Hazard. A question of whether it was the justice needed to uphold the world government or sticking to his own justice. Understanding this, many emotions of fear, anger, and impulse flashed through Guodo's mind, but they only lingered briefly, mostly staying on Baron Penny, Sheldon, and others. In the end, the image stayed on himself. Without any outstanding features, only the indomitable spirit of a strong heart soaring upward. Fierce Tiger, known for his unyielding nature, is a tiger that reigns over the world. The world will know the true meaning of this name. After receiving Guodo's approval, Colonel Guotu hurriedly signaled the Navy warship not to intervene. However, the Navy did not intervene and directly softened. This did not mean that James of the St. Emperor Company would back down, as this situation did not satisfy his vanity. James was a young master of the Lancaster family, having just taken this position not long ago, envisioning scenes from certain movies and classic television moments in his head. The foolish and ignorant Navy blocking what seemed to be an ordinary person, but was actually a big shot with a shocking background, would eventually lead to the trembling Navy realizing the truth and being humiliated. Navy, are you blind? You don't capture the pirates right in front of you. Hurry up and take them down. James shouted from the bow of the ship. He noticed a pirate trying to sneak away, and he didn't leave first. Did the pirate think he could escape? Impossible. For this unreasonable outburst, Colonel Guotu wiped a cold sweat and glanced at the fierce tiger, who had entered a meditative state. No response. Thus, he dared not move, and the other warships remained still, which made James furious. You bunch of useless Navy. The St. Emperor Company was jointly founded by the 8 descendants of the founding kings. Now I command you to capture the pirates. I want to present them as gifts to the princes. James thought the Navy didn't know the origins of the St. Emperor Company, so he spoke loudly, raising his chin high when he mentioned the 8 founding kings' descendants. However, the Navy still ignored him. They were just about to capture the pirates. But he barged in and split the battlefield, leaving all 6 warships blocked by the merchant ships of the St. Emperor Company, unable to attack the pirates. The scene fell into silence, broken by the roar of cannon fire. Boom! 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 Smoke filled the sea, and cannonballs whistled through the air, and the battle was actually between the pirate ships and the merchant ships under the St. Emperor Company. The merchant ships of the St. Emperor Company could navigate the dangerous New World, and they did not rely solely on the flag hanging from the mast. Their own strength was not weak. After hearing James angrily scold the Navy, several fully armed escort ships from the merchant fleet spread out, targeting the pirate ship and opening fire directly. This avoided the embarrassment of having no one respond to their superior. Boom! In the chaos, a cannonball landed near James's merchant ship, violently exploding and sending a water spray over 10 meters high, with the smell of gunpowder hitting him directly, presenting the most real aspect of the battle. This frightened James, who had grown up in a greenhouse, causing his legs to tremble, and once his emotions stabilized, his anger grew even higher. The armed merchant ships had no way to deal with the pirates, who had a bounty close to 100 million berries. So he began to curse the nearby Navy. You useless Navy, why don't you hurry up and capture these audacious pirates? Do you see that sacred flag? How dare someone desecrate the divine? Hurry up and kill these pirates. Still, no one paid him any attention. The Navy warships remained in place, letting the armed merchant ships battle the pirates. James, furious, clenched his teeth as he pounded the air, but he could do nothing, as he couldn't perform a solo act. He ordered the 2 bodyguards behind him. You go capture the pirates and set an example for these useless Navy. The 2 cold men in black suits, with the St. Emperor emblem on their chests, nodded. Shave, shave. 2 figures in suits dashed out from the armed merchant ship, their feet rapidly moving on the sea. Quickly approaching the pirate ship, Stormfoot, 2 blue air blades crossed and slashed through. The pirates, who had relied on luck to reach the New World, finally faced the fate they deserved after their luck ran out. The 2 guards from the St. Emperor Company using the 6 forms were not something their captain and vice-captain could withstand. The vice-captain was defeated first, and the captain, Robert Clay, known as the Wave-Cutting Blade, was overwhelmed in the siege. The pirate ship was battered, and all the pirates were captured, facing a fate more tragic than going to impel down. Hey, do you see this, you bunch of useless? The 2 subordinates displayed their might, making James want to show off to the Navy that had been ignoring him. However, when he turned to look, the Navy warships had already moved away, leaving a few white sails faintly visible on the horizon. This drove James, who had prepared a belly full of humiliating lines, to the brink of madness. Find out the leader of that group of Navy just now. I want him to understand the consequences of ignoring the St. Emperor Seal Company. Compared to the G5 Navy's bullying of the weak, This is the ultimate representation of taking advantage of the weak, squeezing a soft persimmon until it's dry. Yes, the guards who captured the pirate captain and his deputy walked towards the cabin. As they would pressure the Navy headquarters through the company to hand over the Navy they encountered earlier. They didn't expect this mission to go so smoothly. Not only did they bring back the latest goods, but they also captured a capable pirate captain, just right to be a mount for His Highness. James was very satisfied with the obedient attitude of his subordinates, which greatly satisfied his psychology. After saying a few words, he immediately changed places. However, Pizarro's attitude was becoming more and more arrogant. His appetite was too big. After returning this time, he would report to His Highness and suggest locking that idiot up and impel down. Very good. He knows too much. Only one person's ship's bow had two different voices, as he played both roles, conversing with himself. Even without a stage, James was determined to keep the act going. You really have a lot of drama. It's a pity you're not an actor. On the sea's surface, a sudden voice made the guards on the armed merchant ship feel like they were facing a great enemy, all guns pointing at the figure standing on the water. Who are you? What do you want? James spoke in a flustered tone, but in his eyes was an excited glint. He was sure that this bare-chested man was one of the Navy from earlier. This was the script he had been eagerly anticipating. The furious Navy dared not offend the St. Emperor Seal Company openly, disguising themselves to strike from the shadows. In the end, the foolish Navy would discover that the big shot not only had an astonishing background, but also incredible strength. Thinking of the scenes to come, James felt that his performance had to be spot on. What if he scared away this foolish Navy? What do you think? The man standing on the water stepped closer to the armed fleet, his black knife slowly unsheathing, a smile on his face. Of course, it's to cooperate with your performance. Boom! The water underfoot exploded into white bursts, and the figure instantly vanished from the spot, transforming into a flickering shadow that flashed onto the merchant ship. The black knife slashed down, the air vibrating with a buzzing sound. Idiot! This will be the biggest mistake of your life. Capture him, Cameron. With such cooperation from the visitor, James no longer concealed his excitement and shouted to the leader of the guards behind him. He wanted to capture this Navy alive, subject him to the heaviest humiliation in the world, and then let him regret it in Mariejois. Understood. The guard leader, named Cameron, leaped from the ship, his hands covered in a thick layer of hockey, reaching for the descending blade, confident he could defeat the visitor in one exchange. The existence of domineering and non-domineering is two different levels. Clang! The blade struck the hockey, producing a dull metallic clash, and the immense force transmitted to Cameron's palm made his face go pale instantly. Whoosh! The force, like a mountain crashing down, erupted instantly, and Cameron flew up, crashing back onto the merchant ship with 10 times the speed and power. Boom! The middle of the ship completely caved in. The nearby sea surface depressed by more than a meter, then violently rebounded. Still lost in fantasy, James was flung by inertia and in midair. A large hand clutched his neck. This time he truly felt fear, his face going pale. The one he regarded as his greatest trump card, Cameron, lay motionless at the bottom of the bent and broken merchant ship, blood spewing from his mouth mixed with internal organs, and in an instant his legs stretched out, being swept away by the incoming seawater into the deep sea. How is this possible? That was a master capable of defeating bounties exceeding 300 million. Not only was he incredulous, but the entire merchant fleet was also stunned by the sudden reversal, falling into a dead silence. The act was ruined. They had truly drawn out a ferocious beast. Run! Without needing James's command, the others knew that as long as someone among them could escape, there was still hope. The sails turned as fast as possible, and the long line of merchant ships scattered and fled, while several figures flickered, racing across the surface of the sea. Buzz! Countless sword lights, over 10 meters long, shot out from a point, shredding the sea surface to pieces, including everything within their range. The merchant ships, with thick steel armor, were sliced into several sections, and fragile human bodies that were grazed by the sword light were split in two, falling into the water, vanishing into the deep sea amidst the rolling waves. This was a one-sided crushing. It's a pity it didn't follow the script in James Lancaster's mind. This was different from what was portrayed in movies and TV. Passing through here was your biggest mistake. This was the last thing he heard before his consciousness fell into endless darkness. His neck was crushed to bits. There was no way he could survive. After discarding the limp body like a rag doll, the visitor stood still for a moment. Beneath his feet, a large group of sharks, attracted by the smell of blood, had already arrived, devouring the remains. A figure broke the surface in the returning Navy fleet, TangGe stood on the deck of the warship, letting the seawater flow down his iron-like solid body. Much more comfortable, he looked up at the sun overhead and continued his training. Taking this step, there was no turning back. Just near the sea where the St. Emperor Seal Company's fleet was annihilated, boom, colorful bubbles burst, and a pirate ship with red hulls surfaced. Its bow adorned with two dragon horns curling towards the sky, the white sails displaying crossed swords and skulls, with three red scars under the left eye adding to its ferocity. Finally back, a man with dazzling red hair stretched on the deck, his words filled with unutterable nostalgia, his remaining right arm instinctively reaching back. It was empty. Right, it was gone. The thing representing the captains will have been handed over to the new era. Now it was time to start his own era. The red-haired man smiled, filled with hope for the future. Finally back, the other pirates on the deck were breathing in the air of the new world with joy. After years of traveling the seas, they had almost forgotten the blood and passion here. "Captain, where should we go now?" Among the crowd, a chubby man with a waist-size height was gnawing on a meat leg, asking indistinctly. The enemies on this route are not simple. There are several major pirates controlling different territories, and the Navy supernova that defeated Magnus not long ago is stationed at G5 Fortress. Too many strong opponents have poured in here. The first mate, chewing on a thin cigarette, noticed the captain's lips curling up and blew out a series of smoke rings. This guy is at it again. The more enemies there are, the more excited he becomes. It's as if this is not a life-and-death battle, but a banquet. Indeed, ha 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 ha. The red-haired man's hand patted the first mate's shoulder vigorously, laughing heartily. "Beckman, this is the coronation ceremony I want. What is the use of just defeating a few weaklings? The more lively it is on the road to becoming the strongest, the better. This guy is hopeless." The first mate, Beckman, sighed silently. But it was precisely because of such a captain that he felt comfortable. If it were just a few scraps, it wouldn't reflect the glory of their upcoming coronation. "Idiot, get your hands off. How long has it been since you last trimmed your nails? They're all full of black dirt. You might as well change your red hair to black nails." Back in the New World, Beckman was like a different person, his calm and composed image thrown aside, his gray hair wildly cascading down. All he wanted now was to fight, to find a strong opponent and have a fierce battle. No one knew how he had spent these past few years. He had wandered around the four seas, a place where a single fight could wipe out a large group. For 3 years, more than 3 years, his boiling blood had nowhere to vent. Black nails? If it were anyone else, they would at least pause after being ridiculed by Beckman. But for the red-haired man, it had no effect. He was even resting his chin on one hand, contemplating the feasibility of changing his red hair to black nails. Or perhaps he could change it to one-armed sword emperor. That's also a resounding title. The sniper with yellow dreadlocks chimed in, and just by looking at the way his mouth was turned down, one could tell how hasty his chosen title was. 3 scars would work too. The scar on the captain's forehead is quite impressive. This was said by the chubby guy who eats meat legs, embodying the meaning of carnivore to the extreme. The topic was quickly derailed, and almost all the officers joined in discussing their captain's new title. And the key was that the captain himself seemed quite interested as well. Beckman's forehead twitched with veins. The main topic he had just raised was tossed aside, and he couldn't tolerate this. This is intolerable. A gust of wind swept through, rustling everyone's capes, and the wooden planks on the deck cracked under immense pressure. "Shut up, you bunch of bastards. What we need to determine now is who to fight first." As the oldest on the ship and the vice-captain, he was genuinely worried. At this moment, everyone looked towards the red-haired man, sitting there casually chatting, waiting for him to speak. "Of course, it's the strongest one, Beckman. We came here to become the strongest." The red-haired man grinned. His firm and deep voice resonated across the sea, shaking the entire surface, causing countless droplets to bounce up, seemingly trembling. "You little ones, get ready for battle. Let the new world know that our red-haired pirates have returned." Back at the G5 base, TangGe was summoned to the conference room by Rommel. It goes without saying that it was about the red-haired pirates returning to the new world. In the base's conference room, Rommel personally chaired the meeting, with all the officers present, the heavy atmosphere almost suffocating everyone. After TangGe arrived, he spoke directly. "The headquarters has confirmed. Red-haired Shanks has returned to the New World." The news report only mentioned that the red-haired had arrived at the Sabati archipelago, but the message from the headquarters was that he had already reached the New World. Boom! Rommel ignored the whispers among his subordinates. What came next would silence them. "This is the latest bounty notice from the headquarters. Shank's bounty has been raised to 2 billion. On the big screen, there was a comparison of the 2 bounty notices. Aside from the change in numbers, The red-haired had lost his straw hat and an arm. Don't underestimate him just because he lost an arm. This is the latest reminder sent by Admiral Akainu. This was yet another bombshell. When the officer at the lieutenant level swallowed, it was in synchronized slow motion. Even TangGe was astonished. Everyone knew what kind of style Akainu had. The Navy in the New World only sought to eliminate pirates completely. Weaker pirates could hardly escape his pursuit. Once the red-haired landed at Sabaody, the admiral could not simply sit back and watch. The fact that he appeared unharmed in the New World and his bounty was raised so much could only mean that Akainu failed to capture him. Seeing that the conference room finally quieted down, Rommel continued. In the sea ahead, after losing the ruler that suppressed everything, there are 4 major pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion, who have been at war with each other for a whole decade. The screen changed to show 4 bounty notices side by side, along with a map indicating their respective territories. As Roger's crew member, the red-haired was here to inherit the throne. An unprecedented battle for supremacy among emperors was about to unfold. The pirate emperor, standing above countless pirates like stars, represented the highest status and power among pirates. Currently, there was only one throne, but the number of people qualified to compete was. This was not a weak chicken pecking at each other. A bounty exceeding 1 billion indicated that they all required admiral-level strength to deal with them. The captain of the Conqueror pirates, Alfonso Cortez, commanded a massive fleet of over 30 pirate ships, with a bounty of 1,890,000,000 berries. His power was the strongest among the 4, and his territory was the largest, encompassing numerous islands around his headquarters at the Zakite Islands. The Navy, as the largest organization in this sea, had the advantage of having relatively complete nautical charts. It was said that the world government possessed the most complete and detailed world map. The nautical chart displayed at the G5 base clearly did not include so many areas, but it could still reflect the distribution of islands along this route. Naturally, the introduction of the situation could not be done by Rommel. The intelligence officer Oman, while speaking, circled the geographical locations on the map with a baton. The captain of the Furious Waves pirates, Knight John Roberts, was originally a noble from the South Seas, Luha Kingdom, who rebelled against the king and failed, turning to piracy. His bounty was 14 billion berries, and with the additional bounty from the Luha Kingdom, Robert's total bounty was 19 billion berries. His base was in the powerful country of Phelan Kingdom in the New World and was licensed for privateering by the Phelan Kingdom. The world government established the warlord system, and the kingdoms in the New World followed suit, creating privateering licenses. This not only encouraged pirates to plunder outside the kingdom's waters, but also provided legal protection for them. The captain of the Bloody Pirates, the Red Blade, William Moore, was a notorious executioner, extremely bloodthirsty, likely related to his abilities, with a bounty of 1,330,000,000 berries. He plundered everywhere, with his base on Latiki Island. The captain of the plundering pirates, Tyrant King Abaro Pizarro, was an extremely brutal ruler, occupying the Four Seasons Ring Island, Golan, and declaring himself king, having not expanded outward for a long time, with a bounty of 1,070,000,000 berries. And that's not all. In the more than 10 years since Roger's death, the pirates that entered the New World either got swallowed by the other 3 Emperor pirates or gathered on this route to fight. Those who remained were all strong. True strong ones like Rain. The red-haired would soon take action, and these major pirates were not easy prey. The Navy headquarters ordered us to maintain the highest vigilance in the near future to hold the fortress, and wait for the battle for supremacy in the sea ahead to conclude. Waiting? That's impossible. TangGe put down his pen and left his seat. In such an unprecedented battle for supremacy, how could he not be part of it? Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Especially with a group of ability users fighting fiercely in the sea ahead. Could he just stand by and watch? He really wanted to show Sengoku the watch he bought last year. Since Colonel Guatu returned to the fortress, he has been looking worried. At this moment, seeing TangGe walk out of the conference room without looking back, his heart tightened even more. Do you know why I call myself Fierce Tiger? This unanswered question occasionally popped up in his mind, particularly because TangGe smiled back, then was too strange and eerie. That was completely not the demeanor a Navy officer should have. Later, his attitude in dealing with the provocation from the Holy Emperor Seal Company made him anxious, especially when he recalled that TangGe had left the warship alone. Sigh, I hope I'm overthinking it. His nearly silent murmurs may not be heard by others, but they certainly were by Virgo, who had been watching him closely. What are you overthinking? Since his defeat at the hands of TangGe last time, he had disappeared from the public eye for a long time, and when he reappeared, his demeanor had undergone subtle changes, like a sinister beast ready to emerge from the shadows. Vice Base Commander Virgo. Colonel Guatu felt a chill run down his back and quickly turned around to stand up straight. Long time no see, Guatu. Virgo resumed his persona of an honest man, with only a hint of dreamy pink light appearing under his sunglasses. Long time no see, Vice Base Commander Virgo, how have you been? Colonel Guatu unconsciously relaxed his body. Among the two very different Vice Base commanders, he naturally leaned more towards Virgo. Fierce Tiger may be powerful, but he wouldn't stay in G5 forever. Guatu saw this clearly. On the other hand, Virgo was different. Once Fierce Tiger left, he would undoubtedly take over as base commander. Let's go. We haven't had a good chat in a long time. Virgo smiled, recalling what Doflamingo had said. The cowardice deeply rooted in the spirit of the Navy cannot be changed by just one person. You don't understand this, Fierce Tiger. In the Grand Palace complex of Mariewa, there was a particularly large palace, one of the most magnificent in Mariewa. Boom! The sound of dense cannon explosions and the cries of battle echoed in a theater within the palace, where troops dressed in red and white were engaged in combat. Sitting in the center of the theater, Liar was captivated, his emotions surging, tiny beads of sweat forming in his slightly curled golden hair, with the top few buttons of shirt undone, revealing his solid muscles. When he saw an exciting part, he couldn't help but cheer, standing up to applaud and whistle, showing no signs of being a noble. Feeling Liar's enthusiasm and praise, the two sides fighting on the football field-sized stage put in even more effort. As the sharp blades pierced the bodies, the blood sprayed out didn't look like special effects at all. Cannonballs exploded, severed limbs flew everywhere, and the realism was striking. Kill all those red pigs. White monkeys. Leave no white-skinned monkeys behind. Red pigs. The semicircular theater was packed, with the audience's eyes turning red from the incredibly realistic bloody scenes, each person letting out the most savage, bloodthirsty shouts, echoing throughout the palace like a tide. Liar was extremely satisfied with this situation. This was adapted from a classic war scene described in a poem. While otherworld nobles liked to keep slaves and use them for beast fights, he was different. He was a cultured person who enjoyed watching dramas. Not only did he like to watch, but he also enjoyed restoring classic scenes to life. In his own words, he was a director. Director Liar especially liked the genuine expression of emotions. So for war scenes, he required everyone to use real weapons and engage in real combat. For love scenes, he would find a real couple, and even the actions had to be performed in front of a large audience, showcasing the sweetness of love, the sadness of parting, the joy of reunion, and the fear of sudden changes. Ultimately, both would die tragically, and it would all be real. In his plays, death was death. Injury was injury, parting was parting. Absolute realism, with no special effects at all. Today's performance was precisely a war scene. The team dressed in white gradually gained the upper hand. According to the script, they were to kill all the people dressed in red. Stab! Stab! The swords pierced through bodies, and batches of red-clad figures fell to the ground, on the verge of being completely wiped out. At this moment, the background music signaling the hero's entrance began to play. Having long since disappeared from his seat, Liar rode in on a white horse, making a grand entrance to the stirring music, followed by a group of armored soldiers. The white horse suddenly accelerated, and Liar, wielding a long knife, charged into the crowd of white-clad people, cutting them down effortlessly. They fell to the ground, not even understanding why the plot had turned in this direction. The director himself had come on stage to change the script. Once the white-clad people were slaughtered, everyone in the audience stood up, loudly cheering Liar's name. The few surviving red-clad individuals forced smiles and knelt down to thank the hero who saved them, which made Liar even more satisfied with his performance. What a wonderful expression. Back at his seat, just as he was about to call for the next scene to start, the long-awaited head of the Lancaster family hurriedly approached and knelt before him on one knee. My Lord Liar, the merchant ship returning from Columbus Island has had an accident. James's life card has been completely burnt. To make a long story short, there was no unnecessary talk. Tyre Lancaster knew the consequences of interrupting this lord's enjoyment of the show, especially with bad news. James was a good actor. It's too much of a waste for him to die, just like that. Liar showed no visible emotion as he picked up a fruit from the table and tossed it into his mouth. Check where he died, and send that group of people down to accompany him. He did appreciate that servant who could always grasp the key points of his performances and was very invested and talented in acting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put the young James in the crucial position of manager at the Holy Emperor Seal Company. More importantly, the goods transported by those merchant ships could not be known to others, as they could trigger an unprecedented war. Tyre Lanchester had long been prepared, but it involved a sensitive figure. It was in the G5C area, where the red-haired Shanks had passed not long ago. Red-haired Shanks. Liar was no fool. This was someone he had to take seriously, not someone whose life and death could be decided with just a word. Then you go check it out. He waved his arm casually, and a white-masked man, standing behind him, bowed his head before turning to leave. James was a good actor. If it was the red-haired one who did it, then he could only blame his bad luck. After all, in the end, power respects strength. The weak are at the mercy of the strong. After TangGe opened the transponder snail at the G5 base, he stepped back a bit, fearing that the snail head, resembling the Warring States period, would really spit out saliva. You bastard. Don't think that just because I haven't called you for a long time. The matters of the Drum Kingdom and Punk Hazard are settled. Warring States, without saying, TangGe was really close to forgetting. That prince of the Drum Kingdom, Walpo, not only had an arrogant attitude, but he also pointed fingers at him, and the key was that he was an ability user. Can this be tolerated? After slapping him several times to knock him out, the leader of the Drum Kingdom's guards now turned into a minotaur, charged over to try to rescue him. This also cannot be tolerated. Fueled by anger, after accepting 2 waves of heat, TangGe threw them at the red port at the foot of Mariewa, conveniently taking all the money off Walpo, considering a compensation for eating the warship's bulwark. Because of this matter, Sengoku came to question TangGe, and TangGe truly had no place to argue. Listen carefully, TangGe. The focus of Sengoku's call this time is not this. His tone is very serious. All the ships of the Holy Emperor Seal Company that you encountered today are dead, which concerns a major figure among the world nobles. And the Navy headquarters can only cooperate with the investigation. Soon, a direct P0 from the world nobles will come to G5 Fortress, and you must cooperate with them. Do you understand? Fearing that TangGe's violent temper might flare up, and he would disregard everything, Sengoku continued. P0's power is extremely strong. Every member possesses the strength of a Marine Admiral. Especially the captain-level members, they have the power of a general, only a step away from the highest combat power. Fortunately, they suspect it was done by red-haired Shanks, so you just need to focus on cooperating with the work, understand? Sengoku said a lot in one breath. Understood. After TangGe clearly expressed this, he finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. That's good. What you did today was right. Having strong power is the foundation of everything. Do you understand? Understood. TangGe quietly hung up the phone, suddenly grinning and even trembling with excitement. He truly understood. Still in G5, in that dark room, this is how things are. According to the speculation, Leohu might have secretly sought out the people from the Holy Emperor Seal Company. Virgo's eyes sparkled with a ghostly light. If the speculation were true, given Leohu's personality, the people from the Holy Emperor Seal Company would likely be in grave danger. This is good news, Virgo. On the other end of the phone, Doflamingo no longer suppressed his laughter. Fortunately, there was a pink mist in the room, blocking the sound from spreading. Otherwise, even in such a remote place, someone would hear it. Regardless of whether it is true or not, it is the same for that group of idiots in Mariewa. Moreover, the backing of the Holy Emperor Seal Company is that unpredictable guy. That ferocious beast has landed in big trouble this time. The Navy headquarters can protect him for a moment, but they cannot protect him forever. I'm really curious how things will develop. A smile also appeared on Virgo's dark face. So what should we do? We just need to push that Marine Colonel forward, and P0 will soon arrive at G5. I will personally rush over. This wonderful show cannot be missed, right? Mr. Virgo. Doflamingo's fingers danced in the air, making popping sounds. You're coming in person? Virgo expressed some concern. Don't worry, I'm just going to watch the fun. That group of idiots in Mariewa won't move against us yet. Just in time. The auction in the Sabati archipelago is about to take place, so I'll drop by. Hey. Understood. Virgo hung up the phone, and in the darkness, his sinister laughter echoed. This time, you seem to have no way to escape. After all, what's watching you is the dragon in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was noon the next day. The soldiers at G5 Fortress felt that something was missing in the base today. However, no matter what it was, they didn't care anymore. The headquarters had issued an order for them to hold the fortress, and they didn't even need to patrol. Such considerate orders were because a great battle was about to occur in the waters ahead, and their level of involvement would only lead to them becoming cannon fodder. All the Navy gathered in groups, discussing the big news from early this morning. The Conqueror Pirates, which had been fighting with the Fair-Raging Waves Pirates Alliance at the ballast military port of the Farron Kingdom for almost a month, had finally ceased fire. They had a common enemy to face, red-haired Shanks. The uprising on the island of Columbus was once again suppressed, and the crosses surrounding the island were almost full. The tyrannical king lived up to his name. A major fire broke out at the auction house in the Sabati archipelago, and the incredibly precious Paramecia devil fruit was stolen. Colonel Guitu was also involved, his mind wandering and his eyes unfocused. He was even more anxious when he spoke with Vice Base Chief Virgo yesterday for some unknown reason. He poured out all his delusions to the other party. Grabbing his hair tightly with both hands, Colonel Guitu regretted it. He planned to hide in his room for a while until this matter passed. Things are always like this. You start something and want to avoid the middle, unless you disappear entirely. A voice so cold that it made Colonel Guitu shiver rang out from behind. Guitu, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Virgo stood there, a signature smile on his face. All right, Vice Base Chief Virgo. Colonel Guitu immediately forgot his worries, following Virgo to his office. In the sea area where the Holy Emperor Seal Company had an incident, all traces had almost disappeared, only small remnants occasionally surfacing, indicating that a great battle had occurred here. Several figures stood on the surface of the sea, moving with the waves, their white cloaks and masks with strange patterns making them look exceptionally fierce. The sound of the waves roared, yet could not drown out their conversation. The attackers can't be red-haired. The scene is too fragmented. Red-haired only needed a single strike to kill them. The capabilities of P0, the world government's most powerful intelligence agency, are clearly more than just gathering intelligence. This feels more like deliberately destroying a corpse after a murder. Red-haired wouldn't do such a thing. Another P0 member wearing a white, fierce tiger mask bent down, dipped his hand in the seawater, and tasted it. It seemed he was savoring and discerning. Moments later, excitement flashed in his opened eyes. Interesting. There's a familiar presence here. The mask had 3 red tomo, and P0 naturally knew who he was talking about, his cloak billowing in the sea breeze like a bat. The intelligence from our people in the Navy confirmed that they indeed encountered him, but that person did nothing. Is there a difference for us between him doing something and doing nothing? Staying in punk hazard for too long has rusted my body. Let us go find him for fun. Tiger P0 proposed a topic that interested everyone, and their captain, a man with only half a mask, smiled. Merchant ships flying the sacred flag met with disaster in this sea area. The Navy here cannot escape blame. Coincidentally, this investigation is authorized from above. Even the Navy headquarters would not dare to obstruct it. If someone does not cooperate, we have the power to execute them directly. The main reason for his agreement is that Vegapunk has been fixated on Liuhu. If we can find an opportunity to bring Liuhu back to Punk Hazard, the doctor would surely be very pleased. Hey, let that idiot be arrogant for a while longer. Under the banner of the world government, we can crush him with power. And if he dares to resist, even better. The resentment of the tiger-headed P0 runs deep. In the Water City incident, P9 was nearly rubbed in the dirt, which shamed him, the strongest of the former P9. Indeed, he would soon understand that even with some strength, it's as easy for the high and mighty to kill him as it is to crush an ant. The 3-tomo mass P0 was also for P9. Let us go to G5 Fortress. This time, I hope he lives up to that title and doesn't run away with his tail between his legs. The leading P0 disappeared from the surface of the sea, and in an instant, 3 white lines rolled like a water dragon, heading straight for G5 Fortress. On an island not far from the G5 sea area, 2 pirate crews met face to face, or rather, another pirate crew had specifically sought them out. As expected, captain of the bloody pirate crew, William Moore, saw that the man across from him was missing an arm, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that was neither here nor there. With one arm gone, aren't you just rotting away in the seas, coming to the new world to seek death? Red-haired Shanks. Aging and injuries have always been the natural enemies of the strong. Even the mightiest rulers will be replaced by newcomers as they grow old and weaken. Without the lost arm, William Moore might have considered red-haired Shanks a threat, but now he just wanted to kill this newcomer who had been blown up for years. Coming all this way to deliver your head, you really have worked hard. The red-haired man, Shanks, smiled, his voice cheerful and magnetic. His original target was not this man, but a free gift of a head should not be missed. Behind him, his subordinates stood in line. Their shadows under the sunlight resembled a soaring giant dragon, blocking all light and gaze, naturally emanating a terrifying pressure that made the pirate crew behind William Moore tremble, nearly collapsing to the ground. Now you can only hide behind others and bark. Useless. A powerful pirate crew certainly wouldn't have only one strong captain. A few fierce and strong subordinates stood behind William Moore as well. William Moore drew his long knife. the blood-red armed color domineeringly coiling around it, as if countless skulls were circling and wailing around it. The murderous aura of the conqueror's haki surged forward like a tide. Crackle. The dark red lightning produced by the clash of the conqueror's haki danced like snakes, with two hemispheres crushing against each other in the air, colliding and ultimately canceling each other out evenly, dissipating. You idiots don't even need our emperor to show up. It would be enough to tie you four together. First Mate Beckman walked through the crowd, heading straight for the center. The conqueror's haki from earlier was emitted by him, followed by a fat man with a meat leg and a sniper with a gun. Boss, your bounty's gone up, but our bounty is still where it was. More subordinates passed Shanks, and they too had been pent up for 3 years, while others had only trained for a year and were itching for action. They had trained for over 3 years. Who knows how hungry and crazy they were? Don't steal, that captain is mine. Beckman pulled out the long gun from his waist, his gray hair flowing like a war demon, the ground beneath his feet collapsing halfway as he rushed forward at the fastest speed, directly confronting the strongest William Moore. Boom! The battle for supremacy began. Red-haired Shanks, are you really that thirsty? Not here. The repeated question came from the long-awaited Tiger Mask's mouth, appearing somewhat gritted and exasperated. General Rommel, standing in front of him, was lifted, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, indicating that their earlier contact was not pleasant. I've already checked. The Navy at the base said that they hadn't seen the Tiger since this morning. The three-tomo mask, responsible for gathering intelligence in the Navy, entered with a hostile tone. Anyone who eagerly came only to find nothing would feel the same. They were here to find trouble with the Tiger, but who knew the main character was absent. Where did he go? Rommel, you know we are here to investigate the destruction of a St. Emperor's Mark Company caravan, right? If you do not cooperate, we have the authority to execute you directly. The Tiger Mask punched Rommel in the chest, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Rommel curled up in pain. Silent. He didn't know where the Tiger had run off to. Even if he did, he wouldn't say anything. These idiots completely disregarded the Navy. Moreover, he had to find a way to notify the Navy headquarters. If things went awry, it might lead to a big problem. Sitting in Rommel's position, Captain P0 crossed his legs, frowning tightly. The Tiger was not at the base. Was it due to guilt or some other reason? Where could he have gone? A wave of unease flashed through his mind. The situation was becoming increasingly worse than he had anticipated. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on Rommel's office door, and Colonel Guetu cautiously entered, ignoring Rommel's murderous glare, looking at Captain P0. Sir, I have important information about the Tiger to report. Oh. The gaze cast from across was high and cold, sending a shiver down Colonel Guetu's spine. Just the usual accumulated grievances, plus some sort of urging ability, made him repeat what he had said to Virgo. This time, you're dead for sure. The Tiger Mask and the three-tomo mask simultaneously chuckled coldly, taking the sweating Rommel and the shocked and confused Colonel Guetu out for supervision. In the Holy Land Mariehua, they were once again watching the show. This time, it was a battle between man and beast. An epic and grand background music accompanied the narration, instantly filling the audience's chests with blood and excitement. In ancient times, the earth was ruled by fierce beasts, led by the Beast King, who committed all sorts of atrocities. Humans, under the leadership of the Giant King, rose to resist. With the Long-Arm Tribe, Long-Leg Tribe, Three-Eyed Tribe, all human races participating in the battle, it was a life-and-death showdown concerning their survival. Boom, boom, boom. A dense and rhythmic drumbeat sounded, evoking a sense of desolation and ancientness. On the ground, various fierce and strong beasts followed behind a man with a leopard head, charging toward the human camp. On the human side, most of the existing races in the world were present, and both sides quickly engaged in fierce combat. The most primitive physical slaughter intoxicated Riel, who picked up a fruit and tossed it into his mouth. He thought of that servant who could always coordinate with the play. How is the investigation on James going? Just within a safe distance, P0 leader knelt on one knee. The Lucas squad sent to investigate the G5C area had already sent news, confirming it was not done by red-haired Shanks. They now suspected it was the Navy's supernova, Tiger Dang, and were pursuing it vigorously. He is the highest leader of P0, his strength unfathomable. However, here he did not dare to release the aura of strong person. The Navy? Tiger Dang? Riel paused for a moment, then seemed to remember something. I know this Navy. He is a rebellious person and also reckless. It seems I have inspiration for my next play. He suddenly stood up from his seat, pacing back and forth. Francis, what do you think of this script? A rebellious general is captured in the beast arena, experiencing tortures worse than hell. He attempts to enhance his strength, biding his time, and finally seizes the opportunity to challenge his captors. This inspiration excited him, so much so that he didn't even watch the ongoing performance. While P0 leader, Francis remained silent, kneeling on the ground. He had no sense for drama. He only knew how to kill. The posture of these two gave the observant a sense of a relaxed defense. The Beast King, transformed into a Zoan-type beast-human form, had anger and hatred almost bursting from his eyes. Seeing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he could no longer hold back. Stepping on the arm of a giant, he propelled himself like a cannonball, generating a series of invisible white air circles at an unimaginable speed, swinging his sharp claws to tear apart the unresponsive Riel. Ding dong. Ding dong. The bomb collar on the Beast King's neck is counting down. But the Beast King no longer cares, even if it means mutual destruction. He wants to drag this heartless world of nobility down to hell. Seeing Liar still mumbling there, completely unresponsive to the impending attack, the Beast King reveals a delighted smile. However, this smile quickly turns into a more terrified despair. His claw marks dissipate as if they hit an invisible wall, and his sharp claws break. His body rebounding back with a faster and greater force as if struck by an endless wall, sending a series of people flying. The conscious Beast King immediately raises his intact paw to end his life, but finds himself unable to do so. Francis, kneeling on one knee, disappears from his spot. Like a fleeting shadow, a distance of over 100 meters is instantaneously crossed for him. He easily prevents the Beast King from committing suicide, brushing his hand over him, causing all the joints in his body to shatter. Allowing his body to collapse on the ground, Francis returns to Liar's side as if he had never left. Francis, can't you let me play along with him a bit longer? It's rare to have such a real and brave performance. Liar stands there, his gaze clear, completely unaffected by the earlier excitement. It's my fault, Your Highness. Francis lowers his head even further, not daring to argue, knowing the serious consequences of doing so. Sigh, I'll forgive you this time. After all, you did it to save me. Liar sighs. It is my honor, Your Highness. Francis occasionally flatters him, which is also why Liar values him. Give him the punishment of corruption. Let him feel the real pleasure. Understood. As for the other beast, let them capture him. He killed James, a good actor. Let him compensate me himself. Beasts must endure. Once they are cooked, they become loyal guard dogs. If they can't be cooked, then they are killed for meat. Liar, losing interest in the show, leaves his seat, speaking as he walks. You go to the Navy headquarters and tell Sengoku. Just say this is my intention. Understood. Francis stays behind. He still needs to take the Beast King, who dared to assassinate Liar, to face the punishment of corruption. The so-called punishment of corruption means crushing all the joints of the prisoner, rendering them immobile, while only providing limited food, allowing the prisoner to watch their wounds rot and die in pain. This is the mildest punishment for a slave with intentions to assassinate their master. Understood. Lucas, the captain of Team P0 on standby at base G5, nods in response. In front of Francis, even if he has the strength of a general, he does not dare to act recklessly. After all, this man has a record of defeating the Navy's highest combat power. Find him, capture him alive. Lord Liar wants him. In front of the others, every word from Francis is filled with suffocating killing intent, as if an invisible dagger is pressed against their necks. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Lucas immediately calls 2 team members to inform them of the higher-ups' decision. Oof. I really look forward to that idiot begging for mercy. The tiger-headed mask mocks. Now, the only question is to determine where he went. The eye shaped like a hook also reveals a smile. How can it be that they are all kneeling, while the others are still standing? Where'd he go? Where is TangGe? In the wind? In the rain? He is on the move, the sea churning beneath his feet, giant waves rising over 100 meters high, one after another, as if the entire sea level is pressing down. The sky roars with thunder and lightning, and the severe weather of the New World surpasses most disaster movies seen in the past life. When encountering the Saint Emperor's fleet, he hesitated for a moment. He had always thought that sooner or later he would confront the world government and the world nobles, these two colossal entities. But when it came down to it, fear and hesitation did cross his mind, but it was fleeting. What truly concerns him is that group of people from Long, with their tendency to wipe out islands and nations at will. It's not impossible for Long to be erased for his actions. However, as a human, how could one bow down to become a slave? Having been a free beast for so long, how could he willingly become a submissive dog? While crushing that group of idiots, another shackle locked onto him was also shattered, as he reveals a smile of enjoying freedom. TangGe knows how difficult the road ahead will be. Sengoku's phone call is the first step on that road. It must be said that anyone who can sit in the position of a Navy commander is not an ordinary person. There were definitely his spies on the warship at that time. Combining some clues, Sengoku directly concluded that the Saint Emperor's fleet was destroyed by him, involving major figures among the world nobles. The Navy headquarters cannot cover this up, and P0 will definitely investigate thoroughly. His intention has two options: either eliminate all the Navy present at the time and push the blame onto Shanks, or rely on strength to carve out a path. There are only these two roads. For TangGe, there's actually only one road. Eliminate those innocent Navy personnel involved. It's a compromise to seek survival, which goes against his heart and conscience, and was excluded from the start. His path has always been this one: strive to become stronger. Only with overwhelming power can one dominate everything. Just like Shanks, even if the people from the Saint Emperor's company were killed by him, what can the world nobles do? Just like Big Mom, even if her son killed several world nobles, after a great battle, she had no repercussions. TangGe needs to be stronger than them. Strong enough that the upheaval of heaven and earth cannot touch him. Strong enough that at the ends of the world, hearing his name would make others tremble. The stronger he becomes, the safer those related to him will be. This is the truth. Those strong who cannot see this often have short, heroic lives, and their ambitions are hard to achieve. A general-level figure plus two extreme combat powers of the Wuhai? You better seize this last opportunity. Before him, another wall of water presses down, and the ambition to fight against heaven and earth fuels TangGe's desperate roar. Not long after hanging up Sengoku's call, he finds a record pointer of an island. He is going to hunt ability users. On the panel in his mind, the red plus sign is just a final sliver away from being filled. This is his trump card. A next-level disaster physique would be enough to push his strength to a point where he could roam the seas. This truly is a world of uncertainty. Anyone could become a dark horse. Buzz. The black blade emits a ray of light, piercing through the water curtain, blocking his path, cleaving an opening for passage. The golden scales are not mere creatures in the pond. Once they encounter wind and clouds, they become dragons. Boom! With 1 foot, he crushes a wave as tall as a mountain, and TangGe soars like a flying dragon, rising straight into the sky. Holding a belief in victory in his heart, he swings his slaughter knife towards becoming a hegemon in this new world. This is his path. Shanks ascending to the throne? Nonsense. If Shanks is not strong enough, then TangGe will cut him down too. In a certain place in the new world, the thick smell of gunpowder mingled with blood lingers, refusing to dissipate. Now you know what we were here for, right? Beckman lights a thin cigarette, putting it in his mouth, taking a deep puff before contentedly blowing out smoke rings. We are here to ascend to the throne. After a near roar, with a heavy stomp, the ground on one side of the island collapsed, and William Moore had his neck broken, gradually losing his life. Having defeated an enemy with a bounty of over $1 billion, his injuries looked severe. With an X-shaped wound on his chest where the flesh was rolled back, the blood inside had dried up, making it look very pale. He didn't care. After holding back for more than 3 years, only such an enemy could satisfy him. That black-nailed fat guy still wanted to compete with him. He really wanted to chop them both down. The sound of him gnawing on a leg of meat did not stop at all. The fat guy, Laruji, didn't he even chew, swallowing the meat whole. After the battle, he had consumed quite a lot, feeling like he had lost a lot of weight. So he needed to replenish it. What is this group of trash coming to him mean? Are they afraid he can't take them down? The most frustrating was the sniper, Jesus Burgess. His opponent was the weakest and was taken down in just a few shots. Where did Shanks go? Could it be that he's bored and went to the town to drink? One of the pirate officers, Angry Gab, tugged at his torn clothes. The enemy that Jesus Burgess had his eyes on was snatched away by him. No, a strong enemy is coming, and he wanted to deal with it. Beckman sensed something, squinted his eyes, and restored his calm demeanor. At that moment, all the pirates looked toward the sea outside the island. Red-haired Shanks had drawn his famous sword, Griffin, with a fierce smile. On the sea, a man wielding a black sword was rushing over, his cape billowing, with flashes of the sword and roaring waves behind him. A great battle was about to break out. The G5 fortress was vast and boundless. If they didn't know the exact location, where could they look for it? Damn it, I must crush his legs if I find him. The tiger mask was restless, like a furious beast roaring in the room. Outside the fortress, the wind and rain were raging, and his tracking ability had lost precision. Just thinking about not being able to complete the mission's punishment made him tremble all over. Shut up, Daikama. Captain Lucas also frowned, his fists larger, leaving others to endure. He looked toward the door. Just then, there was another knock at the door, and in walked Virgo, grinning and wearing sunglasses. The fierce tiger suddenly went missing, and this group of useless fools made no progress. He had to step in personally, even if he faced reprimands from the Navy headquarters afterward. Who are you? Lucas looked at him more seriously. This was a naval officer stronger than Rommel. Sir, I am Virgo, the deputy commander of this base, and I am here to report on the whereabouts of the fierce tiger. Virgo had a firm grasp of the role he was playing, expressing great indignation and jealousy. He had reason to do so. The fierce tiger not only humiliated him in front of many Navy personnel, but was also the biggest obstacle in his path to the position of base commander. Quickly say, where did that bastard go? The tiger-masked Dykema rushed over, asking urgently. Captain Lucas also stood up, his imposing aura instantly covering the entire room. I had the soldiers check the recording pointers, and one leading to Gorin Island is missing. Virgo lowered his head. This time, it was a genuine reaction. These useless fools were indeed a bit lacking, but their strength was greater than his. This is another recording pointer pointing to Gorin. He extended his hand. The pointer under the glass dome pointing in one direction, unmoving. Gorin. Lucas hurriedly dashed out of the room, not daring to waste a moment. He knew the importance of that place. The other two also followed closely behind, quickly disappearing into the vast storm. Virgo looked at his now empty hand. He hadn't even felt the recording pointer being taken away. This time, let's see how you escape. Turning around, he concealed his predatory visage, transforming into a gentle deputy commander, even stopping to greet passing sailors. As long as he dealt with the fierce tiger, it would be a sure thing for him to become the base commander. He had to maintain his image. In the New World, Gorin consists of 4 interconnected islands, each with a different climate, divided into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This is the 4-season circular island, Gorin. The islands in this world are already excessively vast, and the 4 connected islands can no longer be called islands. It's a landmass. The entire massive land is filled with steep mountains, with only the connecting points of the 4 islands being wide, fertile plains, and an inland river connecting the plains to the sea. From a high vantage point, the islands look like a platter of 4 colors. The spring island is colorful, the summer island is lush green, the autumn island is golden, and the winter island is icy white. At this moment, in the center of the vast plain where the 4 islands meet, a huge granite outcrop rises. The part facing the inland river, shaped like a longhorned tiger's head, resembling a fierce beast lying on the ground. Surrounding it is a white town, now occupied by pirates. On the tiger's head is a palace built of gold and gems, where the tyrant King Abelo Pizarro sits on an open-air platform in front of the palace, watching the slaves laboring on the plain and the endless sea of red flowers, raising a goblet of blood-red wine and downing it. What a beautiful sight. Meow. After conquering the kingdom of Act, the original kingdom on Gorin, all its people were forcibly turned into slaves. Not only that, but he also purchased a large population through slave traders. The plains, originally used for growing food, were now entirely planted with these blood-red flowers, looking beautiful as the sea breeze blew through. Your Majesty, this is all your achievement. The former vice-captain of the pirate ship, now the prime minister of the kingdom, Jesus Hart, spoke with a wooden fan in hand, covering his mouth as he spoke. He had some fur tri-blood, with black hair covering his body. Jesus, why are you here instead of watching over in the lab? Do you have good news? Meow. Pizarro rested his head on his hand, his pupils like vertically slit eyes, wearing a crown with a gem in the center that looked like a burning sun, appearing extremely luxurious. Inside the palace behind him, his pirate companions were drinking and having fun. Occasionally, some eager pirates would drag women pouring drinks into small rooms to do some indescribable things. Of course, Your Majesty, Walter has developed the deadly drug you wanted. Jesus smiled, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as he handed over a gem-decorated box. This is wonderful. Meow. Pizarro eagerly opened the box, revealing several capsule-like drugs, all bright red. The attitude of the Holy Emperor Printing Company is getting worse. With this, we can give them an unforgettable lesson. Your Majesty, we must leave ourselves a way out. The recent situation is a bit unfavorable. Red-haired Shanks has returned to the New World, and the fierce tiger at G5 Fortress is not a good character. He will come to Gorin sooner or later. Hart wanted to continue, but Pizarro suddenly stood up from his seat, his vertical pupils gazing at the sky, slightly expanding. He has come. As he spoke, Pizarro's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering tiger-headed beast covered in blue fur, with a pair of white curved horns shooting up. Tiger Fong, 1,000 cuts. A thick palm extended a claw nearly half a meter long, slicing rapidly through the air, causing the atmosphere to ripple like water. Layers of green slashes shredding everything in front, surging skyward like waves. Just as Jesus was wondering why the captain was attacking the sky suddenly darkened. Clouds were torn apart, and a torrent of blade light descended from above like a furious sea, dense and overwhelming, threatening to obliterate everything below. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, the green waves collided with the blue blade waterfall, transforming into a brilliant azure light rain that spread across the sky, the deafening explosion resonating throughout the universe. The sky was moving, the earth was shaking as TangGe, diving rapidly from the high sky, locked onto the towering figure on the ground, his eyes glinting with fierce intent. He looked like a Zoan-type devil fruit user. This was his favorite. Only one thought filled his mind. I will shatter this land along with everything on it. His feet pounded with thunderous speed, and the blade light circled around him like a mountain. Boom! Jesus' heart collapsed to the ground. He was not a minor character, being the deputy of Abelo Pizarro, with a bounty of 320 million berries. However, the sudden attack from the sky was simply too overwhelming. It seemed the enemy's stamina was limitless. Another round of black blade light cascaded down to the earth, tearing apart the azure light rain, with the attack's coverage area several times larger than before. In the center, a figure wielded a blade like fire, a red tiger illusion appearing around his body. Ripples rising from the surface, and the imposing spherical conqueror's hockey's edge crackling with electricity. Like a meteor breaking through the atmosphere, engulfed in flames, it descended toward the earth, destroying everything in its path. The sky cracked open, and the earth split into valleys. The sound arrived before the figure did. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, people, trees, flowers, and grass all bowed their heads. Roar, roar, roar. Pizarro, directly under the attack, let out a roar reminiscent of a dragon and a tiger. His body covered in armament hockey, the blue conqueror's hockey swelling like clouds, with a blue tiger illusion with dragon horns and whiskers roaring skyward. The hard granite beneath him collapsed and exploded within a 10-meter radius, his figure shooting skyward, transforming into a blue beam of light, scattering a layer of blade light. A red and a blue figure, leaving afterimages collided like two meteors. Crackle. Thunder roared in the sky. The impact of the two spherical conquerors' hockey created dark red lightning over 100 meters long, dancing like a swarm of snakes, sizzling, with a visible spherical shockwave shaking the void, stirring the river water into waves of over a meter high, ripples spreading toward the sea outside the island. The ground rumbled. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive roars from the slashes grew louder until they merged into one sound. The grand golden palace on the massive rock was shattered into pieces, gems scattering and sparkling under the sunlight. The unyielding black blade light cut into the rock, forming deep and long ravines. The once mighty tiger-headed shape, now unrecognizable. The granite lying on the ground suffered the impact of the blade waterfall, and the surrounding towns were caught in the chaos, all buildings exploding into dust, and the pirates who hadn't escaped the attack were reduced to pulp, swept into the air by the turbulent currents from above. Sizzle. Claws and black blades clashed half a foot apart in midair. Armament hockey surging from his body like a tide towards his arms, with hundreds of shocks colliding in an instant, the central circular area completely becoming a vacuum. Only flickering yellow lightning visible. The shockwave rippled outwards with a black halo, the violently shaking air producing a continuous series of explosive sounds, stimulating the eardrums of the surviving slaves on the plain. Abelo Pizarro's murderous intent surged, his slit pupils fixated on TangGe, his voice a low growl. Roar, bastard! I will cut you down and hang you on the island to dry. His massive body began to condense, muscles and bones writhing. Beneath the blue fur was a body refined to the utmost strength. The earlier form was just an ordinary battle stance, not suitable for showcasing his abilities. This form was his true combat stance. The death of the pirate crew in the palace was inconsequential. Stronger ones could be found. But Jesus and Walter in the town's laboratory were his trusted aides, the key to his ascension. Now they were all dead. He couldn't withstand such a wide-ranging slash. Jesus and Walter couldn't escape either. In midair, blade and black claw interlocked, golden sparks flying out continuously. TangGe got a clear look at Pizarro's appearance. Dense blue fur covered his body, a king character on his forehead, a pair of dragon horns curving skyward, and two blue whiskers swaying beneath his nose. If it were me, I wouldn't be so merciful. This is definitely a true, formidable enemy. It's worth noting that TangGe's strength was already approaching 10,000 tons, comparable to a Tyrannosaurus rex, and with his descent and continuous acceleration. Such immense power and kinetic energy were all being resisted. The key is, you're the fierce tiger, right? Killing a waste like Magnus made you lose sight of your own strength. Encountering me marks the end of your hollow fame. I am the user of the mythical Zoan-type dragon whisker tiger fruit. Go to hell and regret it. Roar. Pizarro opened his mouth full of serrated teeth, a fierce light flickering in his eyes, the conqueror's haki swelling even more, the armament haki on his claws condensing and breaking through the spatial barrier, piercing through TangGe's armament haki defense, stabbing into his body. Boom! A massive impact sounded as TangGe's body broke the sound barrier, shooting toward the sky, contrasting sharply with the previous reverse motion. On his chest, a bloody claw-shaped wound appeared on the surface of his muscular skin, the immense force exploding within him, impacting his bones, muscles, and internal organs. A mouthful of blood spurted out, just one strike, and his armament haki along with his tough copper skin was pierced through, nearly having his heart extracted. This guy's armament haki actually reached the awakened state. Not as powerful as Carp, but indeed had reached that realm. There was no time for astonishment or fear. Battles between strong opponents never ceased until death, and there was no pause to observe your expression. Even without training in the six forms moonwalk, Pizarro, with his extraordinary strength and speed, had gained the ability to move in the air. Boom! Boom! A series of explosive sounds echoed as Pizarro shot towards him, his claws like drills, piercing again. This was his best, hardest weapon. Even when sent flying, TangGe still maintained control over his body. He had been knocked around too many times, honing his skills. His waist bent like a fish leaping. A burst of air exploded behind him, the gathered strength transferring to his legs, launching downward into the air. Bang! His leg claws struck a dozen times in an instant. The clash of conqueror's haki erupting again, and the duel of armament haki quickly determined a victor. TangGe's body was flung open, tumbling through the air, a new bloody wound appearing on his leg. With the power of the awakened armament haki combined with the mythical zone ability, he was completely at a disadvantage. Roar. Strength. Speed. Haki. You fall short of me. Today is your day to die. Fierce tiger, TangGe. Pizarro, swift as the wind, rushed in an instant. His hands and feet extending long claws, any part of his body a deadly weapon. Useless. If you weren't strong, would I even come looking for you? I only kill those stronger than me. Almost completely at a disadvantage and on the brink of defeat, this unprecedented feeling is just too thrilling. The evil god wields the knife, and speed is invincible. TangGe, looking like a madman, has muscles bulging and extremely strong, with the armed color coiling around his body and the black knife, exuding an aura as if burning. The black knife unleashes countless afterimages, blocking all claw strikes. The ultimate technique of the six forms, the moon step, allows him to flash and shift in the air, expanding the battlefield. His observation color and speed are at parity, combined with his hardened copper skin and arm color with a strength exceeding 4, which are the main reasons he can withstand the attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sounds of collisions are like rain hitting banana leaves, and visible shockwaves appear almost simultaneously in different places in the void. Boom! Every time TangGe is knocked back, a new wound appears on his body. Yet he charges forward with even fiercer speed, like a fearless god of war. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz. The two long knives clash in the air, their blades transmitting an intangible light. As rolling waves like mountains are severed from both sides toward the center, with massive amounts of seawater thrown into the air, turning into giant raindrops that crash onto the sea surface, splashing water that is quickly swallowed by even higher and more turbulent waves. The sea roars, the water surface rolls, creating a nightmare for those with abilities. For the two greatest swordsmen of this era, red-haired Shanks and Dracula Mihawk, such a grand scene only fuels their fighting spirit. Ping, ping, the famous knife, Griffin, and the supreme great blade, Knight, clash again. They appear to come straight at each other, with only one collision, and it's slow. Not all like expert sparring. Dark clouds swirl in the sky, revealing a massive gap beneath the sea. A whirlpool with a diameter exceeding 100 meters appears at their feet, with an even larger whirlpool forming in the vicinity. Upon seeing the news, Mihawk rushed toward this sea area, not believing that man could have lost an arm. The yellow and black concentric circles of his eyes fixate on red-haired Shanks, showing no mercy. If he is already crippled, it would be better to maintain dignity and die by his hand. With both hands holding knives, Mihawk's momentum reaches its peak, and the black knight, crashes down with a force that could split the entire sea in half. Red-haired Shanks smirks, stepping forward with his left foot and swinging his right hand upward, the blade enveloped in swirling air currents. His subordinates have been holding back for over 3 years. How could he not? The clash with Akainu in Sabaody did not extinguish his overwhelming fighting intent. Buzz. The air currents on the famous knife, Griffin, surge even more, shaking the entire space. The blade light that cleaved the sea is shattered, and Mihawk standing still feels the entire space pressing down on him. His body sliding across the water surface, carving a smooth trench that crashes through a wall of water. Ha ha ha! Red-haired Shank's face is drenched, unsure if it's water or tears. This is the power once mastered by his former captain, and now he has grasped it too. Not far away, Mihawk, having found the answer, does not wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth and leaves directly. Good. This is how it should be. There is not a trace of discouragement in his eyes. He will come back again. By then, you will be the king of the sea, and I will be the world's greatest swordsman. In the air, lacking leverage, the two men crash to the ground, like dragons battling in the wild. Dragon Blade Claw, Storm. Pizarro's vertical pupils are filled with beastly ferocity, his muscles slightly shifting and expanding, the armed color aura surrounding him creating rich green ripples. His long claws are harder than steel, and the armed color aura enveloping TangGe is a torrential assault, each strike capable of splitting mountains. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of armed color collisions is deep and textured. The huge rock in the middle of the plain is shattered to pieces by the two, leaving only a base. With the upper half of the rock fragments scattered, most reduced to powder from the impact of the two. Nearby plants are cut and exploded, with circular shockwave ripples slowly expanding. Clang! The black knife strikes accurately at Pizarro's claws, producing a metallic clash. In an instant, Pizarro's feet, elbows, shoulders, and even his entire body relentlessly attack TangGe like a tornado. The ground around them explodes, with craters dozens of meters wide continuously appearing. Rocks and soil are all shattered by the forces directed toward the ground, sending shockwaves flying far away. Boom, 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 boom. In the continuous collisions of bodies, TangGe makes no dodging moves, even as the wounds on his body increase. This is a pure clash of physical strength and speed. Dodging is meaningless and only weakens his momentum. In terms of strength and armed color, he is already inferior to Pizarro, and being weaker in momentum becomes the last straw that breaks him. This unwavering belief in victory is like a spark, igniting the power of his armed color. The crimson armed color completely transforms into flames burning bright red, hot as the sun, eternal and undying. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the violent explosions and loud sounds, the earth groans, with endless gashes and huge craters marking its scars. Armed color against armed color. Observation color against observation color. Conqueror's color against conqueror's color. This is the melee of will and flesh. Clang, clang, clang. The dense and heavy sounds of collisions echo continuously, as the azure dragon whisker tiger and the blazing tiger crash into each other again, roaring apart. The blue-red aura of armed color shines in the air and the ground. Already cut and sliced by countless blade lights, suffers again from the violent airflow, with dust filling the sky. Useless. Is this your level? Come on, kill me. Forgetting the pain on his body, TangGe lets out a low laugh and shouts. Roar. Pizarro's beastly eyes are icy cold. Not having killed this navy in the shortest time has already cost him patience. From a box hidden beneath his fur, he picks up a capsule and puts in his mouth, his heart pounding like thunder. When a person with abilities possesses strength and spirit that match their abilities, a qualitative change occurs, stepping into a new realm known as awakening, similar to armed color. A cold voice reverberates, seemingly declaring victory. Under the influence of that capsule, his blue fur shortens and disappears, his already explosively powerful body expands further, and his claws shrink to just over 10 centimeters. With dragon scale patterns faintly appearing on his skin. The ground cannot withstand the surge of his might. Cracks over 10 meters long appear at his feet, and small stones explode and float. In this ultimate form, just one strike can shatter your confidence. Boom! The soil within a 100-meter radius trembles. and Pizarro's speed is so fast that even shadows can barely keep up. The ground beneath him collapses under his pressure, and the armed color on his claws vibrates violently. From a distance, one can already feel a pressure that is double what it was before, along with an instinct that one could truly die. This is not a world where you can just show up and be the protagonist. It is a world where if you're not strong enough, you could die at any moment. To become the strongest is not merely about having an external advantage. It requires an unwavering resolve and belief in victory at all times. You cannot kill me. With massive energy burning, life returning to rapid operation, and his body slightly swelling, TangGe charges forward, the black knife held straight down. This is the strongest strike he has ever unleashed. Belief, strength, and even dominance are sublimated and transcended at this moment. Boom! The massive granite base shattered explosively in the middle, with a figure deeply embedded within it, and huge rock masses on both sides folded and lifted upwards. Can't kill me? Ignorant fool. Pizarro stood in midair, his claws crossed and slashing. The armed color-wrapped strikes blocking all space like a waterfall. Moreover, TangGe, trapped in the rock mass and unable to move, had an X-shaped wound on his chest that nearly ripped open his torso, exposing his white bones. He looked at the descending slash without any panic, even revealing a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The little base left by the rock was completely shattered, and the dust from the broken stones surged up dozens of meters high, creating a gap in the ground. Pizarro frowned. The smile of that Navy soldier before his death made him feel uncomfortable. Was it a celebration before dying? Forget it. He is already dead. There was no longer any trace of life in the rocks, just a pity for that palace. Drug waste. Just a little bit more. Really just a little bit more. And you could have killed me. A nightmarish voice appeared beside him, and Pizarro suddenly turned around to look, his vertical pupils widening to the maximum. How is this possible? TangGe stood outside the rocky area, his clothes soaked in blood, and the black knife in his hand had been broken and flung away in the previous collision. Nonetheless, his fighting spirit was more intense than ever, because his armed color mutated again. This time, it was observation color. Today, either I kill you, or I smash you to pieces. The real battle has just begun. Strong as Pizarro was, his forehead throbbed. He completely failed to notice how that Navy soldier escaped the attack range. The Navy, known as the Fierce Tiger, could actually fight back against him. A Phantom Beast-type ability user and an awakened armed color user, relying solely on his armed color and physical techniques, initially a bit weaker in power. But the most terrifying part was that as the battle progressed, this guy was actually getting stronger. Whether it was power, speed, or the intensity of his armed color, there were significant enhancements. Now his aura had undergone a noticeable change. Even he could not see through it, which made him feel vigilant. Fine, let us do this again. Let you experience despair once more. The effect of the capsule from earlier was still present, and Pizarro maintained a form similar to an awakened Zoan type, disappearing from his original position again. Standing still, TangGe took a step forward, raising his arm, needing to determine just how powerful the mutated observation color was. Flames burned on his fist, all power condensed and compressed to the extreme, billions of punches instinctively unleashed, sending ripples of air like water waves, expanding outwards with a boom. At the center of the collision between the two, a transparent shockwave rippled like water, shaking and plowing through the ground, causing a 100-meter diameter area to explode into chunks, soaring into the air and then being ground into powder in an instant. TangGe slid back a short distance, but ultimately he still blocked it. He had almost been killed by Pizarro's form just now. Without pausing, he threw another punch. Boom! A deep and bottomless crack appeared in the rock layer beneath his feet, and a massive amount of stone dust splashed up into a dust wave several meters high. It was not an illusion. He truly blocked it. Reaching the limit of his physical condition between life and death had increased his strength, and most importantly, his observation color had mutated. After the mutation of his armed color, it produced a special effect that nullified ability attacks. The mutation of the observation color also had a special effect, a simple and straightforward effect, after wrapping around the body's interior. A single attack would have multiple attack effects, known as heavy force. Just like a rubber band, when you pluck it, it rebounds several times. This is an extremely powerful special effect. It is also the most needed special effect. The effect that nullifies abilities is specifically targeted at ability users, particularly effective against natural and certain superhuman types. Meanwhile, the heavy force compensates for the biggest shortcoming of this muscle monster, who can only do normal attacks, significantly enhancing the upper limit of his attack power. The mutated armed color and observation color inside and outside his body seemed to generate some unknown connection. Now, even if relying solely on normal attacks, he had confidence to destroy heaven and earth. Blood boiling like a song, fighting spirit like a drum. TangGe tore off his clothes, exposing his upper body, even wiping the wet blood from his face and his hair, revealing his signature wide grin. He was truly like a madman, like a lunatic. What are you surprised about? Waste. This is the most real gap between you and me. Your fists have softened. The blurred blood on his face solidified, and his smile was exceptionally grim, filled with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and exhilaration. Under the effects of life returning and his own healing ability, the nearly eviscerated wound stopped bleeding and was slowly healing. Ever since the naval headquarters, he had been looking forward to a death match like this, now finally getting his wish. The two mountains weighing on him, the world's nobles and the world government, made it difficult to truly unleash his full potential. This pirate opponent, like a tailor-made match for him, was not a flashy natural type, nor a weird, inchangeable superhuman type, but a powerful animal type phantom beast ability user. This was a strong dialogue between armed colors, a direct clash of physical strength, and a confrontation of wills. Pizarro, on the other side of the crack, indeed experienced a brief moment of distraction. The power that had transmitted from his arm felt strange. Two forces, each significantly stronger than at the beginning, exploded almost simultaneously, canceling out his absolute advantage in strength and defending against the impact of the awakened armed color. A pirate capable of establishing a territory, even hopeful of competing for the position of king, is strong in every aspect. Without further ado, he lunged forward again. Although the real battle had just begun, he was confident in defeating his opponent. The green-armed color wrapped around his body's surface with no wasted effort, and the green dragon's scales shimmered as if they were truly alive. Weaker individuals would simply see such an illusion and be stunned. This level of momentum is effective against the weak, but it has no effect on TangGe, whose whole body was wrapped in red energy, transforming him into a blazing sun radiating indomitable will. He was not at all weak in his use of armed color. Whoosh! The mutated observation color increased his speed by nearly 30%. His body stretched into a beam of light, not inferior to Pizarro's ultimate form speed at all. Boom! On the plain, the red and green giants collided violently, abandoning all complex techniques. The two decided to determine life and death in the simplest, most primitive way. The vast plain surrounded by mountains became a battlefield for two giants embodying savage beasts, with deep ravines and slash marks everywhere. The blood-red sea of flowers was completely shattered. The snowy mountains of Winter Island continuously experiencing avalanches, and the dense jungles on Summer Island being blown down by fierce winds. Bang, bang, bang. The armed color of the two different colors clashed violently. In an instant, the two collided more than 10 times, with the shock waves generated by their continuous impacts expanding outward in one go. A large wave of scorching air blew towards the dry vegetation on Autumn Island, igniting a massive fire that spread rapidly, turning the golden Autumn Island into a sea of flames. The flames soared into the sky, illuminating the already dim battlefield. The two fists crashed into each other's bodies. Pizarro's fist, like a diamond, struck TangGe's ribs. But the power of the awakened armed color acting on the internal body was blocked mostly by his honed skin. Crack! This is the sound of broken ribs. But Pizarro is not feeling well either. TangGe's fist slammed into his chest, with 2 consecutive punches exploding, and the armed color didn't fully defend against it. It felt like a heavy hammer smashing into his lungs, a strong sense of vibration making him dizzy and wanting to vomit blood. Even without the awakened state of armed color, it penetrated his armed color defense. This is a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. You want to compete with me in physical strength? Ignorant fool. Roar. After a strange roar, Pizarro lunged at him again. With countless shadows of fists sweeping like a violent wind, the white air circle in front exploding into a wall. That drug didn't truly allow his ability to enter the awakened state of the dragon beard tiger fruit. But even just the mythical beast fruit's enhancement to his physical strength was enormous. This was his greatest confidence. Die for me. Evil God double strike. Intense pain ignited an unprecedented madness. TangGe's body, forged like steel, surged with fiery red ripples. Meeting the azure gale, his fists struck down like mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Where the armed color hockey collided, the ground exploded, countless air currents bursting outward from the interface, creating spherical shockwaves that shattered soil, rocks, and flowers. TangGe laughed maniacally. Pain, blood, death, what do those matter? Life is meant to be sublimated in such battles. The fight had entered an extremely bloody, brutal, and primal phase. Both sides had become bloodthirsty, with only one thought: to tear the opponent apart. Marine Headquarters report to Admiral Sengoku. Intelligence Officer Blainu rushed in, shouting loudly, somewhat anxious. What's the matter? Sengoku didn't even raise his head, continuing to handle documents. The red-haired pirates encountered the bloody pirates. William Moore was killed by Ben Beckman, and the bloody pirates were completely annihilated. Mihawk arrived afterward and was repelled by the red-haired. Blainu's voice trembled slightly, with such powerful strength, even as the second-in-command. The red-haired pirates ascending to the throne was a done deal. The New World would once again welcome an era of 4 emperors' rule. Understood. Raise Ben Beckman's bounty to 6 billion berries, and increase the bounties of the remaining cadres of the red-haired pirates by 200 million. Send the bounty notices to all newspapers, and announce it to the world with tomorrow's papers. Sengoku's reaction was unexpectedly calm. Blainu paused and continued, there's one more thing. According to intelligence, a huge fire has broken out on Golan Island, and Aburo Pizarro seems to be fighting there. Before Sengoku could respond, a cold voice came from his side. Golan. Francis's face looked extremely grim. This was the worst thing that could happen, and it had occurred. The fierce tiger had vanished without a trace. He had thought it had fled or hidden, but unexpectedly went to Golan, a deadly place. Once the things on Golan Island enter the public eye, that would truly be deadly. Those useless fools. They can't even handle such a minor issue. Bang! He smashed through the wooden window and arrogantly left Sengoku's office. Sitting behind the desk, Sengoku remained calm, standing up to watch the direction Francis left. This fool had been blocking for so long, unaware that he had already let the news slip. If you want to pursue true justice, then this is the trial you must undergo. Either live or die. Sengoku saw more and deeper than Jonathan. Pursuing true justice was the most precious quality he saw in TangGe. Times change like the ebb and flow of tides, and justice is absolutely indispensable. Only by practicing true justice can the Navy lead this righteous army into the next era. What needed to be done was done. The rest was beyond his control, waiting to see how strong that man's usual training and determination to surpass everything truly was. Sitting back down, Sengoku regained his composure. He just needed to wait for the result. Tomorrow's world would be in an uproar. For emperors, the fierce battle on Golan Island had been ongoing for a long time, and the situation had subtly changed. The rapid consumption of stamina and high-speed combat had ended. Now, it was a brutal hand-to-hand combat. Useless. Can you only bark like a useless dog? Come on, hit me harder. On the plains of Golan Island, TangGe roared like a madman. His body bore several claw marks over 10 centimeters long, blood sticking to them like a blood-soaked azura. Intense pain struck his head, needing verbal venting to alleviate it. A layer of fiery red armed color hockey flowed slowly over his body, rippling. The seemingly small frame suddenly vanished, and when it reappeared, it was already within half a meter of Pizarro. Like a shooting star, a terrifying fist mark appeared on Pizarro's powerful muscles, shaking him twice in succession. Pizarro closed his arms, fists clenched, and swung down with a hammer strike aimed at TangGe's head, exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom! The entire plane felt a violent tremor within a 100-meter radius, with massive dust clouds rising like waves. TangGe was smashed into the ground, directly sinking in, surrounded by a deep pit over 10 meters in diameter. Useless. Are you just scratching me? Use all your strength. He burst out from the pit. And the more he fought, the stronger his momentum became. The hockey forged through desperate trials became sharper and heavier, enduring the damage on his face. He slammed another punch into Pizarro's chest, with even more force than before, the fist mark nearly piercing through. A hint of bloody sweetness stuck in his throat. Pizarro staggered back a few steps, spitting out blood for the first time since this death battle began. And this retreat made TangGe's momentum soar to the sky. After a howl of excitement, he took 2 steps and leaped forward like a shooting star, crossing several dozen meters in an instant. His punches thundered like cannons. His body charged like a raging dinosaur, the momentum like a tsunami, surging relentlessly, one wave higher than the last. At this point, even with his nearly infinite stamina and hockey, he could no longer maintain high-speed movement for long. His increasingly heavy breathing indicated he was nearing his limit. He had truly encountered an opponent this time. Animal-type ability users, especially among them the mythical beast type, are incredibly hard to beat. Their stamina was on par with his. who had enhanced his physique 3 times with an external ability. An instinctual sense of danger told him he needed to end the battle quickly. The pressure wouldn't give him much time. With this thought, TangGe tilted his head back, slamming his forehead solidly into Pizarro's chest and abdomen, the sound booming like thunder. Golden electric serpents dancing wildly. Unable to withstand this sudden attack, Pizarro staggered back a few steps, blood unable to be held back anymore, flowing from his mouth. He really wanted to swallow it back because that navy would become even crazier from this blood, but he couldn't do it. That bizarre dual force had already caused significant harm to his body. If someone had told him before today that a mythical beast-type ability user, especially one close to the awakened state, could be defeated in hand-to-hand combat by sheer physical strength, he wouldn't have believed it for a second. But now, this brutal reality was penetrating his heart, threatening to shatter his mental defenses. Pizarro felt like the world was going insane. Boom! With a single punch, he smashed the Navy's soldier into the ground. Apart from creating a dirt pit, it seemed like no damage was done, and in the blink of an eye, the soldier stood up again. Boom! He was struck on the head, and this time he couldn't stay on his feet. His head buzzed with a loud ringing, and his body crashed onto the ground, shaking twice, blood gushing from his mouth. The difference in damage was obvious. However, this Navy soldier was weaker than him. Pizarro clearly knew this. In terms of hockey and physical strength, he surpassed his opponent. Yet, he couldn't understand why he couldn't kill or defeat him. There was something wrong with that body. The skin was unbelievably tough, almost like a legendary king's exclusive, a steel balloon. Why was a non-devil fruit user more resilient than him, a mythical Zoan? Pizarro couldn't figure it out, and he didn't have the chance to think it through. Boom! Another punch fell like a meteor. The power capable of piercing a mountain smashed him into the ground. Crack! The rock layers first caved inward in a hemispherical shape with a radius of 100 meters, and in less than a moment, the same force struck again, expanding the hemisphere outward, with countless cracks spreading like 2 almost simultaneously trembling concentric circles. You lose, TangGe shouted, his voice like rolling thunder echoing across the plain, piercing through Pizarro's already fragile mental defenses. Outside of Goron Island, huge waves were still rolling, reflecting the soaring flames, and 3 figures could be seen forming a triangle, shooting towards the inner river's entrance. The flames spread towards the remaining red flower sea on the plain, changing the color of this painfully scarred land. Fire can illuminate the sky. Rage can also awaken a person's ferocity. The rolling declaration of victory, the condescending gaze from above, and the relentless offensive all tormented Pizarro's heart to the extreme. He took out the last 2 deadly pills, popped one into his mouth, and swallowed it down with the blood in his throat. I haven't lost yet. The blood-red power surged into his veins, chaotic and powerful. A euphoric feeling akin to addiction flooded his mind, suppressing his negative emotions. The sound of his heart pounding like a drum echoed outside, taking 2 deadly pills at once. The dragon scales on Pizarro's body became denser, and a thick tiger tail extended from his tailbone. Sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, and his eyes turned blood-red, showing a trend towards evolving into a true, ferocious beast. A war of attrition wouldn't work. This was the truth told by nearly a day of fighting. Only a single strike could achieve complete victory. Similar to a return to life, Pizarro squeezed out all his strength, condensing it into his right fist. His momentum became incredibly violent. The edges of his blue conqueror's hockey flickered with subtle electric lights. As he stepped onto the ground, the terrifying power released along with his tiger-like lower body, causing the ground to completely collapse, and he smashed through all the barriers ahead. Layers of blue air currents rolling in. Even the surrounding sea of fire was blown away. Die for me. Dragon King smashed dominance. This was the decisive strike. At this moment, some donned headscarves, others clenched their fists, while TangGe flexed his muscles, breaking into a maniacal laugh. You drug-using waste. How could you possibly defeat me? Insults aside, laughter aside, sensing the enemy's determination to win with a single blow, TangGe's 3-colored hockey operated at its peak, all concentrated on his right fist. Every muscle in his body was taut like a bowstring, stretched to its limit, with the sound of muscle fibers tearing apart. The powerful strength Pizarro gained from drugs had lost the unwavering purity and pressure of armament hockey. But that exponentially increased power was not fake. If this strike failed, everything would be in vain. TangGe had this intuition. The illusions appearing on his body seemed to signify the true evil god descending to earth. The flames from the sea of fire were swallowed by the invisible momentum, transforming into a long flame cloud swirling around him. Boom! The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly. The entire earth was pushed back, and taking advantage of this recoil force, TangGe surpassed the speed of sound. The air pressure waves pulled behind him. Layers of white rings exploded. Evil God clenched fist fourfold force, falling tiger. With a torrent of fire, he charged towards the roaring wind like a mountain. This was the collision of wind and fire. This was also the collision of two meteors. Before the collision even began, the invisible intimidation radiated outwards. And all living beings within a 10-kilometer radius felt their hearts tighten. Their breaths halted, as if facing an unstoppable natural disaster. A sixth sense flashed. The two fists moving towards each other collided in less than a moment. The four connected islands resonated like drums, the sound rumbling endlessly, resounding outward. This was a tribute to the strong who were about to achieve victory. Outside the island, the towering waves also rolled to their highest point at this moment. The thunder in the dark clouds, the wind on the sea, were all in turmoil. This was a song for the strong emerging from a life-and-death battle. Boom! Boom! The dark red lightning over 200 meters long resembled a tear in the sky, and the wind and fire were all annihilated in the invisible shockwave. The continuous four vibrations directed the power towards the ground, for concentric circles expanded outward. With a diameter exceeding 200 meters, countless fragments exploded into dust. TangGe felt his arms turning to powder. The double strength had already greatly increased physical exhaustion, and the force of the quadruple strength combined with Pizarro's impact was unbearable for his bones, breaking them, his muscles torn apart, as if he had truly smashed into a giant iron mountain. Scenes of fists crashing onto the red earth flashed before his eyes, and TangGe howled into the sky in despair. Even the red earth, I will break through. Boom! The three-colored hockey produced a wondrous resonance, intertwining together, the momentum multiplying. The fist continued to pierce forward, and the incredibly powerful will and belief finally broke through everything ahead. Pizarro, with a look of fear and despair, shot backward. And in a fight where he concentrated all his strength, he still lost. This Navy soldier truly surpassed him. That belief of winning, even if crushed to pieces, was something he didn't possess. During the days he ruled a territory on Goron Island, it did not affect his strength, but it impacted his spirit. From the moment you started using drugs, you had already lost. Unwavering determination is strength. Pizarro could clearly hear the entire sentence, because TangGe had already caught up. His intact left fist had already struck down, crashing between his chest and abdomen. The quadruple force erupted, the armament hockey shattered, and the blue dragon scales along with the sternum instantly collapsed in a mush, spreading out like four concentric circles throughout his body. Whoosh! The lifeless body fell right at that piece of granite. The two massive rock layers hidden beneath the ground bent upwards and flipped. Ultimately, they buried Pizarro within, along with his pirate crew and his dreams of conquering the kingship, completely and utterly. A generation of strong men, evil tyrant Abelo Pizarro, perished in Goron. The pirate is dead, but the matter is not over. TangGe stood in place. Every cell in his body was in pain, lamenting the fatigue after the life-and-death battle. Relaxation could erode willpower the most. His body was nearly exhausted, but he couldn't relax yet. Suddenly turning around, TangGe looked towards the inner river direction. 3 straight white waves shot towards him. The aura is still familiar. The masks also familiar. P0. Idiot. You guys are really just a little bit away. On the hacking panel, the plus signs accumulated from the Navy headquarters, Totland, Turnasti, and the New World have finally filled up, with red indicating the states that can be upgraded. Give me some points. With a deep, satisfied roar, TangGe's consciousness manifested a finger and fiercely tapped on the red plus sign. Boom! The heartbeat suddenly quickened. The physical enhancement is not gentle. It's just that the pain accumulated in TangGe's body is already enough, so it doesn't seem so obvious. A scorching flow of heat spread throughout his body, like the water of life rapidly repairing internal injuries, calming the thirst of every cell and transforming and sublimating them. There was no time to pay attention to the changes in his body. TangGe squeezed all his regained strength into his legs, turning his body into a streak of light, quickly running toward the towering mountains of Goron. He wouldn't stay behind after installing it, leaving himself to be captured and used as a specimen for human experiments. That's not his style. Early the next morning, when the early risers spent 100 berries to buy today's newspaper, they felt that the money was well spent. A turbulent era has arrived. The 7 warlords are just an appetizer. The headline of the World Economic News Daily titled the era of the four emperors spread across the world in the shortest time. The bloody pirate crew was completely annihilated, and the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, killed William Moore. Captain Red-haired forced back Hawkeye Mihawk. The fourth emperor's pirate crew has appeared. On the second page, there was also a news report. The tyrant King Abelo Pizarro died on Goron Island, killed by the Navy's fierce tiger TangGe. The next generation leader of the Navy has emerged. The middle of the newspaper had two photos, one showing the corpse of William Moore lying on a shattered island. The other was a thick column of smoke engulfing the sky around an iconic cross that circled the island. At the same time, two powerful competitors for the emperor's throne with bounties exceeding 1 billion fell and died, bringing an immeasurable impact to the world. Now, the two newly recruited 7 warlords have bounties that add up to less than 1 billion. This is the gap between the New World and other seas. Somewhere near the end of the New World, on the White Whale pirate ship, a stocky man laughed heartily as he picked up the newspaper thrown on the deck by his companions. The name made him think of the few missing teeth in his mouth. Then, when he saw that Pizarro had also been killed, he couldn't help but look up and laugh. This era has finally become interesting. That's how it should be. In the strongest era, without a few powerful enemies as a backdrop, how could the glory of those who reach the highest point be highlighted? I will be the one who laughs last. For now, let you all make a fuss. The man's laughter attracted the attention of his companions. Teach, what are you laughing at? There's nothing funny in today's news. The New World is about to be turbulent again. Nothing. Just thinking about some delicious cherry pie. The man named Teach retracted his fleeting ambition and transformed into a desire-free vice captain on the ship. The world is always in turmoil. Only the strong are not afraid of wind and waves. You guys have been so comfortable under Whitebeard that you can't even see the truth of this world. At G5 Fortress, 2 men with faces as dark as charcoal sat silently across from each other, their similarly bulging veins showing their inner turmoil. Virgo, you can no longer stay in the Navy. A pink fashionable fur coat draped over him. Doflamingo truly had the impulse to destroy everything. Not only was the rare Paramecia devil fruit that attracted business at the auction house in the Sabati archipelago stolen, but the spectacle here was also lonely, and even Virgo, who had worked hard to infiltrate the Navy, was. This idiot consumed by jealousy and anger. Understood. Virgo certainly knew the reason. He jumped out and sold out the whereabouts of the fierce tiger completely. If the fierce tiger was dead, it would be fine, but if he wasn't, with that guy's temperament, someone would definitely die. Before you leave the Navy, I need you to do something. Doflamingo, as a newly risen middleman in the dark world, had already built a network among various major powers. There is someone at Punk Hazard who needs to use your identity and abilities to rescue him, and then send him to Big Mom's crew. Big Mom will fund him to continue his weapon research. Okay, our collaborator is Big Mom? Virgo breathed a sigh of relief. Bringing someone out of Punk Hazard was not a difficult task with his abilities, especially since there was no P0 station there now. No. Fufufu. Our collaborator is Kaido of the Beasts. Doflamingo said with a smile. Big Mom was unable to expand her influence over Topland. Only by collaborating with Kaido could she have a chance to achieve her vengeance against that group of idiots. The upcoming seas will not be calm. Even if they're a red-haired, the fierce tiger is not a docile guy. As long as he is alive, he will eventually cause another major incident. Jonathan, who was fishing in the inner lake of Long Fortress, suddenly heard the entire base begin to stir, the noise growing louder until almost everyone was shouting one name. Fierce Tiger. Quickly putting away his fishing gear, Jonathan grabbed his things and ran to the office, with only one thought in his mind. That guy 1T have caused another earth-shattering incident, will he? By the time Leonard, who had already stepped down from the position of captain of the Fierce Soul, placed the newspaper in front of him, even though he was mentally prepared, he still gasped. The bounty amount for Pizarro on the newspaper had too many zeros. It was 990 million berries. Leonard always spoke concisely. Hiss. Jonathan's actions had changed from combing his hair to gasping. After the Totland War, along with Magnus, he had been almost driven mad, shocked and addicted, unable to put down the newspaper for days. I'm heading out. Leonard knew Jonathan had something to do, so he directly took his leave, leaving the newspaper behind. After all, he had already remembered it clearly. Truly, truly powerful. From the Emperor's cadre, to the over 800 million supernova killer, and now to being a contender for the Emperor. This extent of evolution left Leonard at a loss for words. After Leonard left, Jonathan finally calmed down a bit, then picked up the Den Den Mushy and dialed a number. Get lost. The Den Den Mushy, glowing with magma flames, only spat out one word before hanging up, leaving Jonathan with nowhere to vent his excitement. TCH, weaklings like you are just jealous of my vision. I have to say, some things really are contagious. Jonathan wasn't angry at all, and he switched to call another person. Not answering. Even capturing Fisher Tiger is such a hassle. He will be surpassed sooner or later. After trying these two people, thinking that the last one might be sleeping, he started on the next level. Hey, Mole, it's me, Jonathan. Did you see today's news? This is Jonathan's new hobby. I may not be as good as you, but the soldiers I bring out are said to be the next generation of Navy leaders. Do you have this vision? Jonathan was endlessly boasting, and some were both showing off and getting irritated. On a mountain in Donghai Windmill Town, Karp, who had just dropped a newspaper, hadn't he had a chance to gloat before he saw two grandkids with the posture of a king and talent of a general start to squabble as soon as they got a bit of free time. I will be the pirate king. Rubber, rubber. Black tiger, hard extraction. The one who was the most excited was a little boy wearing a straw hat, probably about 6 or 7 years old. However, before he could throw a punch, his arms stretched out long and awkwardly fell to the ground. Damn it, why can't I ever hit you? Stupid Luffy. Mountain-crushing wave. A freckled boy jumped down from a tree, his face filled with disdain and hatred, and threw a punch that had some force behind it, hitting the straw hat boy in the face. Like a piece of rubber. The straw hat boy's head stretched out long, and then bounced back to its original shape. Weakling ability user. The man who will become the Pirate King is me. Before he could finish speaking, a massive shadow loomed over him, completely covering him, with only the fierce light in his eyes shining through. What were you just saying about becoming a king? This little brat always talks about weak ability users. Learning all the bad things from the notebook, but none of the good ones. It's simply outrageous. Thud. The freckled boy laid down beside the straw hat boy, a lump on his head, glaring hatefully at Karp, who was spewing spit. I will become the Pirate King. I will definitely surpass you. The straw hat boy's voice was still childishly high-pitched, but his ambition was not small. The last person who said that in front of Karp had a terrible fate. Bam! The straw hat boy rolled on the ground, holding his head, not understanding why his rubbery body could still feel pain. Bam! What are you looking at? The freckled boy just glanced in a direction in the woods and then got punched in the head, causing a lump to form. Seeing the hate-filled gaze in this big brat's eyes, with a face full of nihilism and self-abandonment, Karp would usually stop. He didn't know what to do. But now, Karp pretended not to see, and with another punch, this time with even more force, he knocked the freckled boy dizzy. This old man is different today. Of course, he was different. A bounty of 1 billion is the most important boundary. Pirates who exceed this number require the strength of a general to deal with. If even such a figure is killed, Karp really can't imagine where that brat's limit lies. It's as if the ceiling of a Wuhai-level physique doesn't exist on him. Karp pounded his fists against his chest, making a loud sound, and 2 jets of white air shot out of his nostrils. U2's training volume is doubled today. These 2 little brats, always talking about becoming the Pirate King in front of him. But, falling into that guy's hands, even the Pirate King would suffer. You two are still thinking about adventure. While that brat only thinks about getting stronger, Karp had an inexplicable intuition about this. Thinking of another piece of news in the newspaper, that intuition grew even stronger. Red-haired Shanks ascends to the throne? Nonsense. If red-haired isn't strong enough, he'll be killed by that guy. As for Sengoku calling about the pursuit of Dango P0, he never worried about it. A group of tame beasts that had lost their claws and wildness could never kill a true tiger. Dango had no idea that Karp, thousands of miles away, had such confidence in him. If he knew, he would probably just say one thing to that old man. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? He now felt like his body was about to explode, countless boiling hot currents rampaging inside him, giving a big overhaul to his already extraordinary Wuhai physique. From the looks of it, it seemed to carry a somewhat human-like disdain. The transformation from Wuhai to disaster-level physique was still ongoing, with the body's strength greatly enhancing, forming a tough membrane like iron between the skin layers due to the repeated tempering of the arm color. With each step, he could feel the muscle fibers in his legs like the toughest alloy fibers releasing power, easily covering a distance of over 10 meters. The shattered bones in his right arm are being reorganized and repaired, with a layer of transparent membrane covering it, capable of withstanding stronger impacts. The functions of various organs were also exponentially enhanced, like his stomach, which felt like it could digest a piece of iron completely. The so-called disaster-level physique, obtained after consuming 16 devil fruits, naturally had more capabilities than just this. The greatest change was suppressed by Dango. his whole body's blood and heart feeling like they were about to burn. The greatest evolution would occur here. Even he didn't know what extent a complete disaster-level physique could reach. After all, the three at headquarters were called monsters, and he had no idea how monstrous they truly were. He only knew that his body was getting stronger and his limits were getting higher, and that mutated observation hockey, along with the effects of multiple power strikes, could now handle the explosive force of greater gravity due to the enhanced body strength. If it weren't for the 3P0 pursuing him for 3 days and nights, he would have really wanted to stop and train his muscles properly, figuring out what martial arts to practice next. You idiots, what are you chasing? I just gave you a chance, but you're useless. Among the three behind him, one had a special tracking ability, and while he was lost in the pleasure and pain of his enhanced physique, they almost caught up to him. The frustrated yet mocking roar from the Essence Book Pavilion echoed in the wind and rain, driving Lucas and the others mad as they exerted all their strength to chase. But the distance only widened. Moreover, that bastard stamina was truly impressive after such a deadly battle and escaping for a day and night. From the towering mountains of Golland Island to the current sea surface, he was increasingly leaving them behind. Instead, the heavy breathing of his two companions indicated that their stamina was nearing its limit. You should really thank that guy Pizarro. Dango, who was running on the sea ahead, glanced back and abandoned the impulse to turn around and kill the strong enemy. The enhancement of his physique would directly lead to an explosive increase in strength, and now was not the time. The key point was that he sensed that behind these 3P0, a more powerful aura was rapidly closing in. Boom, boom. Ahead, a super-large tsunami, stretching over hundreds or even thousands of islands, reached its peak with endless waves rolling in. The first wave rose to hundreds of meters, blotting out the sun as it came crashing down. This vast power of nature made the 3P0 turn pale. They could not track anyone entering such tsunami. Now, this is exciting. However, Dango charged into the tsunami without hesitation, giving a thumbs up to the slowing 3P0. Next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Disaster not only refers to creating disasters, but also possesses the formidable ability to survive through all extreme environments. Because they acted at the same time, the two prominent figures, red-haired and fierce tiger, were inevitably compared, and many busybodies hoped for a direct conflict between the two to determine who was stronger, the new generation leader of the Navy or the pirates. However, their wishes fell through. After defeating the provocateur William Moore, red-haired disappeared without a trace. After the bloody fight with Abelo Pizarro on Golland Island, Fierce Tiger also went silent. The world seems to have pressed the acceleration key and then the pause key, making people feel frustrated and nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit blood. 10 days later, in the Oma Sea of the New World, boom, boom, the sky is overcast with dark clouds, chain-like lightning flashing brilliantly, and thunder rumbling in the distance. The sea is rolling with waves, and over 100 gigantic tornadoes are sucking seawater into the sky. Even sea kings several hundred meters long are being thrown into the air. This is a forbidden zone for humanity. Anything that can appear in such a forbidden zone is undoubtedly an invincible presence upon arrival. But TangGe does not fit this aura at all. He flew out from the acidic vomit of Sea King, with nothing left on him but a tattered pair of pants, disheveled hair, and cracked, pale lips, looking very much like a refugee. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw the world spinning around him, with a massive Sea King staring vacantly at him with its big eyes. The expression seemed to say, "Why haven't you digested yet?" This is how TangGe interpreted it. He grasped the air with his palm, creating tangible traces as he controlled his body's balance. He had no intention of killing this Sea King, which had shared hardships with him, for a feast. As he spun through the air alongside the tornado, he gazed into the distance and spotted a white sail on the sea. On the double-deck white sailboat, Harry was flipping through a newspaper while chewing bubblegum. A thick gold chain around his neck indicating wealth, and a cross-shaped scar on his forehead, suggesting he was not a good person. Just some boring news. By the ship's railing, a group of tourists had come out to watch the famous waterspout phenomenon in this area. Harry was the owner of this gambling ship, not very old, but fierce and loyal, gathering a gang of followers to run a boat that transported gamblers. He tossed the newspaper aside to let it blow into the sea and went back to the cabin to oversee the business, where his subordinate reported that a blind man had won a lot of money at the table. The confused voice came as he seemed to see something approaching the gambling ship on the sea. When he paused to look closely, it was just a white wave rolling. Was it some kind of fast fish? Harry walked into the brightly lit cabin, where the tourists outside had gathered around a roulette table. It hit again. This was already the 13th consecutive win, right? A tall blind man in a purple robe had a pile of chips stacked in front of him, which, if exchanged for belly, would amount to nearly 30 million belly. It seemed his luck was good today, so why not place another bet? The blind man, around 40 years old, had a deep voice with 2 scars crossing his forehead over his eyes, and he held a wooden cane in his right hand. This time he bet on 13. Ding, ding, ding. The white ball bounced on the roulette, making a crisp sound. Harry's heart raced along with the ball, unable to contain himself. If he lost any more, he would go bankrupt. His subordinate behind him gestured a neck-cutting sign, but after thinking for a moment, Harry shook his head. It was not his principle to overturn the table after losing. Ding! The white ball paused briefly on the slot representing 13, then rolled forward 1 slot, settling firmly on 14. 14. The banker wins. The croupier under Harry's command breathed a sigh of relief as he collected all the chips that had been bet, signaling the spectators around to keep quiet with their expressions of regret. Oh, what a pity! A smile appeared on the blind man's face as he stood up, tapping his cane lightly on the wooden floor, showing no frustration over just losing a huge sum. On the other side, having changed into a new outfit and won a little money, TangGe sat in the best suite of the gambling ship, quietly enjoying a table full of delicious food. His stomach churned as the food he swallowed was quickly melted down, decomposed, and converted into energy transported to various parts of his body. TangGe had the waiter bring him all the newspapers from this period, flipping through them one by one, and they were pretty much what he had imagined in terms of tumult. After the report, titled The Era of the Four Emperors, the originally competing Conqueror Pirates and the Angry Wave Pirates had surprisingly formed an alliance, indicating how great the pressure from Shanks was on them. Meanwhile, the Warlords of the Sea had gained a new member, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, while Hawkeye Mihawk had surprisingly refused the recruitment of the Warlords. Boa Hancock was the head of her nation, though not a member of the world government. Her bounty was very high, and she was officially confirmed as a warlord without going to marry Geos. It was evident how determined the world government was to assemble the 7 warlords. Flipping through the pages, there was no news about after the incident on Golan Island. It seemed this matter, aside from the death of Abelo Pizarro, had all traces erased. The stance of the world government was also quite strange. They neither publicly issued a bounty for him due to the Holy Emperor Printing Company incident nor announced his defection from the Navy. It seemed they wanted to keep things under control in the shadows, to handle it quietly. Even if it didn't come, TangGe would still find them. Some humiliation lingered. It would only be over when one side was dead. Early the next morning, screams disrupted the tranquility of the gambling ship. There are bodies in the sea. Tourists who had come to sightsee pointed at the floating human bodies, screaming in horror, and a crowd rushed over. Harry's subordinates lowered a small boat and placed the already decayed and deformed corpses into bags. Sharp-eyed individuals had already noticed that the insides of the bodies were all hollow, with organs removed. It was done by the organ trafficking group again. Harry slammed his fist against the railing, seething with rage, seeing that those around him were unaware. He explained, the organ trafficking group was a criminal gang that had emerged in recent years, specializing in organ theft. Those targeted by them often had their organs cut out and thrown into the sea, ultimately dying in agony. One of his subordinates had been targeted by organ traffickers when he was alone, and by the time he was found, he had been dead for a long time. The blind man who had showcased his skills at the gambling table sat on the deck, continuously rolling a die in his hand. The die kept rolling but never landed on one, which frustrated the blind man. This was the decision of fate. The blind man raised his head, his white eyes twitching. Although he couldn't see, he clearly felt someone standing in front of him. If such a thing truly existed, what more would that person need to strive for? A hand pressed down on the die, directly flipping it to the one side. I believe that destiny is in our hands. Humans can conquer heaven. TangGe sat across from the blind man, like 2 real beasts sitting together. If destiny truly existed, it was to allow 2 such people to meet. Oma, a well-known tourist island in the New World, in a sea filled with pirates. This island managed to become a popular tourist destination primarily because it was centered around the gambling industry. Whether pirates or thrill-seeking ordinary people, they indulged in debauchery here, living in a drunken stupor, with a grotesque prosperity growing wildly. The island covers over 300 square kilometers, most of which is a desolate desert. Only on the southern side of the island is there a 10-kilometer long and 2-kilometer wide area filled with well-developed casinos and various luxurious entertainment venues. As long as you have money, you can enjoy treatment comparable to that of the world's nobility here, if you seek the thrill of gambling. Oma's gambling ships will pick you up and drop you off. Through the azure sea, white sandy beaches, and dense clusters of coconut palms. At a casino named Geely, neon lights shimmer and a bright red carpet stretches from the opulent hall to the roadside connecting to the main avenue. A pure gold statue stands at the entrance, and everyone entering or exiting the casino must pass by it. There are indeed bold and powerful pirates who have aimed for it, but the next day, their corpses would be found hanging in the nearby desert, picked at by vultures. Upon entering the casino, it feels like stepping into a bizarre palace, with crystal chandeliers casting enchanting light. In the center, elegantly dressed singers and dancers perform, igniting the passion of the predominantly male guests, while scantily clad waitresses weave between the gambling tables, serving fine wines or chips. Surrounding the central stage are various gambling tables, large and small. There are many types of indoor gambling activities that can be bet on at any time. Card games, dice, slot machines, and other relatively mild forms of gambling abound. At the back of the palace, there's a larger cylindrical building, the only gladiatorial arena on the entire Oma Island. Inside, it resembles a gigantic Roman Colosseum, with spectators filling the tiers, pirates, merchants, nobles, and commoners alike. The atmosphere is frenzied, regardless of gender. All eyes are glued to the fierce battle taking place in the center of the arena, faces flushed with excitement, shouting wildly. A giant wielding an axe clashes with a tall, slender man holding a rapier, a battle of strength versus speed. The giant, as ferocious as a beast, slams his axe repeatedly into the ground, creating craters, but only dust and debris fly without hitting his opponent. Meanwhile, the slender man, clearly swift, uses his agile footwork to create numerous fine wounds on the axe-wielding giant. It seems victory is near. Yaga, shouts the host with a Mediterranean hairstyle and flamboyant attire, using his sharp voice to narrate the battle. It appears that the ferocious axe-wielder, Findord, is nearing his end. Even with his strength, he can't hit anyone. And is his winning streak coming to an end at the hands of the swift shadow, Robinson? As the host's suggestive commentary unfolds, those who bet on Findord's victory curse in anger, while those who bet on Robinson are already grinning with joy. Useless. Findord, give me back my money. No. Chop down that monkey who just runs around. Findord, take out that muscle man, Robinson. Swift shadow, keep it going. Screams, roars, and excitement are the common scenes in this bloody arena, where desperate men fight for their lives, thrill seekers bet their fortunes and lives, and the deepest human desires for violence and bloodshed are awakened here. The slender man accelerates his efforts to end the battle, thrusting his rapier in quick succession, creating illusions. His steps light as he swiftly circles the giant. With a rapid thrust, swift wind, the phantoms converge, and with dazzling footwork, he leaps high, aiming directly for the back of the giant's neck. If he lands a hit, it will surely pierce the fragile spine and end the fight. Just as the tip of the sword approaches, the giant shows no reaction, and the slender man's eyes flash with joy. He has observed the arena for days, ultimately choosing this clumsy, brutish opponent as his target, betting everything he has. But the rapier still doesn't plunge forward. A massive, hairy hand grasps the blade, preventing any advance. At some point, the giant had discarded his left axe. Now, unburdened, he moves with surprising agility. He glares fiercely at the slender man. Finally caught you, little mouse. With his right hand, he sweeps the axe, striking the slender man who is attempting to draw his rapier. The impact is like an iron rod smashing a watermelon. The slender man is sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. But the giant raises the axe again, and a single swing cleaves him and the arena floor into a pit, blood splattering everywhere. The audience in the stands goes momentarily silent. The twist comes too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the one who had the upper hand is split in two, while the one who had been passively taking hits, regardless of the blood on him, runs around the edge of the arena, screaming at the audience. The gladiatorial arena erupts once more, cheers and curses forming a tidal wave. The loser loses his life, and the winner gains everything. This is the arena. No one cares about death. This is a place beyond the reach of the law. Surrounding the four main trade routes, many islands must pay tribute to maintain stability. However, the ones they seek protection from are not the navy, but the lofty pirate kings. Oma Island is currently within the territory of one of the three kings, Kaido of the Beasts. He only collects tribute and cares for nothing else. Yao yao, the host exclaims excitedly. What a beautiful comeback. Congratulations to the ferocious axe for continuing his winning streak. The reward he receives is a week of free consumption. Cheer. Many in the stands are stunned by this reward. Indulging in revelry in this den of iniquity is a dream for many. The cheers are thunderous. Now, it's time for the most anticipated boxing championship of the day. The previous host is replaced by a referee in a tailcoat who stands in the ring to announce. On one side, we have the undefeated Killing Fist Horgang, and on the other, the newcomer fighter Demolition Cannon EDO. Both possess the strength to participate in the New World Fighting Championship V2. Who will win? Let us wait and see. The host's infectious voice penetrates the thick walls of the arena, reaching a dim room. Hey, this guy was cleaved in two. His insides are useless. A man wearing a white top hat, with blue hair and a long blue mustache beneath his nose, remarks. Upon closer inspection, the pure gold statue, standing at the entrance of the Geely Casino, resembles him. Lord Jigula, all thanks to that ferocious axe guy. Once he is of no use. Let us sell all his organs. Well, I'll definitely get a good price. One of his subordinates, chewing gum, adds, today, as haul is not bad. There's so many fresh organs from the arena, plus those vagrants we captured from the island. We can make a fortune. Haha, not enough. First, transport these to the warehouse, then hand them over to Meat S subordinates, Jigula says, laughing maniacally. Jigula, who really needs so many organs? It's strange. We've never seen the organs we plundered on the market. A wolf, standing upright, full of doubt, asks. But he is met with Jigula-esque cold. Piercing gaze as he sharply replies, shut up. Where the organs go is not for us to know. Making money is what matters, understand? Grey Wolf, you lead the team to transport this batch to the warehouse. I'm off to watch the boxing championship. The subordinates understand the seriousness of the matter, falling silent. While the upright wolf, carrying a batch of organs packed in ice, leaves the arena through an underground passage. In the vast yellow sands under the solitary moon and stars of Oma Island's desert, there lives a highly drought-resistant reptile called the sand lizard. They average 2 meters in length, possess great strength, and have special suction pads on their feet, allowing them to move swiftly across the desert. The people of Oma Island tame them as mounts for desert tourism. At this moment, a long line of sand lizards, carrying boxes emitting cold air, is heading towards the center of the desert. No one would expect that at the very center of the Oma Island desert, there is a base hidden beneath the mounds of yellow sand. With a mechanical sound, a steel gate appears in the desert. After the line enters, the gate slowly closes. This is the base of the infamous organ assassination group in the New World. The reason for building it in the desolate center of the desert is twofold. First, it is hard to expose. Second, there is a hidden river beneath the base that leads directly to the sea. The organ assassination group survives by harvesting the organs of civilians and pirates and is active throughout the New World. Both pirates and the Navy loathe them, having launched multiple encirclements, but they have never found their base. No one expected them to hide on an island that thrives on gambling, with their base located in the desert. Grey Wolf, you're back. This time you brought some good goods, right? The submarine is already waiting. Hurry and load the cargo onto the ship. We can sell it for a good price this time. This batch contains several skilled fighters' organs. They will definitely sell for a high price. The base is brightly lit, with boxes piled up next to the hidden river, and a small crane loading boxes into a submarine docked at the river. The voices of the assassins from the organ assassination group, wearing clown masks, can be heard. They are happy because they can make money. They just can't shake the feeling of oppression in their hearts, as if a natural disaster is imminent. But this is a desert. Their base can withstand the shock of an earthquake. Earthquakes can be defended against, but meteorite impacts are another story. Standing at the top of a sand dune, TangGe looks up at the sky, a bright light rapidly enlarging in his pupils, and a scorching airflow hits him. Sand waves rise in the desert. When it comes to bullying the weak, you truly have a level of skill. The thin clouds are pierced, and a massive meteorite over 30 meters in diameter drags flames behind it, descending with a world-destroying momentum. His bullying skills are unoriginal. Just a few tricks repeated over and over, either crushing or slicing into pieces. However, the blind man named Yixiao he encountered on the gambling ship is different. He directly brings down a meteorite from outer space, and under the tremendous impact, those inside the base below would be lucky to leave a speck of ash. It is even more shocking than the light-speed kicks used by Kizaru to bully the weak. Ha ha ha! Such despicable scum of the world. Sending them to hell is the best way to deal with them. Standing still, they are as ordinary as passers-by, but in a riot, the earth shakes and the heavens tremble. Yixiao holds a staff sword, with purple energy distorting the light around him, and the sand dunes beneath him collapse outward layer by layer, as if the desert cannot bear his weight. Sending them to hell is a good thing, but This guy's meteorite summoning move is cool, and it even comes with a background music effect, rumbling rhythmically. After enhancing his physique to that of a natural disaster, TangGe looks like just a slightly taller ordinary person, unremarkable. Can the meteorite not fall on me? Boom. The completely restrained momentum suddenly erupts, transforming into a ferocious roaring tiger, tearing apart the immense pressure spreading outwards. The compressed yellow sand cannot withstand this clash of forces, making a sound like shattering glass. With cracks spreading, boom, the meteorite crashes into the sand dune, the massive heat and kinetic energy vaporizing the entire dune, leaving a 100-meter-wide crater beside a glass-like surface scorched by high temperatures and large amounts of steam rising from the hidden river below. What a violent atmosphere. I was just testing my skills, don't blame me. This little trick can't do anything to the new generation leader of the Navy, the fierce tiger. Yi Xiao smiles, and the meteorite that just crashed by seems to pass through his illusion. The power in his staff, sword condenses, and everything nearby warps. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. The staff sword sweeps across. The power that distorts everything cuts through everything in front, suppressing the shockwave and sandstorm generated by the meteorite impact. Of course, I'm going to become the strongest man. Similarly, TangGe, who dodged the meteorite impact, raises his eyebrows and reaches forward. Subdue the tiger. The heavy blade, as heavy as a mountain, is easily caught, and the hand covered in mutated armament haki reduces most of the ability to distort everything. Only pure conqueror's haki clashes violently, instantly clearing the smoke and steam, and the surrounding yellow sand is also stirred up, rolling away in high waves. Ha ha ha! Such a peculiar armament haki. But it's still not enough to subdue the fierce tiger. Yi Xiao suddenly clenches his left hand tightly, as if he has grasped the surrounding void in his fist, collapsing into a pitch-black opening. That is not darkness. It's an abyss from which light cannot escape. Gravity fist, dark tiger. Kizura's attack is heavy with speed maximized, while Yi Xiao's attack is pure weight, like the kind of weight from a black hole. This fist that can collapse the void collides with another fist like a scorching sun. Subdue the tiger. Bow. With 4 layers of gravity stacked, a force more powerful than the punch that defeated Pizarro erupts, finally resisting the attack that exceeds the capacity of the mutated armament haki. The violent shockwave transmits into the crater, compressing the sand and steel together. Even for survivors from the meteorite impact, there is no chance of survival at this moment. At this time, even Yi Xiao, usually slow, furrows his brows. Damn it. Since just now, I've been shouting subdue the tiger. Subdue the tiger. Can you really suppress the tiger's wrath? Boom. Centered on Yi Xiao's body, the space within a radius of several dozen meters darkens completely, the surrounding light stretching in the air, forming the outline of a roaring tiger. Hell journey. Angry tiger. Crackle. The fiery armament haki flows outside his body, and the tiger illusion leaps in the air, as if provoked. Not only do I want to subdue the tiger, I also want to subdue the dragon. As his fist is loosely clenched, heavy bursts of air explode like thunder, totaling 9 sounds. The multiple strengths emitted from the mutated observation haki also have a limit. 9 times is the maximum. Like plucking a string, the more times it rebounds, the less effective it becomes. A sense of joy at seeing a kindred spirit makes TangGe howl uncontrollably. Moreover, my move is called Subdue the Tiger. 9-fold strength, subdue the tiger. 2 giant tigers with bared fangs and claws crash into each other. In the end, whether it is darkness or sunlight, when 2 tigers meet, they first compete. And their choice to chase into the desert has this meaning. Boom, boom, boom. The gamblers, unable to extricate themselves from their money games, are interrupted by the continuous booming sounds. The tremors from the ground are somewhat frightening, and the occasional falling meteorite from the sky is as terrifying as a natural disaster, making them forget about gambling, and they all rush out of the casino, trying to stand in open areas. With the island shaking slightly, ripples spread out, colliding with the incoming waves. It makes people increasingly uneasy. After Jijala came out of the arena, he rushed straight to the dock, his panic form resembling a frightened beast. His eyes are not blind. The place where the meteorites fell is precisely where he set up his base in the center of the desert. Such a natural disaster-like attack means his subordinates have no chance of surviving. He hasn't lived enough yet. In the dozens of meteorite impact craters at the center of the desert, heat waves are rising, and the surrounding sand surface has taken on a glassy appearance due to high temperature and pressure, though the cracks on top are quite numerous. TangGe stepped back. This blind man is truly fierce. A person with a natural disaster physique combined with a super powerful devil fruit. Such a combination is terrifyingly strong. Yishao. He saw the imposing might that only the highest combat power of the headquarters possesses, like a towering mountain, like a deep abyss. Both possessing a natural disaster-level physique. Yishao has already cultivated to an extremely advanced realm, while he has just begun. The fact that he was pushed back despite having a two-colored variant of hockey speaks volumes. However, with their level of strength, it would take days and nights of all-out battle to determine the victor. This is one of the terrors of a natural disaster physique. Super strong endurance. Endurance means being particularly tough and able to take hits. Strength means having endless physical power. The far superior physical strength grants resilience in high-intensity battles. Just like TangGe himself, when he was still at the Marshall C physique level, the fourth level of strength was already too much for his body to bear. Now, in his ultimate form, the ninth level of strength only caused some muscle strain. A battle like this lasting for days and nights would even cause this island, which spans over 100 square kilometers, to collapse. Oh, there is no need to keep fighting. The culprit is about to escape the island. Calm and composed, Yishao sheathed his staff knife and returned to the demeanor of a blind man, showing none of the previously fierce and destructive appearance. When it comes to pretending, TangGe really hasn't met anyone he couldn't team-match, and now he finally has an equal, albeit a silent one. This place is at least 10 kilometers from the coast, yet this guy can still accurately sense someone's aura. However, considering he could precisely pull down meteors from such a high space, he temporarily swallowed his feelings of comparison. In terms of observation hockey, even Katakuri is not as good as Yishao. Crack! The ground under Yishao's feet, which had already solidified and compacted, exploded, finally levitating him into the air. TangGe, the matter isn't over yet. Once fate has set us on this path, it must let us come to a conclusion. This thing is just like the mythical Nimbus cloud. Yishao's ability, which TangGe already knew from their earlier battle, is a paramecia-type gravity fruit user, capable of manipulating gravity. Gravity, any ability related to force, has an absurd upper limit, and in the hands of a man like Yishao, it becomes even more formidable. It's just unclear if he has cultivated his ability to the awakened state. What we start is not fate. Yishao. Fate is always in our own hands. In a flash, he appeared beside Yishao, and fortunately, the levitating ground was large enough that the two giant men, both around 3 meters tall, did not seem crowded standing on it. I must say, although the ability users are weaklings, their abilities are indeed flashy. After speaking, he forcefully stomped on the rapidly moving ground in midair. Crack! The spot he stomped on shattered immediately. Even without sight, Yishao had a pair of fierce eyes. This bastard is either a fierce tiger or a weakling-type ability user, truly infuriating. Sigh, thinking of the special armed color that reduces his ability's power by more than half. Yishao temporarily swallowed his anger. That thing is too restraining to his ability. Soon, the two blocked off Jigula and his subordinates were trying to escape by boat on the sea. Then, regardless of how TangGe treated them, Yishao, leaning on a staff knife, ran off to gamble at the casino. Seeing his impatient demeanor, he was definitely a veteran. The aura of a profound master had instantly dissipated. TangGe was left utterly speechless. After crushing all the bones in Jigula's body, this organ trafficker's leader revealed everything. Sure enough, it was related to you guys. Upon hearing about the organ trafficking group, he immediately thought of the population trafficking group that appeared on volcanic Hot Spring Island. Jigula was originally an arms dealer, who was coerced into the organ trafficking path. He had only met the person who bought the organs once. According to him, the buyer was not a pirate. His every gesture and demeanor showed he was definitely a noble. A news report from 3 years ago let him know the true identity of the buyer. A subordinate royal family under the world nobles. Revenge cannot wait overnight. After being chased for days and nights, he had been holding back a belly full of evil fire. Others dare not provoke the world nobles, but TangGe never stopped causing trouble for them. In a noodle shop, he found Yishao, who was savoring the pulled noodles. This guy was even drinking the clear soup one sip at a time, obviously having lost everything. Boss, give me 10 bowls of noodles to fill my stomach first. With two such tall men sitting in the shop, the noodle shop owner felt a bit of pressure. His hands trembled uncontrollably, much like the restaurant owners at headquarters, who feared being stiffed by two such big eaters. Slurp, slurp, money is great. Yishao's bowl only had a few strands of noodles left, which he slurped up one by one, making it hard not to hear. Stop tasting. There are just a few strands of noodles. What flavor can you taste? Just eat. It's on me. TangGe wolfed down several bowls of noodles in no time. It seemed there was an inexplicable tacit understanding. The two, who had just met for a short time, quickly understood each other. Yixiao was a gambler who has long roamed various casinos. After accumulating massive gambling debts, he would escape, but of course, before fleeing, he would destroy the casino, under the guise of eliminating evil. Then I want to be polite. Boss, give me 100 bowls. Yixiao was just waiting for this sentence, unceremoniously eating like a big spender. The two bottomless pits devoured all the food in the noodle shop and contentedly patted their bellies. TangGe handed a thick stack of belly to the sweaty noodle shop owner, and seeing the owner relax his grip on the knife and head to the kitchen, he turned to Yixiao. Once fate has set us on this path, it must let us come to a conclusion. The mastermind is the Fravan's royal family. Let us create a ruckus together, Mr. Yixiao. A gentle sea breeze passed through, unaware of the great storm it would stir after crossing mountains and seas. There was no grand scene, nor was there an epic moment sung by later generations, such as the earth roaring and the winds howling or the waves shaking. It was just an ordinary conversation in a small noodle shop. This is an invitation. Naturally, there are common topics and shared ambitions between beasts, a sentiment that can be understood in the shortest time. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of dice bouncing on the table was drawn out. Even in everyday life, Yixiao did not stop training his observation hockey. Fravan's royal family. Upon hearing this name, he fell silent, not hesitating but entering deep thought. The events that occurred on Grand Island made the newspapers, even occupying a trivial space. The name of the fierce tiger first entered his ears then, and he had wanted to meet this fearless man who dared to practice true justice. As for the Fravan's royal family, he had learned of them not long before, with the destruction of the White Town. This is an extremely greedy royal family that sacrificed an entire country for wealth, abandoning all its citizens to gain the protection of the world nobles. It is not surprising they would engage in organ trafficking. However, they eventually became associated with the world's nobility, becoming royal families under their subjugation, enjoying wealth and luxury for eternity. Naturally, any reckoning with them cannot avoid the world nobility. The world nobility is an insurmountable mountain, dominating the peak of the Red Earth continent. And no one knows what kind of power it harbors beneath its 800 years of rule. There have been seemingly strong and peculiar individuals who invited him to resist the tyranny of the world nobility and the world government, some even wanting to recruit him as their subordinate. Yet those individuals, despite their outward strength, openly revealed their desires and filth, being no better than the world nobility. Weak as chicks, dying with a single punch. The fierce tiger is different. This is a true beast. Losing his sight has allowed him to develop unprecedented observation hockey. In the perception of observation hockey, the fierce tiger shines like an indomitable sun. Its will to challenge the heavens is its flame, and its unwavering sense of justice is the heat it radiates. This is a ruler who is the same inside and out. Tap. The still rolling dice is pressed down, and no one knows what number it will show, regardless of whether this round yields a high or low number. Since Fierce Tiger has already placed his bet to eradicate evil, I am determined to bet my life on the line. For someone like Yixiao, what is lacking is merely an opportunity. During his travels around the world, he has witnessed too much filth and depravity, and choosing to close his eyes, to ignore it is a torment for him. If he can practice true justice, who would rely on dice to decide whether to act? With like-minded companions who fear nothing, what does he have to fear? Ha ha ha! TangGe laughed heartily, filled with joy at finding a kindred spirit, a joy of having someone to trust with his back. We will not die, Yixiao. From the moment TangGe saw Yixiao, he felt a sense of recognition, except that half of his foot still remained in the cage. Now that this beast has been pulled out of the cage by himself, one with courage and the other with strength, shouldn't they give that group of fools a good thrashing? TangGe, slightly taller than Yixiao, used the familiarity of his true mentor to pat him on the shoulder at this moment. Yixiao, to venture into the seas, you must first determine your name. Otherwise, when you accomplish great deeds, if others give you a ridiculous name, it will be a lifelong regret. I have a powerful name that suits you. Let's call you Black Tiger. Yixiao's face darkened as his observation hockey sensed malice, and he firmly rejected it. No, why not? It matches your fighting style perfectly. Jonathan, you are wronging me. I don't want that name. Because I already have a name, Yixiao declared firmly. The one who wants to give himself a ridiculous name stands right in front of him, as his observation hockey can perceive this. Remembering the last color he saw before going blind, he resolutely declared the name he had just thought of. Fujitora. My name is Fujitora. Fujitora, That's acceptable, I guess. TangGe's face showed reluctance. He would eventually use the name Black Tiger. Hoo-hoo. Haha. In a noodle shop on Uma Island, the two suddenly laughed. One deep as a mountain, the other flamboyant as fire. The joys and sorrows of the world are not the same. Some rejoice at finding companions, while others feel guilt over the loss of loved ones. Boss, it's not your fault. R.A. Luigi, even when comforting others, couldn't put down his big meat leg, and he couldn't come up with a single useful word. The usually cheerful and positive red-haired pirates were not celebrating their victory over a strong enemy. Red-haired's daughter was missing. Many new crew members didn't even know that the captain had a daughter, but that heavy atmosphere still affected them. Standing alone at the bow of the ship, Red-haired recalled the moment of parting with his daughter Udo, that heart-wrenching moment striking the softest parts of his heart, a memory that belonged solely to him. I have a responsibility. When he left, he was too resolute, as if leaving a bad impression in that child's heart. He originally planned to defeat the two allied pirate crews after picking up his daughter, but when he returned, his daughter had already left her hometown and was missing. The Underground World's intelligence organization had just sent word that the child had appeared in the Happy Street. Currently, among all pirate crews, the vice captain with the highest bounty, Ben Beckman, brought this news. Upon hearing one particular word, Red-haired suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. He had never shown such ferocity even towards the Sea King that had bitten off his arm. Who? Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke. This news was not surprising, and he nodded affirmatively. It's Happy Street. That place is the territory of the world nobility, and in recent years, it has become even more chaotic since that group of fools from Frevans arrived. Whatever appears on the surface of Happy Street seems joyful, but behind it lies more suffering. A small girl running to that place. Red-haired's fists clenched tightly. The wind blowing through his hair concealed his eyes. Set sail. Happy Street. I hope nothing happens. Otherwise, his rage would be enough to cut through the world. Yes, Happy Street is globally recognized as a special neutral zone, located between the Navy and pirate forces. It is not surprising to see anyone there. A super-luxurious steamship docked at the pier, with several layers of buildings on its deck. And the faint, sweet singing coming from inside was like a heavenly melody, intoxicating. It traverses various islands in the New World, carrying guests heading to Happy Street for consumption. Dear travelers, please note, those who have not boarded yet, please board as soon as possible. This ship will head to Zhongli Island. And the next stop is the final battle, Happy Street. A strong train station-style announcement was conveyed through the speaker snail to the entire pier, and the steamship also let out a few horn blasts in coordination. The pier was crowded with people. Only a small portion boarded the ship, while the majority remained behind. They were not waiting to board. They were envious, yearning. Happy Street is the world's top consumer destination, and the minimum threshold for entering is having 100 million berries in the bank account. Poverty is truly a sorrow. Those without money can only watch from here, while the wealthy will enjoy everything in paradise. In the last minute before the ship departs, a man danced and sang, weaving through the crowd with a large package on his back. Dressed in the utmost luxury, every place that could be adorned with gold was covered in it, with gold necklaces, earrings, and rings shining exceptionally, and with every gesture, he sprinkled gold dust onto the crowd, flaunting his wealth. This is a showy person, with a strong desire to perform. Sir, may I ask your name? A tall, honey-skinned beauty guarding the boarding ramp politely inquired about the man's name. Only a name is needed. With Happy Street's capabilities, they can quickly check if his bank accounts hold sufficient balance to qualify for entry. Guild Tesoro. This name will be remembered by the world. The man revealed his white teeth, exuding confidence that comes from sudden wealth. Just as he was about to step into the inspection area, two loud alarm sounds went off, and the guards raised their right hands to block him. Sorry, Mr. Tesoro, your bank account balance is insufficient, and you do not qualify to spend in Joy Street. The guard, prompted by the phone bug, spoke in a cold voice, his contemptuous gaze hidden beneath his sunglasses, not bothering to conceal it. There are always such fools on this ship, thinking that wearing gold and putting on a show of bravado will allow them to get by. The money in the bank card cannot deceive anyone. Before the guard could finish speaking, he was silenced by a dazzling golden light as Tesoro opened the large package he was carrying, revealing a pure gold sphere with a diameter of over 1 meter. This was either blatant flaunting of wealth or stuffing money into someone else's mouth to shut them up. It feels great to be able to do as one pleases with money. Tesoro noticed that the earlier guard no longer blocked his way, retreating with his head down and back bent, revealing a smile. You should feel honored, for you are the last person to stop me because of money." With another sprinkle of golden powder, Taizoro elegantly lifted the golden ball and walked away, while the guard behind him frantically scrambled for the golden dust floating in the air. They now realized that this was real gold. Indulge in it. Go crazy. This is the best performance. There is nothing that money cannot buy, and those without money can do nothing. I will become the god of this world. Taizoro's voice, comparable to that of a pop star, echoed with ambitious lyrics. He had crawled up from that hellish suffering and finally gained the power to rule the world in the Shambadi archipelago. As long as he could buy a few devil fruits at the auction in Joy Street and recruit a group of subordinates, establishing connections with the rulers of the dark world, he could realize his dream of controlling the world with money. At that time, I will make those scum kneel at my feet. This thought could only be shouted in his heart, but it didn't stop him from striking a flamboyant pose and walking with an arrogant swagger. However, when a person is at their peak, various unexpected events always occur. Taizoro boarded the ship, and in the aisle leading to the restaurant, he encountered two people, one large and one small, hurrying towards him. The larger one was a man, over 6 meters tall, resembling a wall, with golden hair cascading behind him like a porcupine and a white mustache curled like a hook. The smaller one was a woman, not even a meter off the ground, wearing a leopard print coat and adorned with more jewels and gold than he had. Get a grip. Weibel, you ate too much. Our money isn't enough to buy clothes. We need to find a higher bounty pirate to kill. The small woman's wrinkled face, at least 60 years old, struck the large man's shoes with her cane more than 10 times, but it was neither painful nor itchy. I'm sorry. Mom. Weibel walked past, the sound of the floorboards cracking beneath him like a heavy beast trampling through, accompanied by a suffocating sense of pressure. Despite his imposing presence, his tone was that of a child who had made a mistake, hastily admitting fault. I don't blame you. Let's go. You should say what we need to do. The small woman's short legs moved quickly in front, trying to keep up with her son's strides of over a meter. Forget it. But Mom, this person next to us has a lot of gold. Why don't we just kill him and take the gold? Weibel looked down at Taizoro, who was already pressed against the wall, making way for them. The large golden sphere and the golden accessories on Taizoro were indeed dazzling. His mother was too short to see, but he could see it clearly. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Taizoro's forehead. He knew who these two were, the infamous violent bounty hunters of the New World, the Bakine mother and son. They were notorious for their love of stealing money, and he had the most money. The key was that their strength was genuinely formidable. It was said that these two had an unclear relationship with the world's strongest pirate, Whitebeard. The seemingly foolish look in Weibel's eyes gave Taizoro a sense that he could die at any moment, and he felt anxious inside. Why did he have to wear so much gold to flaunt his wealth? Weibel looked toward the entrance of the restaurant, where more people were arriving. Wow, is it okay for you to show up like this? Didn't you say you were being hunted? We're just here to cause a ruckus. Do we really need to hide? Two unabashed voices came, tightening Taizoro's heart again. When he finally saw the faces of the newcomers, he broke out in even more cold sweat, and his heart trembled, wishing he could shrink into the wall and become invisible. Then he quickly tucked away all the dazzling gold on him. It's the Fierce Tiger. Fierce Tiger, TangGe now had a terrifying reputation and strength, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. A pirate like that wasn't just a joke. Moreover, the person beside Fierce Tiger was also very powerful, not at all weaker than Weibel, who had just threatened him. The two walked together, exuding no aura at all, only a natural sense of oppression that comes from being at the top of the food chain, causing other beasts to retreat. TangGe and Yixiao walked side by side, chatting to themselves, completely ignoring Taizoro, who was trying to blend into the wall, and the powerful Bakine mother and son. This made the dim-witted Weibel feel humiliated, his eyes glowing red as he raised his naginata. Before he could act on his impulse, Bakine, who was like a henchman at his feet, changed his expression and poked Weibel with his cane. Ouch! Mom. This action interrupted Weibel's urge to strike, and he looked down at the ground. Why won't you let me kill those two? Their attitude is annoying. Another series of pokes followed, and Bakine, panting, had a bunch of powder stuck in the wrinkles of his face. My silly son, that guy is from the Navy. If you kill someone without money, you'd be hunted down by the Navy. What's most important for us now? It's money. Got it, Mom. Weibel raised his head, looking in the direction TangGe had disappeared, with a different glint in his eyes. Money. Taizoro, who had been trying to minimize his presence, trembled again. That damned gold was still in his hand. However, this time he did not feel Weibel's fierce gaze. When he looked up, he found Weibel and Bakine actively pressing against the wall of the aisle to make way. Top, top, top. 2 more people are coming. 2 seemingly ordinary men passed by, not tall and lacking any aura of strength, even wearing gentle smiles on their faces. But Weibel's slightly exaggerated reaction told him that these two were stronger than the fierce tiger. What is happening in this world? Can money really rule the world? Taizoro's mind was filled with questions. Bakine also had the same questions. So many strong individuals were crammed onto a single ship, and it seemed they were all heading to Joy Street. What event was about to occur there that she didn't know about? They were just going to auction a few devil fruits. Mom, those two earlier were so scary. Do we still need to buy clothes? Even with Weibel's dim-witted brain, he understood the seriousness of the situation. However, he underestimated Bakine's desire for beautiful clothes and money. Of course we have to go. So many people are heading to Joy Street. Something incredible must be about to happen, and our business is coming, understand? My precious son, Bakine not only robbed money, but sometimes used money to get things done, albeit at a high price. Let's go. We should go back to the room and talk about it on Joy Street. Let's take this guy's gold too. Just in time, we need the money. Okay, Mom, Weibel said like a big silly, excitedly squeezing the gold ball flat and picking it up without even asking Tazoro for permission. If he disagreed, he would have to die. Tazoro didn't dare to breathe, watching helplessly as all his wealth, meant to show off, was taken away. To hell with using money to rule the world. A fist is more useful than money. On this ship full of strong people, he felt very insecure, and his recently ignited dream of ruling the world was almost extinguished. He wanted to get off the ship, but this was the sea. Watching the show in Mariewa was just part of Liar's daily life. And this time, it was a very interesting play that he named a series, which he had been watching for several days. Inside the magnificent palace, a narrator spoke, introducing the background to the guests who hadn't seen the play. The male lead gained a special ability and breezed through his journey. Not only did he earn the title of Invincible, but he also won the favor of many beautiful women who were all obedient to him. However, he arrogantly sought to challenge the gods and even wanted to replace them, so the gods cast down their punishment. Today's performance happened to be the scene of divine retribution. The handsome male actor was very powerful, with various flashy and cool moves. But in the blink of an eye, he was defeated by an envoy sent by the gods. And many of his harem were killed after being humiliated. Angry, desperate roars echoed throughout the palace, but they were met with applause from the audience. What a great performance. This is the fate of the lowly who become arrogant with a little power. Lord Liar, please make the remaining actor my slave. I will train him well. Most of the audience were dressed like they were in spacesuits. They were called world nobles, also known as celestial dragons. They refer to themselves as descendants of the 20 kings of creation, gods at the top of the world. What a great expression. Liar's expression was very calm. Power that is merely flashy and cool does not interest him. He raised his hand to have the still barking male actor knocked out and brought to the celestial dragon who had spoken up, allowing him to continue to exert his remaining energy. After finishing one play, Liar lost the desire to keep watching. He walked into the shadows, found a notebook and pen, and wrote down the inspiration that had just flashed through his mind. He was writing a script, depicting the most authentic emotions with each stroke, seemingly describing scenes that actually occurred. The lonely and helpless daughter felt abandoned by her father, rebelled, and ran away from home, wanting to attract her father's attention in her own way, unaware that her father was also searching for her, always leaving first. Inside the palace, there's a large room specifically for storing scripts, filled with scripts on two huge semicircular bookshelves. In the middle of the ceiling was a huge luminous pearl. Under its silver light, all the scripts seemed to have fine threads extending into the distance, endlessly like a web. In the blink of an eye, all the threads disappeared without a trace. What a great script. The emotions were expressed very authentically. Liar sat in the middle of the bookshelf, very satisfied with the script he had just written. After closing the notebook, the cover showed the words Yujo. Where did the red hair go? This room could only be entered by Liar. Anyone else who even peeked inside would be arranged to star in the most tragic play as the character suffering the most torment. He was almost at the Joy Street Sea area. Francis, who had been following him for years, was being punished for not completing his task. Now, this P0 was also strong, answering from a distance outside the door. Then let the Navy send someone to Joy Street. Such a powerful pirate going to Joy Street. The Navy needs to take action too. Liar pulled out a script from the bookshelf, frowning slightly. The cover of the script read Abelo Pizarro, and the contents were already incomplete, with a few words faintly visible. Advance 6, the script was wrong. Whoever dared to change my play would have their fate changed. In the only room, Liar's face was very grim. The restaurant on the luxurious ship was large, with many options. Joy Street controlled the largest entertainment company in the world and had good relationships with all the news media, making it the world's largest star-making factory. Most of the stars and singers who became popular worldwide came from here. The upper half of the circular restaurant had a small stage where many hot, scantily clad women danced provocatively. Singing on the stage were also world-famous singers, their voices captivating and genuine, and they were even blessed with sweet and pure looks. This stage style occasionally attracted the attention of male guests below, except for those men who only had muscles in their brains and the blind who couldn't see. Ding, ding, ding. The clattering of empty plates echoed in the air as TangGe and Yixiao buried themselves in their food. No wonder he's the center of attention. I've never seen so many strong people crammed onto one ship, Yixiao said while eating. When he traveled the world alone, encountering someone who could fight was already good. Now teaming up with the fierce tiger, the difficulty level had jumped straight to hell. What could he say? To cope with the upcoming emergencies, he had to eat more and store some energy. Strong people? That one is at most a wild beast. TangGe was referring to Weibel. That guy was notorious. Besides his strength, he was just a brainless muscle man with a chaotic and savage aura around him, like a beast devoid of wisdom. Not far behind them, two people who had just boarded the ship remained unmentioned because they were inscrutable. At this moment, after the singer on stage finished her song and changed her outfit, she headed straight for the central position of the restaurant to dine with a portly man. Her flirtatious demeanor was so captivating that it was as if she was about to feed him with her mouth. Meanwhile, the loudspeaker insect was also busy broadcasting advertisements for Joy Street, effectively promoting their business. The Joy Queen Hotel is the only 7-star hotel in Joy Street, offering various unique services and welcoming your stay. Tonight at 8, there will be an auction of 6 extremely rare devil fruits. The Oak Casino will hold a grand gambling king competition, gathering famous gambling masters from all over the world. The Joy Grand Theater will host a singing competition for stars. This advertisement is much more substantial than the previous butt-shaking dance. TangGe slowly chewed on a leg bone, his eyes shining with a terrifying light as he discovered a new way to obtain devil fruits. As the warm-up music and dance concluded, the most popular female singer currently would perform next. Even the diners who had finished their meals lingered in the restaurant, waiting for her to appear, just to catch a glimpse of her beauty. The clinking of iron chains echoed, and heavy breathing could be heard on the ground. One person rode on another into the restaurant, followed closely by a group of armored guards with long guns. The people along the way lowered their heads and dared not to meet the gaze of the person sitting on top, while all the women wished they could cover their faces with their hats. Finally, when Taizolo arrived at the restaurant and saw this scene, his fingers dug into his palm without feeling any pain. Celestial Dragon. The endless pain and the powerlessness of not being able to laugh surged back into his heart. This group that brought him humiliation was unforgettable. Young Master Pashas. The person managing the ship naturally recognized the newcomer and hurriedly ran out from the back, bending at the waist to the maximum extent. This person was indeed a powerful figure among the Freevan's royal family, with a father who was a hardline military commander. I'll go have Adele start performing right now. Stepping on the head of a person crawling on the ground, Pashas yawned, his eyes showing the vacant look of someone who had indulged in too much alcohol. Where's Cheryl? Have her come dine with me. This question made the manager, Fulin, feel somewhat awkward, glancing towards a certain position in the center of the restaurant. The renowned prince of a strong nation in the New World, Prince Hamburg too, had called Cheryl over, and from the looks of it, the two were about to enter a deeper level of interaction. Pashas noticed Fulin's gaze, tightening the iron chain in his hand and adjusting the direction of the head of the person on the ground. Hey, Cheryl, hurry over here. The rude commanding tone made the singer named Cheryl tremble violently, caught between two people she couldn't offend, unable to move forward or backward. Pashas, I'm the Prince of Bollywood. Give me some face. Prince Hamburg too stood up smiling. As a prince of a powerful nation in the New World, if it weren't for the Freevan's royal family having connections with important figures in Mariewa, such a small noble who had lost his country wouldn't deserve his attention. But your Bollywood doesn't have that kind of face. Get out of my way, you lowly scum. Pashas didn't let Hamburg too finish his words before roaring. The disdain in his words was obvious, tearing at Prince Hamburg too's pride. Don't go too far. I found her first. You can go find Adele. Hamburg too's face at first turned red, then green with anger. He originally thought that by speaking gently and even lowering his stance, this little noble from Freevan's would retreat sensibly and they would each find their own fun. Who would have thought that the other party would be so ungrateful and dare to insult him? Pashas dared to do more than just insult. He waved his hand, and the armored guards standing behind him immediately rushed forward with their long spears. The cold gleam of the spear tips aimed at Prince Hanbergtu's throat. What can you do about it? What I want. You have to give up. This is the power bestowed upon us by the gods as the Free Van's royal family. After saying this, Pashus jumped off his mount and slapped Prince Hanbergtu across the face, leaving a bright red handprint that stunned him. Completely losing face as he watched the singer he admired being taken away. Without strength to back him up, how could he expect to be given face? Go get Adele too. I want both of them. Pashus' violent and overbearing style directly silenced the spacious restaurant, making it quieter than a library. Only at a nearby table, the sounds of wolfing down food and clashing dishes seemed particularly jarring. This made Pashus, who had just shown off his power, frown, tightening the iron chain in his hand and changing direction to walk away. You lowly peasants, who gave you the audacity to eat so loudly here? The sharp voice sounded like a character seeking death. The roar from above felt particularly abrupt in the quiet restaurant. Many people cast their gazes to see how these two would handle it. How to handle it? Of course, they ignored it. TangGe continued to enjoy the feast, too lazy to even glance, and with a smile, he couldn't help but look since he was blind. The last time he encountered someone speaking in such a tone was in Gran, and he didn't know how high the grass was on Wyland's Group-esque grave. Lowly peasants. Kill them. With a wave of his hand, Pashus directly ordered the armored guards to kill. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out. Before the long spears could be thrust out, all the guards' heavy armor had a hole added to it, blood seeping out, taking away life. A smile. How did you handle this kind of situation before? TangGe asked, retracting his finger that had been pointing at the trigger. The feast was already finished. Now it was just post-meal activities, also a prelude to the upcoming actions. The size of the stakes determined the outcome. A smile liked to use gambling terminology. That won't do. There will be many more scum like this in the future. We can't just let dice decide. This is very concerning for our group's face. TangGe stood up. All the light in the restaurant seemed to be drawn to him, the aura naturally emanating from a strong person. His body, over 3 meters tall, cast a shadow over the still-dazed Pashus. Lowly peasants, how dare you resist us, the Free Van's royal family? This is the power bestowed upon us by the gods. Although Pashus felt fear, he still had the strength to hold on, but his whole body was shaking. It was not he who trembled, but the mount beneath him, a slave auctioned at the Joyful Street auction market, originally a pirate. The fierce tiger-like appearance was still recognizable to pirates. One foot kicked the still holding up Pashus to the ground. Then a shoe stepped on his face. In front of me, you don't have that kind of power. What I don't want, you can't take. If your gods have granted you the power to plunder mine, then I will slay you and your gods together. The foot pressed down hard, creating a dent in the wooden ship's board. Pashus' head sank into it, his skull fractured, gradually breathing less and exhaling more. TangGe looked at a smile. No one has the privilege to deprive others of everything, and no one can trample on human dignity at will. This is how the world should be, right? A smile. The whites of the eyes without eyeballs twitched, and a smile also stood up from his seat. That's right. The blade of the staff slightly unsheathed, and the nearly breathless Pashus was pressed down by an invisible gravity, all his bones shattered, turning into a meat pie. Justice should be like this. The world should be like this. Crash. It seemed like the sound of chains breaking, and an undefined power broke through the cage, revealing the fangs of a true beast. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. I was planning to spare him a life. See if I could fish out a few turtles. Once the stakes were determined, there was no reason to change them. The previous A smile was like an unmoving mountain, lacking real deterrence. Now a smile was like a thunder hidden beneath the abyss, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. This is how a beast breaking free from chains should be. Plop. Then let's begin. Create a ruckus and show justice. TangGe walked towards the right passage. He was going to the auction, where there were devil fruits. Innocence will not be harmed. The heavenly fire is the signal. A smile walked towards the left passage. He was going to the casino, where there was a gambling king competition. When the dead die, let the living live. Since Pashus lay on the ground, the restaurant had fallen silent. Only the conversation and footsteps of these two could be heard. After that invisible pressure dissipated, those who had been suppressed for a long time finally had space to breathe, the scent of death stimulating their nerves, and the weak had already begun to scream. Pashus is dead. Something big is going to happen in Joyful Street. This was their first reaction in their hearts. The ship manager, Fulian, who barely survived, crawled out of the restaurant. He needed to report this news to the high-ranking members of the Free Van's royal family. In the corner, Guild Tizzolo looked deranged, deeply stimulated by the scene he had just witnessed. After a while, he followed them out of the corridor. The power of money was not enough. Only absolute strength could subdue everything. This was something he had just realized. Sir, is that him? What a violent little guy. In a corner that seemed ignored by everyone. Two people with no sense of presence were conversing. No one had the privilege to strip others of everything, and no one could trample on human dignity at will. The man referred to as Sir silently repeated what TangGe had just said and smiled. It's him. He continued. We should disembark. There are some things we need to clarify. Yes. The events in the restaurant had not yet spread, and a sweet female voice echoed through the ship's broadcast, while melodious and joyful music came from the sea. A city shining with lights was drawing closer. St. Oaktree Island, a name not widely known. But when it comes to Joy Street, the whole world is familiar with it. It has everything a paradise on earth. If one were to call it a paradise on earth, it would not be an exaggeration. St. Oaktree Island is a summer island, with shallow waters filled with coral reefs, countless colorful tropical fish swimming in the water, and golden, fine sandy beaches crowded with tourists, all shaded by tall oak trees that block the scorching sun. The shape of the island resembles a giant trident, as if it were a divine relic left behind in the world. Along the central axis of a trident is a street lined with centuries-old tall oak trees. Hence, it was named Oak Street, but that name is no longer in use. People now call it Joy Street. On both sides of Joy Street, luxurious ships adorned with the crests of various royal families are docked, accessible only to kings. When TangGe disembarked from the ship, he was also in awe of the splendor here. A group of dancers wearing feathered hats and feathered garments were singing and dancing on the dock, warmly welcoming the esteemed guests coming to spend. Looking down Joy Street, the branches of the oak trees intertwined in the air with a broad street in the middle, flanked by tall buildings that gleamed like some European cities from past life. At the end of Joy Street stood a towering hollow palace, its base higher than the surrounding skyscrapers. This was the former palace of the world's aristocracy, the St. Oak Palace. The palace, reflecting the morning sunlight, cast a shadow on the sea in the shape of an oak tree, which is how it got its name. Later, as the ruling royal family moved to Mariejois and the palace fell into disrepair, it was granted to the Fravans royal family to reside in, regaining its former popularity. TangGe was not interested in any of that and hailed a turtle convertible, heading straight for a massive pyramid-shaped building. Half of it jutted into the sea, resembling a golden giant ship sailing through the ocean. The other half onshore was a giant pyramid, topped with a double-headed snake emblem encrusted with various gems, which was once the crest of the world aristocracy that ruled here. This was the auction venue for the devil fruit. The narrow strip of land on the right side of the St. Oak Island Trident was originally a residential area for the local populace of Joy Street. After the arrival of the Fravans royal family, it was designated as a forbidden area, and everyone was driven out. I understand. Fravans Ozius hung up the phone with an expressionless face, as if the one who had just died was not his own son, but merely an insignificant passerby. Bring up the images from the dock. On a wall in front of him were images transmitted from all the visual phone bugs on Joy Street, with almost no blind spots. One image was singled out, showing the ship that had just arrived at the dock. Stop. Zoom in. Ozius, with meticulously combed brown hair and dressed in a sharp military uniform, spoke with an iron-blooded authority that brooked no argument. On the screen, the enlarged image showed TangGe and a smiling companion being the first to disembark from the ship, their faces clearly visible without any disguise. It's the Fierce Tiger, a naval rising star who disappeared for more than 10 days after killing the tyrant King Pizarro, unexpectedly showing up here. The other man in the purple robe was not in our database. The military subordinate in the monitoring room was concise and followed Ozius's style. I understand, Ozius replied coldly, then walked alone into a room containing a red phone bug, sending out the news of the Fierce Tiger's appearance on Joy Street. Besides being a member of the Fravans royal family, Ozius was also a P0, on par with the host of Joy Street, Tracy. Of course, he knew about the Fierce Tiger TangGe. He had already ruined his plans on Volcano Hot Spring Island. With a series of killings that destroyed most of the population plundering group he had worked hard to establish. Furthermore, he was suspected of destroying the St. Emperor Seal Company's fleet, which made his master, Lord Riel, furious, as the Fierce Tiger had touched the forbidden area of Gorin. Order a full alert. Also prepare a ship. Ozius continued walking. On this island, besides the Fierce Tiger, the red-haired would also come, with these two influential figures arriving simultaneously. He had to take some precautionary measures. Understood. The leader of the guard, who had always been by Ozias's side, slightly bowed and then went to issue orders to strengthen the alert. After changing into protective gear, Ozias donned white gloves, as if preparing for surgery, although no surgical knife was seen in his hand. Lying on a hospital bed was a slightly aged man wearing a noble headdress, and on the adjacent bed lay a bound slave. Ozias's hand were placed on their heart areas, and a green light flashed continuously. Both men on the hospital beds began to moan in pain. The difference was that the noble's aged face started to rejuvenate, while the bound slave's struggles grew slower until he breathed his last. "Mr. Epstein, how do you feel?" Only witnessing this scene would a different expression appear on Ozias's cold, indifferent face. It was an intoxication with power. "I feel great. I feel my body filled with vitality again." "Thank you, Ozias," the noble named Epstein said excitedly, looking at his rejuvenated and taut skin, feeling his strong, beating heart, and joyfully breaking into a noble dance. "It feels so good to be young again. Although Ozias charges a hefty fee, I have plenty of money." Epstein couldn't wait. His room had many beautiful female slaves. This is Ozias's ability. He is a user of the superhuman type replacement fruit, a very powerful ability. Under Ozias's expertise in medicine, the replacement fruit gained some capabilities of the surgical fruit. It could replace healthy organs into the bodies of aging nobles, allowing them to be reborn. Although this rebirth does not last as long as their original life, there is still a steady stream of noble lords coming to find him. Recently, the complete organ supply chain he controlled seemed to have encountered problems, failing to deliver fresh organs, forcing him to use live replacements. The effects of live replacements were better. However, good effects are not necessarily good news, as Ozias would earn significantly less. The noble lords had plenty of money, but they were reluctant to die. Over the years, Joy Street has become increasingly prosperous, and the fundamental reason lies in Ozias's abilities. The nobles indulge in pleasures without a care for their aging bodies or illnesses, as Ozias can replace them, with the sacrifice merely being the lives of few slaves. He ordered someone to drag the dead slaves away and throw them into the sea, feeling quite pleased as he looked at the pile of baileys sent over by Epstein. If only he could get his hands on the organs of the fierce tiger. That would be incredibly powerful. His emotions only fluctuated greatly regarding the matter of organ replacement. He hoped the group would arrive soon. Just as TangGe left the dock, a large naval warship docked right behind him. "Seriously, the warring states sent me to this dreadful place again, especially as a woman." Rear Admiral Peach Bunny, holding a golden Kintaro, grumbled incessantly. "Calm down, miss. Just treat it as a vacation. As long as we don't step into the territories of those Fervan's royals, there's still many enjoyable places here." Rear Admiral T. Pig chimed in. The beautiful women here were overwhelming, making it hard for him to keep up. How could they possibly avoid those idiots here? Since they were establishing a special neutral zone, why do we have to come protect it? It would be better to let the pirates riot and wipe out those parasites. The many lives lost in the White Town were all due to the greed of the Fervan's royals. But these idiots have allied with the world nobles, and no one is held accountable. Frustrated, Peach Bunny could only vent her feelings. With 2 naval officers of quasi-admiral level guarding, the pirates wouldn't have the capability to riot. Moreover, the security forces of Joy Street itself were quite formidable. "Miss, you mustn't speak like that. With the 2 of us here, the pirates won't have a chance to riot." T-Pig's words went unspoken as a pirate ship with a dragon-like horn curved toward the sky approached the special dock for pirate ships. A group of people wearing black hooded cloaks disembarked, led by a red-haired individual whose brilliance couldn't be concealed. Red hair. T-Pig and Peach Bunny stared as the red-haired group walked away, unable to process what just happened when someone else passed in front of them. The experiences that Taizolo had gone through were mirrored by these 2 as well. Once everyone had left, T-Pig and Peach Bunny exchanged glances, conveying only one thought. "Warring states of Gonli, have we offended you?" And Mariawaha, haha, Liar, who was seated in the middle, suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the observing, celestial dragons bewildered. What strange inspiration could this noble have now? It was quite the amusing scene, seemingly having thought of something delightful. Liar stood up from his seat and personally demonstrated what it meant to be thrilled by a hunt. News arrived simultaneously at both P0S and Joy Street. The red-haired pirates, Edward Weevil, the fierce tiger, 2 quasi-admirals of the Navy, and a powerful being known as Ishao. Such a group of fierce beasts appearing in Joy Street drove Liar's creative thoughts into a frenzy. He picked up a script in public and began writing and drawing, with translucent threads dancing about. What kind of plot should be arranged for these people? Who should be designated as the protagonist? It had been a long time since he encountered such a scene. The last time he felt this passionate about creation was during the God Valley incident. A line formed a circle, and inside it was a name, Fierce Tiger TangGe. You are the protagonist. This time I can't let you escape, as they have already sensed something regarding Goran. A smile appeared on Liar's lips, satisfied with this positioning. Before he marked question marks next to the names of Red Hair and Ishao. These were two uncertain factors that needed to be eliminated. Snap! Liar snapped his fingers crisply, and P0 quickly appeared, kneeling behind him, awaiting orders. Release Francis and head to Holy Oak Island to bring back the Fierce Tiger, as long as he doesn't die. It's fine. The newly appeared P0 dared not show any displeasure, even though Francis's emergence would take his place. He quietly waited for Liar to finish all the arrangements. Order the Navy to block Red Hair. It's only natural for them to deal with pirates. The Navy is ultimately just a facade for the world government. If they don't follow orders, people will die. Many people. Call Bakine and have them block the powerful beings appearing alongside the Fierce Tiger. As long as Bakine is there. Besides that brute force beast, the rest will be world government personnel, making them the most suitable for dealing with the Fierce Tiger's companions. These two known variables had countermeasures, but it wasn't enough. This was a person full of surprises. To prevent unexpected changes in fate, send a team of demon hunters along. A person like the Fierce Tiger still had some fate left, and Goran Island was the best example. The demon hunters were sufficient to eliminate all unforeseen incidents. As a planner, Liar personally wielded the knife, anticipating almost all possibilities. Yes, the P0, kneeling on one knee, narrowed his pupils. He never expected that even the demon hunters would be deployed, as they were even more terrifying than the divine shields. They were the strongest blades hidden in the darkness. By the way, finally, Liar looked around and sighed slightly. Anyone who saw him wield his abilities had to die. This was an ironclad rule. The actors whose performances were too poor needed to be eliminated. The actors who had just paused their performance due to his laughter suddenly collapsed into pools of blood. This audience was also inadequate. They lacked discernment. A very small number of celestial dragons sneaked away after Liar began writing the script, while more remained frozen in place. Too afraid to move. They no longer needed to move. Within a few breaths, they too were pierced through the skull with incredible fear. The celestial dragons and those acting slaves bled the same, staining the entire theater red. In the face of death, no one was seen as more noble than another. After 800 years of reproduction, the celestial dragons had also split into ranks, and this hierarchy was even more stringent. Liar was one of the top few among all celestial dragons, capable of deciding the lives and deaths of millions, including those celestial dragons. It was time to prepare a good script for the actors who were about to arrive. At Marine Headquarters Marineford, Warring States had spent a leisurely and comfortable period. Garp was still vacationing in the East Sea, and no one was competing with him for Simbay. TangGe had escaped the hunt and was hiding in some corner recuperating, causing no trouble for him. With these two troublesome figures gone from headquarters, he slept soundly every day, instead of being constantly compelled to transform into the great Buddha to beat everything. Of course, there were still matters at hand. These two issues made him slightly uneasy. Ding, 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 ding. The phone bug rang, piercing and urgent. Warring States, lost in thought, was jolted awake. A familiar feeling lingering in his heart. Something big was happening again. Hello, this is Warring States. The phone bug on the other and didn't give him much time to introduce himself or to clear his mind. You bastard. Why didn't you tell us that Red Hair came to Joy Street? Do you want us to die? The furious Peach Bunny appeared on the other end of the phone bug, her eyes red with rage. Normally, she wouldn't dare speak to Warring States like this. But the current situation was simply too frightening. What she thought was a vacation turned out to be a situation where a group of incredibly strong individuals walked past her and Shibuya on Happy Street, leaving them wondering how to defend themselves. They were merely prospective commanders. Even a true commander wouldn't be able to handle such a situation. Huh? Cold sweat dripped down Sengoku's forehead. Let me add, Edward Weevil is also here, and even two powerful beings whose strength is beyond perception are present. The usually sneaky but calm Shibuya also let out a curse. He had been confident in his observation skills, but that confidence shattered just moments ago. Let me add again, Ryakaju is also here, and he came looking for trouble, having just killed a member of the Fravan's royal family. Peach Rabbit snatched the microphone again. The incident on the ship had already spread, and the Navy intelligence officer stationed at Happy Street reported Ryakaju's actions to them immediately. The buzzing of their additional comments was easy to understand, but the amount of information was overwhelming. Sengoku, still digesting Peach Rabbit's first piece of information, was sweating more and more, his mind feeling like it was thrown into a pile of explosives about to explode. He couldn't hear what was being said on the other end of the telephone snail at all. If there had been a mirror in front of Sengoku, he would have seen his eyes bulging, his face twisted in extreme agitation, completely devoid of his usual refined calmness. A thunderous roar erupted from the top of the headquarters building. "Damn it, Genkuri! You bastard, TangGe!" At that moment, Sengoku seemed to take on the shadow of Jonathan. Ding ding ding. The goat was also startled awake, its bells ringing sharply. It didn't dare to make a mocking sound as its master looked too terrifying. Since the red-haired captain didn't make a move at the beginning, they could ignore him. You two stay put. Sengoku was Sengoku after all. He had experienced worse situations than this, and soon made a decision. With so many powerful individuals gathering, that bastard who had disappeared for over 10 days lit the fuse first. If he didn't cause trouble, it would be fine, but once he did, it would be a major event that could escalate completely out of control. Sitting slumped in a chair, Sengoku rubbed his temples vigorously, trying to calm the throbbing veins. He had a headache. Having such a troublemaker subordinate was frustrating. As for why that bastard ran to Happy Street and killed a Fravan's royal family member, he could guess with his butt. Revenge. After the bloodbath in the Colosseum, it was a vendetta against P0. With that bastard's vengeful nature, there was no second possibility besides this. Targeting the notorious Fravan's royal family to draw P0 in was TangGe's plan. But things wouldn't be that simple. The Fravans had the Celestial Dragon King backing them. TangGe didn't know, but Sengoku did. That person would only make a move if it was absolutely necessary. And when they did, it would be earth-shattering. The Rocks Pirates, which gathered so many monsters back then, encountering Garp and Roger in God Valley was no coincidence. This time, it would definitely be a massacre. Ding ding ding. The telephone snail rang again. To have Chibuta and Peach Rabbit stop any unnecessary actions from the red-haired pirates. This was Lord Riel's order. Only this sentence came through, but it made Sengoku painfully cover his forehead. Was it really not possible? Bang! A dark and dim room's door was opened, light flooding into the darkness, revealing Francis bound in sea prism stone chains in the middle of the room, covered in wounds. The sea prism stone had rendered his body extremely soft, greatly limiting his bodily functions. Wounds that could have healed on their own were now rotting and festering. This was a punishment specifically devised by the world nobles to target those with abilities. If it weren't for Riel's instructions, he would likely have rotted to death in this endless darkness. But now he had bet right. He still had use, so he was released. Bang! The sea prism stone chains were unlocked, and the places where he was shackled were already festering, under the shocked gazes of the guards. Francis didn't even frown as he extended his claws to slowly carve away all the rotting flesh on his body. If the wounds weren't treated, they would infect other areas. "Hey, what are you staring at? Bring me my knife and prepare some food." Francis hadn't spoken for so long that his voice was like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. After nearly 10 days of confinement, he had turned pale and bloodless, with a dark, crazed impulse in his eyes. The areas where the rotting flesh had been cut away had already started to grow tender pink flesh under his powerful healing ability. The guards, intimidated by his fierce aura, unconsciously handed over a long knife. However, once the guards realized what was happening, they angrily shouted at Francis, "Damn sinner. Do you think you're still the P0 officer? Lord Riel wants you to go to Happy Street and bring Ryakuji back alive." Francis smiled cruelly. He swung the long knife handed to him by the guard, and the guard's face, which still held a trace of astonishment and anger, was split into two halves on the ground. "Hey, go release Lucas and the others too." Francis licked the blood sprayed on his face and whispered to another guard with a smile. His rage could ignite hell. A mere watchdog wasn't enough. He needed to find a real culprit. "As long as they're alive, right? I'll slice your flesh piece by piece." Soon, Francis took Lucas and the others down from the Red Soil continent. Shortly after, another group of people clad in black armor also descended from the Red Soil continent. Their goals were the same. The person succeeding Francis was not pleased. Not only had Francis been released, but he could regain his position with just a small task. What was even more infuriating was the attitude of the person on the other end of the telephone snail. "Who the hell are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Where's Francis?" Bakine was at a fashion store, demanding the best fashion master to tailor several outfits for her. "You call this aesthetic a master? You dare say I don't look good in leopard print?" Bang bang. The cane that had no effect on Weevil hit a group of ordinary people, causing them to feel pain. But they didn't dare to speak out or oppose it. The fashion master who had said Bakine didn't look good in leopard print had already been crushed to death by Weevil, who was sitting nearby eating. Francis has been dismissed. I am Bedeville, taking over his position. Ms. Bakeen, I believe you should know your identity. I want to discuss a business deal with you. Bedeville forcibly suppressed his anger. Bakeen was originally an ordinary crew member on the Rock's ship, who had sold crucial information under the temptation of money. Later, she even started doing things similar to what the pirate Captain Longbread did. However, Longbread had aligned himself with the king, while she had found Edward Weevil, who was somewhat weaker in strength. It was precisely because of this that this woman felt qualified to negotiate terms in front of him. Business. The price I want is not low. Bakeen touched her leopard fur. Feeling satisfied, she suited leopard print. The price is not a problem. As long as the deal is done, it will definitely be enough for you to eat and drink for the rest of your life. Betawire studied the intelligence on Bajin, firmly grasping the psychology of a person who loves money like life itself. Huh, who are you dealing with? A shrewd look flashed under Bajin's sunglasses. If it were in the past, she would have agreed without hesitation. The last piece of intelligence had allowed her to live freely for nearly 30 years. Now she had to think about it. After all, there were too many strong people on this island. It's Liehu. You just need to hold back his companions. Betawire smiled. That blind man. A figure walked through Bajin's mind, the man who had been with Liehu, seemingly using a cane, a rather easy task. However, she was not satisfied. All right, but there's one condition. There is something I've had my eye on for a long time, and the business presented by the world government is just the right opportunity to make a request. The golden walls, gilded columns, pure gold candlesticks, and picture frames, as well as gold bricks, were what TangGe saw as he entered this pyramid-shaped building. The luxury was saturated with the essence of gold. The turtle convertible smoothly arrived outside a spacious private room, where someone was already waiting. It was also a lineup of women, dressed even more revealingly than those at the docks, just a few straps covering key areas. The room was decorated with a level of luxury that surpassed the outside. The auction house resembled a theater, with a circular stage in the middle serving as the product display area, and tiered seating below, with the private rooms located above the tiered seating. By the time TangGe looked down, the auction had already begun. On the circular platform, a pair of stunningly beautiful twins, clad in nothing but their skin, exposed to the lustful gaze of numerous men, their hands and feet shackled. Clearly, they were being auctioned as items. Their identity was that of daughters of a newly rich noble from a certain kingdom, rumored to have been captured by pirates and sold to Joy Street. Whether royal or noble, disaster would strike. Once their royal families were shattered, these once high-ranking female nobles became sought-after auction items. It was not uncommon for rival countries to specifically come to buy the princesses of enemy states, and those women who went unsold would be sent to hotels to become hostesses. The other side of this world was laid bare before TangGe, and this was the true reason why it was called Joy Street. The wealthy could buy anything and do as they pleased. The poor became commodities, at the mercy of others. Glancing at the female attendants who stood there, even if weary, they dared not move, their eyes filled with numbness, their movements mechanical. Juan Bailey. This gentleman actually bid 10,000. It seems he is determined to win. Is there a higher bid? 10,000, going once. The auctioneer on the circular stage was enthusiastic, while the man who had just bid 10,000 was nervously watching the stage. The man's name was Sakovich Rubin, a newly rich noble from the kingdom of Raharaj in the North Sea. The twins being auctioned were his kidnapped daughters. He had inquired extensively and finally learned that his daughters had been sold to Joy Street. Thus, he sold off his possessions and land, preparing to buy back his daughters at the auction. 60 million. A sweet voice from the private room announced a higher price. The owner of the private room was the king of the kingdom of Raharaj, sitting like a mountain of flesh on the sofa, with the service girls in a room carefully feeding him fruits and drinks. Any sign of discontent would see them dragged out and killed. The king had long coveted the beauty of Sakovich's twin daughters and had repeatedly asked Sakovich to send his daughters to him as concubines, but had always been refused. Therefore, he colluded with the dark forces of Joy Street to abduct the twins, leading to the current scene. 80 million. Sakovich immediately raised the bid, trying to scare off his opponent with a quick increase. 100 million. The king of Raharaj, intent on winning, pressured Sakovich with even stronger momentum. 200 million. 20,000. After several rounds of bidding, the others withdrew from the competition, leaving only the two still bidding. The king of Raharaj bids 20,000. The auctioneer screamed excitedly, as he had a considerable commission. Sakovich closed his eyes in despair, tears flowing uncontrollably, upon realizing that he was bidding against the king of Raharaj. The whole context became clear, in the heavily guarded capital of Raharaj, pirates had simply abducted his daughters. No matter how unwilling he had to give up. 200 million was the maximum he could raise, and buying 2 ordinary noble girls was already enough. The twin sisters on the stage embraced and cried, waiting for a fate worse than marrying that brutal king as a concubine. 20,000 once. 20,000 twice. Bang. Sold. The king of Raharaj sat in the private room, his eyes ablaze, having long coveted the twins on stage. However, within Raharaj, the newly rich nobles who had prospered through maritime trade and united were powerful. Even the king could not directly seize them, ultimately using others to abduct the twins. He had long known that Sakovich only had 200 million and had been slowly raising the price, merely wanting to give this ungrateful guy even more despair. Fool. A commoner is still a commoner, even if they become a noble. So what? The king's power is supreme, and this is the fate of those who oppose me. The development of maritime trade not only brought wealth, but also 2 things: new waves of thought and pirates. The revolutionary army rising in various countries across the seas is precisely based on new ideas, launching an attack on the system of royal supremacy. Next, powerful pirate slaves. Strange races, weapons known as great knives. Even positions of kings recognized by the world government are all auctioned here. As long as you can afford the price, you can buy anything you want. More and more people entered this auction house, hidden in the dark corners. And the climax of today's auction was just about to begin. A one-time auction of 6 devil fruits. Only in this special neutral zone of Joy Street could such a bold move take place. The entire auction house was packed. Even those who had already bid on items did not leave, as no one wanted to miss such a grand scene. It was a perfect conversation starter. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signifying 8 o'clock rang, and everyone quieted down. The rest of the venue darkened, and only a beam of light shone on the circular stage. The host began to dance, and many VIPs had bought for half a day under his passionate speech. Now he said, "The stars of today have arrived." The light split into 6, shining on 6 treasure chests. The lids slowly opened to reveal the main attraction inside. See des villes fruits, each a different color and adorned with strange patterns. Without further ado, the auction officially begins, and now for the first devil fruit, the superhuman type. Bang! Bang! Someone descended the steps. The conqueror's hockey stirred the air, like a giant drum being struck, causing those with half-baked psychological resilience to faint on the spot. To bring out 6 devil fruits for auction, there must be a defensive force. 2 men in suits, wrapped in armed hockey, stood in front of the circular platform. Hiss! The figure in front disappeared. Only the sound of breaking air remained in the ears. Nanny! Looking back, the host was already gripped in that person's hand, with 6 devil fruits gathered in the other palm. Fate is fickle for certain individuals because they can turn the table at any moment. The women beside him suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, while those who remained aware preferred to faint as well. Damn it! Is this what you call the protagonist? It's clearly a ruthless character. The host, who was being cursed internally, had no way to respond to this question as the familiar sound of neck bones cracking echoed. TangGe only knew this method of torturing weaklings, crushing them in one grip. This idiot was already verbose enough, and during the auction, he treated people like livestock, inspecting them thoroughly. If it weren't for the appearance of these 6 devil fruits, he would have lost control long ago. He sensed the panic hidden in the darkness. He had heard that you intermediaries stirred up trouble in the world, but it turned out you were just a bunch of rats that only dared to stay in the dark. In the light, you were all worthless. Every auction of a devil fruit attracts enough attention, let alone 6 of them. The only ones still conscious in the auction hall were the intermediaries of the dark world, who maneuver among the various forces and countries worldwide, trafficking arms, weapons, intelligence, resources, and people, forming a vast web of connections. TangGe's conqueror's hockey surged like a tide, enough to stun ordinary people, but not enough to completely incapacitate these intermediaries with some combat power. Li Hu, what are you doing? The 2 security personnel from Happy Street who failed to stop TangGe shouted angrily halfway through. A fist almost simultaneously smashed into their chest and abdomen, the brutal force piercing through, turning all their internal organs to mush. Sigh, he really has become a brute who only knows how to fight. TangGe appeared beneath the round stage, feeling somewhat nostalgic. These 2 who could unleash hockey could at least block him for a moment in the past. Now, they were merely lackeys who couldn't finish their lines. Attack together, otherwise we'll all die. Seeing the notorious Lee, who directly killed the people from Happy Street without any hesitation, This group of intermediaries in the dark felt the threat of death. The loudest shouter is often the most cowardly. The first intermediary to shout wanted to sneak away while others were attacking. But little did he know that many others had the same idea. No one truly attacked Li Hu. Instead, the first to speak exposed his position. Whoosh! This was the last sound he heard. Idiot! Even if you don't speak, you can't escape. A knife appeared in TangGe's hand. It was a large knife from the earlier auction, the most desired item besides the devil fruits. After losing the black knife, something felt missing. The killing did not become more efficient with the addition of a knife. It became more brutal, as one slash split opponents in two. Bang bang. The marble walls used to separate the private rooms were smashed through, as if a T-Rex had charged through, in the flash of the blade. It took away the lives of characters who had dominated the dark corners of the world. This monotonous bullying of weaklings. It's already tiresome. After killing a few idiots lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, the familiar heartbeat thumped like a song. Thump, thump, thump. TangGe revealed a manic grin, deciding to put an idea into practice and walk back to the spotlight of the circular stage, giving a thumbs up to the empty front. Damn the Yonko era. You go tell those 4 weaklings to wash their necks clean and wait. I will come and kill them one by one. The newly acquired large knife was held between his hands, and the conqueror's haki surged forth, seemingly wanting to pierce through space, reaching the targets he wanted to kill. Dozens of snail-like eyes widened, seemingly shocked beyond measure by this provocative act. Those who had just been killed were not all. More people were watching the live auction through image-transmitting bugs. Feeling comfortable, TangGe felt his whole body trembling. That was the excitement of facing stronger enemies. If I curse again, should I attract some different strong opponents? His thought was that simple. Battle. More intense battles. After reaching a disaster level, bullying weaklings was no match for Fujitora-S level. It was really annoying. A few seconds later, after striking a pose, TangGe packed the 6 devil fruits into a box, deciding not to eat them himself, but to give them to those in need. And since he would face fierce fighting later, he needed to find a safe place to keep them. After doing all this, he looked towards the entrance of the auction. You say those 3 are weaklings. I wholeheartedly agree, but say we are not. Someone stepped out of the darkness, and this was not a weakling. It was a genuine beast. Just came to inquire about news from the intermediaries of the dark world. But unexpectedly, from afar, he heard some rather unfriendly boasts. Beckman's conqueror's haki surged like a raging sea, his long hair flowing behind him like a demon, and he pulled the trigger on the long gun in his hand. Bang! The pitch-black bullet struck the blade, emitting an unusually dull impact sound. TangGe did not dodge. It was meaningless, as this bullet was an attack from the future, predicting all movements. Standing still to take a hit was never his style, a swirl of red ripples wrapped around the blade. Not even a devil fruit user. But you are still nothing but chickens. In less than a second, TangGe accelerated from standing to exceeding the speed of sound, slashing down with the katana. Crackle! The overwhelming shockwave of Conqueror's haki formed a hurricane-like whistling airflow in the enclosed auction hall, sweeping up those who had collapsed on the ground and the golden decorations. The hard and thick marble walls were cracked, revealing countless fissures, and the surging and violent airflow blasted out from every exit of the pyramid, causing the entire structure to collapse after enduring just a few shocks. Bang! Bang! The ground simultaneously exploded into 2 spiderweb-like pits, and 2 figures as swift as light pierced through the top of the pyramid. Bang! The knife clashed with the long gun, and a more intense clash of Conqueror's haki occurred, dark red lightning streaking across the 2-headed snake emblem, shining brilliantly even in the night as all the gemstones exploded like rain. The massive shockwave radiated outward, and the people still indulging in luxury and joy had their eardrums severely pressured, clutching their heads and collapsing to the ground in painful writhing. Boom! Boom! Invisible ripples rose in the air, the tremendous impact sound drowning out all other noises, signifying the official start of this enormous event tonight. The New World, Onigashima. This is the stronghold of the king, Kaido. Under the illumination of flames, the cave floor and rock walls were filled with ominous shadows. A group of powerful pirate officers stood like lackeys, not daring to breathe, as too much had happened in the past couple of minutes. Before them was a large image-transmitting bug, projecting the scene of TangGe standing on the circular stage, shamelessly boasting. Selling heads. This strange, yet comprehensible term was particularly jarring. The giant man sitting on the steps was Kaido, with veins on his arms rolling like angry dragons, making sounds like steel being pulled as he lifted a barrel of alcohol that 2 people struggled to carry and poured it into his mouth. Rarely did he go on a drunken rampage. He merely cast a glance at TangGe, who was still posing in the screen, and didn't care. As the Emperor of the Sea, the fear of the world did not add to his pride, nor would he be infuriated by a few insults. Kaido didn't care, but that didn't mean others didn't. A cluster of flames burned fiercely behind him, and the big sign, Flame Calamity Jin's eyes were about to burst, his eyeballs rolling fiercely inside. Only he dared to speak at this moment. The fierce tiger TangGe, what a ridiculous leader of the Navy. Just a fool who was overly pleased with himself after taking down a Pizarro. He was the staunchest supporter of Emperor Kaido, filled with a sense of indignation as if a dishonor to the Lord meant death for the subjects. Having that reckless guy with red hair was already enough of a headache, and now, with this arrogant fellow, it was truly troublesome. The rotund Plague Queen had his mouth wide open just now. The cigar he was holding fell to the ground. However, he didn't have the confidence of Jin. His bounty was not much different from Pizarro's. Speaking of red hair, a voice came through the screen again. You say those three are weaklings? I wholeheartedly agree, but say we are no good. Under the fierce clash of Conqueror's hockey producing electric sparks, Ben Beckman's face was faintly visible. These two bastards. I want to tear them apart. Jin's face, wrapped in a black mask, twisted in anger. The voice coming from afar hit them like a left hook and a right hook. Especially Ben Beckman. That bastard even stepped on their heads. You guys haven't even ascended to the throne yet. Crash. The wine barrel was smashed to the ground. This was not just an expression of anger. Oh ho ho, the heavy black spiked club thudded against the ground. Kaido looked like it took effort just to stand up, swaying unsteadily. Yet no one dared underestimate this drunken man. Everywhere his gaze fell, there was the shadow of his enormous and winding body. Two brats were fighting, and as an adult, it was necessary to let them see what true terror in the world was. With Ben Beckman present, it meant that man was also there. Hurry up, red hair, let us start an unprecedented war. If I kill you, it will only be because you were weak and didn't have the fate to survive. Above Onigashima, purple lightning rolled with Kaido's roar, and Jin helplessly threw a log pose onto the claw of the flying dragon. He was a man filled with a warrior's instincts. Either he kills others, or he gets killed. But those who could kill him simply did not exist. Among the cadres standing in the cave, the newly recruited member Virgo put away the fear on his face. This was not fake. As a mythical Zoan, Kaido, transformed into an azure dragon, was at the top of the food chain, pressing him down without any resistance. No wonder Doflamingo chose to cooperate with Kaido. Claiming to be the strongest creature in land, sea, and air was truly no exaggeration. This time, Virgo stopped imagining. After thinking like this last time, he had to leave the Navy and became the liaison between Kaido's pirates and the Don Quixote family pirates. Just watching the mythological beast rolling away in the clouds. He couldn't help but think, this time, you surely can escape. This time it's really a dragon targeting you. As a teammate, Fujitora still didn't know that their combination had upgraded in survival difficulty from hell level due to TangGe's provocation. He arrived at a moon-shaped building. This was the world's #1 entertainment company, Happy Street Entertainment, controlled by the woman known as the Queen of Joy, Stussy. Stussy controlled all entertainment personnel in Happy Street, appearing glamorous on the surface, but secretly forcing people into prostitution, her hands stained with blood. Just as TangGe was tired of bullying weaklings at the auction, Fujitora didn't feel much fun participating in the Gambling King tournament with his observation hockey. He came here because a super strong individual had arrived. The ornate grand doors were already wide open, and all the armored guards at the entrance lay on the ground, allowing him to pass through without any obstruction. At the very top of the building, I really haven't seen her, nor do I know who she is. Stussy repeated this sentence while sitting in her chair, her sky-blue eyes fixed on the expressionless red hair, seemingly soft and watery, her voice as crisp as a lark, yet like a warm breeze stirring the heartstrings. This statement was half true and half false. With her seamless acting and the ability to control heartbeats, she was confident she could deceive anyone. After reporting the information on Red Hair and the Fierce Tiger, Lord Lil's order was to have her wait here. She didn't dare to defy it in the slightest. Red Hair remained non-committal. Stussy's identity was not a secret, and his purpose for coming here was to determine whether his daughter's disappearance was an accident or deliberate. The transponder snail in his arms rang, and upon picking up the receiver and hearing the information from the other end, Red Hair regained his composure. Stussy, it seems you have a lot of guests today. Disregarding the distractions in his mind, he revealed a crescent-like smile as he looked towards the entrance. I can be considered an unwelcome guest. The woman beside you has a strong smell of blood. She is a thorough villain. If you're in league with her, you are black. If not, you are white. Raising his cane sword, Fujitora stepped into the room. The entire building shook with each step. That is a rather perfunctory reason. So what is your answer? Red Hair, who was sitting in the chair, stood up, drawing his long sword, his hair moving on its own without wind, covering half of his battle-ready face. She couldn't have any issues now. This was also a nonsensical answer. Crack, crack. The air between the two seemed to be compressed by immense power, solidifying like a shattering mirror, countless cracks spreading and crawling. This was merely a pure clash of momentum. What a pity. The nearby space suddenly collapsed. And Fujitora was the black hole emitting endless gravity, swinging the sword backward in a horizontal sweep, transmitting extreme weight. And the awakened armament hockey combined with his abilities was like adding wings to a tiger. Black hole sword, fierce tiger. Everything ahead was being pulled and twisted. The dominating destructive power of gravity, not restrained by TangGe's mutated armament hockey, was fully displayed. Only one sword remained unaffected, wisps of airflow swirling around it, clashing with Fujitora's cane sword from a distance. This was an ultimate contest of strength and weight. Crackle. The space between the two swords was compressed to the extreme. Dark red lightning flickered past, and the hemispherical shockwave flattened and crushed buildings within a radius of several hundred meters. The ground wailed in despair. And a giant oak was pressed to the ground, submitting to the strong. This was a battle between two battle-hungry cripples. St. Oak Island. This island crowned with the title of Happy Street changed its appearance today. Chaotic flames erupted simultaneously from multiple points, igniting priceless luxurious clothes and amplifying the panic and fear of countless people exponentially. Flames soared into the sky, burning everything flammable to ashes, and faster than the spread of fire was fear. Deafening screams echoed through the sky. It was just like the night the White Town perished. These people resembled the citizens of the soon-to-be abandoned White Town. All of this had nothing to do with the Frevans royal family. Outside the Grand St. Oak Palace, the waves surged violently. Luxury ships anchored on the sea swayed, and the enormous sails were already filled with wind. Set sail. The Frevans royal family sat on a large ship, preparing to set sail for refuge. They only needed to wait for the P0 to be dealt with before returning to continue their lives. As the news of Pacius's death gradually spread, the king of Frevans issued a summons, demanding that the royals indulging in pleasure all over Joy Street arrive here as soon as possible. However, leaving Frevans had been a covert operation spanning several generations, and now, in such a hurried escape, some royals who had moved here and had been living extravagantly, reveling every night, did not react as quickly or efficiently. They were reluctant to abandon the numerous beautiful slave girls and feared that the mountains of wealth hidden in their treasury might be problematic. Their greed was truly at its peak. Ultimately, the need to abandon everything left the Frevans royals, who prided themselves as the lords of Joy Street, extremely furious. When the ships began to head out to sea, they could no longer contain their anger, and roars erupted from the ship's cabin. They must protest to the world government. How dare their navy openly kill a royal blessed by the gods? They must demand the surrender of the fierce tiger. That's right. How dare a mere navy take on the great Frevans royal family? We are not Judicial Island. They are royals endowed with sacred power by the gods, the lords of Joy Street, and now someone dares to resist? Isn't that lawless? The fierce tiger must pay the price. Once the world government hands him over, he will become the slave of our entire royal family. Ha ha! The famous fierce tiger will become a slave, and let's see how he acts then. I will put a muzzle on him and make him crawl on the ground like a dog. Ha ha ha! He never expected us to leave now. I want to see that look in his eyes, just like those commoners. The Frevans royals believed this was just a repeat of the White Town incident. Once they escaped, those impotent roars would merely be fodder for conversation, a joke. But, is it possible? One arrogant person can be annoying. But when a whole group is arrogantly invincible, there is no hope left. True fate has already priced every stroke of luck, and this time, the Frevans royals have run out of luck. The sky was completely illuminated as a thick cloud over Summer Island was pierced by a fire line descending from the heavens. The booming sound like a death knell. Buzz. A flash of light split the sea, cleaving the 10,000-ton ship carrying the Frevans royals in two. After the ship's hull bounced up on the water's surface, it was struck by a meteor falling from the sky, sinking both the people and the ship to the seabed. The Frevans royal family was completely finished. T-Pig, standing on a building observing, swallowed hard. The end of the fire line falling from the sky was obscured by the holy oak palace, making the outcome unclear. The death of those pests was not a big deal. You mean, that group of nobles rushing to see was annoying. Peach Rabbit wished all those pests would die. That's right, miss. That guy waited so long to act after killing one on the ship to gather the remaining royals together. The illustrious Fravan's royal family, famous for nearly 800 years due to Perlead, also met its demise because of Perlead. Tonight, they were entirely obliterated. In this age of supreme monarchy, it was a world-shocking event, all caused by the fierce tiger. Even someone like T-Pig was shaken by this man's determination and ferocity. Both the warring states and the news media regarded the fierce tiger as the new leader of the Navy, which somewhat stirred thoughts in T-Pig. That sense of defiance vanished with the obliteration of the Fravan's royal family. Whether one was defiant or not, they had to submit. This was a man who killed kings as easily as slaughtering chickens. This guy's steadfast sense of justice was truly enviable. The strong wind straightened the cloak of justice. And Peach Rabbit didn't have much time for convoluted thoughts. She wanted to emulate it. Seeing T-Pig about to lecture again, she angrily shouted, "Shut up! I know. Why haven't the generals arrived yet? If they keep fighting, the whole island will sink. Meteors are already falling from the sky. Who knows what other big moves are coming? This not-so-sturdy island can't withstand the aftershocks of 4 strong fighters. I'm afraid the generals won't be able to come. The one arriving will be P0, and the real battle hasn't even started yet." Star directly ordered them to begin, and T-Pig guessed some hidden clues. Should we stop the red-haired pirates then? At this point, Peach Rabbit's tone was filled with helplessness. Not every Navy soldier was thinking about stirring up trouble, even going against their superiors. Obeying the commands of the world government and the world nobles was the mainstream. A navy like the fierce tiger had only emerged once in hundreds of years. Correction, miss. Star ordered us to stop the red-haired pirates. Peach Rabbit was now facing a man with a mole on his face. His eyes squinted to the width of her blade. You really are a genius. Not only T-Pig was a genius. Talp, fight, make a fuss. I am the greatest victor. Taizolo danced and sang, nearly grinning from ear to ear. Before him lay the wealth accumulated by the Fravan's royal family over nearly 800 years. Mountains of gold, silver, and jewels, with a pile of cash stacked into a pyramid worth 100 million berries. The panicked Fravan's royals had no time to transport them away, perhaps thinking they could return soon. However, now it all benefited himself. The poor have nothing, while the rich can do as they please. Bloom, golden flower. White currents emerged from the haphazardly piled gold, then all melted and flowed to Taizolo's feet like a blooming flower, lifting him to the peak of his song. This treasure, enough to last several lifetimes, made him feel the power of money again. But after the peak often comes the trough. A conversation between 2 familiar voices came over. Mom, why can't I go kill those annoying guys? Stupid son, what is our goal? It's money. Taizolo looked around and saw nothing but money. And his heart dropped from the peak to the lowest valley. Just like my mood at this moment, working hard from 8. 2 to 8. 6. Thinking it was good, only to drop to 7. 5 overnight. In the forbidden area of the Fravan's royal family, Ozias had already left with his guards, leaving only some slaves behind. The 2 entered an underground space, passing through a laboratory-like area, and pushed open a hidden room door, revealing Epstein, who was holding an unrestricted meeting inside. Nearly 10 white bodies were rolling in a heap. This visually vivid erotic scene did not stir any waves in the eyes of the 2 who entered. Sir, this is the symptom of having drunk the divine water. One person lowered his head and pushed aside Epstein's eyelids, revealing his unfocused eyes. 2 years ago, a so-called divine water that promised supreme pleasure spread in some areas of their country, attracting many pleasure seekers and becoming a fad. However, just half a month ago, the supply of divine water suddenly decreased by more than half, and many who could not get it displayed severe side effects. The joy that was once abundant now doubled the pain, like a madness. The divine water is a poison. It not only makes people addicted, but also greatly corrodes one's will. After following the clues, the 2 discovered that all evidence pointed to a company called Holy Emperor Seal, a huge conglomerate controlled by Riel. The man referred to as Sir quietly flipped through his notebook, which clearly recorded the experimental data of the divine water. The laboratory they just passed was one of the factories producing it. This was an undeniable fact. This is war. Riel will pay the price. His resolute words echoed like thunder between heaven and earth, and the thick ground could not conceal the fleeting rage. Rain began to pour from the sky, and a white lightning bolt struck the ground, causing the 4 who were in a fierce battle to pause, landing on top of the Holy Oak Palace. where the raindrops dispersed before hitting them. Red Hair did not make a move, watching as the two opposite launched an attack that sent the Freven royal family to the depths of the sea. Lu Hua, do you want to join us and create a ruckus? He revealed what he considered his most sincere smile, but the corner of Beckman's mouth twitched violently. If you knew what this bastard had said, you wouldn't have such a smile. Moreover, he already knew what was about to be said below. A mere pirate king is not worthy of being my subordinate. Wait until you become the pirate king, then you might barely qualify. The saying that you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling doesn't apply to TangGe. He raised his chin slightly, expressing his disdain perfectly. Fujitora realized why. After knowing this guy, the strong ones he encountered were increasingly exaggerated. One sentence killed the conversation, and naturally, the next was a clash of fists. Crack! The blades clashed, and two powerful conquerors' haki collided violently, sending a transparent shockwave that instantly spread out, causing cracks to appear in the foundation of the Holy Oak Palace. Such formidable haki. As a Navy officer, what is your will? When ability is insufficient, only haki can surpass everything. Red-haired understood the meaning of this phrase better than anyone. His captain suppressed an era with unparalleled haki. The three types of haki, like the seven colors in sunlight, must merge to shine like the sun in the sky, illuminating everything and crushing all. A navy lacking the will to become a king finds it hard to give birth to conquerors' haki. This is a consensus. Therefore, despite the navy spanning all seas of the world, with over 1 million soldiers, they still cannot completely eliminate pirates. It's not that they don't want to, but that they can't. The top-tier combat power cannot compete. Conqueror's haki is the most critical link. The navy in front of him, whose conqueror's haki materialized from spiritual power, did not reveal the will to become a king. How did he awaken conqueror's haki? Rarely did someone cooperate, and TangGe couldn't help but smile. Suitable declarations for such a grand scene flashed by. Heaven and earth, from all directions, only I am supreme. The words were not filled with passionate emotions. Only the grand conqueror's haki spread this blasphemous declaration across the sea, proclaiming his unwavering determination. I will become the strongest, surpassing everything. The three types of haki intertwined within him. The momentum outside his body surged another 3 points, leading to even more intense clashes of power. Boom! A powerful force surged towards the sky. The dark clouds were split apart in the middle, resembling a crack in the sky. Thick clouds continuously rolled, producing a shocking rumble. Dong dong dong. There seemed to be solemn bell sounds echoing between heaven and earth, as the people still in Joy Street stared dumbfounded at the figure standing atop the Holy Oak Palace, listening to his declaration of becoming the strongest. This man is too fierce. The other four were also dumbfounded. They had arrived and stood on the sea, afraid to move forward. Now, stepping into that battlefield, even if Francis had strength that matched the highest combat power, it would be seeking death. It was not that Red-haired was stopped by Shibutin and Momotaro. Weibel was also on the side of the world government. Where were they? Lucas initially wanted to comment on TangGe's blasphemous words, but Francis was already sweating, looking towards the distant sky. Not just him, on this island, those with exceptional observation haki were all looking at the sky. There, the layers of clouds rolled like waves, for flames forming a red line, and an unpredictable colossal being crossed the distance of 10,000 meters in an instant, appearing above the clouds. Boom! Countless explosive sounds followed, blasting away all the dark clouds, revealing the true form that brought an oppressive presence to everyone. It was a dragon, its body twisted and coiled over 10,000 meters. The four flames beneath it forming clouds, with fierce horns pointing to the sky, 2 long whiskers floating, and its body covered in hard, thick scales. This state clearly indicated that this was not the winged dragon of Western mythology, but the azure dragon of Eastern mythology, with winds soaring into the clouds. It could destroy everything in an instant. The azure dragon's eyes were still slightly glazed, as its body moved in midair, generating several enormous tornadoes, stirring up the entire world. Those without strength were not even qualified to stand and meet its gaze. This was the so-called strongest being of land, sea, and air, the Emperor Kaido. Who? The shattered dark clouds spun endlessly, being pulled and swallowed by the azure dragon, as intense light and heat gathered in its mouth. Heat breath, the scorching airflow, carrying temperatures over 10,000 degrees, penetrated from the sky, causing the entire foundation of the Holy Oak Palace to explode in an endless burst of light and heat. Without any superfluous words of greeting, Two massive moves struck down, and only those who remain alive were qualified to have a few words with him. This is the true, strongest, supreme being. The panic-stricken screams at the dock had reached a peak. Hurry and board the ship. Throw everything away. All ships must be filled with people. Anyone who dares to obstruct will die. Shibutan and Momotaro had already thrown the order to the stars. The last bit of calm shattered with Kaido's entrance. It was terrifying. The vice admirals could not bear so much. Momotaro's eyes turned red like an enraged rabbit. Even drawing out Kinemon to kill several noble guards obstructing civilians and slaves from boarding the ship, under the violent suppression of the two vice admirals. All the ships were filled to the brim with people, and the Navy maintaining order retreated to the warships. Hurry up and leave. The sails were lowered. All ships departed from the coast, heading towards nearby islands. This island was finished. 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 All finished. Beneath the ground of the Holy Oak Palace. In the treasure chamber of the Freven royal family, cries of despair echoed as Bakken sat beside the ground that had melted into magma. Her leopard print fur burned with several large holes. Her hair and face were char-black. Endless berries turned to ash before her eyes. Tons of gold melted and swallowed by the magma. For someone who loved wealth like her, it was 1,000 cuts to the heart. Damn bastard. I will never forgive that dragon. Weibel's snot and tears flowed as he picked up his Naginata, wanting to rush out through the hole in the ground for revenge. It wasn't that his strength was overwhelming. Just now, even Bakken had been burned to death by the heat breath. Dragon? The roar on the edge of fury brought Bakken back to some consciousness. She quickly wiped her sunglasses and looked at the sky, momentarily stunned, then lunged to hug Weibel's leg. Idioson, the treasure is gone, but you are my greatest treasure. Revenge is not in vogue now, and there are no benefits to it. The figure looming in the sky. How could she not recognize it? Before consuming the fruit, she was as strong as a monster. Weevil is no match. Treasures can be robbed again, but this son is the greatest support, and nothing must happen to him. The words of Bajin were like the only reins that could hold Weevil back, making him stop in his tracks. The important thing is the benefits. That promised position of warlord cannot be lost again. We must capture the Flame Tiger. With the title of warlord, we can take as many treasures as we want. The confused Weevil doesn't have a very good memory. However, he still remembers the Flame Tiger, who ignored him, and the impression is deep. You're right, Mom. I'm going to chop that bastard to death right now. Slow down, Weevil. Let them fight first. In the corner, the barely alive Taizolo decided to continue playing dead. He was also waiting for the fight to start. The island's foundation was shattered, the grand palace leveled to the ground, countless buildings destroyed, and trees uprooted, while debris was occasionally swept up into the sky by tornadoes. Scalding lava flowed into the sea, the water's surface boiling, and the smoke and steam that spread covered the situation on the ground. The atmosphere before the great battle was so oppressive that it felt suffocating. The originally opposing sides, with the unparalleled dominance and display of imperial might by Kaido, turned into a three-way standoff. Oh-ho-ho! Kaido, transformed into his dragon form, sword in the air, his body writhing beneath him, no longer the massive presence that blocked out the sun. However, the dragon body still stretched for a kilometer, filled with power and pressure. Its fearsome maw gaping, a massive amount of alcohol mixed with boiling blood burning in its veins. How many years has it been since that unprecedented battle in God Valley? There hasn't been such a sense of tension. The powerful beings below also exerted great pressure on him. The feeling that he could truly be killed was intoxicating. He opened his mouth, just about to deliver a shocking declaration to start the battle when he was interrupted. Someone was even more excited, more warlike. TangGe stepped through the clouds, leaping into the sky in an instant, his blade vibrating violently, layers of haki causing slight distortion in space. Since the appearance of this dragon, every cell in his body was cheering, all emotions turning into intense battle desire. Almost all muscle practitioners would take this mythical creature as their target, and TangGe was no exception. Who could refuse something tougher and more capable than a real dragon? He didn't want to say a single line. He concentrated all his strength into a single point to test the dragon's weight. Clang! The pitch-black blade struck the solid dragon scales, and ninefold power erupted instantly. The intensity matching Haki's continuous shockwaves. Boom! A pained dragon roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Kaido's massive dragon head bent downward, his eyes shaking intensely, nearly scattering. He expected that an attack he didn't take seriously would explode with 9 consecutive strikes. Breaking his body's balance, and piercing through the defense of his dragon scales. As long as he could fight, TangGe would never stop. His body spun like the wind, the swirling, mutated hockey blade glimmering like a vortex. Following closely, Kaido's bent head was slashed down, a blade light stretching over 100 meters appearing with a shadow, emitting a buzzing and sharp howl. A black line appeared between heaven and earth, sucking away all the light. His body grew massive, and his reactions were naturally not as quick. Kaido's head, rapidly descending, was struck, crashing down with even greater speed and weight onto the pyramid structure. Boom, boom. The 9 consecutive impacts merged into one sound, a powerful shockwave rising, sweeping the surrounding dust and dispersing the white mist on the water's surface, revealing various expressions. Beckman watched as TangGe continuously stepped through the air, accelerating downwards, determined to slice Kaido in half, and fell silent for a moment. This man is extraordinary. As long as he doesn't die this time, he will eventually become their great enemy. No. After glancing at the blind man who could battle Shanks, Beckman added, "He is already a great enemy." Kaido suddenly charged over. Others might not know the reason, but he probably did, especially after saying something about being the only one worthy in front of Shanks. This man had the weakest strength among them, but in this battlefield ruled by emperors, the one making the loudest noise was actually him. This guy's reckless and arrogant demeanor, using the weakest power to project the strongest momentum, was simply unscientific. Time wouldn't allow for much thought, especially on such a battlefield, as even more intense collision sounds echoed. The foundations near the seaside could no longer withstand such impacts. Massive stones splashed up and were instantly crushed into dust by the shockwave, and the nearby seawater was entirely shaken away, creating giant waves over 20 meters high that surged back. Tap, tap, tap. A stream of blood flowed down Kaido's face as he raised a jagged club to block the descending slash. A cut appeared on the beast-human form covered in dragon scales. "Weakling, are you asking for death to come to you faster?" "Step aside," TangGe grinned. "The era of complete chaos begins from this moment." This close-up provocation directly made the already oppressive air even heavier, making it hard to breathe. Anyone would be unable to endure it, let alone an emperor like Kaido. A massive dragon illusion soared outside his body. The water rushing into the deep pit was forced back. The dark clouds in the sky began to gather again, swirling in concentric circles, with a dark hole in the center like an eye in the sky, purple lightning flashing as if gathering strength. However, tonight was not a battle for TangGe alone. Several massive meteors fell from the sky, their blazing flames directly evaporating the clouds, revealing a starry night sky. Of course, the meteoric attacks, which were easy to defeat, were completely irrelevant in such a battle. All exploded into rubble mid-air, scattering everywhere. It's Fujitora. The battlefield was completely in chaos, and the continuously appearing powerful beings stirred the blood hidden deep within him. A true beast would never fear the dragon's majesty. Those who step into this level of power all have the belief to slay dragons. Sensing the battle intent of the flame tiger boiling like a blazing sun, he raised his blade again towards the dragon at the top of all beings, and Fujitora stepped forward, dragging his staff sword, his body collapsing around him like a black hole, his speed not the slightest bit slower than TangGe. The two fierce tigers roared to the sky, running side by side, challenging the dragon known as the strongest creature, proving who is the king of beasts. The clouds come from the dragon, the wind comes from the tiger. Before the two tigers even arrived, the layers of air were compressed like a hurricane passing through, the ground nearly flattened, and the Overlord's haki clashed with flashes of lightning. Oh ho ho, what a bunch of monsters! Gripping the jagged club and pulling it back to the maximum extent, wisps of air wrapped around it. Kaido's vertical pupils glowed fiercely. The ground beneath him flipped as he charged towards the two tigers. Thunderclap agua. The jagged club, swung from above, struck against the two blades, crossing downwards. Boom! A drum sounded between heaven and earth. The sound hit the ground, causing the rocks to ripple and turn over, shattering all the islands within a mile radius. The sound traveled to the sea, where waves surged up to 100 meters high and rolled outward. A man-made tsunami was that simple. The sound reached the sky, and the sky split in two. Crackle. A dark red lightning appeared, more intense than the collision with the red-haired man. But in an instant, the infinite armed color was obliterated in their collision. Kaido is powerful. He surely has his place among the strongest in the world. This is evident from how TangGe and Fujitora had to exert all their strength just to withstand the downward pressure of his Kanabo. An ordinary mythical Zoan in the hands of a strong person is already extraordinarily powerful, let alone the Azure Dragon paired with Kaido. Boom! The airflow wrapped around Kaido's Kanabo increased by threefold, as if the entire space was pressing down. Just stepping into the disaster physique, and having not undergone long-term training, TangGe could not hold on any longer. The knife in his hand was actually pressed down. This imbalance caused Fujitora's pressure to double. Hell, Journey Dark Tiger. The gravity that could collapse space only slightly dulled Kaido's body, but that was enough. The two quickly jumped away from their original positions. Kaido's strength was too great. Boom! The Kanabo, which could not be resisted, smashed into the ground, creating cracks over 100 meters long that completely shattered the island. Without a moment's pause, the mythical Zoan granted its user tremendous mobility and strength, giving Kaido the opportunity to strike down the separated two. Descent of the three realms lead to Naraku. Kaido flashed through the air and directly appeared above Fujitora, raising his Kanabo to deliver a downward strike. The space was directly marked, and before it even landed, the ground had already been crushed. Black Hole Blade, Fierce Tiger. Standing on the ground, Fujitora seemed to truly unleash a black hole, but his blade only sliced through an illusion. This is bad. Kaido's target was not him, but the Fierce Tiger. Who are you trying to kill? After TangGe, who was known for his speed, and Fujitora spread out, they naturally guarded against a move he often used. Sure enough, after feigning a strike, Kaido stood before him, a grin spreading across his face. Military Tulip Dragons, Prosperity. This was contempt. Unbearable. It's you weakling. Evil God wielding blade, ninefold Hidden Tiger. The airflow coiled around the black Kanabo gave TangGe the feeling he had when facing Carp's punch. It was unstoppable. The red blade light shattered in an instant, and the following Kanabo struck TangGe head-on. Boom! A circle of airflow exploded from behind, and his entire body flew backward like lightning, creating a series of shockwaves that shattered all buildings in its path, and the raging fire was extinguished by the wind pressure. Bang! Ultimately, TangGe's body landed on a platform that jutted out from the ground, a place for disembarking passengers at the dock. He was hit from one side of the island to the other. Hey, weakling, that's you. Kaido's words seemed to penetrate the space, reaching TangGe's ears, as blood gushed from his mouth. In the darkness, several figures rushed over. It was P0 and Weevil, who had been waiting on one side. The situation was critical. About 20 kilometers away from the Happy Street, it was meaningless for Liar, who sat on a boat watching the show. His true trump card was not that team of demon slayers, but himself. What a wonderful performance. This move is truly powerful. The several strong fighters battling on the island made his blood surge, wishing he could personally take the stage and defeat everyone. Osius knelt behind him, trembling and silent. It was his first time seeing Lord Liar leave Mariewa. Such a big shot leaving the Holy Land. If something goes wrong, it would truly be the sky falling. His premonition came true. Just a moment ago, Liar was calmly watching the show, but suddenly turned to another direction in the darkness, where two figures walked across the sea. Life is like a play, and play is like life. Today, you can't watch the show peacefully, Liar. The man referred to as Sir spoke. Unexpectedly, the change of fate would be so great that even you appeared in the sea ahead of time. Liar's face turned extremely ugly. Even 20 years ago, when someone attacked his doorstep, he didn't have such an expression. You who pride yourself on being the master of fate, do you really know your own fate? The man continued, his voice embodying the weight of a mountain, his eyes fixed on Liar. Unknowingly, a deep and unfathomable trench opened in the middle of the sea, seemingly pushed apart by some force. Then it bent downwards. Two fists collided together. It was like the clash of heaven and earth. Today you are doomed, King Liar. Boom, boom, boom. Buildings constructed with immense manpower and resources crumbled like sandcastles on the beach, being smashed one after another. The sea of flames that burned everything was merely collateral damage crushed along the way, coupled with the already half-shattered island. Just two attacks had caused such significant changes in the terrain. Ben Beckman took a deep breath. Looking at the man Kaido was truly after, that black. No, red-haired. Is this the height he can reach? The King-S Examiner. Kaido will tell Beckman the answer. If you die just like this, then blame yourself for being too weak. Crack! A dragon's roar echoed, and the leaping Kaido instantly reached above the red-haired man, his furry cloak billowing in the wind. His arms slightly bulging as he fully released his power from the stretching dragon muscles. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Purple lightning gathered enough power to be pulled down wrapped in invisible airflow, intertwining around the Kanabo. A powerful downward strike. Great majesty, thunderous 8 trigrams. Infinite airflow pressed down. And before the attack even arrived, cracks began to appear on the island beneath their feet. This momentum was truly like the gods and demons of mythology. Crushing the earth. Go ahead and try if you can. From Kaido transforming into a giant azure dragon to the fierce tiger's defeat, the red-haired man watched the whole time, knowing that Kaido had come for him. At this moment, with Kaido's overwhelming offensive, even the fiercest beasts would feel fear. And a fierce light sparkled in the red-haired man's eyes. He stepped forward with his left foot, and the ground that had cracked instantly shattered, with fragments of stone flying upwards. His not-so-tall body stood tall like a spear piercing the heavens, like the rising sun above the sea, representing the limits of human strength. Swinging a long knife at the gods and demons ruling the sky. All gods retreat. There was no sound of weapons clashing, nor the unique sound of armed color colliding. Between the iron rod and the long knife that never made contact, there was only the unique red lightning of conquerors hockey crushing and colliding with each other, exploding around at a rate of hundreds of times per second. A man-made disaster more intense than a hurricane swept outward, extinguishing the raging flames and shattering all buildings. The entire island became a seemingly flat surface. This is the collision of kings. Ololo, the Kanabo resting on his shoulder. Kaido landed opposite the red-haired man, 6 dragon horns symmetrically standing tall towards the sky, resembling a crown. Kid, you've reached this level now. Time flies. Amir in turn on Roger's ship has surprisingly become so strong, with the aura of a king bursting forth, managing to withstand his full-force strike. Zizi, just a simple exchange of glances, and white lightning appeared in the void, flashing away in an instant. This was the collision of the natural auras emitted by 2 kings. In terms of pure destructive power, someone like Fujitora is already not far behind them. Only the conqueror's haki, or the true power of dominance, is the fundamental reason why kings can suppress a region. It should be said that you are still standing still. Strength determines one's tone. Without sufficient strength, one has already turned into a pile of minced meat, unable to make threats. Red-haired glanced at the X-shaped scar on Kaido's side. That must have been caused by Odin. It's a pity that such a character died at your hands. With the regenerative ability of the mythical Zoan azure dragon form, the scar has not disappeared, indicating that the one who inflicted the damage truly struck at Kaido's essence. It is indeed a pity. Even now, it still aches faintly. Covering the only scar on his body that cannot heal, Kaido actually showed a sense of regret, a look of indulgence. That was a respectable opponent. Unfortunately, he died in an unfair duel. Over the years, he has been seeking a truly fair and exhilarating enemy. But unfortunately, there hasn't been a single one capable of fighting back. The strongest of the previous era is gradually aging, and in the same era, he is already invincible. In the new era, only red-haired can catch his eye. The path of the strongest is too lonely. How can he just stop here? Thunder, roar 8 trigrams. Reining in his emotions, Kaido's dragon leg bent like a strong bow, releasing power, instantly closing in on red-haired as the Kanabo swung again. Crackle. The conqueror's haki clashed once more. The 2 kings engaged in chaotic battle, shaking the entire island, which could not withstand such shockwaves and was about to sink. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side of the island, the fierce battle raged on as Shanks and Weevil were determined to capture the severely injured tiger. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A little further behind, Fujitora shot forward. The space ahead twisted violently, shortening his distance. Just as he was about to catch up, Weevil took the initiative to break from the group, swinging his Naginata, heavy as a mountain. Clang! Fujitora, who was not much inferior before the King Kaido, was blocked, the ground beneath him exploding. Weevil had strength not weaker than his, and his power was astonishing. For pirates, with Francis as the arrowhead, followed closely behind, rushing towards the trapped TangGe in the pile of stones. Enduring torment in prison, watching his flesh rot and life slowly fade away in pain and despair at this moment. It all transformed into the delight of impending revenge, cruel and bloodthirsty. Lord Riel only wants a living person. They will definitely bring back a living one. The kind that begs for death. Stormfoot Shatterbody. 3 blades of light, each over 10 meters long, surged towards TangGe's legs, aiming to first disable his mobility. Francis's body suddenly accelerated. His strength was the strongest, and even the tiger in peak condition would not be his match. Now that he had been severely injured by Kaido's blow, how could he escape? The dark long knife lunged forward, An attack capable of piercing the island aimed to stab a hole in this navy that repeatedly opposed them. With strong enemies surrounding him, the lethal attack was fast approaching, leaving only TangGe lying in the rubble, laughing maniacally. Waves of shockwaves that could shatter rocks continued to arrive. It was the two kings in fierce battle, wreaking havoc. However, for him it was a joy. The path to being the strongest is not lonely. From that previous strike, he understood the dual gap in body and haki between himself and Kaido, which was more than just a level difference. With the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form plus his own physique, Kaido was among the very top among kings. Moreover, his haki had no flaws, especially that kind of haki that could not be resisted. It was absolutely extraordinary. He had seen Carp use it before, thinking at the time it was the highest level of armed haki, only to confirm today that it was not. Above the heavens and below the earth, from all corners of the seas, I alone am supreme. Ha ha, ha ha ha. No matter how great the gap is, so what? Only such powerful beings are worthy of him, Tiger TangGe, to surpass. The voice of his heartfelt roar spread amidst the conqueror's haki, as the air was rapidly shaken and compressed, sweeping towards the attacking blade light. Boom! Boom boom! Like waves crashing against rocks, Storm Foot shattered in an instant, turning into blue light points scattered, with two pirates being pushed back by the invisible ripples of transmitted power. Daikama, be careful. Daikama, wearing a tiger mask, felt his heart tremble violently, the fear before death, as the tiger appeared at his side almost without warning. Fortunately, he was not the kind of character to be killed in an instant. He slightly pulled back with a six-style shave, but it was useless. A fist the size of sand bowls stamped onto his chest, and then there was nothing after that. Multiple forces transmitted through the armed haki directly turned everything inside his body into mush, including his life. Thank you for bringing it back to me from afar. I can only repay you by ensuring you die without pain. Behind this special tracker pirate, TangGe picked up a broken knife, a black blade. You useless bunch, wait a moment. Without even looking at Francis, who had already thrust the knife close, TangGe transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the other side of the island. I'm going to kill a dragon first. With both observation haki and armament haki awakened, combined with the effects of mutation, he aimed to slay the dragon on the surging sea surface. The pirate ship rose and fell with the waves. Weak pirates could not withstand the clash of haki coming from the island, and also could not bear the motion sickness, collapsing on the deck one after another. Move these idiots to the cabin. Don't let them be swept away by the waves. Beckman, as the first mate, returned to the ship to observe, while the other cadres were present. Red-haired strength was still in the growth phase, somewhat lacking compared to Kaido at his peak. If that dragon insisted on fighting to the end, they were considering going all out together to see if they could slay the dragon. However, Beckman truly had no confidence. Kaido's skin was too thick, and both his speed and strength were top-notch, with too few effective attacks. The two fierce tigers had just provided the best negative example. Those with slightly lesser strength simply could not withstand the counterattack. Boom! A series of explosive sounds interrupted his thoughts, as a flash of light passed along the center of Happy Street, and the thin cigarette in his mouth fell into the sea. Chestnut brew. Even someone as composed as Beckman couldn't help but curse. Originally, among those just now, the tiger's strength was the weakest, and in the time it took to say a few words, he himself had become the weakest. That tiger's aura had now directly risen to a new level, as he single-handedly killed back to the previous battlefield, entering the battle of the two kings, a terrifying might that nearly crushed the earth. Moreover, this guy's skin was too thick. That was Kaido's attack. He was knocked so far away and smashed through so many buildings. Yet he was fine and his strength even increased. What has happened to this era? The era flows like a long river, advancing or retreating. Beckman felt this even more deeply. No one growing rapidly is also a kind of regression. Oh lol. Is it skin like Ling Ling's? Kaido also had questions, but he was filled with joy. That last blow of his was indeed wrapped in the true power of haki. Even the highest combat power like Akiji would be injured by a hit. However, the marine named Tiger returned in an instant, sweeping through the sky like the tide of an era. His aura became sharp and exposed, like a real fierce tiger unleashed, giving him real pressure. Kaido always resolves doubts with force. Only those who can withstand his attacks have the right to speak boldly in front of him. Those who cannot withstand it have no need for any questions. Dark clouds gathered in the sky once more, with lightning entwined around the Kanabo. And Kaido actually smiled as he caught a glimpse of a brief future. Comparing physical strength with me, that guy Lin Lin, has a talent for physicality, but places too much emphasis on his fruit abilities, which he always considered a regret. Now, this regret will be compensated by another person with the same talent. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The iron rod swept across, its immense power collapsing the void ahead, sinking the ground, and smashing towards the face of the swiftly approaching tiger. Holding onto the broken black sword, armed color wrapped around it, and the crimson flames rose like the fighting spirit in his heart, soaring and unextinguished. TangGe's feet shattered the ground beneath him, and the void ahead split to the sides, revealing Kaido's figure swinging his rod. The image of the Kanabo smashing into his face appeared in his mind, the sensation of pain from the future transmitted to the present, triggering an instinct to dodge. However, this instinct was forcefully suppressed. TangGe laughed maniacally, not dodging or avoiding, with a layer of armed color covering his head, charging straight forward to collide, layering the thickest armor, taking the hardest hits, and cutting down the strongest opponents has always been his martial philosophy. Now, the strongest person walking the same path stands before him. Retreat? That doesn't exist. That would only weaken his momentum. The black sword swung forward with the same belief, vowing to slay the dragon. The true first clash between two men who have trained their muscles to the bone was happening. Dragon fights tiger. Boom! The sound of a painful collision resounded as Kaido swung the iron rod like a mountain, distorting TangGe's face, leaving him with a blank buzzing in his head, his consciousness on the edge of dispersion. A half-broken tooth sprayed into the air, and his body flew from one side of the island to the other, just like before. Though the results seemed the same, they were vastly different. A deafening roar of pain erupted, pulling TangGe from the brink of unconsciousness. A twisted smile appeared on his collapsed face. This is my way. I cut down the strongest. You have dragon scales, I have horizontal training. You have what I have, and what you don't have, I still possess. Sooner or later, I will slay you. You weakling. The same words were thrown back, but this time Kaido had no retort. A massive amount of blood spurted from his chest, a diagonal slash of blade light cutting into his body. The intensity of the advanced armed color was already able to unleash a mutated effect, suppressing the dragon scales of the Azure Dragon form. The combination of awakened armed color and mutated observation color was the most powerful, and under 9 consecutive shockwaves, it penetrated the dragon scales with half their defense suppressed, cutting through the incredibly dense muscle layers and transmitting power deep into his body. An unprecedented pain shot straight to his brain. Even Odin had never inflicted such damage. Kaido staggered, taking a step back. Another mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. He was injured. The powerful, self-healing ability of the mythical beast type activated, with layers of muscle writhing, healing almost instantly. However, a scar that could not be erased remained on the surface, crossing his chest. Oh, it hurts so much. It really hurts. Kaido raised the Kanabo. The pain transformed into overwhelming fighting spirit. The path of the strongest is never lonely. You have earned the right for me to remember your name, Tiger TangGe. Like a tangible sound wave, it swept through, dissipating the dust from the collision and chilling the hearts of those present, making them tremble in fear as that man stood up again, his fierce gaze bearing down like a heavy mountain. Swinging. Your heads off. The sound of leaking air didn't affect anything. Instead, it made people's hearts pound even more. This man is too fierce, too wild, too strong, too resilient. Even Francis felt the pressure. Whoosh! TangGe no longer wanted to make eye contact with this group of weaklings. They were merely stepping stones he had already surpassed, despite this being his first battle with them. Who told him to grow so slowly? If he was going to kill, he would kill the strongest. He had no time to waste on these weaklings. The fierce battle in the Dark Joy Street raged on, while the waves around the island crashed outward in layers. And outside Joy Street, the world was also shaken. The reason was, of course, that Tiger and the red-haired pirate's vice captain humiliated the 3 emperors in front of half of the intermediaries in the Dark World. Morgan, who controls the news industry, immediately made this event the headline, announcing it to the world. He even titled it Challenge of the New Era. Recently, a strong person defeated 2 pirates with bounties over $1 billion at the same time, clashed fiercely in Joy Street, and simultaneously issued a challenge declaration to the current 3 emperors. This highly topical news instantly ignited the world's public opinion, which had been silent for more than 10 days. The news of Tiger stealing 6 devil fruits and killing dozens of intermediaries also sparked considerable discussion. Ordinary people watch the excitement, while insiders see the significance. All major powers know that the main event is not Tiger versus Ben Beckman, but Kaido versus Red-Haired. Joy Street lies between Kaido's territory and the Navy's influence. How could the red-haired pirates venture there without Kaido, the Emperor and top warrior, seizing such a great opportunity? Whether the fourth Emperor is genuine or not will soon have results. Others merely speculate that Kaido would face Red-Haired, while the Navy headquarters has already confirmed that the two are fighting. Chopper and Momotaro transformed into two furious speakers, conveying the news of Kaido transforming into a giant dragon and attacking with maximum speed, in the loudest and most brutal tone to the higher-ups at headquarters shortly after the warship left Joy Street. The situation seems to be developing in an unexpected direction. Akiji touched his face as the saliva from the telephone bug splattered onto him. The man at the center of the topic always brings unexpected changes. This time, with his own power, he has stirred things up between the two emperors, buying himself a glimmer of hope. What is there to predict? It's merely a choice between death and a more miserable death. No matter what Akiji says, there will always be a man named Akainu who stands up to rebut, as ice and fire cannot coexist. Sakazuki was right. The key still lies with him. Pirates, one team mix with the internal affairs of the world government. After experiencing a series of intense emotions such as rage, worry, and despair, Sengoku felt his hair had turned significantly gray. Kaido's appearance would indeed lead the battle situation towards complete chaos. Whether they could find a glimmer of life amidst the chaos ultimately depended on whether TangGe could defeat his strong enemy. To prevent the Navy headquarters from supporting, the world nobles have already activated the summons for the admirals, under the pretext of protecting the celestial dragons in Sabaody, pulling Akainu and Akiji back to headquarters. This was one of the conditions for the Navy when promoted to admiral. They must always prioritize the safety of the world nobles. News came from Mary Joa that Francis had taken a P0 to Joy Street. So what are the chances of the fierce tiger? The headquarters chief of staff, Crane, was looking at the silent Kizaru, while everyone else also turned their gaze towards him. Picking up the cup on the table, Kizaru took a shallow sip, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his eternally expressionless face. Even if the fierce tiger's strength had doubled compared to when he defeated Pizarro in a short time, his chances of winning were still 0. That man is incredibly strong. Moreover, his abilities are troublesome. At this point, he paused, recalling TangGe's special hockey, which might be a variable. This answer made everyone present stop their discussions. It was no longer necessary. The fierce tiger's physical condition, at the level of the sea warrior, could not support such a sudden increase in strength, unless he was willing to consume a devil fruit, and a powerful one at that. Furthermore, Edward Weevil was also present. The world government had no reason not to recruit such a powerful individual, even if he only had strength to command. Only Ben Beckman had the most say about the chaos of the battle on Joy Street. From the side of the pirate ship, he could see everything. The original standoff between three parties had turned into 3 battlefields. He had already given up on the idea of everyone attacking Kaido together and could only silently say, "Shanks, hold on. Kaido's speed, strength, and hockey are all top-notch. Weak individuals don't even qualify to stand in front of him, let alone attack. With the strength of that dragon, even if the red-haired pirates attacked together, whether they could win was one question, and how many of them could survive was another. These two are clashes of hockey. In the central part of the Long Island is the battlefield of 2 super-strong ability users. Apart from a period of fierce counterattacks at the beginning, they have now started to take it easy. You unleash a lateral gravity slash, and I unleash a blade of flames. Aside from destroying the island beyond recognition, they nearly killed the onlookers. It seems that these two cannot determine a winner in a short time. Even Beckman had to admit that the outcome of the battle tonight was determined by the fierce tiger. He already had that power. Moreover, the scales of victory were tilting towards this man. Bang! The ground exploded several meters high, with a 3-pronged mask P0 pressed down by a single hand, and his head burst like a watermelon. This legendary 3-eyed clan member died, without even unleashing the special ability of his third eye. TangGe stood up. Blood splattered on him, enhancing his fierce aura as he looked at the last 2 individuals, who were both ability users. It was once again one against many, but it was no longer a weak against strong situation. Lucas was a superhuman type who could enlarge any part of his body, and at this moment he transformed into a 6-meter-tall giant, combining strength and speed. Francis was a Zoan type, also tall in his human beast form, with red eyes exuding an ominous aura, wielding a dark long knife, his momentum not weaker than TangGe's. Aren't you afraid that everyone related to you will be wiped out? Afraid? This nonsense made TangGe laugh as he pointed. He didn't want to chat. He just wanted to fight. Ding. Missing a few teeth no longer affected his speech, but Francis didn't understand this meaning. If you don't die, I'll tell you the answer. Francis's face instantly turned cold, the madness in his eyes intensifying, dark flames burning within. TangGe silently counted a number in his heart. All his ferocity and dominance retracted, his face showing no expression, only haki swirling around his body. Boom! With the enhancement of observation haki, he executed the 6-power shave, transforming his body into a streak of light as he attacked the two individuals opposite him. One hand wielded a knife, the other threw a punch. The knife spun like a whirlwind, while the fist flowed like mercury, seeking gaps to penetrate. Just one word: fast, extremely fast. The 1,000-handed evil god illusion reappeared in the world, one hand holding a knife, the other clenched into a fist. Until now, with his strength, he no longer needed to pull or tug, nor use diversionary tactics. It was simply a grand display of violent oppression. If you can withstand it, you live. If not, you die. The 2P0 did not retreat, crashing forward against the blade light and fist shadows. They had no way out, and could only defeat the fierce tiger to escape punishment. Furthermore, they were also fueled by the anger of being underestimated. Even if this man was ferocious and arrogant enough to dare to strike Kaido, to think he could take down two equals within a single bell was simply a delusion. In just an instant, their anger vanished without a trace. They didn't even have time to breathe, let alone be angry. In the time it takes to snap a finger, they endured over 60 attacks. The sky was filled with clashing blade lights and fist shadows. After countless shockwaves exploded, the space gradually turned into a vacuum. Lucas transformed into a black giant, his eyes wide open, muscles and veins bulging grotesquely on the surface of his skin. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed every ounce of strength from his body, but it didn't change the fact that his body was trembling violently. His legs sank into the ground, pushing back a thick pile of dirt. Blood seeped from his ears and nose. This was due to the ruptured blood vessel from the fierce tiger's awakened haki. As for the strength he had unleashed, who knows if it had any effect? He had been suppressed from the start. Time stretched infinitely until a nightmarish voice rang out. 4. Had a minute really passed? Lucas felt time moving slowly, and everything around him appeared in slow motion. Buzz. The punches he threw were all pushed back. A punch, heavy with afterimages, broke through his defenses, seemingly slowly imprinting itself on his chest. Bang! First, the haki was shattered. Crack! He heard the sound of bones breaking. Poof! Like a balloon bursting, his heart was crushed, and then Lucas knew nothing. His consciousness drifted away, infinitely longing for this beautiful world, swallowed by endless darkness. In just 1 minute, this P0 captain, whose strength was comparable to a drug Pizarro, was pierced through his body and died on the spot. The disaster physique's extraordinary endurance was just that strong. TangGe looked at Francis. Just now, the aura around this man had surged dramatically. Clearly, his abilities were not as simple as an ordinary Zoan. Clang! The two long knives clashed together, sparks flying. Francis seemed satisfied as he licked his lips, all the light being swallowed by the dark flames in his eyes. The death of his subordinates only brought forth a perverted, bloodthirsty smile. Fool! Now it's your turn to die. I'll slice your flesh piece by piece, and then consume your soul. As soon as the words fell, a tangible aura rippled outwards, and a dark wolf appeared above his body, with two flames devouring all light burning in its eye sockets. His body expanded like a balloon, muscles rippling and trembling. His black skin was covered in steel-like muscles. This was the true form of Francis's ability, the mythical beast type, Hellwolf Fenrir form, capable of devouring souls to enhance his own power. Death only provides him with nourishment, which is also the reason why he is willing to serve in front of Leal. All the souls of the dead performers have been devoured by him. Boom! With a loud explosion, Francis directly blasted through heavy barriers, and the light along the way was swallowed by the flames in his eyes. The shockwaves generated by the extremely high speed created ripples like water, shaking the remnants of the island's foundation and causing cracks. His momentum surpassed that of TangGe just moments ago. His power and speed had doubled, and as he swung his dark long knife, the space itself was cut open. 3. TangGe continued the countdown, and the sudden surge of momentum from the enemy stirred no waves in his heart. This waste, who relied on abilities to grow stronger, didn't even have Conqueror's haki. Thinking of this, a surge of anger welled up inside him. Bang! The black knife and dark long knife collided instantly, creating the sound of armament color clashing. not as domineering as the clash of conquerors hockey. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Francis's mouth. His ability wasn't just to devour souls, but also to absorb the enemy's attacks and return them. The hundreds of attacks he had quietly absorbed earlier returned all at once, enough to instantly shatter the defenses of the fierce tiger. Idiot. D. Dying from your own power. The latter half was swallowed back, as a force equal to his own surged forth. Heavy power surged in TangGe, converging towards the black knife, offsetting the immense force transmitted from the blade, activating the effects of the mutated armament color and observation hockey. Boom! The last intact foundation of Joy Street was finally shattered by the collision's power, and the edges gradually sank into the sea. TangGe grinned and laughed wildly. Do you want to see my fearful expression? Not only are you a waste, but you're also a fool. The abilities of mythical beasts are bizarre and diverse. No wonder they're called the rarest category among all devil fruits, each capable of producing an admiral-level combat power. Ding, ding, ding. The intense clashing of blades that made the air tremble like a tide occurred again, and the scattering blade lights resembled a lotus flower, half fire red like flames, half dark like the underworld. Boom! After thousands of clashes, even with Francis's extraordinary stamina as a mythical beast, he couldn't withstand the relentless highest intensity collisions. Under the weakening of power, his steps slightly retreated. If Pizarro had any spirit in the sky, he would definitely tell Francis, who is also a mythical beast, what this meant. Sure enough, the previously restrained ferocity erupted instantly, capable of burning through the sky. You waste. It's only been 3 minutes, and you can't hold on anymore. Mythical beasts are all damn wastes. The conqueror's hockey surged wildly, deliberately carrying these words to Kaido's ears on the other side of the island. 2. With each step back, the ground beneath Francis's feet exploded continuously, and he was struck by the blade light. With just one strike, he understood why Lucas had been shaking earlier. The heavy force surged within him, an attack that even Kaido couldn't defend against nearly cut him in half. Boom! Using the impact, Francis pulled back a distance, the dark flames in his eyes blazing fiercely. His own soul was burning violently, and an endless stream of power surged from within his body. Devouring wolf. A huge wolf head outline appeared between heaven and earth, its upper jaw reaching for the infinite sky, and its lower jaw encompassing the entire ground, its massive mouth closing. D. As long as I obtain your soul, it will be enough to compensate for the loss. As long as it exists between heaven and earth, this attack cannot be escaped. TangGe did not even think of fleeing. Instead, he felt a bit disappointed as he allowed the soul-devouring ability to descend upon him. The black knife in his hand rippled with red waves, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he charged towards the stationary Francis. Buzz! As his vision flipped, Francis saw a headless body collapse and the unharmed fierce tiger. Is it the armament color of immunity? This was his last consciousness. TangGe's matter was not over. After the giant wolf that devoured the heavens and earth disappeared, a massive wave, blocking the sun, surged forth, sending a wave of heart-pounding vibrations from the sea, as if 2 suns were colliding. Thanks to the love for eating Yusian blood duck, who gave me 27 likes in one breath. Please support me again. For friends who haven't commented yet, please write looking forward to it. It's really good. The feeling of being affirmed by readers is the greatest motivation for writers. Money is secondary, truly. Recently, the updates have been unstable. One is due to disrupted sleep patterns. The second is that I have hit a bottleneck. After writing so many battle scenes in one go, it feels like I'm running out of words. Third, I really can't muster the spirit. I put in all my effort, but not many people read it and no one replies. It's really frustrating and disheartening. The first 2 are things I need to overcome myself. For the latter, I hope everyone can help. A novice author thanks you. When the first ray of sunlight pierced the horizon, something even more dazzling was discovered. Crack! The center of the collision of 2 fists shattered the void like a mirror, creating dozens of meters long cracks and producing a piercing noise. The compressed light and heat resembled a small sun, exploding with a roar, sweeping everything away, the clouds in the sky and the water in the sea all rolling. The void trembled again, and a hand suddenly crossed space, breaking through Leal's defenses, extracting a fresh, beating heart from his chest. This is not the end. You chose war, and we will respond with war. The powerful vitality allowed Leal to still hear these words even after his heart was crushed and the gentleman's arm trembled. The body without a heart exploded, blood and shattered bones falling onto the exposed seabed as the previous shock emptied the several hundred meters deep sea water. Not far away, Reese, who had torn apart 3 demon slayers, rushed over, ignoring the bloody wounds on his body. "Sir, are you all right?" The gentleman had regained his calm demeanor, showing none of the domineering presence from earlier. "Just a mere shell of power. We're going back. Leal has suffered a great loss this time and will not let it rest." "Is this just a mere shell of power? Then what am I considered? A weakling?" Seeing Reese's rare frown, the gentleman showed a hint of pride. Even if it's just a shell, he was once a leading figure of an era, only unable to break free from the fate scripted by Leal, becoming a protagonist controlled by him. Those you killed were also once well-known supporting characters. Leal's abilities are bizarre and powerful. Those killed by him in the plot become actors who can be manipulated at will, among whom are even the strongest who suppressed an era. These people are called protagonists, strong but not the strongest, referred to as supporting characters. Reese was genuinely shocked. There are always people in the country shouting about overthrowing the world government and defeating the world nobles, but are they really so easy to overthrow? After living for so many years, even a pig has become wise. Not to mention someone like Leal, one of the creators of the world government. Truly terrifyingly strong. What about TangGe? It was precisely because he caused a commotion in Colombia that we discovered the issue with the divine water. Should we not tell him the truth? Reese was somewhat worried that Leal would write the most malicious script for that man who always creates accidents. No need, since he has awakened conqueror's hockey. He will not be easily manipulated by Leal. Moreover, he has already found his own path and does not need our interference. In the end, we will meet again at the pinnacle one day. The gaze of the man seemed to pierce through the receding giant waves, landing on Don Quixote, who was about to behead Francis with a single strike. "Let's go." The two turned and disappeared without a trace. Boom! Dozens, hundreds of meters high. The giant waves rolled over the sea surface, eventually forming a higher wall of water that rushed towards the entire Joy Street. It blocked out the sun, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The people present were not characters who would be intimidated by such giant waves. It was just that fleeting aura, like the sun shining down, that left them shocked. Buzz! The giant waves were cut open, and the red-haired pirate had returned to the ship, glancing at Kaido, who had transformed into a dragon and flown away. In the chaos, Weibel also took the opportunity to leave. His gaze fell back on Don Quixote. It was because of this man that he had clashed with Kaido ahead of time. Undoubtedly, the title of the Yonko would be directly placed upon him. But Captain, how is this situation different from what you predicted? The era you spoke of has not even begun, and there's already a tendency for complete chaos. Moreover, it seemed that the fierce tiger sensed his gaze and looked over with a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. This guy is truly combative, and he will actually come to fight. Let's go back. Continuing to fight would really cause problems. The red-haired captain ordered the ship's bow to turn around and head back. Not going to search anymore. In a short period of time, La Rucky had gained 2 whole circles of weight, with fat hanging down to the deck. The pressure made him indulge in overeating. He couldn't find anyone he could beat, and almost died while watching. No need to look for Beckman anymore. Where did the rest go? Except for this fat mountain of La Rucky, the red-haired captain didn't see a single officer. They must have gone to train. Beckman said not to steal the remaining enemies. If you do, you'll be in trouble. The previous battle had completely extinguished the arrogance of the officers. There was nothing more to say about Kaido's strength. After all, he was the strongest creature, but that ferocious and domineering tiger had truly put a lot of pressure on them. Sigh. The red-haired captain felt that he might be the most relaxed pirate to ascend to the throne in history. His subordinates were all so damn competitive. Inside the massive palace of Mary Geospang, bang, transparent threads kept breaking, and the scripts stored on the shelves ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes in an instant. Falling from the air, sitting on the ground, Riel wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and then smiled. It was such a long-lost feeling. So real. There were no useless roars or anger. The reason why the strong are strong is that they solve problems differently. Excitedly dancing alone in the empty space of the room, threads appeared before Riel, and he could faintly see the faces of Francis, Lucas, and others on them. What an unsettled little guy. All the uncertainties stem from you. It seems I need to arrange a grand performance. The threads spread like a net, and eventually, in the center of the net, a face appeared. This was the key figure in the event. A golden, shining script appeared in his hand, specially customized for the protagonist. There was only one of this color on the entire shelf. The protagonist, Don Quixote. As the black pen wrote Don Quixote's name, wisps of black smoke emerged, and the writing became blurred until it disappeared. This situation made Riel frown, but he continued to write with the pen. However, all the words related to Don Quixote were dissipating, and some that did not vanish became crooked and unrecognizable. The wind direction in the lower realm was chaotic, Riel. Inside the empty palace, a second voice was heard. I am handling it, do not interfere, Im. The person who barged into the forbidden room made Riel frown. The newly appeared light had to be extinguished in time. The existence named him stretched out his hands, gently brushed over Riel's script, and the black smoke floating in the air reformed, revealing several distorted writings. To take. One must first give. Oda has a Wano country. Isn't it reasonable for our fanfic to have a dragon country? Originally, I was writing that the protagonist would follow, the man in Reyes, to the dragon country to train in Conqueror's hockey. But later I felt the plot was a bit disjointed and not exciting enough. So I revised the outline not long ago to turn it into a battle for supremacy in the new world. Recently I was stuck, also hesitating whether to let Kaido join the scene. Fortunately, I still wrote out the imagery of the first clash with the Yonko and expressed the intensity one wanted to convey. I have grown tired of fighting Zoan types. Next, I will arrange for some extremely powerful Logia and Paramecia types to fight, and a more chaotic plot will begin. Additionally, thank you all. No more talk. Let's continue writing. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival in advance. Holy Oak Island has become a thing of the past. Joy Street has also become a thing of the past. But a new era is opening its chapters. In recent years, the world has changed rapidly, too quickly for anyone to know what kind of era will emerge. There were many events that happened yesterday, and many significant events worthy of being remembered in history. How to report them to create an explosive public opinion. Selling newspapers out of stock, the owner of the World Economic Journal, Morgan, understood this principle well. After receiving information from the undamaged Madame Bakken, who had experienced all the events, he devised a plan to ignite public opinion. First, a news report titled The Fourth Emperor, red-haired Shanks, took the lead. This is the youngest emperor in history, only 27. He is also the pirate who ascended to the throne the fastest in history, having only been back in the New World for a month. His ascension to the throne is well-deserved, having fought against the so-called strongest creature, Kaido, on Joy Street, ultimately forcing Kaido to leave. This news not only informed people that Red-Haired and Kaido had battled on Joy Street, but had limited sensational effects. Long before the first mate of the red-haired pirates killed William Moore, the suspense of Red-Haired ascending to the throne had already vanished. Soon, another report came out, shock. Beast Kaido nearly got killed. This was clearly clickbait. There was nothing but a photo. In the photo, Kaido had a long diagonal wound on his chest. Even if it was just a title with a photo, it was enough to attract attention, especially since it was Kaido. When a person broke into the Navy's Grand Fleet, the Emperor's base, it was said that he didn't even get a scratch, but now he had such a terrifying scar. It was truly shocking. Red-Haired is too strong. He even lost a hand. People naturally attributed this achievement to Red-Haired, and discussions were rampant. Especially those pirates still on his route felt a sense of despair. However, Morgan, who played public opinion with clarity, took a 180-degree turn. It was done by the fierce tiger. Boom. Even hiding on an unknown island, Morgan could hear the noisy voices from all over the world, though they were mostly insults. Damn it. A news vendor selling 2 copies for the price of 1. However, despite the insults, no one would deny the shock this news caused the world. It was actually done by the fierce tiger. Why does this man always want to steal the spotlight? The buzz from this news hasn't even died down, and Morgan has released another report. He even wiped out the Frevan's royal family. Wow. No one is bothering to criticize the unscrupulous businessman who split one news story into 3 for profit. They can't afford to. The world's public opinion has been successfully ignited by Morgan. No matter where they are in the world, everyone is discussing one name. Tiger D. TangGe. This man really knows how to stir things up. In the pirate world, he has insulted the emperors multiple times, each time more viciously than the last. During the conflict between the 2 emperors, he jumped around the most and even managed to injure Kaido. Absolutely ruthless. He didn't even spare his own people. The Frevan's royal family was a definite world noble affiliated with the Navy, yet he wiped them out. If the world knew that Tiger had also insulted the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, they would truly exclaim, "This is a world where everyone is an enemy." At the end of the article, Morgan personally wrote a statement. Never before has there been an era with so many peak powerhouses coexisting, nor has there been an era on the brink of chaos like now. It only takes a spark for the era to explode into chaos. Indeed, whether pirates or Navy, the previous generation of strong figures hasn't aged out. The current strong are at their peak, and the new generation of strong figures is already fearsome. It just needs a fire. The era will be ignited. Meanwhile, the world government has also taken new actions, forcibly ordering news agencies to conceal the details of Tiger's actions. They didn't mention a word about the Fravan's royal family being wiped out. They only announced the two new members of the Warlords of the Sea, Edward Weevil and Don Quixote Doflamingo. The addition of these two powerful members has given the Warlords of the Sea some confidence to contend with the Emperor pirates. They initially thought there would be strong resistance from the Navy headquarters, but this time, they didn't even receive a phone call, leaving them feeling disoriented. Because the Navy headquarters is too busy to care. Chief of Staff, Tsaru, let the intelligence officer project the newly gathered information onto the big screen. And there it was, a photo of Fujitora. With a smile, he introduced, name, Fujitora, identity unknown, wandering all over the world, fond of gambling, involved in dozens of cases of harming nobles. And he's a man of audacity. Not long ago, the high-ranking officials who almost determined TangGe's fate as doomed have gathered again. And it seems they all have received a few slaps to the face. They are all swollen. Based on his performance in the Pleasure District, his strength is not weaker than the highest combat power of the headquarters. Silence has become the theme of the Marineford conference room. And it was Akiji who first broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere, who made him the most cheerful one. Alala. I really found an incredible companion. No wonder he could find a way out of the chaos. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Akainu, and the implication was obvious. After so many years, this was the first time he felt a sense of relief. How satisfying. One troublemaker is already enough of a headache, and now two bastards are teaming up. Who knows what trouble they will cause? Akainu felt very displeased. He was frustrated for being slapped in the face by the Iceman, angry about always having to clean up after that bastard, and even felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. Even he had to admit that Tiger had truly grown up and had the qualification to converse with him as an equal. Being able to injure Kaido. The outcome for the warlords is self-evident. Thinking of this, Akainu glanced at someone who was dazed while holding a newspaper. What kind of look is that? Wrinkled skin on his forehead creased into layers of folds, and no matter how much he pretended to be oblivious, he couldn't ignore the gaze on him. Kizaru expressed that even someone who slacks off can feel the heat. This group of guys has treated him as the bottom of the disdain chain. The disdain is quite subtle, but some will openly ridicule him. Boom! Boom! A series of explosive sounds rang out, and someone burst into the office of Sengoku, crashing through doors and windows, looking arrogant, which annoyed everyone who saw it. Looking around at all the weaklings, I almost wondered if I had come to the wrong place. The others' expressions darkened, and Akiji felt like his mouth was twitching. This old bastard is quite good at learning from others. A pair of hands clapped on Akinu's and Akiji's shoulders, and Karp, who had rushed back, was holding a newspaper, grinning widely. You bunch of useless chickens and dogs. Weak and frail. None of you can look down on anyone. You're all a bunch of weaklings. You can't defeat the pirates. My disciple can. You can't cut down the pirates. My disciple will do it. Now you all know who is the strongest in the Navy and the best instructor, right? It's me. Even the Conqueror's hockey that should have been present at this moment was copied by Karp, and the momentum surged, igniting everyone's spirits. This old geezer. Too much. The news of Shanks ascending to the throne has become a backdrop for Tiger's rise to fame, which has ignited a fierce fire in many hearts. Tato Land, Cake Island. The Queen's fury made all the soul creations on the island shiver, while Katakuri's anger was a silent one. Bang! This was already the fourth torn newspaper, and he couldn't help but recall that line. Today is your only chance in this lifetime. That man's growth rate is too fast. This phrase is about to become a reality. Mondor, has Caesar Clown's laboratory been set up? Katakuri made a decision in his heart. Even if he were to be shattered into pieces, he could not let the blood feud of brothers and family go unavenged. Ah, it has been set up. Mondor paused for a moment, seemingly recalling that line as well. Then give him a message. I will personally cooperate with his experiment. The power to injure Kaido. He cannot surpass now, so I can only find other methods. On a deserted island, Tezoro opened his eyes, looking up at the blue sky, and laughed maniacally. He survived, and it felt as if all his misfortunes had been washed away. When he opened the box that had drifted him to this island, 6 devil fruits with strange patterns were neatly arranged inside. Ha! I am the true heir of destiny, just like the legendary child of luck. Tesoro's luck is off the charts. In the vast sea, who will dominate? The holiday is 10 times busier than work. Holy land, Mariewa. Fufufu. How nostalgic. This place is still filled with a nauseating stench. I don't want to stay here for even a moment longer. The newly appointed member of the Warlords of the Sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, sat on a sofa, laughing recklessly. Outside the glass window, fields of golden sunflowers stretched as far as the eye could see, petals dancing in the breeze. Hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste with you. Sitting opposite him was the newly appointed leader of the warlords, Baronvale. Doflamingo's slightly disrespectful remarks were ignored by him. Compared to Francis's dual face, Baronvale appeared to be a gentleman who was consistent inside and out, savoring a cup of coffee. Are you in a hurry to go to Dressrosa? I don't recommend you go to your death. The meeting place was deliberately chosen to be this palace. And Doflamingo was already quite impatient, with the veins on his forehead resembling twisted tree roots. Bang! His right fingers flicked continuously, the nearly invisible threads tightening like a net, pressing forward to crush Bellamy. When Sengoku announced the recruitment of you into the Warlords of the Sea, he, who had always been resolutely opposed, showed no sign of dissent this time. Do you know why? Bellamy said with a smile, while sitting still. The sharp cutting threads were blocked by an invisible force, and the surrounding air rippled like water waves. Fool. What an annoying tone. Just like your master, who loves to be cryptic. That said, Doflamingo returned to his position, ceasing his attack. Being the leader of the P0, his strength was beyond doubt. Lord RIR was always paying attention to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to leave Mariehua alive after bringing back your father's head. This was a blatant warning. Bellamy didn't mind telling Doflamingo that there were indeed hierarchies among abilities. Flame Tiger, now you understand, right? As long as you dare to approach Dressrosa, Sengoku will definitely mobilize Flame Tiger to quell the unrest. With that beast temperament, even if you run back to the North Sea, you will still die. The title of Warlord of the Sea has some deterrent effect on other navies, but it's useless against Flame Tiger, a man who kills kings as easily as killing chickens. He has killed warlords of the sea before. Seeing Doflamingo, who was sitting calmly on the sofa, Bellamy continued, Good. A common goal is the foundation of our cooperation. After realizing the consequences, Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat. His obsession with Dressrosa nearly led him into an irreversible situation. Fool. So, how do you want to cooperate? That annoying guy, Flame Tiger, really blocks too many people's paths. He must be eliminated. I know you sent Caesar Clown tot land, and I know you have a subordinate under Kaido. Compared to that bloodthirsty brute, Francis, Bellamy's methods are much more sophisticated, and he has investigated everything hidden in the dark clearly. Go tell those two emperors that the world government has a business to discuss with them, and the reward will definitely satisfy them. Fool. Compared to dark methods, I truly can't compare to you all. A shadow flashed in Doflamingo's heart. The world government has too many forces lurking in the dark. Nothing can escape their notice. Achoo. Perhaps it was because too many people were talking about him. TangGe let out a big sneeze. If those internet celebrities and stars from his past life had this kind of traffic and popularity, they would probably be posing for the camera, even in their dreams. Undoubtedly, the whole world now knows the name Flame Tiger and TangGe. Putting the newspaper aside, he continued to train. Fame and vanity were of no use to him. Only the power that grew stronger every moment was real. The pinnacle of the world was right in front of him. None of those strongest warriors were useless trash. TangGe felt every cell in his body cheering with excitement. After reaching the awakened state, the armament haki and observation haki that could enter his body intertwined and resonated throughout his limbs and bones. After each resonance, his skin, muscles, bones, and nerves would become more resilient and sensitive. His strength was also enhanced through this high-intensity training. After colliding with two figures standing at the pinnacle of the world on the Joy Street, what TangGe coveted most was that unstoppable power they possessed. Purely relying on physical strength, it was impossible to have such an overwhelming gap. The only possibility was the power of Conqueror's Haki. Standing before a small mountain, TangGe's fist shot out. Boom! The more than 100-meter thick mountain was instantly pierced, creating a hole over 2 meters in diameter. This power was already comparable to the blow that Carp demonstrated at that Baron. However, it was still not enough. After both observation haki and armament haki reached the awakened state, he gained some new insights into the power of haki. It was like time, unseen and untouchable, yet undeniably present. Only when observation haki reaches the awakened state can one perceive fragments of the future beyond time. The same goes for Conqueror's Haki. Comparing a body interwoven with armament haki and observation haki to a bow containing infinite power, Conqueror's Haki is the mental strength that draws this bow. The bigger your heart, the more power your body can unleash. Insufficient Conqueror's Haki cannot draw the bow of the body. If one's strength doesn't match one's ambition, it's even more pointless. Wait for me. Kaido, that dragon, full of muscles and strength, made TangGe grit his teeth in pursuit. Mastering the true power of Conqueror's Haki is the first step. Having the ability to subdue the true dragon is the second step. After the battle on Joy Street, TangGe found a beast-infested island to train his muscles, while Fujitora returned to Oma Island, where the gambling atmosphere was good, and he could enjoy his favorite ramen. At this stage, heading to the Emperor's stronghold was not realistic. After something happened to the Fravan's royal family, all the celestial dragons returned to the front half. It seemed like they were afraid. Two fierce tigers lay in wait, while the New World was anything but peaceful. On November 3rd, the red-haired pirates defeated the last two strong enemy allied forces, and Alfonso Cortez was killed on the spot. John Roberts withdrew from the New World and headed to the Four Seas. On December 18th, the new warlord of the sea, Edward Weevil, invaded the non-member country of the world government, country of the giant tree, and on the night of the Great Fire, the entire country was looted clean. On December 31st, the last day of the year, 1510 in the Sea Circle calendar, Dracul Mihawk officially became the world's #1 swordsman and announced his acceptance of the warlords of the sea's recruitment. A new era was coming in full force. Time moved in an unpredictable direction, entering the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the darkness of night, there was a volcanic island, glowing with dark red lava illuminating the sea surface. The solidified volcanic magma formed bizarre landforms, with jagged rocks creating a natural coastal barrier. On this barren island, the Navy built a fortress that was easy to defend and hard to attack based on the terrain, coupled with two giant marines stationed there for years, forming a defense force that was not weaker than the G-series forts. Woo-woo. A piercing alarm sounded, and the spotlight immediately focused on the ship swaggering towards the sea. A figure standing at the bow of the ship closed his eyes and listened carefully. Under the dark red light, a scar that almost split his head in half appeared on his face. What a wonderful sound. The ship beneath his feet did not fly a skull flag. Its pure black sails billowed in the wind, and all the cannons on one side of the ship roared. Boom, boom, boom. More shells exploded on the sea surface, splashing water over 10 meters high. The entire ship began to sway uncontrollably. Attacking a naval fortress with a single ship was indeed overestimating one's strength. However, those who dared to directly attack a naval fortress definitely had more than this strength. Three figures dressed in black cloaks jumped off the ship, their forms flickering as they took several steps on the sea and ascended the island. A large number of naval soldiers were crossed over by this ghostly speed, instantly killed, and the coastal defense forces collapsed in an instant. More figures in black trench coats landed on the island from the ships, charging towards the naval fortress behind the leading trio. Is it Six Powers? Who are you? Among the Navy stationed here, besides the giant Vice Admiral, there was also a Vice Admiral skilled in Six Powers hidden in the shadows. At this moment, a chill ran from his tailbone to his forehead. The strong ones in the New World can also achieve the movement effect of Six Powers Shave by relying on observation haki. But these few attacking the island not only knew Six Powers Shave, but also could use Finger Pistol and Gale Kick. Bang! Two figures, one black and one white, collided fiercely, with blue air blades continuously shooting out, shattering rocks. Is this the level of a Navy Vice Admiral? Not impressive. A mocking voice came from beneath the demon mask. The body under the cloak was muscular and filled with explosive power, with a hint of red in the eyes. As both hands swept through the air, the invisible air rippled like water, transmitting forward. Arrogant fools! How dare you attack the naval fortress here? The Admiral will arrive soon, and none of you will escape. The Vice Admiral's heart trembled, and armed haki appeared all over his body. The enemy was not only on par with him in physical combat, but was also a devil fruit user. Fortunately, this place is close to the red line. Whether it's a Kainu from G1 or Kazuru from Marineford, they can provide support at the fastest speed. The wave of energy transmitted in an instant, a deadly intuition submerged him. Yet he could not sense the source of the attack. You will definitely not wait for reinforcements. Bang! The masked man raised his hand towards the Navy Vice Admiral as if to shoot. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from within the body. All organs blown to bits in an instant. A Vice Admiral-level powerhouse was killed. This is an ability attack that even armed haki cannot defend against. At the same time, two tall but clumsy giant Vice Admirals were also cut off at the leg muscles by the extremely fast black-clad figures, collapsing to the ground. All defensive forces were emptied, and the black-clad figures rushed directly towards the innermost part of the fortress, their target clear and definite. Creak. A 2-meter thick special steel door was torn apart by an invisible force, revealing the items arranged inside the room. Under the purple light barrier were glass bottles containing cracked pebbles. Such an enchanting power. No one would expect that this small rock actually contains destructive power comparable to ancient weapons. The Scarface Man, the highest ranking among the black-clad figures, picked up one of the glass bottles and turned to look at the incoming yellow light. Right, Kizaru. Kizaru's support speed is absolutely unmatched. As long as the direction is correct, he can cross the entire sea in no time. At this moment, his mouth slightly opened, seemingly witnessing something incredible. I can't believe you're still alive. Despite the huge scar on his face, Kizaru still recognized the person before him. His demeanor no longer casual, but filled with an extreme killing intent. So at this point, what do you intend to do with the explosive rock? Kizaru is the most hidden among all the top powers. Even after being provoked by Doflamingo time and again, he has never shown such a determined killing intent. Layer upon layer, the air surged like a tangible wave, all light converging. Light speed kick. Buzz. A laser beam as thick as an arm shot through the air, carrying immense energy and weight, flashing across dozens of meters in an instant. This person who has come back from the dead poses a great threat to him. It is hatred towards this world. The explosive rocks cannot fall into the hands of this dangerous man, even if I have to destroy them all. His abilities combined with the explosive rocks could be very troublesome. You will know soon. The powerful wind pressure tugged at his clothes. The Scarface Man revealed a smile more grotesque than crying, raising his left hand forward. A beam capable of flattening an entire mountain fell upon him, leaving no trace behind. It was like ordinary light hitting his palm, gradually being swallowed by darkness. Crack! The glass jar in his right hand exploded violently. The pink explosive rock began to shake violently upon contact with the air, unimaginable massive energy released in a series of chemical reactions. However, it was all absorbed by the hand that held it. After a long separation, there can be no meeting gift. I can only ask you to taste this explosive rock with destructive power comparable to ancient weapons. Nanny, you can actually absorb the energy from the explosive rock explosion? This situation heightened Kizaru's alertness to the maximum. 8 feet mirror. As the light flowed, his body gradually disappeared in place, ready to create distance. You're still the same. As a devil fruit user, I have completely surpassed you now. Kizaru. The scar-faced man spoke with a mocking tone. The hand that had just absorbed the laser attack emitted a powerful attraction, pulling the moving Kizaru towards him. What is happening? The shock and panic on Kizaru's face could not be hidden. This attraction seemed to directly affect his body. How is this possible? There are many impossible things, but this is not one of them. The scar-faced man enjoyed the expression on Kizaru's face, his left hand gripping Kizaru's shoulder, while his right fist smashed into his chest and abdomen, releasing energy capable of collapsing a small island in an instant. Boom! This is pure explosion. A massive fireball expanded. A mushroom cloud rising above the volcanic island, destructive power expanding outward, destroying everything. Boom! The island's foundation could not withstand such a violent explosion and cracked open. The already active volcano began to erupt. Massive amounts of magma and flames broke through the sky, igniting the entire sky. Layers of clouds appear to be burning cotton, rapidly spreading into the distance. Explode. Destroy. This world needs to remember the pain. The scar-faced man, who had safely withdrawn from the catastrophic explosion that destroyed the island, stood on the ship's mast, laughing maniacally, a hysterical release. Let's go. It's time to implement the plan. Berenville glanced at the man who was laughing wildly, feeling a surge of anger. The original plan was to end it quickly, and they would not encounter Kizaru at all, but now it added many variables. Let's go. Not enough. The pain is not enough. The towering pillar of fire illuminated the twisted, ugly faces. On the other side of the island, the remaining naval soldiers fished out the justice cloaks floating on the sea, among which one, dressed in a yellow-striped suit, was especially eye-catching with his chest caved in. Unconscious. Is it Vice Admiral Kizaru? On February 21st, 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, a naval base was attacked, the island was destroyed, and the majority of the naval officers stationed there perished, while the highest combat power Kizaru who arrived for support was also defeated and severely injured. This is the beginning of the chaos. It is not surprising who dies and who gets hurt. During the Dragon Boat Festival, either eating or driving, there was simply no time to write during the day. Normal updates will resume tomorrow or the day after. Don't worry, I have not given up. You can guess the 3 abilities that appeared in this chapter. On Oma Island, it is still that ramen shop. The boss skillfully tossed a die onto the table, letting it roll, lit a cigar, and took a deep puff while listening to the two hefty men yelling. 1/6 these two big men eat more noodles in the morning than he sells in a month, never owe a debt, and have made him a nice retirement fund. The only annoying thing is being treated like a casino dealer. After finishing their noodles, they make him roll the dice. Are those hands that make the most delicious noodles meant for this? These two gluttons. Sigh. For the money, he tolerates it. Wow. The winds of the times have changed. The ramblings of the gambling blind man pulled the noodle shop owner back to reality, looking at the sky outside, showing no signs of changing, and the wind direction remained the same. They got drunk off a few bowls of noodles. Ha! The sudden sinister laughter made the noodle shop owner's hand holding the cigar tremble, scattering some ash, and he glanced at the other man with poor gambling skills, who always crushed the dice in frustration after losing. This man is even more ridiculous. He has never won once. So unlucky. Ha! Finally, it's my turn to take charge. Fujitora. This laughter, in plain terms, was long-awaited teeth gritting, and to put it more profoundly, it was an unfathomable ferocity. TangGe had already seen the number on the dice. Thud! The dice came to a steady stop, with the number 6 facing up. The first time in so many days. The probability was so low that even the noodle shop owner couldn't believe it. So what do you want to do? Fujitora felt a bit of a headache, his forehead furrowed like the character for King on a tiger's head. This was their first operation after teaming up with this audacious guy, and they kept running into strong opponents endlessly. He had to use his special skill, fate arrangement, deciding the direction of their actions based on the dice. If it's 1, he decides. If it's 6, TangGe decides, and there's no turning back. However, for the past few months, despite rolling the dice every day, a 6 had never appeared, making him almost believe that fate truly existed. His observation hockey could hear the distant sounds of clouds and wind, and he had a unique skill for sensing people's auras. The fierce tiger in front of him had improved dramatically in strength during these months of training. However, the ferocious aura that couldn't be contained before now seemed to merge with the heavens and earth. This was a characteristic of having power refined to the extreme, already reaching a critical point. The dice cannot decide fate. It is always determined by the person themselves. Not rolling a 6 was the fierce tiger's own decision. Don't you already know? TangGe's mouth curled up slightly, revealing his iconic smile. It is him. If I don't go and see the strongest one soon, I'll grow old. I have no interest in old strongmen. The red-haired one is still too young. Kaido and Big Mom have exhausted their strength. Only Whitebeard is worth looking forward to. Haha, this is Fate's arrangement. Fate is letting us see the strongest pirate. After all, this era is known as Whitebeard's era. Don't you think so, Fujitora? The Rock's era, the Roger era, and since Roger's death, this vast sea has indeed entered the era named after Whitebeard. Hey, what are you talking about? What red-haired one? What Whitebeard one? The noodle shop owner's mind spun in circles. He knew the names this ridiculous man was spouting. It was precisely because he knew that he found it unbelievable. What do those names have to do with you two unremarkable, ordinary guys? In the end, he uncertainly glanced at his palm. He didn't mix any alcohol into the noodles today, did he? Wow. I don't know what fate has in store, but you probably won't be able to reach Whitebeard. Fujitora's furrowed brow relaxed as he looked out at the sea. Huh, how did those guys find their way here? TangGe's eyes flickered like a beast's, with a glow flashing, reflecting the white sails approaching the horizon. As he spoke, his bones crackled, and a slight twitch of his face completely transformed his appearance. He had mastered a form of disguise through life return. Soon, a warship stopped at the shore, and the person who came down was not just anyone. A bald head stood out prominently. Watching TangGe, who was sitting with his legs crossed, the members of the crew couldn't help but twitch their lips. Every time this bastard made big news, it was the hardest time for them. The term defeated underlings on Ola's Square was like an annoying fly in their minds, impossible to swat away. Moreover, there was an idiot flaunting himself in front of them, constantly talking about how keen his vision was back in the day. It was maddening. The most annoying part was being mocked up close. Hey, why has it suddenly become so glaring? Like too many light bulbs. TangGe deliberately rubbed his eyes. This reflected the anger of the boiled egg head. Even knowing he couldn't win, couldn't help but want to punch this bastard. Mr. Sengoku has something to discuss with you. The weasel coldly handed over a red transponder snail before walking away with his people to calm down, fearing he might lose control and embarrass himself. In these times, a high rank doesn't mean much. It's all about the size of one's fists. Before picking up the transponder snail, TangGe deliberately turned his face slightly away. Answering Sengoku's call always meant getting yelled at. However, this time was an exception. On the other end of the transponder snail, there was no thunderous roar, just a voice tinged with fatigue. Kizaru was defeated and nearly died. A naval base was completely destroyed. Powerful strategic materials were stolen, which could cause massive casualties. They must be retrieved. As TangGe listened, he felt it was somewhat familiar. Isn't this what he often made others do? Now, it was finally his turn. Clean up the mess. The Navy headquarters couldn't contain the fiasco, and they wanted him to clean it up. I only have one question. Even if Kizaru is a bit weak, with his abilities, escaping shouldn't be a problem, right? How could he be defeated and almost killed? Kizaru's ability is light. He didn't see anyone faster than light when facing Kaido, and he is not the type to fight to the death. How did he get severely injured and near death? On the other end of the transponder snail, Sengoku could not hide his worry. I had the weasel bring you a devil fruit encyclopedia. After you read it, you'll understand. A devil fruit encyclopedia? TangGe opened the book, similar to an encyclopedia, and on the first page was a fruit highlighted with a red line. Dark fruit? It looked like a pale purple pineapple with spiral patterns resembling a snail. The introduction was extraordinary. A Logia type, one of the most vicious fruits in devil fruit history. This fruit has appeared very few times in history. Even the Navy knows little about its abilities. Now, Kizaru speculated that it could absorb a user's physical form and render the user's abilities ineffective. If Kizaru's speculation is true, this would be an existence at the pinnacle of all devil fruits, completely suppressing other users' abilities. No wonder the headquarters would come to find me. They're all a bunch of weaklings. Huh, there's another one. TangGe casually flipped through a few pages and saw that another devil fruit was circled with a red line below as a marker. This is what I wanted to tell you. Sengoku's composure and serious tone were conveyed through the transponder snail. The person who attacked Borsalino may be the first ever dual devil fruit user in history. That is exactly his other fruit, the Paramecia type BB fruit, which can absorb, store, and release energy. Below the devil fruit catalog, there was a stack of materials documenting the situation of the strategic materials, dynamite rock, that were plundered from the Navy. I said, why didn't you destroy such things earlier? That group of idiots didn't allow destruction, but they should at least preserve it well. According to the records, that thing called dynamite rock, even just one piece, releases energy equivalent to thousands of tons of TNT. With the dark fruit combined with the BB fruit enhanced by dynamite rock, it's simply a hell-level big boss. TangGe felt a bit numb on his scalp. If he were a user, he wouldn't even dare to look at this guy more than once, or he would be beaten to a pulp. If Kizaru managed to survive, he is lucky to be tough. The base storing dynamite rock is not even shown on the map, and only a few people in the world government and the Navy know of its existence. Do you mean they're SA traitor? Those idiots in the world government. No matter how stupid, wouldn't he attack a Navy base to see something that originally belonged to them? That possibility is ruled out. We originally thought he was dead. The big clock at Ola Square rang 10 times for him. Everyone felt regret for him. The transponder snail shimmered with golden ripples, and Sengoku's anger was burning. But he survived, living with hatred for this world, for the Navy, for pirates, and for everyone. The lives of 3 vice admirals and over 1,000 Navy personnel are not the end. Recently, 2 islands have been completely destroyed by the power of dynamite rock. All civilians on the islands perished, and over a dozen pirate crews were wiped out, with death tolls soaring to the sky. This is a complete revenge against the entire world. No one knows the reason. No matter where he is, find him, and then send him back to hell. TangGe. This is an order. It's also a request. Sengoku's worry is not just about the dynamite rock. Once its power falls into the hands of pirates, the entire Navy will face a catastrophic disaster. Their strength cannot deal with an enemy possessing dual fruit abilities. The suppression of the dark fruit is too strong. The pure physical technique and hockey, along with the somewhat special armament hockey user, the Fierce Tiger, is the best candidate the Navy headquarters can think of. Splash. The materials flip to the last page, revealing a photo of a Navy general in a justice cloak, handsome, with short black hair that exuded a capable aura. I promise. TangGe was not interested in whether the enemy was a Navy traitor or what the traitor's struggles were. He was only interested in the traitor's strength. An unprecedented dual fruit user combined with the destructive power of dynamite rock, such an enemy, is simply irresistible. Too strong, cannot be fought now. Too weak. Doesn't pique interest. This one is just right. Where is he now? TangGe just wanted to go and kill this freak of a user in history, to see who has greater restraint against users. After destroying Parna Island, he disappeared. Parna? Isn't that Whitebeard's territory? This is fate's arrangement. TangGe just happens to want to meet this top pirate, conveniently solving a Navy traitor and gaining 2 devil fruit powers, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Sengoku. So all that was said earlier was for nothing. This guy's enthusiastic demeanor makes it hard to know what to say. Not afraid of strong enemy, just afraid of a weak enemy. Bam! A sound of someone falling came from the side, and TangGe turned to see the trembling noodle shop owner. This guy is telling the truth, because he is the fierce tiger, the man who injured Kaido, and now he is going to chop Whitebeard. It seems we must bid farewell. This is an internal affair of the Navy. TangGe looked at Fujitora, who had been silently sitting beside him. The two are not superior subordinate relations, but like-minded partners. Eliminating Navy traitors does not belong to their common goal. Here, take this. As long as the world still needs justice. We will meet again, Fujitora. He tossed the dice in his hand and directly walked toward the warship, while Ghost Spider hurriedly draped a Navy justice cloak over his shoulders. This action he practiced very smoothly. The wind of the times has changed. Fujitora sat in the chair, facing the direction where the fierce tiger had left, and repeated that sentence again. Thank you for your hospitality. I am leaving too. He slightly nodded in thanks to the noodle shop owner, who was still lying on the ground. The die left by TangGe was placed on the table. He no longer needed this thing. The upcoming era is unpredictable and cannot be sensed. He only saw the fierce tiger wielding a blade toward the heavens, with battles continuing endlessly. The fierce tiger not only dares to slay dragons, but also to slay gods. How could I be absent? Protecting the people from harm is justice. Those people are not worth protecting. They all deserve to die. If it weren't for them, how could you lose? Justice cannot be absent. My justice is to send those pirates to their deaths. They all deserve to die. D-Whale, you must be a hero. No, Teacher Zifa, the Navy is too weak. Justice doesn't need weakness. 2 voices echoed in the dark cabin, like snakes of fear, crawling into the ears of everyone who heard them, sending chills down their spines. At the scar line, 2 expressions appeared on D-Whale's face, and the gazes in his 2 eyes were different, as if it were 2 faces overlapping. Bang! Lord D-Whale, we have arrived at the destination. A knock sounded, all arguments ceased, all illusions before him vanished, and the 2 expressions unified into a mad and eerie laughter. This little pain is not enough. The world needs greater pain. D-Whale picked up the cloak behind him and walked out the door. He was already used to the fearful eyes of the henchman, because he was originally a monster. From a young age, D-Whale knew he was different. He didn't need to sleep and felt no fatigue. He thought he had a great mission bestowed upon him and resolutely joined the Navy to uphold justice. With half an hour more of training than others each day, he quickly stood out among that batch of Navy personnel and even consumed a devil fruit of boundless potential. Together with the other 2, he was called the backbone of the new era of the Navy, the inheritor of those 3 monsters, and for a time, he was spirited and famous across the seas. But the power of destruction roared between his fists, and darkness spread and lingered in his eyes. This is not Lord Riel's plan. What are you doing here? Ever since this man displayed the unprecedented dual fruit abilities and defeated Kizaru, Baronwile felt a sense of foreboding, especially that ability that could attract the essence of other users. He didn't know if Lord Riel had noticed. The fierce tiger is already headed to Whitebeard's territory. What you need to do now is to kill him. This is Lord Riel's order. The name Liar is like a mark stamped on the mind, exerting absolute constraint on those who have sworn allegiance to the world nobles. However, Dwyer is not among them. He aligned himself with the world nobles from the very beginning to gain greater power. The unintentional acquisition of the dark fruit ability gave him the capital to confront anyone, and the smile on his face became even more dangerous. Liar? It must have been him manipulating my encounter with Magnus back then. The Navy doesn't need to be too strong. This realization came to Dwyer only after the appearance of the fierce tiger. During the attack on the Navy base, he calculated the support time of Kizaru. He had fought Magnus for nearly 2 days and nights, enough time for light to cross the entire ocean. However, the support did not arrive, leaving him to fight alone. If it weren't for his monstrous body, he would have truly died that time. What is happening now is like a replica of that year. Pitiful lapdog. You cannot escape. Seeing Dwyer daring to call out Liar's name directly made Baronwile's heart sink to the bottom. Transforming into a beam of light, he tried to flee across the sea, regretting getting too close to this dangerous man. His body felt like an insect flying willingly into a spider's web, irresistibly drawn back by an infinite gravitational pull. Boom! The massive energy stored within his body erupted in an instant as he delivered a punch that severely injured Kizaru once more, But this time the target had changed. A huge fireball evaporated a hemispherical concave surface on the sea, emitting a tremendous amount of light and heat like an artificial sun. This time, it was a full-powered punch. Baronwild's body was pierced through by the blow. The dark fruit is called the most sinister existence in the history of devil fruits, not because it restrains other abilities. Dwyer displayed two expressions on his face, engaging in a self-conversation. It's because of this. A vast darkness appeared in his palm, absorbing everything within. When the darkness vanished, an apple with rippling patterns emerged in his hand. It was a devil fruit. He casually tossed it to a person wearing a monster mask, both expressions on Dwyer's face roaring. Not enough. The Navy, pirates, civilians, and those who claim to be gods. This world is beyond saving. So let's just destroy it. During these years in Mariewa, he had already seen clearly the roots of world war and chaos. Everything must be toppled and started anew. I will become the new god, a god who creates a world without war and suffering. Boom! Invisible ripples spread across the sea, stirring up waves, with invisible restraints breaking apart like a landslide. Like the earth cracking. A rampaging beast, uncontrollable. The main island of the Thousand Kettle Archipelago resembles a gigantic teapot, with a massive waterfall flowing from its spout into the sea. Occasionally, schools of fish swim into the island's inner lake along the current. The shapes of the subsidiary islands are also varied. Some resemble cups, others bowls, and some spoons. Each shape distinct, like a coffee table set on the ocean. A masterpiece of nature. The residents living on the island are also quite unique. Once a person comes of age, they must balance a plate on their head, with a large and a small cup placed in the center. What is contained in the large cup varies widely. Tea, coffee, alcohol, milk tea, cola, or even plain water. As they walk along the road, when they encounter familiar faces, they stop to take a sip from each other's large cups using their own spare cups. This is a relatively closed-off and leisurely island. In a remote corner of the main island, there is an old storage business, and the owner, Kyberson, is a drunkard who drinks himself into a stupor every day. No one would expect that such a hidden person in plain sight is the renowned king of storage in the dark world, known as the Hider, managing nearly half of the world's goods storage. I currently have a plan that requires your help along with a meet. I wonder if you're willing? This sudden voice startled Kyberson, and he turned to look at the person who appeared in the store. It's you. A swirling black smoke that seemed to devour everything appeared beneath his feet. This is not a multiple-choice question. It is a life-or-death proposition. Storage and transportation are inseparable anywhere. Umit, who controls most of the world's smuggling under the tidal deep ocean current, is right on this island. Being able to control such an important commercial channel is naturally due to their backing from the world nobles. It seems you are unwilling. Before Kyberson could respond, darkness surged like a tide, pulling him into the ground, compressing his body. Soon, a fruit resembling a kettle appeared in his hand and was tossed to another masked person. Let's go. Find a meat and see if he is willing to help transport the goods around the world. The person who swallowed the kettle-shaped devil fruit had a passage appear before him, resembling the spout of the kettle. The three stepped into it and arrived in an extremely spacious area filled with boxes that seemed to stretch endlessly, containing massive amounts of weapons and explosives. It took some time to clarify the logical relationship between the dark fruit and Liar's abilities. Tonight there will only be one chapter, and over the next few days, I will see if I can find time to make up for the other chapter from today. Also, have you seen the news? Oda said he plans to conclude the story in just over 2 years. The final chapter is coming soon. Damn, a hasty ending. In a sea area near the Thousand Kettle Archipelago, the sky is overcast with swirling clouds, and a giant water column over 100 meters in diameter rises from the ground to the sky. This is the ascending current leading directly to the Sky Island. It's coming. The world will feel unprecedented pain. A new justice. A new world will be established. A winged ship flew into the sky along the current. And in his excitement, Dwyer began to talk to himself again, sending chills down Umit's spine as he stood nearby. Compared to Kyberson, who was slow to react due to years of alcohol consumption, his response was quick. This saved his life. To survive from the hands of a self-questioning schizophrenic, one needs to react swiftly. Umit, known as the deep ocean current, is well aware of the current conditions in various sea areas. And the current leading to the Sky Island is the key reason he can smuggle goods past the defenses of various countries. No one would expect that his transportation channel comes from the sky. Bang! The transport ship penetrated the clouds and landed steadily on a white cloud. Existing at an altitude of 7,000 meters in the White Sea, the ocean of the sky. Lord Dwyer, what do you need to transport? Umit thought nervously. Dealing with this crazy person could mean death at any moment. Below the White Sea, creatures with yellow-brown pincers swim. A unique species of the White Sea known as the swift shrimp, capable of delivering goods to their destinations at incredible speeds. Umit has truly grasped the essence of transportation. What a long-lost sight. All that remains before him is pure white, with warm, soft clouds underfoot, giving Dwyer, filled with twisted hatred, a moment of peace. His first devil fruit was obtained above the White Sea on the Sky Island, so everything here feels familiar. What a pity. Grabbing a handful of white cloud, Dwyer's heart was as hard as iron. This will become a swan song. Dozens of explosive rocks packed in glass jars appeared, equipped with a timer device that emitted a beeping countdown sound. They were lifted by the express shrimp and quickly disappeared from sight, being sent to Thunder Island, Angel Island, Cloud Sea Island. With every name of an empty island that Dwyer reported, Umit's face turned whiter until it was finally pale and bloodless. He understood the madman's plan. The existence of the White Sea in the sky has its foundation. The accumulation of clouds beneath those large floating islands is the basis of the entire White Sea. Once they're all destroyed, the entire sky will collapse, falling towards the Green Sea, and the clouds of this world are not weightless. Understanding this was of no use. He should not have summoned the express shrimp, which could reach various islands so quickly. Crack! The two subordinates who had been following Dwyer removed their masks and crushed them, and Umit's neck broke along with it. There was no need to hide anymore. Lord Dwyer. Under the masks were two men of different skin colors, one black and one white. At this moment, the one with skin as dark as ink and a body as strong as a rhinoceros, Reyes, spoke up when he saw Dwyer showing signs of distraction. I'm fine. Where is Vicky? The recovered Dwyer turned to ask. These two were slaves saved at Mariehua, loyal to him. He is not far below, in Hitchinos, luring the fierce tiger to Whitebeard's territory to prevent him from disrupting our plans. The white muscular man, Benjamin, felt that Dwyer seemed a bit strange now, and his state was also off. Are you still hesitating? It's too late. Justice. The Navy's justice is too weak. We need to execute true justice. Everyone must die. At this critical moment, Dwyer suddenly clutched his head and began to struggle. The argument between the two voices in his head grew more intense. In the end, all the arguing stopped, revealing an extremely strange face, with savagery and peace occupying each side. Let Vicky bring the fierce tiger here. We don't need him to make unnecessary sacrifices. I think he shares our common goal. A new world requires more people to create it together. Two different voices conveyed one meaning, and Reyes and Benjamin slightly bent down before jumping into the White Sea. New world. Dwyer then stepped towards the higher White Sea. Boom, boom. After returning to the Navy's territory, the warships transformed from 1 into 10, and their firepower was fully unleashed. The sea was filled with the explosive roars following the whistling cannonballs, with white waves flying everywhere. A Sea King-class creature, over 100 meters in size, let out a few wails before being completely covered by this firepower and blown into fragments, sinking to the seabed. Even the Navy felt a bit sorry for it. Encountering such a boringly extreme nemesis was just bad luck. The soldiers merely felt pity, some even had flames almost bursting from their bald heads. That bastard. The thick smell of gunpowder wafted through as bald General furrowed his brow, wishing he could kill the bastard who sat there cross-legged reading a book. If only they could. Summoning the Vice Admiral and the battle power of 10 large warships to carry out indiscriminate attacks over a region. The power to destroy everything and burn everything is the fearsome Demon Slaughter Order. And now, ooh, the alarm on the warship sounded again, as a Sea King-class creature over 1,000 meters in size appeared ahead. This was not the reason for the warship to sound the alarm. Demon Slaughter Order activated. Target ahead. Sea King-class creature. TangGe casually pressed the nearby golden transponder snail, experiencing the ultra-luxurious thrill of fishing. However, this kind of fun was destined to be short-lived. The golden transponder snail rang, the voice urgent, and even before it connected, one could feel the anger from the other side. Bastard, giving you the authority to activate the Demon Slaughter Order is not for fishing. Sengoku regretted giving this bastard the golden transponder snail to activate the Demon Slaughter Order. When the silver transponder snail at headquarters rang for the first time, he thought the battle had begun. Instead, that bastard said he wanted to test the power of the Demon Slaughter Order and unleashed it on a deserted island. This was understandable. Who wouldn't be excited when they first received the authority to destroy islands and towns? But now, the Navy's strategic deterrent power was being used by this bastard to fish. Truly ungrateful. Hey, if Whitebeard's ability is really that, what can a weak chicken plus 10 warships do besides fish? The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, who knows which era and which person compiled it, actually recorded thousands of specific shapes and abilities of devil fruits. The version Sengoku provided was even more comprehensive, marking which fruits were eaten by whom. Whitebeard, the king who had dominated the seas for decades. His ability was naturally not a secret. The Paramecia Tremor fruit user can trigger powerful earthquakes, and this so-called demon slaughter order, which can destroy cities and nations, would wipe out the entire army before even getting close. Sengoku was stunned. He couldn't just say those Navy personnel were sent to monitor you. After the Happy Street incident, he already knew how strong the destructive power of this reckless guy was. This bastard was openly disdainful of the strength of the weasels, but in reality, he just wanted to act alone. However, what this bastard said was true. The earthquakes and tsunamis triggered by Whitebeard could indeed destroy a Navy fleet. Let the weasels support you in the nearby sea. After hanging up Sengoku's rambling call, TangGe continued to flip through the encyclopedia, and one question in his mind also found an answer. He had been curious whether the devil fruits absorbed by the wood disappear and no longer appear. Now he had the answer. His gaze landed on a completely black, nut-shaped devil fruit image. This was the hard fruit. The previous user was Reginald, who was killed by him on Maya Island. And one of the 6 devil fruits he snatched at the Happy Street auction was the hard fruit. TangGe speculated that devil fruits were more like the embodiment of the rules between heaven and earth and would not disappear. What he absorbed was some kind of rule attached to them. His gaze fell on another fruit image, Paramecia, childlike fruit. This was the one he lost when he crossed over, which ultimately fell into the hands of the Don Quixote family pirate group. Don Quixote family pirate group? This pirate group's users seem to have many abilities too. The royal physique requires the abilities of 64 devil fruits. And the 6 devil fruits he obtained at Happy Street only filled the bottom of the. A serious voice sounded beside him, and the light on the encyclopedia brightened slightly. One of the attackers in the Navy base appeared in Hechinos. The weasel was really awkward, not wanting to say a word more. This bastard was actually a major, yet treated him, a lieutenant general, as a subordinate, and even looked down on their weak strength. This is really outrageous. Snap! The golden transponder snail was pressed again. Let's go. Let's slaughter Hechinos. If I had the ability to create a world, I would definitely create floating islands. It would be so leisurely and comfortable. Woo! The sharp and piercing alarm signaling the imminent launch of the Demon Slayer Order has sounded for the 4th time in Marineford. Admiral Sengoku has ordered the activation of the Demon Slayer Order. Target Island, Hokkien-no-Su, struggling to suppress the impulse to smack the diligent messenger. Sengoku felt the need to wear a larger hat. His white hair was increasing by the day. That bastard. You still have a heart to laugh. It's all because of you, old man, that you taught such a bastard apprentice. Sengoku felt that his lifelong enemy was not pirates, but Garp. Before that bastard's apprentice came to headquarters, he was so spirited, a hard star, intimidating the new world, known as Buddha Sengoku. And now, all the dirty work falls on him. The formal appointment of the marshal has been repeatedly delayed, and that messenger even announced Admiral Sengoku's heavy accent across the entire island. Moreover, this old man's son is also causing trouble, recently stirring things up across the seas, with several kings being overthrown. Cursing Garp is useless. The more you curse him, the happier he gets, and you can't win against him. Haha, no wonder he's my disciple. He actually dares to launch the Demon Slayer Order on Hokkien-no-Su. Now Newgate won't be able to sit still. Ha! Newgate. That's a name only those with real power can call. Those without it can only refer to him as Whitebeard. You bastard. The same scenes that need to be played out countless times every day have begun again. Sengoku's roar drowning out all other noises. Here we go again. After the incident at Joy Street, that group above remained silent, and Doflamingo was definitely a pawn they targeted against him. His situation was even more perilous than Zifa and Doflamingo. Only 2 voices could be heard circulating. With no trace of anger on Sengoku's face, this time he was not worried, but calmly analyzing. Dark Horse Doflamingo was once the pride of the Navy, the leader of the new generation, with a sense of justice more intense than anyone else. However, in the eyes of some, the Navy representing justice does not require true justice. Doflamingo, sitting on the sofa, Garp no longer had the demeanor of a rogue. When he mentioned this name, he couldn't help but feel deep sorrow and emotion. Both Sengoku and Garp knew that before they appeared, the Navy was purely a puppet under the world government, bearing the name of justice but never doing a single just act, merely high-ranking enforcers for the world aristocracy. The change began with the two of them. Taking advantage of the stormy era of pirates, they teamed up with Zifa and Tsuru to fend off the pirate onslaught, spreading the name of justice to the seas, and cultivating a large number of new generation navies with a heart for justice. Justice is justice, even if there are other words in front of it. It is not false justice. However, the increasingly autonomous actions of the Navy finally attracted the attention of those above. The watchdogs do not need excessive thoughts. The breakthrough points for Sengoku and Garp were hard to find, one having made great contributions at God Valley and being powerful, while the other was being groomed as the leader of the next generation of the Navy. Thus, the spearhead pointed towards Zifa, whose style was the most radical and whose heroism was too obvious. The highest confidentiality level of family information was leaked, with pirates killing Zifa's family. Who would believe that if it were said? Even if they didn't believe it, they had to, as it was a warning from above. Because of this incident, Zifa shifted all his energy to cultivating the Navy's reserve forces. He first found Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan, and made them stay by Sengoku and Garp's side. In a short time, the headquarters possessed the highest combat power, and even the stars felt threatened. Thus, new conspiracies targeted the Navy, with the Dark Horse Doflamingo, who was at the peak of his powers, becoming the target. While they went to Mariewa to escort the World Conference, Doflamingo was attacked, and everyone was forbidden to assist. History repeated itself. The difference was that Doflamingo died. Afterward, there were even more direct actions, with the world government conducting close monitoring of talent joining the Navy, pulling in anyone with slightly stronger physical abilities, and even causing them to mysteriously disappear. The Shichibukai system and the birth of the Navy Science Department all emerged under these circumstances. If this continued, the day pirates disappeared would be the day the Navy, in the name of justice, vanished too. The same conspiracy, with no power to fight back, one blow after another, made their hopes fragile and vulnerable. He gave us the last hope. Compared to the anxiety encountered during Magnus' time and the despair at Joy Street, Sengoku now had a bit more confidence. No one expected that the man recognized as a genius by some old fool would grow to this level in such a short time. And the conspiracies against him had repeatedly failed. Garp knew who he was in Sengoku's words. If he wanted to surpass us and carry out justice to the end, those conspiracies would be his stepping stones, not his grave. When the Joy Street incident occurred, especially when the admirals were forcibly summoned back to headquarters, Garp had also worried. We can only trust him now. The rest have more or less flaws, while he possesses an unprecedented purity. Pure to the point where his mind is only focused on getting stronger. Does Doflamingo have flaws? Yes. Reckless, headstrong, careless of consequences, loves to stir trouble, belligerent, and even a bit mouthy. There has never been a Navy like him. Garp feels inferior. However, no one has ever had his strengths. Tireless diligence and unwavering determination. We can only trust him, and he deserves our trust. Hakanosu, the most famous pirate island in the world, is a paradise for pirates. It was once the base of the Rocks pirates and is now the territory of the strongest pirate, Whitebeard. The Navy does not dare to step in. Pirates from all trade routes love the atmosphere here, with infamous bounty hunters drinking and boasting in taverns beneath the massive Yellow Skull Rock, while the cannon fodder gamble and fight in the tropical rainforests along the coast. The chaotic disorder fills the place with savagery and violence, making it the favorite haunt of ambitious individuals. Marshal D. Teach sat atop a yellow building, watching the violent conflict happening in the streets from time to time, laughing heartily. Ha ha! This place is still interesting. Hiding one's ambitions for a long time is not easy. Sometimes one must come out for a breath of fresh air, and Hakanosu is his favorite spot. And just below him, even more interesting things are happening. This is a secondary setting for the Navy as a whole, and also a supplement to the series of reasons that help the protagonist clean up the mess. Later, there will be a bit of personal interpretation regarding the three admirals, as Oda has revealed somewhat in the plot that the world government and the Navy are not completely united. In Hakanosu, within Whitebeard's territory, the most frequently seen are members of Whitebeard's pirate crew, with a large whirlpool spider, Squardo being one of them. The strongest liquor continuously pours into his mouth, and tears stream from his eyes. Captain Squardo, please stop drinking. We need to set off. This is a new recruit of his. The initial batch of companions who followed him to venture into the new world has already been killed by Roger. Shut up, you bastard. Drinking is the only way to help me forget my troubles. Today is the day when all those partners perished, but this group of newcomers doesn't understand. Gulugulu, have you heard? The fierce tiger is coming to Hachino's. The conversation from another table in the tavern reached Squardo, and one name made him stop drinking. Really? That bastard who dared to insult old man is so rampant. It's true. He even brought warships. The person who first spoke was certain, as if he had seen it himself. Once he comes, he won't be able to leave. Who does he think he is? Even the generals wouldn't dare step on our territory. I want to kill that bastard. Kill the fierce tiger. Defeat the navy. Just a name made all of Whitebeard's subordinates in the tavern furious. And under the influence of alcohol, they didn't bother to question the truth of the matter. Shouting to kill the fierce tiger. The number of pirates echoing the call grew, and the clamor spread from one tavern across the entire island, with pirates under Whitebeard shouting to kill the fierce tiger, while the others followed suit demanding to defeat the navy. Puff! A long tongue swept across his wet face. Squardo picked up a long knife from a table, pushed open the tavern's door, and walked straight to the dock. Set sail. Let us create chaos over at the navy. Whitebeard Dad is the person he respects the most, and the humiliation brought by the fierce tiger can only be washed away with the blood of the navy. The sails filled with wind, and just after departing from the harbor, the pirates on the lookout tower cried out in alarm. The navy's grand fleet has arrived. 10 large warships appeared on the sea, their dark cannons already spewing fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cannonballs cut through the sky. The sharp whistle was the call of death. After a breath, dense explosions echoed across Hachinos. Fireballs rose in succession, burning everything and recklessly reaping the lives of pirates lost in joy. The completely unguarded pirates suffered disaster. Their ships docked at the pier blown to pieces by cannonballs, and with no means of escape, they could only endure the rain of cannon fire on the island. Becoming corpses lying on the ground, no longer the fierce figures that just shouted to defeat the navy and kill the fierce tiger. This is carpet bombing. Squardo realized the navy's intentions, and the figures standing at the bow of the warship made the spider-like lines on his forehead tighten. A vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. 10 warships. This is a massacre order. But this is Hachinos, Whitebeard's territory. Which navy would dare issue such an order? Beneath Squardo's fierce exterior is a simple mind that couldn't comprehend. Someone understood. Houses around began to collapse. Marshal D. Teach casually walked down the street with a bottle of liquor, explosions bursting around him, the flames illuminating his face, and an ambitious demeanor showed his eagle-eyed wolfish character. Ha ha! This world is becoming interesting. I can barely contain myself. His voice was filled with recklessness, no longer the usual simple-mindedness. He didn't head towards the dock or run to the back of the island, but stepped towards the massive skeleton rock in the center. Wolves ahead, tigers behind. Teach didn't want to confront that fierce tiger right now. He still needed to hide his power. The most important ability had not yet been obtained. Boom! Several cannonballs exploded simultaneously, shattering the iconic skeleton rock of Hachinos. The fallen rocks blocked the houses in front, forming a thick cover. Let make noise. Let make as much noise as possible. After all, you all have to die. The person who initially spread the news about the fierce tiger was a subordinate of Duvail, Vicky, and after a few flashes, he reached the coast behind the island. And seeing the island engulfed in flames, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Whether it's the Navy or the pirates, they're all a bunch of fools. To die under the Navy's cannon fire is your good fortune. The sentence was not finished because he was dodging. His sensitivity to sound made him aware of the heartbeat nearby, and he quickly used the Soru technique to disappear from his spot. After several flashes, he looked in shock at the man who appeared where he had just stood. I thought there was something big, but is it just you, a fool? TangGe was somewhat speechless. The level of pirates these days is getting lower and lower. They didn't even think of such an obvious escape route behind the island, causing him to waste a feint. The only one who escaped here was a Navy trader using Soru, looking at his silly grin. He didn't want to say another word. You're the fierce tiger? How did you get here so fast? Impossible. A series of questions burst out at an astonishing speed, invisible sound waves spreading through the air. Seeing that the fierce tiger seemed unaware, Vicky's expression changed, fear turning into the sinister delight of having succeeded. You are the fool. You, a hollow name, are not worthy to share the same title as Lord Duvail. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive fireballs completely engulfed TangGe. This was an explosion that reached the body's interior via sound wave vibrations. An attack that even hockey could not defend against, capable of shattering internal organs. All sounds in the air vibrated violently. Dense sound waves pulsed as if boiling. Bang! All sound waves converged into one, vibrating strongly enough to shatter a person. However, there should have been some fragments if it shattered. With such a question, Vicky's head spun in midair a few times without figuring it out. There are many ability users in the new world. TangGe looked up at the sky. Two people were descending from above, standing in midair, one of them trying to use their abilities to stop him from killing. Raz's dark skin was enveloped in angry steam, his eyes glowing faintly red. The three had forged a deep bond while supporting each other in the hell of Mariewa. However, they had to obey the last command given by Duvail. Fierce Tiger, right? Lord Duvail wants you to go over. He is waiting for you in the Sky Island. Not yet having become the new god, they already had a somewhat condescending tone. Accustomed to the high status of gods, they had become addicted. This addiction must be extinguished. This line is really not my strong suit. Late at night, my head is even more muddled, seeing TangGe momentarily unresponsive. Benjamin thought that this showboating navy might not know how great Lord Duvail's dream is, and reminded him, hurry up. If it weren't for Lord Duvail thinking you are a talent worth nurturing, he wouldn't have given you this opportunity to create a new world together. These two clueless wastes really showed TangGe the disparity of the world. He now had only one question. Is there no newspaper where they are staying? If not, I hope someone can burn one for them. Torturing vegetables doesn't need to be such a grand spectacle, with dust flying and airflow exploding. However, even when hunting rabbits, one must use full strength. TangGe only prepared to make one slash. If he could take it, he would live. If he couldn't, he would die. His feet slightly apart, his hand pressed against the knife handle in a drawing motion. Oof. Stupid Navy will never know what kind of opportunity they missed. A transparent barrier with a diameter of more than 20 meters enveloped the two, and the anger on Raz's face could no longer be concealed. Let you know just how powerless your attacks are. I am the barrier man of the barrier fruit, capable of creating barriers that cannot be broken. If it weren't for Dwyer's dark fruit ability suppressing other ability users too strongly, my barrier ability, known for its absolute defense, would be unbreakable even by dynamite rock. Lasse is responsible for defense, while Benjamin handles the attack. A circular passage opened above TangGe's head, and countless bombs poured out like water from a teapot. He is the user of the kettle fruit, which has a giant space inside his body and can open a passage within a certain range to pour out what is stored inside that space. The number of falling shells has already surpassed the total number fired at the island by 10 warships during this time. Such a concentration of bombs exploding together is enough to rival the power of dynamite rock. Moreover, multiple passages appeared in midair, with bombs continuously rolling down, blocking all ground nearby. This is a saturation and covering bombardment. Absolute defense? This is why TangGe listened to such nonsense and posed for so long, allowing the two to unfold their offense and defense. Otherwise, their speed was too slow, and they wouldn't have had the chance to raise that spherical barrier before being cut down. He wants to know which is stronger, absolute defense or Kaido's defense. The momentum gathered within his body erupted violently. The air let out a mournful cry under the unbearable pressure, and the entire space seemed to stagnate under this immense oppression. Everything slowed down. He stepped forward, drawing his black sword in a sweeping motion. The combined explosive force of his physical strength and hockey cut through the void, with black halos shimmering, stealing away all light. Buzz! The enormous noise was infinitely stretched. The void was severed like a mirror, and everything on one plane slowly floated upwards. Distant rocks disintegrating in midair, while the nearby absolute defense and the people inside it were split in two and slid apart. It seems it's not that absolute after all. The black sword was sheathed, and the stagnant space began to come alive. TangGe looked up at the sky. Is there an island in the sky too? The bald head that revived brought a black halo, extending over the warship. They could hardly breathe. Boom! Boom! The floating rocks crashed to the ground with a rumble, and the falling bombs collapsed a small part of the ground, pulling their sight to the island, revealing a smooth and flat surface ahead. With just one slash, the mountain-like rock group was cut into two segments. A uniform sound of swallowing saliva arose. They knew what kind of strength it took to achieve this level with a knife. Is this his current strength? The Weasel and the others only now understood why the headquarters, knowing this guy could cause trouble, still sent him to deal with the traitors. So strong. It's the kind of strength that is completely on par with the top combat power. Let's go. Admiral Sengoku ordered us to retreat to the Navy's sphere of influence and weight. The rest is beyond our control, all left to the Fierce Tiger. Without the top combat power to back us, it's just delivering food. Someone stepped into the air, shooting towards this place. Here they come. Yes, they are coming. The road to great dreams is never lonely. Two voices intertwined, carrying a slight tremor, an excitement-filled shiver. Behind him, TangGe stopped his flickering figure. Landing on the soft, white clouds, The unique scenery in the sky made him marvel. He never expected there would really be islands in the sky. Then his gaze fixed on the first dual ability user in history. The former Marine candidate Dark Horse Dwyer's handsome and sunny face now only had half left. The other half alone revealed how deep his hatred for this world was. I have a world-overturning plan. I don't know if you're willing to join? Swish. The fierce wind howled past, leaving a clear mark on the clouds. Dwyer's sinister voice drifted over. Boom. The energy from dynamite rock exploded from his right hand, striking TangGe. A massive fireball rolled over, evaporating the clouds and thin air of the sky island. Flames could be seen flashing through the clouds from the sea surface. And then a huge void appeared. It seems you are unwilling. Such a waste to bury you. Dwyer paused. The one just hit was only an illusion. Looking back, he saw TangGe appearing with a grim face where he had just been sitting. The adjacent island clouds were cut in half. This is awkward. It's like thinking the same as a person with schizophrenia. In TangGe's perception of the world, the Dark Horse Dwyer before him had two auras within his body, one slightly normal but still extreme, and the other completely filled with destructive madness. Are these two personalities? We are the same kind of people. Breaking the silence was Dwyer, his eyes shining brightly. Join me, TangGe. My plan is about to succeed. This boundless white sea will soon collapse, and everyone will die. This man before him, just like him, harbored deep resentment against the world nobles and the world government. They shared a common goal. Then we will go to Mariejoa and kill that bunch of idiots, and the whole world will be reborn. We will be the new creators. We will be the new gods. As he revealed the long-hidden plan in his heart, Dwyer felt an indescribable ease and pride, stretching out his hands, looking up to see an utterly unexpected expression. A crazy and almost successful plan, paired with such a powerful schizophrenic, looks like a villain script. TangGe showed no interest. I will kill the idiots in Mariejoa, but I won't associate with losers. You can't even defeat Magnus. That's too low for me. With the world on the brink of destruction, who is the main character, anxiously thinking about how to stop the villain's plan? TangGe also had no interest. He just wanted to fight. The first dual ability user in history deserves to be cut down by him. This is a clash between a schizophrenic and a battle maniac. Who is crazier? Such an answer deeply stimulated Dwyer's nerves. Losing to Magnus in a frontal battle was a shame he could never wash away. I heard you once defeated Francis and Lucas with Annabelle. Two sinister voices rang out simultaneously. The two personalities reached an agreement, wanting to kill this arrogant young man. Then I'll crush you in 3 minutes. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown sounded across the various sky islands, with the time also showing 3 minutes. At this moment, everything is uncertain. Anyone could be the Dark Horse. The rumbling cannon fire of Hachinos had stopped, and there were no sounds of the Navy landing operations. Only flames roaring and the dying wails of pirates. Boom! A mountain-like yellow rock was pushed aside, and the hiding Teach was unscathed, even pulling out a bottle of rum and taking a few swigs. Ha ha! What a violent man. This era is truly interesting. The flames capable of destroying the island are not even 1/10,000th of the ambition ignited in his heart. He originally thought the theme of this era was to wait for Whitebeard to grow old, but who knew that Shanks would become king in such a short time? And the fierce tiger also remained unharmed in the clash with Kaido. The new generation is more turbulent than ever before. And he, lurking with his minions, is just waiting for a chance. This close encounter has nearly unleashed the ambitions he has kept buried within himself. The Navy's carpet bombing didn't last long, and a significant number of pirates hid under solid rocks to escape the disaster. The moment they emerged, they realized something was off. Heavens, why has it gone dark? Look, the sky. Bang! The bottle in his hand shattered, shards piercing his skin and drawing blood. But Teach, who was also looking at the sky, didn't care about the pain. After waiting for over a decade, longing for the power right before him, only to have it consumed by someone else. The pain is 1,000 times more intense. Thud, thud. This is the background music for the most sinister devil fruit power. It marks the countdown to the battle in the sky. 3. A dark smoke signal rose behind Duval, shooting into the sky, spreading like clouds rolling over, obscuring the entire sky and blocking out the sun. Witness this. This is the most vicious and powerful ability in the history of devil fruits. It represents infinite gravity, capable of swallowing everything. The power erupting from within Duval completely liberated him, his dual tremors reflecting madness. The darkness that can devour everything twisted like a massive vortex, drawing TangGe into its center, the spiraling dark whirlpool resembling an endless abyss, pulling people in and forever trapping them. Eating another devil fruit. Is that your plan after being defeated by Magnus? You worthless fool. TangGe is very disappointed. He couldn't tell if this traitor was limited in power or had only recently acquired the dark fruit ability. But he felt that this so-called most vicious ability in devil fruit history was quite ordinary. The so-called invincible ability of the natural type now posed little threat to him. The darkness that could devour everything dissipated before it even touched his body. The endless gravity only adding some negligible weight, and the mutation effect of his haki could nullify all abilities, including the dark fruit ability. I know you are not a devil fruit user. The strongest aspect of the dark fruit is of no use to you. To deal with enemies like you, I rely on another fruit. The repeatedly mentioned name made Duval's voice rise, as several glass jars filled with explosive rock shattered. The energy capable of blowing the entire sky island was absorbed by his right hand. Losing to Magnus was due to his insufficient haki strength. Now, having developed the baby fruit to its strongest state, he is compensated for that shortcoming. I have no flaws. I am invincible. Haha. Beneath the manic smile, the conqueror's haki spread with the will to drag the entire world into the abyss. Strike of the baby fruit. With a single punch, the entire space appeared to ripple with transparent folds. The air compressed into a wall of immense power, pushing forward. You worthless fool who can't even defeat Magnus. This is the greatest surprise for me. Before coming here, TangGe's main target was not this Navy traitor, but just to casually collect 2 devil fruit abilities. No matter how many devil fruit abilities there are, without Conqueror's haki, one cannot grasp the true power of haki. No matter how strong, they will not be the strongest. However, now there is finally something to look forward to. Ninefold power, Tiger subduing. The dual-colored haki coiled around his body, his hands gripping the black sword tensed with muscles. The blue veins and red blood vessels protruding, unleashing tremendous force. The spherical Conqueror's haki became almost tangible airflow, resonating more stably and intensely with the armament haki and observation haki, subtly trending toward the black sword. Cultivating haki to this extent, he was just one step away from grasping its true power. But this step has stumped most of the strongest throughout history. It can be called a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The black sword buzzed incessantly, vibrating the space, wielding the will to cut through everything. Before their attacks even made contact, the 2 different wills began to clash. If Duval's will is to sink the world into endless darkness, then TangGe's will is to cut through this dark world. Destruction or transcendence? The answer will come next. The sword and fist collided in midair. The shockwave of the blade, striking the solidified fist imprint, like the collision of 2 meteors. Crackle. The clash of Conqueror's haki generated dark red lightning that struck the void, rippling visibly in the air as it spread outward. The already unstable island clouds evaporating in the first clash, revealing a diameter of over a meter. And the island clouds further away were also lifted by the shockwave, forming a circle of cloud waves that receded. The surrounding dark whirlpool also disintegrated in this shock. The hands gripping the black sword slightly pushed back, and in that moment, TangGe understood why Duval was so feared by Sengoku and the others. An explosive force transmitted from the black sword, attempting to completely overwhelm him. In terms of raw power, it was already not weaker than red-haired Shanks. Besides the dark fruit ability, the baby fruit, enhanced by explosive rocks, displayed the prowess to defeat Kizuru in one strike. The absorbed energy and attack could actually be transformed into shockwaves like armament haki, the immense power sweeping forward, easily rolling and shattering the island clouds. This is a devil fruit that directly enhances haki, deserving of the evaluation of limitless potential. Boom! As both sides exhausted their strength, the air between them exploded. The hollow in the clouds expanding again, the darkness that devours everything once more enveloping TangGe, slowly rotating. Boom! Both were masters of physical combat trained by the Navy, and their fists and blades clashed again, exchanging dozens of blows in an instant. They both aimed to knock each other down as quickly as possible. Compared to their previous battles, which were filled with booming sounds, explosive air currents, and shattered land, this one felt somewhat quiet. Other than the occasional slicing blade light tearing through the black hole, all the residual battle waves were swallowed by the darkness. Even the sound couldn't escape. Struggle. All your strength will be devoured. Everything is powerless. This is the strongest ability. In the darkness, Duval laughed maniacally. As a fellow user of the 6 powers, he thrived in the darkness, appearing in several different places in the blink of an eye. His left fist was wrapped in darkness, while his right fist was enveloped in powerful armament haki. The center area was surrounded by heavy fist shadows, the air becoming abnormally distorted, even emitting the sound of breaking under unbearable pressure. Did you think I didn't know about that special armament haki? A sinister and ugly half-smile suddenly appeared on his face. The dark smoke he controlled suddenly contracting, and dozens of explosive rocks hidden within fell around TangGe. The pink egg-shaped rock trembling to its maximum extent, the violent chemical reaction leaving no time for anyone to react. Boom! Boom! The sky, shrouded in darkness, suddenly brightened, like a second sun rising. A gigantic fireball ascended, emitting endless light and heat, illuminating the world and instantly filling everyone's vision. The scorching heat ignited everything. A visible spherical shockwave spreading in all directions, evaporating the entire sky island. The thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, shaking the void. The sound waves transmitting power. Even the ocean 10,000 meters below surged with colossal waves. This is pure explosion, comparable to a small-yield nuclear bomb. It's over. Even if you have that kind of armament color that nullifies attacks, it can't withstand this destructive power comparable to ancient weapons. Under the dazzling light shining across the heavens and the earth, Dwyer's pupils expanded to the maximum, his face twisted violently. At the center of the explosion, that life force that was once as intense as the sun had vanished. Under such an explosion, a pure Conqueror's Haki practitioner could not endure it. Being vaporized into thin air was the best outcome. The Sky Island is indeed a burial ground with excellent feng shui. Unfortunately, you no longer need it. Dwyer regained his calm. There was 1 minute left on the countdown, and he wanted to enjoy this final moment of changing the world. Next, will be Mary Ahua. He was going to make that group of idiots pay for their actions in the most cruel way possible. Boom! The sound of the fireball exploding at the center interrupted Dwyer's ruthless thoughts. Before his eyes, a pitch-black figure stood in mid-air without using moonwalk to tread on the air, just standing there. The flames dispersing around were enveloped by an invisible force, swirling behind him, transforming into the outline of a burning evil god. Insufficient power could not rely on. Only Haki could transcend everything. You don't understand this. TangGe grinned silently. His dark skin cracked to reveal bright red flesh. The overwhelming pain did not affect his mood. He took that step, mastering the power of Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki that could only be used to create atmosphere and stun the weak transformed into a tangible airflow circulating inside and outside his body. Buzz. The resonance of the 3 types of Haki produced a humming sound like a vibrating bowstring, creating a circle of invisible ripples in the void, spreading out in all directions, proclaiming that another person had stepped into this highest level. It was this power that allowed him to survive such an explosion. Next was the test of how powerful this so-called Conqueror King's strength truly was. The black knife was wrapped in 3 types of Haki, the 3 resonances intertwining, striking down at Dwyer with force. As the leisurely black knife had yet to descend, visible ripples appeared in the space ahead, and fine sparks flickered on the blade. Kill him, and everything. Such power is not allowed to exist. A vicious and ugly half-face screamed, abandoning all dignity for stronger power. The conspiracy had failed to kill him, which he could not accept. This time, only one voice emerged. The peaceful half-face showed no fluctuation, watching the black knife that seemed to descend in slow motion. The feeling of the entire space crushing down rose in his heart, an unbeatable strength that surpassed his own. Bang bang. The remaining explosive rocks shattered completely. Immense energy expanded Dwyer's body several times, blood vessels bursting, red steam rising from his body. Yes, it's time to end it. A punch was thrown, creating a ripple in the void that collided with the black knife wrapped in 3 types of Haki. However, there was no earth-shattering sound of collision as expected. The shockwave dissipated on its own just before contact with the black knife, allowing the black knife to slice through and sever a small portion of his body from top to bottom, shoulder, heart, thigh all turned to mush. The vicious and ugly half of his face had no time to question before vanishing in despair. Soda. I can't give you the battle you want. Even with a scar dividing his face in half, Dwyer's expression became peaceful. He looked at TangGe, whose expression was unchanged, all his internal organs exposed. A wound he could not survive. He felt no fear of death, only the peace of impending liberation. You are stronger than me, and braver than me. In you, I see the hope that transcends everything. The remaining half of his body still had a heart, which was why Dwyer could still say so much, and also why he could consume 2 devil fruits. Among the world nobles, there is a person known as the Fate Manipulator, named Riel, whose ability is very powerful, even capable of changing people's thoughts. Unable to escape the script he wrote, everything about you will be controlled by him, turning you into another person. Dwyer stopped speaking. The remote control in his hand froze in midair, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, crawling into his eyes. Losing the ability of the dark fruit, he was controlled. Uriel. TangGe showed no expression. Even Dwyer's self-destructive actions and subsequent series of seemingly involuntary confessions did not shake his heart. He looked at Dwyer, whose demeanor had changed entirely, those blood-filled eyes carrying a high and mighty indifference. I remember your aura. You owe me a battle. So pay me back with yourself. I will go find you in Mariehua. Buzz. The black knife shone with brilliance. With one slash, Dwyer's head was severed, cutting off what seemed to be the big boss's few words. TangGe took the remote control and pressed the stop button. This was the result he wanted, but it was not the script he desired. Someone had interfered in his battle. His gaze shifted to the side, seemingly making eye contact with someone at the top of the distant Red Earth continent. I will throw your head down from the Red Earth continent. You worthless piece of trash. This dual ability user did not write well. I will add some reasons for suicide later. It's still easier to write about mythical beasts. Hiss. The script in hand spontaneously ignited without fire, turning to black ashes that drifted through his fingers. The blood color in Riel's eyes dissipating, revealing a boiling anger. Very good. Very good. A mouthful of steel teeth ground together with a creaking sound, repeatedly losing control. The script's plot was a jumbled mess. Everything he wanted to say was stuck in his heart with nowhere to vent. All of this disrupted his calm state of mind. A strong person does not lack anger. It's just that most of the time, anger is a sign of incompetence. And it's quicker to eliminate the factors that cause anger. Let us start moving on the star side. This time, let that fierce tiger have no chance to escape. The voice reached outside the door, and only an ordinary P0 half-knelt on the ground, bowing his head to respond. Yes, because he had activated Dwyer, who had not fully transformed into an actor. The highly valued Baronvale was also dead, along with the demon slayers who were wiped out on Happy Street. AP0 and Francis. The number of usable people on his actor list was already very few. But it's okay. Soon, the most important actor will join my troupe, and it will all be worth it. Thinking of happy things, how could there be no dancing? To the cheerful and smooth music, Riel danced alone in the palace. His fingers gracefully sweeping through the air with a wonderful rhythm. A heart glowing with silver light appeared in the void. Dual abilities? Truly a remarkable talent. He did not leave empty-handed. Even if Dwyer was not fully transformed, he could still seize an unprecedented talent from him. As an outstanding director, he could not only write scripts for others, but also write scripts for himself. At the start, I have gained dual abilities. Golden letters flashed in the void. The seized heart transformed into light sand, slowly flowing into the right side of Riel's chest. A brand new heart forming there. Boom! The bookshelf holding the script retreated. A display case moved in front of his eyes, containing more than a dozen devil fruits with spiral patterns. So which one should he choose? In the vast sea, there exists an extremely rare and precious devil fruit, which was originally just an ordinary collectible in the Palace of Rier. These fruits were all powerful ones that had appeared in history, some of which were even not recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. The music suddenly stopped, and Rier's footsteps coincidentally moved to a fruit adorned with pure white cloud patterns. Great, it's you. He was very satisfied. That man possessed the means of immunity with his armament hockey. Ordinary devil fruits would be useless against him. The roar of the beast from earlier still left some impression in his mind. The tide crashed against the shore, washing all the pirate ship wreckage ashore. Both the dead and the living bodies were pushed onto the beach. Boom! Squard, whose half-head was buried in the yellow sand, was startled awake by a thunderous roar, his face pale and his eyes vacant. The last lingering impression in his mind was the blades of Ghost Spider and Stolo Berry crossing and slicing into him. They're all dead. My crew, the group of pirates he had left behind to fend off cannon fire on the pirate ship, had no way to escape under the barrage of the demon-slaying order, being torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, a name he hated to the bone was called out again. Roger. Tears, like a dam bursting, flowed halfway before being interrupted by his continuously blinking eyelids. and a purple pineapple with a snail-shaped pattern was washed right in front of him by the sea. What is this? Squard's hand trembling as he picked up the fruit. It was as if heaven was telling him to take revenge on those who took his companions' lives. Navy, you will definitely pay the price. The shout filled with hatred was loud. With this devil fruit, his revenge against the Navy was no longer a wishful thinking. The patterns on the pineapple skin were clearer than ever, and the power of revenge was closer than ever. However, he shouldn't be thinking about revenge while holding the devil fruit. He shouldn't have wasted a moment, nor should he have cried out so loudly, attracting the vicious wolves lurking in the darkness for over a decade. A hand easily pierced through his chest, crushing his heart in a grip, ending a life at the fastest speed. As Squard barely turned over, he saw a ferocious face. How could it be him? Old man. Marshal D. Teach understood the importance of keeping a low profile in survival. Although a jubilant smile was revealed on his face, his actions didn't slow down at all. He scooped up the pineapple-shaped devil fruit and swallowed it whole, not wasting a bit, even though the fruit tasted worse than feces. He had memorized all the fruit shapes recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. There was no way he could mistake this fruit he had dreamed of day and night. It wasn't until an endless stream of power surged within his body that Teach lay on the beach, laughing maniacally at the rolling waves. Ha ha, finally got it. This power. Looking at the lifeless Squard, the corners of his mouth curled up, and with that long nose, he looked like a crocodile, smiling. This fruit truly chose me. Squard. Only I can bring this ability to its fullest potential. Then Teach looked to the sky, since the dark fruit reappeared in the sea. It meant that the previous user had died in battle. No wonder he was able to injure Kaido. Such strength is truly remarkable. However, it's still not enough. After eating the devil fruit, its marvelous abilities naturally appeared in his mind, including the most vicious powers that were not recorded in the encyclopedia. Ability to steal powers. Ha ha. Indeed, I have this ability. Teach's tongue licked his wind-blown teeth, and in his mind flashed the capability to create huge fissures in the air, to move mountains and fill seas, to destroy heaven and earth. Teach, what are you doing here? Old man has arrived. Come here quickly. The voice from behind caused Teach's body to stiffen. He slowly turned his neck. Just moments ago, in his ecstasy, he and T noticed a large group had landed on the island. The one who spoke was his friend on the ship, the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, with a concerned look in his eyes. When did he arrive? What did he see? A dangerous glint flashed in Teach's eyes, but he didn't hesitate and followed him. Now was not the time to turn hostile, and in this situation, there was no way to escape pursuit. Halfway along, Teach's mind raced, and soon he devised a plan. He jogged past Sachi and knelt at the feet of a man over 6 meters tall. Old man. It was all the work of the fierce tiger. He launched the demon-slaying order against Hachinos. This is a declaration of war against us. The madness from earlier was all reined in. Kneeling on the ground was a terrified, honest man. In terms of acting skills, who could surpass him? Hachinos was made of rock. The fire burned for a moment before gradually extinguishing, but the once prosperous island turned into ruins, battered and with heavy casualties. The Whitebeard pirates originally came to support upon hearing news of the Navy's large-scale invasion, so they naturally felt a surge of anger upon seeing the situation. This fire was now ignited by Teach. That bastard Navy! How dare they come to our territory to launch the demon-slaying order? Where is he? We must kill him. According to the order of speaking, the first to speak is usually the second in command, and the squinting-eyed Marco was such a character, his anger spilling over, blue flames burning in the palm of his hand. Kill the fierce tiger. His words had many supporters, most of whom were newcomers who had recently joined the Whitebeard pirates. Their shouts the loudest. They were used to the intimidation of the Whitebeard pirates. How could the mere Navy dare to come and launch the demon-slaying order? It was simply outrageous. Following closely behind, the sentiments of the 3rd and 4th Division captains, as well as others, coalesced into a question from the 3rd Division captain, Diamond Jozu. Old man, what do we do now? The man everyone called Old Man, whose real name was Edward Newgate, stood over 6 meters tall, with thinning golden long hair and a white crescent mustache, known as Whitebeard. His white cloak, aside from lacking the word justice, was no different from the Navy's justice cloak. However, he was a pirate. Among the countless pirates, he was the most dazzling one. Even the glory of Roger S. Rain could not overshadow his brilliance. He was a living legend. Those who wished to step on Whitebeard's head to ascend to the position of the strongest. The scattered bones beneath the sea could pile up into a mountain. Teach, what happened to Squard? Compared to his sons blinded by fame and anger, his gaze remained sharp, and his thoughts were still clear. The Navy coming to Hachino's to launch the demon-slaying order was already strange. But the strangest was this son he had high hopes for, Teach. The man who once stood toe-to-toe with red-haired Shanks now was actually frightened to the ground by the demon-slaying order, and the aura around him was also off. Not long ago on this island, the only ones he could call sons, besides Teach, were Squard. What happened? Dead. However, Teach naturally couldn't tell the truth. He lifted his head and maintained a bit of panic and anger in his expression. When the Navy launched the demon-slaying order, Squard happened to be at sea. This was the truth. There are many living pirates who can testify. There's no need to say more about the rest, as there will naturally be someone to fill in the gaps. Old man, we can't let the Navy off so easily. We must avenge Squardo. Encountering the Demon Slayer order basically announces death. Even Whitebeard thinks so. His expression silent, and after a long while, he finally speaks. My family cannot have died in vain. The pain of losing a loved one comes crashing back upon him. Family is his most precious treasure. This is an iron rule. It is his responsibility to let everyone know this iron rule, even if it means igniting a world war. Pausing for a moment, he looks in one direction, his eyes filled with fierce light. Caw-caw-caw. The place of refuge is engulfed in flames, and the seabirds circling above suddenly take flight, fleeing the island. As if a natural disaster is about to strike, startling them away. A figure completely shrouded in black walks step by step onto the island from the sea, with a faint glow covering his eyes. Who the hell are you? Come here. TangGe can't even be bothered to look at these lowly minions. They no longer serve to highlight him. The color of Conqueror as hockey sweeps through invisibly. Only those who can stand have the right to gaze upon him. The scorched skin peels away like shattered porcelain, revealing the new skin beneath. Life has returned, and having cultivated to this point has granted him another essential attribute to become a qualified muscle man: high-speed regeneration. The full body burns that would leave ordinary people with no chance of survival have, in a brief period, completely healed thanks to his powerful vitality and the high-speed metabolism of life return. Fortunately, he still has a pair of pants that no amount of damage can destroy. Otherwise, once the outer layer of charred skin completely falls off, he would be left bare. To meet Whitebeard, the strongest man of this era, in such a state would be a bit too revealing of his ferocity. The surrounding people fall to the ground for unknown reasons, causing some to cry out in shock. The cadres all follow Whitebeard's gaze to the man walking over, recognizing the face that has appeared multiple times in the newspapers, filled with killing intent. Fierce Tiger. He dares to stay here after killing our people. He is simply asking for death. Old man, let us kill this bastard of the Navy and avenge Squardo and the others. One by one, the pirate cadres, their eyes bloodshot with rage, roar, eager to kill this arrogant Navy officer immediately. Captain of the Dual Sword Squad, Flower Sword Bista, and Diamond Jaws, even more so, lead the charge to block TangGe's retreat. Avenge? TangGe glances at the small, squinty-eyed man blocking him and Whitebeard, feeling his aura. He is still barely capable of saying a few words. Killing evil pirates is something I, as a Navy officer, should do. Of course, if your strength is enough to kill me on the spot, I believe the Navy won't seek revenge on you. It's a matter of opposing stances. There's no hatred, only strength and weakness. This statement further enrages all the pirates, weapons drawn, almost shoved directly into TangGe's face, with angry curses boiling over. And in this situation, TangGe certainly wouldn't back down, looking around. After surveying the area, he feels you will never have this chance in your lifetime. Just a bunch of frogs hiding beneath the strongest halo, none capable of fighting. You're all nothing but waste. Boom! Being insulted to the face. The royal pirates are certainly not spineless fools. Two figures rush towards the center where TangGe stands. Diamond. Such powerful abilities fall into the hands of weaklings. The palm turns into a diamond fist, pressing down, causing Diamond Jaw's entire body to be pinned into the ground, deeply sinking in. Immortal bird? Using a mythical beast like this, that just being a waste. Marco, with his wings ablaze in blue flames, is kicked away, unable to defend against the Conqueror's hockey-infused attack, crashing into a pile of rocks, the blue flames extinguished in an instant. The pirates who had been cursing just moments ago fell silent, watching as the Navy officer stepped closer to their emperor. Without the cadre's obstruction, TangGe's gaze finally falls upon this peak state strongest man. He is truly a powerhouse capable of destroying the world. Carp is the first man TangGe wishes to surpass. Kaido is the second, and while one is known as the strongest navy, the other as the strongest creature. Neither can compare to the man before him, who is known as the strongest man. I am Fierce Tiger, TangGe, someone who will surpass you. In the past few days, I participated in an advanced writing practical training organized by the Tomato organization, where I met many authors and a well-known editor, 7 stars. After a round of learning, I truly feel that writing a book is very difficult. Writing a good book is even harder, and persisting in writing is the hardest of all. There are side effects too. I've become less capable of writing, my mind filled with methods to write a good web novel. Yet I can't write a single word, because that requires tearing down and starting over. After someone reviewed my core data interpretation, the most perplexing comment in the professional critique was that the fighting scenes aren't actually important. Writing too many makes it feel like padding, and the repetition rate is very high. The key point is the thrill. Sigh. Next, I will take some time to study and will also revise those earlier chapters. The later plot will continue to be written. Boom! Boom! The storm of generational change begins here with the clash of Conqueror S hockey. Under the intense collision of invisible ripples, the ground sinks as if pressed by immense power. The places where the two stand suddenly sinking down, a fan-shaped airflow spreading outwards, blowing apart the rocks like weathered cracks, and stirring the hearts of everyone. Fierce Tiger, Whitebeard quietly watches this man, who claims to be the new generation leader of the Navy, walk before him. A strong person naturally has a presence. Those who dominate and suppress an era are even more so. The two strongest sons are instantly defeated, yet does not stir any thoughts of ambush in him. The name Fierce Tiger first reached his ears shortly after the Battle of Totland, when Marco brought a newspaper pointing to a photo of an arrogant little brat, saying he would take him down. At that time, Whitebeard remembered this name and that declaration of wanting to defeat all emperors. He does not consider it baseless arrogance. The heart's ambition determines how far one can go. Standing at his height, he would not think that the Navy is weak, allowing emperors to dominate the New World. The hidden energy within the Navy is unmatched by any pirate crew. To control such a behemoth, aiming to be the strongest is only natural. Indeed, the balance the world government hoped to create is on the verge of shattering. The winds and clouds of the New World are all stirred by Fierce Tiger. Underestimating this man could cost one their footing on the path to the peak. This is a Navy with the potential to surpass Carp. But what of it? The Dragon's wrath brings thunder, the Tiger's wrath brings wind. The strongest who transcends the dragon and tiger naturally has extraordinary phenomena. Ha ha ha! The snot-nosed brat has become arrogant. The entire ground shakes like a drum under Whitebeard's laughter, 2 thunderclouds in the sky, crashing and rumbling, 3 voices harmonizing, like a symphony with an increasingly urgent rhythm, heralding the impending war of generational change. Once on my ship, even the dullest becomes my child. Dying in battle against the Navy leaves no one with a word to say. As a father, the only way to grant peace to the souls of the fallen children is to sink you to the bottom of the sea. The increasingly loud roar prompted the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates to quickly spring into action. Their comrades knocked out by the Conqueror's hockey were lifted and all rushed to the other side of the island. They had practiced this maneuver countless times before. Get out of here. Dad is about to get angry. Don't get caught in his attack. Wrapped in the 3 types of hockey and with martial arts protecting his body, TangGe grinned, feeling no fear at all. Let's see if you can do it. To become the strongest, you must defeat the strongest. I respect your strength, not your profession, and certainly not your father-son bond. You better give it your all today, or your sons will eventually fall into my hands. How will your soul rest then? The pirates hiding on the other side of the island from the battle looked unusually grim, their faces dark with dread. Yet the oppressive intimidation clearly told everyone that without Whitebeard, they would be slaughtered like chickens. This is the reality. TangGe stood proudly, his ferocity on full display. Your glory has passed. Even if you return to your youth, you will never be my opponent. Today I will show you who is the strongest in this era. His voice rolled like thunder, extending in all directions, becoming an eternal declaration etched in history. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. All the raging winds abruptly ceased, and the Conqueror's hockey that radiated across the island was subdued, but the hearts of the pirates tightened even more, not daring to breathe a word. Even the top-ranking captains felt uneasy looking at the tangible flow of energy coiling around the fierce tiger. It was unsettling in their hearts. That bastard from the Navy actually mastered the same power as Dad. However, what left them speechless was yet to come. TangGe pulled his fist back, and the entire space seemed to stretch like a drawn bow, emitting a powerful humming sound. Ninefold force dragon descent, with a punch thrust forward. The wall of air in front exploded violently, revealing cracks in the void. Using the strongest move right from the start was his way of showing respect to this strongest opponent. To become the strongest, you're still 100 years too early. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard gripped the hilt of his sword with his left hand, while his right arm stretched back, the ground itself seeming to curve as it emitted a rumbling like an earthquake. This was the true clash of conquerors hockey. Boom! The space could not withstand the force of the two fists, and a spherical white lightning appeared in between them, while the island trembled under the impact of this force. The shockwave whipped up hurricane-like air currents, overwhelming everything. How is this possible? The cries of the observing officers were scattered before they could travel far. They saw Dad's punch being blocked. Blocked. Impossible. The strongest man in the world had far more power than this. The earth-shaking force gathered into a single punch shattered the precarious balance. A gigantic fist broke through the defense and struck TangGe's body. Crack. The atmosphere within 100 meters shattered, the void fracturing like glass, producing a sharp, piercing noise. His body fell like a meteor to the ground, layers of explosive sounds erupting, and as he struggled to regain control, he sensed another attack coming. Whitebeard's hands plunged into the void, his arm muscles bulging with veins. Pulling downwards, the void, like a curtain being drawn, pulled the airborne TangGe back, his body uncontrollably landing within the range of his attack. Crash! The cape behind him suddenly straightened, his right hand raised high and then brought down fiercely. Crack! The atmosphere shattered again, a fissure stretching for hundreds of meters. With TangGe's body embedded in the void, a shockwave appearing behind him, destroying everything in its path. Boom! The entire island could not withstand such a battle. Splitting in half along the path of the shockwave, this renowned pirate island was about to disappear from history. This is the power of the tremor fruit. Earthquakes. The most violent natural disasters. Even the mildest quake releases energy equivalent to multiple nuclear bombs. Coupled with a man like Whitebeard, it's like holding up the heavens and moving the earth, capable of turning the world upside down. The strength of the strongest man in the world is without a doubt. Fiasatiga. There is no way you can survive being hit by Dad's power. On one side of the shattered island, some unknown pirates were getting excited, but the officers standing in the front wore expressions of disbelief as they looked into the fissure. There, a man stood up, fierce and dominating. He was imposing. It made people gasp in shock. The turbulent air blew through, and on the rolling sea, a massive, crudely made pirate ship made of large logs swayed, the black sails still bearing the symbol of the Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha ha! What tremendous power! Truly worthy of Dad. Marshal D. Teach stood at the stern of the ship, letting the fierce winds carry the vessel into the unknown distance. The most important ability had been obtained, and his ignited ambition would not allow him to wait for the storm to begin with the Whitebeard pirates. Fate must be grasped in his own hands. The world should know, the new era is not just about red-haired and fierce tiger. Watching you grow older day by day is a painful thing for me, Dad. I will return. I will take your abilities and your name. The giant fissure that flickered across the island, the surging waves on the sea, made him long for that power. First, I need to find some strong companions. No storm can block a man's pursuit of dreams and freedom. Ha ha! The already crowded sea of strong men now has another fierce beast with immense ambition joining in. The world might erupt before the prophecy even appears. Some people, you think they're strong, but you never expected them to be this strong. Some people, they may seem fine on the outside, but you never know what is inside. Truly the strongest in the world. This power is simply monstrous. This is an unparalleled force. Very strong. This old man's power is too strong. Hockey abilities and monstrous physical strength combined have reached the peak of power. No wonder even a brute like Carp can't match a dragon like Kaido. This is a different level of existence. TangGe looked at Whitebeard with eager eyes. In Whitebeard, he found a path to the pinnacle. The same vibration. Whitebeard unleashed ultimate power through a vibration, shattering everything with overwhelming force. TangGe's vibration was an observation hockey effect. Facing Whitebeard's overwhelming power with the same force multiple times was simply futile. Instantly shattered, his entire skeletal structure suffered multiple fractures. 2 ribs collapsed inward, piercing his body, just millimeters away from his heart. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, he dug his hands in his chest, relocating the broken ribs, and the moment his body regained its flow, TangGe couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan. This strange sound spread, sending an uncontrollable chill from the spines of the watching pirates straight to their scalps. more chilling sensations lingering in their hearts. This monster, he's actually laughing. What kind of body is that? It feels even stronger than Marco's recovery ability. This is impossible. Marco is a Phoenix-type ability user of the mythical beast species, and all damage he takes is completely restored as it burns with azure flames, giving him unparalleled recovery abilities. Not only that, hey, Dad's power isn't just this little bit of destructive force. Used as a backdrop, Marco feels no displeasure. That kick just now has made him see the gap clearly. Looking towards the center of the battlefield, his brows are furrowed into a shape. Bring the Moby Dick over. We're leaving. This time, the enemy is very strong, and Dad can't hold back anymore. Pacino's is finished. Everyone looks at Marco, who is issuing orders, swallowing their saliva more frequently. Pacino's is finished? This is a large island made entirely of rock. How could that be? The fierce tiger, especially those newly joined pirates. The fierce tiger is even younger than them and has made a name for himself in the sea later than they have. Now, even the acknowledged strongest in the world, Dad Whitebeard, has to go all out. Moreover, the pirate island, Pacino's, which thrived alongside the age of pirates, is about to become history. This feels like a symbolic event, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Dad is even laughing. The massive whale ship, Moby Dick, carries everyone away from the island. Gulalala. Without worries, Whitebeard finally displays the aura of the strongest. His golden hair dances wildly, and the entire island trembles with his laughter. What happened to the snot-nosed brat who was just being arrogant? The battle isn't over. Just a casual vibration spreads in all directions, enough to crush the hearts of ordinary people. The Naginata in his hand is slanted towards Dango, with no excess shock in his eyes, only battle intent burning like fire. Which strong person isn't combative? Which strong person didn't fight their way out from among millions? Who didn't rise at a monstrous speed in their youth, crushing all peers and even all strong individuals of all ages to reach the peak? There's a vast distance between genius and the strongest. Boom! Whitebeard steps down, transmitting earth-shaking power, lifting the rock beneath Dango's feet high. The Naginata in his hand carries endless power and strikes down fiercely. The shockwave slicing through the air, shattering the entire rock into powder, the residual force cutting through the cracked island's foundation. Using the upward force, Dango leaps into the air, instantly reaching a great height, diving down with a black blade entwined with three-color hockey. Descending dragon, flying dragon in the sky. A winding illusion of a giant dragon appears in the sky, the hundreds of meters long blade light igniting sparks as it falls. The immense air pressure like a comet hitting the ground makes even Whitebeard squint his eyes. A child's attack. Kacha! A fist strikes the air, and a massive spherical shockwave blocks the blade light, dark red lightning splashing in all directions amidst the fierce friction. Boom! The ground beneath Whitebeard sinks, several concentric circles exploding. The island cannot withstand this release of force, and it splits in two. In just a few flashes, Dango approaches Whitebeard closely, the black blade and fist continuously striking out. Ping ping pong pong. The clash of blades and fists continues, the entire island appearing fragile in the face of destructive power, continually being chopped apart. My God, the pirates who have never witnessed this level of battle have dry mouths, watching as the solid yellow rock of Hachino's cracks right before their eyes, then is chopped into pieces. They thought Marco was making a fuss. The shockwave sweeps past, small chunks of the island sinking into the sea. The enormous blade light, akin to a basic attack, is so absurd that even those far from the island nearly get sliced in half, let alone the island itself. Further away, further away. Marco, transformed into his bird form, hovers in the air, his voice tinged with urgency. Dad is actually dodging that guy's attacks. This shakes his heart immensely. Does even Dad think the fierce tiger's damage poses enough of a threat? No one responds to Marco, and Jozo lying on the deck is the best answer. He is still unconscious. The robust body like a bear sprawls there, his angular skull crushed by the fierce tiger, and that is Jozu in diamond form. All the pirates begin to take seriously, even look up to this man who, despite being under Whitebeard's full assault, still hasn't been knocked down. At the same time, that sentence they regarded as arrogant nonsense has been brought up again, hitting them hard in the face. Dad, you must kill that Marine, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Whitebeard certainly knows, his arms like bronze and iron, muscles bulging, hockey swirling around his fist, smashing down with the force of a mountain pressing down. This brat's hockey is truly difficult to deal with. Fighting to this point, he has already realized that Dango's armament hockey has issues, The destructive power from the vibration ability hitting it is halved. This is somewhat tricky. Dango crosses his arms, trying to block this punch, but this power is impossible to stop. Boom! His body is sent flying from the island, cutting through the giant waves on the sea surface. The water flowing in from all sides cannot extinguish the boiling blood within him. Dango has a fire in his heart. This fire burns with the will of martial arts. Knowing full well he cannot win against Whitebeard, he still comes over not to seek punishment. The ultimate purpose of this journey is to forge all the powers he has mastered in battle with the strongest, pursuing simple and direct punches. The highest explosive power of blades, the strongest defensive horizontal practice, continuously executed, each move becomes pure in the clash with Whitebeard, reaching the essence of power. The 6 styles: armament haki, observation haki, conqueror's haki, the mutated effects of haki, all the powers he has mastered flow through his heart like firewood thrown into flames. All the combat experiences and thoughts to date, the ability users, swordsmanship masters, and unrivaled emperors he has fought against. Their moves and abilities reflect in his heart, fueling the flames. Simplifying the complex, integrating the essence. He doesn't need complex and varied moves. The horizontal practices defense and high-speed healing from life return only make him a qualified muscle man. While power, the power that crushes everything, is the last piece of the puzzle for becoming the strongest muscle man. Boom! His figure surges forward, the shattered island cracks underfoot. Muscles undulating like a dragon, up and down. The black blade strikes down fiercely. Amidst the heavy shadows of the blade, there is a big strike towards the Navy fleet. The strongest combination of armament haki and brute force. There's the red blade breaking the heavens, the unparalleled haki of the blade. There's also a stick like Kaido, pressing down on the world with overwhelming haki and power, suffocatingly immense. Even the momentum of Whitebeard's blade cutting through space is present. The blade light gathers into one, gradually becoming silent, without sound or movement. Ding! The 2 blades clash, an invisible shockwave spreads out, pressing the island down, raising a 100-meter-high wave of sea water, crashing outward. Goolalala! The arrogant brat actually learned all of everyone's moves. Whitebeard's lips curl up, his will to turn the stars remains unshaken. Those who cannot defeat me will ultimately contribute to my strength, and you are no exception. Whitebeard. TangGe's expression was neither fierce nor wild, neither sad nor joyful. His eyes only held a desire for battle. This was his resilient true nature. His aura was calm and unyielding. Yet he had the demeanor to stand shoulder to shoulder with a monarch. Clang. Battles where the strength is similar often last a long time, especially when both sides possess monstrous stamina, with fights lasting several days and nights becoming the norm. However, no one expected that the significantly mismatched fighters, Laihu and Whitebeard, would also fight for a day and night, leaving only a 100-meter square piece of rock intact beneath Whitebeard's feet on the legendary pirate island of Hachinos. Vista and Marco did not move far from the battlefield, watching the fight from a kilometer away on the sea. Their strength allowed them to maintain such a distance. With most of the island collapsed and the battlefield surrounded by the sea, it was very unfriendly to those with abilities. Their purpose here was to prevent Laihu from playing dirty and making Whitebeard fall into the water. Truly, as figures at the highest combat level of the Navy, their power was enough to change the situation of the sea. Bista was a renowned swordsman in the New World, and his dual-wielding flower sword style was not at a disadvantage against a quasi-admiral like Peach Rabbit. Not long ago, Dracule Mihawk ascended to the throne of the world's #1 swordsman, becoming the goal of all swordsmen worldwide. And those 2 on the island with swords were probably the targets of the #1 swordsman. The outside world must be boiling with excitement now. Everyone was waiting for the final result of this battle. Bista could feel the noise of the entire world and the silence of the world at the same time. Both of them had absolute confidence in Whitebeard's strength. However, the impact of this battle had gone beyond mere win or lose. Winning, but not being able to kill, was not contradictory. With the strength Laihu displayed now, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Just like Kaido could retreat unscathed after challenging Whitebeard multiple times. Regardless of the outcome, Laihu had already reached the pinnacle of the sea. Transforming into his bird form, Marco hovered in midair, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. Under Whitebeard as protection, he had to experience this feeling for a long time. The commotion near Kaido and Big Mom was getting louder, and a great battle was likely to happen soon. If those 2 teamed up, they would be stronger than the Rocks Pirates of the past. It wasn't just the 2 of them. The new recruits from the world government side were also very strong. The news of human weapons research was concerning. Beneath the sea, suppressed by Whitebeard, ambitions were growing wildly and would eventually strike at them. When that time comes, what would they use to defend themselves? Dad was already over 60. How many more years could he protect them? Moreover, now there were people bold enough to swing their butcher knives at them. It's about to end. The two saw Whitebeard and Lai who briefly separate, and the entire sea area instantly fell silent, a suffocating pressure overwhelming everything between heaven and earth. The final blow was coming. Gulalala. A man like you deserves the name Lai Hu. The Naginata was thrust into the ground, and stepping forward, Whitebeard revealed a smile, even acknowledging a Navy soldier. Either live or die. This is the strongest fist. His right hand expanded, pulling back like a full moon. Crack. The air in front shattered like a mirror. The space behind twisted under pressure. Below, the seawater rolled up into the sky, revealing a wet seabed. Half of the sea surface being lifted up, grasping the heavens, pulling the earth, parting the sea. The strongest at the peak is this domineering. The strongest you have passed. Future generations will remember today, and only I, in this moment, reign supreme over the world. With a divine-like power, TangGe did not retreat an inch. His will for martial arts forged his determination. Still the same belief. To become the strongest, one must defeat the strongest. His body slightly crouched. The hundreds of meters of sea surface sank down, his right fist pulled back fully, the space behind forming layers of folds, and under the refracted light. A thousand-handed Buddha vaguely appeared behind him, standing on the sea surface with the heavens above. Thousand hands to TangGe. The thousand hands revolved, converging into a single punch. The condensed fist seal was blasted forward, everything in front getting smashed into an arc, colliding with Whitebeard's fist in an instant. Crack! The 1,000-meter void exploded instantly, and the entire sea surface looked as if a massive comet had been dropped, the seawater shaking up into the sky, blocking out the sun. Even the exposed seabed was cracked, revealing faint lava glow. Boom! Boom! The entire sea trembled, the rolling currents falling from the sky, creating a tremendous sound. The white cloak behind him straightened, and Whitebeard did not even look at the result as he fell on Marco's back, returning to the bow of the Moby Dick. He was now in sync with Shanks, but there was only one problem. Roger, you bastard. How was the current era so completely different from what you prophesied? You said Joy Boy would be a match for this little brat? Whitebeard's head throbbed. He really wanted to pull that bastard out of his grave to let him see how the current world resembled the calm before the storm. This was even more chaotic than the seas of the rocks and Roger eras. Among the pirates, there are 4 emperors, while the world government has created the 7 warlords. And the Navy's strength has reached unprecedented heights. Once someone can suppress all dissent within the Navy and unite everyone as one, that would be a power that the pirate world cannot withstand. Lai Hu had this potential. He also had this courage. Damn it. I really want you to see how perverse the current young people are. That guy's determination to become the strongest is unprecedented. Even the strongest have their inner struggles, but soon, a series of urgent shouts brought him back to reality. Dad, Squardo has been found. Bista rushed back from the sea, dragging a person in his hand. It was Squardo's corpse. In the aftermath of such a battle, it was fate that Bista found him, indicating that something was destined to happen in this world. Dad, did Lai Hu kill Squardo? Placing Squardo's body down, Bista looked up, his face filled with sorrow as he asked. Squardo's strength was not weak. The wounds caused by the several vice admirals of the Demon Slayer Order should be the knife wound on his chest. Only Lai Hu had the power to pierce him in one blow. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard's reaction was completely different. The blood in his throat could no longer be controlled and flowed from the corner of his mouth. Where did Teach go? The gritted teeth voice undoubtedly revealed his anger and sorrow. The most undesirable thing had happened. Brother turning against brother. Dad, are you okay? Blue flames erupted from Marco, spreading to Whitebeard's chest, where a clear fist mark was visible. Where is Teach? Reaching out to close Squardo's eyelids, Whitebeard shouted again. Teach. The surrounding pirates looked at each other before realizing that the second squad's Teach had disappeared at some point. Only the pirates who had been guarding the ship from the beginning said. Vice Captain Teach left on a ship a day ago, saying he was unwell and needed to go to a nearby island for treatment. Bang bang. Pirates who couldn't withstand TangGe's Conqueror's haki naturally also couldn't withstand Whitebeard's uncontrollable haki in his rage. They woke up for a short while before fainting again. The weak just sleep well. Old man, are you saying? A look of disbelief appeared on Sachi's face as he voiced everyone's question. How could he Teach? Squard was clearly attacked by the fierce tiger. This most unlikely guess surfaced in everyone's minds and was soon confirmed by Whitebeard. Squard was ambushed from behind. At that time, the only people on the island who had the strength to approach him silently without being detected were the fierce tiger and TangGe. Everyone fell silent. Even pirates had to admit that if that Navy officer wanted to kill Squard, he wouldn't need to ambush him. Call the nearby islands to find out more. I don't want to wrong my son. No matter how fierce the storm of the new era was, Whitebeard had never felt such defeat. Only now did he seem like a sad old man. Old man, TangGe didn't go back. The entire Navy fleet swayed on the sea far from Hakanosu amidst huge waves. Even the elite soldiers who had sailed the seas for years couldn't withstand the apocalyptic tsunami. Many fainted directly on the deck. The stability of the warships was not a concern. No storm could capsize them. Is it over? The suddenly quiet sea made Doberman think that the battle ahead had been decided. Even though he held no hope, daring to challenge Whitebeard was already an impressive feat. That man was very young enough that everyone believed he truly had the hope to rewrite the history of the Navy. Ding ding. A gigantic, colossal tsunami was coming. Emergency evacuation. The alarm sounded throughout all the warships, making every Navy soldier's heart sink. It was evident without needing to say. On the sea surface, rows of towering waves surged forward. In the near distance, the towering hundreds of meters high waves came crashing down like a mountain. The curling water wall resembling a giant mouth that would devour everything. It was suffocating. My God! The Navy soldiers standing far away, feeling the aftershocks, were stunned. Unsure if they could stand firm when they got closer, the water wall blocked the sunlight, casting shadows filled with the desperate cries of the weak. In an instant, everything froze. From high above, thousands of square kilometers of sea surface were instantly frozen, becoming a world of ice. This was the power of awakening the natural system to its highest degree. The Navy headquarters admiral, Akiji, let out a light puff of white breath. It seems I may have gone a bit overboard. This move, freezing the land for miles, was indeed powerful, but it almost turned into a grand finale. Boom! Boom! A meteor streaked across the sky, flashing with fire, and in the blink of an eye crashed into the glacial continent, pushing through over 1,000 meters of ice. Ice is harder than water. A soft landing turned into a hard landing. Crack! Tonga felt the bones in his back break as his vision turned white, and he fainted. His last thought was, Akiji, if I don't beat you until even Carp can't recognize you, my name as the fierce tiger is worthless. The lesson is over. Save some drafts. There will be a wave of recommendations when it hits 10,000 words. In the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, after the battle at Hakanosu, countless newsbirds immediately flapped their wings to spread the results across the world. In a banquet hall in the New World, the great Quinn was again the victor. Virgo ran to a corner to cry, ignoring. In the center of the stage, the overweight billboard Quinn was wailing, his poor rapping making no one want to listen. In the corner, the once P9 genius Foz FR was drinking with the notable figures of the Beast Pirates. TCH, this arrogant fat pig will eventually be drained by someone. The pirate crew recently added many new members. They all seem to be ability users. Do you know what's going on? Sasaki. Spandam's mission failed, and after escaping from prison, he could only seek Kaido's protection. Even after joining the pirate crew, he did not change his habits as an intelligence officer, pointing at the two noisy kids at the other end of the banquet hall. Governor Kaido has decided to form a legion of ability users. That brother and sister are newly joined Zoan-type ability users, while others have eaten artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. The man named Sasaki, wearing a white hat with 3 horns on his head, had a long-standing position in the Beast Pirates. Artificial devil fruits? They were obtained at a great cost by Governor Kaido, but unfortunately, the probability of awakening abilities is not high, only 10%, and their strength cannot compare to us true ability users. However, as long as we're given time to accumulate, an army composed entirely of ability users will be born. By then, Governor Kaido will be the king of the seas. Perhaps due to having drunk a bit, Sasaki's eyes showed an abnormal red, turning towards the door and looking at the man who walked in. Speaking of which, all of this is your doing. Virgo. Fazephyr also looked over, took the cigarette out of his mouth, and smiled as he asked, So did you lose again? If that fat pig Quinn dies, who do you think will be the next big billboard? Virgo. Walking in from the door was none other than the former vice commander of the Navy G5 base. Now, a notable figure in the Beast Pirates, Virgo. I'm not interested in the big billboard. Challenging that bastard was purely out of displeasure. Of course, It was also to enhance my strength. Not answering Sasaki's question, his dark face bore several wounds, as if he had just fought someone. In the Beast Pirates, the strong are king. As long as your strength is sufficient, any position can be challenged. Standing at the top of all beasts, Kaido. No normal person would dare to challenge him. Among the two big billboards, Jack's position was unshakable. Only the despised and vulgar Quinn was someone all the officers wanted to take down. You're looking to enhance your strength. Is it to seek revenge on that fierce tiger who forced you to leave the Navy? If so, I advise you to dismiss that thought. The first question was ignored, and Sasaki threw out a second question, which was more direct, momentarily choking Virgo. During the incident on Joy Street, even Kaido was injured by that man, making him feel the gap between himself and a monster. Moreover, this gap is growing larger and larger, almost hopeless. That monster. Did the fierce tiger create more big news? Seeing the few people sitting in this area looking over, having been dueling with Quinn these days and unaware of what happened outside, he couldn't help but ask. He ordered the extermination of demons against Hakanosu and is still surviving in battle against Whitebeard. To be able to escape unscathed from a man like that, you have to say you're lucky. Foz Fr handed over the latest newspaper, sighing. He is also lucky. Fortunately, Spandam let that idiot Lucci go to Water City at that time. Otherwise, he would have been used as a stepping stone by the fierce tiger. When Virgo took the newspaper, his heart sank. The giant photo of two people made his pupils dilate sharply. Is it still safe to stay in the Beast Pirates? This was the only thought that arose in his mind. Across the red line, there stood a fortress as magnificent as Marineford in the New World. This was Fortress G1. The G1 Fortress, commanding all navies of the New World, faces a risk of war far greater than Marineford, having abandoned all impractical structures. Everything exists for the purpose of war. This heavily armed war fortress complements the style of its supreme commander stationed here, Akainu. After this incident, the reputation and strength of Admiral Ryakujiu have gained the recognition of everyone, and the expectations of the soldiers for him go beyond this. Sakazuki, on the other end of the Den Mushi, the figure stands or leans, always in a riddle-like posture. Compared to you, his sense of justice is closer to Kazan's. As disciples of Garp, the two are natural allies, which is also the reason why Sengoku sent Kazan to assist him in the past. Are you willing to be overshadowed by Kazan under the same flag? The attitudes of the high-ranking officials at the Navy headquarters towards justice have always varied, with the biggest divide stemming from Akainu and Akiji. Now, there's also Ryakuju. With Ryakuju's style, he would definitely not accept the position of admiral, and therefore, the candidate he supports becomes crucial. Boring tricks. Just tell me the purpose of your call. Compared to the taciturnity at Navy headquarters, Akainu at G1 is very domineering and arrogant. He doesn't even take this provocation to heart. Stop him. As long as you could do it, the higher-ups will transfer Sengoku and appoint you as the new fleet admiral. At that time, you will be the youngest fleet admiral in Navy history. Akainu's blunt tone made the figure frown, yet they patiently finished their words. If there weren't better candidates, they wouldn't have come to this mad dog. Navy matters will naturally be resolved by the Navy. You idiots have also been overshadowed. Snap. Akainu hung up the phone and walked onto the wooden corridor of the highest level, looking out at the sea. Countless colorful bubbles rose from the surface of the sea, bursting in the air, and the waves crashing against the shore gradually intensified. No one knows what this fierce and domineering man is thinking under the shadow of his hat. Only the rising heat waves around him reveal that his heart is not at peace. On the other side, the figure who was hung up on the call showed no signs of displeasure. He's moved. As long as he is moved, the subsequent plan can be implemented. Let Doflamingo hurry up. They must make those two taste enough sweetness to ensure that Doflamingo relaxes his efforts. Lordum promised to consider restoring his status after the matter is accomplished. This time, it's Lordum taking action. Ryakujiu cannot escape. A truly clever strategy does not pursue immediate success or failure. What appears to be failure may be to make the hidden final blow even more deadly and unavoidable. The unconscious Don Quixote has no idea that he has been classified as a supporter of Akiji. He only knows that in the dream he just had, Akiji's outcome was not good. His face was beaten to the point that it was unrecognizable, and one of his legs was broken. Admiral Ryakujiu, you're awake? I'll go call Admiral Akiji over. Appearing before Don Quixote is a man in a white coat with a stethoscope around his neck, around 40 years old, with a receding hairline. No need. These injuries. Hiss. Forcing himself up from the hospital bed, Don Quixote sweated on his forehead, as his nap did not fully recover him from the double injuries from Whitebeard and Akiji. The pain in his bones and muscles still lingered. He should have broken all of Akiji's legs in a dream. That guy was too slippery when teaming up with Whitebeard, always targeting his own people. This is still too much. You should rest well. The ship's doctor hurriedly came over to assist, but his height was too short. His hands could only reach Don Quixote's waist, unable to stop his strong body like a walking Tyrannosaurus. It's fine. I can already smell the food. Let them bring it to the deck. Quickly adapting to this level of pain, Don Quixote's nostrils flared, and he took a few strides to the deck. With a powerful vitality that can fully recover all injuries from a nap followed by a meal, it has become even more abnormal after reaching the disaster physique. Medicine cannot explain it. The prepared Navy soldiers set up a table on the deck and pushed over a cart full of food. The Navy's food is characterized by large portions, perfect for a glutton like Don Quixote who does not seek flavor. That doctor just called you Admiral Ryakuji? Did Sengoku promote me again? The ship's defensive strength is the strongest, with a bald-headed commander and a new face of an admiral who came to assist Akiji both present. Hearing such a casual tone, the weasel has already gotten used to it, while the new face of the admiral stepped forward. As a veteran admiral, I have a responsibility to remind you to remember your identity. The Navy is not a reckless organization, and not everyone will revolve around you. Admiral Ryakuji. His expression remained unchanged, feeling it necessary to remind this troublemaker that their relationship is equal, not superior and subordinate. As soon as he finished speaking, the weasel quickly stepped back from him, distancing himself from this idiot who cannot recognize reality. If ranks meant anything, he wouldn't be commanded by a rear admiral. Identity? Sitting in place, Don Quixote showed his white teeth, picked up a massive leg bone, crushed it, and swallowed it, causing the wind on the deck to suddenly stagnate. The new face of the admiral felt a domineering will that could crush him at any moment, forcibly invade his mind. He had to concentrate fully just to maintain his consciousness. He now understands how terrifying a man is who dares to face Whitebeard at his peak and still comes out unscathed. He is an existence that is completely on par with the highest combat power. Ah, it seems your injuries are recovering quickly. You can even unleash your hockey now. Akiji, holding a folding recliner, walked over, breaking the heavy atmosphere in the scene, and casually lay down in a spot. Yi, you can go busy yourself. With Akiji's intervention, the pressure on the admiral named Yi suddenly decreased, and he gritted his teeth as he left, his legs feeling a bit weak as he moved. Is this the new admiral from headquarters? Why Haven T? I've seen him before. His strength is weak, but his tone is not small. Don Quixote continued to bury his head in eating, not taking the earlier interruption to heart. The main event was yet to come. It's better not to ask about that. In short, the headquarters decided to promote you to recognize your outstanding achievements in handling this incident. Akiji scratched his noodle-like hair, looking troubled. A higher position will only restrict my freedom. It's better to give me something tangible like a few devil fruits, or if that's not possible, give me tens of billions of berries to spend. Just a title, what good is it? You guys aren't secretly splitting my reward, are you? Don Quixote lazily said, patting his round belly and using a fishbone to pick out the remnants stuck in his teeth. This arrogant and annoying demeanor truly captures the essence of Old Man Garp. Akiji felt he could somewhat understand Steelbone's feelings at the time. Idiot, you still dare to ask for a reward. There's no pursuit of responsibility for your unauthorized execution of the Demon Slayer order against Hakanosu. He could also empathize with Sengoku's feelings. A lifelong lazy attitude can also breed anger to beat everything. This bastard doesn't he know how worried they are that Whitebeard will recklessly provoke a world war. And he is here asking for a reward. So, you are quite dissatisfied with me. Just in time. I also have 2 points of dissatisfaction I want to discuss with you. Do you have time? TangGe looked over with a smile. The small notebook he carried with him had long been shattered from the intense battles. However, he had always remembered what Akiji had done. It cannot be forgotten. Recently, whether being bullied or bullying others had made him extremely unhappy. A top-tier admiral should be able to fight to his heart's content, right? Location? Akiji paused, furrowing his brows, and stared directly. For some unknown reason, the usually indifferent Akiji took this provocation very seriously. The aura released from his tall and slender body was unyielding, and as their gazes met, a flash of white light flickered in the void. Just like Kizaru, watching as the two of them flashed and disappeared from the warship. Only 2 faint lines shooting toward the nearby sea area could be seen. Is this going to be a direct confrontation with the admiral? The transparent weasel exchanged glances, not expecting to witness this moment so soon. In Hakanosu, they already knew that the fierce tiger had strength comparable to the highest combat power, and with his style, It was only a matter of time before he confronted the admirals. This is not nonsense. Don't you know what kind of blood flows in that guy's body? It's all warlike genes. Hurry up, let's go see the battle between these two. The hot-tempered Doberman was the first to leap off the warship, heading in the direction they had just seen. The two of them did not leave the fleet to avoid mid-ranking officers like them. They were worried about accidentally injuring ordinary soldiers. Let's go. No one will be foolish enough to attack the fleet. The weasel's eyes sparkled. The experience of watching the battle between the two highest combat powers up close is quite rare. While he was speaking, the other three had already followed Doberman, completely ignoring him. A bunch of country bumpkins. On another warship, a vice admiral named Yi looked at this scene with considerable disdain. Do we still need to rush over to watch? Suddenly, a crystal ball appeared in his hands. After he stroked the surface with both hands, a scene of the battle on the icy surface appeared inside. On the solid, thick ice, a white cold air spread between heaven and earth, exuding the power to freeze everything. Just as the slowest weasel stepped onto the ice, countless goosebumps erupted on his skin from the cold air's stimulation. A strong wind blew, pulling his cloak back and freezing it, like a flag fluttering in space. I have never seen Admiral Kuzan so serious. The frosty mist had settled on Dalmesia's eyebrows as he looked at Akiji, who was emanating a monstrous aura, and couldn't help but click his tongue. One side is one of the three monsters that have stood at the pinnacle of the Navy for many years. Ghost Spider also recalled this admiral, who usually had no heirs and was even unusually lazy, hiding a strength so powerful that he was called a monster beneath his kind demeanor. On the other side is the new generation of naval leaders who have risen in the shortest time. Doberman looked at TangGe, who stood still with an earth-shattering aura radiating from him. This man's legendary story was just beginning. This is no longer a simple competition. The bald Stolo Berry revealed a long-shaped skull, which was quite amusing. This is a clash between two different justices. Everyone understood the weasel's latter half of the sentence. This is a fight about what kind of justice the Navy will uphold in the future. It is hard to correct ideological differences. Only fists can suppress everything. The strong issue orders, and the weak obey. Standing on this battlefield that decides the fate of the Navy, a cross-directional arrow appeared in their minds. Where will the Navy go? Everything will be judged by strength. The first to attack was Akiji. Boom! With just one leap, he soared hundreds of meters into the sky, an endless flow of white cold air gathering before him. Iceball Violent Akiji. A huge bird rapidly took shape, diving down from the sky, with its bright and crystal-like wings flapping, bringing down countless hailstones. Roar! Like a furious tiger roaring in anger, TangGe's body suddenly created a ripple around him, shattering the hailstones that fell from the sky before they could hit the ground. His fists were like iron, layers of explosive air like thunder, striking skyward, aiming to smash everything as his fists hit the sharp beak of the bird. The mountain-sized ice bird was shattered by a single punch, and circles of air exploded, the surging force creating shockwaves that slammed into Akiji's face. Each, with both hands pushing downwards, a spherical shockwave radiated from his palms, the white air currents spreading out, freezing everything. Crack, crack, crack. The air currents that were shattered and rolling towards the surroundings were frozen into tangible ice waves, and the enormous fist imprint also solidified in midair. Even TangGe, standing on the ice, was radiated by this force, with a thick layer of ice appearing on him. The core of his fruit ability is not ice, it is freezing. Freezing everything. All tangible and intangible substances can be frozen. Akiji's ability had awakened to such a level. The sound of ice freezing quickly drowned his figure, and the ice layer covering his body gradually thickened. But it was of no use. Alala. This armament is indeed tricky. Just as Akiji frowned tightly, TangGe, as if frozen in amber, moved. The ice that could freeze everything could not hinder his actions at all. Crack. The cracks on the humanoid ice mass gradually increased until it finally shattered into countless ice fragments scattered around. This elemental attack has no effect on me. You, who are called the highest combat power, must have more strength than this. TangGe stood still, not moving at all. The attack just now couldn't even be considered an appetizer. If the Admiral, known as the highest combat power, only had this level of strength, how could he possibly fight against monsters like the Four Emperors? Not to mention he possesses mutated armament. Even among all the Emperors, Big, who seems to have the least potential for growth, can control lightning and flames. And the defense of the steel balloon is not something this level of freezing can break through. Hey, I don't want to be underestimated. I still need to show some fighting spirit. In an instant, Akiji disappeared from the high sky and reappeared, colliding with TangGe, his fists surrounded by countless arcs of white air. If the natural attack has no effect, then there's no need, relying on his own strength. He has overwhelmed an entire generation and become one of the monsters talked about by all the Navy. Bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided over 100 times, the thunderous sounds echoing continuously, the air vibrating in concentric circles, and hundreds of meters of cracks blossoming across the ice, like huge ice flowers. Boom! The sound of the collision suddenly stopped, and the cold air that filled the world suddenly tore open a gap, and a figure fell onto a frozen wave. The ice mountain collapsed and exploded, small ice fragments shooting out in all directions, creating the sound of bullets piercing through the air. Lying in an ice pit with a radius of over 100 meters was actually TangGe. As expected of the highest combat power, he actually fused his fruit ability with armament to such an extent, pushing aside the ice mountain that pressed down on him as if it were nothing. TangGe's body surface was covered with a layer of white frost, and he could also hear the faint sound of ice fragments breaking inside his body. The ability to freeze everything has been transmitted into his body through the awakened state of armed color hockey, affecting his reaction speed. This is not the power of a pseudo-strong person who relies solely on the fruit's ability to reach such strength. It is a true understanding of the essence of power, having brought hockey and physical training to the peak of combat strength. Alala. Such a monstrous defense ability. Akiji's brow twitched, and his regard for that armed color immune to attacks increased another level. As the highest combat strength of the headquarters, even without mastering the Conqueror's hockey, he has already reached the pinnacle in the training of the other two hockey colors. Merging the awakened fruit ability into hockey to form an armed color with the effect of freezing everything is the strongest means to counter a ruler with Conqueror's hockey. What I possess is not just a monstrous defense ability. Kazan, if you can't take it, just admit defeat. Losing to me, the strongest, is not shameful. TangGe took a step forward, charging ahead with all his might. The air in front was pressed out into a tangible arc. You're still a long way from being the strongest. Akiji also charged toward the center. Boom! It began. The balance among the three was broken, and there was only one chair issuing orders. An unprecedented naval showdown would determine the overlord of the next era, and even the current era of all navies. The white cold air gathered and obscured the vision, with only the sound of sonic booms erupting. Boom boom. The speed of Akiji and the fierce tiger's clash was extremely fast, stretching the battlefield greatly. And the two moving at super speed made the circular airwaves from their collisions appear to manifest simultaneously in different places. Those observing closely could not catch sight of the figures, and watching from afar with a magical crystal ball, naturally, nothing could be seen. A hand swept through the void, and the crystal ball disappeared into thin air. Oof. If it weren't for my power still being sealed, I could easily annihilate this pure hockey muscle man. Rear Admiral, ye seem to still be resentful from earlier when he lost face in front of everyone due to TangGe's hockey, his teeth grinding audibly. He looked about 27 or 28 with a very distinctive appearance. One word to describe him would be handsome, and adding a few more words would describe his black messy hair and bright eyes that revealed a maturity and steadiness not typical for his age. Both ordinary and special. No, I can't let this muscle man who appeared out of nowhere ruin the plot too much. He must know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Otherwise, the rare items we worked so hard to obtain would be wasted. Rear Admiral Yi glanced at the direction of the battle, a cold smile appearing on his face. No matter which side you are on, it is all in vain. Our arrival has taken full advantage of the timing, location, and harmony of people. When you return, you will know that the world's aristocracy still rules this world. And as the adopted son of the Celestial Dragon and the apprentice of the Supreme Commander, just by my identity, I can crush you. After speaking, he showed no intention of watching the battle any longer, closing his eyes and focusing on his own training. Seemingly indifferent to who would win between Akiji and the fierce tiger. Get out of the way. The weasel, whose reactions were slowed by the freezing, pulled the even slower Stalaberry away, leaping off the ground. What happened? Looking at the huge hole that had just appeared on the ground, with seawater gushing up from below, Stalaberry's face turned even paler. Is this their true power? Was that just a warm-up? The same Doberman who had also jumped here found it hard to believe. The chilling air that was quickly freezing their bodies was merely the aftermath of the battlefield, and the suddenly violent shockwave that multiplied in intensity immediately engulfed the area they thought was safe. It seemed so. The gap between the Rear Admiral and the Admiral is truly like heaven and earth. The ghost spider sighed with lingering fear. Just a moment ago, a fist struck the ice layer above, and he saw multiple concentric circles explode simultaneously, the solid ice within hundreds of meters being smashed through. The splintered ice flew through the air, leaving a cut on his face. Stay the hell away. They've unleashed their true fire. A cut also appeared on the weasel's face as he followed his gaze, and everyone seemed to have their necks frozen stiff. On an island-sized layer of solid ice, it seemed as if two giant beasts were fiercely battling, twisting and turning, faintly revealing the forms of a white flying bird and a fiery red tiger. The power that almost shook them off the ice was transmitted to their feet, causing the entire ice layer to tremble and crack. With massive fissures extending into the endless distance, seawater gushing out, only to be frozen again in an instant. Not a moment of pause. The sound of ice blocks shattering in the void never ceased, as the rippling shockwaves had not yet reached the distance before being frozen, only to be crushed again by new shockwaves. Caw! A sharp bird cry echoed in the world where sounds were frozen. An ice bird with a wingspan of over 100 meters soared through the sky, terrifying white cold air swirling around it. And a beak shining with cold light shot out a condensed shockwave, freezing the space into a crystalline shattered state. The temperature had clearly dropped to a terrifying level. Caw-caw! An even more terrifying armed color shockwave descended, seeming to possess a bit of the Conqueror's hockey that could move space. I say, this can't be your full strength, can it? It doesn't hurt when it hits. And how come your strongest attacks rely entirely on your mouth? With a body even taller and stronger than Akiji's, TangGe stretched like a bow and arrow, unleashing a punch without hesitation. The fist that bent space collided with the power of the frozen space. Caw-caw! The shock wave rippled silently across a surface, spreading outward, with countless mottled ice patterns appearing in the middle. The ice layer beneath their feet flipped and collapsed, revealing the dark seawater. His body moved like a phantom, instantly teleporting above Akiji, and TangGe's single leg whipped like a whip, producing a thunderous sound in the air. Akiji barely had time to raise his arms to block the kick aimed at his face, half of his body becoming ice, and with no leverage in the air. The immense force couldn't be diffused. Boom! The sea surface was shattered, a massive amount of seawater splashed into the sky, and more seawater squeezed outward, forming a giant wave over 100 meters high. Buzz! The momentum with the cold air spread outward. The splashes and giant waves froze in an instant. A tremendously large ice flower blooming between heaven and earth, witnessing the impending outcome. This bastard is really asking for a beating. Before the fight began, Akiji had already prepared himself psychologically, telling himself not to get angry. Getting angry would mean losing. Look at Carp, look at those monsters in the New World. Which one hasn't been outputted to the face and found themselves helpless? Now, this psychological defense line has developed a fracture. However, the unfortunate part is that it seems he really can't move this man who can withstand Kaido's attacks. The freezing fruit's ability hitting that arm color originally had no effect. And, as his body rapidly condensed on the ice surface, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Akiji's mouth as he looked up at the real flames igniting on TangGe's body. This guy can't have mastered that power so quickly, can he? The part that was kicked earlier had already burned through his suit, revealing charred skin underneath. That is real fire. His armed color couldn't defend against it. Only when the power of the mind reflects in reality can a non-ability user ignite flames on their fist to strike at the flowing body of their opponent. That is the power of Conqueror's Haki. You are a monster, and I am a man who transcends monsters. I have a punch technique that descends from the heavens. Being defeated by it will not tarnish your reputation as the strongest. TangGe heard the voice of Akiji, and his unwavering voice expressed his determination to surpass the embodiment of the highest combat power. Boom! The flames burning on his body suddenly expanded outward several times, like the sun in the sky, transmitting a will that crushes everything between heaven and earth, vast and mighty. The chill and ice layers rapidly retreating as if encountering their nemesis. Great Sun Agita, even the surface of the sea was bent, and on the concave water wall, not a ripple or wave could be seen. If a true Buddha descends upon the world, then we will see if you can truly surpass all monsters. Truly shine like the sun at noon, and end everything. All the nonsense is unnecessary. Long ago, Akiji already knew that the indomitable fighting spirit in the heart of the man above was as scorching as the blazing sun. Today, with the movement of the heavens and the earth, he truly cast the sun in his heart into the world. Freeze wither all things. There is still a little left unwritten, and he whispered again. With both hands raised upward, a spherical, transparent barrier appeared around his body, without a trace of chill present, because the surrounding space had all been frozen. Freezing ability. This ruler of temperatures at 0 degrees and below seemed to have truly brought the impossible absolute zero to the world. A silent impact. The heat and kinetic energy attached to the descending fist were continuously absorbed, filling this absolute freezing point. Crack, crack. Several cracks appeared on the frozen spatial barrier, gradually expanding. The extreme, cold white vapor spread from the fist to the arm, even freezing the internal body. This was damage that would shatter upon contact. Like a massive pit created by a comet striking the sea surface, this was a world frozen in stillness. Everything remained in a state of stillness, with the seawater spreading outward and the exploding rock layers suspended in midair. Your arm will shatter. Akiji's half-body had already been pressed into the seabed rock layer. Looking at TangGe, his brows and eyes were deep and solemn. This is the truth. This is a realm he recently attained, originally meant to deal with that volcanic man, but unexpectedly used on TangGe first. In this battle up to now, he had used all his strength, only to find the outcome had stalemated like this. Shatter. TangGe also felt the deadly danger. If he exerted a bit more force, his arm would truly shatter. However, Akiji did not want to lose, so he did not stop, and he himself wanted to win, so he would not fear. TangGe smiled, grinning like a crescent moon, and without hesitation increased the force pressing downward. Kazan, your justice is not relentless enough. It cannot withstand the torrent of this era. Only I, who surpasses all of you, have the ability to ascend to the throne of the strongest and bring true justice to the Navy. In his heart, the martial will, forged into one, burned with unprecedented intensity, condensing a vague golden light rising from within his body. Buzz. This is the power that crushes everything. The freezing ability was also within the range of being crushed. Crack. The barrier that could wither all things was shattered, and a fist slammed into Akiji's body. Boom. Boom. The Navy fleet stationed on the surface of the sea ran to the deck, watching the distant scene like a catastrophic disaster, silent as a group of statues. A towering wall of clouds rapidly formed, slowly rotating around a vacuum area like the eye of a super hurricane. Countless white cold air spread outwards, taking away all the heat from the world. The Weasel retreated again and again, now back to the warship, while the slightly slower Staloberry had turned into a white ice sculpture, being carried by Doberman. Who? The ghost spider closed its wide mouth. A breath of cold air stuck in its heart, freezing it to the point of speechlessness. It missed its long hair, which could provide warmth. Is it over? The stuttering Dalmesia asked. This is no human battle. The artificial power has lowered the temperature of the nearby sea area to prehistoric ice age levels, instantly freezing the endless sea surface, a height that ordinary human warriors could not even imagine. Not yet. This is likely to be a decisive blow to determine the winner. The warship cannot wait for them for days and nights here. The Weasel responded. For monsters like Fierce Tiger and Akiji, determining the outcome would take days and nights. And using the strongest blow to settle it is the quickest method. If it really drags on for days and nights with that Fierce Tiger's stamina, even Admiral Kazan might lose. It seemed to recall a certain painful memory, causing the scar on Doberman's face to wrinkle into a frown. Only those who have fought against that guy know he is an unyielding monster, tireless and unafraid of pain, not an ordinary human. Cannot be killed, cannot be defeated. How could it be? Admiral Akiji is one of the strongest monsters in existence at the peak of the sea, even among the highest combat powers. There are distinctions of strength and weakness. Fierce Tiger wanting to surpass him is still a bit early. The oppressive feeling coming from between heaven and earth made Rear Admiral Yi stand outside as well, looking at the Weasel who returned to the warship, with a clear tone of disdain in his words. This made the Weasel and others frown, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. This Rear Admiral Yi was originally an obscure base officer, but in recent months had shown extremely high talent, with his strength and rank skyrocketing like a rocket, coupled with a special background, appearing somewhat arrogant. However, before they could come up with any rebuttal, everyone suddenly turned their heads to look in the direction of the battle. Boom! In that instant, it seemed as if a bell that resonated throughout the world had sounded. At the same time, they saw a golden sun rising on the horizon of the sea. The golden light penetrated everything, illuminating the vast world. The clouds dyed gold, and the sea rippling like a pure lotus Buddha sea. But, More and more people fainted, causing confusion among their companions. Hey, what happened to you? Why are so many people suddenly fainting? An enemy is attacking. Rear Admiral Weasel. The shouts from the warship pulled the dazed Weasel back to reality as he gasped for fresh air. The golden sun that had appeared before was not an illusion. It was something only those awakened with observation hockey could see. Who won? Looking at the now evaporated white cloud wall, the frozen sea surface all returned to normal. The answer was self-evident, but they did not dare to speak it out loud. It was him. It was Fierce Tiger. The sunlight refracted on the sea surface. And in the blurred and distorted light and shadow, two figures emerged, one standing and the other being carried on the back. This scene was etched in the minds of all the Navy, standing solemnly, paying their respects. When a strong one falls, there naturally is a stronger one who wins. That stronger monster is Fierce Tiger. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and put this guy on the sickbed where I was just now. That doctor is pretty good. TangGe cursed, but in his heart, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. Another devil fruit user. There are more at headquarters. Yes, in what seemed like a solemn and sacred ceremony. The Weasel slowly stepped forward and responded in a deep voice. He had previously been somewhat resistant to such orders, but now he was willingly compliant. Of course, when he took over the unconscious green pheasant and saw the six-colored head, the admiration that had just risen in him diminished by more than half in an instant. That vile bastard. Before long, an exclamation came from the ship's cabin. Who the hell is this? Is this Admiral Kazan? Why is his head swollen like that? The rapid-fire questions expressed the severity of Kazan's situation. Great, I can cross the green pheasant off my list. TangGe clapped his hands and shouted to the entire fleet. Set sail. Back to Navy headquarters. Oh, what a mess. Marineford, let's go. A cup rolled onto the floor, the sound gradually fading, much like the mood of certain individuals. Admiral Kazan was still unconscious, his injuries not severe, but, well, we are already on our way back to Marineford. On the other end of the image snail, the Weasel was still faithfully reporting the situation. He couldn't describe the green pheasant's injuries, so he directly provided a shot of the affected party. That vile bastard. Sengoku covered his head, unable to hold the cup in his hand steady. The six-colored flesh was squished together, creating a strange sense of empathy that made him shudder. So be it. You all come through the underwater passage. Recently, many high-ranking Air Force and Army generals have gathered at Mariewa, and we cannot let that troublemaking bastard get past. The height of the White Sea is even higher than the peak of the Red Line, and to prevent anyone from attacking Mariewa from above, the world government specifically stationed the Air Force to guard the White Sea. The vast Red Line that encircles the world is home to the Army. Both of these forces are quite strong. I have an operation that needs approval. The yellow monkey, still in a cast, stood up with a serious expression, his cape billowing in the wind. Borsellino. Sengoku lifted his head and looked over, seeing the serious expression, thinking that the yellow monkey was feeling indignant and wanted to compete. However, with dual abilities, Doflamingo, a fellow monster-level figure, had already lost to the green pheasant, and he would only achieve the same result. Fisher Tiger, who attacked Mariewa, had not yet been captured, and the celestial dragons were constantly causing trouble. Next, I will be moving out. I will be away from Marineford for a long time. The yellow monkey spoke as he walked, his body starting to turn into light, and in the blink of an eye, he shot out of the window, regardless of whether the operation had been approved. If he was going to run, he would run. That damn Fisher Tiger excuse has been worn out. Sengoku's expression darkened. He didn't expect this twist to be so big. However, what made his face darker was the ringing of the phone snail on the table. Report to Admiral Sengoku. 3 explosive rocks have been found on the Sky Island. Requesting destruction. The phone snail formed a delicate mustache, reporting seriously. Damn it, you don't need to report every time you find an explosive rock. Also, the matter you are particularly concerned about has already been answered. In just a few minutes, I will have to take this guy's call, which is making Sengoku quite annoyed. He didn't know how he got wind of the news. From the reports of the Weasel, they guessed that the battlefield of the Fierce Tiger and Doflamingo was on the Sky Island, using explosive rocks to bring down the entire White Sea. Although the plan is now halted, the lost explosive rocks must be recovered, or it would be like a ticking time bomb. There just happened to be several Sky Islands above Balon, and the warships could reach the White Sea along the nearby upward currents. He sent Jonathan to search for those explosive rocks. He didn't want that dangerous thing to fall into the hands of the Air Force. Yes, on the other end of the phone snail, Jonathan forced himself to calm down, already preparing a glass of cool water to soothe his nerves. During this time, he had developed a condition. It's called shock and excitement syndrome. The internal pathology led to accelerated blood flow causing intermittent cardiac arrest, severe emotional fluctuations leading to blanking out, respiratory pauses, and so on. The external manifestations included a liver-colored face, twitching limbs, even unsteadiness while standing, and occasionally laughing like a pig, among other symptoms. The aftereffects were strong, and patients especially liked to make phone calls to boast, suspected of having mental issues. His walking posture gradually became outwardly angled, taking steps that made him seem unrecognizable. Sengoku reluctantly made a confirming sound. Cough, cough. It seemed something was stuck in Jonathan's throat. Or perhaps it was a sign of suffocation due to heightened emotions. He couldn't make a sound, and his body entered the symptoms of shock and excitement illness. Fortunately, Leonard was timely, handing over the universal water. Cough, cough. Jonathan, shaking as he drank water, still couldn't believe it. He won. Just a while ago. The newspaper was reporting on the fierce tiger challenging Whitebeard, and now he has immediately defeated the long-reputed monster-level Admiral Kazan, along with the previous red-haired and Kaido. He had already been shocked to the core during this time. Sigh. There are indeed strong and weak distinctions among monsters. The weasel and the others knew it on sight. However, the people at the Burning Mountain still didn't know. He had to tell them well. Jonathan hung up the phone with a snap and dialed another number. That bastard. Does he want to be transferred to Impel Down? How dare he hang up on me? Sengoku felt very displeased. By the way, Crane, for the next period, the work at headquarters will be presided over by you. I need to go to Mariehua to attend the joint military meeting. That legendary country has been unified. The Yellow Monkey's actions reminded him that if that warlike bastard blocked him in the office asking for a duel, it would truly be a dilemma. The only one who could firmly suppress that bastard, Carp, had returned to the East Blue after the results of the Whitebeard challenge came out. He said he wanted to train his two grandsons hard. He didn't know what the relationship was between his overly excellent apprentice and his grandsons. I don't want to. Doflamingo's recent actions exceeded the authority of the 7 warlords. I need to monitor him. Besides, the joint military meeting won't be held for more than a month. Crane straightforwardly refused, knowing instinctively how much the younger, enhanced version of Carp liked to stir trouble. If the Yellow Monkey could repeatedly bring Fisher Tiger out to block arrows, why couldn't she bring Doflamingo out, even if he became a warlord under the king? Sengoku. TangGe had no idea that Marineford was already deserted. He still had a sense of anticipation for returning home. Standing on the deck, arms crossed like a circle, his movements were slow and gentle like Tai Chi, a transparent energy being pressed between his palms, flowing like a ball of water. Unfortunately, Kazan's freezing ability had not reached true absolute zero. He wondered if awakening the Conqueror's Haki would allow him to reach that realm. Kazan's final move was already a bit like an absolute freezing domain power. However, the power of the Conqueror's Haki was indeed slightly superior. TangGe thought of the other 2 monsters at headquarters. If those 2 also fused their abilities into armament Haki, their power would be extraordinary. The Yellow Monkey's light and laser attack was indeed powerful, but it could only bully weaker opponents. If he could accelerate an attack wrapped in armament Haki to the speed of light, its power would be extraordinary. However, his physical strength could not withstand the real impact of light speed. Otherwise, he would have long been an admiral. Akainu's magma ability is the most domineering, with high temperatures that can melt most objects combined with an explosive power that directly enhances combat strength. Once fused with Haki, his power should be the strongest among the 3. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, and TangGe opened his eyes to see a figure appearing in the darkness. Growing strong enough to defeat Akiji in such a short time. It seems your cheat is quite powerful. What should I call you? Fierce Tiger, TangGe, or Transcender, TangGe? The biggest secret hidden in his heart was completely revealed. Transcender, cheat, and this long-lost Mandarin. The experiences he had gone through felt so real, and the powers surging within him felt completely tangible, to the point that TangGe almost forgot he wasn't originally from this world. At this moment, being bluntly exposed by someone, even with his steadfast temperament, he was slightly taken aback. Such an interesting expression. The secret in your heart has been pierced, and your belief of being the unique destined protagonist has shattered, leaving you speechless in shock. The figure walking out of the darkness wore a white robe, exuding a smoky, hazy aura, with a hint of an eternal smile at the corner of his mouth. Light passed through his body, leaving no shadow on the deck, as if he did not belong to this world. TangGe's expression gave him a sense of vengeful pleasure, and he sneered. My purpose in coming here is to inform you. Do not change the plot of the pirates any further from now on. Just stay at the Navy headquarters and be your rear admiral. Otherwise, I will show you. what power truly is. Buzz. When the last sentence fell, the figure standing on the warship had his left eye transform into a dark red, triangular Tomo, his body morphing into an armored samurai, infinitely towering, instantly several times taller than the highest giant. Crack! The long sword at his waist was drawn, the white blade wrapped in black flames, descending from the sky to cleave down. TangGe, standing directly below, didn't even look at the blade that was about to slice the entire fleet in half. And in a flash, he appeared where the figure had just stood. You've said too many arrogant words. It makes you look weak. Idiot. Crack. It seemed like the sound of something shattering echoed, and that towering giant vanished in an instant, the background environment suddenly changing, the noise returning to his ears. It was an illusion, a large-scale illusion far more advanced than the mythical beast type, nine-tailed fox form, reaching deep into the human heart, attempting to alter his memories and thoughts. In TangGe's hand was an eyeball, which was dissipating, turning to ash in an instant without a trace. On another warship, Rear Admiral Yi was startled from his stillness, and a scroll appeared in his hand. After a brief flash of light, he had vanished from the room. Bang! The ship's wall and the room's partitions exploded, and TangGe appeared here. After carefully scanning the surroundings, he smiled at the approaching navy. I have urgent business with Rear Admiral Yi, so I was a bit rough. If you see him again, please pass on a message for me, just say. At this point, a genuine joy appeared on his face. I really look forward to witnessing his true power. With one, the world will eventually give rise to two within infinite time and space, and then countless others. TangGe was mentally prepared for the fact that he was not the only one to have traversed. He wouldn't be the only one with a cheat. However, he didn't expect this kindred spirit he encountered in another world to be somewhat unfriendly and seemingly in possession of more information. Plot? That term sounds a bit familiar. In a room, with a hexagram pattern drawn on the floor, after a flash of light, Rear Admiral Yi appeared in the center with an unpleasant expression. What was that power just now? It could actually break through the illusions of other gods. Was it Conqueror's Haki? He only saw a flash of golden flame, and the entire illusion space was shattered, even damaging the rare item he had obtained in the previous world. Pulu. Pulu. The large phone bug in the room rang, and upon connecting, Rear Admiral Yi immediately spoke. Akiji has been defeated. He concealed the experience of going to regain phase, but being recognized. The figures on the other end of the phone fell silent. Akiji is one of the peak combat powers in the pirate plot, and his defeat signifies that the strength of that transcender cannot be directly matched by those whose powers are sealed and who have only just arrived. Not bad. Defeating Akiji among the three admirals shows that this muscle route transcender has some skills. Yiping, you're most familiar with anime plots. Has the identity that descended this time helped us gather intelligence? Have you figured out what plots he has changed? Someone on the other end of the phone asked. The muscle route is only somewhat useful in this world. Yiping's tone still carried a hint of resentment. Let's get to the point. A pleasant female voice interjected, forcing the remaining words back. Yes, Captain. Using my authority, I reviewed all the data on Fierce Tiger, TangGe. He appeared in Balon, helped Maya Island resolve the 7-star sword, and killed a warlord who did not appear in the plot, killing Spandam during the collision with P0. I learned from Mariehua that there is now a King Rear among the celestial dragons, second only to him, and a dragon nation has also emerged. The usually defiant Yi Ping became honest and detailed TangGe's experiences along the way. The reason for launching the Demon Slaughter Order in Whitebeard's territory is also due to a traitor who has appeared in the Navy. A dual ability user possessing both the Dark Fruit and the Baby Fruit. He was a fan of anime before appearing in Infinite Space and was extremely familiar with the pirate plot. Damn, no wonder the Dark Fruit has already appeared. I have a major plot change here. Blackbeard killed Squardo and left Whitebeard's crew early. It seems he should have obtained the Dark Fruit. That bastard, a man cursed, having finally joined the Whitebeard pirates, was preparing to wait for Blackbeard to kill Ace and then steal the Dark Fruit. Our plan to use the Dark Fruit to plunder Devil Fruits must change. The last silent phone bug spoke up, calmly analyzing. This is the change brought by that transcender. The plot has undergone a tremendous shift, and the world's consciousness defense mechanism has been triggered, leading to the emergence of many characters not present in the plot, making key figures difficult to approach. In the infinite planes, the encounters of system traversers and infinite spaces are not limited to this pirate world. So it's not too strange. It's just that the probability is frighteningly low. Traversers with systems often act alone, and the abilities of the system vary widely. Infinite space drops infinite teams at specific plot nodes, and only those who survive qualify to continue to the next world plot. They also spent an extremely rare plot intervention item to enter this world before the main storyline began. However, now, due to the appearance of the Transcender, their plans have been aborted before they even began. There's still a chapter that I've written most of. I need to clarify this. Some friends have guessed it. It's indeed the main god regarding crossing over, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, I've changed the main god to infinity. This idea appeared in a novel that I really like, but it was only touched upon briefly, leaving me unsatisfied. I saw many comments saying that Peach Boy must die, so I thought of this plot. What if a main god team member became Peach Boy? I traveled through time and still found myself in my favorite pirate world, but someone next to me called me Lord Peach Boy. Outside, there are 99 other travelers. Let us open up a brainstorming session. I won't write it in a mixed anime direction. An infinite team of 1 girl and 4 boys. The dialogue continues. Captain, if the main story hasn't started yet, and the world has already changed drastically, it's meaningless for us. I suggest we abandon this mission. The current world has become very dangerous, and our powers have been sealed due to our early intervention. The strength we honed in the pirate world is not enough to defeat that traveler. The last voice continued. As a phone bug materialized a bespectacled appearance, exuding a team strategist vibe. No way. We entered the pirate world using items that had never appeared before. Giving up just like that is too frustrating. The first person to oppose was Yi Ping. He still wanted to enjoy this world. How could he give up? Boring desires. In the last world, because you couldn't control your lower half and messed around with women, we lost a lot of plot points. The one who spoke first showed a look of disgust. You, the bloodthirsty maniac, have the audacity to say that to me. If it weren't for you always wanting to kill the plot as protagonist, our strength would be even greater now. You two are still too naive. A man from the Whitebeard Pirates spoke up. Shut up, you behind the scenes, old schemer. The other 3 exchanged barbs, while the team strategist and squad leader switched to another phone bug. To this team, the 2 of them were one entity. Why not give up? Before the main story begins, the world's defense mechanism has been triggered. All outsiders will be targeted. This is our opportunity. Rather than dying in the dangerously unpredictable infinite world, it's better to take a gamble. The woman named Azura managed to convince the other 3 to make her the captain. Her ruthlessness was secondary, but her strength was the most important reason. Are you sure that traveler will show up? The strategist asked, his attitude shifting. The appearance of this traveler has increased my confidence a bit. However, I need to confirm one more thing, the captain asserted. Remove the soundproofing ability, her cold voice spread. Let us talk business. The 3 arguing quickly stopped. They didn't dare defy this woman. Yi Ping, has there been any significant event in this world recently that matches the arrival of the Infinite Team? Recently, the only plot that fits the criteria is that 2 years later, the former Marine Admiral Zephyr will be attacked by Edward Weevil while transporting new recruits. And only 3 people will survive, with Zephyr losing an arm. Yi Ping's eyes flashed darkly, speaking slowly. However, Weevil is already one of the 7 warlords now. It's impossible for him to attack a Marine warship. This was originally a great opportunity to earn plot points, but now it's gone. Our existence means turning the impossible into the possible. We must do everything we can to make this plot happen. The captain decisively issued the order. What if that traveler interferes? The impact of changing the plot on him is minimal. Then we'll take him out. The King Riel you mentioned is used by the world to eliminate Dango. We can leverage King Riel's hand at the right moment. Understood. Yi Ping gritted his teeth in response, agreeing with his thoughts. Gu Chuan, go to Baikan now and get the thunderfruit that appeared in the main plot. I'm worried the plot might erase this too. Yes, if this is lost when the main plot starts and my powers are unsealed, I will make that traveler know what it means to suffer. This is the team member who enjoys killing protagonists. In the office of the Supreme Commander of Mariewa Kong, having lived at sea for too long, Kong was not accustomed to the atmosphere of the Red Earth continent and had placed a giant glass tank large enough to hold a small sea king in his office. What is the matter that you called me here? Sengoku's expression was not good. This was the most suffocating joint military meeting he had ever attended. The joint military meeting was essentially about vying for discourse power among the 3 military branches. Usually, the lower-ranking soldiers would tussle for a while, and then he would come in to make a decision. In previous years at this time, there would at least be 2 admiral-level forces supporting him. But since he arrived early, Akainu and Akiji, who were supposed to attend the meeting together, had not yet arrived, and the 2 vice admirals he brought were hardly noteworthy, making him feel like a lackey in the star-studded Mariewa. Are you still angry about Yi? Standing by the aquarium, Kong sprinkled fish feed on the water surface, letting the fish swarm and bite. No, the value of justice cannot be surpassed, no matter how times change. In today's era of pirate updates, how can we old soldiers always shine the brightest? Sengoku glanced at Yi, who was standing next to Kong with a feed bucket, his tone flat. That is quite a harsh remark. The now completely white-haired Supreme Commander Kong said with a smile, sitting back down, arms crossed, looking fierce. I called you here for a serious matter. That legendary country has been unified, and the world government is now focusing on dealing with their threat. The sea must not stir up huge waves again. What Kong mentioned, Sengoku had anticipated, but, the situation at sea is not entirely determined by the Navy. Those guys have been expanding their strength recently, and the atmosphere of impending war is getting stronger. The key is, there's also a huge factor within the Navy causing trouble. No one knows what shocking event he will pull off next. Understanding what Sengoku was getting at, Kong frowned and pressed his forehead. He had the most authority to speak on this experience. Carp, that bastard Shadow, is everywhere. Time and again being confronted, time and again cleaning up the mess. Those painful memories are now being forcibly pulled up by a strengthened Carp from the depths of my memory. After a while, Kong organized his emotions and stated his purpose. In response to the sudden events of the 4 emperors going to war, Star wants to gather the 6 recruited warlords to form a joint force with the Navy headquarters. This is not just Star's idea. It's also from higher-ups, and Kong cannot prevent it. Those sea thugs are not easy to gather, and bringing them together is too dangerous. They might even start fighting among themselves before they meet, let alone unite. Sengoku did not think this was a good idea, but upon hearing that it was Star's idea, he did not say much more. After all, people can play the riddle master, but if it comes to coming up with countermeasures, don't expect too much from them. So this requires an exceptionally powerful figure to lead. Kong stated the final objective. An exceptionally powerful figure? Who is it? Sengoku finally understood Star's intention, looking confused and pretending not to know. If the warlords encounter that guy, who knows what kind of trouble will arise? He would not agree to it. I think I can. Yi, who was standing nearby, suddenly brightened up and hurriedly spoke. This is clearly an medicine sent by the world nobles. Sengoku waved his hand and directly interrupted the latter half of the sentence. In this era, one must have the strength to back up their words. To command those powerful figures on the sea, not only is a well-established reputation needed, but also an unparalleled strength. Otherwise, how can one maintain authority? Where would the Navy's face go? Do you think you have the strength to control so many fierce beasts? Sengoku was somewhat angry. The implications of the situation were off. It didn't give Rear Admiral Yi any face in front of Kong. Such a significant matter as gathering the 7 warlords should have had some wind blowing in the Navy, yet they were caught off guard. As long as there is the highest combat power, what is your identity? What does it matter if a general goes? This guy, who is unclear about his own position, keeps relying on his background in such occasions to speak out. This has already made Sengoku frown, and he sees the opportunity to vent his anger. Moreover, if we really want to summon the 7 warlords to deal with the 4 emperors of a new world, I suggest sending a Kaino. The underlying intent here seems to be targeting the fierce tiger. So Sengoku decisively pushed the equally tough and powerful Akainu forward to shut Kong up. Let us leave it at that. The stars also said they would discuss it when all 7 warlords are gathered. Seeing Sengoku starting to get angry, Kong realized that saying more would be useless and stood up to leave the office. Yiping's white teeth were about to bite down hard. Watching Kong leave without even glancing at him, there was no sign of acknowledgement for the humiliation he just suffered from Sengoku. These natives, once I regain my strength, I will definitely kill all of you. Such a grand event as gathering the 7 warlords, just by participating based on the plot he knows. He could casually earn a lot of points. However, he wanted to make a grand entrance, but others looked down on him. Unfortunately, you all are merely the facade outside the world government. The real decision-makers are still the world nobles. A glint of brilliance flashed in Yiping's eyes as he followed out. TangGe was still unaware that Sengoku had pushed away a large number of devil fruit users that were about to be in hand. If he knew, he would have demolished Sengoku's office. Is there really someone who would go up from here and then get themselves surrounded? It feels like, aside from making a stylish entrance, it would be better to sneak in from behind the weakly defended headquarters. Looking at the blue water surface, he could even see the hull of a warship gliding through the water, and TangGe couldn't help but have some doubts. Over 70% of Marineford's defensive power is at the front, especially around Moon Bay. Landing from here faces the strongest firepower. If it were you, would you choose to appear behind the headquarters? Akiji pulled down the corner of his mouth and retorted. In fact, he couldn't imagine who would drill into this opening. Aside from making a stylish entrance, one would indeed be bombarded from all sides. Asking this question feels enlightening. The feeling of being the center of attention is indeed cool. Of course, it's here. The warship began to rise, its massive hull pushing the water aside. Gulp, gulp. In Moon Bay, a series of huge bubbles floated to the surface, pushing the traveling warships aside. This situation alerted the Navy stationed at the bay head, who adjusted their cannon directions towards where the bubbles emerged. Bang, bang. Several balloon bursting sounds rang out, and a few warships with colorful films leaped out of the water, splashing massive amounts of water. Then, a shout came over. Marineford, your Navy King has returned. Navy King? What kind of title is that? Isn't that too presumptuous? The Navy on the shore and on the warships all turned to look, but when the sharp-eyed Navy saw the person standing on the warship, they immediately chose to keep quiet. It's not surprising that this man wants to be the Navy King. He has fought against kings and emperors all the way, and he desires far more than just being the Navy King. It's the fierce tiger who has returned. After the alert was lifted, the crowd automatically parted to let the people disembarking from the warship pass, and the noisy voices came from both sides. Meanwhile, a discussion near the bay's turret made the eavesdropping squirrel stop in its tracks, cold sweat dripping down. Do you know? After challenging Whitebeard, the fierce tiger did something astonishing. What could be more astonishing than challenging Whitebeard? There really is. My brother is on the Squirrel Admiral's warship, and he said the fierce tiger even had a match against Admiral Akiji on the way back, and at this point, the soldier built up suspense, deliberately looking around to see how many were listening. The result pleased him. A large crowd gathered, waiting for the announcement. Hurry up and say the result. Be careful of getting beaten if you only talk halfway. The crowd was restless, and after the soldier coughed, he continued. Furthermore, Admiral Akiji lost. He was beaten badly. My brother saw it with his own eyes. Ugh. The synchronized sound of saliva swallowing echoed as everyone was stunned by this news. Is it true? That's one of the three monsters. It must have been a fluke. The vast majority of the crowd still didn't believe it. The formidable strength of those three monsters was deeply ingrained and unshakable. I know what he said is true. Another soldier in the crowd shouted excitedly, holding up a picture. This is what Admiral Akiji looked like after being beaten. It was sent from the Squirrel Admiral to headquarters. The squirrel felt all sorts of emotions, but only had one thought in mind: to leave Marineford as quickly as possible. This doesn't even look human. How could it possibly be Admiral Kazan? Akiji has loyal fans who couldn't believe that the invincible admiral was beaten like this. The more they refuted, the more guilty they felt. How could they not recognize that curly hair? Moreover, the temperature around dropped suddenly, and goosebumps appeared on everyone's skin. Someone held up the picture to compare with the man in front of them, who was radiating cold air, and the clothes matched perfectly. I told you, the person in this picture is indeed Admiral Akiji. Crack! The ground froze into a block of ice, and the cold air it emitted nearly froze all of Marineford. Akiji vanished from the spot. This is what it means to do nothing. On the sea, the squirrel's warship could still see the outline of Marineford, but he kept urging the soldiers to hurry, wishing he could take out the oars and row. Boom! The warship suddenly tilted, as if stomped by a giant force, then froze on the sea surface. Cold, piercing gazes emerged from behind the obscured sunglasses, and a sinister smile curled at Akiji's lips. Ding, ding, ding. It was in these precious seconds that many things were decided. Freezing the squirrel, who also couldn't be recognized as human, on the deck, Akiji's anger slightly diminished. Then, as if recalling something, he transformed into a phantom and dashed across the sea towards the red line. However, it was already too late. A flash of light flickered in the sky, and the entire sea surface shattered as TangGe blocked Akiji's path, wearing a serious expression. I also think you went easy on me. Otherwise, how could I possibly defeat you? This is an insult to me, and no one can insult me. We need to fight again. With Kizuru absent, Sengoku absent, and Garp absent, their presences cannot be hidden. Kazan can't run anymore. Kazan, feeling completely drained, stared blankly at the office sofa, too weak to lift a finger. He lost again. He could swear in the name of Karp and Garp that he definitely didn't hold back. This competition was purely about physical strength and martial arts. Neither of them used their abilities or hockey, yet he still lost. Hey, could it be that you have some special royal physique? Without using hockey, he felt the uniqueness of Tonga's body. His punches felt like hitting a mountain of iron, unable to budge at all. Kazan really began to doubt whether Karp was losing his touch, and his professional level had declined. No, TangGe clarified the principle of his training to Kazan, explaining that surviving against Kaido and Whitebeard was largely due to the defense acquired from his training. You actually succeeded with such a crazy idea. This ability can already rival Big Mom's steel balloon. Kazan couldn't help but marvel. Refining 1's entire body with haki was truly an unprecedented idea. Kazan, what exactly is the royal physique? On the path of admiral-level physiques, I have almost reached the limit. Even so, I still see no hope of surpassing the kings. TangGe had directly clashed with the three emperors, so he naturally understood their terror. The strength that seemed so close was not just a difference in Conqueror's haki. No one expected you to grow so quickly, so no one has told you this. Kazan, as a veteran admiral, naturally had different information. If we stand at the pinnacle of humanity, then the kings have transcended the realm of humanity. They are born extraordinary. The extraordinary aspect of kings lies in the fact that one of their attributes is greatly enhanced, breaking through the limits of humanity. You fought Whitebeard, so you should know that his strength is beyond what humans can achieve. Big Mom's steel skin, Kaido's body hardness, and even Carp's Busashoka haki all share the same nature. Kazan sighed, and as kings, they all awakened the Conqueror's haki, one-on-one. An admiral cannot defeat the four emperors. However, what echoed in his mind was TangGe's crazy idea from earlier. If transcending the limits of humanity? The fact that Carp also has a royal physique was unexpected yet reasonable. The strongest navy who could chase after Pirate King Roger Wunti have such abilities. If he were weak, he would have died long ago. TangGe was somewhat hopeful that his royal physique, which he had enhanced through external means, might also have one attribute significantly strengthened. Thinking of this, he sat down next to Kazan. Kazan, you don't support Akainu's ruthless style of complete annihilation, do you? How about this? Your next order should be for the Navy to send all those pirates with not very severe offenses to impel down. Letting them spend the rest of their lives in torture is also a good choice. Especially for those with abilities, they shouldn't be easily killed. The devil fruits will immediately reappear in the sea. Don't you think so? Kazan looked at the unmasked, threatening gaze and immediately realized he had wronged the weasel. Those images circulating in headquarters were spread by this bastard. I don't have that authority. Go find Sengoku. Admirals have their pride too. Fast forward a few days. The news of Kazan being defeated by the fierce tiger spread from Marineford to the entire world at lightning speed. History took another unexpected turn at this moment. A grand banquet called the Hell Tea Party was being held at the top of Tato Land's main fortress. The heavily made-up queen, Charlotte Linlin, sat on the main seat. Her shrill laughter echoed, drawing the flattery of the guests. Dream ingredients gathered from all over the world were made into delicious dishes laid out on the table, neatly arranged in rows, shouting slogans, and voluntarily entering the guest plates. Instruments infused with souls played cheerful melodies nearby, surrounded by a circle of lovely flowers dancing. Amazing. Linlin must have gotten a powerful guy this time, an incredibly rare ancient species. No wonder she is so happy. The exquisite book pavilion, being invited to the tea party by one of the four emperors, Big Mom, is either a famous pirate from the ocean or a prominent figure in the dark world. This is a gathering of villains. Morgan, who controls the world's news media, was a regular at the Hell Tea Party. At this moment, he aimed his pocket-sized camera snail at several big shots gorging themselves in the corner. Foo. You better not take that picture. It will cause me a lot of trouble. Morgan's finger couldn't press down anymore. He turned to look at the man entering through the door, his beak gaping in surprise. How could you be here, Don Quixote da Flamingo? The Navy headquarters would never allow you to contact the four emperors. Aren't you afraid of losing your title as a warlord? Almost invisible threads bound Morgan's fingers pressing on the camera snail. The newcomer was indeed one of the warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo. To correct you, the one appearing here is not da Flamingo. Please call me Joker. And don't do anything unnecessary. It's better for both of us. Whoosh. A smile appeared at the corner of Doflamingo's mouth as his fingers moved up and down, extending transparent threads in the air, extracting two smaller camera snails from Morgan's clothing. Joker. Morgan broke out in a cold sweat, allowing the camera snail in his hand to be taken away. Since a certain man appeared in the New World, the four kings who controlled assassins, entertainment, logistics, and warehousing had consecutively died or disappeared. And half of the intermediaries were also dead, leading to a significant change in the dark world hidden beneath the sea. An entity known as Joker rapidly swallowed the industries of those four, forming a massive underground crime group with influence covering the entire world. Unexpectedly, Joker is Doflamingo. Then behind him, it wouldn't be. You've really made something of yourself now. Originally, just coiling up in the North Sea and making minor troubles. After obtaining the title of warlord, you've become a renowned figure. Doflamingo's reputation and strength destined him to be the main guest at this LT party. Big Mom glanced over. Her erratic personality and arrogant, unruly style made it so that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to look her in the eye. Ding ding. Foo. I'm flattered by your praise. Gently swirling his wine glass, the crimson liquid inside clinked with the ice cubes, representing the drinker's mood, joyful and lighthearted. Using his identity as a warlord, his power rapidly expanded, bringing most of the Dark World's businesses into his grasp. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the strongest king of the Dark World. Of course, if that annoying guy were dead, he would also be the king of the countries affiliated with the world government. I'm here this time to discuss a more significant business collaboration with you. A bigger business? Big Mom showed interest, licking her lips and swallowing the dessert she was currently munching on. She didn't care who the trading partner was, as long as the other party could provide what she wanted. Yes. Blurp. Just then, among the camera snails confiscated by Doflamingo, one with a red shell glowed with excitement, its body shaking vigorously, emitting urgent calls. That was an emergency situation camera snail. Morgan was anxious and determined not to miss any major news. He had the most reliable intelligence channels in the world, but it was impossible for him to review everything. Therefore, only significant and urgent events would be reported to him through the telephone bug. Red indicated the highest level. Snap! Doflamingo's fingers curled slightly, and the microphone floated in midair. A loud male voice immediately came through, shouting the most explosive news in brief. Report, President. Not long ago, Akiji fought against Ryakuju, and Akiji was defeated. Nanny. The voice from the telephone bug instantly suppressed all noise, plunging the lively banquet into an eerie silence. Only the ignorant food items continued to shout slogans, particularly jarring. Buzz. Ryakuju. The sharp cry created a shockwave that spread outward, instantly obliterating the consciousness of all soul creations in the cake castle, cracking the ground beneath. A red, killing intent surged out from the big hole, unabashedly covering the guests at the banquet, making them tremble. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged, making a sound like rubber stretching. That bastard again. The wild growth of the natural beings in the Temptation Forest ultimately concealed the devastation left after the battle. Hidden among the towering trees was a laboratory. Roar. The sound of painful roars echoed in the enclosed space, as the massive human locked in the laboratory violently slammed against the metal walls. A pink gas was inspecting various experimental data. Whoosh. Thanks to that bastard Togabank, I have grasped the trick of the gionization experiment. However, even if I extracted the bloodline factors from those ancient giants I bought, the probability of success for the gionization experiment is still low. The heart is likely unable to bear such a huge burden and will fail and die. After Punk Hazard was interrupted by Doflamingo, Caesar Clown could only move freely in his gaseous form. Moreover, human gionization is not something that can be completed instantaneously. It requires long-term adjustment. Just one mistake, and death will come. So, are you sure you want to go in person? Katakuri's crimson pupils showed no emotion. Only his telepathically connected brother, Oven, could understand the pain and anger in his heart. His biological sons were slaughtered by the Navy, while their mother made deals with the world government. His brother, who wanted revenge, lacked sufficient power, and the news that Akiji had been defeated by that man had just arrived here. Brother, have you really made up your mind? Charlotte Brule, with a scar crossing her face, was anxious and uneasy. The gradually silent experimental subjects inside the lab tightened her heart. Katakuri. The other Charlotte family executives looked at this invincible man with complex expressions. Just moments ago, the news of Akiji's defeat by Ryakuju had spread throughout the world. Akiji, a general of similar age to Katakuri, was recognized as one of the monsters in the world with unfathomable strength, having been at the peak of Navy combat power for many years. Ryakuju, the enemy of this family, had reached a terrifying level of strength. To defeat him, the exhausted Katakuri could only take a risky path. Either live or die. Katakuri resolutely walked into the laboratory. There should be a follow-up to this gionization plot. I have a few ideas. I posted them on the headlines 2 months ago, but it seems no one saw them. The shape of the Red Earth continent does not appear to be naturally formed. The giant race's Nika form could turn the entire land into a belt surrounding the Earth. And the Grand Line also does not seem to be naturally formed. In the end, the Red Earth continent might collapse, the doldrums dissipate, and the Grand Line complete its mission. Islands like Sky Island and Fishman Island appeared among pirates, but the Hard Island has never appeared. Lastly, Nika saved a group of slaves who were either part of the D clan that inherited the will of D or had become celestial dragons in Mariehua. The oppressive silence on Onigashima made everyone hesitant to breathe. Only the sound of drinking could be heard. Oh, what is this feeling? Why can't I get drunk? Barrel after barrel of strong liquor poured into his mouth, but Kaido felt no intoxication at all. The smile at the corners of his mouth grew more intense, and the beating of his heart thundered like a giant drum, with blood flowing hotter than heat itself. The rising emotions increased the surrounding temperature, and beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the executives. They had never seen Kaido like this, and it even felt absurd to them. It was as if the old Kaido was asleep, and now he was awake. Oh, there are no excuses for failure. It's simply not strong enough. Oden, that little brat is stronger than you. Much stronger. Not getting drunk means not wanting to. Every day, he used massive amounts of alcohol to numb himself, stumbling around in a drunken stupor. What seemed like a mad pursuit of death was merely an emotional release. Invincible loneliness. A desire for a real fight. He ran his hand over the old scar beneath his ribs, which no longer hurt. The man who caused that scar resurfaced in his mind. Kazuki Oden. The real reason he felt pain around the wound was not that the damage caused by Oden was so severe, but the regret of that battle lingered in his heart. If Oden had not been distracted, if he had grown a little longer, if all the hypotheticals were something Kaido had conjured up himself. He just wanted a true opponent, a real fight. And now all the hypotheticals and regrets had vanished. He had crossed over this mental hurdle, and the scar would no longer hurt. Come on, let us have a battle in the new world. Ryakuju Doflamingo. The memory of Kazuki Oden was completely replaced by another man, the blade that had completely cut through his dragon scales, leaving a scar that crossed his entire chest, as if crossing through time and space, striking before him once more. Growth time? Unfair battles? Those are not reasons for defeat. Ryakuju Doflamingo, just a brief clash. And Kaido already understood that this was a man far beyond Kazuki Oden. It was will and awareness. A will that is undisturbed by external factors, and an awareness that desperately pursues power, which Kazuki Oden did not possess. The scar beneath his ribs slowly healed, and the fighting spirit in Kaido's eyes was unprecedentedly fierce. Someone, go to Rabbit Hole and bring back the highest density sea prism stone chains. I want to train. When we meet again, I will definitely take down that arrogant, fierce tiger. That fierce tiger is strong. Not only does he have a physique like Lin Lin, but his strength, speed, and imposing manner have no weaknesses. The fierce and wild blade light revealed a will that Kaido had only sensed in two people before. His former captain, Rox, and Roger. This ignited Kaido's fighting spirit. Lord Kaido. The pupils of Jin, who stood to the side, suddenly widened. He was not shocked by Ryakuju defeating Aokiji, but because Governor Kaido had actually begun to train. He was one of the earliest executives to follow Kaido and naturally knew that behind his seemingly mad behavior, there was also a negative side. From today onwards, you all must wear sea prism stone chains to train. Otherwise, there will be no way to survive in the hands of that fierce tiger. Kaido has great foresight. Only those who strive to become stronger can survive, while those who wait for the times to change will perish. With the news of the fierce tiger defeating Aokiji spreading throughout the new world, the Whitebeard pirates, the red-hair pirates, and all the pirates who have clashed with Daffy know this. When that fierce tiger steps back into the new world, under the new storm, only the strong are qualified to live. He truly can bring an end to the age of pirates. This is the sense of oppression that the fierce tiger brings to the pirates of the new world. On another note, keeping a diary is a good habit. From recording daily trivialities, one can see a different side of person. If Daffy hadn't read Akainu's diary, he wouldn't have known that behind that cold and ruthless man lies a repressed heart. If he doesn't properly record his training insights, he clearly writes down who he has defeated. Aokiji also has this habit. It's a shared interest of their lineage, with all their inner thoughts contained within their diaries. Moreover, he enjoys singing while writing. The sea watches, the origin of the world. The deep, magnetic voice of middle age, accompanied by the lyrics, carries an inexplicable sense of desolation and sorrow, guiding me to the right world, embracing pain, distress, towards that azure future. On the 4th, the entire Marineford was discussing that picture. How am I supposed to flirt with young, beautiful girls in the future? Is the first thing I say going to be, why you look different from the picture, you bastard? Squirrel. Forget it. Compared to the nonsensical things I say while talking, forgetting one line after another, Akiji's thoughts flow smoothly and clearly when he writes in his diary. On the 8th, I lost again. That bastard's body actually has the hardness of hockey, and he said he wants to train his bones to be like that. What a terrifying guy. And he said something about locking pirates and impel down. I can swear on the names of Garp and Zephyr that I really refused. However, he said, I think you still went easy on me. An admiral can't be this weak. If we compete again, I'll reconsider. On the 9th, I got up early to prepare for the joint military conference in Mariewa. Although I arrived early, I didn't want to hear that group discuss how handsome I am in Marineford, nor did I want to get caught up in the competition. After all, a lazy justice is what I pursue. I thought with this legitimate reason to attend the meeting, that bastard wouldn't be able to stop me. But then Sengoku called and said I didn't need to attend. That bastard added a line on the horizontal banner in Fujitora's office, saying, only the weak adhere to this. And I feel like I should add, only those who bully the weak adhere to this on Sengoku's banner. Sigh. Squirrel, is this your revenge? In the final sigh, filled with infinite regret and remorse. Slap. Akiji quickly closed his diary, put in the drawer, and looked at the bastard who walked in. Kazan, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Daffy is becoming more and more like Garp. No matter whose office he goes to, he is domineering. I know you, lazy guy, absolutely don't want to attend boring meetings. So I told Sengoku that if he dares to call you to Mariewa, I'll tear down the headquarters building. You really should thank me. Slapping his shoulder, Akiji's face was unusually dark. He just wanted to tear down the headquarters building. By the way, I called Garp today, and he actually said you are too weak, looking down on an admiral like this. I think I need to prove to him that an admiral's strength is definitely not weak. Let us compete again. Akiji, on the 13th, I lost again. That bastard is even stronger. On the 20th, I lost. A month passed, the joint military conference ended, and Sengoku said he had important matters to attend to and would stay in Mariewa for a while. Damn, lost on the 10th, lost. Damn, I'm not writing anymore. The diary only recorded until the end of the year, but singing went on for more than a year, becoming increasingly tragic. Time came to the year 1512 of the Sea Circle at the G1 Marine Fortress in the New World. Squirrel, what are you guys doing? I'll say it again. The crimes of pirates have no severity. All should be executed on the spot. No need to waste food by sending them to impel down. Akainu's furious roar nearly blew the roof off. No one wanted to mess with him at this time, except for Kizaru. He was originally the mediator between the fireman and the iceman, but now he is completely inclined towards Akainu. Because there's a guy who doesn't follow the rules standing with Akiji. The Navy also needs balance. How scary, compared to Akiji's miserable situation. Akainu's fury was extreme, while Kizaru was extremely comfortable, trimming his nails with his ancestral nail clippers to ensure they didn't affect the shape of his laser beams. Shut up, you lazy bastard. One by one, they're all like this. Akainu took off his hat, revealing a buzz cut pressed flat to his scalp, glaring with fierce eyes. Besides him diligently exterminating pirates, the rest were either slacking off or putting on a show, especially this bastard, who was among the best at this. He had been mooching and eating here for over a year, and whenever he was asked to help, he would say he had to go catch Fisher Tiger, clearly separating work from overtime. I really want to unleash a great fire and take him out too. Sakazuki, why not issue a formal order to correct this? After all, Kazan is too busy to deal with you. He is too busy. Kizaru's wrinkled face was filled with lingering fear and relief. Back then, if he had hesitated even a little, the one busy to the point of suffocation would be him. Akainu, who had just been overflowing with anger, was also stunned. The atmosphere suddenly became complex and silent. Akainu, even if he doesn't get along with the Iceman, he feels a toothache for that guy's situation. It's really too miserable. I believe the Admiral definitely has more strength than this. You're not serious, hiding your strength. This sentence also reached his ears, along with another sentence. I don't want you to think. I want what I think. Just these two fallacies trapped the Iceman in a cycle of forced operation. The last time such a situation occurred was when the two were training in tenacity, but back then, the Iceman was still young. Newcomers reporting to G1 said that the Iceman's appearance has changed a lot. Sigh. I wonder if he can hold on. One topic ended, and another had to be changed. Kizaru, why are you still here? Catching Fisher Tiger was originally your job. Is it okay to leave it to that kid? Those idiots have already been quite dissatisfied with the Navy. After a moment of silence, Akainu looked at the lazy guy still daydreaming here. Yo, relax. The young people nowadays are very motivated. Leaving it to him is no problem. Originally, 2 years ago, Kizaru had already formulated a plan to take Fisher Tiger out. But then the incident at Happy Street suddenly broke out, and he was recalled to Marine Ford, wasting the plan. After that incident, Fisher Tiger led the Sun Pirates' actions more cautiously. Speaking of which, Sakazuki, don't you think that over the past year, the pirates in the New World have been unusually quiet? It's as if they're all preparing for some big move, which makes people very worried. The yellow monkey smirked and glanced at Akainu, hoping to gather some information from him. If a New World wasn't safe, he wanted Fisher Tiger to live a few more years. After all, being an admiral meant always being at the forefront. Leading the fleet to put out fires every day could be quite bothersome. Those mere pirates, no matter what schemes they have, I will sink every last one of them to the bottom of the sea. Akainu stood up and walked to the corridor, feeling the calm before the storm. For more than a year, the New World had been peaceful, aside from the few useless supernovas stirring up some trouble. The 4 emperors reigning over the seas had been silent. Moreover, those idiots in the world government were restless again, trying to summon the 7 warlords and stirring up trouble in the Dark World. It was as if they were deliberately provoking war. Boom! A fire ignited in Akainu's heart, the heat in his fist boiling. What era of great pirates? The pirate era should have ended the day Roger died. As long as those 2 bastards were willing to cooperate, the Navy could end this era. From the ruthless and unhesitating methods displayed by that bastard, he initially thought their sense of justice was the same. But why endorse Kuzan's naive sense of justice? TangGe, somewhere in the New World on an island. Report. We have released the information that there are a large number of fishermen slaves on this island as ordered. The world government personnel in black suits saluted the new P0 members. A chain of fishmen, their eyes vacant, disembarked from the ship. Good. Have them all withdraw. As soon as Fisher Tiger lands on the island, surround him immediately. I want to duel with him. Yi Ping, with his feet on the table, looked smug. The moment he confirmed Fisher Tiger's whereabouts, he volunteered to lead his subordinates to capture him. Additionally, he borrowed some fisherman slave from the Celestial Dragons to lure Fisher Tiger into the trap. Originally, the fisherman hero Fisher Tiger, who should have died 2 years ago due to human betrayal, was still alive, a legendary character, making him the best choice for gaining plot points. With enough plot points, he could exchange for items and even restore his strength in advance. Heaven was favoring him, the destined master. But the Sun Pirates led by Fisher Tiger were filled with strong fishmen. Especially recently, the infamous sea warrior Jinbei had a bounty that reached 200 million. Should he notify the Navy and ask Admiral Kazuru for support? The leader in front of him was originally a Navy vice admiral, and he didn't know how strong he was. It would be troublesome if he couldn't catch him. Do you think I'm not capable? Yi Ping suddenly appeared in front of the man in the black suit, gripping his neck with one hand, his cold eyes staring directly at him. He hated being questioned the most, let alone by a bunch of cannon fodder natives. And no, the man in the black suit turned pale, his hands flailing desperately. The leader's gaze was scarier than that of the Celestial Dragons, his mood swings even more unpredictable. Lord Yi, Fisher Tiger is already in the nearby waters. Consider yourself lucky. Yi Ping tossed the man in the black suit aside and excitedly looked towards the sea. Soon, everyone wait for me. Ternasty's Kazan didn't even know how he got here. After being knocked out during a match, he woke up to the familiar thunderous sound. Switching from Marine Ford to Ternasty didn't change his fate, but he gained a friend in song. Zephyr, the sea watches over, the origin of the world. Still that song, Zephyr's voice carried more story, expressing all the helplessness and indignation. The sea also knew the end of the world. Kazan, on the other hand, had a calmness that seemed to see through everything, reciting like an old monk without a hint of emotion. In fact, he had really become bald. The once flowing natural curls had mysteriously disappeared, and in exchange, he had grown stronger. Guide me to the right world, embracing pain and distress, towards that azure future. At this point in the song, both Kuzan and Zephyr were deeply touched, tears glistening in their eyes. This time had truly been too difficult. Kazan didn't need to say much. Zephyr was originally just watching the excitement in Ternasty, cursing TangGe for being unprincipled and scolding his disciples for being useless. Until one day, that bastard brought Kuzan to Ternasty. After waking up, Kazan proposed a bold idea, and Zephyr agreed to give it a try. But the result was death, and it was an endless series of attempts. The two of them couldn't beat that monster. Then the equally forced Zephyr continued writing in Kuzan's diary, filled with insults. What carp didn't show brotherly loyalty, hiding in the East Blue like a turtle, not coming to manage his disciple? What a useless Marshal Sengoku, hiding in Mariewa for meetings. They had held joint military meetings twice, and he still hadn't come down. The most criticized were probably those disciples he trained, each one more useless than the last, not knowing how to save their teacher from peril. At his old age, he still had to endure this kind of coercion. It was truly a sin. Where's that bastard? After finishing the diary, Zephyr looked at his most satisfactory disciple, Kazan. Usually, after they finished singing and writing the diary, that bastard would jump out and say something. 2 admirals could definitely defeat the 4 emperors. I can't even defeat the 4 emperors, and you clearly have hidden your strength. Hurry up and take it seriously. Kazan touched his bald head. His once emaciated body had become sturdier after a long period of intense battles. Only his eyes seemed like black holes, freezing all hope, making others shudder. It felt like some kind of understanding was about to break through. This statement made Zephyr's eyes light up, his voice trembling slightly. So, yes, I've finally waited a long time for today. Kazan's words contained multiple emotions. Sitting on the ground struck by thunder, TangGe's mind was completely immersed in his body. An invisible force vibrating outside his body, waves of energy spreading and soaring around him. After more than a year of hard training, with 2 sparring partners, he finally forged his iron bones in the horizontal training. The crystalline membrane covering his entire body had become tougher and thicker, resembling a soft armor, capable of withstanding stronger forces. The most astonishing change was in his bones. After being tempered by hockey, they didn't turn gray-black, but instead became crystal white. Like jade, dense and hard, with remarkable toughness and astonishing recovery ability. Jade bones. He struck his hands together in the air, producing a muffled sound of impact, with no pain at all. And a smile appeared on TangGe's lips. Hey, I wonder what it feels like to be hit by Kaido now. His goal was to stand there and let Kaido hit him first, pat his chest, and then say, aren't you going to use some strength? Buzz. The Conqueror's haki surged forth suddenly. Even the lightning that struck him was dispersed, turning into fine arcs that struck the ground. In terms of physical training, he had also reached the pinnacle of ordinary humans, the familiar feeling appearing in his heart. Haki was about to mutate. This time, without a doubt, it was Conqueror's haki. The power of the mind is originally an elusive and intangible concept, difficult to pinpoint in the body, yet in this extraordinary world, it manifests a unique, known as Conqueror's haki. Once the true power of Conqueror's haki awakens, it elevates one's combat capabilities to another level. Moreover, it is now undergoing even more peculiar transformations. In reality, no matter how powerful or high-ranking a person may be, there will always be moments of helplessness. This feeling of powerlessness, when reflected in the void of dreams, makes one unable to grasp that weakness, wanting to soar, yet always tethered to the ground, possessing infinite strength, yet unable to move a cup with mere intention. Above the mind, there are always gaps. What if this gap could be filled? TangGe raised one hand towards the clouds. I said, let there be light in the sky. The purple clouds and thunder seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, then shattered, sunlight flooding the earth. TangGe pointed to the ground. I said, this ground cannot move. It appeared as if a figure seated in meditation emerged on the trembling island, immovable as a mountain, with the entire island pressed down by its will, not budging an inch. The flawless power of the mind brought the omnipotent strength from the void of dreams into reality. It was simply tyrannical. After the great battle on the island, there were shattered pits everywhere, blood splattered on the ground, congealed into a dark red. Report. The remaining members of the Sun Pirates have escaped the encirclement, and they stole a warship. A man in a black suit, bandaged, stood in front of Yi Ping and reported loudly. Understood. Let them go. Yi Ping was indifferent. His goal had already been achieved. Aside from the fatal blow that pierced his chest, he bore dozens of bullet wounds, clearly not dying from a one-on-one duel. Knowing the plot and still insisting on a one-on-one duel would be truly foolish. Yi Ping liked pirates, but that didn't mean he liked everything about them. Initially, he planned to keep key figures like Arlong and Jinbe, but Jinbe suddenly unleashed tremendous power, forcing him to abandon the idea of eliminating the main character group before the main storyline began. Next came the backlash. If the change was not successful, then one must bear the backlash of being exposed to the world's consciousness. There is still a bit left unwritten. I'll finish it tomorrow morning. This logic isn't something that can be sorted out by a muddled mind at midnight. Just over a year. Is this something a person would say? Akiji and Zephyr turned a Navy song into a generous farewell, making listeners mourn, especially Akiji, who had changed so much that he brought tears to those who saw him. Bell, dressed in a gray-white suit, had his lips twitching. He was now wearing an admiral's cloak, his rounded and powerful body stretching his shirt taut. while others calculate by the number of matches you measure by years. Admiral Kazan's head had almost gone bald from waiting. If he didn't leave soon, he'd go crazy. After training for more than 2 years in the New World Division base, he had gained a scar on his face, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. The reason for his reappearance in tenacity was that his aura had reached a critical point. In this world where the strong survive and the weak perish, it is better to grow strong in madness than to live weak. Kazan had this realization, and he would surprise everyone. TangGe smiled and said, "You are the same. Without enough madness, you can't control that beast-like will." Bell, standing at his current height, even without Zephyr's extensive teaching experience, he could sense the roar of a beast within Bell. Zoan type, fruit, ability, awakening. The awakening of abilities has a failure probability, especially for Zoan types. Either one masters the beastly will contained within the fruit, achieving a comprehensive and transformative enhancement of body and power, or one is assimilated by the beastly will, becoming an animal human with low intelligence, living only by instinct. One either ascends to heaven or descends to hell. Many powerful ability users spend their entire lives without meeting the conditions for awakening. Bell was now able to touch the threshold of this realm. It must be said that the compatibility of the polar bear fruit with him is very high. Madness? Isn't the awakening of fruit abilities dependent on creativity? Bell rubbed his round belly, feeling a pang of emotion. Ever since he sensed he was on the verge of awakening his ability, he returned to tenacity immediately to consult Zephyr, and the answer he received was similar to TangGe's. Only a powerful mind is the key to awakening abilities. However, in casual conversations with fellow trainees, he had heard another saying: as long as one's creativity is vast enough, any fruit can dominate. Creativity? Idiot. When you fail to awaken because you believed in such nonsense and turn into a snot-nosed polar bear human, don't blame me for finding you a female polar bear to play with, so you can truly unleash your creativity. If a devil fruit's ability relies on creativity for development, he couldn't think of anyone whose creativity surpasses that of Dr. Vegapunk. A traveler? Probably not. After all, a scientist of Vegapunk's caliber on Earth would have a technological level 100 years ahead of the world. Even the Nobel Prize would be boring to him. You're really vicious. Thinking of that scene, Bell's skin crawled with goosebumps, feeling a chill in his heart. This bastard could really do it. A jolt reminded him of the matter at hand, and as he spoke, Bell took out the latest newspaper and handed it over. Mary Geos is going to hold a grand event. Admiral Sengoku is going to officially take over as Fleet Admiral, and Admiral Kazuru will also take over as Admiral. This is a very rare scene. Shall we go see it together? TangGe smirked, unfolding the newspaper with confusion. The eye-catching headline on the front page read, "The Great Uprising at the Holy Land. Fisher Tiger is dead. The Navy will welcome a new era of 3 admirals." Bell was not a qualified newspaper reader. He missed such key information. Fisher Tiger. It's a pity that this legendary figure died before he even got to meet him. Just as Akiji and Nakainu had to undergo the test of the O'Hara incident before becoming admirals, Fisher Tiger was a test set for Kazuru by the world nobles. Now that Fisher Tiger is dead, regardless of who killed him, Sengoku and Kazuru can naturally take a step forward. However, Bell clearly did not know that his relationship with the idiots of Mary Geos was already irreconcilable. As long as he dared to step into Mary Geos, those guys might issue an order to execute TangGe on the spot without hesitation. With his current strength, TangGe was confident he could come and go unharmed in the territory of the 4 emperors, but Mary Geos was different. Even with Kaido's madness, he had never seen him dare to directly charge into Mary Geos. "I'm not going. The stage of Mary Geos is no longer worthy of me." This familiar tone left Bell at a loss for words. This guy is still so pretentious. Just then, a soft footstep approached. "Major General Raging Tiger. Here, a letter for you." Ion, who possessed the backward fruit ability, timidly ran over, dropped a letter, and fled like a frightened deer. I said, "Ion wouldn't he have fallen for this guy, would he? Why does it look like you always have a strange expression?" Bell instinctively sensed something was off. His intuition was quite accurate now, and his small eyes were filled with gossip and jealousy as he looked at TangGe. What is she thinking? She doesn't like me. Having cultivated his dominance to this level, TangGe's perception of everything around him had reached an extremely subtle level. He could even accurately sense people's emotions. Anger value 666. This was the feedback he received when I approached him just now. This emotion peaked when TangGe was beating up ZFA. Anger value 9999. And when I helped ZFA deal with his bruises, another emotion would manifest. Admiration value, 999. Blocking Belle's sneaky glance, TangGe opened the envelope that still carried a hint of a girl's fragrance. Sure enough, there was nothing written on the letter. It wasn't a confession of admiration from a little girl. What does this mean? Is it saying that you are the only one in her heart? Taking the letter, Belle shouted at the already distant TangGe. He couldn't make sense of it, as there was only a black dot smeared in the middle of the letter. It was a call. Not long after TangGe left Tenacity, another piece of news reached Belle. Maybe you are right. Only crazy people can survive. Just as the world government announced that Sengoku officially took over as Admiral of the Navy and Kizuru took over as Admiral, the last member of the Warlords of the Sea was confirmed. It was the pirate known as Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, especially since that fierce tiger had returned to the New World. In the vast beast pirates, aside from Kaido, there wasn't a single Zoan awakened user. It turned out that Teacher Ka's level was actually underestimated due to the bounty. Bang bang bang. Countless fireworks shot into the sky, exploding into various colorful patterns. And the dazzling fireworks sparkled under the blue sky. To celebrate the Navy headquarters entering a new era and to welcome the last member of the Warlords of the Sea to marry Geos for appointment. A grand carnival was underway, with a crowd gathered in a huge square and giant snail cameras broadcasting the scene to the world. The main character was Sengoku. Dressed in formal attire, with a stern expression, he stood among a circle of reporters holding camera snails, displaying all the medals he had received to make a show. For the people of the world, who feared the chaos caused by villains, the Navy's emergence into a new era held profound significance. This was a line to remember. Officially standing at the pinnacle of a Navy, with 3 powerful monsters under his command, it should have been a glorious matter. But he couldn't smile. He even wanted to announce his resignation on the spot. Just now, the Star had directly given him an order, requiring the Navy to lead a fleet to summon the Warlords of the Sea members. If there were any Warlords who did not accept the summons, they were to be eliminated on the spot. This was clearly causing trouble. Not long ago, the fierce tiger, who had trained his muscles for a long time, disappeared from Tenacity. Needless to say, he definitely returned to the New World. Given that bastard's nature, he would definitely turn the New World upside down this time. He already had the sound of the midnight bell ringing in his mind. Damn, both sides wanted to cause trouble, leaving him stuck in the middle with a group of Navy. When the time comes, he would definitely be the one to clean up the mess. No matter how great the storm, the righteousness called benevolence cannot perish. Justice. Justice, when will it act according to its true meaning? The largest palace in Mary Geos, named Panga City, rumbled. The huge stone door closed, cutting off all the noisy commotion. Only the heavy footsteps echoed in the solemn and grand hall. The event has begun. Just now, Don Quixote da Flamingos simultaneously requested to meet with us. The Don Quixote family S. Horomingu is the only one who has given up his identity to descend to the lower realm. He is a traitor. The successor of his bloodline, Da Flamingo, is not a good thing either. And Yi is an ambitious guy. Have they both realized something? Since there are already enough ambitious individuals, let's just let them kill each other. It's time for a major purge. Only after the war can a more solid balance be created. Things better not deviate from expectations. Each person spoke a line, expressing their opinions. This was their speaking style. If it were someone else, they would surely want to press them to the ground. Let you idiots speak halfway. Can't even make sense of your words. In front of them, layers of steps led upwards. Behind a giant red curtain was a void throne representing the king of the world. Flags fluttering from crossroads around the world began with the pattern on its backrest. Its position was at the very center of the intersection of the red Earth continent and the Grand Line, which is the center of the world. Kneeling on one knee at the base of the steps, Star lowered his head, vividly showing the highest power in front of people and the lowest posture behind them. Lord him, the 4 emperors of the New World, the Navy headquarters, and the Warlords of the Sea. The balance of the 3 major powers has been formed. Sitting on the throne of the King of the World, with hands resting on his knees, Im's red-black eyes showed no emotion as he looked into the void ahead. Balance. Perhaps only you idiots think so. A voice rudely interrupted the hall, cutting off Star's speech. Lord Riel, kneeling on the ground, Star quickly greeted the figure that appeared near the throne, not daring to show any anger. The army suffered a crushing defeat at the Dragon Kingdom's border. The balance at sea shattered at the slightest touch, and things have already slipped out of your control, Im. This unceremonious statement made Star's heart tremble. They sensed something. Everyone thought that after a century of chaos and foolish rule, the Dragon Kingdom's national power had declined to the point of no longer threatening the world government. However, not long ago, the army suffered a complete collapse. One of the generals was even killed. The reunified Dragon Kingdom displayed unimaginable strength, making people wary. Riel generally would not come here to discuss matters. The only chair was already occupied, and he was not used to standing. But now, letting that fierce tiger grow has become a serious internal trouble, and your orders cannot affect him. The questioning voice shook the red curtain, echoing throughout the grand hall. Crackle. Dense dark red lightning appeared before the throne, and Riel's eyes spun like an unfathomable abyss, distorting everything in front of him. Bang! A finger tapped on the armrest of the throne, and him revealed a slight smile. The surging sound, flickering lightning, and distorted space all suddenly froze, gradually dissipating like a phantom. Have you forgotten? The devil's abilities have no effect on me. The black robe swished as him stood up from the throne, and Riel, who had just been aggressive, looked pale and took a step back. Whether on the sea, land, or even the whole world, what does it matter if war breaks out? We have no rivals ahead. The world government rules the world, implementing a high-pressure regime. No amount of opposition can shake its foundation, which is not dependent on ancestral blessings. It relies on strength. Lyre enjoys playing with schemes, and the world king perched atop the Red Earth continent, has always relied on a single move. Crushing everything with absolute strength is both a blatant strategy and the highest level of skill. Only by standing higher can one truly understand the real distance from the sky. And at that moment, the sense of helplessness in his heart becomes even heavier. No matter how strong that fierce tiger is, how great its potential, or how much chaos it stirs, the outcome remains the same. Rox, Roger, Whitebeard, even Kaido. Even those at the Navy headquarters with differing thoughts were all once at the peak of their time, each name louder than the last. But who has ever set foot in Mariehua and launched a true challenge against the rule of the world nobles? It's not that they don't want to. It's that they can't. Let Sengoku order the fierce tiger to lead the 7 warlords to assist in the campaign against the 4 emperors. It wants TangGe to know that no matter how high you jump, you cannot surpass the Red Earth continent. The higher you stand, the worse the fall will be. Just like Lyre now, thinking that with dual powers he can challenge him, only to experience the more tangible gap. Obeying your will. Im's eyes resemble those of Mihawk. Near the entrance of the New World, a merchant ship leaped out of the deep sea, facing weather that was more than double the severity of the first half, with lightning flashing in the sky and violent storms approaching. From today on, let no one in this world dare to claim the title of emperor or king. After jumping off the makeshift ship, TangGe first glanced into the depths of the New World, then looked back at the Red Earth continent. The strong winds scattered his grand words, and after finding a direction, he sped across the sea. Blub blub. This time, he carried a small transponder snail on him, which was making faint noises. Hello, Admiral Sengoku. Are you angry because I didn't attend your inauguration ceremony? TangGe joked. The free air of the New World and what he was about to do filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Making a joke was harmless. Bastard. I'm not in the mood for jokes. You've really gotten into big trouble this time. Trouble always accompanies me. Go ahead, what is it this time? It wouldn't be some idiot coming up with a plan to deal with me, would it? TangGe could guess with his toes that with his current strength, Sengoku would consider it a big trouble, and it must be that group of world nobles causing trouble. Seriously, can't he just stay there quietly and wait to die? Stop messing around. The star has already ordered. Forcefully assemble the 7 warlords, and you will lead them to assist in the campaign against the 4 emperors. Sengoku said, covering his forehead. It's called assistance, but there are more factors of monitoring and disrupting. Those 7 warlords are not so easily subdued. After all, they have to fight the 4 emperors to the death. Sengoku hopes this guy doesn't act impulsively, that he carefully deliberates, grows stronger first, and doesn't waste time. However, when he heard laughter coming from the transponder snail, he knew all hope was in vain. Ha ha. Which idiot came up with this plan? Truly a genius. TangGe couldn't help but burst out laughing. This move of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf was somewhat useful before he challenged Whitebeard. But now it was purely providing resources for the external aid. Just right, the devil fruit ability needed for the Emperor's physique is enormous. And now someone is delivering the 7 warlords right to his mouth. Although the world nobles are enemies, they are good enemies. I have a plan. Since that group of idiots can't wait, I won't hold back either. By the way, I need to ask you for a favor. About Baron. Speaking of Baron, TangGe was still somewhat worried. He hadn't contacted Jonathan and the others for years, trying to minimize his emotional ties. Just not wanting to drag them into this situation. You don't need to worry about that. If the Navy doesn't even have this little face, we're not worthy of being called the highest combat power. Sengoku sighed. Ultimately, things have come to this point. Next, it will be determined by strength. By the way, why is your voice unclear? Where are you? I'm on my way and can already see land. I'll hang up first. There's something I need to take care of. Bang! With a step on the sea surface, TangGe shot into the sky like an arrow. Punk Hazard, as a covert research base under the world government, has become increasingly prosperous in recent years, with many buildings constructed near the continuous mountains. The main dock has been expanded more than twice, with many foreign ships docking to transport supplies and experimental materials. In a mountain hollow, red small villas were built along the mountainside. Creek. Musk, with dark circles under his eyes, came out of the room. Several days of sleepless experiments had left his body exhausted to the extreme, but today a major experiment had reached a critical moment. So he got up after a brief rest. Soon, more researchers in white lab coats emerged from the building, forming a white stream of people entering the laboratory deep within the mountains. Musk, I heard that your giant clan cloning experiment is close to success. That's amazing. The people around greeted each other, and Musk replied with a hint of pride. This is all thanks to the doctor. With his guidance, we were able to apply this great technology to the giant experimental subjects so quickly. There's no first in literature, no second in martial arts. But there's an exception in Punk Hazard. Vegapunk is the undisputed #1 in everyone's hearts. In recent years, the mountains of supplies and expensive rare materials have been continuously transported, making Punk Hazard operate like a precise laboratory, transforming Vegapunk's knowledge of technology that surpasses the world's level into visible weapons. One research topic after another was broken through. An epoch-making technology pushed forward like products on an assembly line towards the final goal, the Pacifista Project. To achieve the common goal of world peace, they willingly follow the doctor, working tirelessly. Have you felt your heart racing and your breathing becoming difficult? Someone blurted out in the crowd, turning red in the face, which led to more people agreeing. Me too. It feels like some natural disaster is about to happen. Just then, warning. In the laboratory, all models of the Pacifista had their eye screens lit up, glaring red alarm signals flashing. The beasts used for experiments were roaring like mad, and a massive amount of sedatives couldn't stop them from crashing against their cages. The world government has high security levels here. 2 individuals capable of matching the Navy's highest combat power reacted quickly, stepping on the air for months, shooting towards the sky. Danger was coming from above. Bold! How dare you attack the world government's base? Don't you fear death? Towering thousands of meters above Punk Hazard, TangGe coldly looked down at this world's most advanced research base. Even with knowledge of science that surpasses the world, walking down the wrong path makes it meaningless. Errors must be ended. TangGe extended his right hand, pressing down as if to crush the entire island. Buddha's palm, the unbreakable grip. Crack! A palm print was etched in the void, and the surrounding air exploded with several cracks over 10 meters long. The white airflow rubbed together, making sounds like shattering glass. Bang! When the palm print penetrated the cloud layer below, it suddenly expanded 1,000-fold, evaporating the entire mass of clouds. Bang! As it approached the island, the descending palm print expanded again, covering a quarter of the island size. Around the palm print, numerous air currents swirled, creating sparks from friction, with flashes of lightning accompanying them, like the sun crashing to the ground, like the Buddha's palm pressing down on the world. Boom! The members of P0 only had time to utter a fierce threat before being crushed down by the overwhelming force, colliding with the ground. The towering mountains were instantly reduced to dust, and the violent air currents mixed in the gaps of the palm print spread outward. A circular shock wave rippled from the center of the island, causing heavy rocks and soil to shake like ocean waves, releasing energy outward. After a moment, the ground stopped shaking, and the dust settled. A palm print, a quarter of the size of the island, was etched into the ground, with countless cracks appearing in the island's foundation, and seawater began to flood in. The Buddha's palm, one strike to crack the island. Mr. TangGe, join me. Together we can realize the ideal of world peace. On this very island, a scientist with a twisted worldview extended such an invitation to TangGe, but at that time he did not respond. It was after that event that TangGe underwent the most desperate and resolute transformation, taking step by step to reach today. In this world, there are always some people who, under the guise of justice and peace, treat wrongs as tolerable necessary sacrifices. TangGe would tell them, if sacrifice is necessary, then let it be you who sacrifices. I refuse. In the high skies, TangGe voiced his answer. His palm pressed down again. Boom, boom, boom. Another few strikes. without even seeing the enemy. The research base built by the world government with immense funds and energy was shattered by the attacks descending from the sky. A marvelous scene appeared. The entire island could float on the sea, and as it broke into pieces, it sank to the seabed. A massive whirlpool pulling the remnants of the island into the deep sea, with countless bubbles continuously rising. A small rescue pod at the seabed could not escape the massive whirlpool's pull, and during its descent, it was struck by the island's debris, plummeting into the deep sea. Wedged above the rock layers, the fully metal pod withstood the immense water pressure and impact, with a red signal light flickering erratically on top. Inside the rescue pod, Bijabank was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot and nearly bursting. The aura that once inspired admiration vanished without a trace, letting out howls like a beast. While the remaining rationality told him not to smash things inside the pod. Who did this? The Four Emperors? Or the Navy? A series of names capable of such an act flashed through his rapidly working brain. When the alarm of the observation color perception device covering the entire island sounded, he had fled into the deep-sea rescue pod. Just a moment of hesitation, and he would have been done. Along with the laboratory he had painstakingly built over the years and the large number of scientists he had brainwashed, all buried in the sea. Don't let me find out who did this, or I will make you understand the terror of scientists. Years of hard work destroyed in an instant. Bijabank, who had dealt with those lawless and morally bankrupt mad scientists for a long time, possessed considerable strength. Fortunately, he was still alive. As long as he didn't die, relying on the scientific knowledge in his mind, everything could start anew. The world government would certainly not give up on the pacifist plan. Now all he had to do was wait for rescue to arrive. The urgency with which the world government treated Bijabank could be seen in the speed of the rescue. A massive rescue force arrived within 30 minutes. Warships exceeding the configurations of the Demon Slayer Order patrolled the sea, while more than a dozen large-coated ships searched the seabed. The life card of Bijabank pointed in a general direction, while the flickering signal light on the rescue pod indicated a specific location. Mary Geos, between powers, who did this? This was an unprecedented blunder. The perpetrator must be found and subjected to the most severe punishment. This is key to resolving the pirate threat and controlling the future of the seas. Anger cannot solve the problem. The key now is to find Dr. Bijabank. The life card has not disappeared, indicating he is still alive. The world government's research on human weapons is not an absolute secret. Many major powers are aware. Moreover, if this plan succeeds, it will impact the order of the entire world, and they are not sure who did it. In the corridor outside the Chamber of Power, Sengoku appeared calm. Having just joined Star in cursing the perpetrator, fully expressing what it meant to unite against a common enemy. However, who isn't an actor? He was nearly laughing madly inside. Just moments ago, the news of Punk Hazard being attacked had the old men fuming, their faces turning pale with anger. It was incredibly satisfying. After all, it had nothing to do with the Navy. Punk Hazard was only nominally under the Navy's jurisdiction, with not a single Navy person present. That group of idiots even wanted to replace the Navy with pacifists. He really wanted to send 2 admirals to the island to show them what uncontrollable forces and man-made disasters were. As for who did it, Sengoku's mind immediately flashed to TangGe's face, especially the last words before hanging up the phone. It was highly likely. Dr. Bijabank's rescue pod had been found. Excited cheers came from the phone worm at the rescue site, and Star's gaze returned to the screen. As long as Bijabank was alive, the pacifist plan would not end. Everything was still under control. Soon, a silver spherical rescue pod was hoisted onto the ship, with the immense water pressure and debris from the island only leaving some dents on its surface. Bang! The door, controlled from inside, was kicked open, and the first thing Bijabank did upon emerging was to let out a howl towards the sky, with tangible brainwaves radiating from his head, instantly turning the brains of the surrounding world government personnel into mush. Even the world government experts sent to protect him dared not approach. After venting, Bijabank's anger slightly eased, but the feeling of being targeted by a terrifying monster returned to his mind, and the overwhelming gap in strength left him with no chance to move. His consciousness sank into boundless darkness. Doctor, the experts sent by the world government to protect Bijabank only saw the body of the only crew member who had not been killed by the powerful brainwaves vanish in place. And then Bijabank's entire body exploded into pieces like rain, with not a single intact piece of flesh left. Boom! The entire ship exploded, a fireball soaring into the sky. The shattered flesh completely burned clean, leaving no room for cloning technology to be utilized. The powerless and furious roars reached the ears of Yellow Ape, who had just been promoted to admiral. As the firefighting team leader, he opened his mouth slightly, watching a phantom flash past him, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. So terrifying. Yellow Ape just want to drag out the one who killed Fisher Tiger for a round of crazy laser attacks. This admiral would let anyone take the position. TangGe's face returned to its original appearance as he shot away into the distance. A loose end? Not a chance. Since the incident in the City of Water, after being chased by several P9s, TangGe has never given any enemy a chance to survive. He does not want to experience the plot that sometimes appears in TV shows, movies, or even novels, where after a large-scale destruction, the confident one leaves only to be killed by the person who survived by luck. Scientists like Begabank have the potential to become supervillains, and they must be eliminated completely. The thought is clear. Well, I've written some comments in, and more interesting comments are welcome. In the New World, 2 giant sea turtles are pulling a cruise ship as big as an island across the sea. This is the world's largest entertainment center, the DestroysSteel, which has risen to prominence at an astonishing speed over the past 2 years. Luxurious enjoyment will not disappear. After the demise of Joy Street, the world's royals, nobles, and wealthy merchants are looking for a place where they can indulge in pleasure. The DestroysSteel has thus emerged, a more prosperous entertainment center than Joy Street, rising within a year, showcasing the unimaginable power of money. Located in the central area of the cruise ship, at the top of an 8-star hotel decorated with gold bricks, Gil Tesoro looks down at the countless people below, indulged in the dreamlike amusement park he created, unable to help but dance, tapping rhythmically on the ground, humming that long-lost song of money. Nothing is unbuyable, a voice says. Gold and line dancing, let me be carefree. Before him are slaves surrendering to the power of money, with strong subordinates and luck on his side, making him feel that money is omnipotent. Just as he dances with abandon, imagining transforming the entrance of the DestroysSteel into a massive concert stage for better showcasing his talents. The voice of his security captain comes through his earpiece. Lord Tesoro, Edward Weevil, and SS Bagan are causing trouble again in the luxury store. They are buying things without paying and even injured the security. The names remind Tesoro of the life and death experience in Joy Street, and he can't help but frown. However, in the blink of an eye, he smiles. Let them make a fuss, as long as they enjoy themselves. By the way, how many of the 7 warlords of the sea have arrived? Whoosh! Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the gold-paved floor, and a man just over a meter tall emerged with a tall beauty with fiery red hair. Lord Tesoro, just now, another warlord of the sea, boarded the ship. It's Crocodile. He has already gone to the VIP casino area, together with Edward Weevil, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Moonlight Moria, who arrived earlier. There are already 4 warlords of the sea here, and P0 has also arrived. He just entered Doflamingo's room. The tall beauty, with a curvaceous figure and dressed like a receptionist, holds a notebook and speaks while looking. I don't know why so many dangerous people are gathering together. Our security force is simply not enough. Snap! A snap of fingers interrupts her speech, and Tesoro reveals a mysterious smile. The reason things have become so interesting is that just now, the world government announced an order that could change the world situation. Top, top, top. The rhythm of dancing on the floor becomes even more splendid, the gold inlaid on it swirling like water waves, transforming into the shapes of 2 dancers, dancing along with him. What do you think of this future, Barbara Tanaka? The Marine Headquarters' fierce tiger, plus the 7 warlords of the sea against the 4 pirate emperors dominating the New World. Tesoro's eyes are filled with obsession and madness as he looks at the entire cruise ship under his control. Nanny, the short Tanaka, and the tall beauty are all stunned. This is the rhythm of launching a full-scale war. What happened to the balance of the 3 major forces? How can we develop the entertainment industry now? In the VIP area, a dazzling room is invaded by an uninvited guest. Fu. I heard you had a clash with that fierce tiger? That's quite rare. You actually weren't crushed by him. Don Quixote Doflamingo, wearing red frog-eye glasses, lets out his signature laugh, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor, P0. Aren't you too scared to even go to Dressrosa? How does it feel to have to be a pirate instead of a proper king? Doflamingo, the celestial dragon driven out, appears in front of the gathering of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yi Ping, the responsible person of P0, looks at this infamous villain. With his small yellow hair and pink feather cloak, he is quite recognizable. The small yellow hair. As a minor villain who usually doesn't survive 2 episodes in various story worlds, is generally a character without even a name. Doflamingo is different. He is the most powerful and memorable among the minor villains. After experiencing several story worlds, Yi Ping no longer feels the shock of seeing him in person. However, He heard that Doflamingo had other ideas when he made an appointment with him, so he came to meet first. Put away your string ability. It's useless to me. This time I'm here to discuss cooperation. You don't want to get involved in a direct battle with the four emperors, right? That guy is blocking your way and mine. That's our common enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think we have common ground. After a bit of posturing, Yi Ping saw the veins bulging on Doflamingo's forehead, his fingers in the air moving, and he went straight to the point. Fu. So how do you want to cooperate? This is an annoying guy. He knows everything about his past and goals. Doflamingo, stopping his fingers cutting motion, wants to hear what the guy who dared to make a move on that fierce tiger has to say. The situation is clear. The plan is to make the fierce tiger and the four emperors suffer losses, and you warlords of the sea are forced to participate due to the world government summons. You wouldn't be foolish enough to think that the 7 warlords of the sea plus a vice admiral level combat power can stabilize the new world, right? That's looking for death. Yi Ping adopts an all-knowing posture, staring at Doflamingo across from him, eager to know what kind of eyes are behind those frog glasses. If you want to go down with that guy, just pretend I was never here. Fu. Our conversation has had a great start. Let's continue. Doflamingo leans back into the soft sofa, lifting his wine glass for a sip. This behavior makes Yi Ping feel certain. I've studied that fierce tiger. He always crushes enemies with violence, lacking strategy and means. As long as we pull in the other warlords of the sea who don't want to clash with the four emperors, we can sideline him. Then, by slightly utilizing the nails you've planted in the emperor pirates, we can provoke him to fight the four emperors, and during the battle, we can hold back, allowing him to face the emperor's wrath alone. We don't need to bear the blame of being cowards and can take out the roadblocks. We can even strike when he is at odds with the four emperors. You don't want to stay in the position of the 7 warlords forever, do you, Doflamingo? That traverser is just an idiot. Yi Ping even suspects he doesn't know the storyline. The protagonist hasn't even set sail and is already jumping so happily. If the world government isn't targeting him, who are they targeting? He can't even gather the combat power for the Marineford War and wants to fight the four emperors. That's a certain death. As long as their brains aren't damaged, these few warlords of the sea want to go to their deaths together. Not a bad idea. It's a good idea, but the key is to have someone to take the lead. The others probably don't have the guts. What a great candidate. Doflamingo looked at the man in front of him with some amusement. When his secrets were revealed, he even had a fleeting thought of profound mystery. Ha. As long as the others reach a consensus, I have no objections. Everyone has the right to live better. Don't you agree? Either go with the flow or use their identity to withdraw from the warlords of the sea. He has many choices, and it's a win-win situation. Great. With your involvement, that guy is bound to die. As a villain, while Doflamingo's fame isn't as great as that of Kaido or Kizu, he still feels a bit smug that he can easily subdue him. Next, there is no need to mention Crocodile. A single piece of information about the Underworld King can bring him over, and through him, he can find Robin's whereabouts and make an appearance early on. Moria can use the corpses of the strong. Who knows, they might even research the zombie technique together. For Buggy, just throw money at him. While Blackbeard and Mihawk Haven T revealed too much, so it's unwise to make contact rashly. As long as the warlords of the sea can be pulled to one side, it's enough to accomplish many things. The key is Hancock. This is the simplest. As long as I hold on to the leverage that she was once a celestial dragoness slave, I can do whatever I want in no time. Licking his dry lips, Yi Ping looked at the time traveler who only thought about building muscles with disdain. Coming to the pirate world, not eating devil fruits, not looking for women, and wanting to be a saint. How utterly boring. P.S. Simply low end among time travelers. The overall situation is set. The enemy will undoubtedly die. In the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar, the world government summoned the warlords of the sea, led by the Marine headquarters Fierce Tiger, to attack the 4 emperors of the New World. This news spread throughout the world overnight. The wave of public opinion had never been so turbulent, and the shadow of a giant war loomed over everyone. At the center of this event, at the summoning point of the warlords of the sea, the hidden storm is far from just one thing. In the lowest level of the great Destroys ship, there is a room entirely made of gold. This is the safest and most concealed place on the ship. Gulp. A bulge appeared on the golden wall, revealing a hole large enough for a person to pass through. Smiling, Taizolo stepped into the room and sat in the main seat. Everyone thought you were dead after disappearing from public view for so long. The request for a personal meeting truly surprised everyone. Taizolo has loved singing since he was a child and enjoys the feeling of being admired by thousands. And the man before him is undoubtedly one of his former idols. I'm alive, but I've also died once. The event that opens the curtain of an era wasn't organized by me alone, which makes my heart feel dead. The figure sitting on the luxurious sofa is a man with a scruffy beard and curly hair, his face full of gloom and frustration. However, the heavens have eyes, allowing me to obtain something that can change the entire world, and my heart is alive again. Boom! A giant match lit the cigar in his mouth, illuminating the man's gloomy face, making him look spirited. I have grasped the great treasure that has everything in the world. What exactly is that one piece? Roger shouted before his death. Apart from his former crew, probably no one knows. However, it doesn't prevent it from attracting pirates from all over the world to search for it, hoping to become the next pirate king. Hola! Hola! You've really obtained something remarkable, but just relying on words make me believe it. Taizolo remained unmoved. This man's words were untrustworthy, and what he said was highly provocative. The cost of easily believing him could be severe. Tap! Taizolo straightened up, his expression becoming serious as he saw something taken out of the man's pocket and placed on the golden coffee table. The item placed on the coffee table was a record pointer. Golden tendrils extended from the tabletop, pulling it closer. Taizolo saw a location engraved on the base of the record pointer, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, Ravdru, this is a name known by everyone across the seas, the place where the pirate king buried the only great treasure and also the final island. The man sitting on the sofa could no longer contain his excitement, standing up and laughing wildly. Is indeed Ravdru. This is the eternal record pointer leading there. With a record pointer, one naturally knows the course. He indeed knows the location of that island. So, what exactly do you want to do? My interest in the great treasure isn't that strong. I'm a businessman. After the initial shock, Taizolo leaned back again, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop. The record pointer in front of him is a fake. The pointer inside is completely still, clearly hidden by the man. Although the eternal pointer leading to Ravdru is astonishing. With his own abilities, possessing all the wealth in the world is only a matter of time. The allure of pirate treasures isn't very significant for him. Ravdru is not just as simple as Roger's buried treasure. The man smiled mysteriously. If it were just the treasures raided by that bastard Roger throughout his life, it wouldn't be enough to prompt the world government to take such drastic measures to erase all information about Ravdru. After a pause, he loudly stated something. Inside, there are pieces of evidence that can overthrow the legitimacy of the world government's rule, which is why they are so nervous. After obtaining this pointer, the man tried to find that island. However, it felt like he was missing something, and he could never find the true location of the island. Yet, while organizing all the information about Ravdru, he came up with the above speculation. And this speculation doesn't attract others as much, far less than the allure of gold and silver treasures. It's different for Taizolo. He suddenly burst into laughter. What a great idea. Continue. Two madmen, both once failures, have a willingness to cooperate. Regarding the foundation of rule, once the eternal pointer to the final island appears, the world government can't possibly just sit back and watch. And the pirates coveting the throne and wanting to obtain everything in the world will certainly not let this opportunity to the final island slip away. The world government originally wanted to have the fierce tiger lead the warlords of the sea to wear each other down against the four emperors. But I want more than that. I want to incite a war that will shake the world, to end the era opened by that bastard Roger, to end the era of the world's nobility, to launch a giant war that sweeps the world and even overturns the entire world. Pirates, Marines, world government, the world. Everything will change. This is what I want to do. I want to surpass that bastard Roger, to open the era of frenzy that belongs to me. Buena Festa. The man with a fervent expression on his face is named Buena Festa, the world's #1 festival organizer. However, that title became meaningless the moment Roger shouted that last will. Ha ha ha, clap. The pain and excitement in Tesoro's heart coexisted, and he finally clapped happily. He was persuaded by Fiesta's plan. Now was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, with the world's attention focused on the great Tesoro. As long as the topic of detonating the eternal pointer of Ravdru was raised here, the world government would be unable to erase all the news. Just like they couldn't with Roger back then. Those high and mighty people, those who claim to be gods. This time, I will pull you down to the mortal realm, to experience the pain and fear everyone else has gone through, to sink, and then to be destroyed. I can participate in your plan. Let's add some different colors to this world. Supporting his chin with both hands, Tesoro revealed a cruel smile. Very well. I have formulated a very detailed plan. Step 1. Inside the Seal Golden House, a plan that would influence the entire world was taking shape. I feel it's necessary to mention that I used to be a bit of a troublemaker. So the segments about the reincarnators are not directed at the rest of the Tomato Group. What I've written so far relies on my love for pirates and novels. I don't know if I can write a whole novel, but I definitely want to write something satisfying. Some protagonists in novels are indeed quite toxic, which has given me some inspiration. Oma Island, shrouded in the clouds of war in the New World, was not greatly affected by the atmosphere of this gambling island. In fact, it was slightly more prosperous than usual. Drunken pirates gathered here, chatting and boasting, and any movement on the Great Desoro became their topic of conversation. In that ordinary ramen shop, two burly men sat on chairs, heads down, devouring bowl after bowl of ramen. Their eating habits, combined with their intimidating physiques, made the other would-be diners retreat to the door. A group of pirates who had spent the night at the casino passed by the ramen shop, holding a newspaper just delivered by the newsbird. Another Shichibukai has responded to the world government's call and headed to the Great Desoro. Now 6 Shichibukai have arrived, just missing the Empress, Boa Hancock. Even Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, couldn't withstand the pressure from the world government, let alone the others. This is great. The war in the New World is probably inevitable. Who cares about them? The battles of those big shots are still far from us. I'm just thinking about enjoying today. Jack, didn't you make a fortune in the Colosseum? How about we find a place to have some fun later? In the end, the pirates disappeared from sight with knowing expressions, their conversation shifting from the tense situation at sea to which brothel offered better service. Since a great battle was about to begin, they might as well enjoy the rest of their lives. That was the thought of the vast majority of pirates. The ramen shop owner showcased his ancestral skills to the fullest this time, tossing large chunks of beef into the aromatic tonkatsu ramen, not caring about costs. Thank you for the hospitality. It was delicious. After finishing the last bowl of ramen, Fujitora thanked the nearly exhausted owner, thinking he should come back to this conscientious ramen shop more often if he had the chance. To this compliment, the owner simply maintained a modest smile. If it were before, he would have calmly posed for a show. Proud, 999. Burp. A loud burp echoed, causing the ramen shop owner to shudder all over. Bowing his head to clear the dishes to the kitchen, TangGe contentedly rubbed his belly, the one who marked a black dot on the letter paper. Who else could it be but Fujitora? After all, asking a blind person to write complete characters is a bit unfair. The two fierce tigers gathered again. After eating and drinking, they had to chat about something. Fujitora, you didn't just invite me here to settle your gambling debts, did you? This gambling guy had lost all the money he could lose in one go. When TangGe arrived, he was being pressured for debts, looking as if he hadn't eaten enough for days. Crack. The joints popped. TangGe decided that if this guy spoke one more word, he would let him experience what it was like to be an admiral like Akiji. When I was young, I knew a man. He was an extraordinary scientist, and he said he had a plan that could achieve world peace. At that time, I believed it. Fujitora's eye sockets widened in a terrifying manner. However, not long ago, when I met him, I found he had strayed from the principles of justice. Not only did he conduct cruel experiments on humans, but he also sold weapons of war to pirates. You wouldn't be talking about a scientist named Vegapunk, would you? TangGe interrupted Fujitora's furious roar. The word peace sounded a bit too familiar. Do you know him? Well, with your position in the Navy, you must know this chief scientist under the world government. Fujitora panted. Know him? Sort of, before coming here. I just sank him and his pacifist plan to the bottom of the sea. TangGe shrugged. However, it seems I didn't wrong him. Selling weapons to pirates is deserving of death. Fujitora's scara trembled within his eye sockets, and after a while, he calmed down and continued to talk about the second target. The link between the world government and the pirates is an intermediary codenamed Joker, quite unfortunately. It is said that he has close ties with the current warlord of the sea, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. With his observation hockey, it would be incredibly easy for him to gather intelligence. Doflamingo, huh? I have something to find him for. TangGe stroked his chin. He had asked Rommel from G5. Virgo had actually defected to the pirates, which ended his plan to fish for big catches. However, this time, with the Shichibukai gathering, Doflamingo would still fall into his hands. The world government's intention this time is obvious. They want to use you to deplete the forces of the 4 emperors, no matter who wins or loses. The final beneficiaries will be them. Do you still want to go? Fujitora was somewhat confused. How do you know the final beneficiaries will still be them? Those idiots have been reaping the benefits from the Red Line for 800 years. This method won't work on me. Unless TangGe is willing to be a turtle hiding its head, waiting for the main storyline to happen as mentioned by that member of the main God Squad. Otherwise, Honing one's strength in a deadly battle with the four emperors is the only way out. I want to eliminate the pirates. And I want to oppose the world government as well. At the landing port of the Great Destroys, the originally spacious viewing platform was crowded with people, each stretching their necks to look at the military ship coming in. The bald weasel, with bandages wrapped around his hands, was certainly not the object of their waiting. Ignored by everyone. Some even whistled, urging him to clear the way. Then roar. They're coming. They're coming. The person at the front, especially the men, began to cheer, their lewd and infatuated laughter carrying far. That is the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, truly stunningly beautiful. Just standing there, the energy radiating from her was thousands of volts, even millions of volts. The expressionless weasel walked at the front, pushing aside the crowd that had gathered. Looking down at the bloodstains in his palm. What a bunch of disgraceful guys. Whoosh. What a noisy and rude group. Following closely behind the weasel is Boa Hancock, whose beauty is unparalleled. With flowing long hair and dressed in a cheapao, her curvaceous long legs sway enticingly, making it hard for onlookers to suppress their fantasies. As she exudes an indescribable allure from head to toe, it's no wonder she carries the title of the world's most beautiful woman. However, her personality is somewhat peculiar. Facing the adoring smiles of everyone around her, Hancock smiles lightly, her hands brushing her long hair back. This captivating gesture makes it even harder for those already consumed by lust to resist, their hearts pounding out of their chests. Since there's a guilty conscience for being infatuated with her body, then let your bodies harden. Her sweet voice blows past like a warm breeze, intoxicating to the bone. Sweet, sweet wind. With her hands forming a heart shape, a wave of pink light radiates outward, freezing everyone who had just uttered vulgar words, their hearts racing in place, their bodies transforming into stone sculptures. Alas, the weasel, who didn't manage to escape the attack range, feels the veins on his forehead throb violently as he walks without looking back toward the second-in-command, leading the Navy to rendezvous, Cranes. What a headstrong woman. General Crane glances at the new wound on the weasel's body and then at the crowd turned into stone statues and can't help but sigh. Only the most headstrong can subdue a headstrong person. Let's go. We are only responsible for gathering people here. Crane's face grows more stern. The Navy's reputation now rests solely on her shoulders. Ever since the Navy completely turned to the world government, it has been rather restless these days, jumping around, trying to recruit the 7 warlords for their own purposes. Meanwhile, the fierce tiger sent to stabilize the situation hasn't shown up yet, leaving them feeling helpless, being roasted over a fire. No wonder Hancock, that figure, that beauty is simply hidden aside. Yi Ping quickly distances himself, having avoided the previous pink light wave. His own strength cannot immunize against this direct attack of malevolent thoughts. However, he has ways to subdue this incomparable empress. With a wicked smile, Yi Ping disappears into the shadows. Ha ha! Such a level of ability. No wonder she is a warlord. Captain Blackbeard takes a sip of rum while standing on the viewing platform. The previous pink light wave had no effect on a man of his caliber. Captain Teach, should we recruit her into our crew? It seems that Doflamingo and a few others have formed a collaboration in secret. Standing beside Teach are 4 subordinates destined to follow him. And it is Lafitte who speaks up now. Forget it. Such a hot-tempered woman is not suitable for our team. Right? Okay. MHM. The team sniper Van Oka nods. However, there are indeed many capable individuals gathered on this ship. If you have your eye on any abilities, just let me know. They will all become ours. All right, Captain. Meanwhile, apart from the dim-witted weevil, the well-known strong ones are all watching the last arriving warlord from various places. The 7 warlords of the sea have gathered, and now the main event is about to begin. However, the reaction of the 4 emperors who have dominated the New World for years cannot be underestimated. On the very day the 7 warlords of the sea were fully assembled, the allied country of the world government, Hanburg, was attacked by the Beast Pirates, and the Navy base was assaulted by the Big Mom Pirates, resulting in heavy casualties. At the same time, the red-haired pirates appeared within the territory of Whitebeard, showing signs of forming an alliance. The allied country was attacked by Kaido, the Navy base was hit by Big Mom, and both Whitebeard and Redhaired were in contact, with the 4 who stand at the pinnacle of piracy taking simultaneous action. This undoubtedly sent shockwaves across the world. Mariehua enjoys a spring-like climate all year round, with breathtaking scenery stretching from the window to the horizon. In the midst of power struggles, the calm composure of the past is gone, as news is being confirmed. Report. At this moment, a soldier in armor rushes in, kneeling on one knee at the door, loudly reporting a piece of news. It has been confirmed. Red-haired has boarded the Moby Dick. Nanny. They were prepared for the attacks by Kaido and Big Mom, even pushing them from behind. The contact between Whitebeard and Red-haired is far too dangerous. Only Red-haired Shanks, a man closely tied to the world government, would personally go to the Whitebeard pirates, which they had not anticipated. Kaido and Big Mom are a concern, but Red-haired and Whitebeard are the main focus. Their powers are sufficient to change the course of battle and could throw our plans into disarray. Kaido is reckless. Big Mom is bold. Even if these two join forces to resurrect the Rocks pirates, they wouldn't stir up a big wave. Their plan was to have the fierce tiger clash with these two. No matter who lives or dies, the world government could take over the remaining situation. But why are the actions of Red-haired and Whitebeard so extreme? This is a clear sign of impending total war. The key now is the 7 warlords. Someone must be sent to the Dorsalo to take charge, as the news coming from there is not good. Send a Kainu. A 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an anthole. That damn fierce tiger, with his personality and style, would absolutely not hide. What is he planning now? Regardless, Lordum's plan must continue to be executed. Coincidentally, Sengoku in Marineford is also frowning. If it weren't for Big Mom attacking the Navy base, he would have been in a good mood. However, one out-of-control incident after another arises, making him want to greet the stupid families with the most vicious words. Always wanting to dominate the world by balancing chaos, but now, this balance is showing signs of breaking, with the suffering not just falling on the Navy and civilians, compared to the chaos in Mariehua and the furious Marshal in Marineford. Another location at the epicenter of the storm, the Dorsalo, is clearly in more turmoil. The roaring waves of the sea create a thunderous sound that cannot drown out the boiling human voices. Journalists who are fortunate enough not to be turned into stone sculptures by Hancock are blocked at a large door, not daring to leave for a moment, waiting for the follow-up of the Navy and the 7 warlords' joint counterattack. Just now, news of the 4 emperors acting simultaneously reached the gathering place of the 7 warlords, Dorsalo, where the world government's appointed leader announced a pre-battle meeting. According to previous orders from the world government, the one responsible for leading the 7 warlords and the Navy fleet is the Fierce Tiger, and there are currently no reports indicating he has arrived at Dorsalo. Whether this operation against the 4 emperors will continue and who the first target of the attack will be. The scene is in utter chaos as we try to obtain first-hand information through all possible channels. World Economic News reporters bring you the report. Clog at the entrance of the world's only 8-star hotel, the dedication of the journalists blocked by Navy soldiers outside the caution line is admirable. This place can now be described as a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Inside the door, where they cannot see, the situation is even more turbulent. The pressure of the 4 emperors acting simultaneously is unparalleled, and the entire ship is filled with an atmosphere of extreme tension. The 7 warlords, said to form a triangular balance with the Navy headquarters and the 4 emperors, now finally understand their weight. The fully assembled 7 warlords, led by Crane, sit at a massive round table alongside the Navy and world government officials. The boundaries between the 3 parties are clearly defined, each with their own thoughts. As the nominal initiator of the meeting, Yi Ping was currently feeling accomplished, just like a commanding leader. Now that the situation was critical, as the representative sent by the world government to handle this matter with full authority, I believe we could not wait any longer and must act immediately. Before that, I would like to hear your opinions. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a look to several of the 7 warlords who had already sided with him, intending to take this opportunity to strip the Fierce Tiger of his command over the 7 warlords. He. According to the initial agreement, we did not accept the world government's orders unconditionally. Now that the 4 emperors are acting simultaneously, if the Navy does not stand firm at the front, we do not want to fight with those guys. Moonlight Moria's intellect was inversely proportional to his size. His large belly piled up in front of him, making him look particularly clumsy. His remarks broke the silence in the meeting, directing the blame towards the Navy first, but he was actually thinking of disbanding. With one speaking up, naturally, there would be a second who was also a loser after clashing with the 4 emperors. They might as well disband. Now it was the Navy that had problems, and we cannot be blamed for not responding to the summons. Crocodile understood. He had already obtained key information about the underworld from that big guy's mouth, and now just wanted to go back and implement the plan. What are you 2 bastards talking about? Clearly, it is you who fear the power of the 4 emperors. Seeing this group of pirates trying to shift all the blame onto the Navy, a naval officer present stood up and shouted loudly. Exactly. The Navy won't just let this go. Another officer, dressed in a light yellow striped suit, also said sternly, "What are you doing, Shitless? Not the time for nonsense." However, before he could finish, he saw the previously speaking Shitless draw his long knife and slash at him. "Not me. My hand is out of control. Get away, Mozambique." The panicked shout spread, and an invisible ability attack bound him, making his body move like a puppet. Clang! The two blades clashed violently together. If it weren't for the extraordinary strength of the Navy named Mozambique, he would have already been hit by the blade. Hee. If you don't want to escalate this, just clarify your words and end this boring gathering. Sitting on one side, Doflamingo pointed at the two Navy officers, his lips curling up, letting out a mocking laugh. Boa Hancock shared the same sentiment, and the four warlords wanting to disband were currently thinking of ruining this summons. After all, the protagonists of this incident were not them. Their sphere of influence was not in the New World, and no matter how big the war was, it would not affect them. Meanwhile, Mihawk and Edward Weevil had a completely indifferent attitude. The two powerful figures were confident they could survive in any situation. One half closed his eyes, pretending to nap, while the other was devouring the food on the round table. Ha. What a noisy bunch. If anyone among the seven warlords wished for war to break out, it would be Blackbeard. Years of lurking and sleepless nights had made him clarify all the steps to reach the top. A full-scale clash between the Navy headquarters and the four emperors could not only divert all the people obstructing his plans from the target location, but also exhaust Whitebeard's strength. Just a few simple words showed the different attitudes among the seven warlords. "Stop it. Doflamingo, you piece of trash from the sea. Are you here to hold a meeting or to fight?" Yiping was also feeling extremely frustrated. The sudden actions of the four emperors disrupted all his plans and posed a risk of throwing everything into chaos. He had originally planned to first deal with Hancock tonight. Now we're discussing the Navy's issues, not your reasons for rejecting the world government summons. Yiping initially only wanted to mobilize the seven warlords he had roped in to pressure the Navy, but he did not expect these guys to take the opportunity to disband. If the seven warlords really left, the world government would have no way to deal with Fierce Tiger. They had plenty of means to handle him. A bunch of natives. Why can't they follow my ideas? Others could sway with just a few words. A glance would make even the strongest obey, as if scripted. Why is it that with him, everyone doubles their intelligence and acts completely ungovernable? There are many unpredictable things. Speaking harshly relies entirely on strength. Otherwise, showing off could backfire. Idiot, your tricks are not working now. Even if we don't want the title of the seven warlords, we don't want to become cannon fodder in the battle between the Navy headquarters and the four emperors. Whoosh! With fingers poised like a flower, the controlled Shitless slashed towards Yiping. At the same time, his body lunged forward, and the tip of his other finger emitted a white thread that sliced forward. Doflamingo did not want to give this pretentious guy any face. Shave, substitute. In the middle of being sandwiched, Yiping flickered and disappeared from his position. But the alarm bells in his heart did not lessen at all. On the contrary, they intensified, and his palms began to sweat as he touched the props. Hee. 6 dials? One annoying skill. Doflamingo looked at Yiping, who appeared on the side, with a low chuckle, while his attack continued to slice forward. As Shitless was about to be cut into pieces by Doflamingo's thread, the chief of staff of the Navy headquarters, sitting in the main position, was not worried at all. He raised his head to scan the entire room. Seeing Blackbeard and Mihawk looking as if they were facing a great enemy, he frowned slightly, finally resting his gaze on the chaos in the room. Is the guy who can't see the situation also starting to decline? He actually sent such fools to host the situation. No wonder they have repeatedly suffered losses at the hands of Fierce Tiger. Just as everyone at the top knows, a war between the Navy headquarters and the four emperors is inevitable. With too many strong figures appearing on both sides at the same time, peace is not possible. Where is there a beast that does not eat people? And the seven warlords caught in between cannot remain uninvolved. Even if they escape to the edge of the world, they will be drawn into the war. No one wants to be the one to reap the benefits. As for those seven warlords who want to refuse this summons from the world government, it was never a concern. A single order from the world government can summon them, relying on the overwhelming strength that dominates the world. Refusal? How could that be possible? Do they really think the highest combat power of the headquarters is just for show? The world will have no place for them. Moreover, what a man who loves to show off. The crane looked towards a certain passage, where a terrifying aura was rapidly approaching. The most unruly guy had arrived. Blackbeard's eyes were like a wolf, and Mihawk's hand rested on his black sword. They were looking in the same direction. Boom! A massive pressure swept through. I say, what were you just laughing about? Speak it out loud, so I can laugh too. A voice suddenly appeared in the empty conference room, instantly overwhelming everyone with a powerful pressure. The entire space felt as if it had stagnated, and only Shitlerus, controlled by Doflamingo, realized his body could move freely again. After dodging to the side, he saw Doflamingo, who could no longer press down his finger, stiffen and slightly crouch. The feathers draped over him, standing on end. Behind him stood a tall figure, the epicenter of all oppression. The remaining 7 warlords, no longer making noise or appearing calm, all stood up and looked seriously at the man who had suddenly appeared in the conference room. It was Ryakujiu. How could he arrive so quickly? His body twisted like a phantom, muscles tensed, and a large amount of sweat dripped from the forehead of Don Quixote Doflamingo, as if turning around took too much energy. Before his hockey perception could react, a terrifying aura, akin to that of a king's presence, approached from behind. White waves of the wasteland, 16 sacred death bullets. Seeing Ryakujiu's unfriendly expression, Doflamingo instinctively decided to take the initiative, turning the ground beneath him into a sea of white lines, violently rolling. 16 lines, wrapped in armament hockey, stabbed forward, accompanied by a massive spider web that unfolded in front of him. A good sense of tension. He's also an awakened devil fruit user. But, boom, the lines that could pierce an entire ship were crushed by a single fist, scattering apart. Subsequently, the spider web was also shattered, and the remaining force of the fist struck Doflamingo's chest. The circular shockwave exploded behind him, shattering like a mirror, and Doflamingo's glasses were also broken, revealing his bulging eyes. Weak and pathetic, his figure vanished again, and TangGe appeared in front of Gecko Moria, his less than 4-meter-tall body not even half the height of Moria. However, the gap in strength was not something that size could compensate for. Boom! A fist imprinted on Moria's plump belly, the immense force piercing through without any waste. Holding a meeting is fine, but there's so much unnecessary chatter. Watching Moria, who once contended with Kaido, fall without resistance, the tension among the others escalated to its peak. Among them, Crocodile felt his heart rise to his throat, his body retreating and bumping into a chair, making a noise. Then he saw someone looking over, the heavy murderous intent making it hard for him to breathe. This feeling was something he had only experienced from the former Whitebeard. His body turned to sand, wanting to flow away and buy time. He didn't believe the others would just watch the Navy defeat each of them. You really thought you could sit down for this meeting, didn't you? That was the last thing he heard. Using a Logia-type movement ability in front of someone with such overwhelming presence was simply irresponsible for his life. The quick-witted weasel hurriedly took a justice cloak and draped it over himself. TangGe sat down with an imposing presence. Now we are having a meeting. Still having a meeting? The ones who were just serious about having a meeting were either lying on the ground or cowering aside, trembling. Now, it couldn't possibly be another unreasonable attack reason. The 4 standing 7 warlords and the world government's representative, Yepping, had Moria and Crocodile as examples. No one sat down, and no one spoke. Hancock's beautiful eyes looked at TangGe, a hint of fear rising in her heart. Her beauty, enhanced by her devil fruit ability, had no allure. And that unpredictable style of attack made even the strongest hesitate, afraid to move casually. However, the focus was not on that. Everyone continued to stare at the passage where Ryakujiu had emerged. Top, top, top. The sound of wooden sandals striking the ground, the cane tapping the floor. The music turning from high-pitched to low signaled another fierce tiger stepping from the dark corner onto the world stage. I'm just an ordinary wanderer, here to reduce the number of deaths caused by war. Wearing a purple robe, with closed eyes, a scar on his face, and an aura as deep as a chasm. This was Fujitora. How could he be with Ryakujiu? Only Yepping recognized him accurately, his brow twitching. This future admiral of the Navy, whose strength was unfathomable, now appeared on the world stage, clearly changing the narrative again. With Fujitora's assistance, Ryakujiu could completely control the situation, even facing the 4 emperors without pressure. For this, Yepping felt a deep resentment. He had once thought that by waving the flag of justice, he could recruit Fujitora as a subordinate, training his body with the power of the gravity fruit while having a powerful bodyguard. Now, suddenly, Yepping's face turned ashen as he saw the Navy move the chair he had just sat in to the side and bring over a new one. This is too much. These natives. At this moment, the only advantage he had was his identity, which did not belong to this world. When Fujitora sat beside TangGe, Shaitiles and Masambia both let out a breath of relief, their heads slightly raised, casting a triumphant glance at those outside the Navy. At the same time, they looked at the weasel, who had reacted a beat too slowly, feeling a sense of satisfaction rise in their hearts. They hadn't reacted before, but this time they did. Their eyesight was not poor, and this blind man's strength was not inferior to that of the headquarters admirals. It seemed he was still on Ryakujiyu's side. Moving a chair was nothing to be ashamed of. This is Fujitora, a good man dedicated to the cause of justice. Having him here, you wouldn't have any objections, right? With a thud, a black sword was placed on the table, and TangGe displayed magnanimity. When calling others to a meeting, one should listen to their opinions and give them a chance to speak. Otherwise, it would seem too small-minded, which is not advocated. You've already drawn your sword. Who would dare to object? Among the 7 warlords present, Mihawk, Blackbeard, and Weevil were all top-tier powers. Even though Ryakujiyu had real imperial strength, it was not enough to make them fear to this extent. But with this blind man named Fujitora, it was different. He was a powerhouse not inferior to any of them. Moreover, there was also the chief of staff, Crane, who was not weak either. Very good. It seems everyone has a positive attitude towards the cause of justice. The world government made the wisest decision by letting me lead the 7 warlords to fight against the 4 emperors. Before the formal meeting begins, if you have any opinions, you can speak now. Otherwise, there will be no opportunity later. Opinions? Dare not have. Speak first. Dare not say. The people standing in a circle had to think carefully about every word TangGe said, pondering repeatedly, afraid he would come back with a retort. You actually said it. Therefore, silence became the best response. Ha ha! No wonder Red-Haired had a run to old dad. With these 2 men united, they could pierce through any Emperor pirate crew. Very good. The stronger the Navy's power, the easier it will be for my plans to succeed. After gaining the powerful abilities of the dark fruit, Blackbeard's innate ferocity and arrogance began to sprout, but at this moment, he gathered all his composure and acted humble and honest. In terms of acting and restraint, he could rank among the top 3 in the world. His gaze swept over, and with no one speaking, TangGe continued. What's wrong? You have nothing to say? Then I want to be polite. This is your own forfeiture of the right to speak. Don't oppose me later. When these words came out, the remaining 7 warlords immediately felt a sense of foreboding. This is the difference between a scattered group and one that works together without any power to fight back. Is this Fujitora's smile? What a terrifyingly strong man. Crane looked at the suppressed 7 warlords, her gaze shifting to the blind, strong man eating ramen. Then, she looked at TangGe. This guy has truly found an extraordinary counterpart. Where will the world ultimately head? TangGe looked at Chief of Staff, and after the other party nodded slightly, the smile on his face disappeared, turning cold. The 4 emperors have occupied the New World for many years, and they're not so easy to defeat. The world government, the 7 warlords, and the Navy all have their minions, especially in the Dark World. The first step is to eliminate the traitors within. The others were indifferent, but Doflamingo, lying on the ground and relying on the power of the string fruit to heal his wounds, felt a shiver in his heart. We're about to fight the 4 emperors, and I have no expectations for you people who linger on the edge of the world government and pirates to put in your best effort in battle. However, if we're in the front lines fighting the 4 emperors, and someone is thinking of profiting from the war, selling weapons to the 4 emperors, and wanting to sit back and reap the benefits, then I would consider it reasonable to kill such a person. TangGe's calm words were filled with killing intent. This was a red line that no one was allowed to cross. Ha ha, agreed. Blackbeard's pupils contracted slightly, looking at the Navy, which usually showed a posture of overwhelming brute force, with a higher regard. The words of the fierce tiger made sense, leaving people unsure how to refute. However, he could see that this was a deadly sword. Who colludes with the 4 emperors is determined by the fierce tiger. Agreed. Hancock said nonchalantly. She had no ties to the 4 emperors. Agreed. Mihawk had the same reaction speed as the intellectually challenged Weibel, because he indeed had some ties to the 4 emperors. The external member of the Red-Haired Pirates refers to him. Very well. Since everyone is so aware, I announce that anyone who colludes with the 4 emperors will be executed. TangGe's lips curled up as he stood up from his seat and clapped his hands. Let the reporters in. I have something to announce to the world. The hotel door opened, and the reporters who had been waiting outside for a long time, equipped with gear to broadcast live to the world, rushed into the hotel conference room. In the golden room at the bottom of the Deso Rose ship, Buena Festa was already excitedly cheering in place. It's finally starting. The era of frenzy. The camera-like video snail flashed white light, capturing this moment. While the giant image snail connected to major islands around the world began to broadcast live what was about to happen in the conference room. No one made a sound. Except for the clicking of cameras, everyone listened intently to the speech of the man standing in the middle. This silence conveyed to the world, and everyone held their breath, focusing on the voice of the fierce tiger. The world already knew the name of this man, and now, every word he spoke required the whole world to be quiet and listen carefully. The world government has entrusted me with an important task, but I have a very regrettable thing to tell everyone. A slight commotion arose in the crowd, but it quickly quieted down as they continued to wait for TangGe to finish speaking. I am very regretful and very angry. The Navy is fighting bloodily on the front lines. However, some people are dragging their feet from behind, not only selling large amounts of supplies to the four emperors, but also sending them weapons of mass destruction. TangGe's face timely displayed anger, and his voice turned into a roar. If I had this acting skill in the previous world, becoming an official and making money wouldn't be a dream. Fortunately, the several seven warlord behind me are all individuals who understand righteousness. Just recently, they launched a surprise attack on the headquarters of the Holy Emperor Seal Company, which sold supplies and information to the four emperors, completely destroying it, and sank Punk Hazard, which sold weapons to the four emperors. They truly deserve to be the warlords of the king. TangGe waved his hand, asking the reporters to give close-ups of the seven warlords standing behind him. Then, he sighed and said, "What a company founded by 8 world nobles. Their ancestors established the world government. But who would have thought their descendants would be so foolish as to trade with pirates? I have to say they are unworthy to be the descendants of the 20 kings." Walking to Yi Ping's side, TangGe smiled and turned to face the camera. Becoming righteous. It is thanks to this high-ranking official of the world government that we were able to identify the bad apples hidden under the world government. This is a betrayal of the Navy and a betrayal of the world government. This news is like a bomb. It made the keen-nosed reporters realize what to do next. A large area of white light flickered continuously. Boom! A large sea stone sphere with a diameter of over 10 meters was punched, crashing into the wall amidst the sound of whistling air. Oh, here it comes. The fierce tiger. Kaido watched the face appearing on the screen, his skin as black as steel, and a fiery battle intent ignited in his eyes. Hurry up and start the ultimate war. Only the strong have the right to decide where the world goes. Boom! The hard rock beneath his feet collapsed and exploded, sinking down, and the air in the cave became scalding under the hot breath blowing from Kaido's nostrils. Lord Kaido, there's an urgent call. In the midst of the blasts of air, Jin's wings shielded him from the shockwave as he struggled to approach with a phone snail in hand. It's Big Mom. Admiration is the strongest emotion he feels for Kaido. He believes only this man can change the world and end the rule of the world nobles. Linlin. Kaido frowned, stopping his transformation, and casually picked up the receiver. What's the matter? Are you interrupting my battle? On the Rock's pirate's ship, that old hag had helped her several times. And after Rox died, the person Kaido least wanted to face was Big. The debt of gratitude was always hard to repay, which made him want to kill to end it all. You saw the live broadcast, right? That little guy, the fierce tiger, actually led people to destroy Punk Hazard and kill Doflamingo, who could supply me with the giant race. On the other end of the phone snail, Big's heavily made-up face showed a fierce expression. However, no amount of makeup can hide her aging. So what? I know you're also heading to the Datasoro. Listen well, do not lay a hand on the fierce tiger. Huh? He killed my son and shattered my dreams. I must take the fierce tiger's head. I will find him myself. Said Big. This is not a discussion, just a heads up. By the way, the artificial devil fruits you need can only be manufactured by me. Click. The phone bug was hung up, leaving Kaido standing expressionless in place. Rumbling. The thunderclouds that had long shrouded Onigashima flickered, and Jean spoke up. Damn it. How dare he have such an attitude and threaten us with artificial devil fruits? The Kaido before him was neither angry nor mad, but the pressure he exuded was 10 times greater than that of the drunken, troublemaking Kaido. Silence is more intimidating than barking. It doesn't matter. The artificial devil fruits are ours, and the heads of the fierce tiger and the 7 warlords are also ours. Boom! With that, Kaido soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. You know nothing. Lingling. With only talent and having focused on giving birth all these years, you've reached the brink of elimination. Let's fight together joyfully like before, but this time, I am the boss. The argument between the Emperor and the Emperor on the motorbike was also ongoing, already on the verge of breaking apart, the momentum of their confrontation even affecting the weather in the area. The waves rolled away, and the air trembled. The man who had been hiding behind you for so many years suddenly joined the 7 warlords just to draw you out. Whitebeard. Do not go to the Datasoro and confront Blackbeard Teach. That guy has committed the heinous crime of killing his comrades on a pirate ship. Sending him to hell is my responsibility. Since learning that Teach had joined the Seven Warlords, Whitebeard's anger was no longer containable. So what if it's a conspiracy? No one could stop it. An unprecedented, all-out war. The long knife was drawn. Since it couldn't be stopped, Red Hair didn't hold back. What the hell? I'm Whitebeard. Just as the two were about to clash swords, Jozu and Kizaru's exclamations rang out simultaneously. Old man, boss. All the pirates, still watching the broadcast, were left in shock. Something big has happened. In the main control room on the Datasoro, the monitoring screen was live-streaming the scene of Doflamingo being crushed to death by TangGe. What immense power! It looks so exhilarating. The masochistic muscle man, Deus chewing gum, glanced at the screen, with two blushes rising on his cheeks. That damn pervert! A chill ran through the surrounding people. Deus, with his special physique and the hardened fruit ability granted by Taisoro, had become a perverted muscle freak who got more excited the more he fought. And he was also Taisoro's #1 enforcer. The number of people watching this live broadcast worldwide had reached its peak, all stunned by the scene of TangGe directly crushing Doflamingo to death. Lord Taisoro, all 30 major island broadcast channels have been fully controlled and can switch at any time, said Chief Security Officer Tanaka, turning around from the control screen. He flashed and disappeared from his chair, then appeared beside Taisoro. Then let's get started. Although it's a pity for this ship, it will be a magnificent stage to ignite the World War, and it will be recorded in history. Taisoro's smile could not be concealed. He wore a huge ruby ring on his right hand's index finger, which sparkled. After the world government scientists announced that objects could also consume devil fruits and gain corresponding abilities, he fused a fruit that brought him luck into a ring he always carried, named the Ring of Luck, with the fortune of a destined child. Even in the eye of the storm, Taisoro was confident he would remain unharmed. Coupled with obtaining another devil fruit during the Happy Street incident, his subordinates possessed considerable power. Barbara, use your ability to assist Fiesta in completing the top-level performance. Yes, Lord Taisoro. Secretary Barbara was pulled by Tanaka into a dark stage. In front of them, the well-dressed Fiesta had been waiting for a long time. Phone bug signal switching. Just as Mary Gios confirmed the destruction of the headquarters of the Holy Emperor Seal Company, she turned to see TangGe, disregarding Akainu's attempt to stop him, crush Doflamingo, who had already obtained Celestial Dragon status. The furious rage was enough to destroy several countries. But for Sengoku, it was just words that went in one ear and out the other. He even stretched out his hand to scratch his ear, showing impatience. He only had one thing to say. I didn't send a fierce tiger. I recommended Akainu, but you insisted on making me order the fierce tiger. To increase his persuasive power, he even recorded the conversation at that time, letting a recording phone bug play on a loop. This is outrageous. The fierce tiger is too reckless. His entire clan must be executed. All related to him must also. Gurgle. The snoring of an old Tyrannosaurus suddenly rang out, which was also the confidence that Sengoku had to be so tough. His close brother Carp finally returned. However, Carp, pretending to be asleep, felt helpless. He also wanted to know what sins he had committed. Those related to him, whether son or disciple, even two grandsons who hadn't grown up yet, were all thinking of rebellion. Sigh. This one is the most troublesome. How dare he kill directly? Even Dragon can only be considered a small disturbance. All right. Cursing aside, the star suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. That bastard Carp had really become a force to be reckoned with. The revolutionary who was causing more and more trouble in the four seas, Dragon. Within the Navy, the fierce tiger, Akij. Unbeknownst to them, an impressive network had already been growing under their noses, and its influence was something they had to face. As an important member of this network, Star had never encountered someone like TangGe in his long life. Turning black and white and calling a deer a horse were nothing. That kind of disdain for all authority and trampling on all order made them truly feel threatened. Before they could calm down, the image phone bug placed between the powers projected a changing scene. On the four Emperor ship, in Sabaody, at the Navy headquarters, in various strong nations of a new world. All the islands watching the live broadcast could see a scene where jaws that had just been shaken open were now nearly dislocated. They saw the pirate King Roger come back to life and speaking. What kind of joke is this? How could he record his position on the Eternal Pointer? Roger's voice faded, replaced by a pirate wearing a headscarf, instantly recognized by those familiar with Roger's crew. It was a member of Roger's ship. This is just in case. In case there's a need. Keeping such things will only allow the world government to find this place first. Boom! In the scene, Roger waved and threw a log pose into the sea, while the crew members who had just recorded the position gasped in shock. More emotions were born in the hearts of everyone who witnessed this moment. Some felt their hearts sink into the deep sea along with the log pose. while others were filled with anticipation. Their silence was deafening. Boom! The scene continued without interruption. The log pose sinking into the deep sea was swallowed by a gigantic sea creature with a scar on its forehead, which then swam through the ocean. Eventually, the eternal log pose hidden in its belly was picked up by a hand. Clap! Clap! The darkness was suddenly illuminated as if it were daytime, and Festa, sitting in the center of the stage, stood up like a martyr charging forward. This would be the pinnacle moment of his life. With a microphone at his lips, a captivating voice echoed. The final island storing One Piece is located beyond the Waterstar Island at the end of all shipping routes. Not only is the road leading to it blocked by the Four Emperors, but its true location has also become a mystery following the demise of the Roger Pirates, the only crew to have reached it. However, now everything will change. Festa seemed to feel countless gazes focused on him, specifically on the eternal log pose in his hand. Like the eye of a storm, attracting all attention. With a manic smile, he shouted loudly, "Destiny has long been predetermined. The eternal log pose leading to Raftel will not perish. It has fallen into my hands, Lord Festa." The eternal log pose in his hand was turned around, and the scene focused on it, revealing the name engraved on the wooden base. Raftel. This is the log pose leading to Raftel. This is truly the eternal log pose to Raftel. I have made 1,000 copies of the eternal log pose leading to Raftel and scattered them across various islands in the New World. If you want the treasure, go search for it. Kill. Compete. Everything in the world is there. Obtaining it means becoming the next king of the world. Clap. The microphone fell as Festa panted and looked ahead, lighting a cigar in his mouth. White smoke rings rising like fireworks at a celebration. Did you see that? Roger. The era of great pirates you created will be ended by me. I have cleared the path to the treasure, and next is the era created by me, Festa, where you fight and kill, and the strong are respected. This is the era of frenzy. The world was silent at this moment, yet also incredibly fervent. No one cared about the authenticity of the eternal log pose in Festa's hand, just as no one cared about the authenticity of Roger's last words. The desire hidden in people's hearts drove them to pursue answers relentlessly. Witnessing all of this, stars felt their pale hairs stand on end, anger extending through their veins, highlighting their bark-like skin. At the same time, fear also grew deep within. Raftel, the secrets buried there must never be known by the world government. The 20 kings' lies they spent 800 years weaving will shatter in an instant. The legitimacy of the world government built on lies will also be denied by the entire world, including the Navy before them. Without military force, there is no power. Therefore, the secrets of Raftel must not be exposed. Let it begin. Total war. Everyone who holds the eternal log pose leading to Raftel must be eliminated. In the void, a command like a spell resonated, and Sengoku and the admirals at Navy headquarters received this signal. Yes, total war was now inevitable. Whitebeard and Redhaired had lost interest in their swords at this moment. The scene just now was so real that they both thought Roger had come back to life. Not to mention the pirates led by Roger. Desire knows no bounds. Moreover, now there was a shortcut to the peak of desire. The pirates, the Navy, and the world government would engage in an unprecedented deadly battle. Blurp, blurp. No one expected that the meeting at Navy headquarters where the warlords of the sea gathered to declare war on the Four Emperors would turn into an opening ceremony for an era. The moment Festa finished speaking, the raging sea spread rapidly throughout the New World. Festa claimed that 1,000 eternal log poses leading to Raftel were distributed across the New World, almost one on every island. The Whitebeard pirates' flag still flew at the entrance of the town on Foodval Island in the New World, its reputation enough to intimidate most pirates just by hanging there. Don't come in. This is a town protected by Whitebeard. T-Beard, are you crazy? The terrified crew hiding under the flag shouted. But today, the unprecedented turbulent situation made this flag, like a protective deity, lose its deterrent power. The desire and dreams in their hearts surged like a flood, washing away their fear of Whitebeard. A group of pirates brandishing sharp blades crossed that red line and brutally charged into the town. Boys, turn the town upside down. We must find the eternal log pose. Standing at the center of the pirates was a tall captain with a thick mustache braided like a twist, marking his identity. Pirate, T-Beard, a low-tier pirate. As long as we find the eternal log pose, we can directly bypass the Four Emperors' waters and reach the final island to obtain One Piece. War is good. War is good. We have a chance to get rich. T-Beard wore a new leopard print coat, and the obsession for money flashed in his eyes behind sunglasses. Let us go. Son, let us find the owner of this ship. I heard he is the richest man in the world. In this era of war, let us keep his money safe for him. All right, Mom. The earth-shaking footsteps faded away, and the officials sent by the world government had long since vanished, leaving only the Navy behind. These bastards, they all left. Shatirius and Mozambia felt a belly full of confusion, and the soldiers were discussing among themselves. Is Admiral Akainu really going to fight to the death with Fleet Admiral Ryakujiu? Especially at this time. The warlords of the sea had the opportunity to leave because Akainu had already engaged in battle with Ryakujiu. Moreover, from the looks of it, their fight was not just a friendly match. The massive ship, the Destroyssteel, was torn apart by the shockwaves of their battle. Shut up, you ignorant fools. Saru sighed in relief only after all the warlords of the sea had left. Quickly evacuate the civilians to the warship. Don't let them get caught up in a fight. Festa has caused such a huge incident. The positions of the warlords of the sea could change at any moment. After all, they're still pirates. Yes, Saru served as a pillar of support and under her command. The Navy stopped their complaints and arranged for the people enjoying themselves on the Destroyssteel to evacuate, including those unfortunate souls turned to stone. Sigh, the more it is at this time, the more we must determine the victor. Saru looked at the battlefield filled with flames, her expression serious. It seems you already know. Only by defeating the admiral can true justice be brought to the Navy. The Navy's admirals must ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Any actions that jeopardize the safety of the celestial dragons will provoke the admiral's attack. This is a law engraved in the world's common understanding. The last one to dare challenge the authority of the world aristocracy, Fisher Tiger, proved this with his life. No matter how Doflamingo's identity as a pirate suddenly turned into that of a celestial dragon, Akainu indeed violated this ironclad rule. If the nearby Admiral Akainu did not react, it would completely contradict his principles. Moreover, Akainu himself was filled with rage that he wanted to vent. The changes in the broadcast and the appearance of the Eternal Pointer did not divert his target at all. Boom, boom. The magnificent ship, the Dressrosa, transformed into a battlefield for the two Navy officers to determine the victor, with lava and magma rampaging endlessly. Half of the 10-kilometer-long ship's body was turned into a magma domain by Akainu's power, with heat waves rolling and metals melting into liquid. One of the top powers in the Logia type exhibited devastating destructive force and awe-inspiring might. Two figures in white justice cloaks crashed hard into the deck of the Dressrosa. In an instant, a lava column several dozen meters thick surged into the sky. Boom! A massive lava fist smashed through the side of the ship, incinerating everything in its path, melting metals into liquid. Akainu stepped into the void, following up with another punch, causing the lava column to explode and expand, with a fist the size of a small mountain crushing down. Boom! The sea surface was blown apart, with a massive amount of seawater rolling and parting, resembling a white lotus. The high-temperature heat waves evaporated into a hazy mist, obscuring visibility. Why? Akainu, standing in mid-air with magma flowing over him, had the surrounding air distorted and filled with a chilling voice. Anyone could hear his anger. He was not asking why Doflamingo, who had already been declared a celestial dragon, was crushed to death by Doflamingo, which was equivalent to announcing a rebellion against the Navy. Nor was he questioning why Doflamingo stood still, allowing him a few moves. Why do you all deny my justice? Your naive sense of justice will only split the Navy. As long as we unite, we can completely end this chaotic era, even force the world government to change. This was the root of his anger. Kazan's opposing stance was one thing, but Sengoku and Karp's seemingly neutral attitude actually tilted the scales in favor of Kazan, holding a dismissive view towards his absolute justice. This denial became even more severe after this guy appeared. Everyone believed that Akainu was the future of the Navy. Why? Boom! The magma hidden deep underground sensed Akainu's fury, and dark red fire columns broke through the rock layers, erupting upward. Volcanic eruptions and earthquakes can cause widespread natural disasters, and those with this ability possess immense destructive power. The ultimate development of a Logia type is nature itself, a level as powerful as the awakening of abilities. After letting out a furious roar, Akainu retracted his magma-covered fist and engaged in close combat again. His haki not only carried the characteristic of the magma fruit's ability to incinerate everything. Great eruption. The super strength ability akin to a volcanic eruption was infused into his fist, penetrating the space ahead, the scorching air bursting forth, igniting everything around. The super high explosive power was another trait of the magma fruit. Coupled with its immense destructive capability and his own strength, Akainu undoubtedly ranked first among the three admirals. However, it was of no use. Whether lava or high-temperature air waves, they had no effect, blocked by an invisible air wall surrounding Doflamingo's body at about a meter's distance. This guy's haki could suppress the methods of ability users, and the extent to which it could do so was truly terrifying. Boom! The white justice cloak suddenly straightened in the opposite direction as the two fists collided in midair. The scorching airflow exploding outward from the center, countless volcanic rocks splattering everywhere, igniting everything in their path. Did you forget to eat? Put in some effort. You didn't even burn my clothes. Doflamingo stood suspended in the air, another hand slapped on his chest, unabashedly boasting. Boring questions and impotent anger stem from being too weak. If you want to end this era, your strength is not enough. That bastard, just as the rumors said, once the battle started, the fragments from his mouth would ignite one's rage. Akainu's fist had the power to crush a mountain, and it was aimed directly at Doflamingo's mouth. There is no time to play with you now. Take me seriously, you bastard who only hides under others' protection. In terms of verbal skills, Akainu was not weak at all, and every word struck hard. Doflamingo had finally met his match. This bastard, after giving you a few moves, you got bold. The three-color haki wrapped around his body, and his fists swung like lightning, blocking Akainu's frenzied attacks one by one. The mutated haki was especially effective against Logia types, each punch forcing Akainu to rely solely on haki to contend. Doflamingo stared at this representative figure of the Navy's hawkish faction. Akainu was a typical iron-blooded soldier. He understood Akainu's anger. Even from an observer's perspective, compared to Kazan's indecisiveness, Doflamingo preferred Akainu's decisive and unrestrained style of action. As the strongest admiral, he harbored thoughts of wanting to change the Navy's situation. He even wanted to change the world government, but his path was wrong from the start. Akainu's idea was to unite all Navy forces to first eliminate the pirates. Then, within the world government, use force to resolve power struggles, using the unified Navy to compel the world government to make changes. Despite being the most extreme towards pirates, Akainu's attitude towards the world government was not thorough enough. With his sense of justice and thoughts, even if successful, the best outcome would only bring the world a result similar to a constitutional monarchy or military government. Internal power shifts could not change the oppressed state of the world, and could even cause the Navy, which claimed to be just, to fall back into a state of being a puppet of power, which is the reason why Sengoku, Kazan, and others did not have faith in Akainu. However, Kazan was in a state of confusion. Kazuru was just a slacker, and Akainu's ideas became the only choice. If it weren't for Doflamingo's appearance, the next generation of the Navy would ultimately be handed over to Akainu. Sakazuki, if you understood one thing, you wouldn't have such anger and doubts. Doflamingo crossed his arms, infused with three-color haki, blocking the magma fist that was smashing down in front of him, with all the flames being trampled underfoot by a towering Buddha illusion. Ability alone was not enough. Only haki could surpass everything. Clenching his fists, his body stretched like a bow. The surrounding air crackled like glass being compressed. Thousand-handed Buddha. Subduing dragon. As soon as the words fell, Doflamingo disappeared from his spot, and the Buddha illusion moved accordingly, with rapid punches resembling 1,000 hands in motion, continuously striking around Akainu. If you haven't heard of it, it means it has no basis. A few words without any attacking power are meaningless. Those who can win can say whatever they want. Akainu's expression was cold and resolute, his arms turning red, with lava flowing hotly, unleashing lightning with each punch. Meteor volcano. Everything exploded and burned, like an immense volcano under attack, countless heated air currents and volcanic rocks exploding outward, with the shockwave from the collisions causing the entire sea surface to shake. It must be said that Akainu's resolve was very high, and it really suited Doflamingo's taste. What a pity. Sakazuki, in this world where power reigns supreme, you truly shouldn't consume the devil fruit offered by the world government just to gain strength. When he retired as a vice admiral in Punk Hazard, he already stated that the abilities of the three admirals were not obtained by themselves, but rather manipulated by the world government. He also warned TangGe not to lose himself in the pursuit of power. However, TangGe once had a question. The powerful devil fruits enhance destructive power, much like weapons or tools, while haki enhances human ability itself. So, is it the self who solely cultivates haki that is strong, or the self who, on that basis, consumes a devil fruit that is strong? This seemingly unsolvable question found an answer after mastering the power of Conqueror's Haki. The devil fruit is dispensable. It has its limits. The power of Haki knows no bounds, and this extraordinary growth ability comes from Conqueror's Haki. Besides being used to wrap around the body and enhance attack power, the power of Conqueror's Haki has two sides. One side is that strong individuals with the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki possess a charisma that makes others willingly follow them, a kingly demeanor. The other side is that it is extremely domineering. When two individuals with Conqueror's Haki compete, the victor's strength will significantly increase. As if they are plundering everything from the opponent, the completely defeated side, even if they do not die, will suffer an irreparable mental scar, leaving them at a fraction of their former strength. Among all the strong who possess kingly qualifications, the one who stands on top can become a king beyond kings. TangGe can feel that after reaching the king level, the spiritual power of Conqueror's Haki will be sublimated into a will that can transcend time and space, flowing through bloodlines and thoughts. This kingly will, when developed positively, can advance the era akin to freedom and dreams. Conversely, when developed negatively, it can become a ruling order that shackles the world, even extinguishing any thought of rebellion. The world government has existed for 800 years, and it is impossible for its founders to lack Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, due to the plundering nature of Conqueror's Haki, countless strong individuals have knelt under its power over the years, and the Navy has also been deeply influenced by its ideology, making resistance difficult. Just like the Akainu before him, he did not fail to awaken Conqueror's Haki due to insufficient strength. Rather, during his promotion to admiral, he lost his spirit and was influenced by the will of the world government, making awakening impossible. One can only imagine how powerful the founders of the world government would be if they were alive today, far beyond what the affected Akainu could defeat. Only a king can confront a king. This is the true meaning of this battle. Rather than saying TangGe is fighting Akainu, it is more accurate to say that TangGe is battling against the ruling will left in the Navy by that king of the world government. Your perspective is too narrow, Sakaski. What seems like absolute justice is actually not absolute at all. Beneath justice, no one holds privileges. Having seen through Akainu, TangGe has already decided to end this battle. Great sun like the Buddha, the giant Buddha with the sky above and the sea beneath, gathers a golden sun in its palm and presses down toward Akainu. The sea surface erupts in golden red flames, and fierce battles are also taking place on the half-destroyed D. Sorrow, with violent explosions sending shockwaves into the sea, creating a tsunami. The battles occurring here are a microcosm of the new world at this moment. With fights blooming everywhere and lives lost like ants, it is not surprising who dies. When someone lies on the ground, turning into a corpse, no one even cares whether they were an important figure. The top admirals of the Navy are continuously facing the strongest challenges, let alone some lackeys who are just there to fill the numbers. Only the legendary fall and rise create fleeting sparks. In the shadowy mist that shields all perception and sight, two figures in Navy uniforms quietly hide within, hoping to make the final move. Is this the power of Haki? The voice came from Yi Ping, looking at the already disadvantaged Red Dog and glancing at the black lightning flashing in the sky. The power of Conqueror's Haki had not yet revealed its true might before he arrived in this world. Now, he couldn't help but blurt out a famous saying from the fandom. If I say there are others who can be on par with the Emperors, will anyone like it? On par with the Emperors? What is that supposed to mean? The tremulous Mandarin sounded like some sort of code, and a person next to him turned around, expressionless, and replied, "If I were a DJ, would you love me?" This was a member of the main God Squad, known as the behind-the-scenes Old Bai, who was preparing to seize the dark fruit from the Whitebeard pirates. After the news of Blackbeard appearing on the D, sorrow spread. He rushed over immediately, and now he was hiding with Yi Ping in this pretentious artifact. The nonsensical exchange ultimately felt like a song that missed its cue, abruptly stopping. DJ? What terrible taste. Yi Ping turned back, feeling disdain in his heart, and looked at another battlefield, saying, "This guy's ability is good, but unfortunately his own strength is a bit weak. With our creativity, we could definitely develop this fruit to its peak. Indestructibility wouldn't be a dream. Are you not considering this ability?" The member of the main God Squad, codenamed Old Bai, remained unmoved. However, his subtle gaze swept over a ring on Taizolo's finger. That was the most powerful ability. By the way, what do you think about the main God Squad's descent event that the captain mentioned? Even within the same team, the few of them were not on the same page. I have no opinion. I also want to know what will happen then. Seeing this, Yi Ping's gaze turned to a certain leopard print enthusiast who was shouting loudly, and an uncontrollable thought arose. Boom! Flames roared up as the masochist Davis, who had consumed the hard fruit, smashed through a series of buildings, smiling as he fell into a pool of blood. Satisfaction 999. The huge slash wound across his chest gave him a perverse sense of pleasure, even though it took away all his vitality. Taizolo's other subordinates were not so fortunate. No matter how they ran, they would inexplicably collide with Weeble's attack range. Blocking the attacks aimed at Taizolo, they became very unfortunate. Dear son, hurry up and capture that guy who can control gold. He's our money tree. Barkin, standing aside, jumped up and directed Weeble, her normal intelligence already knowing Taizolo's ability. Gold. With this ability, we could have the most wealth in the world. Money that could last for generations. The sunglasses couldn't hide the eyes turning into dollar signs. Barkin was already indulging in fantasies of a luxurious life soon to come. Catch him alive, my treasure. Yes, Mom. With the last obstacle removed, Weeble's tall body flashed, charging forward like a giant elephant, instantly appearing in front of Taizolo, raising his long knife high. All your wealth is ours. Surrender quickly, or I will teach you a good lesson. Hiss! A massive golden shield was sliced open, and a huge crack over 100 meters long appeared on the ship's hull. Taizolo, standing to one side, did not panic. So it really doesn't work. A bunch of useless trash wasted my devil fruit. All of his subordinates, who had their luck taken away by the ring in his hand, fell to the ground. Except for Davis, who managed to endure a few hits, the other four were taken down by Weeble, 1/each. There is a red Earth continent separating powerful ability users from ordinary ability users. Running his fingers over the luck ring, the remaining luck dissipated in an instant, and Taizolo fled from the great Desoro without looking back. He is the son of destiny. How could he die here? You can't escape. Just as Weibel was about to cleave this daring escapee with his sword, a cry for help came from his mother. Help me, Weibel. You bastard. Hurry and save me. The cursing suddenly stopped, and a frantic Weibel returned with eyes wide open. Before him, SS Pekin was beheaded, the golden mushroom head rolling a few times on the deck before coming to a stop. Mom, weakly picking up the disoriented head. Weibel let out a furious, beastly howl that shook the eardrums of the two who had just emerged from the shadows. They didn't even know why they suddenly acted on the idea of killing Pekin and framing the Navy. This was not in line with their original intention of hiding behind the scenes. While Weibel was still crying, the two slipped back into the shadows and pursued Taizolo. Navy, I will kill you all. Behind them was Weibel's declaration of extreme hatred. On the naval fleet, observing the battlefield from a distance. What should we do now? The situation has completely exceeded our expectations. Crane asked Sengoku on the other end of the Den Mushi. What to do? Murmuring this question, Sengoku reclined in his chair in Marineford, looking at the banner that had a few more words. Those who bully the weak and fear the strong are the ones who uphold the justice of ruling the world. After reading these words, he seemed to age significantly, as a series of upheavals had dealt a heavy blow to him. The foolish world government thought they could use public opinion to force the four emperors into battle against the Red Tiger, only for it to be manipulated into a chaotic unveiling, show even worse than Roger's execution. The entire world is in turmoil. Public opinion cannot be suppressed. The news agencies hidden behind the scenes are fanning the flames, and within a short time, copies of the Eternal Pointer leading to Laugh Tale have been discovered on dozens of islands. The riots spread to the world at an unprecedented speed. All kingdoms are requesting support, and all naval bases are at risk of being attacked. The new world has turned into a mess. Moreover, just now, the Eternal Pointer found on islands within the New World naval sphere indicated that Festa was not lying. The pointer pointed to a direction that had never appeared at the end of the route, just when troubles were rampant, becoming the fleet admiral. Sengoku's head was throbbing, remembering the order just issued by the world government and the news just received from the four emperors in the New World. The shadows in his heart expanded infinitely, suffocating him. Total war. This clash of two wills inherited from 800 years ago is no longer just a matter between a pirate crew and the Navy. The entire sea region is about to enter an unprecedented bloody battle. The Navy will definitely be sent to the front lines. By then, rivers of blood will flow. And how many will survive to the next era? By the time their battle ends, and they send Sakazuki to G1, the world government has issued the highest orders. The Navy headquarters must mobilize all elite forces worldwide to participate in the battle, with the goal of destroying the pirates of the New World. Sengoku's voice carried suppressed sorrow and anger. The divine armed forces stationed at the Holy Land will also participate. The divine armed forces that came from Mary Geos to join the battle are actually there to supervise the battle. Even Kizaru has been forced to be the first to the front lines to scout the movements of the four emperors. Crane and the surrounding navy were left speechless. The seriousness of the situation had completely exceeded their imaginations. What about the Red Tiger? The weasel asked, pale-faced. At this moment, everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. Sengoku's orders did not include the Red Tiger. Did the man crush Don Quixote da Flamingo in front of everyone, and the world government had nothing to say about it? Issue a bounty of 3 billion. After saying this, Sengoku's hair turned visibly gray, as if he had suddenly aged immensely, and his body appeared hunched. In times like this, transforming the four emperors is an extremely foolish act. However, Sengoku understood that the world government was serious this time. Unimaginable fighting power would join the battle, and there was no need to use any more tactics. Regardless of how many emperors, suppress them all. Meanwhile, the navy at the forefront, after the pirates disappeared, found their existence no longer significant. The navy on Crane's side felt all hope plummet to the bottom, and the fiery anger made the weasel unable to hold back his curses. That bunch of fools, just for a world noble who became a pirate. They turned that monster among monsters into an enemy. So foolish. Boom! A fist like a golden sun slammed into a volcano, spewing endless magma, with golden flames intertwined with fiery red lava, creating a vast sea of fire. The so-called invincible natural type devil fruit ability has confined your cognitive limits, Sakazuki. Tang's voice came. The power in his fist condensed like a blazing sun, gradually pushing back the towering magma giant. How is that possible? Transforming into a volcano giant towering over 100 meters, the cold face of Akainu was filled with disbelief. The magma fruit is the strongest fire-type ability, burning everything. Yet now, his magma was being blocked and even suppressed by that golden flame. This man is not an ability user. Akainu deeply understood this, which is why it was terrifying. An attack from a non-ability user producing an attack that surpasses that of an ability user. Could this be the power of Conqueror's Haki? At that time, knowing that the magma fruit was intentionally arranged by the world government, confident in its powerful abilities, he even abandoned the sword path. It was because of a statement released by the world government that both admirals and emperors are the peak of combat power. Now it seems this is a smokescreen. Although it is also a ceiling, there are distinctions in height. Chestnut brewed and became comparable to the emperor. The world government brewed by Chestnut. Is all this worth it? A flicker of doubt flashed through Akainu's mind, but this thought was quickly dismissed, and his gaze regained determination. What a joke! I am Admiral Akainu, the man destined to end the chaotic world. If you have the skill, surpass me. Crack! Crack! The surface of the volcano giant's body began to crack, with surging, hot magma flowing from the fissures, quickly creating a volcano as large as an island on the evaporating seabed, with magma spewing straight up, releasing the might of nature. Apocalypse Disaster Volcano. A massive eruption of volcanic magma. White lightning flashed through the air, and a gigantic fist made of lava came crashing down. This was the technique used during the battle with Big Mom, but its power was even greater than before. Your magma is merely ground fire, while my fire is the sun in the sky. They cannot be compared at all. Although it is only less than 1% of its full power, it is already enough to evaporate your magma completely. Tang's cold voice was like a declaration of victory, as the golden flames licked like long tongues, devouring all the heat and flames that rushed over. This is the power of Haki. The mutated Conqueror's Haki has only one function: to project imagined power into reality, perfectly maximizing the mental strength of the Conqueror's Haki, as long as one is strong enough. It is not impossible to bring a palm that can cover the sky from the realm of fantasy into the pirate world. Boom! Two fists collide, and a massive mushroom cloud rises above the sea's surface, releasing blinding light and heat that destroys everything. Waves hundreds of meters high roll like the ocean, turning over, sweeping everything around, burying it all. What is your justice, TangGe? The huge fist is cracking everywhere, and a fiery pain he has never experienced before emerges as Akainu's hoarse voice asks. From a long time ago, you have wanted to change this world, but where do you want to take it? From the first time he helped TangGe wipe his backside, he knew that the other party's ambition was only hidden in their weak childhood. What is the answer within this ambition? The world? That's a good question. TangGe's mouth curved into a smile as he softly said, "What happens to the world has nothing to do with me. Sakazuki, I just want to become the strongest. That ends everything. Professionals should do professional things. The direction of the world should be handled by those interested, like the Revolutionary Army. TangGe has high hopes for Carp's son, Dragon. Once the revolutionary fire ignites, even after one failure, there will always be someone to pick up the flame and overturn this decayed and dull world. For TangGe, killing that idiot who thinks he stands at the highest point and reducing the damage of overthrowing the old world is his greatest contribution to this world. Boom! A fist engulfed in golden flames breaks through all the lava columns, penetrating through the massive volcanic mountain. This volcano has been turned over by TangGe. Is that so? A sharp pain strikes his chest, and just before his consciousness fades, Akainu utters a phrase. What lucky guy, Jonathan. Just as the world enters a fervent era. The Navy's battle for supremacy has reached a conclusion with Admiral Akainu's defeat at the hands of the fierce Tiger TangGe. The fierce Tiger TangGe has become a power that surpasses the admirals, greatly enhancing the Navy's strength. However, the order from the world government was something no one expected. The fierce Tiger defected from the Navy with a bounty of 3 billion berries. This is already a king-level bounty. Moreover, even more ferocious waves are coming. The highest command from the world government orders the Navy headquarters to conscript 300,000 troops worldwide to eradicate the New World pirates. All nations and individuals holding the Eternal Pointer to Raftel must surrender it, or face execution and annihilation. On the pirate side, the two emperors Kaido and Big Mom, originally heading towards the Soro, form an alliance and establish the New Rocks pirates. Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks announce their alliance. And the highest combat power among pirates, the four emperors, is facing off against the Navy headquarters and the world government. 3 days later, on White Cliff Island, a well-preserved ancient wilderness island, the harsh natural environment combined with fierce beasts has turned it into a deserted island. Named for the towering white cliffs on the south side reaching hundreds of meters, it serves as a navigational marker in the vast ocean. Panic-stricken beasts trample and crowd the beach, the roaring sounds of battle explosions quieting down as a victor emerges from the fight. In the center of the forest, a giant beast has turned into a pure gold statue, frozen in place, its face displaying the terror of its last moment. In the very center, tall trees are ablaze. The ground pockmarked with traces of battle, countless streams of liquid gold flowing across the ground, suddenly solidifying. Boom! A giant golden figure, several dozen meters tall, is pierced by a blade formed from black flames, collapsing to the ground. After a spasm, Tezelo becomes a body of unfulfilled ambitions, and without his power's control, the mountain of gold turns dull and lifeless. Finally took down the Golden Emperor. I didn't expect this guy had already transported the gold to this island. No wonder he didn't even want the Soro. A massive half-figure of a samurai shape envelopes his body, and with his eyes spinning like Magatama. Yi Ping gasps for breath, swiping his palm as the ring-shaped lucky fruit falls into his hand. These natives, how could they not know how to use such a heavenly fruit? They deserve it. He spits a mouthful of blood phlegm onto Tezelo's body, enduring the discomfort in his eyes, and puts the ring of luck on his finger. Familiar with the plot, he knows that the strongest fruit in this theater version's dungeon is the lucky fruit. This ability is comparable to that of the Child of Destiny. At the same time, the sound of ding-dong echoes, indicating he can obtain even more powerful items. I am the true Child of Destiny. I am a king of the world. He can already see himself taking off from the ground, ascending to the peak in the pirate world, stepping on those invincible, powerful figures beneath him. Aren't you coming out? Following the fierce Tiger TangGe will be the most regrettable bet of your life, and the outcome is utter defeat. Fujitora smiles. His gaze shifts to the side, and Yi Ping's mouth curves upward. When he first noticed Fujitora was tailing him, he was extremely nervous. Now his heart is filled with joy. Fool! How could you know I can become stronger at any time? However, Yi Ping still wants to recruit Fujitora as his subordinate. Now I give you a chance, as long as you obey my orders. Talp, talp, talp. He hadn't planned on fighting. After all, his goal was merely to provide a location. The wooden sandals stomp on the ground as the tall figure steps through the broken earth. Fujitora approaches with his wooden cane. It's impolite to interrupt others while they're speaking, but I feel you don't have the qualifications to say the next words, nor the face. Bang, bang, bang. Circles of purple light spread beneath his feet, the ground collapsing layer by layer under gravity. The familiar speaking style of the other party reminds Fujitora of those inexplicably killed by him. What a pity. The passionate speech halts, anger burning in his heart. Yi Ping stares directly at Fujitora. The item obtained from killing Fisher Tiger appears in his palm, rapidly melting into his body. Even if it's only an hour of experience time, he is confident he could take down Fujitora. Summoning meteorites. Let me show you the gap in power. This is the power from Uchiha Madara, the power from the gods. Endless power flows from the two eyeballs in his hands into his body. Yi Ping bears a sinister smile, his body continuously rising, looking down upon everything, as if he has gained an aura that crushes all. Heavenly Obstruction Star. In the distance, a fleet of Navy ships is approaching. TangGe sits on the deck of the flagship, and unlike the surrounding Navy who are in turmoil, he appears relaxed, showing no signs of the 3 billion berry bounty hanging over him. The wind blows through the justice cloak draped over his back, lightly swaying, and a stack of newspapers lies beside him, with TangGe occasionally making comments. In this chaotic situation, all sorts of monsters have emerged. With Raftel's eternal pointer as the fuse, the center of world opinion revolves around two words: war. Major news media that failed to seize the narrative direction immediately are now doing their utmost to analyze and interpret, all to grab the public's attention and sell newspapers out of stock. Rumors about the eruption of a full-scale war surrounding Laughtale are rampant, with all sorts of bizarre stories circulating. Laughtale is said to be home to an endless supply of gold and silver treasures, a fountain of youth that grants eternal life, Poseidon's trident that controls the seas, the strongest devil fruit that surpasses everything, and even weapons capable of destroying the world, among others. If this world had the internet, it would dominate all search and public opinion rankings, becoming the trending topic. The island that Pirate King Roger found seems to truly possess everything in the world, capable of satisfying everyone's desires. Adventuring on the seas doesn't require intelligence. Some even believe there is a fountain of youth on Laughtale, without considering why Roger himself didn't drink from it. In every hot topic reported in the newspapers, TangGe has expressed his opinions, and emotions can be contagious. Soon, the Navy personnel, who were originally on edge due to the outbreak of full-scale war, unconsciously relaxed. Don't act like this is none of your business. The world government has labeled you as the most wicked criminal. You are no longer part of the Navy. You are our enemy. Crane sat across the table, her hands crossed under her chin, quietly watching TangGe. Her white hair did not detract from her elegance, and the outbreak of full-scale war did not cause her to lose her composure. Ha ha. As always, so stern, Granny Crane. I must say, the title of world government is quite fitting. The most wicked criminal. They really know me well. TangGe smacked his lips, signaling for the weasel to add more water. The weasel's movements were surprisingly skilled, and his thoughts were exceptionally complex. Previously, as a vice admiral, he at least knew to hold back. But now that he's become a wanted criminal, he even elevates his status, making himself serve tea and water. That bastard. Stop with the nonsense. The momentum built from defeating Akainu and Kazan is still not enough. Your will is still insufficient to shake the resolve rooted deep within the Navy. Killing Doflamingo will only give the world government a legitimate reason to expel you from Navy. Why? Crane asked. It's just that the time has come to leave the Navy, and some things can only be seen more clearly after departing from it. TangGe lowered his head, making it difficult to see his facial expression. Only he knew that he had truly miscalculated this time. He was all too aware of the consequences of killing a celestial dragon like Doflamingo. It was just the right opportunity to leave the Navy. After all, his influence wouldn't disappear, and staying in the Navy would no longer lead to progress. The only way to enhance his strength without being targeted by the pirate world and without dragging the Navy into war was to be wanted by the world government and then challenge the Yonko in his personal capacity. However, he never expected that guy, Festa, would be so crazy. None of the Yonko are foolish. They at least know how to distinguish between light and heavy matters. The world government has made it clear that they want to reshuffle the deck, turning this period into a blank slate. As a result, the Yonko have formed alliances, even showing trends of mutual support, leaving TangGe without the space or time to seek one-on-one confrontations with them. Sigh. The world is unpredictable. It will not be condensed into one night. Crane let out a helpless sigh. Festa's actions have changed the fates of too many people and brought great uncertainty to the world. You, detached from the Navy at this height, can see what the future world will become. What about the Navy? Beneath the calm surface, Crane also felt anxiety and worry. The world government's intervention this time is unprecedented. The Navy headquarters no longer has complete autonomy. Just through her secret channels, she learned that Sengoku has been sidelined. Kizaru is acting without autonomy, and Akiji has been ordered to remain on standby in the new world. The higher one stands, the simpler the power struggles become. For the highest echelons of the world government, they're the chess players controlling the board, and both the Navy and pirates are just pieces to be consumed. A simple war of attrition is the most effective means of attack. In such chaos, even Crane, who is known as the Navy's think tank, cannot see the future of the Navy, causing great concern. Only the future people know the future best. I cannot predict it. My answer lies within my retort. The masters in the pirate world are emerging one after another, and with the Navy's strength, it is impossible to contend against them. What trump cards does the world government have? TangGe stroked his chin, a faint smile appearing on his face. The more turbulent and treacherous the situation seems, the more it boils down to a simple principle. The strong survive while the weak perish. In the pirate world, just considering the top cadres of the Yonko pirate crews, they have an advantage over the Navy headquarters. Each one possesses extraordinary combat power, comparable to Navy vice admirals. And the top 3 cadres even have the combat strength of Shichibukai, not to mention the 4 monsters at the very top. The Navy headquarters has no chance against the Yonko pirate crews, not to mention that countless pirates are being drawn to Laugh-Tale, flocking into the New World. If the world government has trump cards, it might still struggle for a while. If it has decayed after 800 years of rule, then it's hard to say. Don't underestimate the power of the world government. They did not come out on top in the World War 800 years ago by luck. Crane's voice was cold, filled with a warning tone. Over the years, no one knows how many monsters they have gathered from around the world. And who knows how far Vegapunk's research results have been applied by the world government. Just yesterday, a king among the world nobles has led a powerful force known as the Divine Knight Corps to garrison G1 Fortress. The Divine Knight Corps? For the world government, which is shrouded in mystery, TangGe has always been curious about its strength, but everyone is tight-lipped about it, leaving him with no way to probe. Now, with the emergence of a Divine Knight Corps, it's clearly not simple. I really want to test whether those who take the name of gods have godly powers. If you can't surpass Garp, don't do such pointless things. Ever since this guy appeared on the Oro Jackson, Crane's brows have been furrowed. Report to Chief of Staff Crane. A fierce battle is occurring on White Cliff Island. At that moment, an alarm sounded from a Navy ship at the forefront. At the same time, a series of terrified screams erupted from the Navy soldiers. What is that? Has the apocalypse arrived? In the sky above White Cliff Island, a sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters suddenly appeared, instantly breaking through the clouds and about to crash onto the island. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, while the nearby sea stirred up huge waves and strong winds, threatening to capsize the warships at any moment. Moreover, within the visible range, a massive figure about 100 meters tall rose from the center of the island. It was as if an ordinary person had stepped into a mythical battlefield, with despair and fear being the main themes. Even after just experiencing the world-shattering battle on the Oro Jackson, as they looked at the spherical object hovering above White Cliff Island like a small celestial body and the unimaginably large figure, they could not control their emotions. Useless idiots. Shut up quickly. This level of battle will become the norm in the coming years. Crane's tone remained calm, though her words were much faster than usual. Furthermore, her hand, hidden in her sleeve, trembled slightly, indicating that her heart was not at peace. Is this kind of monster already so common? She looked at TangGe, her eyes holding a hint of subtle pleading. The cape of justice fluttered, and the rolling waves of the sea were instantly smoothed. As if the breath of a stabilizing needle calmed all the Navy, dispelling their fears. Don't worry, I'm here for everything. TangGe stood up and smiled. When the final battle comes, remember to look to the east. Don't miss my handsome appearance. Now it's time to clear out some minions. A massive meteorite fell, creating an intense wind pressure that swept across the entire island like a hurricane, blowing trees, creatures, and rocks into the sky. A single strike was comparable to a cataclysmic collision, a power worthy of Yi Ping's extreme confidence. Boom! The catastrophe of heaven and earth came to an abrupt halt, and the still image of a heartbeat racing to the throat spread out. The meteorite stopped hundreds of meters above the ground, unable to fall any further. As expected of the gravity fruit, such an attack was completely ineffective. Wrapped in the full-body Susanoo at its forehead center, Yi Ping looked up at the meteorite, where Fujitora stood still, half drawing his staff sword. However, this was just a greeting. It wasn't over yet. The gigantic arms of Susanoo moved, drawing out a katana from its side, and infinite energy condensed into a white glow. Buzz! A vertical slash passed through. The air in front of Yi Ping was suddenly ignited, and the knife blade slicing through at high speed generated a flame that could burn everything, creating a substantial gap in the air that healed almost instantly, sending a massive sword light flying towards the sky. Boom! In an instant, the enormous meteorite suspended in midair was sliced through by the sword light, the high temperature melting the rock at the fracture point. And a devastating energy flow cut a terrifying gash in the sky. No hockey, no devil fruit, just pure power that was difficult to imagine. This truly seemed like the power of a god. Did you see that? This is the power of God. Your hockey and devil fruit are pitifully weak. Submit to me. This was Yi Ping's hidden trump card, the Rinnegan state of Uchiha Madara for 1 hour. Fujitora, in the original plot, faced anyone without the overwhelming presence that the original 3 admirals had. His performance made it absolutely impossible for him to surpass one of the pinnacle figures in the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara. Endless power surged within him. This ability to change terrain at will, to accomplish everything with a mere swing of a sword, was intoxicating. However, Yi Ping's massive body suddenly stiffened. When the purple halo spread to his feet, the gravitational torrent capable of distorting space acted upon the body of Susanoo, causing it to emit a creaking sound under the unbearable strain. A huge body could cause immense destruction, but it also made itself an easy target for attack. The enemy's power was too weak. It could naturally crush them in this form, but facing Fujitora, the immense body of Susanoo instead became a burden due to the increased gravity. Just a mere gravity. Shinra Tensei. The eyes of Susanoo shone brightly, and the massive body disintegrated and exploded, sending a transparent shockwave radiating in all directions. The purple gravitational torrent covering a radius of hundreds of meters was instantly severed, and without the constraints of gravity, a violent explosion surged into the sky. Boom! A dazzling light shone on the island. A spherical shockwave erupted from the place where Yi Ping stood, pushing everything away. The immense energy impact engulfed everything on the island, and the suspended meteorite shattered, leaving a giant pit over a kilometer in diameter at the center of the island. What hockey, what devil fruit? No matter how far you train, what difference does it make? In a low martial world like this, I can crush it any time. Yi Ping stood in midair, looking at the vast, empty pit, unable to suppress his triumphant laughter. In the anime worlds he liked, the powers of hockey and devil fruits did not have the limitless growth potential of bloodline limits. Especially with devil fruits, there were too many ways to counter them. See that old man? These unsophisticated natives, even if they are the pinnacle of this world, are just slightly stronger ants. They are not our opponents at all. Looking at his companions hiding nearby, Yi Ping continued to boast. The shadow mist that could block all perception and sight could not stop the ocular power of the Rinnegan, which further solidified his belief in developing towards the bloodline limit. The shadow mist wrapped the old Een by like a shadow. The powerful shockwave that shattered the ground did not affect him in the slightest, just swaying with the light. He looked at Yi Ping expressionlessly, silent, seemingly looking at a fool. What kind of gaze is that? What are you looking at? Yi Ping's heart ignited with an unnamed fire, sweeping his gaze toward old Een Bai's direction. The vast pit revealed everything, and even his superhuman vision could not find any trace of a person. With Fujitora's strength, being hit by a Shinra Tensei at such a close distance would not leave him unscathed. Swish! Among the meteor fragments, the sword light flickered repeatedly, revealing Fujitora's figure. What powerful strength! I almost died. Saying almost actually meant a significant difference. However, that one strong move still had some effect. Fujitora's purple robe was torn apart, revealing a muscular body covered in scars like stripes on a tiger, making him look like a fierce tiger stretching its body, yet not revealing an ounce of aura. I originally just planned to delay some time. After all, I was only responsible for tracking. But being underestimated time and time again, I also want some face. So I have no choice but to fight with all my strength. Thud thud. As Fujitora stepped forward, the entire island trembled as if crushed by an immensely powerful mountain. The purple gravitational halo and Golden Conqueror's hockey intertwined, rippling across the ground, causing sand, stones, and trees to float into the sky. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. With the blade tip pointing upward, the horizontal gravitational torrent was compressed to an extremely narrow range and swept past. Conqueror's hockey. So what? In just a few seconds, you'll know how vast the gap between us really is. Yi Ping surged ahead, arms outstretched, and the immense power that repelled everything reappeared. Shinra Tensei, still too young, revealing your trump cards so soon. Those who blindly trust in strength just don't like to use their brains. But this state of power will quickly end the battle, right? Old Een Bai was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, the kind that would be unremarkable in a crowd. Fujitora was not as weak as you imagined. This world is not a low martial realm that can be crushed at will. A strange voice suddenly rang out near old Inbai, causing his scalp to explode, a tingling sensation coursing through him from head to toe, as if the absolute fortress of safety that had covered him was breached. The calmness he had, while directing from the shadows, vanished in an instant, and he stiffly turned his head to look at the man who suddenly appeared in the shadow mist, his eyes filled with questions. How the hell did you get in here? It's not that he believed in strength. It's just that you all firmly believe that bringing something from one world to another or transferring a power system from one world to another could crush everything. TangGe had no time to answer this fellow villager's doubts, and the smile in his eyes was about to overflow. Recently, he had been experiencing auditory hallucinations. It seemed that everything around him emitted not just breath but also sound. It was as if the shadow that could place a person in another dimension was producing sound on its own. It was truly wonderful to meet you all. Let this half-native witness just how vast the outside world is. Licking his lips, TangGe had only one thought in mind. If I kill these members of the main god team, will there be any changes to the external panel? He had been craving the kind of panel that directly added points to upgrade strength for a long time. Bang! The collision of repulsion and gravity stirred up waves of spatial fluctuations that pressed outwards in all directions, like waves in the sea. The crushing scene that he imagined would end in just a few seconds did not occur. Instead, it was suppressed due to the similar power levels. Compared to the extremely powerful confidence displayed by TangGe from within, Yi Ping, who only possessed strength, lacked the overwhelming aura and combat skills that peak powerhouses naturally exuded. How could this be? Buzz. A horizontally condensed gravity line slashed from the side, and the air dented like water waves. Clang! A blade of black flames blocked the slash, and a repulsive force that emptied everything reappeared, annihilating each other. What powerful strength! With physical power alone, possessing the strength of Uchiha Madara, I had already reached a terrifying level beyond tailed beasts, and TangGe's strength was surprisingly not much inferior, especially that reaction speed, which was surprisingly on par with mine, equipped with the Rinnegan. To say it was on par, I actually still refuse to admit it. The Rinnegan's super dynamic vision could only see through everything happening in the present, while TangGe's Kinbunchaku was an existence that transcended time. Are you distracted? I really underestimated you. Black Hole Blade, Dark Tiger. Yi Ping looked at the position where TangGe was, locking eyes with a pair of beastly pupils radiating purple light. As a roaring tiger charged rapidly. Boom! The two collided violently, causing the surrounding space to become exceptionally solid and slow, as if it had stagnated. The horizontal gravity slash and the repulsive waves clashed fiercely, annihilating each other dozens of times in an extremely short period. Everything around seemed to be condensed by immense pressure, with transparent slashes slowly extending through the air. Damn it! Why has it come to this? Why won't these natives just die quietly? All along, Yi Ping, who had treated the characters in the world as mere game NPCs, gritted his teeth, and a burning anxiety ignited within him, gradually intensifying with the passage of time. His power lasted only an hour. After that, he would reveal his true form. A character like Golden Emperor Taizolo could be gradually worn down by Amaterasu. However, there was no opportunity to unleash Amaterasu against TangGe. Even with the power of Uchiha Madara, using Shinra Tensei had a time gap, and during that brief moment, he was actually being pushed back step by TangGe. It seemed he could only use his trump card. Let me show you the real gap. A thought flashed through his mind, and Yi Ping's concentric ring-like eyes widened. Rinnegan, Boundary Tomb, Creek. A world not belonging to this dimension appeared. Within his line of sight that only he could see, for white figures slowly emerged, identical in appearance to him, rushing towards TangGe. This was the special ability awakened by Uchiha Madara when he possessed the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, he raised the flame-concentrated blade again and charged forward, a hint of arrogance appearing at the corner of his mouth. I told you, you natives cannot comprehend the greatness of the gods. The flaming blade suddenly elongated, like a long tongue, cutting through the illusions created by TangGe's rapid movement. The grand attack of the main body was merely a cover for the shadow attacks from the Boundary Tomb world, as strikes from different worlds simultaneously fell upon TangGe. Rinnegan, Shadow Strike. God, I advise you not to boast, as it will make you seem insecure. TangGe slightly sidestepped to avoid the attack from the flaming blade, while simultaneously swinging his staff blade at high speed. Each slash through the air produced the sound of metal clashing. This scene made Yi Ping, who thought TangGe was another villain, widen his eyes in shock. How could this be? No one in this world can see the shadows from the Boundary Tomb world. Seemingly unable to believe that this attack had missed, it was an assault from another world, even another dimension. He knew Tung, whose kin Bunchaku, was extremely strong, possibly surpassing anyone else, but he never expected even the attacks from the Boundary Tomb world shadows could be sensed. This is really troublesome. I'm not just watching. With only the whites of his eyes slightly moving, Tung Hu swung his blade even heavier, as if he had become gravity itself, slashing out gravity blades at high speed in horizontal and vertical directions, heavy and light, ever-changing without losing ground. Indeed, it was just a superficial display of power. TangGe was sure that if Uchiha Madara, the god in Yiping's mouth, were to battle Tung Hu instead, the situation might have reversed. There was a significant difference between possessing immense power and having a powerful mind. Putting his heart back in his stomach, TangGe looked at the fellow villager ahead. I say, you can't possibly have this little strength. This flashy magic is even weaker than that superstitious guy. The impatience that everyone could hear flowed from his lips. And TangGe's gaze was like a hunter bored with his prey, ready to deliver the final blow. Let's end this. This boring battle. Armament Haki gathered on the blade, and a massive blade of light fell in an instant, blocking all retreat routes. This middle-aged man hiding to the side seemed to have invested all his points in hidden talents. He was not good at genuine combat. He pulled out a wand like those in Harry Potter movies and shot some harmless and easily dodged spells at him, sometimes tossing over strange potion bottles and props. Aside from emitting various smelling smoke, he couldn't even break his skin. The key point was that while casting spells, he had a chant, which was far inferior to the instant and powerful devil fruits. Giant spirit shield. Layers of thick energy shields appeared in front of his body, and a white scroll appeared in his hand. A dazzling white light flashed, and just before the massive blade of light struck, the old Enbai disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the island. A teleportation array? So you were the one who let someone slip away right under my nose last time, but this time, the distance isn't so far. Before the old Enbai could catch his breath, a voice followed him like a shadow, and TangGe had already appeared within dozens of meters in front of him. The farther the distance, the longer the casting time required for teleportation. Being able to cast short-distance teleportation in such a battle showed his exceptional skill in teleportation. Seeing the blade of light fall again, the old Enbai panicked and pulled out a bunch of things from his pocket and scattered them outward, trying to summon the shield to block the descending slash again. However, this time, the impatient TangGe did not give him another chance, and a series of blade lights fell, instantly slicing his body apart. All just flashy things. It was truly a waste of countless people's dream opportunities. Watching his fellow townsfolk leave nothing behind but countless liquids exploding in a mist, forming a rainbow in the air, TangGe could only sigh. Suddenly, a joy of winning a grand prize surged from his heart, and a tremendous change occurred in the external aid deep within his consciousness. The originally simple red plus sign transformed after a blur, disappearing to become a much more direct and enriched point allocation system. Surprisingly, there were even several lines of Chinese characters on it. TangGe's physique. 72, add. Strength, 86, add. 90, add. Martial arts, fist techniques, sword techniques, horizontal training. 6 styles, add. Anything he wanted to allocate points to could be added. At the bottom, a few words appeared. Available points to add, 32, which exactly matched the number of devil fruit abilities he had collected during this time. Wasn't this the dream point allocation system he had always desired? This function was simply customized. There was no time to waste. Give me points. What an extraordinary feeling. After a violent explosion, the battlefield abruptly fell silent. Amidst the rising dust, a figure gradually emerged from the air, becoming clear. It was the old shadowy figure who had just been sliced apart. The fear and despair on his face gradually faded as he looked at TangGe, who was standing at the edge of the island with his eyes tightly closed. A mass of colorful mist enveloped his entire body like a giant lizard with wings, with wisps of mist entering his body with each breath. Indeed, a reckless man. No matter how much muscle you train, you still fall beneath my wisdom. Self-proclaimed as a qualified behind-the-scenes, old shadowy figure. He relied not on brute force, but on the wisdom that controlled everything. From the very beginning, he had feigned weakness. Even the panic after that last escape was an act, all to trigger his trap. Also, I'm not just some magician performing tricks, but a great wizard, consuming that has gone extinct in the wizarding world to create which has the powerful effect of pulling even souls into an illusion. Even a real 1,000-year-old giant dragon would be unable to break free from this potion. Enjoy it well. A black shadow extended from his feet to TangGe's side, finally revealing a human silhouette. TSK. Such developed muscles, looking as hard as metal. Before he could finish speaking, the black shadow split into more than 10 finer lines, suddenly stabbing towards TangGe's head, the sharp ends carrying a sinister hue and deadly poison. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of needles striking metal rang out, as the shadowy stabs that could pierce steel armor surprisingly failed to break TangGe's skin. However, he truly fell into an illusion. Indeed, without specialized soul training methods, how could anyone in this world resist the power of the old shadowy figure was not discouraged. Instead, he showed a proud smile, with caution deeply ingrained in his bones, still wanting to test once more at such a moment. Then become my puppet. Although it was a waste of a precious shadow puppet insect, everything about you will be mine. The extremely thin black lines, like living creatures, began to burrow into TangGe's mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, with the end of one seemingly wriggling with something. Success! Just as the black line was about to enter his body, TangGe suddenly fell backward, as if unable to support his body's center of gravity while asleep, a smile of sweet dreams appearing at the corner of his mouth. This startled the old shadowy figure, who immediately prepared to flee like a frightened rabbit, manipulating the black lines to act again. However, the black lines faced another obstacle. Two fingers pinched the black line, carrying the puppet insect, applying slight pressure, producing a squishy sound as the insect was crushed, along with an irritable voice disturbed from its dream. Can't you let me finish my fantasy of the grand finale? I was already about to punch the 4 emperors and kick the stars. The colorful mist was all inhaled into his nose like flowing water, enough to trap a giant dragon from the wizarding world in an endless illusion. Yet it turned out to be just a supplementary potion for some people's fantasies. At this moment, the only relief for the old shadowy figure was that he had maintained a safe distance at all times, as his body quickly became transparent, as if merging into the air, entering another dimension. Whatever that fool. If I don't leave now, it will be too late. The thought of taking Yi Ping with him had not even fully formed in his mind before it was abandoned. The old shadowy figure activated the long-distance teleportation array hidden in this alternate space. Crack! The hexagram array spun rapidly, but the old shadowy figure standing at its center remained in place because the entire alternate space was being torn apart, the hexagram array being sliced into several segments. Using the same tactic a second time in front of me is irresponsible to one's own life. Pulling back the finger that had pierced the old shadowy figure's head, he watched as the body lost its life force and fell. TangGe softly uttered a phrase. Moreover, he had already stained his own aura onto the other party for positioning, making any technique to disappear from the world ineffective. It seemed there was some special means of contact to know the survival status of companions. At the moment, the old shadowy figure completely perished. Meanwhile, Yi Ping, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Fujitora, felt a twitch in his skin. The complete form of Susanoo, over 100 meters tall, reappeared, and the 4 shadows in the world were forming seals. Instantly, several gigantic pits appeared on the sea surface near White Cliff Island. All the seawater along with the creatures inside being sucked away, with the terrifyingly massive seawater filling the sky above White Cliff Island, as if the entire ocean was being rolled back. At the same time, Yi Ping, controlling the enormous body of Susanoo, immediately activated the teleportation scroll after executing a series of slashes to distract Fujitora. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as we are alive, we will become stronger. That is us. After saying this, taking advantage of the residual power of Uchiha Madara, he vanished from the spot. This is truly a headache. The enemy fled, and Fujitora felt nothing. He didn't want to fight to the death either. To him, seawater was far more troublesome than meteors and slashes. With such a vast area and immense amount of seawater descending, there was no way to evade it. However, why do people call me a monster? Raising his sword with one hand, half-naked Fujitora softly chanted, "It is power." Fujitora. A circle of dark, purple, spherical gravitational waves spread out from his body, the intensely powerful gravitational flow even causing large-scale spatial distortions. And the descending sea also halted in mid-air, sunlight refracting dreamlike colors in the blue seawater, shining on Fujitora's face. I really want to open my eyes and see the colors of this world right now. It must be beautiful. A body fell from the void, and when looking back, the striking white cliffs standing on the sea surface were exceptionally noticeable. Originally serving as a directional marker, The white cliffs brought no joy to Yiping, and the figure nearby was even more despairing. Fujitora's gravity collapsed the space, severing the teleportation passage. If he had fled the moment Fujitora appeared, probably no one could have stopped him. Yet at that time, he was overly confident in his hidden trump cards and the arrogance from having killed Taizolo, delaying until just before his power was about to dissipate. These two emotions could be deadly, and now the time of reckoning had come. As TangGe, with a chilling, killing intent that was in no way concealed, appeared before him, Yiping straightened his back and uttered his final words. If I were to tell you the plot of this world, including the protagonist, could it exchange for a life? Hiss! Blood fell from the sky, and the severed body was grasped by an invisible hand and completely evaporated. No, knowing the direction of the plot is of little significance. The only way to pave the path beneath one's feet is with a knife in hand. This is the truth. TangGe sat expressionlessly in place, waiting until he was certain no miraculous resurrection skills would occur before standing up. Dust to dust, earth to earth. As a fellow countryman, I can only erect a tombstone for you. I truly am a kind-hearted fellow countryman. Boom, boom. The terrifying sea water that covered the sky fell to the sides, creating a huge sound, but it couldn't cover that shameless voice. What did I just hear? Kindness. You call that kindness? Not giving the dying enemy the greatest humiliation, merely turning them to ashes while guarding their remains. That is truly kindness. This is a ruthless person with thick skin. Observation color has lost its effect. Ending life in this way, with a mere shell of power, is a good thing for them. With a sigh, Fujitora, who had been walking over, paused, suppressing the urge to complain, and nodded along, saying some insincere nonsense. You understand me. I gave him a dignified death. Fujitora's words struck a chord with TangGe. Relying on borrowed strength that was not one's own is like poison wrapped in honey. It is only a stopgap measure, and depending on it will only lead to downfall. Defeat is only a matter of time. He is just hastening the arrival of this outcome, making it quicker and less painful. However, his emotions were still somewhat low, seeming to be unsatisfied. Sigh. Fellow countrymen, meet fellow countrymen. Let us scatter the ashes. It's all an illusion. It has been proven that neither the external system nor the main God space is something he can pry into at this moment. In reality, dealing with two intruding fellows did not upgrade the external system. There were no changes at all. This shattered his beautiful dream. Clearly, in that wonderful illusion, the external system tailored specifically for him, which could directly enhance his abilities, was so useful. Sigh. The war in the new world has begun. The situation for the Navy is not looking good. Fujitora, I want to ask you for a favor. The news from Crane was not very pleasant, giving TangGe a strong sense of urgency, needing to prepare an insurance policy. Fujitora, who is powerful and not under a bounty, is the best choice. You know I'm not a bodyguard, right? This was Fujitora's last struggle. Anything related to this bastard is never easy. He has to fight against absurdly powerful enemies every time. Otherwise, if he didn't keep getting stronger, he would have been finished long ago. So I'm using the word ask. TangGe emphasized the last two words, and to appear serious, he clasped his hands around the knife in a fist. We are all friends. There's no need to be so polite. I agree. Fujitora seemed genuinely moved by this sincerity, immediately changing his attitude and agreeing. Why are you taking out the knife while talking? This bastard. Ha! I knew you were a man with aspiration for the cause of justice. The Navy should give you a position as a general. TangGe put his arm around Fujitora's shoulder, and his expression changed, his chest thumping loudly. At this time, running off to be a general. The likelihood of dying in battle or dying from exhaustion was highest. Fujitora just wanted to survive, and didn't he want to be a general? With your strength, being a general would be wasting your talents. The position of admiral should be yours. Blah, blah, blah. A round of flattery. Even Fujitora's old face couldn't take it, and at that moment, TangGe had only one question in his mind. Speaking of erecting a tombstone, at least set up a monument. By the way, what were their names? Forget it. I won't think about it. Before long, two exquisite little mounds appeared on the white cliff, facing the sea, enjoying luxury. Two wooden boards stood in front of the little mounds, one reading odd changes, even unchanged, and the other reading symbols look at quadrants. I'll go be a bodyguard. Where are you going? Fujitora asked. Of course. I'm going to complete my transformation before the hero's appearance. TangGe stood with his hands behind his back, striking a pose of disregarding life and death. I will become stronger at the cost of my life. Soaring. I am the king. Kind-hearted me. To save a few more lives, this time I must do something big. Many people have already died, and even more are about to die at any moment. With the full-scale war commencing, the wave of frenzied slaughter spreading across the world has just begun. At the end of the year 1513, in the Sea Circle, Admiral Kizaru, under the orders of the world government, led the Navy fleet to launch the Battle of Sabaody Archipelago. A town built on the world's largest mangrove was destroyed by a quarter. All illegal areas were cleared out, and all pirates who had not yet realized their dream of obtaining one piece or joining the full-scale war were captured and killed. Afterwards, the world government ordered the Dragon Palace Kingdom, located at the bottom of the Red Line, to launch a full-scale attack, leaving no mercy for the pirates sneaking into the New World. This severed the connection between the two halves of the Grand Line, cutting off the New World's pirate groups from fresh blood. Destroying a quarter and causing thousands of deaths in this battle was merely a drizzle for the New World at this time. Especially within the sphere of influence of the world government and its affiliated countries, slaughter, flames, and blood became the main theme. Island extermination, nation destruction, and annihilation had become the norm. Looking down from a sufficient height, naval elites from all over the world continuously poured into the New World, under the leadership of the vice admirals, sealing off the entire sea area. Meanwhile, the agency directly under the world government utilized omnipresent intelligence to systematically hunt down all resistance forces within the world government sphere of influence. This included pirates, nations, and individuals attempting to conceal the eternal pointer leading to Raftel, and those opposing the world government. This is the blank policy. Pirates within the four emperor sphere of influence were also not idle. In the face of the world government's extreme slaughter policy, the scattered pirates united instead. The two armies gathered along the long border of the New World, with the pirate coalition led by the four emperors facing the joint forces of the world government headed by the Navy. Both sides stood ready for battle, and a decisive confrontation was imminent. In the middle of the long front line lies Solomon Island, a large island close to 10,000 square kilometers, shaped like a horizontally lying solid number 8. Here is where light and darkness intersect, where both the phenomena of polar day and polar night appear simultaneously on either side of the island. On the side of the polar day, there is a Navy base near the sea. Originally just a branch base serving as a lookout, it was rapidly expanded with the help of capable individuals, transforming into a fully armed Navy frontline command center. In the office located at the top level, Sengoku, with all his hair turned white, frowned deeply, and a massive sea chart was spread out on the desk in front of him, with ship models placed on it. As intelligence officers continuously moved the ships according to the battle conditions occurring in various locations. Mihawk has announced his departure from the 7 warlords of the sea and joined the Red Hair Pirates. Boa Hancock has refused the summons, and with Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach and Edward Weevil, who have already lost contact, the warlords of the sea are now effectively non-existent. Many pirates that were thought to have disappeared into the depths of the sea have emerged. Bad news comes one after another, all within Sengoku's expectations. The monster of war has gone berserk during his time of being sidelined, and it can no longer be stopped. Understood. Raise Mihawk's bounty to 2 billion berries. The bigwigs at the top of the world have made the worst decision. Sengoku believes this, so during this time, he did not passively comply with the orders from above. He and all the senior Navy officials do not agree with the extreme blank policy to eliminate dissenters. They should wait until the pirates turn on each other over the elusive one piece of Laugh-Tale before waging war. Just as Doflamingo cannot change the entire Navy's position just by defeating 2 admirals, he, the nominal admiral at the top of the Navy, cannot resist the power of the world government. The Navy personnel below will absolutely choose the former when faced with the highest orders from the world government and the orders from the admiral. The world government is like a colossal entity radiating endless conqueror's hockey, making it impossible to defy. This is the will of a king. At this point, he can only try to delay the arrival of a decisive battle. If he cannot prevent it, he hopes to minimize the Navy's losses. Sengoku believes that someone shares the same understanding with him on this point. However, in reality, there are too many variables and too many unpredictable ambitions. The panicked sound of hurried footsteps interrupted Sengoku's thoughts as an intelligence officer rushed over, barely managing to salute. Report. According to information from the front lines, the flying pirate crew, which disappeared over a decade ago, has appeared in the New World. The Golden Lion Shiki is back. Whitebeard Kaido Big Mom. At the same time, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh and Jabba, who escaped from Sabaody, have also appeared with the red-haired pirates. The Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates have been resurrected, except for their captains. Boom! A silence so profound that even the sound of breathing was absent. Only the thumping of heartbeats like drums. This is the shock brought by these two pirate crews. The names of those legendary figures, each capable of bringing disaster-like terror, were just recited 7 times. Hands propped against the desk trembled slightly as Sengoku let out a roar that could topple the roof. Gankuri Brew, an island nearly 10,000 square kilometers in size, should have a dense population. However, here, apart from ruins and city debris, there's only a small Navy branch base built at the end. The reason lies in the boundary line between light and darkness, where on either side are narrow straits. Only in the middle is a blood-red wasteland stretching over 10 miles. The plain, several kilometers wide, is soaked with blood and flesh, dark red and muddy, covered with dense grass that seems stained with blood, giant bones peeking through, and the cold wind blowing through those eerie holes, seemingly carrying endless roars of battle. This is a relic of an ancient battlefield. I have returned to this land. The familiar cries truly ignite one's blood. Standing on a cliff at the edge of the polar day, Liar, clad in dark red metal armor, gazed at the dark red wasteland beneath his feet, seemingly listening intently. Nearly 900 years ago, a grand war took place here, claiming the lives of over 1 million people, with the victors being the celestial dragons, who now rule the world, and the losers being the Lunarians, referred to as ancient gods. At that time, the highest commander of the celestial dragons on this battlefield was Liar. This was his most important victory on the path to the pinnacle. This scene of war has been staged multiple times in his theater. However, at that time, the army he led was on the other side of the polar night. Yes, Prince Liar, who would have thought that after so many years, we would have a chance to create brilliance with you here again. Behind Liar stood 4 tall knights clad in heavy steel armor, their faces obscured, only the light emanating from their eyes differing. These are the Knights of God, the strongest force guarding the Holy Land. Only 4 of them, each over 3 meters tall, exuding a heat like the blazing sun, all showcasing their strength. Known in ancient times as the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, who ended an era. Responding to Liar was a knight whose eyes emitted white light. No one knows his name, only a code name, White Knight, the leader of the Knights of God. Just then, a knight with black-eyed light sniffed, absorbing the anger coming from the distant Navy branch into his body, and the black light in his eyes grew more intense. Such delicious prey. It has been a long time since I enjoyed this. The 4 hold a status among the world nobility only second to Liar and speak without restraint. Unexpectedly, just to create an illusory hope for the people below, the Department of Justice has encountered problems at this crucial moment, and those gathered under the banner of justice truly consider it the highest mission. After they exert their residual heat in this war, it is necessary to reset the Navy. Liar said he knows that waiting for the pirates to fight among themselves and turn into a scattered mess is the best time for a decisive strike. However, what Joy Boy left in the final destination is indeed too deadly, allowing not a shred of leakage. Now, too many people know about the final destination. We cannot expect everyone to be like GOLD. Roger. The Navy still harbors illusions. Let them face reality. Following the old method, drop the bait, pick up the shotgun. White, this matter is left to you 4. It's just dealing with a few trash from the lower world. I alone am enough. The Black Knight, just having had a feast, casually said, his tone filled with absolute confidence. This confidence made Liar raise an eyebrow. Although he enjoyed playing schemes, he usually went all out, leaving no chances. Unlike him, and prefers a straightforward, crushing approach, enjoying letting opponents grow step by step before trampling them down. The style of these 4 knights is somewhat arrogant, similar to him. Sensing Liar's displeasure, the White Knight said solemnly, "Your safety, Prince Liar, now needs protection. However, potential dangers must be eliminated immediately. Black Gray, the 2 of you go together." "All right, yes." The Black Knight and Gray Knight responded in unison. Liar turned expressionlessly and looked at the opposite side. These self-righteous bastards. If it weren't for the fact that his direct power had been nearly exhausted, it wouldn't be these 4 guys telling him about protecting his safety. Just as they were speaking, an imperceptible wave transmitted to every inch of the vast island. And in the eternal night, monsters were landing. Hut, hut, hut. It was as if the earth was turning over. The fine dust and gravel on the cliff were trembling, and various insects and beasts hidden in the blood-red wasteland were fleeing. "Here they come. Do you like the burial ground I chose for you, Whitebeard?" Liar's gaze pierced through space, landing on the man who had just set foot on the island. "This is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, truly the strongest man. This power can indeed be called destructive," the White Knight praised. "Gulala. The old antiques hiding in dark corners have all come out. Are they not afraid of being sunburned to death? Whitebeard South white crescent mustache curled up, and his deep voice rolled through the sky like muffled thunder. Speaking of age, your body must be starting to fail you. Don't push yourself too hard. This time, we will completely eradicate your will that represents freedom and dreams. Dreams will never disappear. Crack. The booming sound waves collide in the sky, and several black lightning bolts appear like cracks in the void. After a few verbal exchanges, the two made no further moves, as the decisive battle would only take place after the outcome was determined elsewhere. A great battle is about to begin, with the king at the center. On December 13th, the legendary pirate, Captain Shiki of the Flying Pirate Crew, launched a surprise attack on the Navy fleet, tearing through their defenses with overwhelming power, as more than 30 pirate ships descended from the sky. The Navy suffered heavy losses, with Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, stationed with the fleet, getting injured and leading the remaining troops to retreat. Subsequently, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who regained control over Navy operations, ordered Admiral Akiji to lead the Navy in support. On the 14th, the isolated Flying Pirate Crew encountered an ambush from the Navy and was defeated by the legendary Navy hero Carp, forcing Shiki to retreat with injuries, and the majority of his crew was wiped out, leaving him severely weakened. At the same time, Kaido and Big Mom held off the pursuit of Carp and Akiji, with the four engaging in continuous combat, and the Navy and pirates clashing incessantly, leading to a brief balance in the situation. Carp, Akiji, Peach Rabbit, along with the reinforcements of T-Pig and several vice admirals, positioned over half of the Navy's elite forces to confront the more aggressive Kaido Big Mom and Shiki alliance. Since Kaido, Big Mom, and Shiki were all former members of the Rocks Pirates, the Navy referred to these pirates on this front as the Rocks Alliance. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates and the remnants of the Roger Pirates were called the Roger Alliance, with Admirals Akainu and Kizaru leading the Navy against the Roger Alliance, which seemed to only require dealing with one of the four emperors, but in reality, the pressure was greater. Kizaru even got injured while fighting Ben Beckman. If it weren't for Akainu's valor, holding off Mihawk and several captains of the red-haired pirates, this front would have collapsed immediately. At the center, Sengoku and Chief of Staff Tsuru led the remaining 100,000 Navy personnel in a standoff with the Whitebeard pirates on Solomon Island. The Navy, with the admirals as their backbone, stood firm like a rock in the storm, enduring the pirates' first wave of attacks, bringing about a momentary balance. Overall, the Navy's combat strength against the Kaido alliance was stronger, and Sengoku believed their desire to attack was even more intense. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, red-haired, and the remnants of the Roger pirates maintained restraint. Regardless of the front, the pressure was immense, and the combat power at all levels was stretched thin, severely lacking. The Navy had gathered all the combat power hidden in various departments and bases over the years, yet still lacked confidence in facing the four emperors head-on. As the Navy and pirates clashed in small-scale skirmishes, no one expected that the breakthrough to shatter the deadlock and disrupt the balance would occur in the first half of the Grand Line. The sounds of thunder echoed in the small town of Tanastus, where the sounds of Navy training had ceased. The training camp, which had never stopped training personnel, was now empty. In his office, Zifa stood by the window, gazing into the distance. The sky was overcast, and a fierce storm raged, with a military ship sailing away, making the scene feel desolate. On board were a group of naval officers who had not yet fully graduated. "Teacher Zifa, are you all right?" Ann walked in, gently biting her lip as she asked, her soft voice filled with fleeting affection as she looked at his slightly hunched figure. "It's Ann. It's been so long. Are you ready?" Zifa turned his head to glance back, then continued to look out at the sea, his expression forlorn. He was leaving. The Navy headquarters had gathered almost all its strength in the New World to prepare for a decisive battle against the four emperors, and he was also a Navy officer. In direct combat, he no longer had the vigor of his youth, but guarding against the minor threats in Marineford was still more than sufficient. However, ever since the incident that caused the death of all his loved ones, this training camp had absorbed all his efforts. Now, he was about to leave, uncertain if he would ever return, which was inevitably a source of sadness. Yes, the last batch of new recruits has boarded the ship, and after resting for 3 days in Marineford, they will set sail for the New World on the coated ship, An replied. In light of the impending full-scale war in the New World, the world government finally ordered the release of the Rokushiki training methods, allowing all officers and even soldiers to learn. This task was also assigned to Zifa. The small area of Tanastus, far from the passage to the New World, was not sufficient for large personnel training. Only Marineford had enough space for mass training. Batch after batch of officers would receive brief Rokushiki training there. Even if it was short, Zifa hoped this would increase their chances of survival in the upcoming war. These new recruits, I haven't had the chance to teach them anything before sending them to the battlefield. Sigh. This world. Zifa clenched his fist tightly and sighed deeply. Zifa's strength ranked lower among the admirals. However, no one could erase his name from the history of the Navy. He was the greatest instructor in Navy history, treating every student who came to train as his own true students and teaching them with utmost dedication. This unique charisma was unmatched. Now, these students had not yet mastered the power to protect themselves on the battlefield and were being sent to fight on the front lines. Aside from a few shining names, the casualties of ordinary Navy personnel were reduced to mere numbers or adjectives. This helpless feeling of watching lives flow away like water was truly terrible and powerless for Zifa. Worst news was that the main character this time was Karp's son, Dragon. The world government aimed to eliminate the pirates of the New World in one fell swoop, reallocating Navy forces from around the world to suppress them, leading to empty defenses in various kingdoms and branches, allowing pirates to run rampant. At the same time, the government's actions of crazily exploiting the financial and material resources of various countries stirred little waves under their watchful eyes. However, in the Four Seas, several countries were captured by the Revolutionary Army under Dragon's ideological influence, leading to a change in kingdoms. With more public support, Dragon even spread the revolutionary flame to the Grand Line. If the world government spent too much time and effort in the New World, even if they ultimately eliminated the pirates there, the resistance forces worldwide would only grow stronger. Teacher Zifa, after Fleet Admiral Sengoku returns, the entire Navy will be different. Not to mention Karp and the three admirals, we will definitely achieve final victory. I didn't know what to say to comfort him, so she could only be blindly optimistic, trying to dispel the gloom in Zifa's heart. It's useless, Ein. Whether in victory or defeat, the Navy will. The final outcome, Zifa did not speak out, as it was too pessimistic. The world government's intention to resolve the increasingly uncontrollable Navy and the New World pirates threatening their status was evident. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman benefits. Looking at Zifa's desolate figure, she, who had always been shy about expressing her feelings, mustered the courage to continue speaking. Teacher Zifa, we will definitely come back here. No matter where you go, we are determined to follow you. I hope so, Zifa sighed. Sometimes, he even wished that such a world would come to an end. Let's go. Depart. Zifa sighed again, leaving the window and passing through the training camp that held his decades of effort and glory. Yes. Bang. Bang. On the massive transport ship, Zephyr looked back at the thunder that was coiled in the clouds, waiting to strike, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The era is always filled with opportunities that lead one to the peak. It's up to you now, TangGe. That hope came from the flash of the sword that severed the thunder, stemming from confidence in that man. The alarm bells rang continuously, the white sails rose, and the warship sailed towards the dark deep sea. Waves rolled, and amidst the thunderstorm, a man and a woman stood on the surface of the sea, watching the naval ship depart, then gazing at the swirling dark clouds above, where an indescribable power emerged. It has begun. Under the sea, in the great prison, impelled down. This is the world's #1 prison, established in the doldrums, known for its ironclad security. In the eyes of all pirates worldwide, it is hell on earth. A prison life that never sees the sun, endless tortures, and places like the Mountain of Blades, the Sea of Fire, and the Blood Pool make one shudder at the thought. This leads many pirates to prefer fighting to the death against the Navy rather than being captured and imprisoned in this hellish place. On the surface, there is a fortress with stone walls over 20 meters high, forming 2 concentric circles with only one entrance. Below the surface is the true face of Impelled Down, a vast tower-like structure plunging deep into the seabed, divided into 6 levels, each with a name of hell. The outbreak of total war has caused the number of pirates in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas to surge. Moreover, due to a certain order, the number of pirates imprisoned here has reached an overcrowded level. Even the usually empty 3rd underground level, Hunger Hell, is now packed, with bounties on the imprisoned pirates ranging from 10 million to 100 million. At this moment, Impelled Down, which should have been filled with whales day and night, was in a state of revolt, with pirates participating in a frenzy of shouting like at a wild banquet. The guards of the prison's main force rushed to every level to suppress the unrest, but it was futile. Thud, thud, roar, roar. The sound of millions of footsteps stomping down echoed in the confined space of the deep sea. At the same time, the roars of hellish demons vented the agitation in their hearts. The outside world seems to have become interesting. Let us out. Total war. The eternal pointer leading to Raftel. This is a chance to become the Pirate King. It's even a great opportunity to surpass Roger and Whitebeard. Let us out. All of this is exhilarating. The blood pool is far too cold. End this boring era and let the world enter a slaughter once again. This is the era of pirates. Clang, clang. The sea stone chains binding them crashed against the railing, and all levels were in revolt, the synchronized actions putting immense pressure on the guards. Among them, the most violent revolt was occurring on the lowest 6th level, Infinite Hell. This is a place where even existence is hidden, where prisoners are those whose cruel deeds exceeded imagination, covered up by the world government, and even erased from history. Since the outbreak of total war, new prisoners have been continuously brought into the various levels of the prison, transmitting news of the ongoing total war, causing the entire prison to revolt from time to time, with today's revolt being especially intense. The reason is, of course, the news of the only escapee in Impelled Down as history, the Golden Lion, attacking the Navy fleet, leading to an uncontrollable surge of emotions among the prisoners in the entire prison. The violent and clamorous sound waves made even the large sea kings lurking nearby dare not approach, let alone the ordinary human guards, who couldn't even stand within. In the midst of such a surging atmosphere, one man remained still, even lighting a cigar. What a wonderful feeling. Watching you scum barking ineffectively is quite an enjoyable experience. It is quite normal for a place that has been dark for years and constantly in contact with vicious criminals to give birth to one or two mentally unstable individuals. Some enjoy drinking and singing when happy. Others have their own likes, but this man enjoys killing for fun. Buzz. An eerie red light flashed, and a line of blood twisted and turned through the prison bars into the room, finally landing on the wall. Blood splattered across the cell. As a group of pirates were sliced through, their bodies sliding apart and collapsing to the ground. Those who could be imprisoned here were all-powerful figures, strong and resilient. Even after being cut in half, they did not die immediately. The upper halves struggled and writhed, crying out for help in immense pain. The man who had just struck watched all of this, and a strong thrill of killing surged through his brain, causing his body to tremble with excitement. Those who are mentally unstable experience double the joy when they are happy. Damn it, it's Shirey of the Rain. This pervert. How dare he come here to kill? In an instant, all the inmates in one cell perished, leaving behind increasingly faint cries. This brutal slaughter silenced the entire 6th level, and the previously frantic prisoners fell silent in an instant. The pirates here were once the worst of the worst, but encountering the man known as Shirey of the Rain was their misfortune. This guy is the second in command of Impelled Down, second only to Warden Magellan, and is in charge of overseeing the prisoners, a pure madman for slaughter who takes pleasure in killing, frequently engaging in indiscriminate massacres. The Infinite Hell, which had just been noisy and chaotic, fell silent in an instant. Shirey's appearance doused them with a bucket of cold water, forcing them to calm down. Keep screaming. You scum, living is a sin. The ember of the cigar between his lips glowed dimly, as Shirey's murderous intent surged. He usually could only restrain himself to kill some noisy weaklings on the upper levels, but this time, taking advantage of Magellan being occupied, he volunteered to come to Infinite Hell to suppress the revolt. However, the pirates on the 6th level were indeed different. The feeling of killing them was unlike any other. The crimson blade flashed continuously, piercing into one cell after another, blood gushing out from within. No pirate could resist, shackled by sea stone chains. They were mere lambs to the slaughter before the formidable Shirey. This echoed the saying, "What goes around comes around." The relatively weaker cells were soon cleared out, and a strange red light flickered in Shirey's eyes as he turned to look at the cells holding the strongest prisoners. Damn it! What is this idiot trying to do? Someone save me. Hey, what is that look in your eyes? I'm going to slaughter you, you bastard. Give me a key. I want to duel with you. They shouted the fiercest threats, but the intense sense of crisis made the prisoners inside the cages honestly shrink back, fearing they would become the victims of Shirey's blade. Hiss! A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of Shirey's mouth. It was a truly chilling smile. Who would be troubled by slaughtering some small fry? The crimson blade, Reijiki, swung again, and even the strongest pirates here were reduced to helpless small fry. More killings were about to commence, but it was not yet time. A dignified and composed voice echoed throughout Infinite Hell, suppressing all other noises. Stop! Clang! The eerie red blade was grasped by a massive hand, unable to advance an inch. At the entrance of the elevator to infinite hell, a group of fully armed guards appeared, led by a strong man over 4 meters tall. With a swift motion, he crossed an open area and blocked Shiryu's slash with one hand. Huh, saved. It's Magellan. Half of the tension in their hearts was released. The prisoners held in infinite hell never imagined they would await Magellan's arrival with such feelings. The blade still trembled, and the bloodthirsty Shiryu would naturally not stop just because of a word. I said to stop. Shiryu. A cold voice echoed again, accompanied by a wisp of purple mist. The prison warden Magellan, a man dressed in a black uniform with wings on his back and horns on his head. He is the one who stands at the pinnacle of this prison, which holds the most vicious criminals in the world. And he is also the strongest man in the prison. A user of the poison fruit. He is a poison man. Why should I stop? Magellan. This group of useless trash is a complete waste of food, and they only increase our defensive pressure. It's better to let me kill them. Feeling the force from the blade, Shiryu's indifferent voice rang out. In this prison, only I have the right to kill anyone, including you. With 2 streaks of paint resembling tear marks on his cheeks, Magellan, with his gloved fists, suddenly exerted force and shoved Shiryu away. Kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability. You troublesome diarrhea man. Falling to the side, Shiryu's expression gradually darkened, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly and staring at Magellan. Buzz. His figure dove rapidly, and the crimson blade drew a slash. Shut up. Even if they are prisoners, you are not allowed to kill indiscriminately. This is an ironclad rule. Magellan's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, sending chills down the spines of all the pirates in their cells. Magellan is good at everything, but once he makes a move, it's bound to harm the innocent. Damn it. This cell. Poison dragon. Magellan turned purple, and 3 clawed poison dragons emerged behind him, swirling in midair, with purple venom dripping from their mouths onto the ground, corroding it into scars. The poison dragons rushed towards Shiryu from 3 directions at high speed, with streams of venom surging across the ground like rivers. The 3 poison dragons expanded in the air, quickly obscuring everything within sight, and many cells were filled with purple venom. Blocking me from killing this trash will be your lifelong regret and shadow. Magellan. Crack. Crimson rain. The crimson blade was unsheathed, its light blocking even raindrops as it struck against the poison dragons in an instant. Drip. Drip. 2 dragon heads were severed and fell to the ground, and purple venom flowed like sludge, splattering in all directions. However, the last dragon head darted out from an angle, bursting through a series of white air circles in midair. Roar. It bit down. Not good. The wicked smile on Shiryu's face froze. The pent-up murderous intent turned cold, and what he thought would be an easy challenge now felt like he was being overwhelmed in just one exchange. This humiliation made him feel like he was going crazy with rage. I must block it. Get away. He stepped into the air, his body uncontrollably dodging to the side due to inertia, and with a swift motion, he severed the last poison dragon as well. But it was useless. Magellan is a user of a devil fruit. The venom flowing on the ground gathered and transformed into a giant hand that gripped Shiryu from below and tossed him aside. Boom! The massive impact slammed Shiryu's body against the wall, and the highly toxic liquid quickly corroded his body, rendering him unable to move. That damn poison man! His eyes spun, and Shiryu nearly lost consciousness on the spot. The gap between him and Magellan was evidently not just about abilities. Damn it! Hurry up and give me the antidote. Help me. Nearby in the cells, many figures writhed in agony. Magellan's venom had an extremely wide area of effect, and he never intended to deliberately avoid these criminals. Covered in purple venom, even a little bit of contact caused immense pain, and the prisoners rolled around in their cells, trying to escape the venom and relieve their suffering. Don't get carried away. Who is the boss of this prison? It seems you need a reminder. The venom on Magellan continued to drip, creating clouds of toxic smoke on the ground, showcasing the might of his power over life and death. After surveying the entire infinite hell, Magellan let out a slight sigh of relief, and then turned to leave. Lock this bastard up and let him cool off. Yes. Warden Magellan. The guards wearing gas masks hurriedly approached with care, taking Shiryu to an empty cell and chaining him up, stepping onto the direct elevator to the upper levels. Magellan remained silent. The purpose of the world government in building this impel down was simple: to imprison powerful devil fruit users until death, extending the interval between appearances of the same devil fruit, which was very necessary, especially at this critical juncture. Among the pirates imprisoned on the 6th level, there were several extremely terrifying devil fruit users, and no matter who possessed their abilities, the destruction caused would impact the current situation in the New World. It was manageable on the Navy's side, but if it fell into the hands of pirates, it would be a disaster. As a member of the world government, Magellan had a better relationship with the Navy headquarters, and these were some trivial things he did for the Navy, which was currently engaged in the war in the New World. Beep beep, a vibration from his chest. Magellan took out a phone bug wearing a gas mask from his pocket, and after connecting, he casually spoke. It's Hannibal. What's the matter? The riots in the upper levels have been suppressed, right? Hannibal is the third in command of the prison, the deputy warden. Of course, under the brilliant leadership of this warden. How can mere pirates dare to act recklessly? I exposed my ambition to become warden. The image of the phone bug awkwardly tried to retract what it had just said. What is it that made you call? Regarding the ambition that the other party has been shouting about for over a decade, Magellan was indifferent. The world government has sent more people. They said they want to take some prisoners from the 6th level. Hannibal said, Magellan frowned. The Holy Emperor Printing Company was destroyed. The underworld suffered heavy losses due to Doflamingo's death, and the channel for the world nobles to replenish slaves was cut off. So, these idle rich folks actually set their sights on the pirates imprisoned and impelled down. In the past, they only needed some small fry, and Magellan could pretend not to know. But this time, they actually want people from infinite hell. These idiots. I understand, this isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Let them take those who are not the most dangerous level of prisoners. Just as the riot on the 6th level has just calmed down, you can bring people to deal with it. Magellan said calmly. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. With that, the phone bug was immediately hung up. After the elevator continued to ascend for a while, with a loud clang, the elevator door opened. A wave of scorching heat rushed in, with flames illuminating both sides, resembling a sea of fire. This was the 4th floor, a fiery hell. The temperature on the entire floor was extremely high, like a gigantic iron pot filled with boiling blood and a burning sea of fire. A few individuals dressed in uniforms marked with the intersecting crosses of the world government, wearing black top hats, approached from across the spacious corridor, followed by a squad of guards clad in metal armor, one of whom was even riding a frail horse. They walked past Magellan without any intention of greeting him. Striding confidently, Magellan walked past them slowly, keeping his gaze straight ahead. The leader of the world government's group let out a light snort but did not confront him. This infamous chief of Impelled Down was known for being stern and unyielding. It was unwise to clash with him here. The elevator door that had just opened hadn't even closed completely when a rotund man dressed like an Egyptian pharaoh hurriedly stepped forward to press the button for the lower floor. Wearing a fawning expression, "Gentlemen, please don't hold it against him. If you recommend me for the director position, the situation will definitely be different," he said, always scheming for a power grab. Such blatant flattery did not earn him any respect from the world government personnel, whose attitude became even more arrogant, as if they were looking down their noses at him. This idiot, Magellan couldn't help but cover his forehead halfway down the corridor. However, when he looked back at the already descending elevator, his expression turned serious. The world government, truly powerful. Back in his office, sitting on the toilet, Magellan let out a heavy sigh, with indistinct noises echoing below. Losing the powerful support of the Navy headquarters at any moment made Impelled Down feel like an active volcano. Once it erupted, it would undoubtedly blow the already struggling Navy to smithereens. Beep beep. The guard at the main gate of Impelled Down called in, and Magellan's limbs felt like they were cramping as he barely reached for the microphone. Report, Director Magellan. The Navy has arrived. Huh? What day is it today? Magellan couldn't help but think, feeling as if his stomach had emptied. Let him in. The number of devil fruit users in Impelled Down might not be the highest, but it definitely had the highest density. The number of devil fruit users imprisoned in this prison was beyond imagination, which was bound to attract certain visitors. An incident occurred on the Great Desolar. Don Quixote Doflamingo was killed on the spot, while Crocodile and Moria were left barely alive and caught up in battles with the Kainu and Fujitora, facing certain death. Thus, the Navy headquarters made a swift decision to dispatch Akiji, who was on vacation, to lead the Navy fleet in a lightning raid on these 3 pirate cruise headquarters to reduce future uncertainties. The 3 pirate crews, now without their captains, had no ability to resist. The Don Quixote pirates' headquarters in the North Sea was the first to be attacked, with all the family executives captured. Following that, Crocodile's secretly established Baroque works was destroyed, with core members and thousands of minor pirates captured. Finally, the remnants of Moria, hiding in the foggy seas due to geographical advantages, were wiped out by the Navy. The number of captured Devil Fruit users from just these 3 pirate crews was nearing 20. Along with the Devil Fruit users imprisoned here over the years, the number had become incalculable. With so many Devil Fruit users gathered together, TangGe arrived, slightly altering his appearance and using the name Pola Bell. He calmly watched as the gates of Impel Down slowly opened a crack under the pretense of being a special inspector from the Navy headquarters. A team of guards wielding tridents came out to meet him, led by a blonde woman. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am the small but fond of interrogation Suddy. Due to the unexpected visitors, I had to consult the director. Please bear with me. The blonde woman occasionally let out alluring sounds that sparked endless imagination, dressed in a pink leather outfit with a blank section in the middle, revealing much of her slender waist and chest, with even her legs showing obvious marks from the tight leather pants. This provocative outfit made the surrounding guards dare not look at her for long, as she was Suddy, a twisted individual in the dark, violent environment of Impel Down. With a whip, leather pants, and a pleasure-seeking moan, she was either a sadist or masochist. So what is the result? TangGe frowned slightly. Her speaking style was quite irritating, like a bean sprout posing in front of him, making him want to knock her out. His gaze lingered briefly on the 3 beast-headed humanoid monsters standing behind her, who were Zoan-type Devil Fruit users or users whose wisdom had been eroded by animal instincts due to failed awakenings. The welcome gift was 3 Devil Fruit users. Impel Down was not mistaken in its choice. Of course, you're most welcome. Director Magellan is waiting for you in the director's office on the 4th underground level. Suddy moved aside to allow a half-wooden door to open. Please enter. Major Bell from the Navy headquarters. I will guide you from here. In that brief moment, she felt a shiver as if she was about to be killed, even missing a breath. The feeling came quickly and disappeared just as fast, seeming like an illusion. Before I meet Director Magellan, I want to understand the defensive capabilities of Impel Down. There are too many pirates imprisoned here, and the uproar of a riot has reached the Navy headquarters. We wouldn't want anything major to happen in Impel Down at such a critical time. TangGe looked at the slowly opening door and stepped inside without hesitation. Impel Down was self-contained and operated under closed management. Even the Navy knew little about its internal structure and personnel management. If it weren't for the current urgent situation and the fact that riots did occur from time to time, the Navy wouldn't so easily enter here. After passing through the wooden door, a single log bridge led directly to the inner city gate, which could be raised at any time to cut off access between the inner and outer city, sealing off Impel Down completely. No problem. This way, please. Please proceed with a body check first. Surrounded by 3 beast guards, they first underwent a thorough examination in a stone chamber and then walked down the corridor to the 1st underground level, the Red Lotus Hell. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and the sounds of painful wails echoed continuously. Fortunately, the environment here was frequently cleaned, devoid of the rot and moldy smells typical of dark spaces. This is the 1st underground level, where some unknown minor characters are imprisoned, usually cannon fodder from pirate ships. The guards here are extraordinary beast guards, blue gorillas. The familiar screams excited the sadistic Suddy, who pointed at a group of blue humanoid beasts wielding axes. It must be said that this large prison was well managed. Despite the surge in the number of prisoners during this time, each cell had a small wooden sign hanging on the outside wall, indicating the number of people and their names inside. However, the number of name changes was frequent, suggesting that many pirates couldn't withstand the torture and perished. Sathi, who loved torturing prisoners, led the 3 beast guards, making the pirates inside the cells tremble in fear, trying to huddle together at the back. TangGe reached out, grabbing an iron bar as thick as his fist and pulling outward. The terrifying strength bent the iron bar, emitting a metallic twisting sound that made one's teeth ache. Aren't there any sea prism stones? With so many captured pirates recently, many of whom are Devil Fruit users, having bars without sea prism stones poses a risk. After finishing his words, he turned to look at the crowd whose eyes had already glazed over and clapped his hands. At this, not only did the pirates shrink back even more, nearly blending into the walls, but even the usually brutal guards who treated prisoners like livestock couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lord Bell, you don't need to worry about this. To identify the ability users, Director Magellan has specially approved that all newly imprisoned pirates undergo an additional seawater soaking procedure on top of the blood pool baptism. Then, all identified ability users are imprisoned on the 4th level, personally guarded by him to ensure nothing goes wrong. Little Suddy's eyes sparkled with admiration. A natural respect for the strong. The power to bend this iron pillar with bare hands was truly exhilarating. Very impressive talent. No wonder he can guard this great prison. TangGe was taken aback, then smiled. Director Magellan is not only the strongest in Impelled Down. The glimmer in little Suddy's eyes, hidden beneath her blonde hair, always conveyed a deep pride whenever she mentioned Magellan. Even at the Navy headquarters, his strength is comparable to that of an admiral. To this, TangGe remained non-committal. I see nothing of interest in the two lower levels of the prison. Let's go directly to the underground 4th level. All the ability users are concentrated there, saving us quite a bit of effort. From this perspective, Magellan is indeed capable. In the underground 6th level, the infinite hell, the elevator doors opened, and the group stepped out. Tap, tap. Hannibal was still fawning over the world noble's envoy. One of the armored guards following behind had already started tap dancing. The light footsteps rhythmically tapped on the ground, producing a harmonious sound that made people involuntarily lean in to listen. What a seriously responsible deputy director. If possible, could you hand me that string of keys on you? The helmet opened, revealing a pale face with thin lipstick, his gaze fixed on the string of keys hanging from Hannibal. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sure. Hannibal, clearly in a daze, answered unconsciously. His hand reached for his waist without hesitation, about to hand over the keys that could open all the prison doors in infinite hell. Clink, clink. The delicate clinking of metal keys was melodious amidst the sound of tap dancing, and combined with his strong sense of responsibility, it jolted the dazed Hannibal back to reality. After a moment of panic, he immediately looked at the World Government Group with a wary expression. You're not from the World Government. Who are you really? The few guys dressed in World Government uniforms had already collapsed on the ground, and their guards were removing their heavy armor, revealing their true forms. Ha ha! Lafitte, this is the first time your hypnosis has failed. Indeed, fate will not allow us to succeed so easily, right, Oka? When the last person removed his armor, Hannibal recognized the newcomer, Marshal D. Teach, one of the warlords of the sea. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. The last time he faced such a situation was directly confronting the escaped Golden Lion. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots knocked down the guards who were about to attack, and Hannibal was also knocked to the ground with a punch. The keys were snatched away. The so-called ability users become weaker than ordinary people once their abilities fail. Van Oka, holding an extremely long sniper rifle, adjusted his monocular. Along with the poison Q riding a thin horse and the muscular Jesus Burgess, the entire Blackbeard pirates had arrived. What a strict guy. But there's one person's ability that suits you very well. I'm sure you'll be interested. Ha! Crossing over everyone, Teach led the way to the center of infinite hell, raising his hands and revealing a manic grin. Ha ha! Hello! You losers who are imprisoned for life in this jail, the prisoners without any dreams, must feel terrible watching the new world go to war while you can only watch. The pirates recently suppressed by Magellan, seeing this group of sudden invaders, felt their restlessness rise again and moved toward the railing. Now, I give you a chance to see the light again. Ding ding. Teach raised the keys he had snatched from Hannibal and shook them. Join my pirate crew, and here will be our first step towards the peak. The ones who will ultimately win in the all-out war will be us. Boom. The hope born out of despair was even more fervent, and the roar soared into the sky. In the underground 4th level, the Red Lotus Hell, TangGe didn't expect to reach here so easily. The reason he chose to infiltrate rather than crush from above was that with a single swipe of blades, all ability users would be gone. Firstly, because Impelled Down is different from Judicial Island. Its relationship with the Navy is much closer, and it wouldn't be appropriate to slaughter them all together. Secondly, Judicial Island has an upper P0, and there are hidden talents in the Navy. It wouldn't make sense for Impelled Down, which imprisons all pirates, not to have some hidden backup. If he exposed his whereabouts too early and ran into them, it would be too late to find those ability users. However, seeing how easily he had mixed in, TangGe couldn't help but have some doubts about his own imagination. Walking through the cell area engulfed in flames, TangGe suddenly looked toward the cell in the corner, his gaze fixed on a name written on the wooden wall, and he stepped closer. It really is you, Spade. Inside the cell, a man was covered in scars from burns, his body weak and seemingly on the verge of death. However, his signature octopus hairstyle still allowed TangGe to recognize him. He was indeed the first pirate he had captured, and at that time, he used Spade as an experiment to determine if the same ability user could recharge several times. Do you know this guy? Originally, someone as close to madness as him should have been thrown to feed wild beasts long ago. However, a powerful guy in the Navy had ordered that he experience the blood pool baptism every day, so he was still alive. In the end, known for torturing others. Little Suddy shivered. This pirate named Spade wasn't strong at all. It was just because he offended that man that he went through 7 years of blood pool baptism and severe torture. It's terrifying to think about. I suppose so. Standing outside the cell bars, TangGe didn't even need to use observation hockey to know that Spade's body had completely collapsed. He hadn't expected that the words given to take care of him would lead to this extent, nor did he expect Spade to have held on until now. It's you. It really is you. You actually came here. At that moment, the emaciated Spade trembled and stood up, his hands resting on the railing, his eyes shining with a light as if reflecting back on life. He recognized TangGe. It's me, TangGe replied calmly. Crack, crack. Amidst the terrified expressions of everyone in impelled down, his outer skeleton and skin twisted slightly, returning to his original appearance. My journey began when I met you, and now, as it is about to elevate, I meet you again. I must say, the wonders of fate, to thank you for our reunion. I can grant you one wish within reason. Is this the fierce tiger? The suffocating oppression came rushing in. Up close, little Suddy recognized the face of TangGe immediately. Her legs wobbled. She didn't even know the face that had a bounty of 3 billion berries. If she didn't, then she had wasted all these years. Fierce tiger. Correct. TangGe turned around, smiling as he cast his gaze. The silence spread outwards in all directions, and the name shouted by little Suddy made everyone dare not make a sound, except for the enemies. Damn fierce tiger. That bastard who has killed thousands. That bastard who shattered all our dreams. Let me out. I want to take revenge for the young master. In this area, there were also cadres of the Don Quixote pirates imprisoned, each standing behind the bars of their cells, wishing they could devour TangGe alive. The nearby remnants of Moria and Crocodile didn't dare to curse directly, but their hatred was already boiling. Bang! A palm print remained in the void, and the bars of the cage, 10 meters away, exploded with a loud noise. The iron bars mixed with sea prism stone shattered into countless fragments, shooting into the walls and turning everyone in the cell into a sieve. After years of playing a supporting role, it was all gone in one move. Silence. But the snot falling from the nostrils of the 3 beast guards hit the ground, not getting sucked back in, as the overwhelming pressure to crush them loomed over them. Your family naturally has to be intact. After casually dealing with some minions, TangGe's gaze returned to Spade. It seemed that the wish was no longer necessary. Spade, reduced to skin and bones, lay on the ground, and no one knew what had supported him to live until now. Now, let me see what the last hurdle set by fate on my path to becoming the strongest is. Synopsis: natural type, superhuman type, phantom beast type. You finish your performance, and I take the stage. TangGe, with multiple awakenings of hockey and his self-created martial arts, beats all ability users. He is everything. World government. You are the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku. Don't you have a hidden name? TangGe. In terms of muscular martial arts, I add points. I rank second in horizontal training martial arts. Who dares to rank first? The number 1 in one-on-one battles. Kaido. To deal with tough ability users like you, I've specially created a martial art called Dragon Descend. Unbreakable grip.